This guy is our main character. He was dreaming about receiving a YouTube silver play button when he suddenly woke up. He realized that he had transmigrated into a world that had merged with a video game. And the game it merged with was the very game he had almost conquered in his past life. Just because the final stage had too many summoned monsters, and his skills all had long cooldowns, he was utterly defeated. But upon transmigrating to this world, he could convert all of his active skills into passive ones. This meant those skills would have no cooldown limit, and he could spam them endlessly. Even the most arrogant boss monsters would fall in a single strike. Without further ado, let's begin. In a classroom, the bustling chatter of students echoed around. Tomorrow is the awakening exam. Are you nervous? I wonder what kind of talent it'll awaken. A voice right beside him called out, Lao Mak, wake up, stop sleeping. Our male lead groggily woke up. His vision gradually cleared. He slowly opened his eyes. Then he jumped up in shock. Where is this place? A sudden headache struck him, bringing a flood of memories rushing back. The name of this planet was Blue Star, which basically wasn't much different from Earth. But 100 years ago, an apocalyptic disaster occurred, completely transforming this world. Millions of demons attacked, causing countless human casualties. Fortunately, the humans here were born with a unique ability. As long as they trained and changed classes, they could fight back against the demonic invasion. Therefore, the whole world dedicated itself to nurturing awakened ones, and they became the most elite individuals in this world. At this point, Lao Max suddenly realized, isn't this world setting the same as that mobile game I used to play called Heaven's Apocalypse? To think I actually transmigrated into a game merged with reality. He suddenly remembered. Back then, he had defeated all the other players and was just one step away from success. But due to skill cooldowns and limited damage, there was no way to deal with the huge boss endlessly summoning minions. The final battle with the ultimate boss left his body completely exhausted and battered. But more and more minions kept swarming in and surrounding him. The gamer Lao Mac angrily slammed the desk. Damn it, I was so close, just one more step to reach the peak and become a god. Suddenly, someone smacked him hard on the back. He turned to look. The chubby boy sitting next to him spoke with an anxious face. Lao Mak, do you still have time to daze off like that? He softly called out a name. Li Wan? Realizing it was his old friend, he was overjoyed. I can't believe you transmigrated too. Li Wan was a bit confused by Lao Mak's nonsense. What do you mean transmigrated? What time is it already, and you still have the mood to joke around? Li Wan grew increasingly frantic. He scratched his head in a mental panic. You bastard! You usually get good grades and have a smart brain. You don't have to worry, but what am I supposed to do? He didn't say a word, just chuckled to himself while looking at his friend. Li Wan's appearance and personality seemed exactly the same as in his past life. It looked like his personal relationships and living conditions hadn't changed much either. Li Huan cried and clung to Lao Mac. I'm stressed to death. The awakening exam is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I don't pass the school exam tomorrow, my dad will beat me to death. In the game, Heaven's Apocalypse back then, you could only trigger the talent awakening by successfully touching the awakening stone in the dungeon. Li Wan terrifiedly whispered into Lao Mac's ear, Brother, I might face life-threatening situations tomorrow. Don't you want to lend your friend a hand? Lao Mac glanced at Li Wan awkwardly and said, You're not explaining it clearly. How am I supposed to know how to help you? Li Huang foolishly scratched his head and asked Lao Mac for a favor. My request isn't high. As long as I can smoothly awaken my talent, it's fine. Then I can report back to my dad and be done with it. You're usually in the top 3 in class and always have great ideas. Can you give me some pointers when the time comes? Lao Mac pondered deeply. But a game is a game, and reality is reality. Even if I still have my gaming skills and experience, I still don't know exactly how many connections this world has with Heaven's Apocalypse. I need to leverage it myself. Li Huan impatiently called out beside him. Lao Mac, have you thought of a way yet? He suddenly stood up and patted Li Huan's shoulder to reassure him. Don't panic. I'll go check out the dungeon and figure out a way. Li Huan happily cheered on his friend. You can do it, Lao Mac. If you succeed, I'll treat you to meals for a whole year. At the training ground. Before Lao Mak entered the dungeon, he heard those returning from exploration talking to each other. I think we should deal with the minions first. No, that will burn too much stamina if they spawn. The elite monster's power is too high. Hold me up for a second. Lao Mak looked at the gate and deduced, this must be the entrance. He revealed a faint smile. Then he stepped inside. Bring it on. Let's see just how this world merged with the game really is. He kept walking straight on a blindingly white path. Suddenly, sunlight shone in, making Lao Mak instinctively shield his face with his hand. Then a magical scene appeared before his eyes. Lao Mak observed excitedly. Isn't this the novice village in Heaven's Apocalypse? It's exactly like the original. Suddenly, a system panel popped up, surprising Lao Mak. System detects host, currently connecting and converting system. Connection progress, 50%, 70%, 100%. His eyes widened as he read the text on the panel. What? System conversion? The panel continued. Conversion successful. System conversion level 1. Can logically convert 2 suitable active skills into new passive skills. At the same time, the power of these passive skills will be fully enhanced by the influence of the character's main attribute. He grew thrilled thinking about this new world. It can actually convert active skills into passive skills? If it's truly exactly like Heaven's Apocalypse, then this system is way too overpowered. In Heaven's Apocalypse, 99% were active skills, and they had cooldown limits. They couldn't be spammed endlessly, which easily led to fatal gaps in combat and being counterattacked. But passive skills exist permanently, have no cooldowns, only trigger conditions. Along with leveling up, the trigger rate will also continuously increase. That's why they are extremely rare. Lao Mak burned with determination, clenching his fists. In my past life, due to skill cooldown limitations, there was no way to reach the peak and become a god. This time, with the passive skill conversion system, it might just help me find my groove and make up for my past regrets. The system panel presented Lao Mak with the option to choose which skill to convert. He read through it once, then decided to try choosing Waves Splitting Slash. Right after clicking it, a sword appeared. The panel prompted, Acquired skill, Wave Splitting Slash. Wave Splitting Slash Level 1. Uses a powerful overhead slash to attack enemies in front, then releases a series of waves dealing multi-hit damage to the surrounding area within a 3-meter radius and knocking enemies into the air. Passive conversion successful. Passive Wave Splitting Slash. Every attack has a 30% chance to trigger the Wave Splitting Slash skill. When activated, Wave Splitting Slash turns into a sword attack, dealing damage to the enemy. This damage will be increased by 1.5 times based on the strength attribute, and for 0.2 seconds after activation, the player will become invincible. After reading it, Lao Mak happily swung his sword to test it out. It actually improved the attack method and increased the damage value. This can definitely be considered a golden finger. Suddenly, a deformed foot appeared, startling Lao Mak and making him turn around to look. A hybrid monster appeared. Lao Mak looked at the monster and analyzed it. A level 3 Tauren, huh? In the training area, that's considered a monster with a certain level of difficulty. Seeing the human, the Tauren madly swung its axe and charged forward. Lao Mak stayed on high alert. He raised his sword. Perfect timing. I can just use this for some combat practice. Then a single slash pushed the Tauren back, creating a massive explosion. He stood in place, observing the enemy. Yet the Tauren didn't die at all. It sprang back up and charged again. Lao Mak was a bit worried. It actually didn't take any damage. The Tauren gathered momentum and leapt. It arrived right in front of Lao Mak and swung its axe down. Lao Mak was subjected to its combo attacks and could only dodge. He thought to himself, this is bad. I'm only level 1 right now. There's no way I can beat a Tauren in super armor state. But because he was in a passive state and could only dodge, the Tauren quickly slashed its axe at him. Lao Mak panicked. I'm doomed. Instinct made him raise his sword to block the blow, but the sword was too weak and quickly snapped in half. Suddenly, the system announced, Passive wave splitting slash triggered. Invincible body for 0.2 seconds. Lao Mak was surprised. A passive block trigger effect? The alert rang out again. Forcibly unleashing wave splitting slash, increasing damage by 1.5 times. Lao Mak immediately knew what he had to do. He squatted down on the ground. Then, gripping his sword, he thrust it straight up as he jumped. Passive wave splitting slash. The Tauren took the direct hit, lost its balance, and fell backwards. Its teeth and lips were smashed together. Lao Mak looked badass, achieving a spectacular victory in just a few mere seconds. The Tauren was sent flying a few meters away, and another explosion occurred. Lao Mak panted exhaustedly, looking at the Tauren he had defeated. He thrilledly felt his own power. Converting it to a passive skill not only solved the cooldown issue, but also added a new damage multiplier. So this completely solves the problem of failing to reach the peak and become a god in my past life. In this life, I can definitely make up for my past regrets and successfully become a god. Suddenly, he sensed something. He instinctively thrust his sword backwards, striking a bug monster that was about to devour him raw. Other minions quickly appeared as well. Just a few hours later, as the sky gradually turned to dawn, Lao Mak stood amidst a pile of dead monsters. He panted heavily, looking down at the blunt sword he had been fighting with the whole time. I've been training in the dungeon for a few hours now. I finally regained my familiar combat feel from my past life. As long as I know which dungeon tomorrow's exam is in, helping Li Wan awaken his talent won't be hard at all. Suddenly, the panel announced, "Player, please select the second passive skill to convert." Lao Mak took a moment to think. Usually the reason novices are killed by monsters in the early stages is due to insufficient attack power and long cooldowns. If the first skill was chosen for attack power, then the second skill should be chosen for cooldown reduction. Acting on his thoughts, Lao Mak clicked on Weapon Switch. The system promptly reported, "You acquired the Weapon Switch skill, Weapon Switch Level 1. When activated for 30 seconds, Weapon Switch cooldown is reduced by 30%. Passive conversion successful. Passive Weapon Switch cooldown for all weapon types is permanently reduced by 30%. An aura surrounded Lao Mak's body. He opened his inventory to check. With many basic novice weapons in my backpack plus the Weapon Switch passive, I can quickly switch between different weapon types in combat. Then he opened his status panel to read. Name, Tring Kiem Mak, Level 1. Race, Human. Strength, 20, affects physical attack power. Agility, 20, affects crit rate, dodge, attack speed. Spirit, 20, affects mana recovery and magic power. Constitution, 20, affects HP and stamina. Passive skills. Wave splitting slash level 1, weapon switch level 1. Combat power rating, 500. After reading it, Lao Mo's eyes shone with determination. The issue with weapon switching cooldowns had been resolved, so you could say he has a cheat skill for early game battles. Now everything is ready, just waiting for tomorrow's exam. With that, he stepped into the portal back to the real world. The day of the exam had finally arrived. The examinees were nervously preparing. Hey, did you bring enough potions? Of course, all 9 slots in my virtual inventory are full. Li Hong gleefully brought him a piece of paper. Lao Mo, following your advice, I had my dad use the power of money to get today's exam map. Lao Mo took the map and advised, I suggest you keep your voice down. Are you afraid others won't know your dad pulled some strings? Realizing the issue, Li Hong quickly covered his mouth. Right. It's my fault for getting too excited. Gotta stay humble. After opening the map, Li Hong explained, Flaming Rift. I heard this is a secret realm chosen by Professor Liu. He's very strict, so the difficulty might be cranked up. Lao Mo looked at the map deep in thought. So it's the Flaming Rift beginner map. If I remember correctly, the monster level distribution is around level 3 to 10. It's not too difficult. Lao Mo turned to ask Li Hong, in the secret realm, what level of elite monster can you solo? Li Hong muttered, even if I try my best, probably just level 5. Lao Mo felt helpless. He didn't expect Li Hong's strength to be this pathetic. He joked with Li Hong, looks like pulling strings is the only way for you. Suddenly, another voice rang out, Li Hong, your family has a bit of money, and now you're copying others by pulling strings. Just give up on the exam, lest you end up dead last and embarrass that unlucky dad of yours. It was the voice of Mao Feng, the rich kid from the next class. Li Hong cursed angrily. Get lost. What the hell are you babbling about? Lao Mo quickly stopped him. Li Hong, calm down. Li Hong couldn't take it and furiously cursed at Mao Feng. Lao Mo, don't stop me. Today I'm taking him down with me. Mao Feng ignored him and stepped closer to humiliate him. Li Hong, at least Cheng Chinmo from your class knows his place. He knows a piece of trash like you can't beat me, so he stopped you in time. Suddenly, he was tripped. Losing his balance, he tumbled over in bewilderment. Lao Mo smiled smugly and teased him. You don't need to bow so deeply to apologize. Mao Feng instantly flew into a rage, calling out Lao Mo's full name, Cheng Chinmo. Do you have a death wish? Then he threw a punch at him. Lao Mo effortlessly caught his fist to block it. Mao Feng was startled, thinking to himself, how is this guy's strength so immense? Lao Mo continued, almost forgot something important. Lao Mo pointed at Li Hong and made a demand. You there dare to make a bet with me? Let's bet on this. In this exam, Li Hong will definitely get a better score than you. Mao Feng and his crew pursed their lips, trembling. Then they couldn't hold it back and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, did I hear that right? I have no reason not to accept a bet I'm guaranteed to win, but I'll be the one to decide the stakes. The loser has to run naked for 10 laps around the field and then call the winner daddy 3 times. Do you dare? Unfazed, Lao Mo immediately agreed, no problem. The crowd immediately started gossiping. What? Li Hong, the dead last in class, wants to compete in exam scores with the elite student Mao Feng. The gap between them isn't small. Isn't this just a free win for him? Seeing things go too far, Li Hong trembled as he looked at Lao Mo and whispered, Lao Mo, you're crazy. How could I possibly? But Lao Mo ignored the chatter and firmly gave Li Hong one word, trust me. Disbelieving, Li Hong squatted down in distress. Trust what, brother Mo? I just want to pass the exam, brag to my dad, and ask for some pocket money. Why did you sell me out like this? Lao Mo pulled him up. Stand up. Just listen to me. Then he whispered his plan to Li Hong. Wait a bit. The map. Then you'll just. Li Hong, hearing whatever it was, suddenly looked ecstatic. Are you telling the truth? All right. Today we definitely have to make Mao Feng run while calling us daddy. Suddenly a cough echoed. Ahem, ahem. It was Zhang Lei, the head examiner of Jiancheng Academy, a second awakening professional. He announced, the exam officially begins. Students, please enter the transit point one by one. Li Hong confidently looked at Lao Mo, spoke, and stepped into the portal first. Lao Mo, just wait and see my performance, hee hee. Lao Mo also closely followed him into the portal, arriving in another world. Flaming Rift. Lao Mo recalled the details of this secret realm. I remember this is a massive map area with a giant volcano, where scorching lava flows endlessly, mostly populated by evil beastmen and demons. After climbing the treacherous mountain ranges, the final dungeon boss, Zalin, awaits at the peak. It really brings back a strangely familiar feeling. It's been a long time since I've fought in a beginner dungeon. Sensing the presence of others, Lao Mo instantly grew alert and looked behind him. 2. Level 2. Defiled cultists. Ugly green-skinned monsters belonging to the low-level group appeared. They immediately rushed toward him. Then they attacked using the sharp blades tightly bound to their hands. Relying on his combat experience, Lao Mo jumped back, keeping his distance from the 2 monsters. But behind him, 3 more appeared, gradually closing in. Their numbers kept increasing, leaving Lao Mo flustered. He thought while opening his inventory to take out a weapon. In the past, PC games were all operated through a keyboard and mouse, but now I have to rely on my body's instincts to attack. Lao Mo drew out the item, Beginner's Blade. Difficulty of use, none. Category, weapon. One of the basic gears carried by beginners. The monsters lunged at him simultaneously. Trapped in the middle, Lao Mo looked around in panic. As expected, this is different from the nerfed monsters in the training ground. Taking on 5 at once is a bit too much. Suddenly, the system panel popped up, detected player's rich operational experience, currently converting it entirely into bodily instincts. He was startled. This can also be turned into a passive. 1 second later, operational experience has been converted into bodily instincts, complete. He immediately felt it. My body. The feeling is completely different. At the exact moment the monsters were about to kill him, Lao Mo snapped out of it. He lightly leaped up, effortlessly dodging the attacks from the whole horde of goblins. He did a backflip midair, using the cave ceiling to push off and bounce back. He delivered a direct kick to the face of one goblin, sending it flying far away to the shock of its kin. He was incredibly satisfied with this new power. This conversion ability is truly terrifying. I can even control every muscle in my body. Right now, my bodily instincts are exactly the same as when I played the game in my past life. Lao Mo boldly provoked them. Not convinced? Then come at me all together. The monsters instantly grew furious, uniting to continue fighting him together. Lao Mo dodged as effortlessly as if he were dancing. He formulated a plan. I need to lure them into a straight line, then finish them all off at once. After that, he dodged while moving in another direction, slipping behind the entire group of goblins. They turned around simultaneously to look at him. Lao Mo gathered his strength, a purple glint flashing in his eyes. Very good. The chance is here. He immediately used the basic skill of every beginner, slide. Like playing bowling with them, he sent the whole pack flying into the air. Then he braced his hand on the ground, using the momentum to spin around, channeling power into his sword. Swinging a slash at all 5 of them in mid-air. Skill. Wave-splitting slash. Passive triggered. Lao Mo rejoiced it triggered the passive this fast. To think the passive skill can also cancel post-attack animation lag. He channeled his strength once more, swinging his sword to finish off the 5 goblins. Notification panel. Defiled cultists have been slain. Due to special actions during the monster kill, experience is increased by 50%. Gain 50 EXP 5 times. Congratulations, you leveled up to level 2. Receive 4 free attribute points. Congratulations, you leveled up to level 3. Receive 4 free attribute points. Lao Mo was surprised when killing monsters with special methods you can gain bonus experience. Just by killing 5 monsters, I leveled up twice in a row. I have so many basic skills and weapons in my hands. Compared to the virtual game Heaven's Apocalypse in my past life, this game is much more interesting. Outside the secret realm, the names of the examinees were changing rapidly. The crowd buzzed, looked quickly. There's a name on the leaderboard leveling up incredibly fast. That's the guy who clashed with Mao Feng. He's been in the secret realm for less than 5 minutes and already leveled up twice, ranking first. Holy crap. Our school has a hidden genius. We've never even heard of him before. Zhang Lei broke into a curious smile. It's him? Cheng Qianmo. Interesting. I wonder what other surprises you'll bring. Scene transitions back inside the secret realm. Lao Mo heard a loud explosion up ahead. He instantly dashed toward the source of the noise. Observing secretly, isn't this? Level 2 Dark Mage, beginner monster. Has a connection with hounds. Lao Mo came up with an idea, flashing a sinister smile. I remember in Heaven's Apocalypse, they had a very strange bug. If I can exploit this bug, I won't need to pick them off one by one to level up. One strike will end it all. No sooner said than done. This way, perhaps leveling up will become incredibly easy. He drew out the item. Grappling gun. Difficulty of use? None. Category? Weapon. One of the basic weapons for beginners. He shot it, hooking onto the cave's ceiling. Then he propelled himself higher up, tracking them. He switched to the item, small dart. Difficulty of use? None. Category? Weapon. One of the basic weapons for beginners. Throwing one to attack them first. One of them in the mob was struck squarely on the head by the dart. All of them immediately entered a combat state. Roaring in fury, they all used the shadow arrow skill at the same time. Lao Mo hides behind a large rock, calculating. As a low-level monster, the Dark Mage only knows 2 types of magic, Shadow Arrow and Summon Hound. The Dark Mages don't see anyone appear, so they return to their normal state. He observes, satisfied with the result. Not bad, the line of sight trick works perfectly. The Dark Mages can't attack me from here. As expected, spells with cast times can't target anything out of sight. Step 1. Success. Moving on to the next step. Step 2. Take advantage of the moment the Dark Mages are casting. Kill the hounds. Next comes the most interesting part of this bug. The priority level of the Summon Hound skill is higher than Shadow Arrow, so the Dark Mages can only summon their hounds first. Just as Lao Mo predicted, all the Dark Mages immediately summon their hounds. The hounds gradually emerge from the magic circles. Lao Mo gets excited. It worked. I can actually exploit this bug perfectly. Because the Dark Mages can never select an attack target and suddenly switch from Shadow Arrow to Summon Hound, their logic gets confused. So they'll keep summoning hounds endlessly. Even if they run out of mana, they'll repeat this skill loop once they recover enough mana. This bug can spawn a massive number of hounds. In the end, I just need to kill the dark mages, and the hounds will die along with them. That way, I can instantly gain a huge amount of XP from hundreds of hounds. Now I can just take a nap and wait for them to slowly multiply. 8 hours later, outside the dungeon. All the names and candidate rankings are displayed. The crowd buzzes with gossip. Look quick! Senior Latintin actually became the first gun expert, so strong. She was just second a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye, she's number 1 at level 10. Footage of Latintin's battle is shown. The crowd keeps chattering as footage of swordsman Tun Ko at level 10 appears, successfully advancing in second place. Look! Senior Tun Ko advanced to swordsman. I wonder if he can defeat the final boss Zalin and touch the awakening stone. The top 10 are all taken by the rocket class. I want to get into that class for next year's exam too. Trungloi looks up at the leaderboard expectantly. Gradually, the elite students are revealing themselves. Where is that Trin Kiem Mak from earlier? What rank is he at now? However, the name Trin Kiem Mak immediately appears dead last. It makes him tremble with helplessness. What? Dead last? At that moment, everyone also suddenly remembers him and mocks him. That guy Trin Kiem Mak was just blind luck earlier. Even his number 1 spot was just a fluke. I told you so. How could a real genius stay undiscovered until his 3rd year? Trungloi is tense and worried for him. The dungeon only stays open for 12 hours. Based on his current leveling speed, he won't even hit level 6, let alone defeating the final boss Zalin to awaken his talent. Only 4 hours left until the exam ends. Suddenly, someone shouts, "Look! There's a change in first place!" Trungloi immediately sees what's happening. This Trin Kiem Mak! How in the world is he doing that? Rewinding to 1 minute ago, Lao Mo stretches, wakes up yawning loudly. A nap really hits the spot. So refreshing. He groggily looks toward the dark mages. There must be over 400 of them by now. That's terrifying. He's startled to see it. Damn, the number of hounds is way too high now? He pulls out an item. Gatling machine gun. Difficulty to use, none. County, weapon. One of the basic beginner weapons. Lao Mo excitedly readies his ammo. Let's see how many levels this many hounds can get me. Hound slaughter, commence. Saying that, he lays down endless suppressing fire on the dark mages. They are all taken by surprise and hit, obliterated in a single strike. The system pops up non-stop. Dark mage has been slain. Dark hound has been slain. Congratulations on leveling up. You've received 4 free attribute points. Lao Mo happily watches the hounds fade away along with the mages. Leveling up like this is so satisfying. Fighting them one by one is exhausting. The system panel announces, "Congratulations! Passive wave slash upgraded to level 2. When attacking, there is a 35% chance to trigger wave slash. Upon triggering, it transforms the attack into a sword strike on the enemy, dealing bonus damage equal to 16 times your strength attribute and grants invincibility for 3 seconds. Congratulations! Passive weapon switching skill upgraded to level 2. Weapon switching time for all weapons is permanently reduced by 40%. Lao Mo is surprised, so passive skills can level up alongside my own level. This passive growth potential is pretty strong. Once my level gets high enough, I wonder if it'll reach a 100% trigger rate. Outside the dungeon, the name board has also changed Trin Kiem Mak from dead last to first place. The crowd panics and discusses. In one minute, he went from last place straight to the top 10. Since when did our Jiang Than Academy have such a top-tier figure? What a monster. Level 13 could break into the national top 3. I've lived this long and I've never seen anything so absurd. Just who is this Trin Kiem Mak? Tru Ni Long, Trin Kiem Mak's homeroom teacher, boasts proudly. See that? That's my student. Isn't he incredible? But before he can bask in his pride, a murderous aura appears behind him, making him shrink back and lower his voice. Director? What's wrong? Trungloi furiously screams in Nilong's face. How do you usually do your job? Are you blind or something? Why didn't you report such a good seed earlier? True Nilong fearfully lowers his head. Yes, I apologize. I'm getting old to think I misjudged him before. Trinkia Max talent is arguably the strongest since the founding of Jiangthan Academy. Inside the dungeon, the system panel appears. Congratulations on reaching level 13. By surpassing level 10, you can choose to change class. Please select your choice. Lao Mo pauses to think. In my past life, I stood at the peak of heaven's apocalypse and obtained all the god-tier class titles, but there's only one path I've never walked before. That is the jobless, a special no-class path, the solo player. Solo players can use any equipment without class restrictions. Thus, diversifying equipment attributes is maximized, allowing limitless use. At the same time, you can tailor your playstyle to assemble a gear set with perfect stats. But the weakness is also very clear. Not enough damage. There are a ton of skills, but because there is no class promotion, most are only basic level skills. It can only satisfy you in the early game, but later on you'll be easily defeated by others. You absolutely cannot make up for it with just pure skill. But now I have a powerful passive system. All the fatal flaws of the solo player have been solved. I can definitely push this class power to its absolute peak. Without overthinking it, he directly clicks on it. The notification panel pops up. Because you have never distributed your free attributes, you are automatically bound to a unique hidden class for independent players, the Magic Controller. Binding 50%, 80%, 100%. Binding successful. Lao Mo immediately feels a massive surge of mana flooding his entire body. Hidden class, the Magic Controller. Outside, everyone can also see first place Trin Kiem, max choice, class change, solo player. Everyone cries to the heavens. Oh my god, I must be seeing things, right? Or does this boss have water on the brain? If he doesn't want that talent, he should just give it to me. Of all the things he could choose, why choose the trashiest of trash classes? Trong Loi is furious and berates Nilong harshly. True Nilong, such a great seed. How on earth do you normally teach him? Solo player? Is he treating this like a joke? Nilong trembles and replies, I'm innocent here. Trin Kiem Mac's goal was always Berserker before. Trong Loi regretfully pinches the bridge of his nose to relieve the pressure. Choosing a useless class like the solo player is equivalent to throwing his own future away. Trin Kiem Mac, what a foolish move. The crowd keeps arguing back and forth. Is the solo player really that bad? Maybe the boss has his own ideas. What do you know? Solo player. The biggest advantage is being able to use every class equipment and skills. In the early game, you can unleash endless combos depending on your opponent, offering a huge degree of freedom. But that's only fun in the early stages. In the mid to late game, because you can't advance, all skills remain at the novice level and your damage just isn't enough. You'll just get tortured by everyone else. Turning such a good hand into a mud pile like this. What's the point of talking about prospects with a dead-end class? Inside the dungeon. Lao Mo is completely thrilled with his new class. The solo player really suits me perfectly. I have the passive conversion system which perfectly offsets the fatal flaw of low damage. Add in my experience and skills from my previous life, I can absolutely push the solo player's power to the absolute limit. But this binding system, what is it exactly? Curiously, he clicks on the guide to read it. Lao Mo is surprised. The bound player cannot actively learn skills at academies or other institutions. They can only learn skills dropped by bosses. Each level grants 2 extra attribute points. All dungeons default to the highest difficulty, and clear rewards are increased by 1 tier. Lao Mo is stunned, reading it over and over. Can't actively learn. Can only obtain skills by defeating dungeon bosses. This is just. Then overjoyed to the extreme. It's too perfect. I've memorized the details of every single dungeon in Heaven's Apocalypse. This is an advantage that normal Awakened could never have. This binding thing is not bad at all. Right now, the most important thing is to raise my passive damage. First off, increasing my attack speed. A moment later, Trin Mac returns to the goblins with lightning speed, weaving through their ranks with ease, and neatly slaughtering them in silence. Lao Mo happily marvels. The stat increase isn't just a change in numbers, It's a real enhancement of my physical abilities. Attack, speed, agility, even crit rate. This world is seriously fascinating. The system panel pops up an item. Special prop dropped. Tome of Evil Intent. Lao Mo steps forward, picks it up, and guesses, this old book. Seems to be an item that triggers a hidden quest. He excitedly opens the book to take a look. I almost forgot about this interesting quest. Then there's no need to rush and kill the boss. I'll gather all the hidden quest items first, then we'll see. Outside, the system board clocks the exam time at just 60 minutes remaining. The exam is about to end. The students are gradually approaching the boss area, and welcoming them is the final challenge this time. The boss, Zalin. Only by killing it and touching the awakening stone behind it will they be considered to have passed the exam. The next unlucky guy arrives at Zalin's spot. Covered in mud and panting heavily, he looks at the final boss. So this is Zalin. I just need to defeat it to awaken successfully? Without overthinking it, he charges in. Zalin immediately unleashes its ultimate move, Sacrifice. He calculates. Sacrifice deals continuous damage to enemies while releasing a random weakening curse. It will lower the attacker's base stats. Being hit by Zalin's weakening status guarantees failure. But I'm very confident in my speed. I can kill the boss outright. But his hopes are immediately crushed. Two massive goblins step forward and send him flying. He trembles, struggling to stand up. But a wave of dizziness hits him. He sees Zalin looking at him with a demonic grin. He realizes, I'm done for. My base stats have been weakened. I can't dodge it. Cut to the exam hall. Many candidates have already been eliminated and thrown out. The guy who just faced Zalin is also quickly thrown out. The spectators gossip frantically. Isn't that guy in the top 50 of the entire year? How did he get eliminated? An elite class student has failed. In previous years, the exam ended with a level 10 elite boss. This year's dungeon requires at least a 5-man party to clear. Encountering this is just too unlucky. Isn't that the truth? When Zalin casts spells, its biggest fear is being approached and interrupted. But with 2 thick-skinned orc bodyguards beside it, how are you supposed to fight it? Wasn't this dungeon shelved for 10 years because it was too difficult? Why did Professor Liu reopen it? Cut to inside the dungeon. Lao Mo finally arrives at Zalin's area. He leans against a pillar, panting. Just gathering the hidden quest items alone burned up nearly an hour of my time. Luckily, no one has defeated the boss Zalin yet. Seeing a human, Zalin immediately chants a spell, and the 2 goblins lunge forward like wild beasts. Lao Mu strolls casually, slicing their arms off with 2 swift strikes. They look like they have tough skin and thick flesh, but their movements are quite fast. Too bad they're not as fast as me. He spins around before the goblins can even turn their heads, delivering 2 swift kicks right to their faces. The 2 goblins are sent flying yards away, causing a massive explosion. Without a single second of hesitation, Lao Mu dashes straight towards Zoran. Without the green-skinned beastman protecting it, Zoran can't move while chanting its spell. Zoran's sacrifice hasn't finished charging its energy yet. Lao Mu has already closed in on it. This means it's going to be a success. You're my live target. He then delivers a flying kick, launching it into the air. He pulls out his gun and aims directly at Zoran. There isn't much time left, so it's time for a quick and decisive victory. Firing a barrage of bullets relentlessly into its body, Zoran takes direct hits right in its vital spots. Lao Mo shoots until his ammo is completely empty. He gazes at his handiwork with satisfaction. 10 shots, all hit the mark. It seems he hasn't lost his past life skills as a mobile sniper. Zoran loses its ability to fight and crashes to the ground. At this moment, the 2 goblins behind him enter a berserk state and lunge to attack him. Lao Mo switches his weapon to a battle spear, flashing a smug smile. Leveling up this skill is really convenient. I won't leave any openings for you. Lao Mo ducks low and slashes twice at their legs. The bones inside are instantly shattered. Lao Mo laughs gleefully. A normal sweep would only cause a brief knockdown effect. But I'm so sorry, my sweeping strike kicks right into your weakest calf bones, snapping them completely. The difficulty of this dungeon lies in the synergy of the 3 monsters. Jaren's combat power isn't strong, but it's well protected by the 2 beastmen. Once the fight drags on until Jaren uses its sacrifice, it's impossible to win. He drags his spear and walks over to Jarin, who is trembling on the ground. Lao Mo coldly raises his spear to humiliate it. Now that you've lost the protection of your skull, you're just a fragile brain. You can't even withstand a single strike. With that, Lao Mo thrusts his spear straight into the back of Jarin's neck. Outside the grand hall, Luo Xingxing and Sumka step out, chatting as they walk. Sunka, it seems first place is safely in my hands this time. Congratulations, Xingxing. I failed this exam in the end, but it's a fair loss. Suddenly, both are startled to realize, wait, the name at the top of the list isn't hers. How is this possible? Only those who reach level 10 can change their class. Luo Xingxing's face darkens. Did I actually lose to that eternal dead last, Li Hong? The crowd tries to comfort her. Xingxing, don't rush it. First place is definitely yours. Yeah, how could a useless level 7 defeat 3 level 8 elite monsters? Li Hong definitely cheated. Director Zhang has already taken him to the Academic Affairs office. Sun Hung also quickly speaks up for her. Xingxing, those trashy students from the regular class would do anything dirty. Luo Xingxing thinks it makes sense and calms down slightly. Humph. If he cheated, then it's not surprising at all. At the Academic Administration office, an angry man slams the table and interrogates him. Li Hong, did you cheat or not? Li Hong replies, trembling like a leaf, no, I didn't. I was just performing better than usual. Lu Yanmin from the Jiangcheng Academy Education Committee, who has set the exam dungeon for class transfers 3 times, is the one currently interrogating Li Hong, still refusing to tell the truth. Just now I asked you about the boss skills and appearance in the dungeon, and you didn't even know, yet you claim you passed the exam by yourself. Do you want to be the first student expelled from Jiangcheng Academy? The academy will thoroughly investigate whoever helped you cheat. We absolutely won't let this slide. Seeing Lu Yanmin so fierce, Li Hong fearfully drops to his knees and confesses, Teacher Lu, it was my classmate Cheng Qianmo who helped me. This is all my fault, please don't punish him. He reveals the strategy Lao Mo gave him. Near the end here, take a right at the intersection to bypass all the monsters and head straight to the final boss. Since their line of sight is blocked, they won't attack you. You just need to touch the awakening stone as fast as you can, and you'll succeed. Lu Yanmin asks Zhang Lei in shock, Cheng Qianmo, does our academy actually have such a hidden genius? Zhang Lei, what are this student's exam results? Zhang Lei reports while holding up a tablet. Cheng Qianmo just set a historic record. He has reached level 13 but still hasn't come out of the exam yet. Here is the complete video recording of his exam process. The older man takes the tablet to review it. His eyes widen, sparking with excitement. Lu Yanmin laughs in delight. Bravo, Cheng Qianmo. His potential is truly limitless. At the exam hall, more survivors walk out. Luo Xingxing and Sun Ke came out already. They truly live up to the elite class's reputation. That's amazing. The crowd continues murmuring. Where's that level 13 Cheng Qianmo? Is he still not out yet? The exam ends in just 15 minutes. Even with a high level, it's useless if he fails the exam. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Lao Mo is standing in front of the awakening stone. He thinks to himself, once I touch the awakening stone, the exam will end, and I'll be teleported out of the dungeon immediately. I'll wait a bit before touching it. Let's finish the hidden quest first. Lao Mo pulls out all the hidden items, including the ancient text, obsidian flame stone, dead wood, crystal basin, and a broken sword. There's also the fiend hound's skull. He arranges them into a dark altar, muttering to himself as he works, gathering these 6 items. Can summon. A terrifying surge of power suddenly erupts. Demonic voice echoes. Who is it? Who dares to disturb my slumber? Lao Mo is ecstatic. It really is you, the hidden grand boss. Starved, Tammin, level 12 elite boss, demon tribe warrior. Tammin furiously summons his weapon. It was you? It'll kill you without mercy. He slams his sword into the ground, causing a massive collapse. Lao Mo anxiously retreats, then leaps away. The entire expanse of magma seems to be gradually covered up. Then, within the range of Tammin's strike, all the lava completely vanishes. Lao Mo is stunned. Truly worthy of being a hidden boss, his strength is way beyond Jarin's 3-man squad. Tammin's advantage is his overwhelming power, but his weakness is also glaringly obvious. He lacks agility. As long as I can execute a perfect crowd control combo to restrict his attacks, I can take him down. With that thought, he looks down at him and mocks. A clumsy oaf like you should just go back and train some more. Taman is provoked by Lao Mo's words. He stomps his foot hard and trudges heavily toward him step by step. Then he roars, "Kill, kill, kill." Lunging right at Lao Mo, he rummages behind his back, then throws Sand Splash, a basic warrior combat skill, causing Taman to fall into a blinded state. Sand Splash works by throwing sand at the opponent. Upon hitting the target, it reduces their accuracy and field of vision for 3 seconds. Even though Sand Splash deals no damage, against a heavyweight enemy like Taman, using it to restrict his movements is the most effective approach. Taman instantly activates his passive skill. Enduring for 1 second, he breaks free from the crowd control effect. Lao Mo shudders and marvels. He's truly formidable, worthy of the hidden boss title. But now is my turn to show off. Basic gear, self-destructing robot. First, he uses a sliding skill to get closer to his opponent. Taman is very heavy, so he can't be launched into the air with a slide kick. Therefore, the next move is the tackle skill, smashing right into his face, leaving Taman in a stunned state. Then grabbing him by the horns, using the basic dagger equipment to follow up with a backstab. And the basic warrior combat skill, a front kick right where he was just stabbed. At the same time, the beep 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 of the bomb goes off. Lao Mo grins wildly and gestures, detonate. A massive explosive tremor erupts instantly. Taman lies weak and struggling on the ground. Lao Mo stays on guard and immediately follows up with another strike. Don't even think about getting back up. Pinning his daggers straight into Taman's limbs, causing him to howl in agony. Lao Mo achieves a crushing victory. He steps forward, stomping on his head. No matter how strong you are, if you're crowd controlled the entire time, you won't deal any damage at all. Bye-bye. He sneers, pressing his gun right against his head, ready to finish Taman off. Seeing Lao Mo's ranking and levels skyrocket in an unbelievable manner. The crowd outside immediately grows frantic. Level 14. First place. Cheng Qianmo hasn't even awakened yet. He definitely cheated. The ranking is based on the order of clearing the dungeon, right? Come out and explain yourself right now. He's stalling and refusing to leave the dungeon. He must be feeling guilty. Anyway, once the exam ends, the dungeon will forcefully teleport everyone inside out. When that happens, we'll expose his lies. Lu Yanmin doesn't care about the gossip from the majority of the people in the stands. He chooses to believe in Qianmo, ignorant kids who don't understand that there's always a higher mountain. Zhang Lei observes Lu's demeanor and way of speaking, feeling somewhat surprised. He thinks to himself, it's been a long time since I've seen Commissioner Lu this excited. He seems very confident that this is Cheng Qianmo's true strength. 59 seconds remaining until the exam ends. Inside the dungeon, Qianmo has just successfully defeated all the bosses, activating the magic controller reward, increasing the clear reward by 50%. Since Taman was crowd-controlled the entire time, experience points are increased by 200%, granting over 30,000 EXP. Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 14. Hearing the system notification, Lao Mo pants in relief. All that time and effort spent on this hidden quest wasn't in vain. But I've already changed my class to a solo player, the magic controller. Will this awakening stone still work? With that said, Qianmo walks over and touches the awakening stone. Ancient text and light appeared, notifying him. Congratulations on successfully passing this exam. The talent you awakened is. Right after, a series of other ancient texts erupted like a massive tornado and surged entirely into his body. Conversion system upgraded to level 2. Current skill conversion count 23. Magic controller can add 1 passive conversion. Current count 24. Calculating clear rewards. Receive a pair of Voyager boots. Hidden boss kill reward. A beginner critical damage scroll increasing critical hit rate by 20%. Lao Mak gleefully accepted the gifts from the awakening stone. Pressing the selection panel, he muttered, 2 conversions. That I won't hold back. The system panel popped up, passive conversion successful. Passive Gatling gun. When using any weapon, there is a 25% chance to fire 10 Gatling bullets that will absolutely hit the target. Mak looked at his newly acquired abilities with satisfaction, carefully analyzing the skill's potential in real combat. Guarantee hits, huh? I can skip a lot of mechanics in future battles. Who knows, I might even be able to defeat higher-level monsters. When facing monsters above my level, all attributes are suppressed, especially accuracy and crit rate. Usually, you get killed before you can even win, but with this passive skill. As long as I stay alive, I can slowly chip away at high-level bosses. Conversions are limited. I need to pick the most efficient skills to maximize my combat power. He pondered for a moment before tapping the selection panel. Then for my next pick. Passive sweep. When attacking, there is a 10% chance to unleash an impact in a 2-meter fan-shaped area, damaging all enemies within range. Compared to skills that require immense power to knock enemies up, sweep only uses a fraction of strength and has a wide area of effect to hit multiple targets. It suits me much better right now. He dusted himself off and commanded, "System, bring up my status screen." After reviewing his stats, Lao Mak confidently prepared to leave the dungeon. My combat power is about to break 10,000. When the apocalypse hits the continent, it'll have the strength to fight back. Time to head out. Meanwhile, an announcement rang out outside. Exam concluded, closing the dungeon. Everyone instantly shielded their eyes, crying out, "Ah, what is this light?" As the light faded, they murmured in shock at the sight of him. "It's Trin Kia Mak." He awakened successfully and came out. Long Nanzyun stared at Lao Mak in astonishment. To think he actually succeeded. This kid's future is limitless. The crowd burst into a heated uproar upon seeing Lao Mak. Why doesn't he look excited at all? Is this how successful people act? What successful person? He's a fraud. Get out of Jiangthang along with Li Hon. Captain Liu, Trin Kia Mak's results are sketchy. Please annul his score. Lo Manzun said nothing more, leaping straight down from the observation deck and commanding, "Silence." Terrified, the crowd clamped their mouths shut, not daring to utter another word. Lo Manzun approached and asked Lao Mak skeptically, "Student Trin Kia Mak, did you really clear it?" He turned around casually and replied, "That's right, I cleared it." Overjoyed, Lo Manzun rushed over and threw an arm around his shoulder, showering him with praise. "Good, good, good. A true genius. Your first place is well-deserved. Your future is bright." However, La Tintin and Tan Qua couldn't take it and protested. "Captain Liu, Trin Kia Mak's results are clearly rigged. How could a dead last student clear it and rank first?" "Exactly. We demand an explanation. The Academy shouldn't deceive us." Seeing the two most popular students confronting Kia Mak, the crowd chanted in unison, "Show us the proof. Show us the proof. Expel the cheater." "Yeah, yeah." Unable to stand their ignorance, Lo Manzun scolded, "A bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. Fools." Within the time limit, student Trin Kia Mak defeated a level 12 hidden boss on top of what the rest of you did. If he doesn't take first place, should a bunch of idiots like you take it? La Tintin and Tan Qua paled in terror instantly. A hidden boss? Never heard of it. It's not even in the books. So how could Trin Kia Mak possibly know about it? And you still dare say this isn't cheating? Up in the stands, Teet Kum, homeroom teacher of the elite rocket class C, was also in disbelief. Seeing her students being berated, she schemed to intervene. A poor student from a regular class getting first place. Isn't this a slap in the face to our rocket class? What hidden boss? It must be cheating. I have to expose his lies in front of everyone. With that thought, she jumped straight down. She walked over to Tan Qua and La Tin Tin, chiming in, "Then why don't you share with everyone, student Trin Kia Mak, how you discovered the way to summon the hidden boss? If you can't say it, relying on cheats to rank high makes you unworthy of being a student of Jiangtang." Tan Qua's face lit up as he looked at his teacher. Miss Teet is absolutely right. However, Lao Mak, who never gave anyone the time of day, instantly rejected her. "Why should I tell you?" Rebuffed directly to her face, Teet Kum couldn't hide her irritation. "What?" The terrified students watched with their jaws dropped. She's the youngest homeroom teacher in the history of the rocket class, and Trin Kia Mak just humiliated her. He's dead meat. Miss T is fierce and decisive. She definitely won't let this slide easily. Seeing his homeroom teacher being made a fool of, he furiously drew his sword. "You're crossing a line. Who the hell do you think you are to talk to our teacher like that? I demand a duel with you." Seeing Tan Qua step up to challenge Lao Mak, the whole school erupted again. "Senior Tan Qua, teach him a lesson and vent our anger. Yeah, show him what the second best student in the school is truly made of. Such a poser." Lao Mak glared dead straight at Tan Qua. "A duel? You think you're worthy?" The furious crowd cursed at him. "Senior Tan Qua challenged you out of respect. All you do is show off and spout arrogant crap. You cheat." La Tintin also stepped forward to back up Tan Qua. "Student Trin, if you're so confident, what if I team up with Tan Qua? Are we worthy of fighting you then?" Lao Mak looked at the pair in front of him, utterly bored. And who are you again? Ignored by him, La Tintin blushed crimson with anger, only able to stammer, You. You don't even know who I am. In the beauty queen of Jiangtan Academy. Lao Mak picked his nose, completely indifferent. Never heard of you. Tan Kwa couldn't take it anymore. He angrily challenged him, You're too arrogant. Trin Kiam Mak, since you don't even care about our rocket class, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. I demand a deathmatch in the arena. T-Cum was startled by Tan Koa's words. An arena deathmatch is a mandatory duel among the awakened. Refusing counts as a forfeit and brings utter disgrace. But if he agrees. Even if Trin Kiam Mak cheated his way to first place, there's no way he's a match for Tan Koa. Kiam Mak agreed instantly without hesitation. Since you have a death wish, I'll play along to the end. Captain Lu stroked his beard, carefully assessing the situation. This kid's temper is even more aggressive than mine back in the day. Perfect. I'll use this chance to test his true strength. Falling right into his plan, Captain Lu approved the match. Since both sides have agreed to duel in the arena, this old man will build a stage for you. In a split second, a battle arena materialized out of thin air. He turned to remind Ton Kwa, I hope you can control yourself so you don't do something you'll regret. Ton Kwa respectfully complied. Understood, Captain Lu. Then he turned to Lao Mak. I, on the other hand, want to see what you're really capable of. However, Lao Mak arrogantly brushed him off, cutting him short. Save your breath. Don't waste my time. He then walked onto the stage. He looked down at Ton Kwa with overwhelming arrogance. Let's get this started. Ton Kwa was infuriated by Lao Mak again, releasing killing intent. You cocky brat, you'll regret this. He used max speed, and a ranked talent that boosts movement and attack speed by 50% for a brief moment, rushing toward Kiam Mak to attack. The crowd eagerly watched the match. Look, that's a swordsman's signature skill, Phantom Shift. Who knew Senior Ton Koa's talent could enhance and execute this skill so flawlessly? I can't even see where he is. Ton Koa confidently circled Lao Mak. I think you're only good at talking, Student Trin. Then, seizing the chance, he slipped behind him and swung his sword. Die. But Lao Mak easily dodged Ton Koa's strike. He smirked and asked, Is that all? The crowd was instantly in deep shock. How did Trin Kiam Mak dodge Senior Ton Koa's attack? Did you see that clearly? I couldn't see a thing. Didn't he only awaken an E-rank conversion talent? Does it also boost agility and reflexes? You've got to be kidding. Ton Koa retorted in disbelief. That was just a fluke. You might have dodged one strike, but you won't dodge my ultimate combo. Ton Koa unleashed a flurry of different skills to attack, starting the sweep, to push Lao Mak back, followed up with dash, combining it with a knock-up skill to launch Trin Kiam Mak into the air. Lao Mak looked down in mild surprise, seeing Ton Koa had used Phantom Shift to stealth. Then he appeared right above his head, swinging his sword down with a roar, I win. Aerial strike. A massive explosion occurred. The crowd cheered in joy, as expected of Senior Ton. A flawless combo with terrifying damage. Die, you cheating dog. Beautiful strike. The battle ended, and Ton Kwa, having exhausted quite a bit of energy, slumped down, panting heavily. No one can escape Mac's speed. Suddenly, a kick lashed out, smashing right into Ton Ko's jaw. Lao Mak hadn't been hit at all. Instead, he emerged completely unscathed to counterattack. The teachers were stunned, each lost in their own thoughts. What? I knew I wasn't wrong about this kid. Slightly annoyed, Lao Mak triggered his passive. Rending Wave Slash. One move was all it took to defeat Ton Quo. He casually stroked his sword, lecturing him. Your max speed is still hundreds of points lower than my agility. You're far too slow. The crowd was dumbfounded once again by the plot twist before their eyes. I didn't even catch what happened, and it's already over. Ton Quo is a top-tier genius, yet he was instantly taken down in less than 30 seconds. This level of strength. He looked down at La Tintin, haughtily asking, Do you still want to fight? She lowered her head in fear, murmuring, No. I am truly unworthy of dueling you. Thanks to that fight, all the students and teachers did a 180 and cheered for Lao Muk. Boss, we were blind to falsely accuse you of cheating just now. We apologize. You are my god. You guys switched sides really fast. You were just cursing him out and now you're groveling like crazy? Professionals always prioritize power. The strong are always respected. Trin Kiam Mak fully deserves to be Jiangtan's #1 genius. Senior, do you have a girlfriend? Can I get your number? La Tintin also saw him in a new light. Her face flushed as she shyly watched Lao Mak's back. I didn't expect Tring Kiem Mak to be this strong. Why am I feeling this strange sensation wanting some kind of relationship with him? Captain Lu was overwhelmed by Lao Mak's combat prowess, lost in his own thoughts. Lightning-fast reflexes, flawless skill timing. He's leagues ahead of me when I was his age. Perhaps. Tring Kiem Mak could become the legendary fifth awakening deity. This is a true genius. A seed this good must be kept in Jiang Thang at all costs. It didn't take long for Captain Lu to make a decision. He suddenly announced to the entire school, "On behalf of the Academy, I declare." Considering student Tring Kiem Mak's outstanding achievements, the school has decided to award him 1 million Blue Star coins and the special title of Heaven's Pride Scholar. At the mention of the Heaven's Pride Scholar title, from the students to the teachers, everyone was so deeply shocked their eyes nearly popped out. Lao Mak didn't know much about this title, he thought with some interest. But looking at their reactions, this title seems pretty badass. I wonder if I can exchange it for money. Trung Lo was flabbergasted. Our Jiang Thang hasn't had a Heaven's Pride Scholar in over 20 years. We once had one, and he's now a fourth awakening professional. A normal professional will only reach the second awakening in their lifetime, and the entire city of Jiang Thang only has a few people like Captain Lu at the third awakening. So giving this title to Tring Kiem Mak. T Cum froze as well, her mind racing. Means his future floor is at least a fourth awakening professional. I absolutely have to recruit a student with this kind of raw power to the rocket class. If I can become the teacher of a future fourth awakening professional, I'll have made a name for myself. She acted on the thought immediately. She walked up to Lao Mo, her face flushed like a young maiden in love, pressing her chest against his arm and speaking in a sweet kitten-like voice. Student Cheng, are you interested in becoming the class president of our rocket class? Plus, for the entire month before the exam, I can be your private tutor. The onlookers were all bursting with jealousy. Good heavens, Miss Xu Qin is my goddess. To have her as a private tutor, I'd die happy. This guy is so lucky today. He's literally ascending to heaven in a single step by getting straight into the rocket class. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Lao Mo annoyedly pulled his arm away from Xu Qin. He looked down at her with cold, disdainful eyes. You're not qualified to teach me. He arrogantly declared, not just you, but every single teacher in this Jiangsheng Academy is unqualified to teach me. Are any of you solo players? Xu Qin retorted angrily, you're only level 14. What makes you think I can't teach you? Lu Yanmin stepped in to stop her. Xiao Shu, let it go. No one has the professional expertise to teach him. After changing classes, we all abandon our starter skills. When it comes to the combo moves and techniques of a solo player, we have absolutely zero experience. Looking across the entire Xia nation, you won't find a single person who can teach him. Cheng Qianmo's future is destined to be faced alone. He turned and gently advised Lao Mo, student Cheng, the path of a solo player is full of thorns and challenges. I hope you won't regret this in the future. Lao Mo replied gratefully, yes, since I've chosen this path, I won't regret it. He thought smugly to himself, plus, I have the help of my passive system. Captain Lu reminded him. All right, since no one can teach you, I will approve your self-study. I hope you can shine brightly in the national exam a month from now. The national exam is a crucial test organized by the country to select talents. At that time, awakened from all over the nation will compete to see who is the absolute best. They will then receive resources and rewards corresponding to their ranks. Everyone looked at Lao Mo with mixed emotions. Self-study? No one in Jiangxing has ever had this privilege before. Cheng Qianmo is the first. Cheng Qianmo is so awesome. Lao Mo placed his hand on his chest in gratitude and continued, Thank you, sir. I was thinking the same thing, but I still have one question. Captain Lu nodded with interest. Go ahead. With permission, he asked bluntly without holding back, when can I get the 1 million Blue Star coins reward? After that incident, his name echoed across newspapers and TV stations. A genius suddenly appears and shines. An unprecedented level 14. Jiangshan Academy once again awards the title of Prodigy Student. Prodigy Student. Chen Qianmo shocks all of Jiangsheng with his outstanding achievements. Captain Lu's school also became more famous. Journalists swarmed in for interviews. May I ask which university student Cheng Qianmo plans to apply to in the future? With so many classes available, why did student Cheng choose solo player? Can we invite student Cheng Qianmo out for an interview? Zhang Lei, stepping up to face the press on behalf of the whole school, looked panicked. I'm sorry, student Chang is temporarily not at school. Transition to the Heavens Apocalypse Management Association. Lao Mu stepped into the testing machine for an evaluation. The login process for Heavens Apocalypse's system is quite comprehensive. The machine read his card out loud. Name: Cheng Qianmo, citizen of the Xia Nation. Level: 14. Third-year student at Jiangchen Academy, no criminal record. Identity verified. 100 years ago, a ferocious beast emerged from a virtual dimension and landed on the Blue Star. After slaughtering humanity, it retreated on its own. To fight against this great calamity, humanity discovered the main world of the Heavens Apocalypse continent within the virtual rift left by the beast, and found a way to freely enter and exit. This marked the beginning of an era of frantic training, with the entire population entering the Heavens Apocalypse continent. The Heavens Apocalypse continent gradually became a battleground for different classes across nations. Only awakened individuals with powerful talents could secure a place here. Compared to the simulated areas in schools, you can do so much more in the Heavens Apocalypse continent. Lao Mo quickly headed outside alone to enter other hidden dungeons. He knew clearly that the most important thing right now was to quickly reach level 20, so he could pass the national exam with absolute overwhelming power. Transition to the Shattered Archipelago. Recommended level: 13 to 18. Lao Mo stared in amazement at the city he had just teleported to. It looks exactly like the Heavens Apocalypse from my past life. This really brings back memories. After walking a short distance, he heard people calling out everywhere to form parties for grinding and leveling up. Lao Mo looked around as he walked. When they first enter the main continent, people usually try everything to hunt monsters and level up, but I have the advantage of my past life's memories. Naturally, I know I must start with the most special hidden quest on this map. Leveling efficiency is what matters most. He went to a desolate, run-down village and started rummaging through the ruins. A moment later, he found a letter. A notification panel popped up. Yesterday, while I was fishing by the beach, I suddenly saw a giant, dark shadow. But no one in the village believes me. Who can help me prove that there really is a dangerous dark shadow? Congratulations, you have successfully accepted the hidden quest, the Vanishing Dark Shadow. Quest type: Special. Difficulty: 3.5 stars. Description: by cutting the tails off mutated sea turtles, you can randomly fish up the mysterious dark shadow monster. Defeat it. Reward: unknown. Lao Mo gripped the paper tightly in excitement. With such a well-hidden location, no one else in this world besides me could possibly find it. Not only does this quest give a ton of experience, but the final reward is a divine artifact incredibly useful for beginners. At the Disaster Beach. Mutated Sea Turtle Zone, the main monster spawn point. All the players were gathered here, fighting the mutated sea turtles. Suddenly, someone acting out of line fired a magma fireball at other players. They even cheered awesome, as if celebrating a victory. A student who couldn't take it anymore stood up to curse at them. Ding Hang. School rules forbid fighting, yet you boldly violate them like this. Not only are you stealing our monsters, but you're also injuring others. The guy named Ding Hang arrogantly threatened, I was just fighting monsters. Magic has no eyes. All the monsters on this beach belong to us. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. The student from earlier was about to attack. This is a public area, not the private campus of your Ghost Academy. Kill. But before his aggressive spirit could burst forth, Ding Hang was already striking at him. He felt the sharp blade slice across his cheek, terrified before he could even comprehend the enemy's move. Ding Hang threw him a haughty look, as if looking at a tiny bug. What? If you're not convinced, you can try me. I guarantee you won't be able to kill a single monster. The other students, seeing the tense situation and knowing they were no match for the group, dragged each other away. Forget it, let's go. With our damage, we can't steal the monsters anyway, and we're just wasting our time. Let's go. They are students from Ghost Spirit Academy, ranked 10th in the Xia Nation. We can't mess with them. Someone spoke up indignantly, but was immediately pulled away. But they monopolized the monsters for EXP every day, leaving us stuck at level 3. Suddenly, a loud noise caught Yanner's attention. She reported to Ding Hang, Senior, there's a solo player fighting the monsters. Ding Hang saw Lao Mo and immediately felt annoyed. Another blind brat, and it's a trash solo player at that. Without caring who was right or wrong, he charged straight at Lao Mo to attack. Let me teach you a good lesson today. Don't even think about touching a single monster. He then signaled to his two companions, same old tactic. Allure the monsters, you two use Blizzard. Kill all these monsters, don't leave a single one for that guy. Yanner and Dewey Kwan immediately agreed and began casting their magic. Lao Mo was sharp. Based on his combat experience, he knew from afar exactly what Ding Heng's group was trying to do. You want to use the high AoE damage of mages to snatch all the kills, right? However, he easily analyzed the flaw in their plan. But in Heaven's Apocalypse, there's a monster ownership mechanic. Only the first person to deal a certain amount of damage to a monster gets ownership of it. Other players who kill the monster under someone else's ownership will receive 0 rewards. Maybe this method doesn't work for ordinary people, but unfortunately for you, you ran into me today. Thinking this, Lao Mo immediately switched his weapon to a dagger. Using the assassin's core skill Flash Step, he dashed forward with incredible speed. He fought while thinking, as long as I deal 3 times more damage than them, ownership will transfer to me. I also need to maintain the aggro without changing targets, chunk down their health, and snatch the monsters. If I change the aggro target, it'll be killed instantly. As a melee class, I have no way to defend against the projectiles of flying monsters. This will require properly manipulating the mage's crowd control skills. The onlookers witnessed the struggle between the two sides with nervous excitement. Everyone, look. There's a solo player charging into the mob of monsters. What is he doing? Don't tell me he's trying to steal monsters from 2 mages. Ding Heng smirked. Showing off. Do you really think a trash solo player's damage can steal back ownership? This is perfect. We can use our mage's AoE skills to kill you instantly. With that, he used the Blizzard skill, which came with a freezing effect, slowing down the frozen monster's movement speed. In the world of Heaven's Apocalypse, if a player dies, they face a level-down penalty, and if they die too many times, they can no longer be revived. Ding Heng's group laughed arrogantly. Haha, you brought this on yourself, you can't blame us. A trash solo player wanting to steal our monsters. This is what happens when you mess with our Ghost Spirit Academy. Everyone felt pity for Lao Mo and didn't dare to watch. They sighed wearily. As expected, relying on just a solo player's damage. Not only did he fail to steal the monsters, but he also dragged himself to his doom. Suddenly, Ding Heng's group spell was shattered. They were shocked. Huh? What's going on? Blizzard didn't kill him. The other players also looked over in surprise upon hearing this. How did he survive? The combined Blizzard unleashed by those mages is strong enough to instantly kill players of the same level. Ding Heng nervously gave another order. You two, quickly cast another Blizzard. Kill these monsters first. The two began casting Blizzard right over Lao Ma's head again. Meanwhile, he was using a Gatling gun to continuously blast the mutated sea turtles. Just now, I used my attack speed to trigger the passive Raging Wave Slash, dodging Blizzard's damage. I'm also using Blizzard's freezing slow to my advantage, deploying the Gatling machine gun to maximize my damage output while standing still. He calculated the probability of triggering the Gatling machine gun's passive is 25%, and every bullet has a chance to trigger it. He then immediately triggered the Gatling machine gun's passive. After successfully triggering the Gatling machine gun's passive, Lao Mo fired continuously into the mob of monsters. Everyone watched with glee as Lao Mo stole the monsters right out of Ding Heng's hands. The monsters were all stolen. Is the Gatling machine gun's damage really that high? The Gatling machine gun has an 8-second cooldown. How can he use the skill continuously without waiting for the cooldown? This is completely different from my impression of the solo player class. Meanwhile, Ding Heng's group stared with their jaws dropped. The ownership was snatched by a solo player. The casting time for Blizzard had just finished, bringing the spell crashing down, but Lao Mo remained calm and assessed the situation. The damage of the Gatling machine gun's passive is pretty strong. The timing is perfect. It turned out he had calculated the exact timing, turning the enemy's attack into a finishing blow on the monsters for his own benefit. The system immediately announced that Lao Mo had killed all the mutated sea turtles. He smirked at Ding Heng's group. You 3 idiots, thanks for the help. Ding Heng was furious, the veins on his forehead bulging clearly. I can't believe you stole all our monsters. I'm going to make you pay. The crowd burst into laughter, holding their stomachs. Haha, these 3 bastards failed to steal the monsters and got played instead. This is so satisfying. Daring to act like tyrants on the Heaven's Apocalypse continent, they really don't know their place. They just shot themselves in the foot. Yanner, keeping her cool, immediately pulled Ding Heng back and reminded him, Class President, don't act impulsively. His damage is even higher than the 3 of us combined. Would better be careful. Hearing her words, Ding Heng felt a bit intimidated and decided to save face by leaving. Cheng Xianmo, I'll remember your name. Well, meet again. Let's go. Unfortunately, Lao Mo wasn't exactly a righteous person. He always wanted to squeeze every last drop of profit. Lao Mo threatened them coldly, causing the three to freeze in fear. Did I say you could leave? Ding Hang turned around nervously, trying to speak softly to Lao Mo. Brother, you've already stolen the monsters, and we've given up our spot. What more do you want? Lao Mo, acting like a thug, ordered. Very simple. I'm giving you 1 minute to hand over all the loot you just picked up. Otherwise, go back and level up all over again. Xin Weichun shouted in anger, pointing his staff at Lao Mo. You're pushing us too far. So what if your damage is high? Even if I have to fight you to the death today, you're not getting a single thing from me. The crowd looked anxiously at the two sides clashing. Explosive fireball? As expected of the top 10 demon capital university, they're already teaching such high-level skills to freshmen. Even though God Cheng's moves just now were extraordinary, he's still just a solo player. He definitely can't block an attack of this magnitude. Why hasn't God Cheng made a move yet? If he waits for the cast to finish, it's going to be real trouble. Xin Weichun laughed triumphantly. Ha, you dog. You're so scared you can't even move, right? I thought you were so tough, but you're just an empty barrel making a lot of noise. Ha. After mocking and laughing for a good while, he unleashed a massive surge of power toward Lao Mo. Lao Mo calmly switched his weapon to boxing gloves. Using the fighter's core skill, dive dash, he shattered the opponent's attack. He then sped up to close the distance on Xin Weichun and unleashed his second move, Burst Punch, sending him flying. Lao Mo's speed was terrifying. In a flash, he had already slipped behind him, leaning his body, and then kicked him away, making him scream in pain mixed with a humiliating sense of defeat. The crowd was left dizzy and utterly bewildered, exclaiming endlessly, "What just happened? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? If I didn't see it wrong, that solo player just used a 3-skill combo in a split second. No way. Is this level of movement skill really something a level 14 can pull off?" Lao Mo lost his patience and gave Ding Heng's group a new order. I take back what I just said. Now, I not only want the materials you have, but I also want all the Apocalypse coins on you. You have 20 seconds left. Yanner, absolutely terrified, immediately squatted down and took out her items, obediently offering them to Lao Mo. I'll hand it over. Everything I just picked up, I'll give it all to you. Xin Weichun still struggled to his feet, having no intention of admitting defeat. How dare you humiliate me? I'm not done with you yet. Ding Heng lost his mind and immediately scolded him. You idiot! Haven't you humiliated yourself enough? He quickly took out his and Xin Weichun's items and handed them to Lao Mo. Student Cheng, we were reckless just now. Please accept these as an apology. He inspected their loot bags. 120 taels. I have to thank these idiots for saving me a few hours. Satisfied, he spared them. You can go. Ding Heng's group tucked their tails between their legs and fled in terror. The crowd, witnessing another miracle, couldn't help but marvel. Am I seeing things? Is this really a solo player? He actually defeated students from Demon Spirit Academy. I've never seen such an incredible solo player before. Thanks to his terrifying, overwhelming strength, men and women of all ages were completely captivated by Lao Mo. The boy who was brutally humiliated by Ding Heng earlier felt a sudden crush on him after seeing his revenge. God, please party up with me. You can be the leader. What party? Can't you see the god is collecting materials? Hurry up and make way for him. Right, let's leave. Disperse. Lao Mo watched them and chuckled inwardly. Ha, it's exactly like my past life. On this Heaven's Apocalypse continent, strength is everything. But this is fine, no one will bother me while I continue gathering materials for my quest. I'm still missing 239 taels. Looks like I'll have to pull an all-nighter today. Day 2 in the hidden dungeon. Lao Mo collapsed to the ground exhausted, finally collected all 400 taels. As expected of a hidden quest, it really drains your energy. I'm about to level up too. After allocating 6 free attribute points into agility, my agility has finally reached 100, a combat power of 10,000 points. Most freshmen would probably find it hard to achieve this milestone. Since everything is ready, it's time to complete the hidden quest and get my beginner divine artifact. Transition to Demon Spirit University. The voices of Ding Heng's group rang out. Yanner asked Ding Heng in confusion, "Class president, it's just dealing with one solo player. Do we really need to make such a big deal out of it?" Din Fan replied, "What do you know? Even though that guy is a freshman like us, his moves are incredibly mysterious. If we want to get rid of him completely, we absolutely can't let our guard down. How's the task I gave you guys going?" Yenmi and Dui Quan quickly reported, "Senior, I've already found someone to keep an eye on that Trinkia Mac. He definitely won't be able to escape. I've contacted the freshmen ranked in the top 30. Out of respect for the class monitor, they will all lend a hand." Din Hoan praised them in satisfaction. "Great job. So now we're just missing one last person." Yenmi asked doubtfully, "Are you talking about the provincial valedictorian, Kovan Fi?" Din Hoan nodded and replied, "That's right. They say he not only possesses an S-rank talent and abundant mana." His tone grew increasingly smug, but he also leveled up to 21 in just one short year, becoming the indisputably strongest freshman. Dui Quan looked at Din Hoan with concern and asked, "But some people also say he's very arrogant because of his strength and shows no respect to anyone." "Class monitor, can you really invite someone like that?" Din Hoan casually replied, "Humph. Who in this world doesn't care about money? If he says he has no interest in money, it just means we need to add more money." As they approached an area in the school, a massive explosion suddenly occurred, creating a powerful gust of wind. Witnessing this power, Din Hoan clapped endlessly, truly worthy of being the top talented student of Ma Lin Academy. To think you could cast such a powerful bursting fireball. The person just mentioned cast a beast-like glare at Din Hoan and wondered, "Oh, this martial arts hall has been abandoned for months with no visitors. I wonder what business the young master of the wealthiest Din family in Thien Hai has here." Din Hoan didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Since classmate Ko already knows me, I'll be blunt. I have a battle plan and would like to invite you to join." But before he could finish his sentence, the male student refused. "Not interested." Din Hoan immediately became anxious and tried to persuade him. "Classmate Ko, blame me for not being clear, but I won't let your efforts go to waste. Are you about to reach the second tier? I can offer you all the class advancement materials on a silver platter." But he still coldly refused. No need. Din Hoan threw his pride away, trailing after Ko and pleading, "Don't go. Classmate Ko, to be honest, I want you to help me teach a student a lesson this time. Just name your conditions. He bullied us way too much yesterday. He's just a level 14 student, but his true strength is unfathomably high. Even with the three of us teaming up, we still aren't his match. Ko lost his patience and shooed him away. Get out of my way." Din Hoan gnashed his teeth as he glared at his back. Then he pulled out his trump card. Not only that, the guy is just a solo player. Hearing that, he immediately grew interested and turned around abruptly. "A solo player? Interesting. I thought all the students here were trash. Finally, I've met an opponent who piques my interest this time." He was none other than Ko-Fi Thien, level 21 talent. At the Chu family fishing shop, Lao Mac opened the door with a jingle and called out, "Boss, where are the best fishing rod and bait in the shop? Bring them out for me to see." He observed the shop while thinking. Collecting severed tails is only the first step of this hidden quest. The next step requires top-tier fishing gear. Luckily, I have the 100 gold coins from those 3 idiots, so I won't have to exchange the blue star coins the Academy rewarded me with. The boss sluggishly took off his reading glasses, not even giving Lao Mac a proper look, and answered dismissively, "Young man, all the goods in our shop are on the price list. Whatever catches your eye, I'll get it for you." The boss sneered inwardly. "Humph, looks like he's just a rich meathead. To truly understand fishing gear and bait, compatibility is the most important thing. Who just walks in and demands the most expensive items?" Lao Mac stepped forward, glanced at the price list, and made his request without overthinking. "Boss, your rods and baits aren't of the highest quality. I can only pick out a few decent ones. Then I'll take the exquisite purple bamboo fishing rod and 10 top-grade mudworms." Hearing Lao Mac's words, the boss jolted and sat bolt upright. What? He picked out the perfect matching set in the shop in less than a minute. Besides, from his tone just now, it seems like he's dealt with much better quality fishing gear before. The boss speculated as he trotted out from behind the counter. Could this person be a master angler? But even if he started fishing in the womb, he couldn't possibly possess such extensive fishing knowledge. His attitude suddenly completely changed, warmly introducing himself to Lao Mac. "I am Chu Ha. I can see that you have some expertise, dear customer. Could it be that your family specializes in fishing in Heaven's apocalypse?" Lao Mac calmly replied, "No, fishing is just a hobby of mine." He thought to himself, looks like the boss misunderstood. In my past life, this pair was the best starter gear. Almost everyone had it. Chu Ha offered, "Young man, I feel a sense of affinity with you. How about this? I'll give you a discount on the items you want and only charge you 10 gold coins." He craftily schemed in his mind, Even if his family isn't in the fishing business, his background is definitely not simple. If there's a chance to build a connection, why wouldn't I take it? The boss quickly grabbed Lao Mac's hands in a welcoming gesture. If you catch anything good in the future, you can bring it to me to sell. I absolutely won't let you lose out. The scene shifted to a beach swarming with mutated monsters. Lao Mac stood alone on a high cliff. He gazed quietly into the distance. I have the sea turtle's tail and the fishing gear too. Now I'm only missing one last item. I remember in my past life on the small island opposite here, a new rare boss would spawn every 72 hours. Even though it's not far from the beginner village, normally beginners wouldn't be able to defeat that boss, so probably very few people ever step foot there. All I want is the item dropped by that rare boss, an item that a player can equip permanently. This is a crucial piece to ensure the success of the Vanishing Black Shadow quest. Without hesitation, he leaped from where he stood straight into the sea. Hearing the noise, everyone immediately turned to look and gossip wildly. Damn it, why would someone jump into the sea? You must know that on the Heaven's Apocalypse continent, a person can usually only stay underwater for 2 minutes. Exceeding that time limit will drain your HP, deducting 10% of max HP each time. No matter how much HP you have, you'll die instantly in a maximum of 10 seconds. Moreover, you'll have to face attacks from beasts underwater. On top of that, the death penalty on the Heaven's Apocalypse continent is extremely severe. So unless necessary, no one would easily jump into the water. This guy is insane. The situation underwater is much more complicated than on land. I've never seen a beginner dare to go into the sea alone. Isn't he afraid of encountering unknown demonic beasts? Meanwhile, the men sent by True Yen Mi were secretly tailing Lao Mac. One of the more cowardly thugs asked the leader boss, they say going into the sea is very dangerous. Should we follow them? The greedy boss, unaware of his own limits, still wanted to charge blindly after him. If you want returns, you have to take risks. The remaining money that True Yen Mi promised to pay could let us live well for a few years. Besides, I've already asked around. There are no particularly dangerous monsters in the nearby waters. Well, find a secluded corner, then immediately go into the sea. The lackey complied with a yes, sir. The scene shifted to somewhere on the shattered archipelago. Lao Mac stepped ashore alone, walking leisurely. The two men had also managed to trail him. The boss gave instructions. Let's choose this spot. This island is very small, it wouldn't even take 10 minutes to walk around it, so would easily be spotted if we go up there. True Yen Mi gave us so much money, that person's strength is definitely not to be underestimated. We must not clash with him directly. The lackey gleefully obeyed, yes, boss. We'll hide behind this coral reef. As long as he wants to return, he definitely won't escape our sights. At an altar inside the shattered island, Lao Mac had finally arrived. This is the place. Just as he stepped lightly onto it, the monster sensed his presence and emerged. He excitedly took out his beginner's weapon, one of the basic gears that beginners carry. Looks like my luck isn't bad. Right in front of him was the sticky radioactive dust, a level 18 rare elite creature, HP 3,500. Lao Mac casually greeted it. Long time no see, sticky radioactive dust. Then he blasted an attack toward it. The radioactive dust's HP continually depleted and it growled furiously. Then it rapidly regenerated its body, shooting out a green liquid. Lao Mac hurriedly dodged it. Corrosive mud. You're using your ultimate move right off the bat. If I remember correctly, if hit by corrosive mud, movement speed drops by 30% and it inflicts a debuff, reducing damage by 50 points, which can stack multiple times. With my current attack power, a single hit would cost me more than half my output. This is not something I can endure. Lao Mac calculated meticulously, nimbly dodging the attacks from the radioactive dust. He switched his weapon to the long sword. Then he used wave-splitting slash on it. He continued by triggering the wave-splitting slash passive, striking it repeatedly, draining 125, 126, and 131 HP. The radioactive dust went berserk and unleashed another ultimate move. Sensing danger, Lao Mac immediately leaped high to avoid the radioactive dust's attack range, then switched his weapon to the Gatling machine gun. This is a radioactive cloud. Contact causes poisoning, leading to continuous HP loss every second. Even though this boss excels in using multiple AoE skills, it struggles with close-range attacks. But conversely, its movement is very slow. This is its fatal flaw. Lao Mac excitedly activated the Gatling gun's passive, firing a continuous barrage of bullets into the back of the radioactive dust. A large boulder collapsed due to the sheer force of the gunfire, and crashed completely onto the radioactive dust. Lao Mak landed successfully. It's done. Because the radioactive dust was defeated, a weapon appeared. Watervine Staff, flawless quality. Spirit +8, durability 100,100. Item level 20. Equipment effect. Allows the user to breathe freely underwater without restriction. Lao Mak happily took the staff. Not bad, the effect is exactly the same as in my past life. Now everything is prepared. Next up is the time to fish for that vanishing black shadow. Next will surely be a fierce near-death battle. After all, it's the strongest hidden boss in the beginner village. Everything I've done prior was just to boost the quest's success rate. Suddenly, he sensed something and cast a sidelong glance. Then he smiled faintly. Since yesterday, I've noticed those two sneaky guys tailing me. Humph, if you're so patient, then keep waiting. Activating the Watervine Staff's effect, which allowed him to breathe freely underwater without restrictions, Lao Mak jumped straight into the water and swam away. The other two men were still hopelessly searching for traces of Lao Mak. The lackey whined exhaustedly. I can't take it anymore, boss. It's been 4 hours. My skin is all wrinkled. Could he have run away? The boss raised his voice in disbelief. Impossible. The other side of the island is the endless ocean. If he wants to return to land, he has to pass through our spot. Suddenly, the lackey had an idea. Boss, let's go up there and take a look. Could there be some monster up there that already killed him? If so, we could claim this bounty for ourselves. But contrary to their expectations, no matter how hard the two searched, they couldn't find Lao Mak. A chilling sensation began to rise. Where did that guy go? We searched the whole island and still can't find him. Damn it! How did he escape? They immediately contacted Yen Ni. Miss, this is bad. That guy Trin Kia Mak has vanished into thin air and escaped. Have we offended some deity? This plan is completely ruined. The scene shifted to the fishing spot in the ruined archipelago. Lao Mak leisurely carried the fishing rod on his shoulder and walked to his destination. Everything is ready. Next, I must catch the fish to trigger the next quest. I recall the spot to fish for the vanishing black shadow should be right here. He was a bit surprised to see someone else there besides himself. Huh? Someone already took the spot. Upon closer inspection of the old man, all of his information was concealed. Lao Mak was horrified. How is this possible? To think I can't even see his stats. You have to know that on the Heavens Apocalypse continent, unless the level gap is astronomically huge, the lower-level party won't be blocked from seeing a higher-leveled character's information. Suddenly, the old man turned around to speak to him, and Lao Mak immediately entered a combat stance. Little friend, are you here to fish as well? Come over here, I'll yield this spot to you. Young man, it's good to be vigilant, but given your current strength, killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand. If you want to fish, just sit down here. Lao Mak didn't say much. He walked over and sat next to the old man. I'll just fish for a bit first. Once he leaves, I'll do my quest. The old man also quietly observed and evaluated him, neither insecure nor arrogant, to show not a hint of fear before me. It seems this kid has some guts. 2 minutes later, the system chimed. Congratulations, you have successfully caught a 4-kilogram grass-eating fish. Lao Mak excitedly stored the fish in his basket. Not bad luck. The very first fish already weighs 4 kilograms, he thought to himself. In my past life, my fishing skill was always maintained at the highest level. The old man casually praised, Young man, you've got some good luck. A minute later, the system chimed again. Congratulations. You have successfully caught a 4.75-kilogram red maple fish. Congratulations. You have successfully caught a 4.1-kilogram grass-eating fish. The old man was shocked to the point his eyes rolled back. Huh? I've been sitting here for half a day and caught nothing. How on earth is he doing it? The old man looked excitedly at Lao Mak and proposed, I truly never expected this. This old man has roamed the fishing world for many years, yet to meet a prodigy like you in this place. Could you perhaps give me some pointers? This old man would be deeply grateful. Lao Mak felt a twinge of guilt and thought, your skill isn't even on par with a beginner's, yet you dare claim to have roamed the fishing world for years. Seems you're the type who is both a noob and delusional, huh? But thinking one thing and saying another, he cupped his hands politely. Senior is flattering me. In that case, I will take the liberty to offer a suggestion regarding Senior's bait combination. After a while, the old man burst into joyful laughter. Ha ha, you truly are a rare prodigy. To have such extensive fishing experience at your age, this old man is in awe. However, based on my observation, you don't just have outstanding fishing talent. Your personal capabilities far exceed your fishing skills. It's just that I don't know." He suddenly trailed off and thought, "Let's test him out." The old man exuded a terrifying aura and reached his hand toward Lao Mak, who immediately noticed. He retreated backward to keep a safe distance, summoning the Gatling machine gun. The old man asked him, "Why do you want to walk the path of a solo player?" Without a shred of fear, Lao Mak slung the machine gun over his shoulder and replied imposingly, "The path of a solo player. Why wouldn't I be able to walk it?" Seeing his response, the old man didn't probe any further and immediately concluded, "This old man understands." Possessing such extraordinary talent, even if you choose the path of a solo player, one day you'll reach a peak that no one else can touch. The old man proposed, "Young man, are you willing to take me as your master?" But Lao Mak immediately refused. "Thank you for senior's kind intentions, but I want to walk this solo player path by myself." The old man nodded in satisfaction and threw an object to him. "If you are so determined, this old man won't force it. If one day you change your mind, I will always welcome you with open doors. Keep this ring. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can contact me anytime or look for me at the Management Association." Lao Mak looked at the ring in his hand in confusion. What era is this, to still be giving tokens? Meanwhile, Yen Ni was exchanging messages with the two goons tailing Lao Mak. They reported, "Miss True, we finally tracked down Trin Kiem Mak. His current coordinates are 3,873, 4,522, and he's just relaxing and fishing right now." Upon receiving the news, she immediately replied, "Everyone move out quickly. Gather at the Tianhai City Management Association in 10 minutes. At the Ma Lin Academy Management Association. Din Han's group led a massive crowd, drawing the gaze and gossip of everyone in the school. "Oh my god, what day is it today? A group of top students from Ma Lin Academy is actually gathering here. Quick, look, isn't the guy leading them Din Han, the young master of the Dean family? You haven't seen anything yet. Isn't the most formidable one Ko Van Fee walking at the very back? He's the absolute best among the freshmen. This lineup is terrifying. Are they teaming up to take down some powerful wild boss?" Dean Han laughed triumphantly and smugly. "Today is the day Trin Kiem Mak dies." Dean Han turned to Ko Fi Thien with a warm smile. "Classmate Ko, I'll be counting on you later." Ko Fi Thien nodded in agreement, but had his own calculations in mind. "I'll let this group test the waters first. If he's truly as formidable as Dean Huan says, then I'll definitely give him a proper fight." Xu Chuang, a level 34, second awakening staff member of the Management Association, mingled among the students and reported externally. Boss NGO, just now Din Huan led a group of about 20 people into the Heavens Apocalypse continent. Do you think something big is going to happen? NGO Trung Loi, a mid-level official of the Tianhai Management Association on the other end of the line, was startled upon hearing this. "What? Chu Trong, hurry up and follow them. If anything serious happens, report to me immediately. That brat from the Din family causes trouble every single day. He better not stir up any huge mess today." Scene shifts to the ruined archipelago. Lao Mak sat alone fishing with 39 tail pieces remaining. He thought to himself, no way. 400 tail pieces to hook a dark shadow was the highest recorded amount in my past life. Could someone as consistently lucky as me suddenly turn unlucky? Suddenly, Din Wan's voice rang out from behind. "Trin Kiem Mak, it's been a while. I'm afraid you won't be catching any fish today." He leisurely turned around and teased. "Oh, isn't this the trash trio?" "What? Brought more people because you couldn't beat me. I didn't expect the prestigious Ma Lin Academy to have such a unique learning style." Kofi Thien smiled excitedly at Lao Mak. "So he's that solo player. How interesting." Din Wan flew into a rage and cursed him. "Damn it, you've got a sharp tongue. After insulting our Ma Lin Academy, do you think you can get away easily? Today we're going to send you straight back to level 1. Suddenly, the system warned. An unidentified object had taken the bait. Lao Mak happily pulled up the rod. It's finally here. A gigantic monster unexpectedly surfaced from beneath the water. Everyone froze in terror at its appearance. What kind of monster is this? Could it be a hidden boss? I'd never seen it before. Don't tell me Trin Kiem Mak fished it up. That monster was Prince Nazjak, a level 22 elite leader of the Naga tribe. HP 6,000. Kofi Thien stared at it in disbelief. A level 22 elite leader. Even I would hardly be able to fight it alone. Could it be somehow connected to that level 15 solo player? Tan Dui Quan suddenly shouted, "Class rep, this is a rare boss. It's perfect since we have so many people today. If we kill it, it's bound to drop incredible treasure." Lao Mac didn't care and tossed all the remaining turtle tail pieces towards Din Hon's group. "Humph, it'll drop treasure all right, but you'll need to stay alive to claim it." The monster immediately caught the scent of food and lunged towards Din Hon. "Damn it, it's charging over here." A single snap from the monster caused the surrounding ground to collapse. Kofi Thean immediately cast Frost Binding. Suppressing Prince Najak, he signaled, "Now, attack the boss." Everyone frantically unleashed their skills at Prince Najak. Din Huan seized the chance to dash away. As expected of classmate Ko, only with your level can we hold back Prince Najak. That bastard Trinkeem Mac actually tried to sabotage us. I'll take a few guys to kill him first, then come back to help you later. Lao Mac observed with a hint of praise, 3 magic swordsmen to hinder my movements, and 3 mages in the back to support. Huh? This Din Huan is somewhat tactical after all. But any complex tactics are just pointless efforts against me. Fearlessly, Lao Mac pulled out his spear and used the sweeping counter skill, sending the 3 charging swordsmen flying back. He then swapped his weapon to Shuriken and used the basic assassin skill, Shuriken Throw. He threw the darts at the 3 ranged mages. He swapped back to the one-handed sword again, using Full Moon Slash to finish off those 3. The group lay prostrate on the ground in shock, looking up at Lao Mac. Why is his weapon-swapping speed so fast? Even a solo player shouldn't be able to execute such smooth transitions. I've met solo players before, and the time between their weapon swaps was at least twice as long as Trin Kiem Max. Just how is he doing it? Just then, due to its low health, the boss forcibly broke out of crowd control and entered its enraged phase 2. It roared, "Hateful humans! Drown in endless torment!" Then, one of its attacks crashed down, shattering the entire island. Everyone sank beneath the water. Lao Mac was thrilled. It's finally entered phase 2. Underwater is my true playground. Prince Najak entered phase 2. State, invincible, immobilized. Time remaining, 30 seconds. Yen Ni and Dui Quan panicked. "Class rep, what do we do now? This terrain is not suitable for us mages at all. None of us can stay underwater for too long. We have to surface for air every 2 minutes. Class rep, why don't we just leave? If we leave Trin Kiem Mac here alone, Prince Najak will definitely take care of him." Din Wan was furious. Such terrible luck! It was so hard to gather this many people, yet we encounter such a freakish boss. Is God actually trying to help Trin Kiem Mac? It's so unfair. Suddenly, Ko Pi Tien spoke up. "You all can leave if you want, but I must meet that solo player." Din Wan immediately had an idea. "Perfect. As long as Ko Van Pi is here, we still have a chance." He turned and coaxed his brothers. "Everyone, if we were feeling the pressure now, Trin Kiem Mac is in the same boat. Let's ignore attacking Prince Najak for now and prioritize striking Trin Kiem Mac. As long as we can kill him, I'll double the rewards for everyone." Hearing Din Han's words, they all exchanged sinister smiles. Then they turned to ruthlessly pursue Trin Kiem Mac. Lao Mac scoffed contemptuously. "You're standing on my home turf, yet you still want to kill me?" Quick as lightning, Lao Mac dodged every single attack from Din Han's squad. He calculated, the boss's 30-second countdown is almost up. I can't waste any more time tangling with them, or even I will get trapped here. Then he continued diving deeper. Din Wan was astonished. He disappeared. Is he seeking his own death? Underwater breathing time is only 2 minutes. With him swimming that deep, does he think he can make it back up later? Prince Najak's Phase 2, State, Invincible, Immobilized, ended. Only then did Din Wan realize it. We're doomed. I didn't even realize that underwater the most terrifying thing isn't Trin Kiem Mac. It's... Just as he looked up, Prince Najak unleashed the deep-sea tornado skill. Everyone panicked and tried to dodge it. What is this bizarre power? I can't control my body anymore. Damn it, if we get sucked to the seabed, we definitely won't be able to swim back up after 2 minutes. Help! I don't want to die. Kofi Thean used explosive fireball art to strike it in the face. He was shocked. How is this possible? At my level 21, how could a full-powered explosive fireball not even deal half its usual damage? Din Huan and the others were terrified. This is bad. Fire-attributed magic has its power significantly reduced underwater. With our current skills, there's absolutely no way to fight it. Hurry up and leave. Staying alive is more important. Din Huan urged him, classmate Ko. Trin Kim Mak is dead for sure underwater. Let's retreat first. Ko Thien was reluctant, but had to agree. I'll challenge him again next time. Fall back. However, Prince Nazjak had already caught up right behind the group. It growled, "You foolish humans angered me, yet you still want to run away?" It shot out a glacial stream, freezing all the players. Kopi Thien angrily cursed, "Damn it!" Din Huan was also frozen in place, stammering in fear. "No, no!" Trin Kim Mak, I'm not done with you yet. Just wait until I resurrect. I will definitely chop you into 1,000 pieces. His system announced. Your oxygen timer has run out. Death countdown. 10 seconds remaining. Suddenly, he froze, then bellowed, What? How are you still alive? Lao Mak stood outside and flashed him a mocking smile. As Din Huan and his gang sank deeper into the abyss, he cried out in grief and indignation. No, Trin Kim Mak, you won't die a peaceful death. Waiting for everything to settle, Lao Mak confidently confronted the monster. Now, it's our turn on stage, Prince Najak. Prince Najak didn't waste words and shot out another glacial stream. Lao Mak immediately used the basic Qigong skill, Nen's Shield, enveloping his entire body to block a single attack. He easily escaped Prince Najak's frost attack. He calculated, what I need to do next is quickly close the distance with the boss, then equip the Strider boots. The reward from before can be put to good use right now. Lao Mak switched to his one-handed sword and launched an attack. Right now, even though I'm only level 15, equipping these boots grants 10 Attra points, which is equivalent to level 17. Plus, with the 1.5 times natural attribute effect of the magic controller, it's enough to reach around level 25. Prince Nazjak possessed crushing enhanced damage. Lao Mak swiftly thrust his sword into the top of the monster's head. It shrieked in fury, You damned pestilent human, I will kill you. After being thrown back, Lao Mak quickly swapped his sword for the Gatling machine gun, triggering the Gatling machine gun passive, crushing enhancement, and critical burst damage. Rain bullets onto Prince Nazjak's face like no tomorrow. Prince Nazjak's health plummeted rapidly. He glared at it coldly. Perfect. You only have 110 health points left now. It's time to end this. Prince Nazjak roared in indignation. Damned human! Don't you dare dream of getting anything from me! I will drag you down to hell with me! But Lao Mak remained unfazed. He chuckled. Then we'll have to see if you can even survive long enough to reach me. As soon as he finished speaking, a shuriken flew in from out of nowhere, shaving off its remaining 120 health points. Prince Nazjak immediately exploded to pieces. The system panel also announced, Congratulations, you have completed the hidden quest, Vanishing Dark Shadow. You received 97,588 experience points for this quest. You have reached level 17. A shining treasure chest appeared. Lao Mak gleefully claimed it. It's finally mine. He swiftly returned to the shore and opened the chest. The system panel announced, Congratulations, you have received an epic grade accessory, Tidal Charm. Can activate the skill, Soul Shock. Can unleash Soul Shock on the current target, stunning it for 4 seconds. Cooldown time 2 minutes. Note, item level is not a requirement for equipping. It is a rating value assessing the quality of the equipment. The higher the number, the better the quality. For equipment with no specified level requirement, there is no equipping restriction. Lao Mak flashed a devilish smile as he took the charm. With this Tidal Charm, I now have another trump card for killing. This Soul Shock skill has the ability to bypass all restrictions like level, monsters, humans, and more. This means that in the future, when I face opponents of the same level, I will be invincible. I might even be able to face enemies who are more than a dozen levels higher head-on. Scene shifts to the Jiangthan City Education Department. A man's voice rang out. I do not agree to give this year's direct admission quota to Trin Kiem Mak from Jiangthan First High School. It was Li Thien, a third awakening expert. He asserted. He broke Jiangthan's record and reached level 14, something unprecedented in history. If we don't give it to him, then who do we give it to? The man opposite Li Thien retorted. I admit he is an outstanding genius, but he didn't undergo job advancement. He chose the path of a solo player. He stood up and slammed the desk, his voice growing louder with each word. We only have one direct admission quota in Jiangtan. How can we waste it on a student with such a bleak future? I, Wang Tianfong, officially and resolutely object. I absolutely disagree. Li Tian was no pushover either. He also stood up, slammed the desk, and fired back. Who doesn't know that you, Wang Tianfong, have a grudge against Officer Liu? Do you really have to mix personal vendettas with official business here? Suddenly, the sound of clapping echoed, silencing the room. A man pushed up his glasses and explained, actually, resolving this issue is quite simple. Originally, before this outcome was even discussed, it was already decided to give the quota to Li Dao Nak from Fanghua High School. Not only did this student reach level 12 in the exam, he even awakened an S-rank berserk spell casting talent, and his profession is a curse mage. Such a combination can be considered the absolute best for a first awakening professional. It's just that afterwards, Trin Kiem Mak suddenly emerged so brilliantly, which is why everyone sat back down to reevaluate the issue. The best way is to let the two of them duel it out. The winner will directly receive the quota. How about it? Back at Chu He's fishing bait shop, he crawled out from behind the counter dripping with sweat. Mr. Trin, apologies for the wait. My staff just finished tallying all the fish you caught. A whopping 637 kilos. Sir, could you be the reincarnation of the fishing god? Chu Ha said as he handed over a wad of cash. How about this? I'll increase the buying price by 30%. Here's the payment for your goods, please count it. Lao Mak looked at the pile of money Chu Ha brought with satisfaction. Not bad, it actually sold for a whole 48 gold coins. This Heaven's Apocalypse continent truly is a treasure trove. Suddenly, the TV news broadcast came on. Good morning to all the viewers sitting in front of your screens. We are currently at Jiangthan Academy to broadcast live for you. Lao Mak muttered in confusion. Jiangthan Academy? Hearing this, Chu Ha immediately turned around and chimed in. Mr. Trin, you know about this too. It's been on the front pages of Jiangthan constantly lately. Rumor has it that Jiangthan Academy and Fangho Academy are organizing an exchange match to fight for the direct admission quota. Upon hearing this, he immediately pulled out his phone to check. Direct admission quota? Exchange match? Why did no one tell me about such an important matter? Then Lao Mo suddenly remembered after seeing over 100 missed calls from Jiang Lei. All right, no wonder I didn't get any notifications. Because of the previous exam results, I was getting countless nuisance calls every day, so I had to block all incoming calls. Let's see what's going on first. The TV continued broadcasting. This exchange match consists of two parts, divided into a 10-point team match and a 20-point survival relay. The school with the highest total score will win the direct admission quota. The team match will be 5 versus 5, and the survival relay will have each side send out 20 players, taking turns entering the arena until one side is completely wiped out. Now, please give a warm round of applause to welcome the players participating in the team match. The scene shifted to the arena. First up is the team representing Jiangsheng Academy, consisting of the fighter, mage, gunner, priest, and berserker classes, all at level 10. On the other side is the team representing Fanghua Academy, consisting of a swordsman, knight, sorcerer, assassin, and a novice. Except for the level 12 sorcerer, the rest are all level 10. The match was about to begin, and the atmosphere in the arena visibly heated up with cheers echoing from both sides. Sister Luo. Goddess Luo, go for it. Look, everyone, that's Li Daoyu, the strongest genius of Fanghua Academy. He's already level 12. Humph, no matter how strong he is, he can't be as strong as our academy's student Cheng. Speaking of which, where is student Cheng? Why haven't we seen him these past few days? Up in the stands where the high-level professional judges sat, Wang Tianfeng sneered. Was Cheng Qianmo too scared to show up? Ha ha ha. Commander Lu wasn't worried at all, calmly replying, "Don't worry. I believe he will definitely come." Down in the arena, Dao Yu arrogantly mocked the Jiangsheng team. "Where is that supposedly amazing Chang Qianmo from your academy? You think a few pieces of trash like you can go against me? So this is all Jiangsheng Academy has to offer." Luo Xingxing glared at him angrily. "Chang Qianmo, where on earth did you go? This is about your direct admission qualification. How can you just stand by and watch?" She turned around and gave instructions. First, I'll explain the battle strategy. Mage, you stay in the back and make absolutely sure to protect the priest. Don't let the enemy ambush them. Their lineup doesn't have a healer, so the first person they target will definitely be our priest. In a moment, I'll provide covering fire. Fighter and Berserker, coordinate and attack Li Daoyu. Don't let him cast his spells. Very soon, Li Tian announced, "As the supervisor of this tournament, I declare the match begins now." As soon as he finished speaking, the Jiangsheng team immediately charged forward. The two sides instantly clashed fiercely. The crowd below cheered wildly. As expected of Sister Luo, simply relying on her A-rank talent to control firepower, boosting her weapon skills by 25%, she's directly suppressing the enemy. Now the fighter can take the chance to attack. Li Daoyu is in trouble. The fighter quickly sneaked up behind and threw a punch at Li Daoyu. But the knight of his team swiftly protected Li Daoyu using the guard skill. The guard skill allows the user to hold their shield and leap to protect a teammate. After executing a guard counter, it can knock the opponent into the air. At the same time, the Manhwa team's assassin also used stealth to hide. Luo Xingxing shouted, "Careful!" Their assassin disappeared. "Focus on protecting the priest." But the priest suddenly yelled, "Senior, behind you." Luo Xingxing was startled and turned around. "What?" In an instant, she was stabbed by the assassin's sneak attack. She forced her eyes open and took the hit, then kicked him away. Luo Xingxing wiped the blood from her mouth, confused. Why wasn't the target the priest but me? Dao Yu suddenly spoke up. "Student, did you misunderstand something? In your lineup, the gunner is the core." He quickly chanted, "Sorcerer's Tier 1 Peak Magic, Lightning Orb. Cast time, 3 seconds. Everyone looked at him in panic. Doesn't a powerful magic like Lightning Orb require a 5-second cast time? That makes no sense. If spellcasters can cast that fast, how is anyone else supposed to play? Wang Qianfeng beamed with pride and happily explained, "Let me clear up everyone's confusion. Student Li Daoyu awakened the S-rank talent Berserk casting, which instantly reduces the cast time for all spells by 30%. Just as Wang Tianfeng finished his explanation, Daoyu fired the spell. The priest quickly yelled, "Senior, careful," and used True Word Shield, creating a shield that nullifies magic damage on Luo Xingxing, moving her a short distance away. However, Daoyu's words drained all hope from Luo Xingxing. "Stop running, my lightning orb locks onto its target." She stared behind her in terror, and took the full brunt of Daoyu's attack. She lay panting and scorched on the ground. Shu Qin was startled. She rushed up and held Luo Xingxing. "Stop fighting. If she doesn't get healed immediately, Luo Xingxing will die. We surrender." Daoyu laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha. Your general is defeated, and that Cheng Qianmo still doesn't dare to show up. Today, Jiangsheng Academy is destined to be trampled under our feet by Manhwa Academy." The team match ultimately ended in defeat due to Luo Xingxing's fall. The survival relay score: Jiangsheng Academy 4, Manhwa Academy 18. Everyone on the Jiangsheng team watched the match in misery. It's no use. We've already lost 18 rounds in the survival relay. If we lose 2 more, we'll be completely eliminated. Manhwa Academy still has 15 people who haven't even fought yet. It's all because Li Daoyu is too strong. He even won 8 consecutive matches and broke the record before stepping down. Looking at the current situation, even if Cheng Qianmo comes, he won't be able to salvage this for us. Wang Tianfeng glanced at Lu Yanmin with satisfaction. "Old Lu, if you surrender early now, you might still keep a bit of your dignity." Lu Yanmin replied calmly, "No rush." Tianfen laughed and continued, "Haha, I never expected old Lu would see the day he has to yield. All right, let's continue to enjoy Manhwa Academy's wonderful performance a little longer." Outside the arena, Zhang Lei was still frantically trying to contact Lao Mo. Why can't I reach Cheng Qianmo's number? Could it be that even with his academy facing such a huge crisis, he still doesn't want to show up? On the arena stage, the Manhwa team's swordsman swiftly knocked a Jiangsheng team member off the platform. The girl who thought she was going to have a painful fall was caught by a hand. Everyone paused and stared. Lao Mo had returned. He caught the girl cleanly in his arms and said with utter professionalism, "Leave the rest to me." Murmurs erupted again. "Damn, it's Senior Cheng Qianmo. He finally came back. I was about to give up. Jiangshan Academy still has hope. Senior, go for it. Help us get our revenge." The swordsman from earlier pointed at him disdainfully. "Are you that ace solo player they hype up to the heavens? What a pity. Today you'll be trampled under my feet." He immediately charged at Lao Mo. He instantly summoned his Gatling gun and fired a barrage at the guy. In less than 3 seconds, he collapsed on the floor. Cheng Qianmo, unfazed, asked in a cold voice, "Who's next?" The crowd erupted in wild uproar once again. Just like that. It's over? How is that possible? Even though Cheng Qianmo is 4 levels higher than the opponent, he shouldn't be able to defeat him in a single strike. Look, everyone, Cheng Qianmo's stats. Cheng Qianmo, solo player, level 17. He's actually level 17. It's only been 3 days since the dungeon exam, 1 level a day. Damn, looks like we really have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Senior Cheng Qianmo is so badass. Wang Tianfeng stood up from his seat in shock, level 17. How can a mere solo player level up so fast? Old Lu, could it be that all this was within your calculations? Lu Yanmin laughed perfunctorily and replied, "Unexpected, right?" However, he himself was surprised by this new information about Lao Mo. "I did receive a private message from Cheng Qianmo, knowing he'd be back in time, but something as unbelievable as reaching level 17. This is the first I am hearing of it too." Li Qian laughed heartily and chimed in, "Old Lu sure knows how to bide his time. Holding the trump card in your hand, you're just sitting back and watching the opponents get eliminated, aren't you?" Below the stands, Cheng Qianmo's name was chanted like a hero's. His next opponent was Zhou Luoqi, a level 10 assassin. He trembled as he looked up at Lao Mo. My name is Zhou Luoqi, please. Please go easy on me." He was too tense to think straight, his mind filled only with images of his own defeat. It's not fair. We're all dueling, so why did my previous teammates get to face total noobs, showing off their strength and having fun? But when it's my turn, I have to fight this monster Cheng Qianmo. Lao Mo didn't care and said coldly, "Hurry up, I'm in a rush." Zhou Luoqi gritted his teeth and dashed forward. Now I can only put my hopes on a few tricks. He used the assassin's skill stealth to hide. But Lao Mo, with his extensive combat experience, merely used the fighter's skill, Eagle Stomp, and kicked him right out of the arena. The people in the stands watched Lao Mu's fighting style with excitement. Damn, so that's how it is. He can actually use AoE skills to catch someone in stealth. Why didn't our teachers teach us this kind of combat technique? The Fenghua crowd urgently reported to Dao Yu. Plus, it only took him 15 minutes to catch up to your record of 8 consecutive wins. Now our students are on the verge of a mental breakdown. Dao Yu yelled in frustration, "What? That's absolutely impossible." Everyone on the Jiangxing team excitedly watched Lao Mu's matches. It's truly unimaginable. Never in my life did I expect to witness such an incredible miracle of 1 versus 15. Now the pressure is entirely on Fenghua Academy. As long as Cheng Qianmo takes down the last person, he'll complete this unbelievable comeback. His final opponent was Li Jiamu, a level 10 brawler. He was trembling like a leaf standing opposite him, thinking bitterly, "Damn it, why do I have to be the last one? Soon Cheng Qianmo is going to step on my head to claim the throne of victory. Why do I have to be the one to suffer such humiliation?" Suddenly, Dao Yu walked out from the stands. "What's the point of a level 17 like you bullying a level 10? Dare to fight a match with me?" Zhang Li quickly appeared and scolded. "Nonsense. The rules were set by both sides beforehand. Once you leave the field to rest, you have no right to return to the arena." Ignoring Zhang Li, Dao Yu continued speaking to Lao Mo. "I'm only level 12. What are you afraid of? For the final battle, do you dare to fight me?" Lao Mo looked down at Dao Yu with a bit of interest. "Looks like an interesting kid. I already felt something weird earlier. There's something not quite right about these guys from Fenghua Academy. It's the perfect opportunity to test my hypothesis." He agreed. "All right then, since that's the case, both of you come at me together." The crowd erupted in anger. "You Fenghua people are too despicable, actually daring to exploit our senior's desire to win. Senior, you must be careful. Li Daoyu's talent can increase casting speed by up to 30%. Senior Xingxing suffered a massive loss because of it earlier." Li Tian smoked a cigarette and gleefully looked over at Lu Yanmin. "Old Lu, based on my understanding of you, you'll definitely agree, right?" He immediately nodded, giving his permission. Jiang Li promptly announced, since the leaders of both sides have agreed, the final match will now change to Li Jiamu and Li Daoyu fighting together against Cheng Qianmo. Given permission, Daoyu immediately jumped onto the arena stage and gave instructions to Jiamu. In a bit, you just charge in and fight him head-on. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Li shouted, I declare the final match begins. Jiamu rushed forward with a straight punch. Lao Mo immediately ducked to dodge the attack, simultaneously switching his weapon to gauntlets. He hit him with an uppercut, launching him high into the air. He leaped up right after him, using the ultimate move, Dragon Punch, knocking Jiamu out instantly. Everyone witnessing the scene couldn't help but marvel, an instant knockout. As expected of the big boss, Cheng Qianmo. He wanted to counter him with fists. That's truly a psychological crushing blow. Only the big boss, Cheng Qianmo, could exploit the solo player's advantage and maximize it like this. Boss, careful, Li Daoyu has already finished casting Lightning Orb. Daoyu used Jiamu as bait, staying behind and finishing his chant for the Lightning Orb. Lao Mo realized immediately there is indeed something wrong with him. Thinking Lao Mo was scared, Daoyu said smugly, Are you shocked now? Go to hell, ha ha ha. Lao Mo gathered his chi shield while deducing. I remember the cast time for Lightning Orb is 5 seconds. Even with Li Daoyu's talent, it should take at least 3.5 seconds to complete the chant. But I just sent Li Jiamu out of the ring in 3 seconds at most, which means he was 0.5 seconds faster. The two attacks clashed, creating a massive shockwave. Soon after, thick black smoke billowed across the arena stage. Lao Mo was still perfectly fine, calmly walking out while exposing Daoyu's trick. Even though you awaken the Berserk casting talent, it's absolutely impossible to reduce the cooldown of Lightning Orb to 3 seconds. You might fool others, but you can't fool me. If that's the case, you definitely broke the rules and received the second layer of the beginner baptism dungeon. And not wrong, am I? He looked at Lao Mo in shock. What? He took my lightning magic head-on and doesn't even have a scratch. Then he stammered. What nonsense are you talking about? You're making false accusations. Everyone also began to murmur. What did Cheng Qianmo just say? What baptism dungeon? You don't even know that? The so-called baptism dungeon is a special buff from the Academy's dungeon. Like our Academy's Raging Flame Strike, it's divided into 2 modes. From level 1 to 10 is easy mode. Clearing allows for job advancement and talent awakening. From level 10 to 20 is normal mode. Clearing it grants a baptismal blessing and a special buff. Based on the levels of Li Daoyu's group from Fenghe Academy, they clearly couldn't clear the normal mode. Therefore, they definitely sought help from an expert. This counts as outside assistance cheating, which is strictly forbidden by all major academies. Exposed by Lao Mo, the crowd roared for justice. Damn it, I wondered why they were suddenly so strong. Turns out they were really cheating. Strictly investigate Fenghe Academy and bring justice to our Jiang Fan Academy. Investigate Fenghe Academy. Investigate Fenghe Academy. Li Qian looked at Lu Yanmin and asked, Old man Lu, did you notice that just now? He also half-doubtingly ordered, without Cheng Qianmo's reminder, it would have been very hard to spot. But thinking carefully, the casting speed is indeed problematic. Shall we go to the Management Association to check the data? Am I right, old Wang? Wang Tianfeng refused to yield, bitterly interrogating Lao Mo. You just saw you couldn't beat us, so you're throwing dirty water on us. Cheng Qianmo, you claim Li Daoyu's casting had issues, yet none of us noticed it. How did you spot it? The crowd swayed with the wind, turning to question Lao Mo. That's right, none of the big shots in the arena noticed anything wrong just now. How did Cheng Qianmo see it? Such observation skills are definitely beyond the standard for a third-year student like him. Looking back now, his strength also far exceeds a third-year student's level, which is clearly unreasonable. Lao Mo frowned and thought to himself, the guilty party always complains first. Qianfeng laughed sinisterly and smugly. For a third-year student to reach level 17 so fast, I'm afraid you're not clean either. Unfazed, Lao Mo calmly replied, because I am too familiar with the first stage job advancement skills. With such a glaring issue, I only needed one glance to spot it. Wang Tianfeng roared in anger. Nonsense! An ungraduated brat like you dares to brag like that. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Everyone looked at him with suspicion. Is Senior being a bit too arrogant? Even someone with rich experience only understands a few common jobs. Human energy is limited, and there are so many job advancement paths in this world. How could anyone remember every skills material so clearly? Wang Tianfeng immediately and dissatisfiedly threw a question, boasting without shame. Since you dare say so, I will test you. If you're wrong, don't blame me for not holding back. Tell me, what exact attributes does the Blue Fist Holy Envoys will control have? The crowd nervously guessed. Blue Fist Holy Envoy? That's not very common, is it? It's over, it's over. It's one of the famous 3 trash-tier jobs. No one advances into it, and no academy trains it in depth. How could Cheng Qianmo know? Wang Tianfeng arrogantly laughed in his heart. Brat, let's see you brag now. If I hadn't met a very powerful blue fist in my youth, I wouldn't have known this data either. But Lao Mo quickly answered everything. Will control is the basic skill of the Blue Fist Holy Envoy. It plants a giant weapon into the ground, stiffening enemies within a certain range for about 0.8 seconds. Additionally, it increases one's movement speed by 20%, attack speed by 10%, and jump power by 50%, lasting for 10 seconds. Hearing Lao Mo's answer, Wang Tianfeng was so shocked he almost choked on his saliva. Are you kidding me? You even know about a trash-tier job? The crowd continued to chatter. Did Senior answer correctly? Do you even need to ask? Look at Examiner Wang's expression. It's uglier than eating crap. This feels so good. A big shot is indeed a big shot. With such talent, ordinary people like us can't help but be jealous. Dao Yu, unwilling to accept it, asked directly. Just a blind cat finding a dead mouse. Nothing but luck. You said you understand my incantation master job. Then let me ask you, what hidden traits do our incantation master's basic skills have? Can you tell me? The crowd furiously shouted on Lao Mo's behalf. Asking about skill effects is one thing, but asking about hidden traits, you're just deliberately making things difficult. Damn it, how could anyone not of that job know such core secrets? So shameless. Lao Mo gently replied, knowing it like the back of his hand. Isn't the incantation master's hidden trait that after learning talismans, you can infuse them with magic? Talismans are divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 great natural attributes. Different talismans can enhance different effects. Why was your lightning orb so powerful just now? Wasn't it because you fused it with a metal attribute talisman? Even after becoming a second-stage incantation spirit master, you can absorb spirit power for your own use. What's so hard about that? Hearing this, Dao Yu was stunned and widened his eyes. How do you know this so well? He trembled and backed away. Impossible, I don't believe it. Then he slipped and fell off the arena. Li Qian glanced at Wang Tianfeng. What a pity, not bad talent, yet he chose the crooked path. Let today's farce end here. I think we can announce the result now. Examiner Wang, what do you say? Wang Tianfeng bowed his head and conceded, Fine, I accept this. I only hope Fenghua Academy can get a lighter sentence. It's all because of my narrow-mindedness, blinded by grudges. The arena announcement immediately rang out. Now, on behalf of the Department of Education, I announce that Fenghua Academy's exam results are cancelled and will be strictly penalized after investigation. The winner of this inter-school-friendly match is Zhang Fan Academy. We are the champions. Cheng Qianmo is invincible. Lu Yemin immediately moved down to the arena and announced, Zhang Fan Academy declares that this year's only direct admission scholarship for Zhang Fan's top 10 universities will be awarded to student Cheng Qianmo. He turned to him and asked, Examiner Lu, besides this, I also want to know what hidden realms the top 10 universities of the Xia Kingdom currently hold. At the principal's office. Lao Mo sat looking at the academy's hidden realm lists and thought to himself, why don't even the top 10 academies have the high-level dungeons I want? Wait, what university is this? Divine Oracle University. He puzzlingly asked Li Tian. This Divine Oracle University has quite a few hidden realms. Why isn't it in the top 10 of the Xie Kingdom? Li Tian sighed, picked up his teacup, and replied, As for this school, it's a long story. 50 years ago, Divine Oracle University had many hidden realms, and their students' talents were very strong. At that time, it was the #1 in the Xie Kingdom. Unfortunately, as time passed, more and more schools developed higher difficulty hidden realms. Thus, their students grew stronger through constant experience. But strangely, the average difficulty of Divine Oracle University's Hidden Realms was much higher than other schools. It was incredibly difficult for their students to clear higher difficulty dungeons. Over time, more and more gave up, and gradually, their strength began to plummet rapidly. Lao Mo held the book and pondered. Several dungeons this school possesses are exactly what I need. Although they are currently struggling, that doesn't matter. Then he decisively said, "Then just return this scholarship to the academy. I want to take the graduation exam and then choose the school I like." Li Qian was startled. "Chung Qianmo, you must think this through. Such an opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. If you miss it, there's no room for regrets later." Lu Yanmin immediately stopped Li Qian and said, "Old Li, no need to say more. He surely has his own reasons, and the academy will respect his decision. Of course, the academy won't let you suffer a loss. If you have any demands, just say them." Lao Mo didn't hesitate to pull out a piece of paper, writing down what he needed, and handed it to him. "I wonder if the academy can provide these materials." Lu Yanmin confidently took it. "Just leave such trifling matters to me." But after reading what he was holding, he suffered a severe mental blow. "Are you coming to me to stock up your inverage?" On Wu Zhongli's side, Little Zhang, who was tasked with tailing Ding Hong's group, gathered information and came to report. "Chief Wu, we found it. We have downloaded the data from the beach area of the novice zone. There might be information on Cheng Qianmo in it. Please take a look." Chief Wu happily took it. "Excellent." He held the device, swiping through it while thinking, "I wonder which university could cultivate such a terrifying genius." Cheng Qian, most personal information appeared, leaving him astounded. "Jiangfan Academy. Third-year student? How is this possible? And this kid's power evaluation actually exceeds 12,000 points." Jiang Lei was equally shocked. No wonder. At just level 15, he could solo a level 22 rare boss and even defeat 21 people like Ding Hong. What a monster. Zhang Lei excitedly praised him. "This child will definitely reach the apex in the future. With the current situation of the Xia Kingdom, we desperately need an unmatched top-tier genius. He absolutely cannot be ruined." Little Zhang reported further, "Chief Wu, look here. An unknown power once appeared here." Zhang Lei vaguely realized, "Oh my god, could this be a peerless powerhouse? Why is there a connection between a big shot and Chung Qianmo?" Suddenly, Little Zhang received a call. He was startled. "What? Ma Lin Academy is already at our door?" Cut to the guest room. A group of parents swarmed Zhang Lei the moment he walked out and complained, "Commissioner Wu, you're finally here. Today you must preside over justice for us parents. Our children used to be at the top of the school, but this time they dropped 4 levels for no reason. It's truly a heavy loss. That thug Chung Qianmo were all students of the Xia Kingdom, yet he was so ruthless, truly vicious. Please give us his information. We want to find him and demand an explanation." The leader of this uproar was Zhang Hongshen, executive vice principal of Ma Lin Academy, a level 65 third-stage Crimson Flame mage. He craftily walked up and greeted, "Commissioner Wu, long time no see. I believe you've heard everyone's demands just now. This is the voice of the masses. Therefore, please hand over Chen Qianmo's information to us." Wu Zhongli coldly retorted, "Vice Principal Zhang, I think we need to discuss this matter thoroughly first. As far as I know, Cheng Qianmo is not at fault at all. The root cause of the incident was started by your school. I cannot just arbitrarily give you someone else's personal information. That would be an invasion of privacy." Zhang Hongshen immediately revealed murderous intent and threatened, "What if our Ma Lin Academy is determined to pursue this to the end?" Wu Zhonglei anxiously thought to himself, "The potential Chung Qianmo has displayed is immense. He might be the hope of our Xia Kingdom. I absolutely cannot let him be destroyed at the hands of this trash. He also immediately exuded killing intent, and what if I insist on protecting him?" The two sides clash hot and cold, making the parents tremble in fear. Zhang Hongshen didn't want things to go too far, so he laughed aloud smugly. "Ha ha ha, I knew you were stubborn. I already prepared a countermeasure. Before you arrived, I already requested instructions from the General Bureau in the name of Ma Lin Academy. I reckon it's about time we receive the directive." Zhang Lei was startled and inwardly prayed. That cunning old man actually bypassed me to directly demand him from the General Bureau. What a pity. Chung Shinmo, I can only help you this far. Now you can only pray for yourself. Just as he finished speaking, the system panel gradually appeared. Hong Shan and the parents eagerly awaited the notification. It's here. It's here. As expected of Vice Principal Zhang, one of Tianhai's 5 strongest experts, even the General Bureau has to give him some face. With you taking action, this matter is bound to succeed. But a massive rejected appeared, leaving everyone astounded. How is this possible? Zhang Hongshan was instantly terrified. My request was actually rejected. This guy definitely has backing behind him. I can't tangle with this anymore. Wu Zhongli was also dazed, speculating. Could this be related to the information about that famous expert? Could this eminent figure be a big shot within our management association? Humph! Brat, your background is truly deep. I wasted my effort fighting for you like that. Seeing the notification, the parents sneaked away. I respect the higher UPS decision. This is also my child's fault. I'll definitely discipline him more in the future. We'll take our leave now. Right. Our family will educate strictly from now on and won't cause trouble for the Academy and the Management Association anymore. Zhang Hongshan also broke into a cold sweat and placed a bribe on the table. Brother Wu, today was truly a misunderstanding. I was just following orders, being loyal to my duty. Don't overthink it. Here's a little token of my appreciation. Please pass my regards to student Cheng Qianmo for me. After handing it over, he tucked his tail and ran away in fear. Wu Zhongli took his gifts and chuckled, truly generous. A black card from the heavens. Apocalypse Constant Auction House, and even a top-tier level 60 armor set. Brat, your current starting point has already surpassed 90% of the people in the Xie Kingdom. You absolutely must not disappoint those who think highly of you. Examiner Liu awkwardly looked at the list of items Lao Mo needed on the paper. I'm sorry, but even if Jiang Than Academy mobilizes all its resources, we can only gather a third of the materials you want. Hearing this, Li Tian gently reminded him, Little Cheng, your demands are a bit too high. Gathering everything on this list would require all the academies in the entire city to join forces. Lao Mo widened his eyes listening to Li Tian, all the academies in the entire city joining forces. He suddenly stood up, bowed, and excused himself. Director Li, thank you for the reminder. I suddenly remembered I have something important to do. I'll be taking my leave now. Li Tian panicked and called after him. Wait a minute, kid. Why do I feel like you suddenly came up with a dangerous idea? But Examiner Liu immediately stopped Li Tian and instructed him, Student Cheng, if you have any ideas, feel free to act on them. As long as no lives are involved, Jiangtan Academy can help you settle it. However, can you tell this old man what kind of equipment you're making that requires so many materials? Lao Mo confidently declared, I am preparing to forge a weapon that surpasses this era. Scene shifts to Fenghua Academy in the school's meeting room. All the leaders were sitting, listening to the higher UPS decision delivered through one person. The notification from the Ministry of Education has just arrived. I will read it to everyone. The person reading the directive was none other than Kang Duong, principal of Fenghua Academy, a level 49 second stage awakened. The Municipal Ministry of Education has decided that for 3 years, Fenghua Academy will have its resource quota reduced and all honorary evaluations cancelled. Students involved in cheating, like Li Daoyu, will be expelled and banned from taking the university exam for 5 years. Teachers directly involved in this incident will be fired and never hired again. As for the instigator, Wang Tianfeng, he has been subjected to coercive measures by the Disciplinary Inspection Commission and is currently undergoing organizational investigation. Hearing the notification, everyone bowed their heads, tearing at their hair and wailing in agony. It's over. With such punishments, it's safe to say the very foundation of Fenghua Academy has been damaged. That's right. A bunch of top students expelled. This year's admission assessment exam results are ruined. I heard some lower grade students with family connections have been constantly transferring schools these past few days. Kang Duong said sorrowfully, Gentlemen, prepare for hard times. Without 7 or 8 years, I'm afraid it'll be hard for Fenghua Academy to return to normal. Suddenly, someone panicked, threw the doors open and ran in to report. Excuse me, big trouble. That student named Chen Chenmo has come knocking on our door. Everyone immediately burst into an uproar. Are you talking about that freaky kid from Jiangfan Academy? Damn it, haven't we been punished enough? Why won't he let it go? A man aggressively roared. Principal Kang, let's go meet that brat for a moment. I actually want to see what he came here to do today. Outside the school gates, Lao Mo was just standing there breathing, yet countless whispers echoed. He seems to be Chung Chien Mo, the solo player monster who defeated our academy. Looking closely, he's actually really handsome. Already so strong and handsome too, Big Shot Chung is truly the perfect idol. If only I could transfer to Jiangtan Academy. Me too. Kang Duong ran out to greet and receive him. This old man is Kang Duong, principal of Fonghua Academy. You are Chung Chien Mo, right? Did you come to our school today just to watch a joke? Lao Mo smirked and declared, I don't have that much free time. I came to propose a hidden realm contention battle. The entire crowd was intimidated by Lao Mo's aura. Everyone chattering again, are you kidding me? A student like you wants to propose a hidden realm contention battle? What's a hidden realm contention battle? Why is even the principal so shocked? You don't even know this. The so-called hidden realm contention battle is for the ownership of a hidden realm. For example, all hidden realms managed by the Academy belong to the Academy. Outsiders, if they clear it without the Academy's permission, won't receive any rewards, unless that person sets a new record for this hidden realm and wrests the ownership away. This act of challenging another's hidden realm is called a hidden realm contention battle. Everyone in Fonghua Academy's administration vehemently objected. A mere level 17 wants to contest for a level 10 to 20 normal difficulty hidden realm, truly overestimating yourself. If you know what's good for you, scram back to your Jiangtan Academy. You're not welcome here. Lao Mo didn't waste words, turning around to challenge them. Not welcome? Could it be you're afraid? If so, dare to make a bet with me. Just as one guy was about to curse again, Kang Duong stopped him, truly a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Whatever you want to bet, this old man will take it. Lao Mo handed the paper for Kang Duong to check. There are a total of 20 types of materials here. If I successfully seize the hidden realm today, you must hand over at least 5 types of these materials. The old man looked at the items on the paper and couldn't help but be curious. Such precious materials, what would a student want with them? Could he also be a forging talent? He cast a cold glance at him and asked back, so if you fail, then what? Lao Mo shrugged and replied with a smirk, if I lose, I can agree to any of your conditions. Kang Duong immediately agreed, fine. I accept this bet. Student Cheng Chien Mo, please come this way. Cut to the hidden realm entrance of Fonghua Academy. While Cheng Chien Mo browsed through the hidden realms, Kang Duong stood by and explained, our academy controls a total of 4 hidden realms. You just need to, within 3 attempts, clear any hidden realm and successfully set the highest record. This bet will be considered your win. The hidden realms include Deadly Kiln, easy mode from level 1 to 10, recommended level 8, normal mode from level 11 to 20, recommended level 16. Current fastest clear record is 2 hours, 43 minutes, 21 seconds. Record holder, Luo Yang. Ownership belongs to Fonghua Academy. Next is Howling Cave. Easy mode from level 1 to 10, recommended level 8. Normal mode from level 11 to 20, recommended level 17. Current fastest clear record is 2 hours, 58 minutes, 56 seconds. Record holder, Li Pei Pei. Ownership belongs to Fonghua Academy. And next is Shadowfang Fortress. Easy difficulty from level 1 to 10, recommended level 9. Normal difficulty from level 11 to 20, recommended level 18. The current fastest clear record is 3 hours, 21 minutes, 45 seconds. Record holder, Li Boy Boy. Ownership belongs to Fonghua Academy. Finally is the Dark Abyss. Easy difficulty from level 1 to 10, recommended level 10. Normal difficulty from level 11 to 20, recommended level 20. The current fastest clear record is 4 hours, 2 minutes, 19 seconds. Record holder, Lac Dung. Ownership belongs to Fonghua Academy. The entire crowd from Fonghua Academy looked at Lao Mak mockingly, judging him. What challenge do you think Trin Kiem Mak will choose? It's definitely going to be the easiest death dungeon. After all, the recommended level is 1 level lower than his. Even if he chooses the easiest one, there's absolutely no way he can beat the record of 2 hours, 43 minutes, and 21 seconds. Back then, teacher Lac Dung intentionally suppressed his level at 20 without leveling up, grinding for 2 months straight just to achieve such an insane record. Lao Mac spoke up, "I've made my choice. I choose the dark abyss." The crowd that was just gossiping suddenly froze in shock and broke into an uproar. Is he crazy? He didn't choose the easy one but went for the hardest instead. Kang Duong kindly reminded him, "Young man, don't say our Feng Hoa Academy is bullying you. The terrain of this dark abyss is extremely complex. If you want to set a record with your current level, it's almost impossible to pull this off." But Lao Mac didn't care, pressing directly on the screen. "I'll choose this one. I'll definitely succeed." Kang Duong hurriedly gave an order. "Notice everyone below. Turn on the big screens in all classrooms. I will broadcast Trin Kiem Mac's challenge live." The council members gleefully followed suit. Principal Kang is still the most brilliant, knowing how to seize this opportunity to boost the students' morale. That's right. As long as the students see Trin Kiem Mac in a miserable state of defeat, his prestige will be severely damaged. We really need an opportunity like this right now. I'll go arrange it immediately. Scene shifts to the dark abyss within the dungeon. Lao Mac directly charges inside all by himself. He pondered as he walked. "I remember in my past life the dark abyss was an underground maze-like lake, a rather unpopular dungeon. The terrain is quite complex and the monsters are mostly the merfolk tribe." Just as he thought about them, a horde of level 16 blind merfolk suddenly burst onto the scene, charging at him all at once. Lao Mac excitedly pulled out his weapon. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. He lightly swung his spear once, and already overwhelmed the entire horde with his attack. The students outside watched Lao Mac's battle nervously through the screen. Phew! Holy shit, what kind of terrifying damage is that? This year's exam was exactly this dungeon, and I was tormented by those merfolk until I cried. Even if Trin Kiem Mac is one level higher than those merfolk, he shouldn't be this overwhelmingly dominant. After neatly disposing of that horde of fierce merfolk, Lao Mac continued running to face the second obstacle, a school of carnivorous fish. He remained calm, his speed undiminished as he charged straight ahead. This is the first hurdle. If I were to swim directly in the water and encounter those monsters, it would be extremely hard to deal with. Luckily, my current class is a solo player. Passing through here will be as easy as flipping my hand. Lao Mac used a universal skill available to all classes, wall leap, to run across the surface of the water, dashing past that school of fish. This time, even the teachers were scared to death. Just what kind of background does this Trin Kiem Mac have? A common skill like wall leap, yet he uses it like it's a lightweight martial arts flying technique. I remember teacher Lac Dung was tortured by the piranhas here for half a day. Kang Duong turned to ask someone else, "How much time has passed so far?" I remember it took teacher Lac Dung a full 25 minutes just to get past this spot. The other man checked his watch, gulped, and replied, "It's exactly 12 minutes now." Upon hearing this, Kang Duong screamed in panic. What? Inside the dungeon, Lao Mac had quickly reached the location of the first boss. Lobster King Barston, HP 3,000 points. Lao Mac looked at the boss triumphantly. The stats of this boss are actually even lower than a sticky radioactive slime. It's fundamentally nothing to fear. He had already conjured a fireball in his hand, blasting it explosively into the head of the Lobster King. It roared in anger, but Lobster King Barston would only attack when a player initiated combat or came within a 3-meter radius. The administrators outside were smug once again. He actually dared to initiate an attack on Barston. This brat has fallen right into the trap. That's for sure. Even though his damage far exceeds those of the same level, he still lacks a bit in actual combat experience. He acted too rashly without carefully observing and analyzing the terrain's situation. Back then, it took teacher Lac Dung hundreds of battles to discover the secret of this stage. That is, to avoid alerting Barston, confront the frenzied piranha school head-on, and swim with all his might to the other shore. Although it takes a lot of time and HP, it was already the best method to clear this stage. If he kills Barston in this stage, its blood will send the piranhas underwater into a frenzy. Even if he can hover over the water's surface, it'll be hard to avoid the charging piranhas. Let's all witness the sight of that brat Trin Kiem Mac being torn to shreds by the frenzied piranhas. Inside the dungeon, despite the powerful attacks from Barston, Lao Mac still charged headlong toward it. He used the sliding tackle skill to slide right underneath Barston, then used the flying kick skill to launch it high into the air, causing Barston to fall with a splash into the water. Without hesitation, Lao Mac leaped right onto the top of Barston's head in one go. It laughed arrogantly aloud. Ha ha ha! Foolish human, underwater is my home turf. As long as I dive down, what can you possibly use to fight me? Lao Mac was unafraid, switching his weapon to gauntlets. That depends on whether you actually dare to dive down. He then delivered a massive blow straight down onto Barston's back, causing its blood to splatter everywhere. A school of fish immediately swarmed over, leaping up and biting it, making Barston scream in agony. The piranhas were attracted by Barston's blood, triggering their berserk mode where they distinguish no friend or foe, tearing into any target with flesh and blood. Lao Mac looked confidently at his result. Very good. The frenzied piranhas won't even show regard for the boss of this stage. Barston shrieked miserably in pain, trying to swat the fish away to escape. Lao Mac immediately stopped its intentions. Don't even think about getting on shore. Barston struggled hopelessly. Damned human, I'll drag you down to hell with me. It then charged furiously towards the cave pillar, wanting to crush both of them to death at the same time. But Lao Mac instantly switched his weapon to a grappling hook gun, shooting it at the cave ceiling to escape. He flew away gracefully. Relying on your IQ is still far too lacking. And thus escaped. The people watching the match got another huge scare. What kind of maneuver is that? Is that something a human could even think of? Comparing them, the efforts of teacher Lac Dung in the past, wouldn't it just become a complete joke? Kang Duong was stunned stiff, looking at Lao Mac with a hint of selfish dread. The maneuver looks unbelievable, but in reality it's the result of Trin Kia Mac's precise judgment of the battlefield situation, coupled with meticulous calculation. With such a mindset, this person, is he really just a high school student? I can only hope the next maze cave will be able to eat up a bit of his time. Suddenly, someone realized it and screamed out, making Kang Duong unconsciously look up as well. That's not right. Everyone, look quickly. Look at this brat's movement route. There doesn't seem to be a single flaw. How is this possible? The dead ends in the maze cave are countless. Back then, teacher Lac Dung tried no less than 20 times before he gradually memorized the most optimal route. Moreover, I see that some of this brat's routes seem to be even better than teacher Lac Dung's. Could it be that he has been here before? Suddenly, Kang Duong slammed the table in agitation, stood up and shouted, "Stop deceiving yourselves and others. The dark abyss has always been in our hands. Are you really not clear in your hearts whether this is his first time here or not? Is it so hard to admit that our skills are inferior to others? It seems Feng Ho Academy has been defeated at the hands of a high school student." The students also watched with excitement as Lao Mac fought the monsters, chattering bustlingly. Big boss Trin Kia Mac is way too fast. It's been less than 2 hours and he's already reached the final boss stage. As long as he clears the previous stage, he can summon the final boss, Akuma Cheer. Barring any accidents, it looks like a new record will be set today. Furthermore, I'm afraid this record will be extremely hard to break. Inside the dungeon, Lao Mac had also found his way to the final door. Pushing it open, he muttered to himself, "This place is the final stage." Lao Mac casually entered, thinking as he walked, "If I remember correctly, every time a brazier in one of the 4 corners of the room is lit, 4 level 18 black swamp snakes will appear. Once all 4 braziers are lit and all the black swamp snakes are killed, the final battle with the boss will begin. However, with my current attack power, lighting all 4 at once probably won't be a problem at all. If that's the case, let's end this quickly." Lao Mac smiled in excitement and raised his magic staff. With a single strike, he ignited all 4 braziers at once. The students once again broke into a noisy uproar. Damn, what is Big Boss Trin Kia Mac trying to do? Is he planning to activate them all at once? This is a bit too extravagant. In the beginning, it took me almost 8 minutes just to light one of them. Lighting 4 braziers at once is equivalent to facing 16 level 18 monsters. He dares to play like this. Today, I consider myself fully convinced. If the Great Master can smoothly clear this stage, I'll apply to transfer schools tomorrow. Count me in too. The administration also took the opportunity to regain some face. The chance to clear the dungeon was clearly within his grasp. But this brat is too arrogant. Isn't this perfect? If Trin Kim Mak meets with an accident here, then Fong Ho Academy is saved. Kang Duong said nothing, silently observing the match. Trin Kim Mak, let this old man see. Are you ultimately a genius or a fool? Very quickly, the level 18 black swamp snakes manifested and surrounded Lao Mak. He crouched down and cast the Soulbender's signature skill, Bremen of Cold Corrosion, reducing the abnormal status resistance and magic defense of nearby targets for 30 seconds. That magic circle immediately spread out, enveloping the horde of black swamp snakes. The moment the entire horde lunged into one spot, Lao Mak used the kick gun to jump to another spot. His other hand used a Molotov cocktail, shattering the boulders above the horde of black swamp snakes with a blast. Outside, there were immediately two schools of thought. One side believed, using two skills in a row without dealing any damage, I think he failed this time. But another side realized, no wait, I think I understand now. Trin Kim Mak has a grand scheme in mind. The Bremen skill can reduce resistance and magic defense, while the Molotov cocktail can inflict a burning debuff. Could it be that he wants to? He said while pointing toward the screen. Inside, Lao Mak was chanting an incantation. Then a meteorite spell rained down from above onto the snakes, destroying their entire area and causing a massive explosion. The teachers seemed to be completely convinced now, their eyes glued to Lao Mak fighting the monsters. Soulbender, Spitfire, Elementalist. These are three completely different classes, yet in the hands of Trin Kim Mak, they can actually create such an astonishing chemical reaction. It seems the solo player class isn't completely useless after all. Kang Duong also seemed to accept his school's defeat. He truly is a genius. This unique combination of moves, along with that terrifying combat ability. Our Fenghua High School truly did not lose unjustly. After all the black swamp snakes were wiped out, purple flames suddenly flared up. Akumachir, a level 29 headed serpent, elite boss with HP 4,800 points, had appeared. It growled angrily, "Who dares to summon me?" Lao Mak challenged it with a hint of anticipation. "Come at me, Akumachir. Long time no see. Show me your true strength." Akumachir disdainfully used its acid spray skill to attack. "Lowly insect, I will make you pay." Lao Mak easily dodged the acid spray from Akumachir. He closed in and destroyed Akumachir's left head. Lao Mak calculated meticulously. It possesses a regeneration mechanic. To avoid triggering its regeneration, I just need to chop off the secondary heads on both sides first. He switched his weapon to a dagger, simultaneously activating the assassin's prerequisite skill, Backstab. Continuing to destroy its right head, then activated the grappling hook skill to latch onto Akumachir's middle head. Using the grappling hook to pull the target closer, while simultaneously releasing a charged skill. Switching his weapon to a longsword, he launched the Sword Soul's prerequisite skill, Draw Sword Slash. The skill effect unleashes a red crescent-shaped slash forward, with a charge time of 1.5 seconds. One slash decapitated its final head. At the same time, the system panel rang out with a notification. Successfully slain the boss, Akumachir. Congratulations to Trin Kim Mak for smoothly setting a new all-time record for the Dark Abyss, with a total completion time of 1 hour, 56 minutes, and 32 seconds. Congratulations, you have reached level 18 and received a basic material chest. Do you wish to open it? Lao Mak crossed his arms and ordered, "Open it." The system panel continued to notify. Congratulations, you have obtained 9-headed serpent's fang. Time 1. Sea turtle shell time 1. Void tentacle time 1. He looked satisfied at the loot he had gathered. Excellent, these are all things I need. This time, I've taken another step closer to the epoch-making weapon I desire. Everyone was in an uproar. Oh my god, Trin Kim Mak actually broke the record. 1 hour, 56 minutes, and 32 seconds. This record is twice as fast as Teacher Lac Dung's previous record. I guess in the next 10 years, no, within 20 years, it will be extremely hard for anyone to break this record. At the entrance of the dungeon, the word completed also appeared. The entire administration gloomily whispered, "It's over." From now on, the ownership of the Dark Abyss no longer has anything to do with Manhwa Academy. It belongs solely to Trinkiam Mak alone. Changduang told the crowd without regret. The achievement we attained at all costs back then made us think it was unbreakable. These years of living in comfort and complacency without striving for progress have ultimately cost us a heavy price. Lao Mak walked out without a single scratch on him. He stated confidently, "The Dark Abyss has been secured by me. It's time for you to fulfill your promise." Kang Duong replied calmly, "Rest assured. Fong Hall Academy will honor its bet. What you want, I guarantee, will be fully delivered within a week." He suddenly glanced back at the dungeon board and asked, "All right, and what about your other 3 dungeons? Do you dare to bet again?" Everyone was thrown into a frenzy once more. "Principal, we can't bet anymore. If we continue to bet, I'm afraid our Fong Hall Academy won't even have our pants left to wear." "Principal Kang, you must think carefully before acting." Kang Duong yelled impatiently, "You bunch of idiots. Do you think hell'll stop if you don't bet? According to the rules, no one is allowed to refuse a dungeon challenge." He turned around and said softly, "Bet, of course we must bet. If you can take the remaining 3 dungeons, the things we promised to give you will be doubled." Then he proposed an offer, but there is one more condition. Fong Hoa Academy requests to merge with Jiang Than Academy. Shortly afterward, the news was everywhere. Daily headline: Fong Hoa Academy merges with Jiang Than Academy. A man picked up the article and read, "This Kang Duong sure is a cunning fox." He is Trin Sumdu, the principal of Thien Ha Academy. Sumdu scowls and mutters to himself. Now that Fong Hoa Academy has lost all its secret dungeons, this is the perfect time to merge them into Jiang Than Academy, securing Fong Ha's continued existence. Suddenly, someone bursts through the door in a panic. "We have a huge problem. That monster, Trin Kia Mak, has arrived at our school." Trin Sungdu calmly stands up and chides, "Mr. Vuong, why are you screaming over such a trivial matter? Have you lost your dignity?" Mr. Vuong regains his composure and asks, "Principal, don't tell me you've already prepared for this." He clasps his hands behind his back and strolls over to look out the window. "Humph. Based on his performance at Fong Ho Academy, I admit this Trin Kia Mak has some skills. Setting a new record in our school's secret dungeon probably wouldn't be an issue for him. Even though we can't outright refuse a dungeon challenge, however." He suddenly pauses mid-sentence. Slowly turning his head with a sinister smirk, he adds, "We'll have to see if he can even set foot in the dungeon hall first." In front of the gates of Thien Ha Academy, Lao Mak stands facing off against the school's personnel. The man solemnly introduces himself. "So you're Trin Kia Mak? My name is Trong Nak K. I'm a level 22 Qigong master, and I challenge you to a duel." Lao Mak catches on and lets out a cold laugh. "Humph. Do you really think these dirty little tricks can stop me in my tracks?" The crowd outside the school shudders and gossips. "Holy crap, what's going on? Isn't a teacher fighting a student against the rules? Probably not. That teacher just said he's level 22. As long as the level gap is within 20 levels, the rules allow for a forced duel. That poor student. Just what kind of massive mistake did he make to face such a harsh punishment?" In Thien Ha Academy's meeting room, Trin Sung Du turns on the big screen and orders everyone, "Watch him very closely. Find as many of Trin Kia Mak's weaknesses as you can." Trong Nak K enters a combat stance and arrogantly warns him, "Trin Kia Mak, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for coveting the foundation of Thien Ha Academy." He unleashes his thunderstomp skill. He lunges forward, aiming a kick right at Lao Mak, but Mak swiftly switches his weapon to gauntlets. He flawlessly blocks Trong Nak K's kick, then powerfully pushes him away. After the brief clash, Trong Nak K dimly realizes, was that a perfect guard? Using an advanced defensive technique with an activation window of less than 0.1 seconds. That's a skill you can only master after reaching the 3rd class awakening. In the blink of an eye, Lao Mak appears right in front of Trong Nak K. He uses the eagle stomp, landing a brutal blow straight to his gut. Trong Nak K is sent flying meters away. He loses all combat ability, utterly defeated. Another person steps out from the school. The students watching from their classrooms gasp, "Holy shit, isn't that the boss Trin Kia Mak? Has he come to slaughter our school this time? Boss Trin Kia Mak is insane. With a 4-level gap, even Mr. Trong Nak Ki wasn't his match. Look, everyone, level 24, Mr. Tu Loi Quan is approaching. This is getting interesting. We've got another epic duel to watch." Lao Mac glares at the next challenger with a mocking tone, lining up to throw your lives away just to stop me from challenging the dungeon. Don't you all feel embarrassed? Tu Loi Quan clenches his fists in fury and glares at him. Trin Kiem Mac, don't think you're invincible. Today, every single one of us will make you suffer. I refuse to believe you'll have any strength left to challenge the dungeon after a dozen rounds of fighting. Lao Mac replies with a hint of annoyance. If that's how it is, let's wrap this up quickly. He immediately casts the title charm on Tu Loi Quan. The equipment's effect triggers a soul attack skill, striking the current target with soul damage and stunning them unconscious for 4 seconds. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. Just like that, Tu Loi Quan shivers and stands completely paralyzed, leaving him completely defenseless as Lao Mac pulls out his Gatling gun. He shoots him point blank until he falls unconscious. Entire school board is scared half to death. What kind of skill is that? Why is Mr. Tu Loi Quan just standing there like an idiot? Was he forcibly knocked into a coma? How is he supposed to keep fighting? Lao Mac angrily stares directly into the surveillance camera and gestures. Who's next? Get out here already. Stop wasting my time. Right after the school's monitors turn to static, plunging everything into a dead silence. All the teachers stand up simultaneously in outrage. This is unacceptable. Trin Kiem Mac is treating us like absolute trash. I'm so furious. Let's go. We're all heading down there. Are we really going to let an entire group of us be intimidated by some brat? Just a few minutes later, they all storm out to confront Lao Mac. Every single face is radiating bloodlust, eager to tear him apart. Lao Mac flashes a grin. Since you're all here, line up and wait your turn. Suddenly, someone jumps forward to attack. I can't take this anymore. I'm a level 27 berserker and I'll be the one to crush you. But the moment those words leave his mouth, he realizes Lao Mac's bullets have already surrounded him. Just like that, right after declaring his name, he gets brutally beaten down. Lao Mac coldly rests his gun on his shoulder and gestures, next. Instantly, 3 men charge at him simultaneously. You arrogant brat. I'm a level 32 Kin Lion, I'll teach you a lesson. I'm Huan Hak Lao, level 35, I'm joining in. And me, level 38 from Hua Academy. Then, taking only a fraction of his time, Lao Mac completely wipes out all the high-level teachers in the school. Trin Sum Du is sweating profusely as he calculates the situation. There are no teachers under level 38 left in the school. According to the rules, I can't stop this brat anymore. But how can I just sit back and watch a 100-year-old legacy be destroyed like this? Maybe I should just kill this brat. As the thought crosses his mind, he secretly begins casting a spell behind his back. Suddenly, he senses something. What? I'm locked onto. Does this kid actually have a master protecting him from the shadows? If I force my hand today, I'll definitely be welcoming my own death. I can't keep stopping him from challenging the dungeon, otherwise, I might not even keep my position as principal. After a fierce internal struggle, he forces himself to welcome Lao Mac into the school. Student Trin's abilities are truly extraordinary. Hearing of your arrival, all the teachers came out to give you a very passionate welcome. Haha. Student Trin Kiem Mac, please, right this way. Following the incident, newspapers simultaneously report the news. Trin Kiem Mac sweeps through the top 20 academies in Jiang Fan, single-handedly conquering 60 top-tier secret dungeons. The top 20 academies in Jiang Fan announced their merger with Jiang Fan Academy. Breaking news. Jiang Fan Academy's power quickly propels it into the top 3 in Xia country. Seeing shifts to Jiang Tan Academy's meeting room. Education official Lu stands at the head to open the meeting. I'm sure everyone has felt our school's daily growth over these past few days. All of this stems entirely from the performance of student Trin Kiem Mac over the past half-month. I called everyone here today to discuss one matter. Jiangtan Academy plans to award student Trin Kiem Mac the title of honorary principal. Who is in favor and who opposes? Hearing official Lu, not a single person objects. Everyone claps enthusiastically in agreement. Official Lu quickly wraps up the meeting. Since there are no objections, we will hold an award ceremony as soon as student Trin Kiem Mac returns. He thinks to himself, but where did that kid run off to? He caused such a massive uproar and isn't even showing his face. Seeing shifts to Heaven's Apocalypse continent Lanuo Coast, monster levels 17 to 26. Lao Mac wipes out the monsters single-handedly as system notifications constantly pop up. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 20. Conversion system upgraded to level 3. Current conversion slots 46. All passive levels upgraded to level 3. Passive Gatling gun level 3. When attacking with any gun, there is a 25% to 30% chance to fire 10 to 15 Gatling gun bullets with a 100% hit rate. Passive Sweeping Attack level 3. When attacking, the chance to trigger an AoE attack increases from 10% to 15%, with the circular range radius increasing from 2 to 4 meters. Congratulations! Passive Wave Splitting Slash level 3. When attacking, there is a 35% chance to unleash a wave-splitting slash. Upon activation, it transforms into 5 to 7 sword auras to attack enemies, increasing damage scaling from 1.6 times to 1.8x and granting invincibility for 0.3 to 0.4 seconds. Congratulations! Passive Weapon Switch level 3. Weapon switching cooldown for all weapons permanently reduced from 40% to 50%. Passive Critical Hit level 3. Base critical hit rate increased to 22%. Lao Max smiles with satisfaction as he checks his status screen. The Gatling gun's passive not only gain an extra 5% trigger chance, but it also adds 5 more bullets. The damage must have increased by at least 50%. The invincibility frame of the wave-splitting slash has even reached 0.4 seconds. This makes my future tactical maneuvers way more viable. After this comprehensive upgrade, my single target damage has improved significantly. I'll need to carefully consider my next conversion slots. This is perfect timing. Since I recently plundered resources from the city's 20 academies, I can finally use them to craft that era-defining weapon. Scene shifts to a town. Lao Mac approaches an old blacksmith and asks, "Excuse me, can I learn forging and craft equipment here?" Without even turning around, the old man replies, "Tuition is 50 gold coins, and the crafting fee starts at 100 gold coins. If you don't have the money, get out and stop wasting my time." He voices his dissatisfaction. Good grief, what a ripoff. Doesn't learning to forge normally cost just 20 gold coins? Lao Mac quietly observes and assesses the man. Looking at this old guy's gear, he doesn't seem like the greedy type. Did he spend all his money upgrading his forging experience? Is he one of those master blacksmiths who do it purely out of passion? The old man scowls and shoots back. Think it's too expensive? It's always been this price. You should reflect on yourself. Have you actually been working hard hunting monsters and saving up money all these years? Lao Mac resorts to a little trickery, teasingly waving a blueprint in front of the old man's face. Well then, never mind. It's just a shame my pockets are empty. Who knows when this magnificent blueprint in my hands will ever see the light of day? Hearing this, the old man glances down and is immediately caught off guard. This blueprint is far from ordinary. The old man instantly calls him back. Wait up. Lao Mac successfully baits his prey, turning his head to hide a sly grin. He took the bait. The old man hurriedly asks him, "Where did you get this blueprint? Hurry up and let me see it." Lao Mac sees how easily the old man was lured in and starts teasing. "I guess I can let you see it. But what about the forging and tuition fees?" The old man snatches Keem Mac's blueprint and, no longer paying attention to him, blurts out, "No need to pay any fees. The skill books are on the right side of the bookshelf. Go look at them yourself." A moment later, the system notifies, "Congratulations. You have successfully learned the basic forging skill. Currently, the minimum crafting quality is excellent green. To advance to the intermediate forging level, you need 10,000 more forging experience points. Keep up the good work." The old man squats down, clutching his head in frustration. The person who researched and invented this blueprint is an absolute genius. I've been a blacksmith for over 30 years, yet I still can't understand it. Lao Mac thinks to himself, I improved this blueprint based on the masterpieces of digital grandmasters from my past life. It's a weapon capable of seamlessly shifting between forms without interruption. The sheer intricacy of its design isn't something just anyone could comprehend. He acts slightly disappointed and demands the blueprint back. If you don't understand it, then I'll go check somewhere else. The old man immediately clasps his hands and begs, "No, no, no. Even though I don't fully understand it, I can still grasp the underlying principles. Please allow me to participate in crafting this weapon. I'll provide all the labor and supplementary materials absolutely free of charge." Seeing how resolute the old man is, Lao Mac is surprised and slightly moved. "Well, I only prepared one set of core materials. If we fail, I'll have to gather everything all over again." He suddenly gets a brilliant idea. "How about this? I have 4 blueprints for 4 different components. Craft them for me for free, and show me what you're truly capable of." 2 hours later, exactly as Lao Mac hoped, the old man has completed the 4 requested items. The old man confidently calls him over. "Come and check these out. I put my absolute best into forging them, and they used up quite a lot of my precious materials. He picks up the weapons in awe. The first item is the Wolf Claw Gauntlets, followed by the Silver Scale Breastplate, the Brotherhood Hood, and the Troll Slayer's Bracers. He successfully equips all 4 items and praises them with satisfaction. I really didn't judge him wrong. This old man's forging skills are absolutely extraordinary. He even managed to turn level 15 excellent blueprints into level 25 flawless masterpieces. Lao Mac opens his status window to check. My combat power jumped by 3,000 points straight away. Throughout the entire history of Xia country, there has probably never been a student with a combat power of 16,000 points. The old man eagerly asks him, "Well, my skills aren't too shabby, right?" Lao Mac replies with a bright smile. "The quality is decent. You passed the test." Suddenly, someone comes looking for the old man. "Old Tuong, I've gathered all the materials you needed. So, can you help me forge my weapon today?" Is Old Tuong out? It was Huang Thien from Lam Fong Academy, a level 28 second-year Sword Soul student. He stands alone, lost in thought. This Old Tuong, despite his arrogant attitude, he is genuinely one of the rare high-tier master blacksmiths on the Heaven's Apocalypse continent. Countless people are willing to pay fortunes and even beg just to have him forge their gear. I had to pull family strings and invite him time and time again before he reluctantly agreed. Suddenly, a shout echoes from inside. "How exactly did you get your title as a master blacksmith? Did you bribe your way in?" Huang Thien is startled and looks over. Are there people discussing forging techniques in the back room? Huang Thien peeks in out of curiosity, only for the scolding to grow louder. "How can you not even tell the difference between die forging and free forging?" This is followed by Old Tuong's timid voice. "I'm sorry, but this is the first time I've ever heard of those two terms." Lao Mac angrily lectures the old man directly to his face. When pouring the molten metal, the Reynolds number threshold must exceed 25,000 or else you'll run into issues. Old Tuong hangs his head low, listening to Lao Mac's every word. What on earth is a Reynolds number threshold? I've never heard of it. Huang Thien's jaw drops as he watches Old Tuong get berated. Eh? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? A young guy like that actually dares to scold Old Tuong. He takes a risk and speaks up. "Old Tuong, it's me, little Huang is here." Lao Mac immediately stops and looks over. He suddenly flashes a feral, utterly satisfied smile, causing Huang Thien to freeze in terror, his mind reeling. Why is this guy looking at me with such a weird expression? Wait, I remember an old creep who wanted to sleep with me having that exact same look in his eyes. Contrary to Huang Thien's thoughts, Lao Mac seems to feel a deep sense of nostalgia toward him. Huang Thien? I never expected to run into my comrade from my past life in a place like this. Huang Thien, the top 1 divine sword soul in Heaven's Apocalypse, whose level had reached 98. He was highly cautious and composed, exceptionally skilled at adapting to and controlling the flow of battle, always striking at the perfect moment. He was globally renowned for his flawless swordsmanship. In my past life, our friendship blossomed from the game into the real world, and we eventually became the closest of friends who shared absolutely everything. Old Tuong coldly turns to Huang Thien. "Oh, so you're the one who wants me to forge a weapon. Come back another day. I'm extremely busy right now." Lao Mac, feeling fond of his old friend, immediately tells Old Tuong, "Hold on a second. I almost forgot. Earlier, I only tested your armor forging skills. I still haven't tested your weapon forging. How about we use his weapon as your next exam?" The old man's eyes go wide in panic. Are you just bullying an honest man here? He swallows his anger and begrudgingly accepts it. Damn it. I never thought the day would come when I'd be the one getting used. The techniques this young man just displayed far surpass the level of a grandmaster. I've passed the point of no return. I can't possibly pass up such a precious learning opportunity. Old Tuong reluctantly agrees. Fine, as long as you let me participate in crafting that weapon, I'll do whatever you say. 2 hours later. Huang Thien gleefully praises the weapon in his hands, as expected of Old Tuong. You even forged a level 24 excellent weapon for me, the cruel barbed hook. Old Tuong pants heavily, but looks incredibly smug. But of course, not to brag, but in all of Xia country, there are hardly any who can surpass me in the art of forging. Huang Thien takes the weapon, swinging it around as happily as a child. Wow, the DPS on this weapon is already over 100. The attack speed is even crazier. It's a mere 2.1. Suddenly he remembered, looking at Lao Mac who was smiling at him. But still, for this guy to help me like this, he must really be after my looks. I need to be a bit careful from now on. Lao Mak nodded in agreement. So the inspection passed. Now let's start forging the weapon. Lao Tuong happily patted his chest. All right, just leave it to me. Late at night at 2 a.m., a blinding light shot through the window from Lao Tuong's house. Flowing light thousand blades umbrella stage 1. Lao Mak's weapon has been successfully crafted. Everyone stared in awe at the hovering weapon. To think that the moment it was successfully crafted, it would emit such a brilliant golden light, and this weapon is only in its first stage. Flowing light thousand blades umbrella. Quality, special, silver. Weapon type, one-handed. Base damage, 150. Attack speed, 1.8. Plus 8 strength, 8 agility. Durability, never wears out. Item level, unknown. Equipment effect, 1. Can smoothly switch between 4 forms. One-handed sword, Gatling machine gun, battle spear, magic staff. Equipment effect, 2. Unactivated. Lao Mak satisfiedly held the weapon in his hands. The base damage is actually 25% higher than in my previous life. Probably no one would have thought that a level 20 student could possess a weapon with a base damage reaching 150. He immediately tested the weapon's effect, softly commanding, "Switch to machine gun form." The umbrella instantly transformed into a Gatling gun. Lao Tuong and Huang Tian watched in shock. Is this really the weapon I helped create? Such an exquisite design, it can be called a masterpiece. Is this the legendary unique silver weapon? It can freely change its state. This is way too absurd. He continued to test switching it to the battle spear form. A brilliant spear appeared. Lao Mak suddenly received a series of notifications. Congratulations, you have successfully soul-bound the level 5 silver weapon, Flowing Light Thousand Blades Umbrella. The weapon is soul-bound. It will not drop upon death, and others cannot use it. The weapon is currently unactivated, and all stats are temporarily reduced by 50%. To activate it, you must soak it in the fresh blood of a boss-level creature above level 25 to unlock its full power. Scene shifts to the Razor Swamp, a level 26 fixed-level intermediate dungeon. In front of the dungeon entrance, there were dozens of candidates gathering to participate. Everyone was taking the opportunity to team up and chat. Powerful squad already formed with a level 27 warrior as leader. Need one more level 25, guaranteed efficient carry. I'm level 22, an EXP baby looking for a party. No need for gear, just need EXP to level up. EXP babies usually have lower levels than the dungeon's current level. In a team, they can lower the average level, thereby increasing the experience gained when killing monsters. Lao Mak was waiting in a tightly wrapped cloak. There are still 10 minutes until the agreed time. I guess he's still like in my previous life, showing up a bit late. Perfect timing to make preparations before battle. Let's set the remaining 2 conversion slots. First, I'll convert the Elementalist's Nihility Sphere. After you tap the panel, a notification popped up. Congratulations! You have successfully converted the skill Nihility Sphere. Nihility Sphere passive. When casting any spell, there is a 15% chance to fire a black sphere formed from nothingness at the enemy in front, dealing continuous dark attribute damage. The attack duration is 0.3 seconds. Lao Mak read the info and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. After converting the Nihility Sphere into a passive skill, there's indeed a significant enhancement. Using a minor spell to trigger the passive, with the Nihility Sphere's cooldown being around 15 seconds, I can trigger the passive at least 2 to 3 times. The damage is quite impressive. Next, I want to save the second conversion slot for a status skill. I just don't know if the system can convert it or not. Let's give it a try. Without hesitation, Lao Mak tapped the panel again. Skill, Phantom Rune. Attribute, Dark. Attribute. Within 30 seconds after attacking and hitting an enemy with a round staff, you can generate a Dark Attribute Phantom Rune. The Phantom Rune exists for a maximum of 30 seconds. When using Phantom Runes to attack or suppress enemies, it can increase your physical critical hit rate and increase the Dark Attribute magic damage taken by the enemy by 10%. You can generate a maximum of 7 Attribute Phantom Runes. Living up to his expectations, the notification popped up again. Congratulations, you have successfully converted the Phantom Rune Attribute skill, Dark Attribute skill. Phantom Rune, Dark Attribute passive. When attacking and hitting an enemy with a battle spear, you can generate a Dark Attribute Phantom Rune. The Phantom Rune exists for a maximum of 2 minutes. When using Phantom Runes to attack or suppress enemies, it can increase your physical critical hit rate and increase the Dark Attribute magic damage taken by the enemy by 10%. You can generate a maximum of 9 attribute phantom runes. Lao Mac read the information the system just provided in surprise. He calculated carefully. The reason I chose the Dark Attribute Phantom Rune was because it could deeply increase Dark Attribute damage, synergizing somewhat with the Annihility Sphere from earlier. But I didn't expect that once the status skill was converted into a passive, its duration would be directly cancelled. And I don't even need to activate a specific skill. Thinking of this, Lao Mac broke into a delighted smile. If in the future I convert all the Article Phantom Runes into passive skills, then, just by attacking with the Battle Spear, a single strike could instantly proc all 5 types of Phantom Runes. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is just too overpowered." Suddenly, he heard what sounded like someone gossiping about him, cutting his thoughts short. Damn, now even level 20s want to be ex-babies. How lazy. Didn't you see his class? He's a national treasure level solo player. Holy shit, a real solo player. No wonder he needs a carry. No one wants to party up with him even for beginner dungeons. Keep your voice down. What if he's a scion of some major family? Don't provoke people recklessly. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey everyone, look, Hong Thien is here." Wow, is he the Hong Thien from Lam Phong Academy, one of the top 10 academies? He looks so cool. Already level 28 at such a young age, truly worthy of being called the most talented sword soul in Sha country in the past 30 years. Did he come to the Razor Swamp today to set a new dungeon record? Hong Thien's appearance caused the surrounding atmosphere to fall silent. He walked up to Lao Mac and said, "Boss, let's go." Lao Mac replied warmly, "From now on, just call me Lao Mac." Hearing that, everyone was stunned once again. That solo player actually knows the great Wang Tian. And if I didn't hear wrong just now, the great Wang Tian actually called him boss. What on earth is this solo player's background? Razor Swamp is located deep within the Thorn Forest in the northwest of the Novice Zone. Unlike Academy dungeons, fixed-level dungeons must be entered from the Wilderness map, and their difficulty is higher. Next to the Razor Swamp, there is also a level 40 intermediate dungeon called Razor Highland. Legend has it that the formation of these 2 dungeons is related to an ancient demigod named Agamagan. Agamagan was an immortal giant boar covered in thorny vines. In a war between gods, Agamagan joined the side of justice and helped destroy the evil Burning Legion. The battle between it and the Abyssal Lord Manaroth spanned across the entire Apocalypse continent. Although it eventually died in battle, its fresh blood drenched the Thorn Forest, nourishing countless animals, plants, and even minerals. A group of Quillboars thus gradually gained sentience, becoming loyal followers of Agamagan. They hoped that one day Agamagan would be reborn. Thus, subsequent generations stayed behind to protect this thorn forest, thereby forming the dungeon. Lao Mac and Huang Tian entered inside. Huang Tian reminded him, deep within the fork along both paths, there is a mini-boss on each side. Later, just follow behind me and clear the low-health mobs. Make sure to pay attention to your own safety. Suddenly, Lao Mac turned and suggested, "Lao Huang, how about we have a match? We each choose a path and see who kills the boss and returns here first. How about it?" Huang Tian asked in surprise, "Are you sure? You, a level 20 solo player, want to compete in speed with my level 28 sword soul. Aren't you afraid of the penalty damage those level 26 mobs will inflict on you? Not to mention, the mobs here spawn in groups of at least 4. Lao Mac knew Huang Tian wouldn't believe him so easily. He continued to provoke, "What's wrong? Too scared to compete?" Huang Tian helplessly agreed, "Don't come crying to me later when you die." Huang Tian voiced his observation. The number of monsters on the left is slightly higher than on the right. For his safety, I'll take the left. But Lao Mac knew better and immediately dashed into the path with more monsters, leaving a bewildered Huang Tian standing there. "Why did you steal my path? I don't know if you're a brave person with skills or just fearless out of ignorance anymore." Very quickly, Huang Tian ran deep into the forest. Right away, he encountered a small group of monsters. 4 of them at once? Can't be too careless, heh. Huang Tian drew his sword and slashed. Army-breaking Dragon Ascension Strike. He eliminated the group. He continued to use mid-air rapid slashes. Target eliminated. Huang Tian muttered to himself worriedly, "In less than 10 minutes, I've already covered 1/3 of the distance." Can you really keep up with my speed? Or rather, can you even keep your life? Scene shifts to the 23 mark of the left path. Lao Mac single-handedly lured a horde of monsters behind him. At the perfect moment, he immediately took out his weapon, turned around to face them, and said, "Let you taste the power of my new weapon." Weapon conversion, machine gun form. The Gatling gun automatically fired a hail of bullets. After a short while, the monsters were all lying dead on the ground. Lao Mac excitedly looked at his weapon with affection. A single burst can fire over 50 bullets, with an average damage of 170. It really wasn't a waste of all that effort to create you. Damage like this is practically hacking. Huang Tian used secret ghost sword art to decapitate a large monster. He excitedly looked at his weapon. "Feels pretty good today, 27 minutes. I've set my new fastest record. Heh. Switching to the cruel hook sword, my strength has improved quite a bit. I'm guessing Lao Mac is still fighting for his life against those mobs right now." Then he grew worried thinking about Lao Mac. Maybe he's already returned to the dirt. A moment later he returned, startled upon seeing Kiem Mac. "Lao Mac? Why are you back already?" Lao Mac said nothing, just sitting there smiling. Huang Tian awkwardly consoled him, "It's okay, it's okay. Given your current level, running away when you can't win is the wisest choice. Nothing to lose face over. You just sit here, no need to go anywhere. Just leave the rest of the path to me." Then Huang Tian left Lao Mac sitting there, running alone towards the direction he had just taken. That's weird. Why isn't there even a single monster here? He was dumbfounded by the sight before him. What's going on here? Why are the corpses of dozens of elite quillboars piled up like this? Then Huang Tian, to verse his thoughts, hurriedly ran further in. This is already the 7th pile of corpses. How could Lao Mac deal with so many monsters higher level than him all at once? I wouldn't even be able to do this myself. Could it be that this level 20 solo player is actually stronger than me? Shouldn't there be the level 27 elite quillboar priest Agam here? Even if he's dead, then where is his corpse? Lao Mac suddenly appeared and replied, "Look up." Breathing heavily, Huang Tian snapped his head up. Indeed, there was a massive corpse hanging right above their heads. Lao Mac asked Huang Tian, "Well, do you admit defeat?" His face darkened in shock. Lao Mac actually single-handedly killed the level 27 elite quillboar priest Agam. Then he spared no words in praising Lao Mac. "Lao Mac, I lose. You're way too strong. Quickly tell me, how did you do all this?" Lao Mac happily replied, "It's actually not hard at all. You can do it too. Just that when using skills." Did you understand the crucial point just now? Huang Tian took out pen and paper to take notes, nodding repeatedly. "Got it." Lao Mac walked away, signaling, "Let's go, on to the next challenge." But in his mind, he was hatching a massive scheme. The plan to cultivate the #1 sword soul has officially begun. The two advanced deeper into the dungeon together. A monster suddenly lunged from behind Huang Tian. He was about to turn and counterattack when it was pierced by a bullet. Lao Mac stood from afar, providing cover fire. Then reminded him, "Your attack timing just now was slow by 0.2 seconds. Huang Tian continuously fended off waves of attacks from the monsters. As he fought, he thought, "Seeing Lao Mac's combat abilities with my own eyes, I finally realized the gap between us. I am inferior in every aspect. And what shocks me even more is that Lao Mac grasped all my combat habits in the blink of an eye. He might understand me better than my own biological mother." Suddenly, a large monster appeared. Huang Tian hastily dodged. "Damn it, my skills postcast delay hasn't finished yet." He was immediately sent flying by the monster, landing towards Lao Mac, who was defending. Lao Mac teased Huang Tian, "Is this the most promising sword soul of Xia country in the last 30 years? Are you trying to make me die laughing?" Huang Tian lay on the ground panting, struggling to say, "Lao Mac, your demands are too absurd. Teaching me so many crucial points just now, you just want me to kill the Overlord Mudas and his minions without taking damage. Do you think everyone is as overpowered as you?" Lao Mac suddenly asked Huang Tian coldly, "Do you know why you couldn't even dodge Muta's basic attack just now?" As a warrior class player, you subconsciously ignore the minor damage around you. Thinking you've grasped a great opportunity, you blindly chase the target for a quick attack. But this is exactly what disrupts your attack rhythm. The true timing of an attack lies in precision, not speed. Many times, moving later can achieve the same result as acting earlier. Only by understanding this can you bring out the full potential of the knowledge I taught you. After hearing Lao Mac's words, Huang Tian didn't complain anymore. He refocused and muttered, "Attack timing, attack rhythm, moving later to act earlier." Lao Mac praised him. "Not bad. You do have some wit and intelligence. That's the Huang Tian I know." Huang Tian took the chance to grin widely. Suddenly, Lao Mac asked, "Do you want to become the #1 sword soul god of the apocalypse continent?" Huang Tian stood stunned, listening blankly. Lao Mac continued, "Train with me, and you'll definitely become the #1 sword soul god of heaven's apocalypse." Wine Thian immediately agreed, their deep brotherhood renewed once again. "All right, Lao Mac, I trust you." Fueled by newfound motivation, he charged forward fiercely. "That's right, I will definitely become the #1 sword soul of the heaven's apocalypse continent. How could I accept defeat over such a minor setback?" Seeing Wine Thian, the monsters roared and lunged at him. The two sides clashed fiercely. Wine Thian knocked a monster back and realized an opening. He kept a closer, vigilant watch on the enemy. The mob is in its pre-attack windup. During their windup, if we change our position, their attack direction shifts too. I need to wait until their windup phase ends and only dodge when they are actively striking. No, wait 0.2 seconds. Wan Thian spun around, dodging the monster's attack. Then, timing his counterattack perfectly, now's the time. The two monsters from earlier were instantly wiped out. Wan Thian was thrilled. Is this the thrill of living on the edge? A combat style where every movement and technique requires prior thought. Can it really feel this exhilarating? Lao Mac proudly watched Huan Thian fight. The strongest sword soul of heaven's apocalypse is finally beginning to awaken. A few minutes later, all the small mobs were cleared. Huang Thian praised him profusely. "Lao Mac, you're seriously too awesome. With your teaching skills, you could at least be the head of the freshman year at our Lam Thian Academy." Lao Mac replied modestly, "If you could absorb even half of the combat techniques I taught you today, my efforts won't have been in vain." Now, on to today's final lesson. Karga Thrall is a grand mage of the Wild Boar tribe. He has a total of 4 skills. They are the Purification spell granting 2 seconds of invincibility, along with Emergency Recovery spell and Spear of Mana. These are all support skills. The core of this final lesson is to try and interrupt all of his non-damaging skills. Leave all the damage dealing to me. Your job is just to interrupt. The battle won't drag out too long, so don't feel pressured. With that, sticking strictly to the plan, both charged at Karga Thrall, executing their steps flawlessly. Lao Mac transformed his weapon into its battle spear form. He boldly declared, "Today I will use your fresh blood to baptize my weapon." Karga Thrall possessed incredibly strong recovery abilities. Dealing with him couldn't rely solely on ranged attacks. While calculating his moves, Lao Mac continuously thrust his battle spear into Karga Thrall's stomach, making the monster howl in pain. The wounds on its stomach bled and bruised terribly. Dark Attribute Chaser generated. Lao Mac looked at the results on Karga Thrall's stomach with satisfaction. As expected, the battle spear form is the most optimal choice right now. Not only does it have the lowest attack penalty, but it can also smoothly stack Dark Attribute Chasers. Karga Thrall flew into a rage, exploding with power. "Despicable humans, I shall represent Mikagamo and destroy you all." It started to cast the recovery spell. Lao Mac immediately glanced at Huang Thian and shouted, "Lao Huang, it's your turn." Huang Thian was startled but swiftly lunged forward to slash and interrupt Karga Thrall. Karga Thrall's recovery spell was successfully interrupted. Huang Thian laughed triumphantly. "Ha, got you right where I want you." Karga Thrall started chanting the recovery spell again. Karga Thrall recovered 1,500 HP. Huang Thian cried out in disbelief, "Damn, it's still casting? That's awful." Lao Mac dashed over and reminded him, "Stay focused. Don't miss the opportunity again." He ran ahead of Huang Thian and continued to strike Karga Thrall's stomach again with his battle spear. It began chanting the recovery spell once more. Huang Thian, fully aware of his task, immediately leaped into the air. He used the Ghost Slash skill, striking down at the monster. Karga Thrall's recovery spell was successfully interrupted, but it began to sing again, continuously casting the recovery spell. Huang Thian was gradually losing stamina and thought of another plan. Sure enough, it's starting to chant this disgusting spell again. But my Ghost Slash is still on cooldown right now. I'll just have to use that move. With that, he jumped forward, gathering his strength and raising both arms high. He then slashed down in a perfect X shape, successfully interrupting Karga Thrall's recovery spell. That ultimate move was Flowing Heart Slash, the Sword Soul's first transition skill, a Godspeed horizontal cut followed by an upward slash. Combined with his own rotational force, it could knock small enemies airborne. For larger monsters, it inflicted a 0.5-second hit stun, which could interrupt their skills. Lao Mac, perfectly supported, smoothly proceeded with his trump card. Not bad, you're finally on the right track. Next, I'll show you an HP burn vanishing act. Chaser Launcher. The dark orbs hovering above Lao Mac's head shot forward, bombarding Karga Thrall relentlessly, making it roar in agony. Before collapsing to the ground, it furiously struggled to its feet, crying out unwillingly, "No, I cannot die. I must wait for the great Nikigamo to descend upon the mortal realm once more." But Lao Mac gently raised his hand. A dark orb suddenly appeared and struck a critical blow, dealing 80% dark element damage, increasing the critical hit rate by 12% and completely finishing off Karga Thrall. Huang Thian couldn't help but shower him with praise. Nice one. Over 1,000 damage in a single hit. Lao Mac, you're absolutely insane. I'm certain that because of your rise, countless people will follow in the footsteps of the solo player class. Lao Mac said nothing, just gave Huang Thian a gentle smile. He's still exactly the same as before. Every time I pull off some sharp maneuvers, Lao Huang never holds back his passionate praise. If only in the near future I could gather all my old comrades together, to have everyone dominate the Heaven's Apocalypse continent once again and ascend to the highest throne. How wonderful would that be? The two quickly proceeded to the final part of the dungeon. Huang Thian pointed downwards, outlining the locations. Lao Mac, look at the tents and the thorny path down there. That is the final stage. There are a total of 100 elite wild boars. We just need to rescue the goblin inside the tent and escort it safely to the end of the path to successfully clear this stage. So far, we've only spent 2 hours and 3 minutes. Moving forward, as long as we search carefully and calculate our moves thoroughly, we can set a new record. Lao Mac suddenly asked him, "Lao Wang, want to try something thrilling?" Huang Thian turned around innocently and asked, "How thrilling?" Before he could process the thought, an erratic Lao Mac kicked him straight off the cliff. Lao Mac even replied leisurely, "Extremely thrilling, of course. Off you go." Huang Thian screamed in pure terror, snot and tears streaming down his face like a river. Down below inside the tent holding the goblin captive, it was being strictly guarded by an elite wild boar. Lao Mac had aimed precisely at the tent when he kicked Huang Thian down. The impact instantly killed the elite wild boar. Huang Thian clutched his butt and wailed, "Boo-hoo, it hurts so much." Seeing someone arrive, the goblin, with tears welling up in its eyes, spoke in a trembling voice, "Kind human, are you here to save me? I offer you my highest praises." But before it could finish speaking, its head was tightly grabbed before it could even react. A panicked Lao Huang dragged it along to flee, dashing out of the tent in a flash right before the eyes of the entire horde of wild boars outside. "Cut the crap and run with me. Lao Mac, this stunt of yours is way too thrilling. You're trying to send me to my death." Step 1 was successful thanks to Huang Thian's noble sacrifice. He had accomplished the mission of pulling aggro from all the elite wild boars. Up above, Lao Mac timed it perfectly and cast an ice wall spell, separating the two sides and successfully protecting the goblin and Huang Thian. He instructed, "Lao Huang, protect the goblin well. As for luring and taking care of these mobs, leave that to me." Huang Thian yelled in panic, "Lao Mac, you're crazy. Making such a huge commotion. Are you trying to take on 100 elite wild boars all by yourself?" But a part of him felt very reassured, so he quickly turned back to join Lao Mac. "Chick, whatever. This young master will risk his life to accompany the gentleman today." Just like that, Lao Mac gathered all 100 elite wild boars in a heartbeat. He looked at the horde smugly. "It's done. Now gather all the elite wild boars in one spot." Then, transforming his weapon into the machine gun form, Lao Mac pressed the barrel against the ground and used the cannon's skill, shooting himself backwards. When firing the cannon, you get propelled in the opposite direction simultaneously. The recoil can be used to travel a vast distance through the air. He landed safely. At the same time, Huang Thian ran over, shouting, "Lao Mac." The terrified goblin clinging to Huang Thian's shoulder asked in confusion, "Are you guys not here to save me? With so many wild boars, how are we supposed to get out? Lao Ma confidently swapped his weapon to its magic staff form and boasted, "Watch closely. Let me show you a dark orb wild boar stew performance." He charged his energy, manifesting a void orb from the magic staff. Then he fired it, launching an absolutely overwhelming attack on the horde of wild boars. Wang Thian was amazed but still uneasy. Is this Lao Mac's trump card? Even though the damage is incredibly strong, the void orb only lasts for 4 seconds, and its cooldown is a whopping 15 seconds. Once the void orb disappears, the wild boars will definitely scatter. What will you do then? Suddenly, Lao Mac fired off other smaller orbs, startling Huang Thian, who screamed, "My brother, time is of the essence right now. If you have any ultimate moves, just unleash them all." Suddenly, a system panel notified, "Passive, void orb activated." Lao Mac calmly replied to Huang Thian, "Don't rush. Even magic missiles have their brilliant uses." From beneath the ground, 2 other orbs emerged. They then swept through the entirety of the remaining elite wild boars. Huang Thian's eyes widened as he stared intently. Is this a miracle? Where did these 2 new void orbs come from? Lao Mac was full of smug satisfaction internally. The void orb skill has a long cooldown and high mana consumption. For normal classes without drinking mana potions, it can only be used once, but after the void orb passive brings mana cost to 0, it can be used multiple times. It perfectly makes up for my weakness in area of effect damage. He wiped out all 100 boars in just a few seconds, leaving nothing behind on the battlefield. Lao Mac turned back to look at Huang Thian and said confidently, "Lao Huang, follow me, and you'll create many miracles just like this." Very quickly, the announcement was broadcasted outside. Congratulations to Trin Kiam Mac and Huang Thian for breaking the record in the Razor Edge Swamp, with a completion time of 2 hours and 14 minutes. The team's average level is 24, currently ranked first. Reading this, the crowd outside instantly fell into an uproar. Damn, that's insane. Their clear time is just a little over 2 hours. This new record leaves Trio Vufis second-place squad behind by a whole 37 minutes. As expected of the great god Huang Thian, carrying such a dead weight and still managing to set a new record. Inside, Lao Mac continued to receive items dropped from the mobs. The system constantly chimed with notifications. Congratulations, the Flowing Light 1000-blade umbrella has been baptized in the fresh blood of the level 29 boss Karga Thrall. Unsealing successful. Currently, the seal has been lifted, and its attributes are operating at 100%. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Razor Edge Swamp. Because you broke this dungeon's record, the reward has been upgraded by 1 tier. Because you possess the hidden class magic controller, the clear reward has been upgraded by another tier. This dungeon clear is rated SS. Reward, 1 diamond treasure chest. You have opened the diamond treasure chest. Congratulations, you received the flawless grade equipment, Phantom Cloak. Huang Thian excitedly asked Lao Mac, "Lao Mac, I just opened my gold treasure chest and got a level 35 flawless grade armor piece. What was your reward?" He didn't say anything, merely displaying the item, which absolutely shocked Huang Thian. Holy crap, it's actually second awakening equipment. And it even comes with a phantom status effect. Its utility goes completely off the charts. If you put this up for auction, it would definitely sell for 50 million blue star coins. Lao Mac, you've literally struck gold. Suddenly, the goblin spoke up. "Benevolent humans, thank you for saving me from the clutches of those detestable wild boars. Previously, by sheer accident, I discovered the secret between them and the undead scourge." It pulled out a piece of paper and instructed, "I have recorded all the details in a secret letter buried at coordinates 38226922. I hope you can complete this quest for me. Thank you once again. I must go home to recover from my wounds now." After saying that, the goblin left the coordinate scroll behind and gradually faded away. The two quickly went over to pick up the paper and check it. Wang Thian was curious. Could this be a legendary hidden quest? How come I've never encountered it before? Lao Mac immediately replied, "That's a given. The condition to trigger this hidden quest is to escort the goblin to the secret exit within 10 minutes. Playing it the conventional way makes it impossible to meet this condition." Lao Mac assessed the situation and said, "This quest points towards the Razor Edge Highlands. Our current levels still aren't high enough. We'll come back to challenge it after our second awakening." Wang Thian happily agreed. "All right, I'll focus on leveling up." "Well then, Lao Mac, let's head out first." Suddenly, Lao Mac changed direction and patted Wang Thian's shoulder. "Don't rush. I'm taking you somewhere." The two ventured deep into the forest, causing a massive commotion at a mountain range. Huang Tian successfully destroyed a corner of it, sending thick clouds of dust into the air. He was surprised. There really is something behind this wall. Lao Mac, how did you know? Suddenly, light shone from within. Huang Tian looked inside excitedly. Is this? An altar. I've only ever seen pictures of it in books before. Rumor has it that an altar allows awakened individuals to sneakily learn a skill from a different class branch. I didn't expect such a rare resource to appear in a level 26 dungeon. Lao Mac said nonchalantly, I received a hidden quest previously and was given a map. The location marked on that map was right here. But internally, he was snickering. Hee, the truth is I memorized the locations of altars a long time ago. Huang Tian was suddenly overcome with emotion, pouring years of affection onto Lao Mac in this single moment. Pouting his lips and giving a look full of amorous intent, he lunged forward and hugged Lao Mac tightly. Lao Mac, to think you'd be willing to share such precious intel with me. Lao Mac, I love you. Lao Mac was terrified, repelling Huang Tian away. Don't act like a woman. Hurry up and activate the altar to see what skill you can learn. Huang Tian stepped up to the altar and placed his hand on it. A golden light burst forth. That light quickly enveloped his entire body. The system panel announced that Huang Tian had learned the Rage Burst skill. Huang Tian excitedly told Lao Mac, I learned the Berserker's Rage Burst skill. For a sword soul, this skill truly is like giving wings to a tiger. He jumped down, eagerly returning to Lao Mac's side. Lao Mac, you should try it quick. I can't wait to see what skills you'll learn. Lao Mac looked up at the altar and thought, in theory, a level 26 altar can only teach first awakening skills. What other skills could there possibly be for me to snag? He also stepped up to the altar and touched it. He suddenly realized, so that's how it is. The system panel immediately announced, because you are a magic controller and have already learned all first awakening skills, you can choose 1 second awakening skill from any class. The available skills now are Death Tombstone, Ice Mountain Shattering Slash, Quantum Bomb, and Burying Black Hole. Lao Mac calculated carefully before making his choice. Based on the forms that the Flowing Light Thousand Blades umbrella can currently deploy, I should consider a ranged skill. I'll choose the launcher's Quantum Bomb. The system announced, congratulations, you have successfully learned Quantum Bomb Level 1. Drop a light attribute Quantum Bomb on the enemy, dealing light attack damage to enemies within a 10-meter radius with a chance to inflict electrocution. The drop location can be freely controlled within a 100-meter range. Cooldown is 20 seconds. Lao Mac satisfactorily reviewed his new power. With this, my shortcoming in ranged attacks has finally been covered. My combat power truly has no blind spots now. Scene shifts back to Lao Tuong's house. Seeing him, the old man grew curious. Little friend, what brings you here? I didn't expect you two to be that strong to actually set a new record in the Blade Swamp. Lao Mac suddenly spoke up. Lao Tuong, lend me your anvil and furnace for a few days. I want to upgrade my blacksmithing skill to intermediate before the entrance exam. Hearing this, Lao Tuong was almost scared to death. Entrance exam? You're only a high school senior. He anxiously reminded him. No, the entrance exam is only 4 days away. Aren't you going back to prepare for battle? With such incredible talent for cultivation, absolutely do not let blacksmithing delay your entrance exam. Besides, upgrading to an intermediate blacksmith requires 10,000 XP points. Forget 4 days, even 40 days might not be enough. Lao Mac replied as he poured out a pile of red stones. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lao Tuong was immediately agitated and leaned in to look. Are these Nigagama's bloodstones? There must be at least 50 of them here. Even clearing the Blade Swamp 100 times might not drop this many. He revealed a mysterious smile. Heh, this mountain man has his own clever tricks. He thought to himself, although the drop rate for Nigagama's bloodstones is very low, once the combo count reaches 100, it triggers a guaranteed drop bug. That's exactly why I only use the Nihility Orb to attack in the final stage. The old man looked at him full of expectation. Using Migagama's bloodstones to forge equipment can triple your blacksmithing XP. With so many bloodstones, you might actually pull off a miracle. That night, Lao Mac successfully gave Lao Tuong the shock of his life. The old man praised him endlessly. Are you the reincarnation of the Iron Hammer? You success in forging your very first piece of equipment, and it even exceeds the limits of the excellent tier. Damn, Why did you consume so few materials? What kind of principle is this? Can you teach me? 3 days later. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully learned the intermediate blacksmithing skill. You can now forge equipment with a minimum quality of perfect. To upgrade to advanced blacksmithing, you need 100,000 blacksmithing XP and must be recognized by the Blacksmith Association. Please keep up the hard work." Lao Tuang stared wide-eyed. You really are a monster. He slumped down in awe. In just a mere 3 days, not only did you reach 10,000 blacksmithing XP from zero, you even used 50 of Migagama's bloodstones to successfully forge 46 finished pieces. A complete novice to blacksmithing actually achieved a 92% success rate. Although this old man's blacksmithing talent can be considered among the top tier of the Heaven's Apocalypse continent compared to you. It truly is, not even worth mentioning. Lao Mak didn't stay long. He quickly bid farewell to Lao Tuang and left. "Lao Tuang, I'll leave these pieces of equipment with you to sell. As for the price, just sell them as you see fit. I trust your judgment. Wait until I pass the entrance exam, and I'll come looking for you again." Scene shifts back to the academy. Lu Jiaoui was already waiting for him at the gate. "You brat, so you still know how to find your way back? I thought you weren't even planning to take the entrance exam." Lao Mak followed curiously. "Lu Jiaoui, what's with all this grand preparation?" Lu Jiaoui led the way, taking the chance to discuss the upcoming exam. "You'll know soon enough, but before that, I need to explain a few details about the entrance exam." The exam location is the Hanwu City Stadium. There will be over 400,000 candidates participating in the entrance exam there. He wondered aloud, why do we have to go to a different location for the exam? Lu Jiaoui explained, Jiangfan City is just a small provincial city among the 32 northern provinces of Hubei. It doesn't have the qualifications to host an exam center. The dungeon for this exam is called Nomragan, level 21. The entire incident has a total of 4 bosses, and you must defeat at least 2 to pass the test. The entrance exam dungeon has been modified by the scientific experts of Blue Star. Even if you die in there, you won't suffer any penalties. However, everyone only gets 1 chance in their lifetime. Your performance in this exam directly determines the maximum height you can achieve in the future. On another note, for Jiangthan Academy to reach its current might, you brat are truly its greatest meritorious official. Therefore, I planned a little surprise for you. Lao Mak asked curiously, "What surprise?" Suddenly, Lu Jiaoui pushed the doors open, giving Lao Mak a jolt. All the students in the academy had gathered to welcome and wish Lao Mak luck. "Look, it's Senior Trin Kiam Mak. Senior, you will always be our pride. You must do your best tomorrow." "Heh, next year I'll have to try out the solo player class too. Don't worry, we'll work hard to catch up to your footsteps." Lu Jiaoui announced, "Students, today is the day all the seniors of Jiangthan Academy march out to participate in the entrance exam. However, before that, I must declare an important matter. Through a discussion among the senior executives of Jiangfan Academy, we have unanimously decided to confer the title of honorary principal upon student Trin Kiam Mak." The entire academy cheered enthusiastically upon hearing this. "We absolutely support the academy's decision. Without Trin Kiam Mak, there would be no new Jiangfan." Lao Mak awkwardly pointed at himself and asked, "Honorary principal? I'm just an ordinary senior student. Why did the organization decide to make me the honorary principal?" The academy's seniors all came forward and surrounded Lao Mak. "No need to be modest. This is what you deserve. When you reach higher and further places in the future, don't forget about us old folks. Jiangfan Academy will forever be your home. No matter what happens, no matter what difficulties arise, we will definitely go all out to help you. This is the promise of our Jiangfan Academy." He let out a long sigh of relief. Then he decided to accept the title the academy had bestowed upon him. "All right, as long as Jiangfan Academy never betrays me, I will never betray Jiangfan Academy." Suddenly remembering something, Lu Jiaoui called out to him, "Oh right, that direct admission quota you gave up back then. The academy has decided to hand it over to student Lac Tin Tin." She approached shyly, not daring to look him in the eye, and asked timidly, "Student Trin, may I ask which of the top 10 academies you plan to apply for?" Li Huang ran over, slinging an arm around Lao Mak's shoulders to tease him. "Lao Mak, Lac Tin Tin is too shy, so let me translate for you. Student Lac Tin Tin has set her eyes on you and wants to attend the same academy as you. Ignoring it. Lao Mac pinched Li Huang's ear and pulled him up to lecture him. You brat! You finally sached in changing your class to Paladin. Did you seriously read the entrance exam handbook I left for you earlier? Li Huang cried out in pain as his ear turned red. Ouch! I read it! I've thoroughly studied everything! Everyone in the academy cheered in unison. Senior sister lacks beauty and senior brother Tring's strength. It truly is a match made in heaven. That's right! Our academy keeps its best within its own walls. Date her! Lao Mac stepped back awkwardly. Student Lac, Suddenly, he received a phone call, which saved him from the awkward situation. He immediately answered it. Hello, this is Trin Kiam Mac. May I ask who is calling? A man's voice came from the other end of the line, making his face dark. I am Zhou Trung Loi, the standing committee member of the Tianhai City Management Association. Let's meet. The day of the entrance exam, at the capital of the northern Hubei province, Hanwu City, the entrance exam center. All the candidates were sitting on the shuttle bus heading to the location. Li Huang nagged in Lao Mac's ear. Lao Mac, why won't you accept such an outstanding girl like Lac Tin Tin? It's truly such a pity. Ignoring him, he was deep in his own thoughts. To think that the previous incident with Din Huang would actually draw out the executive vice principal of Ma Lin Academy, Chung Hong's son. The protector that Zhou Trung Loi mentioned is probably that mysterious old man I met that day. If it weren't for him, I fear I would have died without a burial place. Damn it. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Stop! What's going on here? Where did you people from Jiang Fan Academy get so many buses? Representing the academy, Lu Jiao Ui and 2 others stepped down to negotiate. Please listen to our explanation. Li Huang curiously poked his head out of the bus and asked a schoolmate in another bus, Bro, what's going on? Why did all the senior executives of the academy get off? It seems our Jiang Fan Academy buses don't have enough parking space and accidentally took the spots belonging to Han Wu Affiliated High School. Damn, Han Wu Affiliated High School. Isn't that the #1 school in our province? Suddenly, a man loudly walked over to admonish them. Stop making a racket. You people from Jiang Fan Academy didn't report your numbers in time and even blatantly took others' parking spaces. All of you stop outside. Don't you know that parking spaces at the exam center and other services are all allocated based on the school's strength? The man who just spoke was Kwok Lien, the president of the Hanwu City Management Association. The person standing next to him was Han Nak Fong, the dean of the Hanwu Affiliated High School, the #1 school in northern Hubei province. He quickly chimed in, That's right. A country bumpkin school dares to act so arrogantly here. Kan Duong looked awkwardly at Longan Dan. Lu Jiao Ui, this is. Suddenly, Zhou Trung Loi, the standing committee member of the Management Association, appeared out of nowhere, startling everyone into looking his way. So early in the morning and everyone is already so full of energy, huh? Quach Lin, who was talking tough just a moment ago, was now cowering like a little dog, cautiously following behind to serve NGO Trung Loi. Committee member NGO, what brings you here? Please wait a moment. I will immediately arrange for the entire senior leadership of the association to come reception you. Trung Loi coldly declined, no need. I only came here for some private business. There's no need to use official reception standards. He approached Lo Nan Dan to greet him. You must be Lu Jiao Ui. May I ask which one is student Trin Kiam Mac? Both of them turned pale, thinking fearfully to themselves. What's going on? Committee member Enjo actually came specifically to visit a student. Jiangtan Academy. Isn't that just an ordinary school? How could they possibly cling to a high branch like committee member Enjo? Quach Lian implicitly understood and immediately told Han Yukfong, Dean Han, you can see the situation for yourself. Let's just yield our parking spaces to Jiangtan Academy. Zhang Trung Loi looked him up and down and said with satisfaction, Not bad. Truly a young hero emerging from the youth. Good. Very good. This is compensation for you from Ma Lin Academy. Take it. Everyone was once again scared out of their wits by Lao Mac. What in the world did this brat Trin Kiam Mac do to actually make Ma Lin Academy
one of the top 10 nationwide, send him compensation.
Lao Mac happily accepted the gift, not forgetting to ask NGO Trung Loy to pass on his message. Committee member NGO, please help me thank Vice Principal Chung for the gift. NGO Trung Loy laughed amusedly. Heh, you got the item and still don't forget to be sarcastic. You're quite something, brat. All right, I will help you pass on the message. Lu Jiaowei looked at Lao Mac with a mix of pride and confusion. Furthermore, you even know committee member NGO. Today, our Jiang Than Academy has received your grace yet again. Just how many more surprises are you planning to bring me? Scene shifts to the exam center monitoring room. Everyone inside was gossiping avidly. Did you hear? Earlier, Hanwoo-affiliated high school got slapped in the face by Jiang Fan Academy. This grudge is definitely settled. It looks like this year's entrance exam is going to be a good show. Stop talking. All the students have passed the inspection. Look quickly. The top 1,000 potential rankings are out. The ranking list scrolled by rapidly. Quach Lian happily bragged. Look quickly. The top 300 are all our people. What's the use of having a lot of people? Aren't your students just a bunch of useless trash? The ranking list for the second place appeared. Ma Thieu, 18 years old, mage class, level 15, Hanwoo-affiliated high school, a plus grade. Quach Lian was suddenly startled. Ma Thieu is only in second place? Then who is first? Everyone immediately looked at the student ranked first. It was Tring Kiem Mak, 18 years old, solo player class, level 20, Jiang Tan Academy, Sessa's grade. Quach Lian suddenly jumped to his feet and shouted, "What the hell? This is absolutely impossible!" The entire room burst into an uproar. Just what kind of monster is this Tring Kiem Mak to actually achieve an SS grade in potential assessment? I recall that Northern Hunan Province has never produced an SS grade student before. Isn't the most terrifying part the fact that his class is a solo player? What the heck is an undetermined awakened talent? I've never seen that before. Quach Lian turned to look at Lon Yan Dan with resentment. Lu Jiaowei, no wonder you were so calm earlier. You hit him quite well. With a genius like this, it seems the goal of an 11-year consecutive championship for Hanwoo-affiliated high school is now slightly threatened. Inside the exam center, an announcement rang out. All candidates, please take note. The content of this entrance exam is as follows. The exam dungeon is Nomrigan, a level 20 dungeon. Please note that this exam has a total of 4 bosses. Candidates must defeat at least 2 bosses to successfully gain admission into universities. The exam begins now. During the teleportation, Lao Mac calmly and meticulously thought it over. The performance in this exam will directly determine my maximum height in the future. This time, I can't hold anything back. I will let everyone witness my true strength. Only by doing this can I achieve sufficient status in the future. I don't wish to encounter another incident like the one with Ma Lin Academy again. If it weren't for that mysterious old man's help, relying solely on myself, I fear I would have fallen into an abyss of despair. So, I must become even stronger. He donned his phantom cloak to prepare for the exam right now. Now is the time to unlock the beginner dungeon tempering. On Blue Star, although one can acquire tempering buffs by setting new records in dungeon projections, the lowest tier of beginner tempering can at most only store one type of buff, no matter how many records you set. He looked down at the selection panel with a mischievous smile. Luckily, I've set new records for all the basic buffs in Jiangfan City. I have plenty of choices. I choose to store the beginner tempering, basic enhancement. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked basic enhancement. This buff grants a permanent boost, increasing all attributes by 5 points, while also increasing attack speed by 5% and movement speed by 5%. Your personal information has been updated." The outside scoreboard also quickly updated his information for everyone to see. Everyone looked at him and went into an uproar again. Look quickly, the big screen has changed. Good heavens! How is this possible? Tring Kiem Mak actually had even more hidden potential earlier. He is the very first student in the history of Sha Country to have an SSS grade in potential assessment. Nomrigan, once a city of wonders, the crystallization of supreme technology. Now contaminated by radiation, only mutated monsters and out-of-control machinery remain. The system reported, the level of monsters in Nomrigan Dungeon ranges from 18 to 24. Candidates have been transported to the entrance of the underground castle of Gnomeregen. The exam begins now. Lao Mak quickly entered the dungeon, standing above to silently observe the situation. At the bottom of this spiral staircase lies boss number 1. The stairs are crawling with mutated rats as big as wolves. According to normal procedures, one should clear out each flight of stairs from top to bottom. However, for me, there is absolutely no need to waste this time. He activated his equipment's stealth camouflage to escape quickly. In a flash, he managed to evade the horde of rats and landed on the ground below. Suddenly, a viscous mass of power gradually formed, causing him to look over. Lao Mak smiled eagerly. We meet again. My old friend. Level 20 rare elite sticky radioactive dust, elemental creature, HP 4000. This sticky radioactive dust is slightly stronger than the one outside. Not only is it 2 levels higher, but its HP is also increased by 500 points. He immediately switches his weapon into its machine gun form and confidently declares, however, things are different now. Based on my current attribute level, I have a 50% damage bonus against you. He then fires a continuous barrage of bullets at the radioactive dust, crushing it in an instant. Lao Mak says triumphantly, to deal with you, 1 round is enough. In the monitoring room, a man looking at the others who are intently watching Tring Kiem Mac's stats reminds them, take it easy, guys. The potential assessment is ultimately just a reference. What truly determines the admission test results is their performance in that secret realm. By now, some students must have cleared a quarter of the spiral staircase. Suddenly, he jumps up in excitement, turns to the others, and asks, I'm not seeing things, am I? Did that Tring Kiem Mac kid just kill all the sticky radioactive dust? Everyone is startled and switches their screens to Lao Mak to verify. Holy crap, it's true. It's only been 2 minutes since the start. I really want to know how he actually did it. It's a shame we can't watch the replay. We need to closely monitor his performance in the second round. Soon, the camera displays Lao Mak facing over a dozen robot bombs. Everyone watches in nervous anticipation. Isn't Tring Kiem Mac being a bit too overconfident? He just charged straight into that horde of robot bombs. These aren't normal mobs. Their bombing skill is an indiscriminate AoE attack. Even if he's level 20, he can't withstand 2 hits from that. Kwak Lian takes this opportunity to jab at Lo Nanzun. It seems a student with an SSS potential rating is nothing more than this. Just a reckless fool. But Lao Mak exceeds their expectations as he jumps onto the underground water pipes and moves swiftly and gracefully. The crowd's eyes are open wide, buzzing with excitement. What kind of movement is this? To not get hit by a single bomb in such a narrow corridor. This level of judgment is truly unbelievable. Is this the monster who reached the SSS rank in the potential assessment? Suddenly, someone yells out, wait, the second boss is right at the end of this path. Is he crazy? He's already kited over 100 robot bombs behind him. Isn't he just going to get sandwiched? Captain Liu looks at the screen tensely. Tring Kiem Mac, how are you planning to deal with this? Inside the secret realm, Lao Mak has reached the door of the second boss. The silhouette of his spider flashes dimly. The dungeon's second boss appears. Electroshock device 6000, level 20 rare elite, mechanical creature, HP 4500. Lao Mak lets out a cold smirk. He then leaps right onto the middle of the electroshock device, catching it off guard. The horde of robots immediately throws their bombs. He switches his weapon to its staff form and boldly declares the time for mass slaughter starts now. All the bombs the robots just threw fly towards the electroshock device. Lao Mak uses displacement, a signature mage skill, to escape and slip behind the entire group of robots. He then uses Iron Mountain Lean, a signature striker skill, sending the enemies in a circular area in front of him flying, knocking all the robots and bombs toward the electroshock device, triggering a massive explosion. All the monsters are killed with just 2 simple moves from Lao Mak. Everyone cheers in sheer excitement after watching. To think he just used 2 minor skills to make the boss and over 100 mobs perish together. A genius. He's a true genius. I've been teaching my whole life, and I've never seen a student with such combat talent. Some even cry out of joy. 100 years, and finally such a world-shaking talent has appeared. There's hope for the rise of the Xia Kingdom. Kwak Lian unwillingly gives the instruction, God bless our Xia Kingdom. I suggest switching the main screen to Tring Kiem Mac's first-person perspective. Everyone unanimously agrees. I agree. We can't see a damn thing on this tiny front screen. Seconded, we need to closely study student Trin Hia Max switching maneuvers. We need a bigger screen, right? If anyone wants to watch their own students, they can just use the small screens in the front. Han Mag Fong glares bitterly at the screen. Damn it, the spotlight today was supposed to belong to our Hanwoo-affiliated high school. Yet some nameless student is stealing all the attention. However, you're now being watched by hundreds of eyes. Just a single mistake and you'll be called out immediately. Let's see if you can remain flawless as before under the scrutiny of all the teachers. Lao Mac ventures deeper into the secret realm. Right in front of him is Mass Attacker 996, a level 22 elite leader of the mechanical group, HP 5000. Lao Mac feels a slight sense of concern. This is the top-tier killing machine of Macnu of Tui Can. Going by previous years, defeating it guarantees entry into the top 10 academies. The reason it's considered the gatekeeper to the top 10 academies is because of its absurd buff skill, Senescence Aura. The Senescence Aura triggers periodically, pulsing once every 5 seconds. It increases the physical damage taken by enemies within a 50-meter radius by 5%. This means that in just one short minute, the challenger will suffer 60% more physical damage, drastically increasing the chances of sudden death. With that thought, a murderous aura flares up within Lao Mac, and the weapon in his hand shifts into its battle spear form. But to me, these are just petty tricks. Lao Mac immediately charges forward. He unleashes a barrage of thrusts onto Mass Attacker 996. He then slides right under its crotch, grabs hold tightly, and uses suplex. The crowd panics. What is this kid doing, using a suplex on a heavy unit? By the looks of it, he still doesn't understand the basics. I actually thought he was a genius. Han Nak Fong immediately bursts out laughing. Ha ha ha, what an absolute fool. However, shortly after, someone seems to notice something. No, look at his status. He isn't being affected by the senescence aura. Jaws drop in awe as everyone starts speculating. Holy crap, it's true. Why isn't the physical damage vulnerability buff taking effect? How is this possible? In that moment, Quach Lian subconsciously realizes, wait, this kid, could he have caught the 0.1 second invincibility frame of the suplex? What is invincibility? Certain skills grant an invincibility frame when executed. Since the window is extremely short, very few people can utilize it. However, as long as you're in the invincibility frame, you are immune to any damage and abnormal statuses. Every awakened class has at least a few skills like this. People quickly come to a realization. Is this the reason why he chose the jobless class? Lao Mac is still fiercely battling the killing machine. Both sides continuously unleash highly damaging moves. Like a wild beast, Lao Mac thrusts his battle spear and charges in, delivering a crushing strike onto the monster. He then immediately fortifies his body. The monster's senescence aura, with its 5-second cooldown, is ready. He instantly switches his weapon's form into a longsword. The audience stares wide-eyed. Is this a specialized silver-tier weapon? He's only level 20. How can he possess such a divine artifact? Could it be that he has direct connections with higher-ups? Watching Lao Mac's battle, everyone gets a massive epiphany and rushes to deduce. Hold on. Why is he still unaffected by the senescence aura? I get it. This time, he exploited the invincibility frame of the Wave Shatter Slash. With such predictive abilities combined with flawless execution, I'm afraid I couldn't pull this off in a lifetime. No wonder his potential assessment was ranked SSS. Lao Mac attacks furiously and declares triumphantly, the preparations are complete. It's time to end this. Immediately after, he casts Chaser Launcher and charges at the monster. It takes a 100% direct hit and is completely destroyed. The crowd goes wild with praise. Oh my god, it's only been 24 minutes. You gotta know, the previous record for defeating the third boss was 2 hours and 31 minutes. This also sparks conflicting opinions. What a shame. If this kid had changed his class to Battle Mage, he could have definitely become a fourth awakening Ishtar War Spirit in the future. Nonsense. Just based on how he uses the invincibility frame multiplier of those skills, he'd be an ultimate martial saint at the very least. Knock it off, if you ask me. Suddenly, Mo Trung Lo, who had been silent this whole time, speaks up. Your vision is still too narrow. The way I see it, Trin Kiam Mak is highly likely to forge a completely new path. In the near future, his jobless class might surpass all other classes. The reason Mechanic Maniac Rigel can serve as the final boss of Mak Nok Thui Can is not just because of its level 24 status, its 6,000 HP, or its astonishing physical defense. It's also because once the battle begins, every single type of monster from the entire dungeon will continuously spawn from the 6 passages surrounding the boss hall. To defeat it, challengers must simultaneously face the boss and an endless swarm of mobs from all directions. Just one slight mistake and you'll be swallowed by the monster tide. That's why in past college entrance exams up to now, no one has ever cleared it. Lao Mac stands proudly against the final boss, full of confidence. Others might not be able to do it, but I have a way. To deal with you, 2 minutes is all I need. He recites a summon incantation as long as a petition. Summon spirit. Adore, Stalker, Wisp, Nias. Summon contract. Freet, Sandor, Akuso, Louise. Summon mage goblin Hodor, provocation doll Shururu. EZ 8-time bomb, G1 Corona, EXS Viper, RX60 Trap Runner. Kazan of the Blade's Soul, Bremen of the Erosion, Seiya of the Frost. Blessing of Dawn, Voice of Nature, Revenge of Light, Divine Light Invasion. Every combat step Lao Mac takes is unpredictably profound. Everyone watching is completely engrossed, eagerly analyzing his formation and strategy. I get it. He plans to use a massive army of pets to block off the paths for the mobs, then focus all of his firepower on the boss. He just said he only needs 2 minutes to end the fight, but summoning minions and stacking buffs took up a full 2 minutes already. Could it be that he intends to? Lao Mac immediately switches his weapon into a Gatling gun. All right, let's get started. Waiting for the moment the monster just opens its eyes. He continuously unleashes a terrifying barrage of bullets at both sides of it. A wild glint flashes in Lao Mac's eyes. The Gatling gun charges up, delivering an utterly overwhelming attack against the monster. Meanwhile, the crowd outside yells, "One shot! He killed it!" At the same time, Matthew from Hanwoo-affiliated high school, ranked 2nd in potential, has just barely finished defeating the first boss. He wipes the sweat from his forehead with satisfaction. I'm feeling pretty good today, defeating the second boss in just 30 minutes. Right now, most people are probably still fighting for their lives against the first boss. Looks like the provincial top scorer this year is mine. The announcement board pops up. Congratulations to Trin Kiam Mak of Jang Fan Academy for successfully passing the college entrance exam and becoming this year's top scorer of the Northern Hubei province. Challenge completion time, 30 minutes. Clearance rating, S, S, S. This is the best record in history and will be permanently archived. Matthew grabs his head in agony and screams, "What? Such a despair-inducing record. Can a human actually pull this off?" Another student from Hanwoo-affiliated high school, Lai Kyun Nog, ranked 6th, also receives the notification and panics. Are you kidding me? Hanwoo-affiliated high school actually got defeated. Suddenly, a barrage of bombs appears right above his head. Lak Tin Tim quickly steps in to face the battle. She proudly mutters to herself, "Classmate Trin, I will do my best to keep up with your footsteps." In one corner, Li Hon looks at the leaderboard and beams with pride. As expected of Lao Mac, pulling off another miracle. The morale of our school's students will definitely skyrocket. In the auditorium, all the girls are swooning as they gaze at Lao Mac's image. Ah, Trin Kim Mak is just too strong. I love him so much. I don't know if he has a girlfriend, but I want to have his babies. Trin Kim Mak is truly handsome and powerful. I've completely fallen for him. Someone approaches and whispers into Han Mak Fong's ear, making his face turn pale. This is bad, Director Han. Just now, many of our students were affected by Trin Kim Mak's record, messed up their operations, and got eliminated. Unable to bear the heavy blow, he slams his fist on the desk and scowls. Damn it. Mo Trun Lo excitedly stands up and claps his hands loudly. Good, good, excellent. God bless our Xia Kingdom. For the Xia Kingdom to produce such an outstanding genius is truly our greatest blessing. He rejoices inwardly, as expected of the talent that the top brass of the Management Association took an interest in. Unlike Han Nak Fong, Quach Lin completely accepts their school's defeat. Today, Jiang Fan Academy has truly taught Hanwoo-affiliated high school an unforgettable lesson. Captain Lu stands up and throws shade directly at Han Nak Fong. Sometimes, a single trump card can rip away the veil hiding thousands of people. The wheel of fortune turns, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west. Do not look down on a poor youth. On the other hand, Lao Mac has completed his exam. He stops to analyze his strategy. Due to the special design of the entrance exam's secret realm, the limited vision duration of the thermal implanter Kenner allowed me enough time to prepare. However, this maneuver is hard to replicate in actual combat. Otherwise, if I could fully stack buffs and summons every time, everything would be a breeze. System announcement. Congratulations on successfully clearing Mac Nok Tui Can. Since your completion rating is SSS and you've broken the best record, your clear reward will be upgraded by 1 tier. Since you are the magic controller, your clear reward will be upgraded by another tier. In this secret realm, you have received a total of 182,933 experience points and 1 diamond chest. Lao Mac is surprised. I didn't expect the experience in the entrance exam's secret realm to be this high. Getting a diamond chest reward from a level 20 secret realm. Is the entrance exam's secret realm that special? Let's see what other surprises are waiting. The system continues. Congratulations on receiving an S-rank skill book, basic attack speed. He gladly accepts it. Not bad luck. To think I could even get an S-rank skill book here. Due to the limitations of the magic controller class, I can't learn skills at the academy. Moreover, finding an S-rank skill book outside is pure fantasy. Therefore, this reward is like catching a lifeline while drowning, especially the attack speed boost, which perfectly compensates for the agility cap effect right now. The so-called agility cap effect means that as agility stats increase, the corresponding attack speed gain gradually decreases. But this attack speed book can stack directly on top of my current attack speed, completely ignoring the cap effect. It's a massive qualitative leap. After absorbing the book, the system sounded again. Congratulations on learning the basic attack speed passive skill. It increases attack speed by 15%. Your current attack speed boost is 32.8%. With this rapid growth, my speed completely overpowers my peers now. It's even higher than most level 30s. He looked at the boss lying on the ground and muttered, "Next is the final hidden reward. If I remember correctly, pouring this disgusting thing on the final boss's face will give you a decay mask." Saying that, he poured the radiated water on the boss's face. As expected, the system panel popped up. Congratulations on obtaining the hidden item, Decay Mask. Upon equipping it, you can transform into a dwarf for the next half hour. Your height and weight will also change accordingly. Cooldown time is 12 hours. Lao Mac excitedly took the item and exited the dungeon. Alright, I've gotten all the rewards. Next up, entering the academy. Outside, a huge billboard displayed the words, "Congratulations to Trin Kia Mac of Jiang Tan Academy for taking first place." Soon after, he returned to the real world in glory. Everyone was startled and whipped their heads around to look when Lao Mac appeared. Then they all swarmed him for interviews. Trin Kia Mac, congratulations on becoming this year's provincial top scorer. I always believed in you, and today you've taken the top spot, truly living up to your reputation. Suddenly, the interview questions turned into endless praises, making Lao Mac turn around in slight surprise. Truly a once-in-a-millennium genius. Who else but you could take on the glorious mission of exterminating monsters? Exactly, in this danger-filled world, the Shack Kingdom needs brave heroes like you. The future of the Shack Kingdom lies in your hands. Do your best, help us clear the obstacles, and build a beautiful homeland. I believe you can absolutely do it. The clever Lao Mac instantly understood their underlying motives upon hearing such high praise. These people are so calculating. Are they trying to use public opinion to force a patriotic label on me? If monsters attack in the future, I'd be forced to grit my teeth and fight, or else they'd harshly condemn me. He suddenly broke into a devilish smirk. Talk about murder without a knife. Then he fearlessly called them out directly. Would the teachers who just wanted me to bring glory to the nation please step forward? The atmosphere suddenly fell dead silent. From the crowd, a group of exceptionally flashy-dressed individuals walked forward, and everyone involuntarily made way for them. The guy in the purple shirt tilted his head and replied, "Student Trin, what do you want from us?" As soon as he identified his prey, Lao Mac immediately took the offensive, causing the whole group to cautiously take a few steps back. Nothing much. I just wanted to get to know the comrades I might be fighting alongside in the future. I know my own abilities are limited, so if I have to sacrifice myself for the country in the future, I obviously need to find like-minded people to head to the battlefield with me. At this point, his expression darkened, and his eyes gleamed with deadly intent as he threatened. Since you teachers spoke so passionately just now, you must be mentally prepared to lay down your lives, right? That group was so scared they broke out in cold sweat. They could clearly feel the pressure Lao Mac was exerting on them. They all quickly stammered out explanations. "Student Trin, you must be joking. We're weak. We can't really help at all." Yes. How could we possibly compare to you? We were just saying those things for fun earlier. Lao Mak continued to dismantle their words, backing them into a corner with just a few more sentences. Saying it for fun, huh? By your logic, a student like me dates to go. Yet you, a bunch of level 30s and 40s, want to be deserters. Is the Sha Kingdom not your motherland? Or perhaps your words earlier had ulterior motives? The entire examination hall spontaneously began to defend Lao Mak. Everyone pointed their fingers at the greedy group, cursing them out. I knew something sounded wrong earlier. So you guys were trying to morally kidnap and threaten to ruin the future genius of the Sha Kingdom? So malicious. What evil intentions. I'm going to report you to the Ministry of Education later. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out. No need to file a report. I heard everything earlier. I, Quach Lian, will deal with you on behalf of the Ministry of Education right now. All 6 of you are stripped of your teaching qualifications and will never be hired again. Your school will suffer a 2-tier downgrade in rating for the next 5 years. The entire group desperately pleaded in terror, Director, please give us another chance. We know we were wrong. We only made such a huge mistake out of jealousy. We have elderly mothers and young children at home. We can't bear these consequences. Mo Chun-loi walked over and shook hands with Lao Mak in greeting. Not bad. Truly worthy of being the top student in the northern provinces of Hubei. Not only is your talent outstanding, but your mindset is also incredibly mature. Lao Mak politely replied, Commissioner Go pays me too high a compliment. Mo Chun-loi turned to instruct Quach Lian, Director Quach, please arrange a private room for us. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with Trin Kiam Mak in private. At the meeting room. While enjoying his tea, No Chun-loi started the conversation. Student Trin, are you acquainted with the higher UPS of our management association? Lao Mak held his hot teacup and pondered. Looks like I can't hide it anymore. However, I'm also very curious. What exactly is that old man's true identity? He squinted his eyes and confessed honestly, actually, I don't know his identity either. I just ran into him by the lake during a fishing trip in the past. Upon hearing this, it was like a thunderbolt struck No Chun-loi's ears. Fishing. Could it be? Lao Mak continued, pulling an item from his pocket. At that time, he gave me a ring. No Chun-loi jumped up in excitement, his tea spilling everywhere from the momentum. You actually have Elder Tun's token. Among the higher-ups of the Management Association, there's only one person surnamed Tun. That is the sole fourth awakening battle mage in the Xie Kingdom, an absolute powerhouse standing at the very top of the Xie Kingdom's pyramid, a combat spirit who has surpassed level 75, Tun Fi Vu. No Chun-loi became just as confused as he looked at Lao Mak's bewildered expression. Even though Elder Tun possesses immense combat power, he's notorious for his eccentric personality and never easily befriends others. Trin Kiam Mak is clearly just a student, so why would Elder Tun hold him in such high regard? No matter what with this connection, this kid's future development will undoubtedly be incredibly smooth. After a while, No Chun-loi regained his composure, sat down slowly, and said, Student Trin, I can't reveal too much information about Elder Tun. I can only tell you that he is a top-tier expert in the Sha Kingdom. He pushed the ring back toward Lao Mak and kindly reminded him, in my personal opinion, you should wear this ring he gave you on your hand. It might be of great help to you in the future. On the TV, Jiangtan Satellite TV News began broadcasting. The entrance exam has just concluded, and student Trin Kiam Mak of Jiangtan Academy has made history, becoming the top scorer in the northern Hubei province region. Under his leadership, Jiangtan Academy achieved second place in the entire province. The third-year teachers of Jiangtan Academy have returned victorious. Mayor Kam Jia-kan and City Management Association President Dong Nao personally arrived at the scene together to welcome the heroes. At the main gate of Jiangtan Academy, several students standing guard outside stared wide-eyed. One of them asked in surprise, Look at that! Why are there so many cars arriving? Seeing this, another blonde-haired guy replied, Don't you know? Today is the independent recruitment day for academies across the Sha Kingdom. Those arriving are all representatives from those academies. Anyone in the top 300 provincial rankings is qualified for independent recruitment. Upon hearing this, the first guy exclaimed in shock, Holy shit! I'm looking at the logos on the cars. 16 of the nation's top 30 academies are here already. In previous years, we thanked the heavens if even 5 academies showed up. This is a first in history. The blonde guy nodded in agreement. Of course, these academies are definitely rushing here for Senior Tring. I wonder which academy Senior Tring will ultimately choose. Scenic shifts to the meeting room. All the academy directors gather for a discussion. Captain Lu began the meeting. I am Long Zheng, representing Jiangtan Academy. Welcome, everyone. On the big screen is the information of students who meet the qualifications this year. You can input the ID number of the student you want into the control panel in front of you. After that, I will arrange interviews based on your selections. Suddenly someone yelled, "Oh my God, combat power!" Over 20,000? Even if he is the top scorer in the entrance exam, it can't be this exaggerated. This is stronger than more than half the students in our academy. Ma Lin Academy's grade director Tung Wit Sing looked at the crowd around him with secret disdain. What a bunch of country bumpkins. This Trin Kiem Mak wiped out our academy's student team when he was just in his teens. Having such combat power is only natural. Coupled with his bizarre background, even if we can't recruit him, we must at least resolve our previous grudge. Lam Thien, Academy's grade director, Vung Kai Fuk, also stared passionately at Lao Mak's information. That brat Wang Tian, ever since he suddenly had his epiphany, he's been making me pay attention to the solo player class. The person Wang Tian mentioned must be him. He really isn't ordinary. No wonder Wang Tian idolizes him so much. I must win him over today. Half an hour later, the voting for all the students was completed. Tring Kiem Max 16 votes, Lak Tin Tin 10 votes, Wang Ziep 5 votes, Trio Ma Trak 6 votes, Tonghua 9 votes, Li Vian Ba 8 votes, Ho Thien Min 3 votes, Truum V 1 vote, Chu Chao 4 votes, No Kak Kom 2 votes, Nu Dai Trang 3 votes, Lu Soi 7 votes. Lo Net Zun looked at the screen and announced, "All right, the results have been tallied. In 5 minutes, please proceed to your respective interview rooms. I have arranged everything." However, his voice suddenly dropped. Student Chin Kiemak's situation is quite special. All academies want to interview him. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, how about we hold a group interview after the other students finish their interviews? The majority of the academies voiced their rejection. What kind of joke is this? This is against the rules. A group interview with 16 academies? Do you want us to compete publicly? Exactly, we're universities. How can we let your academy hold an on-the-spot bidding war like this? If not, then let's just give up on this student. Suddenly, Tung Wit Sing spoke up. Our Malin Academy agrees to this plan. A once-in-a-century genius like Trin Kiem Mak is worth changing the rules for. Someone was startled and tried to retort Old Thon Yu, but Vyung Kai Fuk also unexpectedly spoke up. Our Lam Teen Academy agrees too. We are willing to participate in a public interview. Thanks to their approval, the crowd started chattering and changing their minds. Damn, 2 of the top 10 academies betrayed us on the spot. If we don't participate, aren't we just letting them reap the rewards for free? Right, I also want to see with my own eyes just how monstrous a student with 22,000 combat power and an SSS potential rating truly is. Our Thendu Academy agrees too. Our Thanbak Academy supports this as well. Chunloi excitedly found Lo Nganzhen to report, Captain Lu, the results of the individual interviews are out. Jiangtan Academy had 28 students pass, with an acceptance rate exceeding 60%. Lak Tin Tin even got accepted into Bactan University. Lo Nganzhen held the admission notices, trembling uncontrollably. How is this possible? So many passed. Since when did our students become so exceptional? This is crazy. Lam Tien Academy accepted 4 people, and Ma Lin Academy took in 6. It seems these 2 academies are really going all out to get on Trin Kiem Mak's good side. He looked at the interview room door in anxious anticipation. Next, we'll have to see how Trin Kiem Mak performs. An unprecedented group interview with 16 academies is the last thing I can do for you. Regardless of your final decision, from this moment on, your reputation will skyrocket. Shin Kiem Mak stood alone facing the 16 directors from various universities. Phumwit Sin spoke first, student Trin Kiem Mak. I am Phumwit Sin, representing Ma Lin Academy. We had some minor misunderstandings before, and I hope you won't hold it against us. Lao Mak observed in silence. So he's a lackey sent by Chung Hung's son. It seems Ma Lin Academy intends to resolve their grudge with me. Vung Kai Fook immediately stood up to greet him as well. I am Vung Kai Fook, representing Lam Tian Academy. There should be someone in our academy that you know. He highly recommended you to me before. Upon hearing the academy's name, Lao Mok's heart skipped a beat and his face twitched. Lam Tian Academy? Isn't that the academy where Wang Tian is studying? Did that pest say something to others? The entire room immediately erupted in uproar. Well, old Feng, old Vyum, so you two already know him. You hit it so well, no wonder you were the first to push for a group interview. Student Trin, choosing an academy affects your future development. You definitely shouldn't decide solely based on connections. He suddenly noticed the representative from Fundu Academy cowering timidly in a corner. I never expected that the former Divine Word Academy would decline to this extent. Suddenly, someone coughed twice to restore order to the meeting. Enough with the small talk and catching up. Let's begin. That person was the representative of Fan Back Academy. He asked Lao Mak, Student Trin, all 16 of our academies have come here together, hoping to understand you better. May I ask, what is your purpose in choosing the solo player class? He boldly declared to reign supreme over heaven's apocalypse. Everyone was startled. This tone is way too arrogant. Numhung, a level 50 ice mage representing Bang Tweed Academy, spoke up. It's fine for youth to have dreams, but you still need to be a bit realistic. If you're so confident, then let me ask you, with a class that has no late-game potential like the solo player, how will you reign supreme over heaven's apocalypse? Thumb Wit Sin waited silently for Lao Mak's answer, feeling anxious. He's right, even though this kid possesses incredibly strong combat power, the solo player class is extremely weak in the late game. This is the fundamental reason why the majority of us dare not make hasty offers to him. Lao Mak clearly didn't want to waste words, directly proposing to show his strength. Who said the solo player's attack power is extremely weak? Come over here and test it out then. Yepmhang aggressively stood up and accepted the challenge. Good, very good. Young people these days are truly crazy. If you can defeat me today, from now on I not only won't criticize you, but I will also praise you endlessly. Everyone excitedly agreed. All right, since both sides have agreed to spar, we will follow the standard competition rules until the end. The two stood facing each other, preparing for battle. Numhung unleashed his power to intimidate Lao Mak first. Young man, I've suppressed my strength to level 21, so don't say I'm bullying you. Today, I'll show you the difference in combat experience between people of the same level. Everyone murmured nervously. Old Nyum is really strong. His skill casting speed is terrifyingly fast. Just to deal with a student, he's already using his signature skill. Isn't that a bit much? He was ridden roughshod over by Trin Kiem Muk earlier. If he doesn't teach him a proper lesson, won't he become a laughingstock if word gets out? Nyum Hung attacked first with the Ice Lance Array formation. Lao Muk stood still disdainfully. You consider this fast? He immediately drew his weapon and switched to the Gatling gun. Let me show you what fast really means. He fired off a few rapid, godlike speed shots. They hit dead center in Nyum Hung's stomach, making him cough up blood. Taking a bullet from Lao Muk's Gatling gun, Nyum Hung collapsed unconscious on the floor. He glared sideways at the 15 people sitting in their chairs and asked, anyone else unconvinced? Everyone shuddered at the demonstration, gasping in unison. One-shotted? What kind of perverted attack speed is that? The weapon in his hand is actually a special silver weapon. Is he really a solo player and not a mobile fortress? Tum Wit Shin smirked to himself. Exactly. That's the exact feeling. I wondered how Din Wong and the others were killed. It turns out this kid's power is this unreal. Even Vuum Kai Fook held a degree of respect for him, secretly blaming his little student. Wang Tian has such a monstrous friend. Why didn't he tell me earlier? Damn it! During the group interview earlier, Tome Genius Wit Shin beat me to the punch. What a loss. It didn't take much time to convince these old men. The academies simultaneously scrambled to offer lavish benefits to win Lao Mak over. Our GLM Academy is willing to provide 2 A-rank skill books and an additional 80 million Blue Star coins as an entrance scholarship. Wow, our Lu Vun Academy can offer 3 A-rank skill books, completely free tuition, and an apartment in the capital's Second Ring Road. You guys are too stingy. If you join our Anlan Academy, you'll receive the monthly treatment of a homeroom teacher and an extra 5 a rank skill books. 10 books. Danfu Academy is willing to provide 10 a rank skill books, plus a luxury apartment overlooking the Magic Sea River. Von Kai-Fook could no longer hold back, determined to poach Lao Mak at all costs. Our Lam Tien Academy promises, as long as you are willing to join, we can grant you a rank access to the Academy's skill library. Tuong Wiet Sin helplessly watched Vuong Kai-Fook looking smug. Oh my god, old Vuong is going hard. Opening all A-rank skills, he's bringing out the entire Academy's fortune. Another person sitting nearby laughed and said, looks like old Vuong is going all in, determined to win. Tuong Wiet Sin cursed in dissatisfaction. You guys, you from Lam Tien Academy are shameless. Everyone turned to encourage the representative of Thandu Academy. Old Tran, it's just your Thandu Academy left. You should at least offer a price. That's right, even if the deal falls through, it won't hurt our feelings. You're just a pace-setter anyway. What are you afraid of? Old Tran looked at Lao Mak timidly and hesitantly said, our Thandu Academy can open full access to all our secret realms, plus 1 ability fruit. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Is that it? Even though the ability fruit isn't bad and can increase all attributes by 5 points, your Thandu Academy's secret realm access is way too worthless. Your weird, flashy secret realms, is there any student who can actually beat them? Lao Mak smiled faintly, looking at old Tran while thinking. In the eyes of others, skill books are extremely precious, but to me, they have no value at all. However, the right to enter Thandu Academy's secret realms is exactly what I need right now. Adding an ability fruit on top of that is definitely an unexpected joy. He spoke up. I have felt the enthusiasm of every teacher sitting here, but I have my own thoughts. My final decision is. Old Tran lowered his head sadly without thinking much else. These prestigious schools are offering such high benefits. It seems our Thandu Academy has no chance. Suddenly, Lao Mak looked towards Old Tran and announced, to join Thandu Academy. Making him jump up in shock, he let out a long huh. Afterwards, Lao Mak returned to Old Tuong's workshop, getting scolded by the old man. Foolish. You are the dignified top scorer of Northern Hubei province. Why did you choose that declining school? Why are you acting so recklessly? Lao Mak wasn't annoyed at all, calmly leaning against the wall and changing the subject. Old Tuong, you don't need to worry about this. I know my limits. Let's talk business. How much of the equipment I consigned to you has been sold? Old Tuong knew he didn't want to argue, so he played along, dropping the previous matter to answer the new one. Fine, I won't nag you anymore. I see you're not a reckless person. You must have your own plans. All 46 pieces of equipment have been sold, with a profit of 920 gold coins. He handed the coin pouch to Kim Mak and asked him, what's your plan for the next step? Anyway, there's still some time before school starts. He pondered and then replied, I plan to take a trip to Thunder City and handle some matters while I'm at it. Old Tuong rummaged for something on him when he heard the city's name, Thunder City. That's the main city closest to the novice village. It takes about 3 days of travel. True, all good things must come to an end. You need to go explore the wider world. He handed the item to him just in case. I have a gold token here. If you want to participate in the advanced blacksmith exam, it might be useful. Lao Mak took Old Tuong's gold token and thought for a moment. When Old Tuong just took out the token, he looked like he had something to say. This token must hold unforgettable memories for him. He opened his inventory to check carefully. After deducting the 120 gold transaction fee that I secretly left for Old Tuong, my total assets are now 933 gold coins. With money in hand, my next step is to buy materials for the second phase of the Flowing Light 1,000 Talents umbrella. Suddenly, Lao Mak remembered, right, there's also the black card that Chung Hong's son gifted me. I should make a trip to the auction house while I'm at it. Can't delay any longer. I have to continue on to the next journey. Sometime after setting off towards Thunder City, all along the solo exploration journey, Lao Mak casually slaughtered countless demonic beasts. Currently, he is using skinning on a mutated lion. He talked to himself. Before leaving the novice village, I spent a large sum to learn all 5 secondary professions: herb gathering, alchemy, mining, skinning, and leatherworking. Over the past 8 days, I've been hunting and gathering along the way, and my herb gathering, mining, and skinning skills have already reached 90% experience. At this current rate, these 3 basic gathering skills will hit max experience before I reach Thunder City. Suddenly, a roar echoed, startling Lao Mak. This is the roar of Mutinous. Mutinous is an extremely rare wandering treasure trove in Heaven's Apocalypse. Even though its level is only 27, it has a massive health pool of 8,000 points, so players of the same level usually find it very hard to kill. However, if you are lucky enough to defeat it, there is a very small chance it drops level 40 epic equipment. Lao Mac excitedly rushed over. What great luck! I might just strike it rich today. Suddenly, a human voice rang out. Why is this big guy so tough to deal with? Lao Mac paused slightly. Oh, someone's already here. He stood in a corner and observed the battle. The player named Lang Nuok Hai, a close combat mage, was the one facing Mutinous. Looking battered and trembling, she tried to hold her ground against it. I finally managed to encounter it, but I can't beat it. Boo-hoo. This is bad. My mana and stamina are running out. I have to run. Lang Nuok Hai tried her best to run away. You ugly thing, don't come over here. But Mutinous aggressively chased after her. Lang Nuok Hai cursed while unleashing a skill. Stop chasing me. Chaser launch. Mutinous was hit by a barrage of explosions. Lang Nuok Hai followed up with another move. Take this, miss, meteor smash. Lao Mac was amazed. This girl is only level 24, yet her attack speed is even faster than mine. Her talent must be top tier. Truly a great seed. It's just a pity that with her current strength, it's very hard for her to defeat Mutinous. Suddenly, Mutinous went berserk and roared, making everything shake. Lang Nuok Hai was so scared her feet were rooted to the ground. I'm doomed. She squeezed her eyes shut. I'm dead for sure this time. But Lao Mac appeared just in time, blocking Mutinous' attack. He simply unleashed a few moves, and finished it off with Chaser Launch, easily leveling up to 22 and completely destroying Mutinous. Lang Nuok Hai got excited and slipped up, then quickly corrected herself. So handsome. I mean so strong. System notification. Congratulations. You have obtained the epic weapon, Consonant Staff. Equipment effect. Increases damage and healing effects from all spells and magic effects by up to 50 points. He looked at the staff and thought, the Consonant Staff is a top-tier magic weapon, extremely rare in my past life and also the earliest weapon to increase skill damage for magic classes. Even though I can't use this, it can definitely be sold for a high price. Suddenly, Lang Nuok Hai called out to him. Lao Mac turned to look at Lang Nuok Hai, who stammered, You clearly just leveled up to 22. How can you be so strong? In level 24 and couldn't even defeat Mutinous, yet you killed it so easily. I actually thought today was my lucky day, finally running into this rare boss. But in the end, I couldn't even beat it. Lao Mac immediately replied, Your talent must grant you a massive boost in attack speed, huh? At a conservative estimate, at least over 38%. Lang Nuok Hai was shocked. How did you know? She thought to herself. My talent is indeed SS rank, increasing my attack speed by up to 40%. He continued, but your technique is still a bit green. The skill requirements for a close combat mage are very high. Even though your tactic just now wasn't bad, you weren't sharp enough in timing your skill activations. Lang Nuok Hai was shocked once again. You're a jobless class, but you understand close combat mages too. Lao Mac said nothing, just smiled faintly, then walked away. Lang Nuok Hai hurriedly chased after him. Hey, wait for me. After that, Lao Mac directly demonstrated a combat sequence using Lang Nuok Hai's class for her to see. Lang Nuok Hai's eyes sparkled as she watched Lao Mac, praising him profusely. So amazing! His understanding of the close combat mage completely surpasses the teachers at school. Just watching how he executes moves makes me feel like a whole new door has opened for me. Lao Mac took his leave. Thunder City is just ahead. I have things to do, so I'll go on ahead. Lang Nuok Hai bowed solemnly to introduce herself and say goodbye. My name is Lang Nuok Hai. Thank you for your guidance. Her bow carried immense weight, making Lao Mac feel the pressure. He coughed a couple of times. Lang Nuok Hai seemed to realize it as well and quickly covered up that pressure. Unable to hold back, she scolded, Jerk. However, right at that moment, the bright blue sky suddenly turned pitch black, accompanied by roaring thunder. The sky turned blood red in mere seconds. The system suddenly broadcasted a notification, startling both of them into tension. Blood moon crosses the sky, anomalies in heaven and earth. A beast tide has appeared in the Thunder City area. The beast tide will arrive in 5 minutes. Everyone please prepare to defend. Lang Nuok Hai couldn't help but cry out to the heavens. Oh my god. I thought today was a lucky day. Who knew it'd be so unlucky? I can't believe I ran into a monster siege. We're still a distance away from Thunder City. There's no way we can escape in time. Boo-hoo. Lao Mac speculated in confusion. Beast tides are usually divided into 3 levels, small, medium, and large. Thunder City is just a primary main city. A medium-level beast hide shouldn't be appearing in this area. Right now, we can only look around to see if there's any place to hide. He observed the surroundings and spotted a place. Found one. Lao Mak quickly grabbed Lang Yuok Hai's hand and hoisted her onto his back in front of her bewildered eyes. Lang Yuok Hai yelled loudly in embarrassment, "You jerk. What are you trying to do?" Lao Mak frowned and snapped back, "If you want to live, shut up." He put his hands on her buttocks and boosted her up, then sprinted away. Lang Yuok Hai, dying of embarrassment, punched and kicked wildly. "Where are you putting your hands?" "Not there." The beast horde quickly approached, thundering like a flood. Lang Yuok Hai only just realized it and looked at Lao Mak with emotion. "He wants to save me. But this posture is way too suggestive." She affectionately offered, "How about I get down and help you? If we fight together, we might have a chance to carve out an escape route." Lao Mak coldly refused. "With your strength, you better just hold on tight. Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword." Suddenly looked down upon, Lang Yuok Hai got annoyed, went all out and pressed her chest tightly against Lao Mak's back, hugging him fiercely. "Humph, didn't you want me to hold on tight? Then I'll hold on tight for you to see." Lao Mak was scared to death by her, both of their faces flushed red. You could clearly see the veins popping out on Lao Mak's neck. "Oh my God, is this girl a monster? What are you doing at a dangerous time like this?" The two of them quickly jumped towards the edge of a well. He instructed her, "Do you see that abandoned well nearby? Hurry up and hide in there." Lang Yuok Hai asked anxiously, "What about you?" Lao Mak replied, "Don't worry about me, I can escape on my own. Hurry down, I'll buy you some time." Lang Yuok Hai looked at Lao Mak's back with tears in her eyes. What nonsense is he talking about? How can a level 22 jobless player survive a beast tide? Is he trying to leave the hope of survival to me? We're clearly just strangers who met for the first time. Determined not to let him risk his life, she rushed forward to block his path. Lao Mak was confused. "What are you doing?" "Hurry up and hide below. Go." But before he could finish, Lang Yuok Hai hugged Lao Mak tightly and pushed him down. Both of them fell straight into the well. Lao Mak exerted his strength to halt their fall. "Just how deep is this well? If we keep falling, we'll definitely die. I have to find a way to stop." Only after a while did he manage to tremblingly stabilize them. "We're saved." Suddenly, the atmosphere became ambiguous. Lang Yuok Hai agitatedly told Lao Mak, "Pull your lower stomach in, control yourself a bit. Your thing is poking me." The fierce howling of the beast horde echoed wildly. Lang Yuok Hai threatened him. "After today's incident is over, don't go out and speak nonsense, you hear me?" Lao Mak obediently nodded. "Ugh. Yeah." Lang Yuok Hai suddenly remembered and asked, "Oh right, I still don't know what your name is." Lao Mak replied, "Trin Kia Mak." Lang Yuok Hai felt shy but still asked him aggressively, "Tell me, when you were walking with me just now, were you deliberately guiding me? Why did you do that? No thinking aloud, you only get 3 seconds." Lao Mak awkwardly turned his head away. This girl is really a demoness. Where does she come up with so many weird questions? He slipped up with a compliment. "That's right, because you're pretty. No, your talent is good." Lang Yuok Hai accidentally overheard and teased back, "Pretty what? Lao Mak was in a difficult spot and couldn't say anything else, his face turning pale as he looked up at the well opening. Damn it, why is this monster siege taking so long? If this girl asks anything else, I really won't be able to take it. The beast tide passed, and the two held onto each other as they flew back up to the surface. He sighed in relief. Phew, we're finally out. Suddenly, Lang Yuok Hai hugged her torn clothes and screamed, "Turn your head away. Don't look." Lao Mak awkwardly looked away. "Did her clothes get torn when we were coming up?" "It's fine, let me help you sew your clothes back together." A while later, the system chimed in. "Congratulations, you have successfully crafted a simple beast hide shirt. Congratulations, you have successfully crafted a simple beast hide skirt." He handed the 2 pieces to her. "Take them and put them on. My leatherworking skill isn't high, so this is all I can make for now." She embarrassedly snatched the clothes and warned, "Go a bit further away, no peeking while I change." Lao Mak gloomily thought to himself, "Is that really necessary? Am I that kind of person?" 2 minutes later, Lang Yuok Hai finished changing clothes. She stormed out both embarrassed and furious, wearing the skimpy outfit Lao Mak gave her. "Is this your handiwork? You did this on purpose, didn't you?" He immediately crafted another coat and handed it to her. Lang Yuok Hai sulked as she put it on. "And you say it wasn't on purpose. If you had a coat, why didn't you bring it out earlier?" She stormed off in a huff. Humph. I knew it. You men are the worst. My mom used to say there are no good men in this world. Seems like she wasn't wrong at all. Lao Mac was speechless and couldn't say anything more. I feel so sorry for your dad. He's truly pitiful. Scene transitions to Thunder City. Lang Yuekai asked him, "Hey, you there? We've reached Thunder City. Where do you want to go next?" Lao Mo accidentally saw the auction house sign and suddenly remembered. I want to take a trip to the auction house. Hearing this, Ling Ruoxi excitedly offered, "An auction? I can show you the way. I'm very familiar with that place." Lao Mo had no objections and agreed, "All right, let's go together. It's a good opportunity for me to buy you a new outfit as compensation." Ling Ruoxi excitedly grabbed his hand and pulled him along. "Really? Then let's hurry up and go. But the clothes I want to buy aren't cheap. You don't look like a rich guy, so you better not bail on me later." Lao Mo looked at her gently and replied, "Don't worry, I won't run away. You can choose whatever you like later. It's all on me." At a random clothing store, Lao Mo and Ling Ruoxi walked in together. The salesgirl was about to greet them happily, but upon seeing their appearance, her enthusiasm immediately vanished. "Welcome, dear customers," she thought to herself. "How unlucky. Where did these two country bumpkins come from? Their clothes are ridiculously plain. What a waste of my time." Lao Mo sharply noticed the salesgirl's attitude right away. Ling Ruoxi cheerfully picked out a dress and brought it to Lao Mo for his opinion. "Hey, will I look pretty in this?" He nodded in praise. "Not bad. It suits you very well." The salesgirl found them an eyesore and spoke up. "Be careful when trying it on. Our clothes are very expensive. If you get it dirty, you won't be able to afford the compensation." Ling Ruoxi flipped to the price tag and was also surprised. "You, so expensive. It costs more than 30 gold coins. I don't even have 150 gold coins on me right now. Let's just drop it and check out another store. How could I let you spend such a large amount of money?" Lao Mo didn't care and stated clearly, "It's fine. If you like it, I'll buy it for you. Is there anything else you fancy?" Both of them froze in shock and stared at him. She whispered softly to Lao Mo, "This is really expensive. It's gold coins, not silver coins, you know. You didn't misread the price, did you?" He affirmed once again, "It's fine, just keep browsing here." Lao Mo casually tossed out a bag of gold coins, leaving the salesgirl dumbfounded. Her service attitude immediately improved as a result. Miss, please follow me. We have some new arrivals over here." After changing, Ling Ruoxi stepped out looking as pretty as a doll. The salesgirl quickly finalized the price. "These two outfits, right? That will be 40 gold coins in total. Let me wrap them up for you." She thought to herself, so careless. If I had a better attitude at the start, I probably could have sold a few more sets. Suddenly, Lao Mo grabbed the second dress and changed his tone. "Not so fast. Let me check the quality first." He inspected it and unleashed a barrage of criticisms. "The quality of this clothing in my hands is nothing special. The specs aren't considered good, and it's even defective. How dare you sell it at such a price? Are you trying to bully an amateur?" The salesgirl was startled and snapped back loudly. "Customer, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't spout nonsense. Our shop has been open for over 20 years, and our quality is renowned as top tier in Thunder City. Stop talking rubbish." Seeing her speak so boldly, his face hardened as he growled, "Oh, then call your boss out here. I can teach him what it truly means to be a tailor." Suddenly, a beautiful woman stepped out. "Customer, you sure talk big. I am the owner of this tailor shop. Did you just say you wanted to teach me how to do my job?" Lao Mo didn't even bother paying her any mind and got straight to the point. "The material composition of your clothes is exactly 50% silk, 40% mink, and 10% wool, right? With a price tag like this, you actually dared to mix wool into it." Radiating a murderous aura right at her, he said sharply. "What's even worse is that this batch was defective during the dyeing process. The initial brightness should have been one level higher than it is now. It's clearly gotten darker. Could it be that what you call top-tier quality is actually this substandard trash used to deceive your customers?" The boss lady was startled and subconsciously blurted out, "How did you see through that? That's absolutely impossible." Ling Ruoxi looked at him in admiration. "Is there anything you don't know?" The boss lady was backed into a corner, her head spinning. "Oh no, I actually ran into a top-tier expert in the industry. If others find out about this, my tailor shop will definitely be shut down." She decided to bow her head and admit her fault to smooth things over. "Please forgive me for having eyes but failing to recognize Mount Tai. It turns out you are a hidden master tailor. This batch is indeed our mistake. I beg you to be lenient and not speak of this to outsiders. I can offer you a very satisfactory compensation. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Ruoxi immediately snitched on the salesgirl. Your store's employee was just looking down on us too. The boss lady instantly delivered a resounding slap to the salesgirl. You've got some nerve, daring to look down on my esteemed guests. She cried and tried to beg. Boss, I was blind, just now. But the boss lady refused to listen and fired her on the spot. Shut up. From now on, you are no longer an employee of my shop. Get out. Then she turned to Lao Mo with a coquettish tone. I've fired the employee, so please calm your anger. Today, you can take anything in my shop that catches your eye. Furthermore, here's a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Lao Mo didn't want to make a big deal out of it either and awkwardly scratched his head to let it go. This is quite embarrassing. I just had an occupational habit kick in, so I pointed out a few issues. If you don't mind, just make sure it doesn't happen again. Ling Ruoxi didn't stand on ceremony as she ran around looking at the clothes. I wanted to take this set earlier. That one isn't bad either. I really like the style. Hee, this color is so beautiful. I'll take it too. The boss lady's face darkened as she pleaded in her heart. Little ancestor, please show some mercy. Don't carry away my entire shop. A while later, the two left. Ling Ruoxi chattered excitedly. We got 8 of the newest outfits for free just like that. What a massive haul. Quickly, see how much money that woman gave you. Lao Mo took out the stack of money the boss lady had given him and counted it. It seems she scammed quite a bit of money, actually pulling out 300 gold coins for hush money. He calculated internally. This time my wealth has reached a staggering 1,070 gold coins. In the beginner area of Thunder City, I'm already a tycoon among tycoons. Ling Ruoxi happily grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Didn't you want to go to the auction house? Let's go, I'll lead the way. At the auction house, Lao Mo stood dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at the luxurious building in front of him. I didn't expect this auction house to be far more magnificent than in my past life. Seeing him dazed and speechless, Ling Ruoxi understood and said, Surprise, aren't you? And this is just a beginner-level auction house. Still, my reaction was just like yours the first time I came here. She pulled his hand up the steps. Come on, I'll take you inside. Arriving at the counter, Ling Ruoxi placed down a card. Excuse me, how long until the next auction begins? Are there any private rooms left? Seeing the card, the receptionist immediately became respectful. Greetings, esteemed silver card customer. The next auction will begin in 10 minutes. We currently have one last VIP room available. I will arrange it for you right away. Lao Mo glanced at her with a faint smile. I had already guessed that this girl was no ordinary person. To think she actually has a silver card for the auction house, it must have been given by the elders in her family. But this is good too, no need to reveal that black card. Suddenly, 3 arrogant boys walked over and loudly asked, Any private rooms left? Our young master Wei Junzi wants to participate in the auction. The receptionist quickly declined. Dear guests, I am very sorry, but the last VIP room was just reserved by this young lady. She is our silver card customer. That guy, Wei Junzi, immediately threw out 3 other cards and said arrogantly, Just a measly silver card, and you consider that a VIP customer. Take a good look at what color this is. The receptionist picked up the card in panic. It's actually a gold card. Then he turned and went back on his word to Ling Ruoxi. I apologize, miss, but you will have to take the loss. Let me arrange the best regular private room for you. Please take your card back. Ling Ruoxi was about to argue back, but she was immediately stopped by Lao Mo. That guy Wei Junzi felt immensely proud once again. Consider yourselves smart. That's right, if you ruined young Master Wei's mood, you would have been taught a lesson. Waiting until they walked further away, Ling Ruoxi expressed her anger. We clearly came first, and the receptionist already agreed to reserve the room for us. He's being completely unreasonable. Why didn't you let me argue with them? Lao Mo wagged his finger and calmly replied, It's fine, let's play along with them. In room 996, a regular room, the voices of Lao Mo and Ling Ruoxi rang out. That guy just now was really detestable. I'm so pissed. Calm down, don't rush. The good show is just beginning. Ling Ruoxi was confused. As she placed a heavy pomelo on the table, she complained to Lao Mo. What good show? We don't even know what their number is. Are you saying you have a way? Lao Mo, startled, coughed dryly and turned away. Cough, cough. Then he stood up, paced around the room, and explained, Based on my observations, that guy Wei Junzi is a level 26 elementalist. As long as we know this point, finding him won't be hard. Just wait a bit. Well, let him experience what true discrimination feels like. Saying so, he took something out. Piles of expensive materials suddenly appeared. Ling Ruoxi walked over in amazement. Wow, you actually have such good stuff. This is too exaggerated. There are even medicinal herbs and ores I've never seen before. No wonder you have so much money. In the auction hall, a man stood in the middle of the stage with his spotlight shining directly on him. The man began his introduction and officially opened the auction. Respected guests, I am Wang Gang, the auctioneer for this event. Next, we will officially begin today's auction. Today's first auction item is 10 stalks of Blue Creek grass. This is an essential material for elementalists to craft large mana potions. Item number 001. The current minimum price is 2 gold coins, and each bid increment must not be less than 20 silver coins. In VIP room 414, Wei Junzi sat leisurely on his chair watching the auction. To think there are 10 stocks all at once, and it's so cheap, then I won't hold back and just take them. After number 233 bid 2 gold coins and 40 silver coins, number 911 bid 2 gold coins and 80 silver coins, and number 366 bid 3 gold coins. The auctioneer banged his gavel on the desk and announced loudly, "Congratulations to buyer number 414 for offering the final price of 15 gold coins, successfully winning the 10 stalks of Blue Creek grass." Wei Junzi joyfully held the item in his hands. Not bad. Even though it's a bit pricey, averaging 1.5 gold coins per stalk, it's still well worth it. After all, getting 10 stalks of Blue Creek grass at once is no easy feat. The auctioneer continued his announcement. Next is our second auction item. This time, it is still Blue Creek grass, but the quantity reaches an astonishing 46 stalks. The minimum price is 4.6 gold coins, and each bid increment must not be less than 50 silver coins. Hearing this, everyone instantly burst into an uproar. What? 46 stalks of Blue Creek grass, and the starting price is even lower than the previous 10 stalks. Holy! What are we waiting for? Just snatch it. Thus, number 126 bids 6 gold coins, number 422 bids 7 gold coins, number 762 bid 25 gold coins, and number 238 bid 50 gold coins. Wei Junzi, completely unaware, remained as indifferent as ever. This pile of Blue Creek grass is definitely mine. Let's see how I crush you all. He pressed the button on the panel to buy, but the system immediately displayed. Apologies, per the seller's request. Buyers with the surname Wei are banned from participating in this auction. Please wait for the next opportunity. He jumped up in shock when he saw the words banned from participating on the machine. What? Damn it. Is this targeting me? Ultimately, all 46 stalks of Blue Creek grass fell into the hands of buyer number 782, who offered a final price of 60 gold coins. This made Wei Junzi furious. Damn it. This price is even lower than mine, yet they got 46 stalks of Blue Creek grass. I took a massive loss. On the other end, Lao Mo immediately pinpointed the clue about Wei Junzi. Found him, this room 414 is Wei Junzi. Ling Ruoxi was stunned. Eh? How did you figure that out? Lao Mu explained, both batches of Blue Creek grass just now were put up for auction by me. However, I set a restriction banning Wei Junji from bidding on one batch. Judging by how badly number 414 wanted the Blue Creek grass, he had no reason not to bid on the second batch. The only explanation is that number 414 has the surname Wei, and he is an elementalist. Ling Ruoxi grinned happily. Master, you're amazing. You've completely gamed this auction restriction system. That guy surnamed Wei must be going crazy right now. Lao Mo added mischievously, this is just the appetizer. Later on, there will be times when all he can do is stare helplessly. Afterward, no matter what Wei Junzi wanted to buy in the auction, he only received the exact same notification. Apologies, per the seller's request, buyers with the surname Wei are banned from participating in this auction. Please wait for the next opportunity. He shouted furiously, not this one either. Damn it, which bastard is messing with me? He frantically ordered his 2 lackeys. You two, go find manager Zhu for me. Today, I absolutely must find that bastard of a seller. I want to see who has such massive guts. Time ticked by, and it was time for Wang Gang to reveal the final item. He solemnly announced, Ladies and gentlemen, next is the final auction item of this round. A very rare treasure. Please look closely. Auction item number 88, an epic weapon, the Consonant Staff. Spirit and Constitution are both increased by 11 points, plus an additional 50 points of magic damage. Item number 088, Furthermore, it only requires level 25 to equip. With something this good, I don't need to say anything more, right? The starting price is 100 gold coins, and each bid must not be less than 10 gold coins. Please start your bidding. Very quickly, the number of buyers vying for this final item increased at a dizzying pace. Number 622 bid 110 gold coins. Number 521 bid 120 gold coins. Number 798 bid 130 gold coins. And number 565 bid 520 gold coins. Wei Junzi could only painfully watch the item he wanted increase in price. God, this is truly a rare piece of good gear. It's absolutely worth me going all out to get, but maybe I won't be allowed to bid on this one either. As he spoke, he didn't dare to look at the panel, hoping for a miracle in his heart. This time, the screen displayed something different, and it was even more vicious. Warning: banned from regular participation. We are deeply sorry, but due to the seller's restrictions, buyers with the surname Wei must bid no less than 100 gold coins per increment. Wei Junzi unwillingly screamed, "Who the hell is it?" He gritted his teeth, pronouncing every word. "You want me to increase my bids tenfold? You're playing me like this, huh? Then today, I'll fight you to the bitter end." Murderous aura flaring up wildly, Wei Junzi's face turned sullen with veins bulging on his forehead. "You'll find out soon enough that my money isn't that easy to take." Right after that, the system notification rang out. Congratulations to number 414 for bidding 840 gold coins, dominatingly acquiring the consonant staff. Wei Junji's spirit collapsed as he fell backwards onto the floor. Damn it! I lost my mind. I never thought I would use up all my savings just to buy a single weapon. Lao Mo gleefully held the money he had blatantly extorted from Wei Junzi. Today, counting both my purchases and sales, my total wealth has already reached 2,660 gold coins. What a massive harvest. Suddenly, someone opened the door and rushed into his room, calling out, "Hello, I am Manager Su of the auction house. There are a few gentlemen here looking for you." Out of habit, Lao Mo immediately blocked Ling Ruoxi to protect her. "Guard it," he said. "Initially, I just wanted to make you lose some money, and I would have forgiven you. If you have other intentions, don't blame me for being ruthless." Wei Junji angrily marched up to Lao Mo and said aggressively, "So it's you, you little brat. Were you the one playing tricks to hold me back just now?" He replied calmly, "That's right." His two lackeys immediately flared up. "Do you know who our young master Wei is? Daring to go against him? Are you tired of living?" Lao Mo shrugged and smiled teasingly. "Of course I know. Wei Junji. A total hypocrite, right? You're a nobody." Wei Junji's eyebrow twitched. He growled, "You're courting death. Do you dare to have a death match with me?" Lao Mo naturally agreed, answering without hesitation, "Fine by me." He flashed a mysterious smile as he looked at Wei Junji. The two of them walked out of the auction house. Wei Junji pulled out the staff he had just bought and threatened, "You little brat, you asked for this. Daring to oppose this young master is the biggest mistake of your life." Passers-by all stopped to watch. Holy crap, it's actually an epic weapon. That's so cool. That solo player is 4 levels lower than his opponent when he just easily get crushed. A PK like this is really meaningless. He quickly unleashed the firepower from the staff and said fiercely, "Humph, that's right. Today, I'll use the consonant staff you sold to personally send you on your way." Lao Mo smiled faintly without anyone noticing. In just 1 second, he slipped behind Wei Junzi. The guy who was just gloating a moment ago immediately froze. Lao Mo kicked him flying into the sky. Wei Quan Tri's mind reeled. What? How? Wei Quan Tri was thrown into the air, his mind in utter chaos. Crap, I've been crowd-controlled. Lao Mo half closed his eyes and swung his staff. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, beating him to a pulp. The crowd watched Lao Mu's fighting style in confusion and speculated, so weird. He could have obviously taken out young Master Ngui directly, so why does he keep attacking his staff? Is his goal to wear down the staff's durability? That's so vicious. When equipment durability hits 0, it's permanently destroyed and can never be repaired. Lang Yuaki stood in a corner, watching with endless joy. As expected of the man I set my sights on, he shows no mercy. Not only did he make Wei Quan Tri lose money for nothing, but he also made him drop 4 levels. On Wei Quan Tri's side, just as everyone said, the system panel quickly announced that the remaining durability of the consonant staff was 1, on the verge of breaking. Lao Mo had no intention of holding back and continued firing skills. Since you like bullying people with your powers so much, it'll play with you to the bitter end. Chaser Launcher. Just like that, the consonant staff shattered. Wee Quan Tri screamed unwillingly, "Ah, my staff." Then he fell with a heavy thud, lying flat on the ground in a miserable state. Only then did Lao Mo pull out his card and shove it in his face. "Look closely. What color is this?" Despite his exhaustion, the card in front of him made Wee Quan Tri lose all composure, and he screamed with all his might, "A black card?" Black. Then he fainted on the spot. The crowd burst into an uproar. "Oh my God. Am I seeing things? What he's holding is actually a black card. What rank is a black card anyway? I've never heard of it before. What a bunch of country bumpkins. The black card is second only to the red card." Someone suddenly recognized Lao Mo and yelled out, "I remember now. Has Trin Kiam Mak, the top scorer of northern Hubei province. Nicknamed the Monster Jobless. I heard his potential rating is SSS rank. No wonder he beat Wee Quan Tri like a child. Not only does his strength far surpass his peers, but he also has an unfathomably deep background. He must be from a major noble family in the Xia Kingdom." Hearing the crowd, Lang Nuok Hai angrily ran out, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him. "Humph, top scorer Trin, you hit it quite well. You clearly had a black card but didn't take it out." To appease Lang Nuok Hai, Lao Mo put on his sly fox face and gently patted her head. "I'm sorry, I didn't tell you because I wanted Wee Quan Tri take the bait. Don't be mad, okay?" Lang Nuok Hai's heart skipped a beat, and she muttered shyly, "You jerk, so many people are watching. Be careful next time. I'll let you off the hook today." Manager 2 voluntarily walked over and bowed an apology. He took out a treasure box and offered it to Lao Mo. "I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. My previous reception was lacking, so please don't take it to heart, esteemed guest. I have a small gift here. Please don't laugh at it." Manager 2's face darkened as he bowed humbly at 90 degrees. "I was really blind to offend such a big shot. Looks like I won't be able to clean up this mess without bleeding heavily today." Lao Mo was surprised by this small gift, his mood visibly lifting. Sun and moon magic scales. Looks like today is my lucky day. To think I'd get more upgrade materials for the 1,000-blade umbrella. He accepted the gift, letting the matter go, and handed Manager 2 a material list. Today's incident was entirely Wee Quan Tri's own doing. No one else is to blame. Besides, here's a list. If anyone is selling these materials, please buy them for me. The manager gently took it and complied. "Yes, esteemed guest. I guarantee the task will be completed." Lao Mo and Lang Nuok Hai left, with Manager 2 still bowing respectfully behind them to see them off. On the way back, Lang Nuok Hai didn't say another word. Lao Mo noticed her unusual behavior and turned to ask, "What's wrong? Something on your mind?" At this moment, Lang Nuok Hai looked up at him with teary eyes like a little puppy. "I have to go back home for a while. Will you miss me?" Lao Mo scratched his nose awkwardly and replied, "Eh? Yeah." Hearing this, Lang Nuok Hai gathered her courage and planted a satisfied kiss on his cheek. That's acceptable. If Lao Mo were an animal, onlookers might have seen his tail and ears perk straight up. After the kiss, Lang Nuok Hai quickly ran off to ease their mutual awkwardness, threatening him adorably, "You big meanie, that's your reward. While I'm gone, you're not allowed to look at other girls, you hear me? You have to keep your word." Lao Mo watched her figure fade away, his heart probably thumping aloud. His hand unconsciously touched his cheek, still burning where Lang Nuok Hai had kissed him. What a little temptress. Later, he went to a new place to craft potions. The system panel popped up continuously. Congratulations on successfully crafting a haste potion. Current quality, perfect. Gained 100 herbalism EXP, plus an 80 EXP bonus, totaling 180 EXP. Current EXP, 9,000, 10,000. Congratulations on successfully crafting a beginner vitality potion. Current quality, perfect. Gain 200 herbalism EXP, plus a 160 EXP bonus, totaling 360 EXP. Current EXP, 10,000, 10,000. System notification. Your beginner herbalism EXP is full. Please upgrade to intermediate herbalism. Lao Mo held the potion bottle, looking satisfied. With an 80% EXP bonus, I can't believe I maxed out my herbalism EXP in just one day. Renting this high-tier alchemy room for 400 gold coins was definitely worth it. I've also used up all the herbs I gathered along the way, so it's time to head out and test the goods. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Thunder City at Nightfall Town. Lao Mo calmly observed his surroundings. Nightfall Town is a bizarre monster lair occupied by level 25 elite wraiths. However, after night falls, the wraiths here become 5 times stronger than during the day. Because of that, no normal players will show up right now. This is my exclusive stage. The Night of Slaughter officially begins. Lao Mo drew his weapon. He transformed it into a staff and began chanting. Summon Spirit, Ador, Stalker, Wisp, Nyas. Summon Contract, Freet, Sander. Summon Mage, Goblin Hoder. Provocation Doll, Shururu. He commanded his summons. Next, you only have one mission. Drag every single monster around here into combat. Scatter. Then each summon headed to a different area and began its mission. Lao Mo didn't stay idle either, sprinting swiftly toward the deepest part of the lair. He issued further instructions to his summons. All of you, gather at the central square and hold off all the wraiths for now. I'll handle this final rune myself. Right after that, he leaped out of the window, followed closely by a horde of vicious wraiths. Lao Mo landed safely and immediately cast a spell. He conjured a net to trap the wraiths. He activated his expedition boots for a speed boost and dashed away like an arrow. I need to be faster, otherwise if I get out too late, all my summons will die. He also chugged a perfect agility potion, increasing his movement speed by 80% for 1 minute. In the center, all of Lao Mo's summons were entirely surrounded by the wraiths. He finally arrived just in time. Lao Mo approached, exuding a murderous aura. Good thing they're not all dead yet. Now the wraiths are still clustering together. He erected an ice wall to hold them back. Then he summoned a grappling hook to pull himself high into the air. Lao Mo looked down at the wraiths excitedly. The next step is my showtime. He snapped his fingers using his new skill, Quantum Bomb. Drops a light attribute Quantum Bomb on enemies, dealing light damage to those within a 10-meter radius with a certain chance to inflict electrocution. The drop location can be freely controlled within a 100-meter radius. Cooldown, 20 seconds. The explosion dealt massive damage, wiping out the entire map of wraiths. Lao Mo dived down to inspect after the explosion settled. He was amazed. An instant kill? It seems using a weapon of mass destruction like the Quantum Bomb is an overwhelmingly powerful attack for zones under level 30. As expected of a skill stolen from the altar, just from this one burst of light, my EXP jumped by 1/40th. Now I've successfully gathered their corpses in one spot. They'll respawn very soon. Next up is just some simple mechanized leveling. Early the next morning, Lao Mo sat alone on a high rooftop. He checked his system panel. Just one night, and I've already reached level 25. After allocating my points, my 79 base strength is catching up to my agility stat. Before level 30, I should be able to get both core stats over 100. Lao Mo carefully calculated as he leaped down from the roof. There are 4 days left until the new student's enrollment. They'll use this time to max out my leatherworking EXP. Cut to Thunder City's leatherworking workshop. Lao Mo panted heavily as the system notifications rang out. Congratulations on successfully crafting an exquisite wolf leather hat. Current quality, excellent. Gain 100 leatherworking EXP. Current EXP 10,000. System notification. Your beginner leatherworking EXP is full. Please upgrade to intermediate leatherworking. Exhausted and dazed, he sighed. Phew. These past 3 days merely killed me. But I finally maxed out the EXP. If tomorrow wasn't the first day of school, I'd really love to relax a bit. He went to the counter to receive a book handed over by the receptionist. Hello, here is the intermediate leatherworking skill book you requested. Suddenly, a man appeared and addressed him unexpectedly. Little friend, to be able to upgrade both herbalism and leatherworking secondary professions to the intermediate level at such a young age. This talent is truly rare and hard to find. The presence of 2 famous figures immediately drew the attention of everyone around. Whispers broke out. Hey, isn't that the president of Thunder City's Lifestyle Association? And that young man next to him, isn't that Trin Kiam Mak, this year's top scorer of Northern Hubei Province? My God, this kid not only has ridiculously strong combat talent, but his lifestyle talent is unbelievable too. How are the rest of us supposed to live? Lao Mo asked cautiously. May I ask who you are? The man greeted him cheerfully and made an offer. I am Cao Tan, president of the Thunder City Lifestyle Association. My subordinates reported your performance at the herb shop and the leather workshop. Therefore, I would like to invite you to join our association. Uninterested, Lao Mo declined and started walking away. Sorry and not interested. Cao Tan was scared out of his wits by his indifferent attitude immediately dropping his calm demeanor and becoming frantic. Don't be so quick to refuse. I'm not just simply inviting you to join, I'm offering you the position of council member in the Lifestyle Association. Cao Tan spared no words in trying to persuade him at all costs. Council member. That's the third highest rank in the association, only below the president and the elders. At all shops across the Heaven's Apocalypse continent, you'll get a permanent 15% discount. With just this, you can save a fortune. Lao Mo pondered slowly. This lifestyle association didn't exist in my past life. Judging by the reactions of the people around, it seems there are massive benefits involved. But to confirm his theory, he continued to play hard to get. Sorry, I'm still not interested. Cao Tan panicked, sweating profusely. Little friend, do you perhaps not fully understand the position and authority of a council member in our association? By becoming a council member, you can. Lao Mo, losing patience, turned back and looked straight at Cao Tan, saying, the position of council member is not enough. Seeing his arrogant tone, the crowd began to whisper again. Damn, this Trin Kia Mac really doesn't know what's good for him. He's still not satisfied with such great terms. Exactly, human greed truly knows no bounds. Have some shame. Cao Tan looked at him regretfully for the last time and warned, with your two current intermediate secondary professions, the terms I've offered are already the limit. If you still can't accept them, I have no choice but to give up. With that, he shook his head sadly and walked away. I misjudged him. Trin Kia Mac's talent is strong, but his character is poor. He's too greedy and arrogant. It'll be hard for him to reach the top. Suddenly, Lao Mo spoke up, causing Cao Tan to freeze, who said I only have 2 secondary professions at the intermediate level. Hearing that, he whipped around and asked, is what you just said true? Cao Tan eagerly offered his terms. If you truly have 3 secondary professions at the intermediate level, I will give you an elder position, a permanent 20% discount at all stores. Lao Mo smiled in satisfaction and pulled out his certificates. A 20% discount at stores is pretty good. I didn't expect the skills I leveled up on the side to bring such a pleasant surprise. The crowd nervously stared at the stack of certificates in Lao Mo's hand in horror. Look, everyone, he took out an empty skill book. He actually learned a new skill at the intermediate level. And it's blacksmithing, the hardest of the 3 professions. Cao Tan gaped at Lao Mo waving the stack of papers in front of his face. This? How is this possible? I'm only an intermediate blacksmith myself. Where does he get so much energy? Afterward, the two of them left. Cao Tan chatted happily non-stop with Lao Mo. We've been talking all the way here, and I didn't expect my little friend's blacksmithing skills to have already far surpassed mine. I truly am ashamed of my inferiority. Up ahead is the Thunder City Lifestyle Association. There, I will grant you the Elder's insignia. In the future, all shops will only need to see your insignia to show you the utmost respect. Lao Mo asked curiously, President Cao, may I ask what the relationship is between the Blacksmith Association and your Lifestyle Association? Cao Tan's expression darkened, and he answered in a hushed tone. I'm a bit ashamed to say this, but the Blacksmith Association is the only organization on the Heaven's Apocalypse continent that lies outside the control of the Lifestyle Association. It's because those old geezers are extremely arrogant. Unfortunately, we don't have a master blacksmith internally, so in the path of blacksmithing, we really can't compare to them. Hearing this, Lao Mo pondered, so that's how it is. Cao Tan looked at the thoughtful Lao Mo with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps in the future, you can create a miracle? Lifestyle Association Headquarters Conference Room. Seeing Cao Tan walk in, everyone greeted him happily. Hello, President Cao. President, is this your relative? Cao Tan excitedly introduced him and announced, Everyone, today I want to share some exciting news with you all. The little friend beside me is Trin Kia Mac, this year's top university entrance exam scorer of Northern Hubei Province. Starting today, he will become an elder of the Lifestyle Association. Everyone was struck dumb, freezing in place. Tan Vin Swang, a senior herbalist and elder of the Lifestyle Association, voiced his displeasure. President Cao, this isn't right. No matter how good this kid's combat talent is, it has nothing to do with lifestyle professions. President Cao, our association has achieved its current status precisely because of our strict examination system. If you truly let him become an elder today, I fear countless people will mock us. In the future, our Thunder City Lifestyle Association will definitely become a laughingstock to our colleagues in the capital. Fearless and arrogant, Lao Mo retorted, What a bunch of frogs in a well. No wonder the Blacksmith Association looks down on you. Just because my combat talent is top tier, does that mean my lifestyle talent can't be top tier as well? Tan Vin Shuang pointed angrily at Lao Mo's face and challenged him. You brat, you should know that our association always lets strength do the talking. If you can pass our test, I, Tanvin Shuang, won't have a single word of objection, and I will hand over the certificate with both hands for you to become an elder. But if you fail, then get the hell out. Lao Mo agreed without hesitation, even greedily demanding more. Sure, no problem. But with so many people testing me, could you perhaps add a little extra reward? Foi Feng, an elder of the Lifestyle Association, chimed in. Fine, what you said makes some sense. This old man promises that as long as you pass the group test, everyone who issues a challenge will give you a reward. Lao Mo agreed, outlining his expertise. Deal. Then to make it easier for everyone to choose suitable test topics, I'll explain my secondary profession status. Currently, I've learned 6 secondary professions: herb gathering, mining, blacksmithing, skinning, and leatherworking. And all of them have reached the intermediate level. Tanvin Sung suddenly exclaimed, What? All 6 secondary professions have reached the intermediate level? What kind of monster is this? He glanced at President Cao and secretly blamed him. President Cao. He's this terrifying. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Cao closed his eyes and shrugged off the responsibility. Humph. What does it have to do with me? That was your decision. The entire meeting room suddenly fell silent. Lao Mak didn't want to waste time and offered an idea. Are you all worried about the difficulty of the questions? Time is tight, so how about this? Let's speed things up. I'll ask each of you a question. Best of 7 wins 4. How does that sound? President Cao quickly accepted and permitted it. I think this idea is not bad. It saves time and we don't need to use too many brain cells thinking of questions. Student Tring Kia Mak, well, leave this brain-taxing task to you. Please present your questions. Then Lao Mak spoke incessantly, leaving everyone both terrified and in awe. You just mentioned the classification of soft and hard iron, along with the steel quenching method. How is that operated? You can even use metal cutting methods to evaluate leather? That's unbelievable. The phantom mushroom in the miasma-filled swamp exists too. How did you know? Lao Mak chuckled and scratched his head about that. Tun Ving Suing and Toi Fong broke into a sweat witnessing Lao Mak's true strength and knowledge. I thought he just made up some questions to win. I didn't expect him to have such rich theoretical knowledge, far surpassing what anyone imagined. Omnipotent, he truly is omnipotent. Toi Fong immediately walked over and rummaged through his clothes. Now that you have won, this old man will naturally keep his promise. Then he handed a golden orb to Lao Mak. Tun Vin Soon looked at him helplessly. This is an ability fruit. An item worth thousands of gold, and you just give it away like that. Lao Mak happily lowered his head to hide a smile. Thank you for the gift. Respectfully accepting is better than politely declining. He also didn't forget to turn and mock the others. I didn't expect everyone to be so generous. I guess I'll just have to accept everything today. All the elders' faces darkened. Scene transitions to the forest. Lao Mak wore the elder's necklace and muttered to himself, Elder's token, meteor iron, poison dragon vine, nether tiger pelt. Today is truly a bountiful harvest. Every single material here is a treasure worth thousands of gold. Even the meteor iron is one of the main materials for the flowing light thousand blades umbrella. The day after tomorrow is the opening ceremony. It's time to leave the Heavens Apocalypse continent. The system panel continuously reported as soon as Lao Mak stepped through the portal. Since the host has successfully obtained the Lifestyle Association's Elder Token and upgraded 6 secondary professions to the intermediate level, the conversion system has been upgraded to level 4, unlocking a new ability. Ability 2. The host can select one potion from the currently craftable potions and convert its effect into a passive effect. All passive levels are raised to level 4. Gatling Gun passive level 4. When attacking with any weapon, there is a 35% chance to fire 15 Gatling bullets with 100% accuracy. Chance increased by 5%. Sweeping Strike passive level 4. When attacking, there is a 20% chance to trigger a mass knockdown effect in a 5-meter radius fan-shaped area. Chance increased by 5% and range expanded by 1 meter. Rending Wave Slash passive level 4. When attacking, there is a 35% chance to unleash a Rending Wave Slash. Upon activation, the Aura Blade transforms into 8 satellite swords to attack enemies. Damage is multiplied by 1.9 based on the Strength attribute, granting 0.5 seconds of physical immunity. Increased by 1 satellite sword, 0.1 damage multiplier, and 0.1 seconds of immunity time. Weapon Switching passive level 4. The cooldown of all weapons is permanently reduced by 60%. Cooldown reduced by an additional 10%. Void Sphere passive level 4. When using any spell, there is a 20% chance to fire a black sphere formed from the void, dealing continuous dark attribute damage to enemies in front once every 0.3 seconds for 5 seconds. The void sphere has high power and piercing ability, but average movement speed traveling at 1.5 meters per second. Chance increased by 5% and duration extended by 1 second. Dark Chaser attribute passive level 4. The maximum duration of a chaser is 3 minutes, and up to 10 dark attribute chasers can exist simultaneously. Duration increased by 1 minute and limit increased by 1. Critical Strike passive level 4. Base critical strike chance increased to 24%, an additional 2% increase. Basic attack speed passive level 4. Base attack speed increased to 18%, an additional 2% increase. Lao Mac read all the information on the status panel in astonishment. So gaining experience for secondary professions can also upgrade the conversion system. And it even unlocked a second special ability. He thought carefully. Not bad. This upgrade is truly amazing. As for the new ability, I shouldn't convert it yet. After all, I've only just learned intermediate herbalism, and the formulas can still be upgraded further. If I convert it too early, I might regret it later. It's time to head back. Scene transitions to Jiang Than Academy. Lao Mac was surprised to see a huge crowd at the school. Huh? Isn't it still summer vacation? Why are there so many students and parents standing around the school? Suddenly, all eyes turned toward him. Look quickly. It's Senior Trin Kiam Mac. Oh my god, he's the real deal, so handsome. Senior, please sign an autograph for me. You will forever be our idol. Lao Mac awkwardly dodged them. Then, with a swoosh, he sneaked away. Everyone stood there bewildered and called out, Huh? Senior. Terrified of the crowd, Lao Mac hid stealthily in the bushes. Suddenly, someone standing behind him called out, You kid, you finally decided to come back. Lao Mac stammered awkwardly, Commissioner Lo, who are all those people outside? They are completely insane. Lo Nanzun burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha. They are all new students coming to enroll at Jiang Than Academy thanks to your fame. Because of you, our school's student intake this year can even rival the nearby Vu Han Academy. He turned around and told him, Follow me. Before you leave, we have a gift we want to give you. Lao Mac looked at Lo Nanzun in confusion. A moment later, after following Lo Nanzun, just like always, the popping sounds of confetti crackers rang out. Lao Mac forced a smile as he looked at the grand spectacle before him. All the teachers, parents, and students had gathered to welcome him. Lo Nanzun spoke on everyone's behalf. Ahem. Although to you youngsters, doing this might seem a bit old-fashioned, we put our hearts and souls into this for several days. It was truly exhausting. We want to send our blessings to you, so please don't laugh at us. Ha ha. Lao Mac brushed the confetti off his head and awkwardly replied, It's very nice, but you're not allowed to do this next time. Lo Nanzun stepped forward, handing him a red property booklet with a reminder. This time, you have to go to the capital. We figured you still lacked a place to live, so we bought a house for you. It wasn't expensive, only around 20 million, so please don't disdain it. He then handed him a stack of tickets. Besides that, we also bought plane tickets to the capital for these coming days. Since we didn't know exactly when you'd be back, just to be safe, we bought them all. Lao Mac gratefully accepted the gifts from everyone. Thank you all. In that case, I can't possibly refuse. All the teachers affectionately sent their loving words to him. It's getting late. In the future, if you have the chance, remember to come back and visit us. If you suffer any grievances out there, Jiang Than Academy will always stand by you. Lao Mac, deeply moved, bowed respectfully. Thank you all for taking care of me up until now. I won't let you down. Before leaving, he confidently turned back and said, Next time I return, my name will definitely echo throughout the whole country. Scene transitions to the school gates of Thundu Academy. The girls saw a hot new student arrive and immediately caused a commotion. Oh my god, is this classmate also a freshman this year? That body is just too amazing. With such gorgeous looks, it'd be a real pity not to become a superstar. Hurry up, let's go chat him up and get his contact info while we're at it. Saying that, all the senior girls vied to cling to him, looking as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Classmate, are you a freshman this year? We're the seniors in charge of welcoming the new students. Could you give us your contact info? We really want to tell you all about our school's glorious history. That's right, if there's anything you don't understand, you can always call us, whether it's morning or night. Lao Mac shyly replied, Ahem, I'm just here to register. Can anyone tell me what I should do next? Suddenly, a girl pulled his hand away from the crowd, making everyone look over in surprise. Come, let me take you to register your information. After that, I'll show you around the campus. Our Thendu Academy is very big. You can easily get lost if you're not careful. Seeing their prey snatched right in front of them, the girls grew furious, glaring resentfully at the blonde girl who dragged Lao Mak away. That Hoanum Vu, relying on her status as president of the student union's propaganda club to be so shameless. Forget it, who told her to have such a high status in the school. Humph, I'm so mad. This handsome guy is truly the perfect boyfriend material. Hoanung Vu introduced the school as she led Lao Mak away. In our school, as long as you reach level 30 and smoothly complete your second-class advancement, you can officially graduate. But before that, the school assigns students to classes based on specific level ranges. The first tier is from level 15 to 25, who will be placed in the freshman classes. The second tier is level 26 to 28, who will be promoted to sophomores. Moving forward, juniors only consist of one level, which is level 29. And finally, seniors are naturally level 30. All students who haven't completed their second-class advancement belong to the senior year. Or here. Junior, insert your ID card into the device beside you. The system will assign your dorm based on your data. Lao Mak took out his card and inserted it into the machine. The system immediately announced, identity verification complete, all data is accurate. Funzu Academy freshman Trin Kiam Mak, current level is 25. This year's top scorer of Manbak Province, class jobless, is assigned to the luxury dormitory located in Zone Z of the campus, room number 001. Ha Nung Vu looked at him in astonishment. You've already reached level 25. The bystanders listened with a mix of fear and admiration. Did I hear that right? A freshman has actually reached level 25. Is this for real? Let me see. Why did a monster enter our school this year? We're doomed. I'm afraid we'll be crushed to pieces by him in tomorrow's entrance exam. Ho Nung Vu decided to take advantage of the situation to get closer to him. Junior Tring Kiam Mak, you must be the top scorer from Nanbak Province invited by teacher Ziep Loe. No wonder you got an SSS rating and can enter the luxury dorm. You should know that this dorm only opens 9 rooms each year. Let me take you to Zone Z, you won't know the way if you go alone. But Lao Mak saw through her intent and flatly refused. No need, I can go by myself. She stood behind, her face turning dark, suddenly obsessed with him in her heart. Humph, you definitely won't escape the palm of my hand. At Thendu Academy, Zone Z, Lao Mak was finally alone. He leaned against a tree, deep in thought. I'll stay here for now. Having just enrolled, there are still many things to do. I don't even have time to go check out the house Commissioner Lowe and the others gave me. Walking a bit further, he suddenly encountered an old man practicing Tai Chi, and a subconscious curiosity sprang up in his mind. The howling divine fist of the extreme martial saint. As expected of the capital, you can still meet a fourth awakening powerhouse in a place like this. But looking at his health, it seems he's contracted some sort of illness. Suddenly, the old man struck up a conversation with him. Young man, are you a freshman at our Thundu Academy this year? Lao Mak replied obediently, Yes, sir, I was assigned to live here. He thought to himself, is he a teacher at Thundu Academy? Isn't it said that Thundu Academy doesn't have many favored powerhouses left? Why is there a fourth awakening expert here? The old man continued asking, what room number? He obediently replied, 001. The old man was suddenly startled. What? What's your name? Lao Mak felt a flicker of wariness in his heart. Are you trying to run a background check on me? He answered, Tring Kiam Mak. After learning his identity, the old man let him go. You can leave now. Lao Mak cast a suspicious glance. How strange, it seems this person also has mental issues. But he didn't know that the moment he turned away, the old man flashed a strange smile. Tring Kiam Mak, number 001. Very interesting. An unexpected situation occurred. Surprisingly, Lang Yurik Hai was here. She scowled as she handed the old man his medicine. Sneaking around practicing martial arts again. It's time to take your medicine. The old man fearfully turned to look at her. Oh dear, I'll take it right now. My hands just got a bit itchy, hee. Scene transitions to Funzu Academy in the dungeon hall. All the freshmen were anxiously chatting with one another. We're about to take the entrance exam. I'm so nervous. I wonder if this dungeon will be difficult. Boo-hoo, I want to get a higher ranking. That way I might be able to trade for a more livable dorm. Me too, let's all do our best together. In the director's office, Loi Tuan Kiet, the disciplinary director of Funzu Academy, looked over at old Tren and praised him. Director Tren, you're very good at recruiting students. I didn't expect two top scorers to enroll in our school this year. Between Trin Kiam Mak from Nan Bak Province and Ha Tu Kiet from Tilo Province, who do you think will emerge victorious in this entrance exam?
Someone from behind suddenly interrupted and answered for old Tren. It's definitely Ha Tu Kiet. Our Magic Academy must recruit him. Although Trin Kiam Mak has a very high level, his class is too terrible. The jobless class is just for show. Another person eagerly chimed in. Ha Tu Kiet's second-class advancement is Wind Chaser, which isn't a pure magic class either. Our War Academy cannot let him slip away. Yet another person who wanted Ha Tu Kiet spoke up. I heard his intellect and combat power are very strong. He might not be willing to join your academies. Our Command Academy will definitely fight for him. Old Tren remains silent, not saying a word. In front of the dungeon gate, a boy dressed in red from head to toe suddenly approached to introduce himself and show off to Lao Mak. You must be this year's top scorer of Nan Bak Province. My name is Ha Tu Kiet, this year's top scorer of Talo Province. You might be very good, but right now my skills are still superior to yours. He didn't care in the slightest and gave him a sidelong glance. I don't think I know you. Being completely ignored by Lao Mak, Ha Tu Kiet grew embarrassed and furious. Humph, I'll let you be arrogant for now, but wait until we get inside the dungeon. I'll show you who the true number one is. Lao Mak was slightly annoyed, lifting his chin in contempt. So boring. You think someone like you is worthy of fighting me? Ha Tu Kiet suppressed his fury, but he still couldn't save his face. Taking it as accepting Lao Mak's challenge, he snapped, fine. Well, just wait and see. Very quickly, Lao Mak entered the dungeon. The system's voice chimed continuously. You have entered the Death Monastery dungeon. Currently explored areas. Library. Graveyard. Level 20 to 30. Hard. Because your hidden class is Spellbinder, the highest difficulty level has been triggered. You have unlocked a new area. Cathedral Armory. Level 30 to 40. Extremely hard. You have entered the graveyard. Good luck. Hearing the full announcement, Lao Mak was thrilled. I almost forgot about the Spellbinder's hidden trait. Unlocking a level 30 to 40 map today, this is getting interesting. He looked at the lingering race in front of him as if looking at bugs. If there are no difficulties in these first two areas, then he'll just finish this quickly. Outside, the academy directors were intently watching the students' information panels. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing. Today's dungeon exam is the Death Monastery. I wonder how these freshmen will perform. Probably not too ideal. Even if they only explore the beginning areas, the final boss is already at level 28. Suddenly, someone spoke up curiously. They've been in there for a while now. Let's check out Ha Tu Kiet's performance. His information panel instantly popped up. Ha Tu Kiet, student ID 500002, class Wind Mage, level 23. Current progress, graveyard 40%. Total time elapsed 4 minutes 13 seconds. Rank 2. Just skimming through, someone clicked their tongue in praise. Not bad, as expected of the top scorer from T Low. He has a chance to clear the dungeon within 2 hours. But attention quickly shifted to the word rank 2, and everyone's curiosity changed. Wait a minute, do you guys know why he is only ranked 2nd? Could it be? Everyone in disbelief immediately opened Lao Mak's panel to check. Trin Kiam Mak, student ID 500001. Class, jobless. Level, 25. Current progress, 100%. Total time elapsed, 24 minutes 33 seconds. Rank, 1. Everyone gasped in shock. Damn it. Trin Kiam Mak actually only took 25 minutes to pass this exam. He's just too strong. Everyone turned their heads, focusing all their fondness on Lao Mak, fiercely fighting over him. I've decided to change strategies. Our War Academy is definitely taking this Trin Kiam Mak. Give it a rest. Do you even need to change? Our Mage Academy made up our minds long ago. Stop talking nonsense. Our Command Academy hasn't even spoken yet. That's right, our Support Academy also. Never mind. He won't even look our way. Suddenly, someone found it strange and spoke loudly. That's not right. Didn't he already clear it? Why hasn't he come out yet? Everyone instantly burst into a chaotic uproar of worry. How is that possible? Did he enter the extremely hard area? Today's exam wasn't supposed to extend to the armory and cathedral. Did something go wrong with the dungeon projector? Regardless, we reminded them many times beforehand that they were only allowed to challenge the first two areas. This is an extremely serious violation of discipline. It absolutely cannot be taken lightly. Furthermore, with his level, it won't take long before he's covered in injuries and forced out. When that happens, the school will be the one suffering the biggest loss. We must pause his entrance exam immediately. Seeing the gravity of the situation, old Tren spoke up to defend Kiem Mak everyone. Please don't jump to conclusions so quickly. From my understanding of Trin Kiem Mak, he's not the type to act without thinking. How about we ask Director Loy to report this situation to the principal first and see what the principal says? Loy Twon Keat agreed. All right, I'll go to the principal's office to report. Keep a close eye on this exam. He spoke toughly, but old Tran's limbs and mine had turned to jelly. He prayed inwardly. My little ancestor, you must grasp the time. A round trip to the principal's office will take at most 30 minutes. If you exceed that time, even a god won't be able to protect you. Inside the dungeon, at the armory. Lao Mak calculated with his hands in his pockets. Now that I'm in the armory, the difficulty has indeed gone up. The monsters here average around level 30, with a count of about 70. Moreover, all the monsters here are warrior-type crusaders, which are very tough to deal with. He pulled up his cloak, turning into a phantom form. Even though they are a bit tough to swallow, I still have a way. Just like that, Lao Mak freely moved things around without fear of being noticed by the mutated monsters. Once he had gathered all the explosives into one spot, he finally took off his cloak. I've finally gathered all the explosives in the armory together. It's time to make a move. Lao Mak immediately executed his plan, revealing himself to attract the attention of the Crusader Legion. Hello there, you guys. Then he erected an ice wall. Using the continuously growing ice wall to reduce their speed, he could gather all the monsters together. Waiting until the whole mob arrived, Lao Mak switched his weapon to a staff and used a fireball spell to shoot at the powder kegs. It was time for fireworks. Not forgetting to protect himself, Lao Mak summoned an ice shield to wrap around his body. The ice shield could grant him immunity to all damage for 10 seconds, which was enough to protect himself from this explosion. Outside the secret realm, Loy Twon Keat hurried to the principal's office. He opened the door and reported, Principal Lang, it's Loy Twon Keat. I have an extremely important matter to report to you right now. A familiar face suddenly appeared. The old man practicing Tai Chi who met Lao Mak earlier was actually Lang Tiu, the principal of Thundu Academy, a level B Mili Ba Bonth Awakening Supreme Martial Saint. Lang Tiu looked curiously at Loy Twon Keat. What's the matter that requires the disciplinary director to personally come here? Loy Twon Keat hastily reported. It's like this. There is a student participating in the admission exam today who has committed a very serious disciplinary violation. This exam was originally only supposed to test the first 2 areas of the Death Monastery, but he cleared it in just 25 minutes, and moreover, he chose not to exit. Lang Tiu was surprised but also vaguely guessed it. Cleared it in just 25 minutes. Is the person you're talking about Trin Kiem Mak? Loy Twon Keat was astonished. Principal, how did you know? He continued, but this person used some unknown method to enter the armory. According to the school's regulations, all the teachers agreed to punish him. Take a look. Hearing this, Lang Tiu voiced his dissatisfaction. Humph, what school regulation says that? Bring it here, I'll amend it right away. Before Loy Twon Keat could say anything more, Lang Tiu waved his hand and threw something over. He dropped his jaw in shock. You're granting him the damage immunity privilege. But this is a once-in-a-5-year opportunity. The damage immunity privilege ensures that students taking the exam won't suffer any physical injuries, even if they're defeated. Lang Tiu didn't say much more, turning his back and instructing, Go now, we must pay more attention to such an outstanding child in the future. Although puzzled, Loy Twon Keat still complied. Ah, yes. Only then did the old man reveal his inner thoughts. It's a good thing for young people to be ambitious, but they shouldn't be too impulsive. I'll let you run wild for now, but there won't be a next time. Inside the secret realm, Lao Mak had finished dealing with the entire Crusader Legion. Not bad, it only took 8 minutes to clear all the monsters. As expected, the higher the risk, the better the reward. He walked up to a large gate. Next up is the fierce battle. He then pushed the doors and stepped inside. A sleeping monster stood in the middle of the room. It was the boss of this stage, Weapons Master Herod, a level 35 elite boss. Its HP was 18,000. Lao Mak observed calmly. Although this guy only has the Whirlwind Slash skill, it's incredibly tough to deal with. Whirlwind Slash is a continuous imperfect AoE slaughter attack. Moreover, the skill grants immunity to crowd control for its duration, making it impossible to interrupt. It seems my unbreakable golden body will have to end today. He initiated the battle. Let's begin.
They'll strike with a powerful move first. Lao Mac fired a massive burst of energy, Void Orb. Just before it hit Herod, he opened his eyes and woke up, and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Herod aggressively lunged toward him with excitement. I've always been waiting for a true challenge. Let me see your strength. Lao Mac immediately used his expedition boots to accelerate. He retreated to a safe distance to guard against Herod. What a headache. The Void Orb was actually kicked away by him. Unfortunately, the cooldown for acceleration is too long. If he uses Whirlwind Slash again, I might not be able to dodge it. Next, as Herod's HP decreases, the frequency of his Whirlwind Slash will only increase. I could only fight him to the bitter end. Lao Mac didn't hesitate to switch his weapon to a Gatling gun and aimed at Herod. Your skill is over, right? Eat this shot of mine. Every shot hit the mark, and Herod's HP plummeted continuously. When he was down to less than half his health, he flew into a mad rage. Very well, you've angered me. I'll let you taste the power of my blade.
Then he entered an enraged state. He unleashed infinite whirlwind slashes, accelerating toward Lao Mac. He also went into ultra-serious mode, determined to win this fight. Good thing I have plenty of potions. His HP is still at 50%. It's time to face him head-on. Lao Mac dodged the attacks while landing heavy blows on Herod. At the same time, he constantly drank 21% immunity potions to restore his mana. Let me show you what a true potion king is. The system panel continuously notified him. You have used a fine basic vitality potion. You have recovered 600 HP. Just like that, Lao Mac simultaneously engaged in close combat and recovered his HP without limits. He quickly defeated Weapons Master Herod. Exhausted and panting, Lao Mac turned back to check on Herod again. It's finally over. My remaining HP is less than 1,500. This kind of AoE attacking crowd control immune monster is truly nauseating. Suddenly, the system announced, congratulations on receiving the damage immunity privilege. In this secret realm challenge, even if you die in defeat, your real body will not suffer any injuries. Lao Mac looked at his body in astonishment. There's such a thing. Who is helping me? He didn't overthink it, just taking it as a small encouragement from the teachers outside. Never mind, it's better than nothing. I guess the higher-ups want to ensure safety for the next challenge. His info panel was also instantly updated. Trinkia Mac, student ID 500,001. Class, solo player, level 25. Current progress, armory 100%. Total time elapsed, 53 minutes 49 seconds, ranked first. Just then, Loi Tuan Keat returned, staring at the scoreboard with his mouth wide open. I only went to the principal's office for a short while, and he's already cleared the 2 armory stages. Then wouldn't the damage immunity privilege that Principal Lang granted him be pointless? Hearing Loi Tuan Keat, the entire hall was in an uproar. What? Principal Lang actually gave Trinkia Mac the damage immunity privilege. This is the highest fortuitous encounter for new students. No one has received this privilege in exactly 20 years. It seems Trinkia Mac has gained Principal Lang's recognition. His status in the academy is about to skyrocket. Everyone immediately focused back on the board and made demands. Look at that, Trinkia Mac has entered the cathedral area. I can't believe he still wants to continue. A level 25 daring to challenge the level 40 cathedral area. This is too crazy. No way, we strongly demand to activate the Secret Realms camera. Loi Tuan Keat instantly agreed and pressed a red button on the table. All right, since Principal Lang said we should pay some attention to him, let's make an exception this once. Besides, I also want to see with my own eyes how he plans to deal with that terrifying final boss. The screen displayed images of Lao Mac having reached the Grand Cathedral. He leisurely walked into the cathedral, calculating as he went. There are 2 final bosses in the monastery. One is Mograine, the Scarlet Crusade commander sitting on the throne. The other is his wife, High Inquisitor Whitemane, who is in the room behind him. Lao Mac activated the Phantom State. He stepped lightly past the Scarlet Crusaders and entered the dungeon. Then he gently pulled a torch like a doorknob. I have to face 2 level 38 bosses at the same time later. To be honest, it's still a bit difficult. But it's the perfect time to make use of that person. Inside the dungeon, a man was covered in wounds, both his arms chained high up. Not only that, the chains behind his back were biting into his flesh, restraining him. Lao Mac walked over and asked him, Fairbanks, do you want revenge? Fairbanks struggled to open his bruised eye to look at Lao Mac. Can you help me? Lao Mac didn't hesitate to slash the chains binding him. Fairbanks was originally a Scarlet Crusade adjutant who was imprisoned here for decades after discovering the affair between the commander and the High Inquisitor. In his past life's game, Fairbanks was a hidden NPC.
Killing him would yield perfect blue-tier gear, while saving him would grant combat support. Players had two choices: either kill him, and Fairbanks would drop a piece of perfect blue-tier gear, or help him cut the chains, and he would aid the player in fighting the major boss. However, because he was severely injured and players in the previous life couldn't heal NPCs, his impact on the battle was quite limited. But what about in this world? Lao Mak cast the paladin's prerequisite skill, healing spell. Fairbanks' entire body and strength were instantly restored. He knelt respectfully before Lao Mak. "Thank you, benefactor, for healing me. As long as I can get my revenge, I'll follow your every command." Lao Mak gave his instructions. "Listen carefully to the noises outside later. I will clear out all the Scarlet Crusaders in the cathedral. After you hear the voice of the High Inquisitor, then." Lao Mak headed back outside and deactivated his phantom state, immediately triggering the Scarlet cultists. Lao Mak seized the opportunity, waiting for the whole mob of soldiers to rise up before dashing off to lure them elsewhere. Come on. The Scarlet Crusaders, just like that, chased after him all the way to the pool outside. Lao Mak sprinted and leaped across the pool, causing the water to splash high up. He then cast a freezing spell. Just as the Scarlet Crusaders rushed into the water, they were immediately locked inside it. Watching Lao Mak's combat style from the outside, everyone was filled with mixed emotions and tremendous excitement. Oh my god, these mechanics, this technique, it's absolutely flawless. Today has really opened our eyes. Thank goodness we didn't miss this. I can't believe he dared to pull all the minor mobs in the cathedral in one go and trap them. That's 50 level 37 high-tier Scarlet Crusaders right there. How is he going to deal with them next? Lao Mak proceeded to launch a Void Orb, followed by two more passively triggered Void Orbs. He fired all the Void Orbs into the frozen Scarlet Crusaders, wiping them all out. Everyone debated in confusion. What is going on? Doesn't the Void Orb have a 15-second cooldown? How could Trin Mak continuously fire the skill twice within 5 seconds? Could this be related to his innate talent? This must be an incredibly rare innate talent, which is why he's so strong. He stepped back into the cathedral. Standing opposite the boss, I finally have to face this adulterous couple. Sensing an enemy, the boss also opened his eyes. Mograine was activated and immediately entered combat mode, growling fiercely. "Heretic, I shall cleanse you in the name of the holy light." Lao Mak dismissively switched his weapon to a battle lance to attack. "Humph, a person who has fallen into darkness like you dares to act on behalf of the holy light. Do you even deserve it?" He used Sky Strike to knock him up into the air. He then landed consecutive critical strikes on Mograine, beating him until his entire body was battered and bruised. Everyone nervously strained their eyes to follow Lao Mak's battle. Holy shit. He continuously CC'd the boss for BA 0 seconds. This guy's skills are incredibly smooth. His timing is dead accurate. This is something I've never seen in my life. Look at the intensity and size of the chasers behind him. They've already reached the level of medium chasers. Quick, look. Trin Mak is about to shoot. Lao Mak enjoyed himself to the fullest. I'll let you taste the power of this medium dark attribute chaser. He fired over a dozen chaser orbs at Mograine, sending him flying into the wall, which simultaneously triggered the next phase of the secret realm, and the second boss appeared. As soon as she came out, she roared with a deadly sound, "Mograine has fallen. You shall pay with your blood for this." The system immediately notified Lao Mak. "You have entered a forced immobilization state. It will be automatically removed after 60 seconds. Lao Mak struggled to resist her power. Here it comes. This is the hardest part of the monastery map, and the very reason there are two bosses. Whitemane cast a resurrection spell on Mograine. Arise, my love. The so-called two bosses aren't a consecutive battle with two opponents, but rather, after Mograine falls, it triggers the storyline of Whitemane forcefully resurrecting Mograine. No matter who it is, they will ultimately be forced to face the attacks of two level 38 bosses at the same time. Suddenly, Fairbanks charged out and attacked Whitemane. Blood for blood. Today is the day of reckoning. She turned pale from the unexpected situation. "You. How did you get out?" The resurrection spell was consequently interrupted. Fairbanks tightly gripped his weapon, pouring out the immense hatred in his heart that had accumulated over time for Whitemane and Mograine to hear. "Didn't expect this, did you? Today is the day you adulterous couple dies. The humiliation of all these years. Today I will return it 100-fold. Meanwhile, Lao Mak's forced immobilization state had only 10 seconds left. He smugly watched the scene unfold before him. "Ha, I can't break the storyline, so I'll let that NPC break it. Perfectly logical, right?" Whitemane realized it, glaring furiously in Lao Mak's direction. It's you? You're the one who rescued him. It'll kill you. Fairbanks rushed to stop her. Don't you dare touch a single hair on my benefactor's head. Surrender your life.
During her momentary lapse of attention, Lao Mac's forced state also ended. He looked at Fairbanks with some astonishment. I didn't expect Fairbanks in this world to be so fierce. He's actually much stronger than in my past life. Could it be because I healed his wounds? Without hesitating for even a second, Lao Mac instantly joined the battle, coordinating with Fairbanks. It seems I should still change my mindset more in the future. I can't use my past life's heaven's apocalypse mindset to deduce problems. Very clearly, in many situations, optimizing certain processes in this world will bring unexpected benefits, just like now. Everyone's jaws dropped, continuously praising Lao Mac's thinking this. How on earth did he come up with this tactic? Is this really his first time entering the cathedral area? How is that possible? He's a new student. He has had absolutely no opportunity to come into contact with this secret realm before. Then we must have misjudged this person. Loi Tuan Kiet was so excited that his limbs were trembling. He truly lives up to being highly regarded by Principal Lang. With this kind of performance, calling him the national top scorer is not an exaggeration. How To Kiet just came out after finishing the exam. He muttered smugly to himself, "No one's out yet? Haha, the first place in this admission exam is finally mine. That damn Trin Kiem Mak, with his unearned reputation, is nothing more than that." 1 hour and 38 minutes, smoothly clearing the graveyard and library areas, can you achieve this result? But he quickly noticed everyone's indifference. Why isn't anyone clapping? I've achieved first place. It's too quiet. He immediately turned his head, looking in the same direction as everyone else. And then, unable to believe it, his eyes went wide. Why is he in the cathedral area? The Secret Realm portal also had a new update. Scarlet Monastery, the best historical record has been updated. Record holder, Trin Kiem Mak. Level upon clearance. Level 25. Class, solo player. Total time elapsed, 1 hour 40 minutes 58 seconds. Lang Tiu looked at the light from the dungeon portal, an indescribable feeling welling up in his heart. This person is an unparalleled genius to be able to clear the Blood Monastery at level 25. He's truly not simple. Could it be that even the heavens can no longer bear to see our Fendu Academy sink into oblivion after all these years? Suddenly, Lang Yer-He brought a tray of medicine over and reminded him, "Grandpa, it's time for your medicine." Lang Tiu asked her, "Yer-He, how long do you plan to stay in the Heavens Apocalypse continent this time?" She thought for a moment and replied, It might be a bit longer this time, maybe over 10 days. Is that okay?" Suddenly, he brought up a sensitive topic that made her blush. "Grandpa's health is fine. You can stay a few more days. Speaking of which, you're not young anymore. Do you have someone you like yet?" Lang Yer-He evaded the question. "No, I don't. Grandpa, stop letting your imagination run wild." Hearing this, he pulled out Lao Mac's profile. "Well, I have a very good candidate here. He's handsome and polite, and his strength is even more outstanding. How about you two get to know each other?" Lang Yer-He didn't like the idea and immediately ran away. "No need, I have my own plans. I'm leaving now." Lang Tiu sighed. Our Yer-He is finally grown up and actually has someone she likes. No wonder she said she wanted to stay in the Heavens Apocalypse continent for a few more days. Lang Yer-He escaped from her grandpa and let out a sigh of relief. But he stubbornly leaned out the window to remind her, "A girl like you still needs to be careful in Heaven's Apocalypse. There are plenty of bad guys there, don't get tricked." Hearing her grandpa say that, she unconsciously muttered to herself, "Bad guys, huh?" Passionate memories with Lao Mac flashed in her mind. Yeah, that's right, especially that jerk, he's the absolute worst. Then her heart remembered him again. "Humph, you jerk. Did you miss me these past few days without me? If you didn't, I'll teach you a lesson." The system panel displayed again. Blood Monastery. Best historical record has been updated. Record holder, Trin Kiem Mak. Level upon clearing, level 25. Class, jobless. Total time taken, 1 hour, 40 minutes, 58 seconds. Lao Mac dusted off his clothes and leisurely stepped out of the portal. Instantly, he was surrounded by all the teachers in the school, eyeing him like a fat piece of meat and fighting to drag him to their own turf. Student Trin, being the provincial top scorer, is a bit too impressive. Consider our War Academy, we're the strongest in the entire school. Bullshit, our Magic Academy is the most noble, they're just a bunch of brutes. The Command Academy is the most elite, okay? Isn't being a commander-in-chief great? Ha-Tu Kiet sat slumped in a corner, huddled up as he watched the crowd swarm Trin Kia Mac. A freak like Trin Kia Mac, and you're telling me he's just the provincial top scorer. Next time, can we at least rate him as a national top scorer? Ruining my Chi Lu glory. Isn't this embarrassing? Loi Tuan Kiet spoke up. Everyone, calm down a bit. Then he walked over to ask Lao Mac's opinion. Student Trin Kia Mac, first of all, congratulations on making history today. You surely know our school has 4 major academies in total. With your results, you can naturally choose whichever you like. May I ask if you have made your decision yet? Lao Mac pondered and calculated. Right now, I still don't know how the universities in this blue star world operate, nor do I know what level their teaching standards have reached. Why don't I ask if I can attend a trial class first? He gave a feigned innocent smile and replied, I haven't completely decided yet. It would be great if I could sit in on a class at each academy. All the directors of the 4 academies unanimously agreed with Lao Mac's suggestion. No problem at all. The doors of our War Academy are always open for you. Our Magic Academy also welcomes student Trin for a trial class. The Command Academy agrees. The Support Academy agrees. At the school cafeteria, Lam Bin, the level 29 third-year disciplinary committee head of the student union, was trying hard to woo Hua Nung Vu. He pulled out 2 concert tickets to tempt her. Nung Vu, I spent a lot of effort to get these 2 concert tickets for Chudong. Do you have time today? How about going with me? Nung Vu looked awkwardly at the man in front of her. This Lam Bin, although his strength isn't bad and he comes from a good family, making him quite a quality guy, his looks just really aren't my type. She sighed and looked around for an escape route. What excuse should I use to reject him? Suddenly, Lao Mac caught her eye. It's him. Nung Vu immediately stood up and walked away. Sorry, I still have something to do. You can go by yourself. The lovesick Lam Bin watched her leave sadly. It's okay, next time. But his jaw dropped when he saw Nung Vu actively go sit next to another male student. Damn it. What's his relationship with Nung Vu? Nung Vu gently tucked her hair behind her ear and greeted him. Junior Hia Mac, we meet again. He didn't care and just asked perfunctorily, is there something you need? She continued to find excuses to talk. I heard you got the privilege to attend trial classes across the entire academy. That's really impressive. Lao Mac didn't even bother looking at her and just gave a brief Lem Bin's veins popped and he stood up furiously, resenting. The woman I'm simping so hard for, and you're just outright ignoring her. The worst part is that Meng Vu doesn't even look the slightest bit angry. This is pissing me off. He walked over to pick a fight with him. Trin Kia Mac, right? I've heard of you. Stand up for me. Lem Bing shouted in Lao Mac's face like he was scolding a child. Don't think that just because you got a good result in the entrance exam, you can be this arrogant. As a junior, you should act like one. I am the head of the disciplinary committee of the student union, and I have the right to supervise you. Lao Mac shouted angrily and slammed his food tray. You talk too much. The food tray was immediately smashed entirely onto Lam Bin's face. Ha-Tu Kiet, sitting right behind, enjoyed the great show. Holy crap, this guy is hardcore. On his very first day, he dares to dump food on the head of the disciplinary committee. Lam Bin was so shocked he couldn't speak, standing frozen for a few seconds. Then he threw a punch towards Lao Mac. You brat, are you asking for death? Lao Mac tilted his body and dodged the attack, causing Lam Bin to lose his balance and fall straight into the row of tables. Lying slumped on the ground, Lao Mac waved his hand and walked away as if nothing had happened. Sorry, my hand slipped. Lam Bin, harboring deep resentment, screamed, You brat, just you wait. If I don't avenge this, my name isn't Lam Bin. Scene transitions to the classroom. War Academy, Lecturer Cam. Xiong Hui, a level 58 Third Awakening expert, was teaching the students. Everyone turn your books to page 265 and let's look at the core skill execution of a berserker. During the lesson, he couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. What on earth is the dean doing? Arranging for a dignified Third Awakening expert like me to be evaluated by a freshman. It's so infuriating. Cam Xiong Hui looked at Lao Mac in annoyance. What's with that look on your face? Are the things I'm teaching too simple for you? Lao Mac glanced at the book in boredom. The logic of his teaching isn't exactly stupid, but it's too outdated and highly conservative. There are clearly much better skill options, yet the teacher demands that students rigidly follow exactly what he passes down. Unable to stand it, he snapped the book shut. Clinging to the old ways like this is just stifling the students' creativity. Lao Mac didn't bother saying anything and stood up abruptly. Then there's no point wasting time here.
At the end of the day, there are truly far too few people in this world capable of teaching me. Kam Zuong. Hui called him back in confusion, his tone filled with reproach. Student Trin Kiam Mak, I've been teaching for over 10 years, and you're the very first person to leave my class early. May I ask if you have an emergency? Even if you do, you should report it first. This is the most basic rule. Has no one ever taught you that? But he continued walking away, treating him as invisible. Kam Zuong Hui was furious and used teleportation to instantly appear in front of Lao Mak, blocking his path.
He glared fiercely at him and shouted, "You better give me a reasonable explanation today. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Lao Mak shook his head and shrugged. "If you absolutely insist on making me state my reason, then I'll just give you a single phrase. Stuck in the mud, hindering the student's progress." Kam Zuong Hui's face twisted in anger. "You." The other students couldn't stand it and stood up to defend the teacher, Trin Kiam Mak. "We all know your strength is incredible, but the teacher has eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. What gives you the right to say something like that? Yeah, hurry up and apologize to Teacher Kam."
Right at that moment, Lum Bin opened the classroom door and walked in. Student Trin Kiam Mak, our disciplinary committee was doing a routine patrol and discovered you blatantly skipping class early, and we suspect you of insulting a teacher. Please cooperate with us and come back for investigation. Two students immediately surrounded him. Lum Bin gloated inwardly. "You little brat, let's see you be arrogant now. Today you've fallen into my hands. I don't care what kind of genius you are. I guarantee you're going to suffer." Kam Zuong Hui nodded in permission. "All right, you guys take him directly. The rest of the students, continue listening to my lecture. If anyone dares to violate school discipline again, let this serve as a lesson." Unable to hold back anymore, Lao Mak voiced his contempt. "Ha, truly stubborn to the core. No wonder Thendu Academy has fallen to such a state." Upon hearing this, Kam Zuong Hui called him back. "Wait, what do you mean by that? If you have something to say, spit it out." Lao Mak turned around, unafraid of confrontation, and spoke right into Kam Zuong Hui's face. "If you want to hear the truth, then I'll tell you. The lesson you just taught is riddled with errors and extremely conservative points. If everyone were to train according to your methods, I'm afraid their paths would only grow narrower in the end." Kam Zuong Hui's limbs trembled as he challenged Lao Mak. "Good, good, good. If you have the capability today, then refute my views in front of everyone. If you can actually say a thing or two that makes sense, I'll resign and leave tomorrow, and I'll never teach again in my life. I don't believe that a jobless who hasn't even completed their class advancement can find any flaws in my lecture." Lao Mak accepted his challenge and walked straight to the podium to begin his demonstration. "You just said that all Berserker classes should allocate points based on a 3-to-1 ratio of strength to constitution. In reality, if you distribute points like that, you'll be mostly useless in the late game. Next, please watch as I deduce the data right here." Lao Mak spoke while writing on the blackboard. The students followed along and quickly realized, it seems to be true. Looking at the calculation formula, after surpassing level 50, the benefits of constitution will show a weak linear decline. This set of formulas has a standard deviation about 3 levels smaller than the textbooks. No wonder he reached this conclusion. Lao Mak continued presenting his points. Just now, Teacher Kam also said that attack speed attributes should take a backseat to critical hit attributes, and only then can damage be maximized. I have another formula here that can refute this view. Everyone possesses the ability to think independently. What I just said might not be entirely correct in actual practice either. Lao Mak looked over at Kam Zuong Hui with amusement, asking sarcastically, "Teacher Kam, is there any part of this you'd like to try and slap my face with?" Kam Zuong Hui slumped to the floor in a panic. How is this possible? A first-year student actually has stronger theoretical capabilities than I do. At the same time, another group of students barged in. "Lam Bin, we are from the student union. We receive orders from the dean. You are suspected of openly insulting the top freshman of this batch. Come with us." Two others immediately seized Lem Bin. His frantic screams echoed out, "No, no." After that incident, rumors started spreading throughout the academy. Have you heard? The head of the disciplinary committee offended Trin Kiam Mak and was directly dismissed and suspended by the school. That's nothing. Teacher Kam Zuong Hui just voluntarily resigned. This Trin Kiam Mak is truly insane, running rampant across all 4 major academies. I heard this matter even shocked the principal, who directly requested to meet Trin Kiam Mak. Loi Tuan Kiat chatted happily with Lao Mak as they walked. "You brat, you're truly interesting. Actually dismantling all those stubborn old fools. I doubt they'll have the face to bark orders around the school anymore." But don't you worry either, Principal Lang had been wanting to deal with them for a long time.
Hearing the surname Lang, he felt a twinge of guilt, remembering when he first met Lang Yorkie, Principal Lang. Surname Lang. But he quickly calmed down. There are plenty of people with the surname Lang in this world. It can't be that coincidental. Opening the door and walking in, he met old Lang Tiu. Little friend, we meet again. Lao Mac realized in surprise, it's him? Then he smiled, praising himself. I have to admit, my luck isn't bad. Lang Tiu didn't say much and burst forth with mana to test Lao Mac. Lao Mac was only startled for exactly 0.1 seconds before immediately unleashing his own mana to counter the display of dominance. Lang Tiu's eyes lit up with joy, a formidable younger generation indeed. The old man got straight to the point. I heard about your performance in the 4 major academies. I won't ask how you managed to do all of this, nor will I investigate what you've been through. I just want to ask you one question. If I want you to become the homeroom teacher of the most special class in Thendu Academy, do you dare to accept? Lao Mac smirked arrogantly. Why wouldn't I dare? The question is, do you dare to give me absolute authority? Lang Tiu laughed in satisfaction and laid out the terms. All right, since I chose you, what's wrong with giving you absolute authority? Moreover, I naturally won't let you help out for nothing. Speak, what demands you have? As long as it's not too outrageous, I'll do my utmost to fulfill them for you. Lao Mac thought for a moment and answered, I need a few precious intermediate-level herbal blueprints. Lang Tiu was a bit surprised. Is that it? Very good. Not arrogant, not impatient, and certainly not greedy. Fair enough, the items you need are all in the blueprint archive and require contribution points to exchange. I will directly approve 100,000 contribution points for you. Whatever you need, go exchange it yourself. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lao Mac pulled it out to check. It was Huang Thian calling. It's actually him? Lang Tiu allowed it. It's fine, go ahead and answer. The moment he picked up, Huang Thian unleashed a torrent of words at him. Hello? Lao Mac, long time no see. What have you been up to lately? Did you miss me? Oh right, and calling you today to tell you 2 pieces of good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Hello? Why aren't you talking? Lao Mac and Lang Tiu looked at each other in bewilderment, astonished by Huang Thian's excessive chattiness. On the other end of the line, Huang Tian continued, Come on, I know you're listening. Never mind, I'll just tell you everything. The first piece of good news, I've successfully reached level 30. The second piece of good news, my awakening quest requires outside assistance, and that's you. How about it? Surprised? Shocked? I didn't even consider other level 30s and thought of you right away. Isn't that sincere enough? Our relationship is so good, you wouldn't refuse, right? Lao Mo replied awkwardly. A student of Blue Sky Academy like you, not looking for someone from your own school, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Huang Tian replied dismissively, Oh, find whoever I want. Can others control me? Seeing Huang Tian say this, Lao Mo also agreed. All right, if you're not afraid, then I don't mind. Send me the address later. Ling Xiao was a bit surprised after hearing their conversation. I didn't expect your social circle to be so wide. However, inviting a level 25 student for help, he's probably the only one in the entire Xia country to do so. How confident are you? Lao Mo replied confidently, 100%. The scene shifts to Divine Oracle Academy. Lao Mo strolled around the school. Before heading to Blue Sky Academy, I should go on a spending spree first. Might as well pick a suitable blueprint for my level 4 conversion slot. Suddenly, someone appeared and guided him. Student, please insert your student ID card into this slot over here. Lao Mo inserted his card and the system immediately announced, Chang Qianmo, card number 500001, current contribution point balance, 100,000, authorized to enter all areas. Information confirmed successfully, you may enter. Everyone nearby was startled, 100,000 contribution points. Someone slapped me so I know and not dreaming. Damn it, I worked my ass off all of last year and only earned a little over 8,000. Comparing oneself to others really pisses you off. He's only been at the school for a few days and already earned 100,000 contribution points. Is he even human? The scene shifts to the 3rd floor of the museum. Lao Mo looked in amazement at the goods stored inside. So this is what they meant by museum. These blueprints are provided individually as display items. Having said that, Divine Oracle Academy's wealth is truly substantial. To think they have so much in reserve. He observed the various potion blueprints one by one. Spirit Potion. Increases spirit by 5 points. Lasts for 1 hour. Price, 500 contribution points. Magma Potion. Increases fire magic damage by 25 points. Lasts for 1 hour. Price: 600 contribution points. Frost Potion. Increases ice magic damage by 25 points. Lasts for 1 hour. Price: 600 contribution points. Stealth Detection Potion. Increases perception by 50%, thereby raising the probability of detecting stealth targets. Lasts for 1 hour. Price: 700 contribution points. It seems there's no good stuff on the outside. They're all lowest tier blueprints. I should go further inside to take a look. Sure enough, as you went deeper, higher grade blueprints gradually appeared. Jumble Potion, perfect grade blueprint, can cure all non-fatal diseases. Price: 900 contribution points. Sacrificial Oil, perfect grade blueprint, deals 50 fire damage every 2 seconds, affected by fire damage and spirit enhancement, lasts for 30 seconds. Price: 1,200 contribution points. Magic Potion, perfect grade blueprint, increases all attribute magic damage by 25 points, lasts for 30 seconds. Price: 1,800 contribution points. Lao Mo was somewhat satisfied. Not bad, starting from here, everything is perfect grade or above. However, since I only have one level 4 conversion slot anyway, I need to filter through everything once just in case there's something even higher grade. Going even deeper, this time Lao Mo couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Holy crap. The intermediate herbalism area actually has 4 epic grade blueprints." Demon Blood Potion, epic grade blueprint. Regenerates 100 MP every 5 seconds, lasts for 1 hour. Price: 2,500 contribution points. Limited Invincibility Potion, epic grade blueprint. Increases all attribute magic damage by 35 points, lasts for 1 hour. Price: 2,500 contribution points. Purification Potion, epic grade blueprint. Can clear all basic abnormal statuses, lasts for 1 hour. Price: 3,000 contribution points. And finally, Ancestral Potion, epic grade blueprint. Increases all attributes by 8 points, lasts for 1 hour. Price: 3,500 contribution points. Lao Mo was thrilled, grinning from ear to ear. It wasn't a waste to hold back. Then I'll take Purification. In the later stages, there are too many annoying bosses. If the conversion effect of this debuff potion isn't bad, it'll definitely bring me a surprise. He immediately called out excitedly, "System, I want to convert Purification." The system instantly announced, "Congratulations to the host for completing the conversion. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a new passive, Purifying Power. Purifying Power passive. The host's entire body will generate a periodic buff that can clear all basic abnormal statuses, lasting for 5 seconds, triggering every 3 minutes." The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the passive, Purifying Power. Purifying Power passive. The host's entire body will generate a periodic buff that can remove adverse statuses, lasting for 5 seconds, triggering every 3 minutes. Lao Mo was ecstatic, repeatedly saying, "This periodic buff is way too strong. At least until the mid-game, I can annihilate most terrifying monsters." Then next, let's go check on Huang Tian's results during this period. The scene shifts to the entrance of Blue Sky Academy. Lao Mo stood outside, answering Huang Tian's call. "Hello, hello, hello, is that Lao Mo? You've arrived? Just take a walk around the school. I'll come find you as soon as I'm done with my meeting." Lao Mo angrily hung up the phone. "This brat, is there anyone who invites outside backup like him? I didn't even take a single cent from you, and now you won't even come to greet me." Suddenly, a loud shout attracted Lao Mo's attention. "I, Zhao Dabao, am standing in the arena today. Having gone through 11 matches, there is still no one who can defeat me. But if anyone can defeat me, all the prize money here will belong to them." The person in the arena was Zhao Dabao, a senior at Blue Sky Academy, a graduating student, level 30 ammunition expert. Lao Mo approached with interest to watch. Blue Sky Academy indeed lives up to its reputation as a top national training institution, even publicly encouraging students to fight each other. Makes sense. Only in this way can everyone's strength be rapidly improved. Suddenly, a guy right next to him arrogantly mocked the young man in the arena. "Zhao Dabao, don't you have any shame, bullying juniors for money? What kind of fun game do you have to play? Let's hear it." Zhao Dabao yelled out in grievance, "Liao Xingwei, don't make false accusations. I'm issuing a public challenge here, and the rules are written very clearly. How is that swindling money? If you want to play, first put down 4 million aquamarine coins, and if you win, all the rewards will be yours."
Liao Xingwei arrogantly pulled out a cash card to challenge him. 4 million isn't enough. There are 6 million aquamarine coins in this card. Do you dare not accept?
Xiao Dabao's face darkened as he thought, I opened this arena this time precisely to earn the fee to recruit a helper for my awakening quest. As long as I win this one match, I'll be able to earn enough to carry out my second awakening. Then he gritted his teeth and agreed, I accept. Please step into the arena. The two faced each other, ready to fight. The crowd below chattered. This Liao Xinghui is really up to no good, relying on the advantage of his sword soul class to bully honest people. I've heard they have a personal grudge, and today is mostly about resentment. I support Xiao Dabao. He fought his arena matches fair and square just now, and even those who lost were thoroughly convinced. What's the use of supporting him? Liao Xinghui isn't just strong, his family also has money. It looks like Xiao Dabao is in trouble this match. Lao Mo watched with interest. I didn't expect to have some drama to catch up on. I happen to have half a day of free time, so I might as well observe the educational quality of Blue Sky Academy. Xiao Dabao fired consecutively. Take this. Liao Xinghui dodged with difficulty, sweating profusely. He struggled to block Xiao Dabao's bullets. Did this guy take some drugs today? Why is he so strong? I can actually barely hold him off. Knowing he was going to lose, he put his hands behind his back to do something. This won't do. Losing money is a small matter, losing face is a big deal. I need to give him a little surprise. Standing below, Lao Mo keenly noticed. Seeing that he's about to lose, this guy is preparing to play dirty. Just as expected, Liao Xinghui threw an iron grenade, capable of dealing 600 to 700 physical damage at the impact point, with an additional 3-second stun effect and a throwing range of 30 meters towards Xiao Dabao. He shouted, You're actually using items in the arena. Liao Xinghui, you're shameless. Right as he finished speaking, a massive explosion occurred. Liao Xinghui shamelessly stepped forward to provoke him. So, how does the iron grenade taste? He took Xiao Dabao's money and said triumphantly, I'll take this 4 million first. I'll come find you for the rest tomorrow. Next, I am the arena master, same rules as before. Whoever has the guts can come on up. Lao Mo smiled sarcastically and turned to leave. Everyone was startled, especially Liao Xinghui, who sensitively turned around and shouted, You in the gray shirt, stop right there. What are you laughing at? He coldly turned his face and asked Liao Xinghui back, Are you sure you're calling me? Without holding back, Liao Xinghui used a street thug tone on Lao Mo. Who else would I be calling? Our Blue Sky Academy isn't a place where any random dog or cat can just wander into. And what was with your expression just now? You seem to really look down on us Blue Sky Academy students. His face turning cold, he retorted to Liao Xinghui, I am indeed not a student of Blue Sky Academy, but isn't today an open house day? Moreover, who the hell do you think you are? Do I need your permission just to laugh? The guy immediately flared up. Just a student from outside the school? I didn't expect you to talk so big. I'm still up here in the arena. Do you dare to come up? Lao Mo swiftly leaped onto the arena. The current prize pool is 12 million, right? He casually took out his card and property deed. I have 6 million aquamarine coins here, plus a property in the capital worth 20 million. Do you accept it or not? The crowd immediately erupted in shock. Holy shit. This guy doesn't even look like he has 1 million on him. I didn't expect him to be so rich. Wait, he's only level 25, and a national treasure level jobless to boot. Looks like he's just some rich idiot coming to our school to do charity today. Liao Xinghui delightedly accepted. All right, since you come up here to give away money, then I accept. Today, I'll show you. But before he could finish, Liao Xinghui lost sight of Lao Mo. Where is he? He suddenly appeared and drove a painfully agonizing strike into his stomach. His sternum shattered on one side. Liao Xinghui couldn't utter a word, a thought flashing through his mind. What's going on? The scene shifts to the teacher's office, where a man frantically ran in and reported, Professor Liao, this is bad. Hurry and come see the arena. Liao Guanyuan, a professor at Blue Sky Academy and a level 57 Third Awakening expert, sat calmly in his chair, narrowing his eyes as he replied, What's with all this shouting? Where are your manners? The man urgently reported, Professor Liao, your son just participated in an arena match. He has now been severely injured by someone. Hurry and take a look. If you're any later, it might be too late. Liao Guanyuan jumped up in a panic. What? Who has such enormous guts? How dare they touch my son? Back at the arena, everyone looked in astonishment at Lao Mo's striking speed.
Damn, who the hell is this guy actually one-shotting Liao Xingwei? So strong, I couldn't even track his hand movements just now. Is this really a fucking level 25 jobless? That's surreal.
Lao Mo coldly held out his hand to demand from Liao Xinghuai hand over the money. He answered with difficulty, trembling. That. Could you give me a few more days? Unsatisfied, Lao Mo stepped on him and yelled, What? Speak up. Don't tell me you want to renege on your debt. Liao Xinghuai cried out in pain. I'll pay. I'll definitely pay. But you have to wait for my dad to arrive. He's a professor at Blue Sky Academy. Lao Mo smirked. Oh? A professor at Blue Sky Academy? Quite impressive, huh? Seeing Lao Mo's attitude, the crowd of students voiced their dissatisfaction. Who do you think you are to insult our teacher? Blue Sky Academy is not a place you can just enter and leave as you please. You outsider student, get the hell out. You're not welcome here. Later, when the school's disciplinary teachers arrive, we'll see if you'll have a good time or not. Losing patience, Lao Mo kept one foot on Liao Xingwei and turned to challenge the crowd. What's the matter? You guys aren't convinced, right? The arena is still open. Everything follows the same rules. Who dares to come up? Everyone fell silent. There's a total of 38 million aquamarine coins in the pool right now. Who could possibly cough that up? He casually threw out a price. It's fine since you guys don't have money. I'll lower the requirements a bit. One entry only costs 3 million. As long as you beat me, all the prize money still belongs to you. One person immediately jumped onto the arena. I Gong Fei bet 3 million to challenge you once. The crowd below cheered passionately. Quick, look, it's Senior Gong. He's an outstanding student of the graduating class. His strength is incredibly formidable. It's really him. Looks like we're saved. However, it took Gong Fei merely a few seconds to return to the ground. Lao Mo yawned lazily and leisurely said, Next, the prize pool is now 41 million aquamarine coins. Suddenly, a teacher came over and shouted, Outrageous! What school are you from to be so insolent? Everyone stopped to look. Look, Professor Liao is here. Now we have a good show to watch. Beating Professor Liao's son won't end easily. Liao Guanyuan looked at his battered son with heartache. Unable to hold back, he yelled, You've got a lot of nerve, daring to lay such heavy hands on my son. Let him down right now. Lao Mo scoffed, Are you joking? Your son owes me money and hasn't paid yet. You hand over the money, I release the person. Liao Guanyuan gulped and asked, How much does he owe? I'll pay. Lao Mo calculated and named his price. According to the arena rules, he still owes me 26 million aquamarine coins. Liao Guanyuan turned pale upon hearing that amount. 26 million. This worthless thing, actually losing so much money. That's my savings from so many years. But to save his son, he still compromised, signing a check to hand over the money. Then he tossed it to Lao Mo. Here's your money. Release him to me immediately. He picked up the check to inspect it. Then he kicked Liao Xingwei back into his father's arms. Liao Xingwei hazily opened his eyes and looked at his father tremblingly. Dad, you have to avenge me. After saying that, he immediately fainted. He stepped forward and asked Lao Mo, Which school are you from? Coming to our Blue Sky Academy today, could it be you want to apply? But Lao Mo ignored him, turning a deaf ear without a single word. Making him flare up, You little brat, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? He gave Liao Guanyuan a playful, mocking glance. A mouth full of vulgarities, do you have a brain? Furious, Liao Guanyuan clenched his fists and lunged forward, You. But he immediately skidded to a halt in front of Lao Mo. Seizing the opportunity, he teased him further. Het, do you dare to attack? Everyone was annoyed on his behalf but could do nothing. Damn it, Professor Liao is over 20 levels higher than this guy. If he strikes, it'll be judged as a malicious PK. Are we at Blue Sky Academy just going to suffer such humiliation? Is there really no one who can deal with him? Suddenly, someone shouted, Quick, look, Senior Huang Tian is here. Huang Tian's appearance immediately made him the second focal point after Cheng Qianmo. He walked over uneasily. This Lao Mo is really popular. No matter where he is, there's always a crowd surrounding him. All the students there swarmed Huang Tian complaining, Senior Huang Tian, please stand up for us. This person just consecutively injured 7 students from our school. He's too arrogant. He even severely injured Professor Liao's son and took 26 million from Professor Liao. You have to seek justice for us. He was immediately put in a tough spot, groaning inwardly. Lao Mo is too much. I've only been late for a little while. yet he's already turned our Blue Sky Academy upside down. With no other choice, Huang Tian had to choose to brush it off, acting like nothing happened. He explained, are you guys misunderstanding something? This student is a VIP I specifically invited over. Enemies should be resolved, not made. Just consider this as doing me a favor and let this matter go. Liao Guanyuan angrily thought to himself, damn it, to think this guy was invited by Huang Tian. I originally thought he could lend a hand to help me vent my anger. It looks like I can't count on that anymore. Unwilling to let it go, Liao Guanyuan walked away. Humph, I won't let this matter go so easily. We will meet again. Huang Tian shrank back in front of Lao Mo. Lao Mo, you've really caused me misery today. Let's go, I'll take you to the Second Awakening assessment classroom. Frowning, Lao Mo smacked Huang Tian on the head a few times. You actually have the nerve to say I caused you misery. Who actually caused who misery? Don't you know clearly in your heart? Not knowing what to do, Huang Tian could only laugh awkwardly. He. Everyone listened to their conversation doubtfully. Where did Senior Huang just say he wanted to go? The Second Awakening assessment classroom? This level 25 jobless. Could he be Senior Huang Tian's outside backup? Scene transition to Blue Sky Academy's conference room. Principal Phi An Kwang of Blue Sky Academy holds his stack of papers and asks, we now have the assistant list for this class advancement exam. Do you have any questions? Lu Quan Vien jumps up to object first. Principal Phi, I feel like student Huang Tian might be in some kind of trouble. Otherwise, why would he invite a level 25 assistant? Given his talent and potential, isn't this just messing around? I recommend a thorough investigation into this assistant and temporarily suspending Huang Tian's exam today to protect the future star of our academy. He smirks inwardly. Earlier, I didn't know who harmed my son, but it turns out to be this Trin Kia Mac. As long as I stop him from participating in the exam today, I can spend some money later to hire people to beat him up. Suddenly, Vuong Kai Fuk speaks up. Professor Liu, I disagree. When I went recruiting, I visited Jiang Than Academy, so I witnessed student Trin Kia Mac's true strength with my own eyes. He is an extremely special talent. You cannot judge him solely based on his level and class. Lu Quang Vien raises his voice in annoyance. Humph. How special can he be? Special enough to be a Second Awakening dungeon assistant at level 25. What the biggest joke in the world? Director Vuong, you shouldn't play jokes with the future star of our academy's career. Fian Quang speaks up to make a decision. In principle, I respect the student's own choice. However, since Professor Liu and Director Vuong are arguing endlessly, how about we make a bet? The loser will ultimately have to take responsibility for their words and actions. Lu Quang Vien secretly rejoices. Such a good thing exists. There's no way this Trin Kia Mac can complete the awakening quest. When that happens, not only can I get rid of Vuong Kai Fuk, the thorn in my side, but I can also avenge my son. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He boldly agrees. Fine, I accept the bet. Vuong Kai Fuk also complies. In that case, I also accept the bet. Then turn on the big screen. The Second Awakening exam is about to begin. Scene transition to the underground labyrinth. At the main entrance, Huang Thian briefs Lao Mac. Lao Mac, this dungeon is the Uldaman underground vault. It's all just some earth elemental monsters. The awakening quest is to find an item, something called the Discs of Norganon. He curiously asks Huang Thian, are you sure that as long as we get this item, we clear the stage? Does it mean we don't need to go through the entire dungeon to clear it? Huang Thian smiles confidently and replies, I am absolutely certain of this. As long as we get the item, it's considered a success. Lao Mac whispers, if that's the case, I have a good idea. Huang Thian widens his eyes in suspicion of Lao Mac. Are you sure that's not going to be a problem? Today is my Second Awakening exam. Don't mess with me and use me as a guinea pig. Lao Mac walks ahead and instructs, have I ever set you up? Remember this, don't stay too close or too far from me. Always maintain a distance of about 15 meters. Inside the cave. A mob of monsters is closely chasing Lao Mac. He jumps towards another monster. It growls angrily, its eyes flashing. Intruders detected, destroy them. That is Revelish, a level 34 elite boss. Huang Thian tries to maintain his distance while running at the very back. Damn it, every time I go with Lao Mac, I have to play these heart-stopping games. I don't even know if his method will succeed or not. The people outside the screen are dissatisfied, pulling so many monsters at once, yet Huang Thian is still at the very back. Could the person in front be Trin Kia Mac? Isn't this just reckless nonsense?
Nobody looks down on the second awakening exam like this. Oldaman is a level 35 dungeon.
Lu Kuang-Vian seizes the chance to add fuel to the fire. That's why I said we can't trust this outsider student. For all we know, he's a spy sent by Fandu Academy to sabotage us. Once this is over, we must detain him and demand an explanation from Fandu Academy. Vong Kai Fuck nervously prays, "You boys must try your best, don't disappoint me." I hope that old man didn't lie to me, show some real skills. Inside the dungeon, Lao Max shouts, "Huang Thien, now is the time." Huang Thien immediately turns to another direction to hide. Lao Mac puts on the phantom cloak and successfully turns invisible. The monsters are left behind all alone. Huang Thien stands hiding and observes. As expected of you to come up with such a crazy move, this extreme level of aggro control really opened my eyes. Everyone is baffled, trying to understand what just happened. How is this possible? Why could he suddenly disappear? Wait, Huang Thien was obviously following at the very back the entire time. Why didn't he become the secondary target after Trin Kiem Mak disappeared? Fai Yanquang suddenly stands up, praising incessantly. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This is a very clever utilization of the aggro mechanic. Student Trin Kiem Mak pulls the monsters in front, attracting all of their aggro. Meanwhile, Huang Thien follows closely behind, furthermore maintaining the maximum safe distance without entering combat. Waiting for the right moment, Trin Kiem Mak conceals himself in the blink of an eye, and Huang Thien breaks line of sight, completely severing the monster's aggro. Truly a young hero. The coordination between these two is absolutely magnificent. Huang Thien chats with Lao Mac as they walk. Lao Mac, I kind of understand your thought process now, because my quest only requires me to get the discs of Norganon from the final boss, so we can just skip the mobs and bosses ahead if we can. This will massively reduce the difficulty of my second awakening exam. Lao Mac doesn't object, he adds and asks. That's right. However, the boss ahead cannot be easily skipped because it will drop a crucial item. You studied the Awakening Guide course before, so you must know where boss number 3 is, right? Huang Tian smirks confidently. You want to test me with just this. Isn't the third boss behind the stone door opposite us? Ironaya, a level 35 elite boss with 16,000 HP. Lao Mac frowns at Huang Tian. I just asked you a random question, and you're already so smug. Let me ask you, were you planning to just open the door and then fight the boss? Huang Tian looks dumbfounded and replies awkwardly. Huh? Yeah, what else? Lao Mac acts sneaky and mysterious, leaning in close to Huang Tian to whisper intimately. Huang Tian exclaims in shock, Are you for real? We can even do that. Damn it, when I took the Awakening Guide course before, why didn't the teacher ever teach this? The directors watching outside feel frustrated and decide to implement a new capitalist exploiting rule on the spot. What kind of logic is this? Whispering to each other again. Are these two guarding against thieves? How can they whisper in each other's ears at the drop of a hat? Are there words we cannot hear? No, we cannot encourage this behavior. In the future, the Academy must issue a new rule. No whispering during the second awakening exam dungeon. Suddenly, someone jumps up and shouts, Huh? Everyone, look at Horn Thien quick. What is he doing? Isn't that just dungeon decoration? What's the point of twisting it? Suddenly, a loud mechanical sound is triggered. The decoration acts like a key, gradually opening from its center. A glowing staff appears, projected from the light of that hole. The staff shoots out 2 perpendicular beams of light. Ironaya, a level 35 elite boss with 16,000 HP, suddenly appears. No one can steal the secrets of the creator. You will pay the price. Everyone sitting in front of the screen watches with greater interest. There's actually such a way to open the door. I've studied Alderman for so many years, yet I've never seen such a bizarre door-opening method. It turns out the small architecture group in front of the stone door hides a mystery. Huan Thien is indeed the peerless genius of our Blue Sky Academy. It seems he has a huge chance of clearing the exam this time. Huan Thien shows a look of disbelief. It actually worked. Lao Mac issues a challenge to Huang Thien. Today is the perfect time to test your current skill level a bit, so don't slack off. I'll leave his battle to you. At most, I'll just assist you a little. Huang Thien confidently accepts the test and rushes towards Ironaya. All right, keep your eyes wide open and watch my style. He jumps up and swings his sword once, secret sword art, cross slash. Then he does a few somersaults to deliver a finishing blow, backward slash, secret sword art, wave wheel slasher. The teachers proudly praise Huang Thien, truly the most outstanding sword-souled genius in our academy's history.
That skill combo was executed beautifully. Of course, if the students in my class had half of Huang Thien's skill, they'd be smiling inwardly too. However, Lao Mak is still not satisfied. He points out the mistakes and corrects them. Just now, when you used the secret sword art twice, you were 1 second late. Your chain combo afterwards needs a little improvement. Finally, you shouldn't use Wave Wheel Slasher to finish it. Use Ice Wave Sword first to take advantage of the stun time, then finish it with Draw Sword. Isn't the damage of Draw Sword higher than Wave Wheel Slasher?
Seeing their beloved students scolded by some brat, the teachers collectively protest. Who the hell does he think he is to direct our Sword Soul genius? What the hell does a measly jobless like him know about Sword Souls? And finishing with Draw Sword, I feel like Wave Wheel Slasher is pretty good. And what's this about being 1 second late? He sure can talk the talk while just standing there, truly a keyboard warrior. Huang Thian seems to take Lao Mak's words to heart very much. He stands there dazed and mutters, Draw Sword, huh. A slash from the monster swings toward Huang Thian, yet he remains oblivious. Lao Mak immediately yells, don't get distracted. But it's too late. He gets hit by an attack right in the stomach. Ironea unleashes his skill, Soul Shockwave Tidal Charm. Lao Mak urgently reminds him, quick, deal damage. Huang Thian regains his composure and focuses on observing. He dashes forward and attacks with just 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. Secret Sword Art. Cross Slash. Backward Slash. He finishes with Secret Sword Art. Ice Wave Sword. Draw Sword. Just as Lao Mak suggested. The teachers gasp in disbelief, discussing amongst themselves, it actually has 20% higher damage. Could he have a senior in his family who is a Sword Soul master? Otherwise, how could he be so familiar with Sword Soul combos? Even we are inferior to him. It's very likely I agree with that point. Not necessarily, maybe he just knows a bit of theoretical knowledge. In practice, he's probably nothing special. Wong Kai Fuk boasts triumphantly, I'm afraid you all don't know, let me remind you. Student Trin Kia Mak is the valedictorian of the national exam in Ngak Bak province and also the very first student in Ha country to reach an SSS rank potential evaluation. Suddenly someone shouts, look quick, what's happening now? Iranaya has been finished off by Huan Thien's final blow. She screams wrongfully, despicable humans, I yield to no one. Why is there an aura of the Titans? No. Everyone is satisfied witnessing the battle, so it really has a special effect. Student Huang Thian has made a great contribution. Once the exam ends later, we absolutely must record the method of opening the miniature sand table. That way, we can reduce the clearing difficulty for future examinees. Fai Yan Kuang narrows his eyes, observing more intently. This is getting rather interesting. Huang Thian incessantly praises Lao Mak. Lao Mak, you're truly amazing. Not only did you improve the Sword Soul skill combo, but you also discovered such a formidable mechanism. Lao Mak, eager to get things done, urges Huang Thian, all right, pick up the item. We should head to the next area. He picks up the Shaft of Soul, the key fragment to the final boss main door, and carries it with him. Deep inside the cave, as the two go deeper, the path also narrows. Lao Mak speaks up. The path here is narrower than the stone corridors from earlier, so we can only clear the monsters now. Huang Thian rushes forward willingly. All right, I can't match your damage, so let me be in charge of pulling the monsters. However, you gotta be fast. Don't let me get killed. Lao Mak and leaving it to you. Lao Mak enters combat state, preparing to shoot out a void sphere. Huang Thian hurriedly dashes back just in time. Lao Mak clears out the entire mob of monsters with a single move. Huang Thian, panting heavily, looks on in horror. When it comes to absurdly high damage, you truly take the cake, Lao Mak. The teachers look at Lao Mak with yearning eyes. This Trin Kia Mak, is it possible to get him to transfer schools? Such a genius. Placing him at Thandu Academy is truly a waste of heaven's gifts. Vong Kai Fuk explains regretfully. You all don't know this, but in the beginning, I also represented our academy to warmly invite him. I don't know why he ultimately chose Thandu Academy, which is ranked near the bottom. If he made the decision of his own accord, I'd say there is almost zero chance of him transferring schools. Inside the dungeon. Facing the two is Galgan Firehammer, a level 36 Dark Iron Dwarf with 18,000 HP. Lao Mak quizzes Huang Thian's knowledge again. You must know Galgan Firehammer's skills well, right? Huang Thian grimaces and replies, of course, the instant cast Fire Vulnerability debuff and his AoE Ultimate Fire Nova are both pretty disgusting skills. Lao Mak strikes first this time, issuing commands, perfect. Consider this a test of your timing.
Later, I will tank the boss damage while you support with DPS. Try your best to interrupt every single fire nova. Galgan quickly releases a burst of flames to drive away the enemies. This is the kingdom of the dwarves. No foreign intruders will be tolerated. The system immediately announces you have been inflicted with fire vulnerability, increasing fire attribute damage taken by 150 points. Unfortunately, the passive purification power has taken effect, and the fire vulnerability state has ended. Lao Mak remains completely unaffected. As the flames die down, he charges forward triumphantly, leaving the monster dumbfounded. How is this possible? Lao Mak unleashes a continuous barrage of attacks: Serpal Swing, Sky Strike, Falling Flower Palm, Heavy Whip, Double Strike. Huang Thian stands by, struggling to parry Galgan, while Lao Mak is airborne, toying with the mobs. He feels a bit jealous of Lao Mak. Lao Mak is truly ruthless. He's playing these battle mage skills to perfection. I even feel a little bad for Galgan Firehammer now. Lao Mak has already dealt with the two small mobs, standing in the back and watching Huang Thian fight one-on-one with Galgan. Huang Thian gets knocked back towards Lao Mak, who casually asks him, "It'll teach you an even cooler move. Want to learn?" Huang Thian pants exhaustedly and glares at Lao Mak. "I'm tanking the boss and still have to distract myself to talk to you. Instead of just helping me out, you're teasing me. Are you the devil? Stop beating around the bush and tell me." Lao Mak, showing he still has some conscience left, begins to enlighten Huang Thian. Actually, Galgan Firehammer's fire vulnerability debuff has a tell. If your reaction is fast enough, you can dodge it perfectly. Pay attention to the moment he raises his hand. What characteristic do you see? Huang Thian mothers along. The moment he raises his hand. The next wave of attack arrives. Huang Thian carefully watches when Galgan raises his hand, then swings out the fire vulnerability debuff. Huang Thian, his face covered in dirt, hears the system announce, "You have been inflicted with the 5th stack of fire vulnerability, increasing fire attribute damage taken by 750 points. However, thanks to his observation, he also yielded some results. I see it now." Before he raises his hand, his right arm pulls back slightly. Lao Mak gives satisfied instructions. That's right. At the exact moment he pulls back, use Wave Wheel Slasher and you can block his debuff. The window of opportunity is only 0.1 seconds. Huang Thian immediately goes on high alert. Here it comes again. He immediately unleashes Wave Wheel Slasher, but he still gets hit by it. You have been inflicted with the 6th stack of fire vulnerability, increasing fire attribute damage taken by 900 points. Huang Thian shouts in frustration, "Damn it, is this operation something a human can actually pull off?" Lao Mak strictly reminds him, "Don't get distracted, keep practicing." Afterward, Lao Mak stands on the sidelines and coaches Huang Thian. 0.5 seconds too late. 0.2 seconds too late. "What are you doing? That was too fast again. Remember that feeling just now? Don't be too tense. Just slow down a bit next time." The people outside, feeling sorry for their student, were furious. This is absurd. Even if he's strong, he can't use our genius as a guinea pig. Even if he's right, is his 0.1 second reaction time even possible? After a short while, Huang Thian was exhausted. He fell into the 10th stack of fire damage amplification, taking an extra 1,500 points of fire attribute damage. Lao Mo warned him to motivate him. "Huang Thian, this is your last chance. Don't say I didn't warn you about your current debuffs. Gagarin can one-shot you with a single attack." Huang Thian's eyes showed pure determination. He frantically lunged at Gagarin. "Damn it, take this." The system announced, "You are within the invincibility frame of Splitting Wave Slash. Fire damage amplification has no effect." Huang Thian yelled in excitement, "Awesome." Lao Mo immediately brought him back to reality. "Stop bragging. It took you so many tries just to succeed once. Keep going. I won't save you until you succeed 10 times in a row." Huang Thian panicked, trembling as he looked back. "Lao Mo, you're cruel." A moment later, Huang Thian consistently stayed in the invincibility frame of Splitting Wave Slash, completely nullifying Gagarin's fire damage amplification buff. Lao Mo looked at Huang Thian's figure in satisfaction. "Not bad. It's rare to get such a good training opportunity." Old Huang finally mastered this ultimate skill. Lao Mo charged his skill. "Now it's my turn. Magic Chaser, fire." A sphere immediately flew out and blasted Gagarin. It fell unconscious to the ground. Lao Mu asked Huang Tian, "How does it feel?" Huang Tian replied with fiery enthusiasm, "So damn good. I didn't expect to be this badass. I might not be a freak of nature like you, but crushing anyone at my level is a piece of cake now. The crowd looked at Lao Mu and Huang Tian in shock and awe. He actually did it. Even Huang Tian broke through his limits under his guidance. This is a real miracle. We must keep this guy at all costs, otherwise he'll definitely become our Academy's #1 enemy in the future. You're thinking too small. Not just our Academy, he's going to become a nightmare for all his peers across the entire Xia Kingdom. Inside the secret realm, the two of them each held a stone slab and stood in front of two doors. Ahead was the final boss, Ayaya's room. Let's begin. They both placed their stone slabs in at the same time. The doors immediately opened slowly. A chaotic swarm of large and small monsters appeared before them. They exchanged tactical knowledge as they walked. Lao Mo asked, "You must know the battle process against the final boss well, right?" Huang Thian nodded in reply, "Yeah, the main difficulty of this battle is killing the boss while simultaneously dealing with a ton of mobs. Normally, we'd split the work. One takes down the boss, the other clears the mobs." Lao Mo smiled slyly. "Well, I have a much more thrilling plan right now. Want to hear it?" Huang Thian suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. What plan? As soon as he heard the answer, he screamed in fear. Force kill. That's it. Just 2 words. "Boss, where's your battle plan?" "This is a level 38 boss. You think 2 words can solve it?" Lao Mo chuckled as if it were no big deal. "Why do we need a plan for a force kill? As long as we kill it fast enough and control our damage pacing, this boss is a piece of cake." Huang Thian quickly regained his composure and calculated based on Lao Mo's words. Kill fast, controlled damage pacing, 50% health, awaken. I pretty much get what you mean. It's incredibly bold, but worth a shot. In high spirits, Lao Mo began chanting, "All right, let's get to work. Blade Soul, Weapon Breaker Sword, Paladin's Grace, Mobile Fortress, Burning War Soul, Little Elf's Blessing." The spectators outside sighed in headache. I've taught my whole life, but this really opened my eyes. Today, I finally understand that an all-rounder class like Jobless can truly be overpowered sometimes. Of course, with all these buffs active plus the damage from a bunch of pets, it's literally like having an extra person. It's just that there are so few Jobless, and basically no one can reach the level Trin Keem Mac has. That's why the shock factor is so massive for us. Lao Mo finalized the battle plan. Let's go. I'll go all out stacking vulnerability debuffs on the boss. You just focus your DPS and be careful to dodge its AoE attacks. He tossed the bomb in his hand toward the sleeping monster. Electrified sea mine, armor-piercing shell. A massive explosion occurred, awakening Ayaya, a level 38 elite boss with 22,000 HP. Who dares to summon Ayaya? Who dares to anger the creator? The system echoed. Electrified status. Each stack increases all damage taken by 20% for 8 seconds. Armor broken status. Each stack increases physical damage taken by 10% for 15 seconds. He ordered his puppets. You guys, hold off the reviving statues. Then, he carefully calculated his approach against Ayaya. The core weakness of this battle comes down to one word: vulnerability. To quick kill Ayaya, we must stack as many vulnerability statuses as possible to get enough burst damage. Other classes can't do this, but the Jobless class can. Huan Tian asked worriedly, "Lao Mo, is our DPS really enough? It's only lost 1/10 of its health so far." Lao Mo dodged and countered simultaneously. "Don't lose hope, the damage will ramp up soon. Magic Chaser, shoot." The boss HP dropped continuously, and just as Lao Mo predicted, the attack power of both gradually increased. Huan Tian looked at Lao Mo in admiration. "Lao Mo, you're freaking insane. My damage just doubled. You're definitely the top support in the Xia Kingdom." Maintaining his fighting spirit, Lao Mo reminded him, "Keep attacking." Ayaya's face suddenly lit up brightly. It roared, "In the name of the Creator, I summon you. Come forth, my slaves." The system warned, Ayaya's health is below 50%. All statues have been activated. The teachers watched the ongoing battle nervously. It seems the damage still isn't enough. Their tactic is too aggressive. A 22,000 HP boss isn't that easy to kill. Next, they'll probably have one person split off to clear the mobs. But now all the mobs are activated. That's not something one person can handle, right? I'm guessing they're done for. Lu Kuang Vien bloated inwardly. That's what you get for showing off. Looks like the tables are about to turn in my favor. However, Lao Mo didn't look worried at all. He continuously battered Ayaya to a pulp with critical strikes on its weak points. Ayaya immediately shattered, letting out a resentful cry. "Despicable humans. The mighty Titan race will definitely punish you." Then it faded into nothingness.
Huang Thian slumped to the ground, panting heavily. As expected of you, always playing these heart-stopping games. Lao Mo cheerfully replied, "Life is so dull, isn't it good to add a little spice?" Outside, the atmosphere fell completely silent. Fa Yan Kuang said solemnly, "Shenyu Academy might just be on the verge of a rise. Since the outcome has been decided, the two of you can settle it yourselves." Lu Kuang-Vian dropped to his knees, pleading with Fa Yan Kuang, "Principal, I know I was wrong. My judgment earlier was flawed. I didn't expect student Trin Kia Mak to be so strong. I'm willing to demote myself by 1 rank and give up my salary for a year." Fa Yan Kuang coldly brought up the past. "Oh, then what about what happened at the arena 2 hours ago?" Lu Kuang-Vian stammered, "Arena? What are you talking about, Principal?" Fian Kuang exposed him immediately. "You still don't know? I just heard it from the students." Lu Kuang-Vian's mind was in chaos. "Eh? How did my conflict with Trin Kia Mak reach the principal's ears so quickly?" Terrified, Lu Kuang-Vian kowtowed to Fian Kuang. "Principal, I just had a child in my old age, so I strayed from the right path momentarily. I have elderly parents and a young child to care for. Please give me a way out." Everyone who learned the truth immediately turned on him. "Well done, Lu Kuang-Vian. I was wondering why you were attacking Trin Kia Mak like that today. Turns out you were using your public position for personal revenge. Arena matches have always been fair and open. If your son lost money, he should pay up. Yet you dared to abuse your position as a professor to blatantly seek revenge on a peerless genius. Do you have any conscience left?" Fa Yan Kuang ordered without hesitation, "Hand in your resignation tomorrow. This is the last shred of dignity I am giving you. Take him away." Lu Kuang-Vian screamed in agony as 2 security guards dragged him out of the viewing room. "Principal, Principal, spare me." "No." Inside the secret realm, the system began announcing the progress and rewards. "Congratulations to Hoan Thien for successfully completing the Second Awakening mission. You are smoothly advanced to Sword Saint. Rewarded 20 free attribute points. Congratulations to Hoan Thien for breaking the Odomante's secret realm record. Total time, 1 hour, 58 minutes, 49 seconds. Individual rating, S. Receive 500 million EXP. Receive 1 platinum treasure chest. Congratulations to Trin Kia Mak for breaking the Odomante's secret realm record. Total time, 1 hour, 58 minutes, 49 seconds. Individual rating, S. Receive 500 million EXP. Receive 1 platinum treasure chest. Activated the hidden class trait, Spellbinder. Individual rating upgraded to SS. Platinum treasure chest upgraded to diamond treasure chest. You have reached level 27. Huang Tian said excitedly, "Lao Mo, these rewards are too insane. Not only did I get a platinum treasure chest, but I also leveled up 3 times. This is awesome." Lao Mo also thought joyfully, "So the EXP from a Second Awakening secret realm is this high. Combined with my accumulated EXP, I directly leveled up twice. Looks like it's time to put Dida's mercenary mission into action." He opened his status board to check and upgrade. Same rules as before, put all 13 newly acquired attribute points into strength. With this level up, my combat power should have broken through 28,000 points, in just 1 step away from 30,000. Lao Mo tapped to open the diamond treasure chest. The system notification astonished Lao Mo. "Congratulations! You obtained perfect grade equipment. Highly toxic pauldrons. Can actively release the skill Toxic Capture Net. Shoots a large net forward. All captured targets will be immobilized for 5 seconds and injected with a paralyzing toxin. Capture range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 2 minutes. He couldn't help but grin widely. "It's actually my second Awakening equipment piece, and it even comes with an AoE crowd control skill. Wouldn't this new skill be absolutely perfect combined with the Void Sphere or Quantum Bomb? From now on, I just need to group the mobs, cast a net, then hit them with a massive AoE attack to instantly wipe the floor." Huang Thian suddenly called out to him, "Lao Mo, we hit the jackpot this time. I got another high-end piece of gear. Oh right, show me your reward so I can be jealous for a bit." Lao Mo smugly showed off his spiked armor, making Huang Thian panic. "Your luck is explosive. It's another Second Awakening item, and this is your second one, right? Even someone like me who just smoothly passed the Second Awakening doesn't have a single piece yet. This is so frustrating." He confided in Lao Mo, "Lao Mo, I've reached level 31 now, so I've practically graduated smoothly from Lanqian Academy. What are your plans for the future? I might just pack up and come rely on you." Lao Mo replied mysteriously, "Wait until I finish my Second Awakening, then I'll tell you."
News of their battle quickly spread throughout the academy, and the whole school was talking about it. Have you guys heard? Yesterday, Senior Huang Thien and that level 25 monster passed the second awakening exam with record-breaking results. Who doesn't know that? I heard they were even personally summoned by the principal today.
In the principal's office, Lao Mo and Huang Thien sat opposite Vuong Kai Fook and Phi An Kwang. Kai Fook opened with a bright smile. Student Trin Kiam Mak, a few days apart feels like 3 autumns. I didn't expect your strength to have leveled up again. Lao Mo didn't stand on ceremony and cut straight to the chase. You two leaders, your purpose in calling me here today must be to persuade me to transfer schools, right? Vuong Kai Fook felt a bit guilty and admitted, well about that, yes, that's exactly the intention. You surely know the strength of our Lanshan Academy. Back when you graduated high school, I personally came to recruit you, but unfortunately, I didn't succeed. Now our principal Phi has personally promised that as long as you're willing to join our academy, you can name whatever conditions you want. As for Shenyu Academy, I'll personally go negotiate with them.
Lao Mo bluntly refused. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you on this. Since I chose Shenyu Academy in the beginning, I absolutely won't change my mind. He suddenly put his hand on Huang Thien's shoulder and said, You two surely know my relationship with Huang Thien, so you don't need to worry. As long as Lanshan Academy doesn't actively pick a fight with Shenyu Academy, there will absolutely be no conflict with you. I can guarantee that. Phi An Kwang laughed merrily, clearly amused. How bold. Since that's the case, we won't make things difficult for you anymore. Suddenly, Lao Mo brought up an idea that made everyone curious. However, I do have a plan that might be beneficial for both sides. Scene change. At Lanshan Academy's second awakening exam grounds. People nervously passed around the news. Have you heard? Principal Phi personally invited Trin Kiam Mak to be a temporary instructor. He'll stay at Lanshan Academy for 10 days to help students clear the second awakening's secret realm. I heard the fee is some special materials, and he guarantees a 100% pass rate for the second awakening. 100%. Is he just blowing hot air? Yesterday, the promotion rate of Huang Thien's student group was only 37.5%. In the entire Siak Kingdom, no matter how strong a level 30 student is, no one dares to guarantee they can definitely help someone pass the second awakening exam. We'd better observe a bit more. I heard Senior Lu Kuei is going to be the first to test the waters. Let's see how it goes. At Trin Kiam Mak's room, a young man walked in, introduced himself, and handed something to Lao Mo. Hello, Instructor Trin Kiam Mak. I'm Lu Q from the Berserker class. I procured the Void Cicada Spirit you requested yesterday. May I ask when we can start the second awakening exam? He took it and checked it with delight. Not bad, a premium Void Cicada Spirit. It would be rude of me to refuse then. Since there is no one else right now and you're the first to arrive, let's go immediately. Lu Q was surprised. Go right now? Don't you need to prepare anything, sir? Like some potions or something? Lao Mo frowned, showing some attitude. You don't trust me? If you don't trust me, you can take your stuff and leave. Lu Ku panicked and waved his hands frantically. Instructor Trin, please don't misunderstand. I absolutely don't distrust you. I was just afraid it might be too taxing on you. If you want to go right now, that's exactly what I was hoping for. I'll lead the way immediately. The two of them headed to the secret realm together amidst the whispers of the crowd. Look, Lu Ku is here. He failed once half a year ago and even dropped 4 levels, but it seems he's grinded them back now. This guy's talent isn't that great. The expert he hired last time couldn't carry him at all. Trin Kiam Mak's first order of business is carrying dead weight. Who knows if he can actually pull it off? Lao Mo walked ahead and reassured Lu Ku. Relax, don't mind what others think. You have to believe in yourself and, even more importantly, believe in your own judgment. Lu Kui sheepishly clasped his hands and pleaded with Lao Mo. But Instructor Trin, my luck is seriously terrible. Just now I drew the Phantom Mountain map, which is even slightly harder than Odamonte. No matter how much of a burden I am later, you definitely have to carry me through. Lao Mo looked at him with full confidence. Don't worry, I always keep my word. Let's go. The system displayed, current secret realm, Phantom Mountain. Trial students, Lu Kui, Trin Kiam Mak. Current progress, 80%. Students outside gaped in shock as they stared at the progress indicator. Holy crap, this clearing speed is practically magical. Did you really bring Lu Kui in? It hasn't even been half an hour and they've already cleared Boss 1 and 2. He actually has some skills. Looks like we were judging a gentleman with the minds of petty men earlier.
Inside the secret realm, Lao Mo was so brutal that he reduced the level 39 demonic dragon Dante, the final boss of Phantom Mountain, to wailing. No. Stop hitting me. Lu Qiu's face was pale as he cried out inwardly, Mother of God. Why didn't I meet him half a year ago? Otherwise, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. The system announced again, congratulations to Trin Qiam Mak for breaking the Phantom Mountain's secret realm record. Total time, 1 hour, 35 minutes, 32 seconds. Individual rating, SS. Receive 600 million EXP. Receive 1 diamond treasure chest. Activated the hidden class trait Spellbinder. Individual rating upgraded to SSS. Diamond treasure chest upgraded to mythic treasure chest. Sly Old Mo accepted the treasure chest. This temp job was pretty sweet since he got to double dip. Not only could he snag weapon upgrade materials, but he could also farm EXP and treasure chests. He just wondered if farming these secret dungeons later on would still drop EXP. No rush to open this exquisite treasure chest just yet. There are still many secret dungeons to farm later. He'll open them all at once for a massive thrill when the time comes. Outside, the notice board displayed, current progress 100%. Congratulations on clearing the stage. The students were absolutely hyped, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Damn, that's incredible. It turns out Trin Qiam Mak was telling the truth, no bragging at all. If you could carry someone like Lu Qiu to clear the stage, there's practically no one he can't carry. Everyone scrambled to run off. No way, I have to hurry back and find the materials. Holy crap, I need to hurry too. Teacher Trin is only carrying for 10 days. I absolutely must get my turn. Lu Qiu followed closely behind Old Mo, stepping out of the secret dungeon. Lu Qiu note respectfully. Thank you, Teacher Trin, for carrying me through the second awakening. You've given me a new lease on life. Please accept a bow from this humble younger brother. Old Mo politely took his leave. I got paid to do a job, no need for thanks. We'll meet again if fate allows. At Trin Qiam Mak's office, swarms of students had gathered, eagerly waiting for Old Mo. The guards even had to step in and shout, Everyone, line up properly. We must maintain absolute order. You'll enter one by one when I call your number later. If anyone dares to cut the line, don't blame me for getting rough. Suddenly the crowd turned and screamed. Look quickly. Teacher Trin is back. Old Mo grimaced in sheer panic at the crowd swarming his temporary place. Did my office turn into a hot pot restaurant? You even have to call a number to get in. This is just too surreal. Scene cuts to Shenyu Academy. Everyone was stunned to see a car speeding into their school. Holy shit, that's the exclusive car of Blue Sky Academy. Is something huge about to happen today? Don't tell me they're here to crash the place. No way, we need to report this to the teachers immediately. A moment later, Old Tran and 2 others walked out anxiously. The 2 guys behind him kept asking, Director Tran, did you receive any prior notice? Our school has always minded our own business with Blue Sky Academy. What are they trying to pull by suddenly sending people here today? Old Tran, sweating profusely and utterly bewildered, replied, I haven't received any messages at all. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, why did someone come at such a critical moment? Trin Qiam Mak is at their school right now. Could it be that Trin Qiam Mak caused trouble at Blue Sky Academy, and so they're coming to retaliate? The car door opened. Old Mo confidently stepped out of the car and greeted him. Director Tran, I'm back. Old Tran froze and stammered. Trin Qiam Mak? His mind was in total chaos. Why is he sitting in a high-class exclusive car from Blue Sky Academy? What on earth did he do? Did he defect to the enemy side? Old Mo smiled brightly as Vuong Kai Fook stepped out of the other side of the car. You're probably familiar with the gentleman beside me. Today, on one hand, he came to drop me off, and on the other, he is representing Blue Sky Academy to discuss further cooperation with Principal Lang. The 2 men behind Old Tran whispered to each other. Specially dropped him off? A little visit? Further cooperation? Why does every single phrase sound so mind-blowing? Just what kind of legendary feat did Trin Qiam Mak pull off to make the dignified head director of Blue Sky Academy personally escort him home? Moreover, with such a massive gap between our school and Blue Sky Academy, why would they take the initiative to cooperate? Vuong Kai Fook praised endlessly. Your student Trin Qiam Mak is absolutely brilliant. You'd better cherish him. Old Tran and the 2 other men stared at Old Mo and Vuong Kai Fook in speechless awe, wondering, did we just miss some earth-shattering event? In Lang Tu's office, Vuong Kai Fook enthusiastically recounted Old Mo's achievements. Principal Lang, you guys really picked up a treasure. In just a short 10 days, Trin Kia Mac helped 28 graduating students successfully level up with a 100% success rate, nearly reaching a quarter of Blue Sky Academy's annual graduating class. Lang Qiu calmly replied, "Director Vuong, you flatter us. Principal Bui and I discussed this earlier. From now on, our two schools will use student Trin as the binding tie to form an alliance. We're all one big family now, there's no need for such formalities." Vong Kai-fu politely and harmoniously extended an offer on behalf of Phi An Quang. Principal Lang is right. However, precisely because we are about to form this alliance, Principal Bui entrusted me to pass on a message. From now on, he wants to officially invite student Trin Kia Mac to be a visiting professor at Blue Sky Academy. Lang Tiu immediately pondered carefully. This old fox, was he waiting for me right here? Does this count as openly stealing my people? Still, a college freshman being a teaching director at his own school and a visiting professor at another. Such an absurd thing is probably a first in the history of the Xia Nation. The old man turned to ask Old Ma's opinion. "Trin Kia Mac, what do you think?" Old Mo shook his head decisively. "I don't have much time to do academic reports or whatever." Vong Kai-fuk had anticipated this and offered better terms to Old Mo. "I already thought of that. You don't need to do any academic reports. Having your name on the roster is enough. Of course, all your benefits will be the same as our school's professors." Sure enough, Old Mo reconsidered. Shenyu Academy and Blue Sky Academy will both be my personal backyards in the future. Once my guild is established, it'll meet a large number of reserve talents to join, so maintaining a certain relationship with them is absolutely necessary. Finally, he made his decision. "All right, then I accept." Vong Kai-fuk felt like he was walking on clouds, strutting out of Shenyu Academy looking suave and triumphant. Only Lang Tiu and Trin Kia Mac remained. The old man asked him, "What are your plans next?" He answered honestly, "Today, I'll spend some time finalizing the specific details of improving the teacher's classes, and then create the teaching materials. Tomorrow, I'll head to the Heaven's Apocalypse continent to make a final sprint before my second awakening." Lang Tiu asked doubtfully, "What level are you at right now?" Old Mo replied, "After spending some time at Blue Sky Academy, I'm currently level 29. Overjoyed, Lang Tiu placed a hand on Old Mo's shoulder. "Excellent, very excellent. I remember you were still level 25 before you left. I didn't expect you to gain 4 levels in just a few days. At this rate of progress, you can definitely catch up with the schedule of the Xia Nation's National Academy Tournament in the next 3 months. Old Mo asked in confusion, "The National Academy Tournament?" Old Lang nodded and explained, "That's right. The so-called Academy Tournament is actually the annual ranking competition among universities. It's divided into 2 tiers. The General Division allows anyone from the 3rd Awakening and below to participate, while the Advanced Division only allows those from the 4th Awakening and below. All participating contestants must be students or teachers from public academies, and the final rankings will decide the standing of the academies. With your current growth rate, you can definitely participate in the General Division of the tournament. When the time comes, it will finally be Shenyu Academy's turn to show what we're made of." After hearing Old Lang out, Old Mo's interest was piqued. This Academy tournament is a perfect opportunity to boost my reputation. It's also the time to officially introduce myself to the entire Xia Nation. Scene cuts to the streets of Thunder City. Old Mo unexpectedly received a message. It was Lang Nuok Hai texting him. "You jerk, are you finally back? Humph, I kindly came back early to find you, but little did I know you weren't even in the Heaven's Apocalypse continent. Fess up, where have you been all this time? Boo-hoo, just as you came back, I have to leave." Flustered, Old Mo remembered and replied, "Ugh, I had some important matters to handle earlier, so I missed our date. Where are you right now?" Lang Nuok Hai replied as she walked, "I'm doing a quest at Mount Sich Tich, and I'm about to hit level 27. Awesome, right? But this place is really far from Thunder City, so I don't have time to go back and see you anymore." Surprise, Old Mo guessed, "Your leveling speed is so fast. Did you find a hidden quest?" Lang Nuok Hai happily replied, "You could even guess that. You're still as amazing as ever, so awesome." Suddenly, Lang Nuok Hai's tone turned serious as she asked him, "By the way, you jerk, if I told you that my family is setting me up on a blind date, how would you react? I heard this guy is incredibly, exceptionally outstanding and really handsome too." Old Mo teasingly shot back, "How would I react? I'd congratulate you, of course. You're about to go torment your next target, and I'm finally off the hook. Ha ha." Driven mad by his teasing, Lang Nuok Hai scolded him fiercely and then hung up. "Humph, don't you regret this?
I hadn't agreed to it before, but now I've made up my mind. When I get back and going on that blind date. This obnoxious jerk wants to use reverse psychology to provoke me. Fine, I'll give him exactly what he wants this time. When I get back, I'll go find my grandfather and show him how I can hit him where it hurts. Still, even if the other guy fancies me, all I have to do is refuse.
On his end, he sighed helplessly. This girl is truly so innocent. She couldn't even withstand a little provocation. I just blurted out a few words and she believed them completely. I only used a basic attack and she already popped her ultimate. Old Mo was respectfully greeted by a man. "Dear guest, it's been a while. Please have a seat." He quickly asked, "Those materials I asked you to keep an eye out for earlier. Any harvest so far?" Old Mo calculated internally. The flowing light 1,000 blades umbrella requires 12 types of materials in total, and I already gathered 10 of them during my trip to Blue Sky Academy. Now I'm only missing 2, Yin Yang Sacred Silk and Shadow Moon's Sacred Flame, which are also the hardest ones to collect. Manager 2 gently brought out 4 gift boxes. A matter entrusted by you, my lord, is naturally something I wouldn't dare take lightly. I've collected 4 of the materials you requested earlier. Frost Spring, Mystic Wood Demon Branch, Blood Peach Jade, Shadow Moon's Sacred Flame. Old Mo stared in astonishment. Shadow Moon's Sacred Flame. He actually managed to get his hands on something so precious. Looks like a genuine pleasant surprise. But he still feigned dissatisfaction and said, "Only 4 types. It seems your auction house's efficiency isn't that high after all." Manager 2 turned pale. This lowly one has tried his utmost to collect them, my lord. Old Mo waved his hand. Forget it. Given your abilities, finding 4 types is already considered not bad. Speak, how much do these cost? The manager submissively and fearfully replied, "These materials cost this lowly one a total of 1,000 gold. Because my efficiency was poor and delayed your time, my lord, I will give you a 20% discount." He thought to himself, I had to spend over 20,000 gold just to get these. But seeing the lord's displeased expression and his terrifying status, how could I dare quote the original price? Old Mo agreed, "Fair enough. Since it's a token of your sincerity, I'll accept it. Also, I will put in a good word for you with the higher-ups." Manager 2 bowed to Old Mo in relief. "Thank you, my lord, for your patronage. Working for you is this lowly one's utmost honor." He continued on his journey. If I'm not mistaken, that place should definitely have the yin-yang sacred silk. However, there's another place I need to stop by first. Scene cuts to a certain stable outside Thunder City. Old Mo lightly lifted his secret trapdoor there. Going down this basement leads to the Thunder Sea branch of the Dark Brotherhood. I'll go grab an assassin token and play around for a bit first. He muttered to himself, the Dark Brotherhood is the largest assassin organization on the Heaven and Earth continent. Every awakened person can come here to apply to join and become an assassin. However, they must pass a test to successfully enlist. The reason I chose to come here is partly to take on some dark quests and make some money on the side. On the other hand, once reaching a certain rank in the Dark Brotherhood, one can obtain an incredibly good item, the Assassin's Mask. Although the Assassin's Mask doesn't grant any stats, it can conceal all personal information. As long as you wear it, unless you voluntarily reveal your info, outsiders won't be able to see your true identity. They will only know your assassin code and rank. The assassin ranks in the Dark Brotherhood are divided into 8 tiers. From highest to lowest, they are Heaven, Slaughter, Earth, Absolute, Demon, Phantom, Ghoul, and Sprite. Most people are stuck at the Demon, Phantom, Ghoul, and Sprite stages. Only powerhouses of the Third Awakening and above have a chance to advance to the Absolute rank and higher. Inside the Dark Brotherhood, the vast majority of the people here wear assassin's masks to stay anonymous and carry a token on their person. Old Mo walked straight up to the counter and spoke to the lady there. "Hello, I'd like to apply to join the Dark Brotherhood." Everyone around turned to look at Old Mo in surprise. "Hey, look at that! A jobless actually came to register. Holy crap, it's real! And look at him, he hasn't even reached level 30. Everyone registering here is an assassin-type Second Awakened. How can a jobless possibly pass the test?" The receptionist handed him a wooden token and gave further instructions. Registration fee is 100 gold coins. Take this entry token and report to the examination hall on the 3rd underground floor. Someone will receive you there. Scene cuts to the 3rd underground floor. A fierce-looking woman cracked the whip in her hand menacingly. Unqualified. Next. 2 candidates standing outside gossiped as they watched her. Are these chicks on their periods or something? Such fiery tempers. She just cusses people out mercilessly without a second thought. It's brutal. You guys don't know Aquin? She is a rare demon rank assassin. Rumor has it she's just one step away from reaching absolute rank. Suddenly, Aquin appeared right behind them. Her murderous aura made a chill run down their spines. Gossiping about me is fine, but you'd better have the skills to back it up. Now, go over there and test yourselves, one by one. As long as your combat power breaks 20,000 points, I can pretend I didn't hear the bullshit you just spewed. Otherwise... Terrified, the two begged, "Please calm down, milady. It's our fault for running our mouths just now. We won't dare do it again." Aquin immediately lashed her whip at them repeatedly, scolding, "Stop dawdling, and don't make me do it myself." The system board continuously declared the following candidates unqualified. True Ni Kao, level 32, Second Awakened Inquisitor, combat power 18,371. Vong Dong Sun, level 34, Second Awakened Mecha God of War, combat power 17,889. Tong Vu Cat, level 35, Second Awakened Poison King, combat power 1,921. Aquin arrogantly berated them. "A bunch of trash who can't even hit 20,000 combat power points dare to gossip about me. Take them all away and let them rot in the water dungeon." They were dragged away by the Brotherhood, begging miserably, "No, milady, please spare our lives." A moment later, noticing old Mo beside her, she checked his info and warned him, "You want to join the Dark Brotherhood too. You haven't even reached your second awakening, and you're a jobless. I advise you not to waste my time. Turn around and leave right now, and you still have a chance. Otherwise..." Before Aquin could finish, old Mo interrupted. "It's fine." Aquin warned him, "Let me make this clear. Our Dark Brotherhood does not accept trash. Even if you haven't undergone your second awakening, we still won't lower our standards for you. If your combat power doesn't reach 20,000 points, you don't even qualify to take the entry test. If you fail to meet the mark later, you can go sit in the water dungeon for a few days too." However, right after the machine ran the check, it announced, Trin Kia Mac, level 29, First Awakened Jobless, combat power 30,058. Aquin stared in sheer terror. Level 29 with a combat power exceeding 30,000. Just who exactly is he? Old Mo casually brushed it off and asked, "Do I have the qualifications to proceed with the test now?" Filled with respect, Aquin softened her tone and instructed Old Mo, "It seems I underestimated you. Next, you will face 4 consecutive trial stages. In order, they are the stage of strength, the stage of agility, the stage of physique, and the stage of spirit. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you die during the trials, you will lose levels." He cracked a smile. This place seems a lot more interesting than the previous levels. And with that, old Mo walked right through the gate. Another girl ran over and asked, "Aquin, I knew you'd be here. So how's it going? Found a suitable candidate yet?" Aquin looked toward the gate with anticipation and replied, "I might have found one, but we'll still have to see his test results." Scene cuts to another dimension near a coastline. Old Mo observed with interest, "So this is an independent space outside the secret dungeon. Fascinating." The system suddenly announced, 30 seconds until the next wave. Contestants, please get ready. Please strike the sea waves with all your might. The use of any buff skills or potions is strictly prohibited. Old Mo pondered, just as I thought. 4 trial stages correspond perfectly to the 4 main attributes of an awakened. The first stage is the stage of strength, which obviously tests my physical power. A powerful wave begins to appear. Lao Mac immediately switches his weapon to a greatsword. If this place forbids any auxiliary tricks, then it wants to test my strength address and my ability to use skills with that strength. Very well, it's been a long time since I used a full-powered strike. Switch to greatsword. This height can already be considered a mini tsunami. They really think highly of me. He raises his sword and activates his power, Blood Aurora Blade. A red light envelops Law Mac's sword aura. He unleashes a full-powered strike. Break for me. His slash cleaves the tsunami before him in half. Creating a light drizzle, the system reports, one sword breaks 1,000 meters. Congratulations on passing the gate of strength. Overall evaluation, grade A+. Then it explains further. The light gate on the left leads directly to the next gate of agility. The light gate on the right leads to the restroom, where you can recover your condition. Continuous clearing will increase the final evaluation. Please make your choice.
Lao Max walks straight to the left door. Let me clear all 4 gates in one go. Outside the gate Lao Mac just entered turns blood red. A Qian and another person outside are startled, looking at the color. It's a grade A+ evaluation. How? How is this possible? A Qian turns to ask the girl next to her. Fong Huan, what evaluation did you get at the Gate of Strength back then? The girl named Fong Huan astonishedly answers, grade B+. A Qian uses a mocking tone. To think that the ace assassin of our Thunder City branch only got a grade B+ evaluation back then. Fong Huan annoyingly retorts, I was only level 32 when I took the test. This current challenger must be at least near level 40. Either it's impossible for him to get a grade A+ evaluation. A Qian covers her mouth and chuckles. Near level 40. Fong Huan startles and steps back. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? A Qian says nothing more and stares intently at Lao Mac's gate. Even I only got a grade A evaluation back then. But as a melee class, the difficulty of the Gate of Strength is considered the lowest. I hope you're not just a flash in the pan and can perform even better. As long as you can get a double grade A evaluation, you are the person I'm looking for. Scene shifts to the Gate of Agility at the snowy peak. The system reminds him, please quickly adjust your condition within 30 seconds. After the challenge officially begins, an avalanche will occur at the 40th second. Please reach the bottom of the mountain as fast as possible. The use of any skills with invincibility and slowdown effects is forbidden. Lao Max smiles wryly. These rules are indeed strict. One sentence has basically cut off all opportunistic measures. This mountain has a vertical height of 1,000 meters. To avoid the avalanche, one must possess extremely fast speed and sharp judgment. As expected of the Gate of Agility, the test boils down to one word: fast. He brilliantly thinks of a solution. Nearly 2/3 of the mountain is covered in snow, which will greatly affect movement speed. However, fortunately, my agility attribute is very high, and this gate doesn't forbid drinking potions. Overall, it's not that difficult. Lao Max calculates and pulls out an agility potion. The system just counts down 3, 2, 1, begin challenge. Right after, Lao Mac's perfect grade agility potion takes effect. He dashes down the peak like a rocket. He judges, taking advantage of the 10 seconds before the avalanche begins, I have to try my best to run a bit further. The avalanche quickly chases after him. Lao Max takes out his staff. He creates an ice wall to block the blizzard's attack. However, the ice shatters almost instantly. Lao Max grows anxious. The ice wall can only hold for 2 seconds at most. I must increase my speed. Then he quickly accelerates and dashes away. Allowing his body to freefall from the peak, Lao Mac uses all his brain power to come up with a plan. No matter how fast the avalanche is, it can't compare to my freefall. The speed is getting faster and faster. Just using the grappling hook definitely won't withstand the final impact. If I don't use a deceleration method, I'll be smashed into meat paste. 100 meters left and I'll reach the snow-free zone. That is the key to victory. He changes his weapon form to a battle lance. Then he uses the whirlwind spear to slow his descent. This is already the snow-free zone. No matter what happens, a second avalanche cannot be triggered. Lao Mac fires his grappling hook, attaching it to a tree branch. Then he swings himself over. Lao Mac looks triumphantly at the blizzard. When it comes to speed, I've never lost. The system reports the result. Rapid descent. Congratulations on clearing the Gate of Agility with an overall evaluation of a plus. Lao Mac smirks and responds, although I don't know the specific evaluation system, logically speaking, a plus should be the best result. You can't tell me there's an A++ above a plus. That would be too absurd. Outside, the gate glows once again. Fong Huan involuntarily steps back. Just who is he? To get an A+ in both strength and agility gates. Judging from the color of this gate, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him an A++. A Qian anticipates excitedly. 2 consecutive gates with an A+. Then you must be the one I need. Come on, show me if you can bring even more surprises. Fong Huan suddenly feels worried for Lao Mac. This guy is doomed to be targeted by this violence maniac, a Qian. Scene shifts to the Gate of Vitality in the underground magma cave. Environmental damage, stacking 1 layer of burn status. Lao Mac is startled as he looks at the scorching ground. Just walking here drains health? That's a bit unreal.
He inwardly calculates the path to clear it. The gate of vitality must be testing the vitality attitude, but I haven't invested a single point in vitality. Right now, I only have a total of 3,980 health points. This magma tunnel seems to be at least 2,000 meters long, and once inside, it deducts 100 health points every second, stacking one layer of burn status. Even chugging potions, I wouldn't last a minute. It seems I have to think of another way. Lao Mac immediately jumps up. Let's first test whether merely entering the magma space will drain health, or if one must touch the magma ground to lose health. He spins around and fires his grappling hook. The hook immediately lodges into the wall. Then Lao Mac uses it to swing over to another cliff. He smiles happily, grasping victory. Just now, I accidentally stepped directly on the magma ground, which is why I lost health. This time, being mid-air didn't drain my health. I have a plan then. Lao Mac quickly gets into action, entering a jumping stance. The sprint effect of the Wanderer's boots is activated, and he has already drunk a perfect-grade agility potion. After preparing everything, Lao Mac dashes off at lightning speed. Let's see how many meters I can jump at maximum speed. He exerts force to jump as far as possible, then fires his grappling hook again, lodging it into the opposite cliff to swing across. The system reports the moment Lao Mac lightly touches the magma. Environmental damage, stacking one layer of burn status. Current burn status is 2 layers. Lao Mac moves continuously with satisfaction. One jump covered 600 meters, not a bad start. He changes his streaming light 1,000-blade umbrella into a staff form and uses Ice Wall. Then he jumps onto it, gliding over the magma, still 700 meters away from the destination. Almost there. Lao Mac continues to change his weapon into a machine gun form. He uses the howitzer to blast himself backwards. Then he uses the mechanic's signature skill, Air Combat Mech Summon Tempest. Combined with Inescapable Net, he successfully lands. At the same time, his summon object can't withstand the heat and explodes. Not bad, I only took damage twice in total, losing 200 health points. The system evaluates, masterful technique. Congratulations on clearing the gate of vitality. Overall evaluation, a ++. Lao Mac is speechless. There really is a damn a ++ evaluation. This is too unreal. Outside, Fong Hun's eyes widen and she exclaims, "Could the legend be true? A plus isn't the highest evaluation. Such a blinding red color, I've truly never heard of it before." She turns to ask Aquian, "What is the background of the person inside? Don't be evasive with me anymore." Aquian shakes her head and vaguely replies, "I don't know his background either. He's only level 29 right now, and moreover, he's a jobless class. Besides, before entering, he took a combat power test. His current combat power is 30,058 points. Fong Hun screams in disbelief. What? A level 29 jobless with over 30,000 combat power. And he even got 3 consecutive A+. The third gate just now might even be the legendary A++ with a high probability. Then what are we considered? Trash? She offers her opinion. I think we should still report the news of this monster. With his current achievements, even if he fails the final gate, there's a huge chance he'll get an S rank evaluation. I believe the higher UPS will definitely be thrilled to hear this news. But Aquian suddenly darkens her face and refuses. No, I still need him. If you report it, I'm afraid someone will recruit him immediately. I've waited for health a year and finally found a top-tier talent. I absolutely cannot miss this. Fong Hun anxiously tries to persuade Aquian. That place truly only allows awakened under-level Bomb alum to enter, but it doesn't have to be him. If we go back and the higher UPS reprimand us, I'm sure you understand the consequences. Aquian sighs resignedly, turning a blind eye and agreeing, fine. Fong Hun walks away, waving her hand in farewell. Just pretend I was never here today. Inside the gate, Lao Mac is standing in front of a massive bookshelf filled with books. He judges based on the terrain. Looking at the appearance and architecture, there's a huge probability this is a library. According to the previous patterns, this gate must be a test of spirit or intelligence. The system announces, "Next, you will enter a library labyrinth. This labyrinth has only one exit. At the same time, when you encounter a fork in the road, you can use your spirit power to sense it. On the bookshelf in the correct direction, there will be a guidebook for you. But as your spirit power depletes, The feedback you receive will become weaker and weaker, even disappearing, wishing you to find the exit soon. Lao Mak is startled by the system's words, the gate of spirit, and it relies on spirit power to find the correct direction? I have to admit, this testing method is quite novel. But there's a huge problem here. Let me sense it first. Lao Mak shuts his eyes tightly, concentrating to spread his spirit power over a large area to inspect. It doesn't take much time before he finds a few abnormalities. So that's how it is. This is the guide for the challenger. Lao Mak holds his dizzy head. After using spirit power for the first time, I feel a bit of mental fatigue. My current spirit power is hardly better than my vitality, essentially empty. This gate has very high requirements for the spirit attribute. If one doesn't reach a certain stat level, finding the way out might take an unimaginable amount of time. However, a moment later, a devious smile creeps onto his face, but the creator of this gate probably never expected this. I can just cheat my way through. He immediately puts on the phantom cloak, activating the stealth effect. Lao Mak laughs lightheartedly. I can actually walk through walls. The stealth effect of the phantom cloak has a bug-like ability, which is ignoring terrain. Obviously, this towering bookshelf is also considered part of the terrain. Just like that, Lao Mak easily passes the Dark Brotherhood's test. The system reports, "Congratulations on clearing the Gate of Spirit. Overall evaluation, a ++. Congratulations on clearing 4 consecutive gates. You have passed the Dark Brotherhood's entrance test. Overall evaluation, a ++. Reward, 800,000 exp. Because your test result is the first A++ evaluation in the history of the Dark Brotherhood, an additional 800,000 XP is rewarded. Your initial evaluation is S rank. You still need 20,000 accumulated points to promote to the next rank, Transcendent rank. You have leveled up. Lao Mak receives an unexpected surprise and can't help but marvel. Clearing the test actually rewards so much exp. The final hurdle to reach level 30 was overcome so easily. What a pleasant surprise. Right now, before the class advancement, only one last thing remains, and that is to get my hands on the yin-yang sacred thread. The system announces again, congratulations on successfully reaching level 30. Because your class is a jobless spellbinder, a special second advancement quest has been unlocked. Clear a mid-level secret realm of any difficulty solo and obtain an SSS rank evaluation. For this test, the reward boost effect of the spellbinder will be Emelid. Upon completing the quest, you will advance from the Tier 2 spellbinder class to a soulbinder. Lao Mak's eyes widen in shock. A jobless class actually has class advancements. Outside the gate, the fact that a candidate achieved higher than an A+ has become the hot topic everywhere. Holy crap, the entrance exam actually has an A++ evaluation. At first, I thought an A+ was crazy enough, but it turns out there's an even higher evaluation. Just who the hell is this guy to be so powerful? He's only level 29, holy crap. Aquen angrily summons her puppet and orders, lock up all the candidates who haven't taken the exam yet. Facing such injustice, the candidates protest. We didn't do anything. On what grounds are you locking us up? Everyone came to take the exam. You can't do this. Have mercy. I want to get out. Enduring everyone's hatred, Aquen silently apologizes. This person is of great use to me. I can only let you all suffer a bit. She turns to tell the puppets beside her. Today's events must absolutely not be leaked. Either don't blame me for being ruthless. Also release them after a while and compensate each person with 100 gold. They'll pay for it. Lao Mak walks out from the gate. Aquien immediately approaches with a warm smile. Congratulations on receiving the first A+ evaluation in the history of the Dark Brotherhood. Lao Mak chuckles politely. You flatter me, boss. Just lucky, just lucky. But in his heart, he can't help wondering, did this chick take the wrong medicine? She looked like she wanted to eat someone alive just now. Why this sudden change in attitude? Aquien looks at Lao Mak's evaluation info in astonishment. He actually achieved an S rank straight away. Without saying more, she turns around to lead the way. No need to be modest. At your level, being able to reach this step is absolutely not something an ordinary person could do. From now on, we can be considered colleagues. Follow me. Lao Mak becomes wary. This woman is definitely not simple. All right, I'll follow her first. If things really go south, I'll activate the phantom form and run. A while later, Aquian hands some items to Lao Mac. These are the clothes of an S-rank assassin. Take them. In the future, if you want to accept assassination quests, just go directly to the mission hall on the second basement floor. She leans in close and speaks gently to him. With the strength you've shown now, I guess in 2 years at most, you'll be able to step into the transcendent rank. Don't disappoint the organization's trust in you. I have high hopes for you. Lao Mac awkwardly and foolishly replies, okay, that's great. Being a man, his perverted nature is still somewhere inside him. He glances down and figures it out. I think I know why her name is Aquian now. These two are indeed very round. Lao Mac stands up and prepares to leave. Sister Aquian, is there anything else? If not, I'll be taking my leave. Suddenly, Aquian stops him. Wait. Her face suddenly turns anxious. Actually, there is still one thing I need your help with. Seeing your exceptional talent, I wanted to share this information with you. You must absolutely not tell anyone. Lao Mac agrees. All right, I definitely won't tell anyone. He gloats inwardly. She took the bait. Aquian begins to explain. I accidentally discovered a mysterious cave before. An ancient altar that has yet to be discovered exists there. Lao Mac speculates, so she was acting so unusually because of the altar. If she didn't go activate it herself, then chances are there's a level restriction. He feigns astonishment. A hidden altar. Aquian continues. I think highly of you, so I'm telling you. However, inside that cave, there might be a demon beast guarding it, which is why the entrance has a restriction. With my current level, I can't enter. Aquian leads Lao Mac to the destination and says, We're here. This is the Drifting Cloud Ravine. Behind this waterfall is the ancient altar. I'll help you guard the cave entrance later, so you just need to go in and challenge it. Don't worry, with my strength, absolutely no one will go inside to disturb you. Lao Mo awkwardly scratched his head. Sister Aquian, I naturally believe in your strength. It's just that. She looked at Lao Mo curiously and asked, Just what? He shyly confessed. During the previous exam, I just got good results, so I was a bit arrogant for a moment. But after thinking about it over the past 2 days, I suddenly feel a little worried. The monster inside here, it won't be too strong, will it? Do you know its specific level? I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Aquian walked over and touched his shoulder to reassure him. Your worry isn't unreasonable. Because I can't enter, I'm also not sure what level the monster inside is. But based on the seal's level, it probably won't be too high. She rummaged behind her back, handed an item to him, and explained its usage and effects. How about this? I have a life-saving item here. Just take it with you. It might come in handy. This item is called the Azure Orb. Once activated, it can temporarily increase your vitality by 3,000 points. It can be used a total of 3 times, and I've already used it twice before, so unless it's a critical moment, absolutely do not use it too early. Lao Mo received the item and happily accepted. Sister Aquian, I will definitely ensure the mission is completed. I absolutely won't let you down. Aquian watched Lao Mo's figure dash into the restriction. What a pity, you are indeed a rare talent. If you can smoothly break the seal, perhaps I will compensate you accordingly in the future. But if you fail, then you can only blame your own terrible strength. Scene shifts to the inside of the cave behind the waterfall. Lao Mo didn't reveal his greedy nature until he was inside. The Azure Orb is a really good item. Normally only the rich can afford it. It seems assassins indeed make a lot of money. She's only level 45 but could already buy such a powerful item. Since you willingly gave it to me, it would be too disrespectful of me to refuse. He took out the Demon Wind Mask and prepared for battle. I originally didn't plan to activate the Flowing Cloud Rift altar this early, but since I'm already here today, I might as well get it done. Right after putting the gear on, he immediately transformed into a dwarf. Using this toy right here is indeed a bit bizarre. Lao Mo turned his attention to a nearby area. If I remember correctly, the guardian monster of this ancient altar is a level 40 rock rat. Although with my current strength, defeating it head-on isn't difficult. However, the seal will also disappear because of that. I can't let that wicked woman Aquian get a free bargain. Right at that moment, the claws of a monster appeared. The level 40 rock rat aggressively appeared. Lao Mu quickly struck up a conversation before resorting to violence. Hello there, rock rat. I am the dwarf Lin Feng, and just like you, am also a creature of the Heavens Apocalypse continent. Are you trapped in this cave with nothing good to eat? To his surprise, the rat nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Lao Mo rejoiced inwardly. Success. He pulled out a pile of food and brought it to the creature. You're in luck meeting me. Come here,
Eat as much of this as you want." The rat's eyes sparkled with intense craving. It completely ignored Lao Mo and lunged at the pile of food, devouring it eagerly. He tiptoed away. "Brother rat, take your time eating. There's more if that's not enough. I'll just go for a little stroll around here." Lao Mo proceeded deeper into the cave. He stood before the locked altar and looked at it. "Come on, I should be able to learn a second awakening skill and advance again this time." Lao Mo approached the altar and touched it. The system immediately popped up. "Because your class is a magic binder and you have currently learned all first awakening skills, you can choose to learn one second awakening skill from all classes. Currently available skills to choose: Tombstone of Death, Mountain Collapsing, Earth-Shattering / Burying Black Hole." His face lit up as he made his choice. Time to do some ghostly tricks. "I choose to learn Murderous Intent Fluctuation." Light erupted from the altar, and Lao Mo successfully learned Murderous Intent Fluctuation. Upon activation, fierce murderous aura erupts around the body, dealing continuous defense, ignoring damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius, and increasing physical and magical critical hit rates by 5% for oneself and surrounding teammates. While the skill is active, it consumes 50 mana per second. Once mana is depleted, the state will be forcefully cancelled, or it can be cancelled manually. He clenched his fists with determination. "Wait until the next time I upgrade the system. I absolutely must convert this skill into a passive one. Consuming 50 mana every second is a bit too much for my current spirit attributes to handle. I can only use it as a fatal strike skill for now." Outside the altar, a Quinn was still waiting. "This guy has been in there for half a day already. Why hasn't even a single sound come out? Don't tell me he was killed instantly." She grew increasingly uneasy. It shouldn't be to that extent. Even if he was killed instantly, he should have at least cried for help. Could a mere level 1-second monster take his life in one strike? Absolutely impossible. Inside the altar, Lao Mo came out and asked the rat, which was still intently eating, "Brother Rock Rat, is the ceiling barrier outside maintained by your power? Just now, when I was walking around, I noticed that the altar seems to have lost its power. Do you know what happened?" Upon hearing this, the rat immediately panicked to the extreme. Then it abandoned everything and ran back into the altar to check. Outside, Quinn felt a bit relieved upon hearing the monster's noises. Finally, there's a sound. Looks like they are fighting now. She let out a sigh of relief. That brat is just overly cautious, waiting half a day before making a move. But that's good too. The more careful he is, the higher the success rate. A moment later, the rock rat returned, whining sadly. Lao Mo sympathetically proposed to it. "You're already starving down the skin and bones. Why don't you come out with me to eat and drink your fill? Brother Rock Rat, the altar's light is extinguished now. I reckon it'll take another few months before it can accumulate new energy." He feigned sorrow as he confided in the rock rat. But right now, outside the cave entrance is a human awakener up to level 45. She was the one chasing me just now, so I panicked and rushed in here blindly. Even if the two of us joined forces, I'm afraid it'd be very hard to defeat her. Both of their moods sank into gloom. He suddenly whispered into the rock rat's ear. "However, right now I have a plan that can help us escape safely. First." They both followed the plan exactly, putting on quite a show in front of a queen. Lao Mo screamed and ran ahead, yelling loudly, "Oh my god, the rock rat is eating people. Stop chasing me, stop chasing me." The rock rat aggressively chased after him. A queen looked on with disdain. What a piece of trash, he can even handle a level 40 monster. She quickly realized, the seal on the cave entrance has actually been lifted. Without overthinking it, she immediately dashed inside, leaping nimbly up onto the rocky walls. Lao Mo and the rock rat also stopped acting and watched Queen. He signaled to the rock rat, "Brother Rock Rat, our coordination wasn't bad at all. That wicked woman has gone inside. It's time. Reactivate the seal." Inside, Aquin roared in fury. Just who did this? How dare they steal my things? She racked her brain to its limits trying to guess. I've been preparing for the ancient altar for over half a year. Yet someone actually beat me to it. Could it be that guy Trin Kia Mac? No, right now there's no sign of him in the whole cave. Maybe he was killed by the rock rat, because only a dead person can just disappear into thin air. Moreover, why did a dwarf appear in this cave? Did it follow someone else in? And then this altar was activated by that person first? After thinking it over and over without guessing the answer, Aquin had to accept her fate and turn back. Whatever, maybe this is just destiny. Since the ceiling barrier has disappeared now anyway, I'll come back to try my luck again in 3 months. But when she reached the cave entrance intending to leave, she was instantly knocked back inside by the restriction.
Quinn lay on the ground in pain. Why has the ceiling barrier appeared again? It's over. This time there's absolutely no way out. In the end, I can only starve to death. Could all of this be a setup specifically targeting me? Without further thought, her fearless assassin instincts kicked in. Quinn took out a dagger and pointed it straight backward at her own stomach. Rather than dying so pathetically, I might as well make a decisive end of it. She committed suicide with full of resentment in the rocky cave. You better not let me find out who you are. Otherwise, I will absolutely not share the same sky with you. Outside the altar, Lao Mo sat nearby, watching the rock rat focused on eating and drinking. He suddenly stood up and said, "Brother Rock Rat, let me show you a magic trick." Then he took off the mask and reverted back to human form, making the rock rat squeal and startle. Lao Mo immediately pointed his sword at its face, putting on a threatening tone. "Brother Rock Rat, I didn't scare you, did I? If you want to live, I can give you a chance." And so one human and one creature crossed the vast desert together. Lao Mo complained, "Brother Rock Rat, your speed is no good. Can you go a bit faster? I'll give you extra food tonight." Upon hearing about delicious food, the rock rat immediately accelerated to maximum speed and dashed away. Lao Mo happily enjoyed his new pet. On the Heaven's Apocalypse continent, Awakeners automatically acquire the taming skill upon reaching level 30. This rock rat is quite sensible. Under my provision of ample delicious food and guaranteed safety, it agreed to become my temporary mount. Riding it increases movement speed by 150%, which is much faster than running on my own. He enjoyed the scenery as he traveled. Today's destination is the Spider Canyon. There's a level 40 field boss here, the Flame Spider Woman Craig. After defeating her, there's a very high chance she'll drop Yin Yang Silk. If I can successfully pick it up, my future second awakening and weapon upgrades will progress smoothly. Right ahead was a group of strangers. Lao Mo leapt straight over them, leaving the entire group utterly stunned in amazement. Holy crap! Who is this guy? He's only level 30 but already has a mount. That's so sick. This giant rat is covered in magma. It's so badass. It only took a moment for him to reach his destination. Lao Mo turned around and instructed the rock rat. "Wait for me here. The path below is too narrow. You can't go down anyway. I'll go by myself." Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. Someone actually made a move first. Lao Mo quickly headed to where the sounds of battle were coming from. He looked down in surprise at the boy below. This guy's level is one level lower than mine. To think he'd discover a great assassin prospect out here. He immediately slid down the sand slope towards the boy. Although this guy hasn't dealt any damage to the Flame Spider Woman, whether it's his evasion moves or his movement speed, both are exceptionally outstanding. Maybe I can find a way to recruit him to my side. He struggled intensely against the Flame Spider Woman, his strength gradually depleting. The level difference is still too vast. Trying to dodge this AoE group damage attack is a bit too much for me. Suddenly, a blast of fire hurled toward him. Lao Mo immediately leapt in front to block it, slicing the Flame Spider Woman's fire in half. He recognized Lao Mo and shouted in ecstatic joy, "So it's you." Lao Mo asked curiously, "You know me?" He quickly introduced himself and explained the situation. "I am Lee Min Hao, a freshman entering Van Ba Academy this year. Thank you for allowing me to pick up leftover materials while you were gathering outside Thunder City before. It's what helped me gather enough for my tuition." Lao Mo quietly recalled, so he was one of those following me back then. On my way to Thunder City before, I gathered almost all the resources completely clean. There were quite a few scavengers trailing far behind, but I didn't pay much attention at the time. It turns out he was one of them. Lee Min Hao continued, "Back then, there were many academy students scraping together tuition fees just like me. By tacitly allowing us to follow behind, everyone was extremely grateful to you." But Lao Mo didn't have time to spare, charging in to fight the Flame Spider Woman. "We'll talk about other things later. Your current level is too low, so stand aside for now. Wait for me to deal with this first." He unleashed a flurry of skills. Double Hammer Strike, Shattering Strike, Sky Strike, Dragon Fang. Lai Min Hao suddenly screamed out, "Holy crap, he's that incredible. But I'm level 29, you're only one level higher than me." Suddenly, he noticed Lao Mo's attack patterns and weapon usage. Is he trying to teach me how to play an assassin? Lao Mo sprang up, launching himself to a position right above the monster's head. Then plunging down, he stabbed the monster right in the waist using Ultimate Kill Slash. Lai Min Hao paled, asking himself, is his class really a solo player? He's definitely not a god of assassins. The monster fell into a stunned state for 2 seconds. Lao Mo stood right beside it, ready to follow up. Now is the best opportunity to deal damage. Mystic Pattern Force Pressure. Mystic Pattern. Force Pressure. Concentrates all generated mystic patterns onto the weapon, attacking forward and triggering an explosion, which can deal massive damage to surrounding enemies. The greater the number of mystic patterns generated, the greater the power, resulting in higher attack force and a larger area of effect. Just like that, the monster was slain by Lao Mo with a single critical strike to its weak point. Li Minhao was in utter disbelief, exclaiming continuously, "What kind of attack power is this? Is he really only one level higher than me?" Unlike the sustained damage of Mystic Pattern Emission, Mystic Pattern Force Pressure can deal all of its damage in the blink of an eye, making it ideal for delivering fatal blows targeting a monster's weak points. Lao Mo bent down and picked up the item, looking satisfied. "Looks like my luck isn't bad. Slaying her just once and I already got the yin-yang silk." Li Minhao excitedly ran over and called out, "Great God! Great God!" His eyes beamed brightly as he looked at Lao Mo. "Your maneuvers just now were amazing, and your profound understanding of the assassin class is truly terrifying. Can you accept me as your disciple?" Lao Mo coldly asked Li Minhao, "You should talk a bit about your situation first. After all, we've only met each other twice." He bashfully revealed his strength and identity. "Great God, my class is an assassin, and my talent is the SS rank combat perception. This talent helps me evade the most dangerous attacks at precisely the right moment. Relying on this, I managed to get into Vanba Academy, which ranks first in the Xia Nation." He was somewhat surprised. "Your leveling speed is quite fast too. It hasn't been long since you entered university, and you've already reached level 29. Lai Minhao took out an item. "My luck isn't bad. I got this piece of equipment earlier. It can help me level up quite fast." Lao Mak was stunned, freezing as he held Lai Minhao's Spirit Energy Jade in his hand. The Spirit Energy Jade had a tremendous effect. 100% of the experience the wearer gained from killing monsters would be duplicated and stored within it. Every time it accumulated 800,000 experience points, it could be released once, up to a total of 3 times. He felt a spark of interest in Lai Minhao. This kid had the aura of a child of destiny. He actually managed to obtain an item with a 0.00001% drop rate, which meant he had 2.4 million more experience points than anyone else. Lao Mak tossed the jade back and said before walking away, "If you want to be my disciple, fine. Come find me after your second awakening, back in the capital." As soon as Lao Mak arrived, someone came looking for him. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Trin Kia Mak?" He replied coldly with 2 words. "Who's asking?" The man respectfully invited him. "Please follow me. Our President Trum invites you." Scene shifts to the president's office. The man in the room stood up to greet him upon seeing him. "My friend Trin Kia Mak, please have a seat." "Let me introduce myself. My name is Trum Theo Vian, president of the Capital Management Association." The two sat facing each other in the office. Lao Mak felt uneasy inwardly. Why does this guy keep staring at my ring? Could he be targeting Elder Tun? He intentionally spoke up to break the awkward silence. "President Trum came looking for me today. Is there a matter?" Trum Theo Vian praised him incessantly. "Truly a young hero. Not long after entering Thunzu Academy, you've already reached level 30. Impressive, truly impressive." Then he took out a box and handed it to Lao Mak. "It's like this. After Elder Tun found out you reached level 30, he sent me to deliver this item to you. He said you can only use it after completing your second awakening." Lao Mak accepted it, but couldn't budge it even a little bit. "I can't open it. This box seems to be sealed by some mysterious power. Perhaps I really have to wait until I successfully complete my second awakening to unseal it." He bowed his head in gratitude. "Please thank Elder Tun for me. This junior accepts it." Scene shifts to the second awakening exam room at Thundu Academy. Loi Tuan Kiet asked with concern, "Are you sure you don't want to rest a bit? You just got back and you're already taking the second awakening exam." Lao Mak didn't say much, only replying, "Director Loi, just trust me." Loi Tuan Ki understood and didn't nag any further. "All right." Suddenly, Lao Mak made a request. "But I have a favor to ask. I'm a jobless, so my second awakening exam task is quite special. Can the school ban live streaming for this?" Loi Tuan Kiet gave a wry smile, somewhat reluctant but still agreeing. "What a pity. I was planning to organize the entire faculty and student body to study your run. But if you're taking the initiative to ask, there must be a compelling reason.
Very well, I promise you that today's second awakening exam will be completely blocked from spectators, including the teachers. He continued to ask, by the way, have you chosen your assistants yet? Why don't I see anyone else? Lao Mak replied with a smirk and charged right in. Today, it's just me. I'm taking the second awakening exam solo. Leaving Loi Tuan Kiet standing outside all alone in bewilderment, he hurriedly ran to find Lang Tiu to report, Principal Lang, Trin Kia Mak has returned. But he's already rushed off to take his second awakening advancement. I couldn't stop him. Lang Tiu spoke calmly while pruning a bonsai tree. Ah, him. Still the same as always. Ah, the vigor of youth. But Loi Tuan Kiet added, here's one more thing I need to report to you. He requested that this second awakening advancement exam be banned from all spectators. I thought it over and ultimately agreed, even barring the teachers. Lang Tiu immediately stopped what he was doing. Then, pondering for a moment, he chuckled and brushed it off. Let it be. Everyone has their own secrets. We can't keep such a genius on too tight a leash. Let him do as he pleases. You handled this well. Lang Nurik Hai gently brought in some medicine. Grandpa, it's time for your medicine. You can talk later. Loi Tuan Kiet turned to look at her and praised, ah, it's little Hai. Long time no see, you've grown even prettier lately. Lang Nuik He felt shy. Uncle Loi, you're making fun of me again. How mean. He quickly excused himself to leave the two of them alone. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Uncle Loi is done with his report. You two take your time. I won't disturb you any longer. Lang Tiu looked at Lang Nuik Hai and smiled. The young man I introduced to you has returned. She was so shocked she almost spilled the water, so fast. Grandpa, didn't I tell you I'm not going on blind dates? Lang Tiu picked up the medicine cup and drank, replying, that won't do, I've already spoken to him. He's currently taking his second awakening exam. Once he's out, I'll arrange for you two to meet. She tried to protest but failed, but... Lang Tiu continued, it's decided. Whether it works out or not, I won't force you, but you must at least meet him. Scene shifts to inside the secret realm. Lao Mak was once again riding the rock rat, adventuring everywhere. He pulled out a golden orb covered in strange runes and muttered to himself, the class advancement secret realm this time is the desert city. If I want to get an SSS rank evaluation, I have to go all out. Good thing there's no live stream interfering. This time I can finally evolve into my perfect form. He then swallowed the orb. The system chimed ability fruit. Upon consumption, permanently increases all attributes of the awakened by 5 points. You have consumed 2 ability fruits, all attributes plus 10. Lao Mak opened his status panel to check his new power. He shouted excitedly, my body is overflowing with power now. It's time to charge toward the legendary Soul Binder tier. Lao Mak leaned down and confided in the rock rat, buddy, today is the last day you'll be accompanying me. As long as we clear this secret realm smoothly, I'll give you your freedom. Immediately after, a swarm of monsters chased after them. The system warned, you have been afflicted with shadow curse, cripple, shock weakness, and burning status. The rock rat squeaked miserably. Lao Mak seemed to understand its meaning. You're saying that pulling so many monsters is asking for a death wish. He excitedly directed the rock rat, aim for the rock ahead and jump. It obeyed his command and sprang forward in a flash. He issued another command, see the stone wall over there? Jump again. It obediently squeaked and complied. The mob of monsters scattered as they lost aggro by falling out of range. Lao Mak casually rode on the rock rat's back, drinking an excellent grade health potion to recover HP. This is exactly why I chose this map. There are so many bugs. Whether it's the stone walls on both sides of the passage or the stone pillars along the road, as long as I use a mount to jump up, I can disengage from combat. The system notified him again. The cooldown for Purify has ended. All debuffs have been removed. Lao Mak looked down at his hands getting ready to engage. It would be great if the cooldown were a bit shorter, that I wouldn't have to play this heart attack-inducing game. Lao Mak carefully weighed his plan. But today, to secure an SSS rank evaluation, I most likely have to clear all the mobs and complete the 100 kills quest. Luckily, this place has that thing. I'll deal with these monsters later. It'll be easier. He instructed the rock rat. Up ahead is the first boss, Trainer Saika. You stay here on the high ground. Leave the rest to me. Then he jumped down, landing successfully. Lao Mak looked at the tiny creatures beneath his feet, just like in my past life. Holy scarabs are neutral creatures in the desert city. If you don't actively attack them, they'll just quietly scavenge for food on the ground. But my goal today is to get an SSS rank evaluation. so the first task is to wipe this secret realm clean. He pulled out an M18 Claymore mine and calculated, when dealing with this type of neutral creature, wiping them out all at once is the best choice. While the trainer is still out patrolling, let's start setting the traps. He then placed them in various spots around the swarm of little monsters. Just as Saika returned, he immediately hid. Perfect, the trainer is about to step into the bug swarm. Now it's time for the fireworks. Saika walked right into the center of the mines he planted. Lao Mac timed it perfectly and pressed the detonator. Now, blow up. A massive explosion erupted. The swarm of monsters was blown to pieces. Lao Mac calmly stood with an umbrella under the torrential rain of blood. The system notified, "You have killed the level 36 elite boss, Trainer Saika." A large sword dropped from Saika's body. It was the Guardian's Sword, an orange, pseudo-legendary quality item. It could be combined with a counterattacker's blade to forge the legendary weapon, Vanguard of Glory. He joyfully picked up the weapon. As expected of a pseudo-legendary weapon, the base damage and attack speed are truly impressive. It's even stronger than my flowing light thousand blades umbrella. In the desert city, a true legendary weapon once existed. It was called the Vanguard of Glory. However, a long time ago, this weapon was split in two, becoming two pseudo-legendary weapons. Lao Mac held the sword and examined it. One half is the Guardian's Sword in my hand, and the other half is the counterattacker's blade. When the two swords merge, the ancient Vanguard of Glory will re-emerge in the River of Time. Although the Vanguard of Glory can only be temporarily used here and cannot be taken outside, just having it will make wiping this secret realm a breeze. Lao Mac rode the Rock Rat toward the next stage. He shouted, "Rock Rat, see the military camp at the bottom of the stairs? Pull all the monsters for me, then charge up the stairs." The Rock Rat obeyed, jumping down with a loud thud to grab the monster's attention. Then it kited an entire army of enemies behind it. At the top of the base, the level 36 elite boss, Sand Demon Freak, was already standing there. Suddenly, Lao Mac and the Rock Rat appeared. He jumped off the Rock Rat and charged at the Sand Demon Freak. Then he kicked it flying. "Get down there." The Sand Demon Freak crashed down into the mob of monsters rushing up. Suddenly, a weak human voice spoke up. "Greetings, brave warrior. The 5 of us came to the desert city to explore earlier, but were unfortunately captured. Could you please release us? We will reward you handsomely." Lao Mac immediately broke the chains to save them. "No problem. I'll let you all go right now." They crowded around Lao Mac in gratitude. "You are our great benefactor. Thank you so much. Without you, we would all be dead." The Sand Demon Freak roared and bellowed. "Damn it, human slaves, the price for escaping is death." Trembling before its ferocity, they panicked. What do we do? Down there is full of giant monsters. There are at least over 100 of them. We're doomed. Suddenly, one of them quickly rallied the group's morale. "What are we afraid of? Well, fight them. We're all level 40. As long as we hold this staircase, we might stand a chance. All team members, attention. Prepare for battle." He turned back to look at Lao Mac. "Brave warrior, please lend us your strength." Lao Mac nodded. "No problem. When the time comes, it'll naturally make a move. You guys just charge ahead." He thanked him and then led the charge. "Brave warrior, thank you so much. Heal me, everyone open up full firepower. Let the battle begin." The battle between humans and monsters broke out. Lao Mac calculated inwardly. "Wanting my help? You're probably overthinking it. This isn't my first time in this secret realm." He summoned the fireball spell. Another guy shouted, "Captain, it seems our attack power still isn't enough. These monsters are about to break our defensive line." He was then immediately rushed and killed by a mob. "Captain, save me." The captain begged, "Brave warrior, please boost our attack power quickly." He fired a magic bullet to fool them. "First, let 3 of them die, then we'll see." The mob of monsters surrounded them. The captain shouted angrily, "Damn it! Just a dozen or so more mobs and we could have won. But I only have 1 healer left. Do we really have to die here?" Lao Mac then appeared, killing the monster lunging at them. And then he annihilated all the remaining ones. The captain bowed. "Thank you for stepping in. Luckily, 2 of us are still alive." Suddenly, Lao Mac thrust his battle lance straight into his chest. The guy trembled and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Lao Mac retorted arrogantly, "Shouldn't I be the one asking that? Were you planning to thank your benefactor with that dagger?" At this moment, the captain revealed his true colors. "How did you know?" Lao Mac didn't say another word and used Chaser Press, killing him. Of course I knew, because I've lost count of how many times I've entered the desert city. The real Stage 2 boss is your 5-man squad. These 5 people aren't some exploration team at all, but traitors to humanity who had to flee here after being hunted. If I helped them too much, this exploration team's remaining strength would be stronger, making them much harder to deal with when they betray me. If I help too little, they'll die early, and then the rebel's blade won't drop either. Meeting me is your biggest misfortune. A sword hovers over the captain's body. It's the orange pseudo-legendary rebel's blade, which can be combined with the guardian's sword to create the mythical weapon, Vanguard's Glory. He took the sword with a bit of regret. Good blade. What a pity. I just got it, and now I have to merge it. Come forth the mythical legendary weapon, Vanguard's Glory. Both swords immediately combine to create something even more perfect. The orange legendary Vanguard's Glory. When attacking, it has a 15% chance to unleash a shockwave, dealing 1,000 base damage to enemies in front, scaling with all 4 base attributes. Lao Mo looked at Vanguard's Glory in amazement. It truly lives up to its name as a legendary weapon. These stats are absolutely mind-blowing. He carried the sword on his shoulder and kept moving forward, striding confidently toward a horde of monsters. Lao Mo excitedly rushed toward them. Before facing the final boss, only these level 39 mobs are left, which are basically the strongest monsters in this desert city. Perfect timing. I'll use you guys as test subjects for my new blade. He jumped down and used mountain-shattering strike. Unleashing a slash from Vanguard's Glory, the equipment's effect triggered, instantly killing all 20-plus monsters in front of him. Lao Mo was stunned to witness just 30% of the sword's power. This is too strong. In just 10 seconds, using only basic attacks, I wiped out 24 elite monsters. What a shame. It'd be amazing if I could take this weapon outside. The feeling of drawing blood with every strike is just incredible. Suddenly, a splashing sound nearby caught Lao Mo's attention. He sheathed his sword and walked down to the water. Oh? Thankfully, there's still the final boss, the Hydra, to keep me entertained. Otherwise, this would have been really boring. A strange gust of wind blew by, creating a hazy mist. From within the mist, the level 40 Hydra with 26,000 HP emerged and roared. Foolish mortal, are you the one who disturbed my slumber? Lao Mo smirked disdainfully. A petty demigod like you dares to talk back to me? I've already slaughtered the patriarch of your Hydra clan. What the hell are you? The Hydra furiously lunged forward like a raging storm. Die, you insignificant ant. Lao Mo used his foot to lightly kick up a wave of sword aura. Then he executed the ghostly sword technique, launching a crushing attack that severed one of the Hydra's heads. It shrieked in agonizing disbelief. Ah, you. To think you actually obtained the Vanguard's Glory. Impossible. Looking feral, Lao Mo dashed forward using murderous intent fluctuation. He followed up with Ascending Dragon's Sword, unleashing 3 bolts of lightning that struck straight at the Hydra. Taking the opportunity to get right up to its main head, exuding relentless killing intent, he minced his prey to pieces. The Hydra managed to launch exactly 1 attack, nothing more, nothing less. By the time it realized what was happening, its entire body was shredded. It screamed in terror, "No! No!" and used all its strength to protect its final head. But in the end, Lao Mo still gained the upper hand, completely annihilating it without a trace. He panted heavily, looking at the gory remains behind him. Keeping murderous intent fluctuation active continuously is really taking a toll on me. Maybe it'll be a bit easier to handle once I turn it into a passive skill. Now it's time to head back and clear out those small mobs. The system immediately displayed a series of notifications. Congratulations to Trin Keem Mac for breaking the record of the Wanderer's Dungeon. Total time spent, 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 11 seconds. Personal rating, SSS. You have received 800,000 EXP and 1 diamond treasure chest. Congratulations on successfully completing your second awakening quest. You have smoothly advanced from the unique hidden class Jobless to Soul Binder and gained 20 bonus attribute points. Soul Binder unlocks all second awakening class skills, and all currently learned skills will be upgraded to level 2. Congratulations. As the host has smoothly completed the second awakening, the conversion system has upgraded to level 5. The current number of convertible slots is 6 out of 8. All passive skills have been upgraded to level 5. Passive Gatling Gun, Passive Sweeping Strike, Passive Rending Wave Slash, Passive Weapon Switch, Passive Void Sphere, and Passive Dark Rune attributes all instantly leveled up to level 5. Passive Cleansing Power level 5 and Passive Critical Hit level 5. Lao Mo was fascinated by his own abilities. He wondered, What kind of monstrous class is Soul Binder? To think I've actually mastered all Second Awakening classes. He speculated. If it follows this growth pattern, won't my ultimate form be the mastery of all Fifth Awakening classes? I'm getting more and more excited to see what the Soul Binder class will eventually evolve into. Maybe in the end, it'll even be able to charge into the void rifts in the sky and slaughter all the demonic beasts. Scene shift back to Shenyu Academy.
Lei Junji excitedly and urgently signaled his team. How are the preparations from all departments going? Are the fresh flowers, medals, welcoming squad, and the girl presenting the bouquet all ready? Hurry it up, everyone. God knows when that little monster Trin Kiem Mak is going to come out. This is a direct order from the principal himself, so absolutely no one is allowed to slack off. The television crew staff sat around chatting, looking exhausted and annoyed. Isn't Director Jiang being a bit too paranoid? Look at how far Shenyu Academy has fallen, yet a single phone call was enough to scare Director Jiang like this. Another guy piped up, Shenyu Academy used to be incredibly wealthy in its prime, so don't underestimate them. Besides, their principal is still a Fourth Awakening powerhouse. From inside the car stepped out Li Yueshan, Beijing TV's ace MC, and one of the top 10 most beautiful MCs in Xia country. The man who was just speaking turned around and asked, "Oh, MC Li, are you all ready?" She frowned and complained harshly. I was supposed to be doing an exclusive interview at Yunba Academy today, but instead the director dragged me here. What's so newsworthy about a Shenyu Academy student graduating? It's a complete waste of my time. Seeing her bad mood, the man didn't dare provoke her and agreed. You're absolutely right. Yunba Academy is 10,000 times better than Shenyu Academy. Who knows what conditions their principal promised to make Director Zhang agree to this? Li Yueshan took off her coat and prepared for her job. Well, we're already here, so let's just film it. We might as well see what Shenyu Academy looks like now. I think the last time I came here was years ago. She quickly put on a bright smile, holding the mic in front of the camera. Hello to all the viewers in the broadcast room, I'm Li Yueshan. Today, at the invitation of Shenyu Academy's principal, we're here to witness a genius student's advancement exam. She glanced at the view counter nearby and thought to herself, whatever, let them be. No one's going to bother watching such a boring interview anyway. Suddenly, two approaching cars caught her attention. Who are they? More viewers started pouring into the livestream. Two people stepped out of the cars. It was Wang Kaifu and Chang Yuesheng. In front of the camera, the two of them shook hands and chatted happily with each other. Scene shift to the Yunba Academy conference room. Wu Shuijing, principal of Yunba Academy, the #1 academy in Xia country and a Fourth Awakening powerhouse, was intently watching Shenyu Academy's livestream. Tell me, everyone, what exactly is Shenyu Academy up to today? Zhu Sui, the director of academic affairs at Yunba Academy, spoke from right beside him. As far as I know, this Trin Kiem Mak is this year's provincial top scorer. However, his class is jobless, which is why we didn't send anyone to recruit him. Shenyu Academy might be trying to use his background for some PR today. It seems Trin Kiem Mak's advancement exam results aren't bad. I heard he even got an SSS rank potential evaluation. Ling Xiao is probably using this to build hype for his academy. Wu Shuijing frowned, thinking to himself, this old fool has one foot in the grave, yet he still won't stay put. Times have changed. Does he really have delusional dreams of making a comeback as the #1 in Xia country? He immediately made plans to send someone. Very well, we're all friends here. Since quite a few academies have already shown up, we naturally can't lack in courtesy. Sue, why don't you make a trip there on my behalf? A sinister smile appeared on Wu Shuijing and Zhu Sui's lips. The old man added, oh right, don't forget to bring that kid along. He came back yesterday. Scene shift to inside the dungeon. Lao Mo suddenly remembered the gift Elder Qin had given him. That's right. I still haven't checked the box Elder Qin had someone deliver to me. He took it out and opened it. As expected, I can open it now. Let's see what kind of good stuff is actually inside. A blinding, golden light gradually appeared. He stared in shock at the amazing item in Elder Qin's box. It's an SS rank skill book, and it's a passive skill on top of that. Lao Mo immediately learned the skill. The system panel announced, congratulations on successfully learning the SS rank passive skill, Detonation Level 1. It increases your critical hit damage by 20%. His pupils widened. It was a deep purple, like a twilight amethyst. He thought to himself, Elder Qin probably didn't want to give me an unfair advantage in my advancement exam, which is why he put a seal on it beforehand, making sure I could only open it after smoothly finishing my second awakening.
He broke into a childish grin. This gift carries quite a lot of weight. If I get the chance in the future, I definitely need to thank him in person.
Lao Mo opened his status panel to make adjustments. Next, I'll allocate the 20 free attribute points I just got from my second awakening into spirit first. I absolutely don't want a repeat of the exhaustion I suffered last time. Stats allocated. Now it's time to consider the 2 new passive slots. I'll put Murderous Intent Fluctuation in the first slot. Lao Mo successfully converted Murderous Intent Fluctuation to level 2. When using any sword skills, there is a 20% chance to bypass the defense of all enemies within a 5-meter radius. It also increases the physical and magical critical hit rate by 5% for himself and nearby party members for 30 seconds. Each activation consumes 50 MP. Lao Mo heaved a sigh of relief and wiped his sweat. Good thing this passive didn't turn into a permanent trigger. Otherwise, my MP wouldn't be able to handle it, and it'd be way too easy to aggro monsters randomly. He continued tapping to upgrade his next skill. Based on how these passes are developing, in the mid to late stages, I'll need to go all out on boosting my attack speed. Next up, the second conversion slot, let's go with that skill. Lao Mo successfully converted Blood Bat Dance. When attacking with a battle lance, there's a 10% chance to summon a swarm of bats that can deal multi-hit damage to enemies within range and steal their health. The current lifesteal rate is 10% of attack power. Lao Mo looked at his skill panel with excitement. Excellent. This passive is incredibly useful. From now on, I have a way to sustain my health during combat. He muttered to himself as he walked out of the dungeon gate. To think that just one day would instantly boost my combat power by 20,000 points. I still have quite a few unopened treasure chests on hand, but I'll deal with those once I'm back on the Heaven's Apocalypse continent. Outside Shenyu Academy, a bell suddenly began to toll. Ling Xiao watched with deep satisfaction. The Divine Oracle bell actually rang 9 times. He succeeded. And on top of that, it's an unprecedented record in history. The system panel updated the information on the Wanderer's Dungeon Steel. All-time best record holder, Trin Kiam Mak. Current level, 30. Class, Second Awakening. Jobless. Total time, 1 hour, 3 minutes, 11 seconds. Personal rating, SSS. Ling Xiao stood there, muttering to himself. This Divine Oracle bell was brought here by the very first principal. Whenever a student achieves something historically unprecedented, it rings. Over the past 100 years, this bell has been triggered quite a few times, but ringing 9 consecutive times, this is the very first time. He quickly turned and walked away. The ultimate numbers of heaven and earth begin at 1 and end at 9. 9 represents the absolute limit and also the strongest. This proves that Trin Kiam Mak's achievement today firmly holds the #1 spot among all mid-level dungeon records at Shenyu Academy. Without a doubt, this is also a limit recognized by the Divine Oracle Bell, making it completely impossible for anyone in the future to surpass. Scene shift to Lao Mo, who had just stepped out of the dungeon gate. Instantly, countless camera flashes fired away at him, clicking non-stop. Lao Mo shielded his eyes, looking confused. Is there some other major event going on today? If I get a chance later, I still need to express my gratitude in person. Everyone in the hall was in an uproar, screaming his name. Boss Trin Kiam Mak is out. He actually did it. He's become the youngest graduate in the history of our Sia country. Boo-hoo, he's just too strong. Li Yushan and the livestream crew were also utterly terrified by this frenzied scene. Wang Kaifu and Chang Yushen walked over to greet him. Long time no see, student Trin. I rushed over here the moment I got the news. Luckily, I made it just in time. Wang Kaifu beamed at Lao Mo and said, Congratulations, congratulations. Today, I'm here on behalf of Principal Fei Yingguang. He asked me to pass along a message. He's very sorry that he had an unavoidable important meeting today. Otherwise, he would have definitely come here in person. The people standing nearby caught wind of this and started gossiping. What kind of earth-shattering words did Director Wang just say? The principal of Lanshan Academy and mighty Fourth Awakening powerhouse would have come to congratulate him in person, if not for an emergency? Are you kidding me? Today isn't a Fourth Awakening exam, it's just a Second Awakening one. Live at the studio of Sha Country National Television. The station director was furious and cursed internally. 5 million concurrent viewers. This is the highest record since Beijing TV was founded. Damn it! How did we not get any advance notice about such a massive event? We actually let Beijing TV score such a huge win. Ling Xiao quickly appeared under the protection of security guards. Please step aside, everyone, Principal Ling has arrived. Lei Junji reminded the crowd, everyone, please be quiet.
Principal Ling has a few words to say.
Ling Xiao congratulated Lao Mo on behalf of the entire Shenyu Academy. Congratulations, Trin Kiem Mak, for setting yet another historical record for Sha country. This record has been acknowledged by the divine oracle bell. The 9 tolls that just rang out are the absolute best proof. The people watching the live stream were confused. What's a divine oracle? Never heard of it. Do those 9 tolls have some special meaning? Why do those 3 leaders look so shocked? Wang Kaifu was trembling with thrill. I knew it. No wonder I felt like my soul was shaking the moment I heard that bell. So the legend is actually true. The divine oracle bell really does exist. Li Yushan walked over with the cameraman to ask on everyone's behalf. Teachers, I am a host from Beijing TV. Right now, our concurrent viewers have surpassed 10 million. No one understands what this divine oracle bell you're talking about is. Could you perhaps explain it for our audience? Lei Junji explained. Legend has it that the divine oracle bell was created by the very first principal of Shenyu Academy. It possesses the miraculous ability to assess a student's potential. As long as our academy produces an outstanding student who breaks a dungeon record, it will ring a certain number of times. The more times the bell rings, the faster the record was broken, and the greater the student's potential. However, very few can actually trigger it, and it usually only rings 2 or 3 times. Before today, the highest record in our academy was 6 tolls, and that record was set by Principal Ling himself. Li Yushan turned pale. Director Lei, are you implying that Trin Kiem Mak's potential far surpasses even a 4th awakening powerhouse? The live stream chat exploded in disbelief. He's your student, so you can praise him however you want. Exactly. It's not like outsiders can verify it, right? Claiming it has a potential assessment function. How can a top 20 school brag this hard? Do you take us for idiots? 100 Blue Star coins says this divine oracle bell is just a PR stunt. Such narrow-mindedness. I bet 50,000. Reading the comments, Lei Junji grew furious. This is outrageous. How dare none of these people believe it? I am a man of prestige, after all. Why would I lie? Chang Yusheng took the opportunity to smooth things over. He looked up and asked Lao Mo, Trin Kiem Mak, may I ask what your rating and completion time for your second awakening exam were? He replied coldly. The rating was SSS. As for the exact time, I didn't pay much attention, but it was around an hour and a few minutes. The live stream chat buzzed with excitement again. Holy crap, completing a second awakening exam in about an hour? Is this guy a god? He's so handsome. If those are really his results, it actually makes sense. Wait, is it possible his party members are the strong ones, not him? That's definitely possible. Lei Junji chuckled awkwardly and began his counterattack. These people are so stubborn. Just watch how I'm going to slap your faces with the truth. He pretended to clear his throat and asked him, Trin Kiem Mak, where is your assistant? It seems we didn't see him appear. Lao Mak felt embarrassed and thought, don't you know already? I'm just playing along with you, right? He answered honestly, today I soloed the dungeon myself. I didn't bring an assistant. Just as expected, the comments immediately blew up. People whispered as Huan Yung Vu walked up to him with flowers, Senior Trin Kiem Mak is so amazing. That's right, not only is he handsome, but his talent and strength are super overpowered. Senior Huan Yung Vu is really lucky today. She was chosen to be the representative to present the flowers. Boo-hoo, I'm so jealous. She smirked and thought to herself, such an outstanding man, I definitely have to pursue him to the very end. I had to pull a lot of strings to get the chance to present the flowers today. I'll show you all what I'm capable of later. Meanwhile, Lang Yuki was still busy scrubbing herself clean. She wrapped herself in a towel, flustered. Boo-hoo, I have to meet my blind date soon. What should I do? Why did he challenge the second awakening so early? Couldn't he slow down a bit? Lang Yuki scratched her head in frustration. Why do I have to listen to Grandpa's arrangements? I'm so stupid. If it comes down to it, just let that guy fail. If he fails, I won't have to go anymore. I really don't want to go on a blind date. Suddenly, a notification on her phone made her pick it up to check. Why are there so many people watching the Capital channel today? The viewership has surpassed 10 million. Lao Mac's image immediately caught her eye. Scene shifts to the auditorium. Loi Tuan Keat gestured. Everyone please keep quiet. I believe you all know about Trin Kiem Mak's terrifying achievements. Now let's welcome the student representative to the stage to present the flowers. I hope everyone will give a round of applause for Trin Kiem Mak's outstanding contributions. Seeing Huan Yun Vu, Lao Mac's face fell instantly. Why did they let her give me flowers? They're doing this to annoy me on purpose, aren't they?
He grimaced and sighed inwardly. I'm so damn miserable. For the grand development plan of Thundu Academy, I guess I have to sacrifice myself. Ho and Yun Vu smirked at Lao Mak. Humph, I wonder what expression you'll have later when I confess my feelings to you in front of tens of millions of people. Everyone below was jealous of Lao Mak. Senior, Ho and Yun Vu is so incredibly beautiful. This figure, this face, she's an absolute masterpiece. The school making her give the flowers today is a brilliant choice. I'm so jealous of Trin Kia Mak. I want Senior Hoa to give me flowers too. Ho and Yun Vu brightly handed the flowers to Lao Mak. Congratulations, Trin Kia Mak. You are the pride of Thundu Academy. Right after that, she started to execute her plan. Suddenly, Lang Yurk, his voice echoed, startling both of them. So it really is you. Lao Mak looked at her in shock and asked, why are you here? Lang Yurk, he didn't care about the stares and threw herself straight into Lao Mak's arms, whining playfully. You big meanie. It turns out the blind date Grandpa keeps forcing me to meet is actually you. Why didn't you tell me you were taking the exam for Thundu Academy? Lang Tiu was frozen stiff by the scene unfolding before him. Trin Kia Mak, you absolute plague. I'm not done with you yet. The pinging sound of comments rang endlessly. Skipping work to watch this stream was totally worth it. This plot twist is so unexpected. So thrilling. College students these days are really open. Daring to confess in front of so many people. I thought the first girl was pretty enough. Who knew the second one would be even more beautiful? Thundu Academy really has a lot of hot girls. Trin Kia Mak is dying of happiness today. The first one clearly has feelings for him, and the second one even more so. I'm so jelly it hurts. Lao Mak awkwardly reminded Nur Ki. Stop scolding me, it's a live broadcast right now. Please mind your image a bit, my dear lady. Hearing him say that, she suddenly remembered and let go of Lao Mak. Turn Wit Sin and Vung Kai Fook asked in unison without prior agreement, Principal Lang, what is going on here? Lang Tiu tried to suppress his anger and replied, this is a surprise. A surprise. He gritted his teeth. What else do you want me to say? Do you expect me to admit in front of everyone that the man on that stage is my grandson-in-law? Loi Tuan Kit hurriedly announced, ladies and gentlemen, student Trin Kia Mak's celebration ceremony officially ends here. Reporters, please follow me to the lecture hall. Our Thundu Academy has an important decision to announce. The auditorium quickly dispersed. Lao Mak stood behind Miu Qi, gently rubbing her head to comfort her. Everyone is gone now. Do you still want to cry? She punched him in the chest once and walked away. You meanie, you only know how to bully me. I'm not talking to you anymore. Lao Mak didn't say anything else and walked away in the other direction, leaving Hua Nung Vu standing there all alone. Her face twisted in despair. It's over. My rival is actually Long Nyuk Hee, that SS-rank genius. Whether it's her figure, looks, or family background, she surpasses me in every way. I'm afraid I won't have a single chance from now on. What's worse, I'll probably become the total laughingstock of the academy now. Unable to bear the pressure, she lost her composure and collapsed to the ground. Inside the conference room, excited whispers filled the air. Lam Fian, Ma Lin. The top academies of Ha Kwok are all here. It seems the celebration ceremony was just the prelude, and this upcoming press conference is the main event. What is Thundu Academy trying to stir up today? What important news are they finally going to announce? His here. Director Loi of Thundu Academy is here. Loi Tuan Kiet guided Lao Mak. Come, sit right here. Voices of the crowd echoed again. That's Trin Kia Mak. He strolled behind, speculating. Is the principal going to announce that matter today? Li Juet-san and her two cameramen couldn't help but feel anxious and curious. What's going on? How can a student like Trin Kia Mak sit in the main seat? That's a spot for the big shots of the academies. Even if he has outstanding talent, he doesn't have the qualifications to sit there, right? Could he be the outstanding student representative giving a speech? Yeah, that's highly possible. Otherwise, it would be too absurd. She gave the order. No matter what, this Trin Kia Mak is the main focus today. Aim the cameras at Trin Kia Mak. Through the screen, Mil Hawk King angrily lashed out. What a bunch of useless trash. Why didn't we send anyone to Jiangtan Academy during the advancement exams back then? And now we've let a monster like Trin Kia Mak fall into the hands of Thundu Academy. This is a massive loss for our school. Li Kuan Dia, as the head of admissions, how exactly are you doing your job? The man named Li Kuan Dia fearfully explained. In the past, Trin Kia Mak didn't show such terrifying strength. After all, his class is jobless, which is truly too weak. No one could assess his future back then. With our academy's traditional style, we absolutely won't consider students with no future prospects. On Lang Tiu's side, he started to announce the important matter. From today onwards, Thunzu Academy and Lam Thean Academy will become strategic allies. From now on, our two schools will complement each other and share resources together. In addition to establishing an exchange student mechanism, we will also collaborate to open an advanced class for teachers. This class aims to elevate the teaching standards of the teachers from both schools. After our unanimous decision, the homeroom teacher for this advanced teachers class will temporarily be student Trin Kia Mak. The discussions grew louder. Trin Kia Mak, letting a recently graduated Second Awakening student teach the teachers of two academies. This is way too absurd. That's right, you should know that whether it's Lam Thean or Thunzu, many outstanding teachers are Third Awakening powerhouses. What is Thunzu Academy thinking? Suddenly, someone walked in and said loudly, Thunzu Academy really is making a huge move. Why is everyone so quiet? Keep talking about your collaboration plan. Our Venba Academy is also very eager to hear about a plan that can push weak academies to progress together. Just how miraculous is it exactly? The atmosphere became tense as soon as that man appeared. Chutu Dewey of Venba Academy. I don't think he was invited. Does he even dare to provoke the Fourth Awakening Lang Tiu? Of course, behind him is Enjo Hak King of Venba Academy. Loi Tuan Keat calmly welcomed him. So it's our friends from Venba Academy. Our Thunzu Academy warmly welcomes you. Please, everyone have a seat. He unceremoniously sat right next to them and struck up a conversation. Principal Lang, if I heard correctly, you indeed just said you want to let this Second Awakening student be the homeroom teacher of the advanced teachers class, right? Lang Tiu asked coldly. Does Venba Academy have any advice? I just want to ask this Trin Kia Mak. What qualifications does he have to be a teacher of the advanced teachers class? This is... Lao Mak tilted his head up and said, hearing you say that, does my becoming the homeroom teacher of this class still need the approval of your Venba Academy? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Chutu Zui loudly retorted, of course. Education is the foundation of the academies in Ha Kwok. Letting a Second Awakening student teach Third Awakening teachers. It's completely absurd. Chutu Zui hit the nail on the head to undermine Thunzu. Are you using your own academy students as an experiment? You are treating the future of Ha Kwok as a joke. Instantly, all the murmurs sided with him. That's right. A student teaching teachers. It's totally unacceptable. Exactly. We absolutely cannot agree to this. That makes a lot of sense. No matter what, this Trin Kia Mak is still just a student. It seems Thunzu Academy is just desperately scrambling for a cure. Loi Tuan Kiet tried to explain, Trin Kia Mak has a fairly high teaching level and has received recognition from many teachers. He spoke up to stop him. All right, Director Vyung, you don't need to say any more. Lao Mak, feeling a bit impatient, got straight to the point with Chutu Dewey. It seems Venba Academy came here fully prepared today. If that's the case, just say it straight. What kind of test do I, Trin Kia Mak, need to pass today to become the homeroom teacher of this class? Just as expected, he immediately laid it out. It's not really a test, but today our Venba Academy has set up a challenge arena at Thunzu Academy, and the referee is a previous graduate of our Venba Academy, Kai Huan. If you're confident, you can come and give it a try. If you can defeat him, our Venba Academy won't say another word. The screen showed Kai Huang and everyone was surprised. The challenger is actually Kai Huan. Kai Huan is that Second Awakening Silver Moon genius, right? 2 years ago, he broke many assassin records at Venba Academy. Rumor has it that his level has currently reached level 40. This time, him returning as a level 40 alumni facing a level 30 is a bit like bullying. Venba Academy really has no shame. Chutu Dewey smugly mocked Lao Mak, errant students trained by the academy. If you're lagging behind, you have to accept defeat. There's no such thing as bullying here. So, do you dare to agree? Thorn Wit Sin and Vuong Kai Fuck were worried. There's a 10-level difference. Moreover, he's the best at soloing, with the Silver Moon class who would dare to accept. But if we don't agree to the fight, I'm afraid this teacher's class won't be able to proceed. Lao Mak confidently stepped forward to accept the challenge. I, Trin Kia Mak, will play along with you to the bitter end. The cameras pointed continuously at him. He actually agreed. He truly is a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. Actually, for Thundu Academy, there are still plenty of other chances to turn things around. A 10-level difference. Thundu Academy is totally screwed this time. Lang Tiu completely agreed as well. Fair enough, today's press conference is about to end anyway. Since you've requested to hold a public challenge, then this old man has no choice but to agree. Everyone follow me to the arena. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It seems I arrive at just the right time, just in time to catch the drama. Principal Lang, I just heard you guys say you're going to hold a martial arts sparring event. Is that right? Loi Tuan Kiet stood up abruptly in shock. Commissioner Ditch, why are you here? Principal Lang calmly looked at Commissioner Ditch. Long time no see. Today was originally a press conference to announce the alliance between our two schools, but Vunba Academy insists on sparring with us. The hall was buzzing with conversations. Who is this Commissioner Ditch? You don't know Ditch Nguyen Hao. He's an executive committee member of the Management Association, a level 65 Third Awakening Ranger, possessing the wings of heaven. He's a close confidant of Elder Tun, a real big shot. Chu Tu Dewey suddenly explained cautiously. Commissioner Ditch, it's like this. Our Vunba Academy heard that Thundu Academy is about to let a second awakening student become a teacher. Therefore, we wanted to organize a friendly match to test this student's level. Ditch Nguyen Hao was excited and expectant. Great, young people should have this kind of spirit. Our Management Association always supports everyone exchanging pointers. I came here today to express our stance on behalf of the Management Association. That is to wish the advanced teachers class of Thundu Academy to grow and prosper. I hope Trin Kia Mak can lead the teachers of Thunzu Academy and create new glory for our Hao Kwok. Lang Tiu glanced at Lao Mak suspiciously. Just how many secrets is this kid hiding? Could he have some kind of relationship with Elder Tun? Principal Lang boldly declared, our Thunzu Academy will definitely not let down the expectations of the Management Association. Trin Kia Mak smirked and sighed-eyed Chu Tu Dewey. Elder Tun is truly a master. Not only does he know the situation here like the back of his hand, Lao Mak smugly glanced at Chu Tu Dewey, but he also made a move that left Chu Tu Dewey speechless. I definitely have to make time to visit the Management Association headquarters. After saying a few words, Ditch Nguyen Hao turned to leave. Your Thunzu Academy is very good. We are greatly looking forward to your results. I still have business to attend to, excuse me. Everyone in the hall started whispering again. It seems the stance of the Management Association is to side with Thunzu Academy. Didn't you hear him specifically mention Trin Kia Mak? He came here just to support Trin Kia Mak. Chu Tu Zui suddenly felt uneasy. What's going on? Why would the Management Association side with Kia Mak? Could it be that he has some powerful background? Suddenly, Thrum Wit Sin's phone rang. He received a text from Chung Hong's son. At all costs, we must secure an alliance with Thunzu Academy. Thrum Wit Sing read it and understood, so the principal has also made his decision. Right after, he stood up to clearly express his stance. Through the unanimous discussion between our school and Principal Lang, I announce on behalf of Malin Academy. Starting today, Malin Academy will also join this alliance. The advanced teachers class will also be held at Malin Academy, and student Trin Kia Mak will also take on the role of homeroom teacher. Everyone was in for another shock. Who would have thought that even Malin Academy would join? With the support of the Management Association, of course they have to start picking sides. What happens next will definitely be very interesting. After that, more and more people supported Principal Lang Tiu's decision. We are also joining the Strategic Alliance. Our academy would also like to join the alliance. Us too. Scene shifts to the conference room of Vunba Academy. No Hakin furiously slammed the table and gritted his teeth. Since when did Thendu Academy become so close with the Management Association headquarters? Malin Academy is also just bending with the wind, those damn old geezers. Are they really trying to drag each other back up this time? Suddenly, someone next to him suggested, Principal, what does it matter if the Management Association supports them? As long as we defeat Trin Kia Mak and prove that his strength is nothing special, he won't be able to be the homeroom teacher anymore, and this alliance business will definitely go up in smoke. No Hakin laughed sinisterly. Exactly. Tell Chu Tu Zui and Ki Huan that they must defeat Trin Kia Mak in the arena at all costs this time. On Lao Mak's side, he impatiently urged Chu Tu Dui, didn't you say you wanted to set up a martial arts arena? Then hurry up and get to the fight. If we finish early, I can still make it for dinner. He pondered with a headache. The Management Association and Malin Academy have both taken a side. Even if we win this match, it's just a slap in the face to the Management Association. The principal is hiding behind the scenes, so he's fine. But I'm the one fronting this. I'll definitely have to take the fall for this mess. Ki Huan asked Chu Tu Dui again, so, are we still fighting? Suddenly, a message from No Hok Kin appeared. You must defeat Trin Kia Mak at all costs. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. He immediately realized, The principal is pushing me into the fire.
But since he was already halfway in, Chu Tu Dui had no way to turn back. Damn it, no matter what kind of background Trin Kiamak really has, and not afraid. Here, strength is the only thing that can prove everything. He boldly said, "Of course we're fighting. You have a dominant PvP class. Would a level 40 Silver Moon be afraid of a jobless player 10 levels lower? Let's go to the arena." Outside the academy, news of the clash between the two schools also spread very quickly. Did you guys hear the news? Vunba Academy has challenged Thunzu Academy. Real or fake? Are these two academies even on the same level? It's true, hurry and hop into the Capital TV channel stream. If you're late, you'll miss it. Oh my god, then I have to go watch it right now. In the studio, the station director angrily listened to everyone's reports. The stream's viewership has surpassed 60 million. The server is about to crash. He shouted furiously, "Quickly call the technical department to handle it. I want the network stabilized within 3 minutes. Otherwise, you can all pack your bags tomorrow." Trin Kiamak clearly has connections. Even the Management Association is on his side. Even if Kai Wan wins, it won't do any good. Scene shifts back to the arena. Kai Wan awkwardly faced Lao Mak. Damn it, I really got played by Director Chu and the principal this time. This Trin Kiamak has the Management Association backing him. Even if I manage to beat him, the association will just make things difficult for me later. This is really not a good situation. Suddenly he spoke up first. I, Ki Huan, am not someone who bullies the weak. Why don't you guys find someone else to take his place? Junior Trin, with your level, there's no shame in swapping out. Lao Mak jokingly retorted, "You and I are different, senior. I'm someone who usually picks the softest persimmons to squeeze. My favorite thing is bullying the weak. Therefore, I must be the one to fight this match today. Everyone below, hearing Lao Mak's performance, treated it like a joke. Trin Kiamak is truly too arrogant, daring to call a level 40 Ki Huan a soft persimmon. You need strength to be arrogant, but the opponent is 10 levels higher than him. Provoking the opponent is not a good strategy. Ki Huang was easily enraged by Lao Mo. Out of respect for the Management Association, I was going to give you a way out, but who knew you'd be so ungrateful? Don't think you're all that just because you broke a record. If you have a death wish, I won't hold back. The referee quickly announced the rules. This will be a 1v1 duel. You may use any items or equipment, but remember, stop once points are scored, no killing allowed. The first to lose the will to fight or be knocked out of the arena will be declared the loser. As soon as the battle began, Ki Huang immediately used Silver Moon, Stealth, time to hide and let it begin. Lao Mo, highly amused, used the exact same move. Silver Moon's Stealth, it's just a cheap trick, yet you dare show it off in front of me. The arena instantly emptied. The crowd groaned in dissatisfaction. Huh? Where did they go? It's Silver Moon's stealth skill. They're both hiding. What's there to watch if they're invisible? Suddenly, the floor cracked. Someone quickly pointed, over there. Then the attacks became fierce and lightning fast. Over here. And here too. They're so fast. Before long, the entire arena floor was riddled with holes. The teachers in the viewing room sighed in regret. Too fast. It's a shame we can't even see their shadows. Aren't they both in stealth? How can they see each other? They're fighting purely on instinct. A 10-level gap and they can still fight like this. Lang Tiu took the chance to hype up his future grandson-in-law. Their stealth skills are quite impressive, but it's a bit lackluster and not visually pleasing enough. Let me spice things up a bit. He cast a spell, and the figures of Kai Huang and Lao Mo instantly appeared. At this point, Kai Huang was completely out of breath. He stared at Lao Mo, who was casually playing with a dagger in his hand. How is this possible? This guy is just a jobless and 10 levels below me to boot. Not only can he sense my stealth, but he can also keep up with my speed. Ugh. Lao Mo lost his patience and got into a stance. As expected of a level 40 Silver Moon, your speed and combat instincts are above average. However, from now on, this is my stage. As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Mo used Shadow Chaser Step to dash behind him. Then he used Backstab on him. Backstab. Attacks the enemy from behind with a weapon. A strike to the back triggers an extra attack. This skill can be used mid-air, causing the weapon to strike straight down, dealing damage and inflicting a bleeding effect. Hit by the attack, Ki Huang crashed to the ground. But Lao Mo didn't let him off easily, following up with a Soul Reaper kick that sent Ki Huang flying. In that life or death moment, he realized this kid was anything but simple, and he couldn't let himself be controlled any longer. He immediately used Shadow Escape,
a skill that forces stealth once during combat and breaks any crowd control effects. However, Lao Mo sneered, "It's useless. The backstab already inflicted bleeding, so your stealth won't last long." Just as Lao Mo calculated, he counted down, 3, 2, 1, and Qi Huang reappeared right in front of him. He frantically chugged HP potions. He then faced Lao Mo with deadly seriousness. "I really underestimated you. I must admit your assassination skills are top-notch. That was just my carelessness earlier, but from now on, your luck runs out."
The crowd praised Qi Huang. He's too strong. Qi Huang actually mastered 5 phantom clones. Truly an assassination genius. Most people at his level max out at 3. These clones might have weak defense, but they perfectly inherit the main body's attack power. Trin Qi Mo is done for. Qi Huang's attack power is practically quintupled. All of Qi Huang's clones rushed at Lao Mo screaming, "Die." Loi Tuan Kiet panicked. Oh no, a 5 times multiplier attack. But Lao Mo didn't flinch at all. He turned and delivered a clean slash, just petty tricks. He hit Qi Huang's true body right behind him. Qi Huang clutched his bloody chest, groaning in disbelief. How could this be? "Do you have eyes in the back of your head?"
Lao Mo squinted and explained, "There's a skill called echolocation. I locked on to your true position from the start. Those clones pose no threat to me whatsoever." He thought to himself, echolocation wasn't just crucial in FTS games, it was also key in Heaven's Apocalypse in my past life. By transforming it into physical instinct, I've perfected all my experience. Now I can use echolocation to seize combat opportunities. However, this is my own unique absolute skill, completely uncopyable. Qi Huang roared in rage. "I refuse to accept this. You're just a level 30 jobless. Who gave you the right?" The blood on his chest suddenly burst out, forming floating runes. Qi Huang shut his eyes tight, screaming in pain. "Since you forced me to use this move, prepare to embrace the agony of death." Tempest Flurry. A massive hurricane erupted around Kai Huang. Tempest Flurry essentially uses one's own vitality as a catalyst to ignite all the body's energy. It grants extreme movement speed to unleash a flurry of devastating attacks on enemies ahead, dealing incredible damage. The crowd erupted in shock. He's going to use Tempest Flurry. He's putting his life on the line. This is bad. This is the strongest ultimate skill of a second awakening Silver Moon, trading blood for blood. If he pulls this off, either Trin Qi Mo dies or he dies himself. Shu Dui sat silently in a corner, riddled with anxiety. Even with a 10-level advantage, Kai Huang was the first to resort to his ultimate skill, Tempest Flurry. After this move, his HP will drop by 80% outright. Is Trin Qi Mo really that strong? It doesn't matter how strong he is. Kai Huang used his ultimate, so it's all over now. Suddenly, Loi Tuan Kiet rushed over to Lang Tu, frantically urging, "Principal, shouldn't you step in and stop the match? I'm worried Trin Qi Mo is in grave danger." Lang Tu looked painfully at the smug Chu Tu Dui nearby. "Perhaps we really have to lose this time. If anyone is to blame, it's just that Than Du Academy is too weak. I can't let Trin Qi Mo get hurt. This ends here." He stood up reluctantly to make the announcement. "All right, let me stop this." But unexpectedly, Lao Mo called out to stop him. "Wait, Principal. It's just a second awakening skill, and you dare show it off in front of me." Qi Huang glared at Lao Mo furiously. "You plan to block my attack with a shield, and a beginner's shield at that. What an utterly idiotic idea." He lunged forward, throwing a punch. But Lao Mo effortlessly deflected him with that pathetic shield. Chu Tu Dui realized it and jumped to his feet. Perfect block. Even with a beginner's shield, landing a perfect block allows for a counterattack. Just how terrifyingly fast are his reflexes? Kai Huang wiped the blood from his mouth, staring at him in disbelief. Perfect block? No, it was just a fluke. He just got lucky. "I don't believe you can keep blocking forever." Saying so, he gathered his strength and unleashed a barrage of punches at Lao Mo, but he easily blocked every single strike. The battle grew even more intense, firing up the entire stadium. Oh my god, I'm a paladin too, but I wouldn't even dare dream of pulling off his mechanics. Tempest Flurry's attack speed isn't slow by any means, and every strike comes from an unpredictable angle. Are those really moves a human can pull off? Man, with blocking skills like that, you could walk sideways anywhere. Quick, look, Kai Hong's face has turned completely green. Loi Tuan Kiet excitedly grabbed the mic to commentate. The Paladin's perfect block not only grants the user damage immunity, but also knocks back the attacker.
Kai Hong is currently locked into an attack animation with 4 strikes left, so he won't be knocked back, but he'll take the full brunt of the recoil. Look, everyone. That massive shockwave behind him is the clearest proof. Although this recoil won't drain his HP, the physical pain he's enduring is very real. Lao Mo looked down mockingly at Kai Hong. All right, I've had my fun. Get lost. He lightly kicked Kai Hong right out of the arena. Then he walked over to insult him. Stay down now that you've fallen. Shall I call a doctor for you, or do you need me to call your teacher? Kai Hong vomited blood, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Chu Tu Dui couldn't hold back and yelled, enough. Trin Kiem Mo, don't push your luck. Lao Mo sarcastically retorted, if you're not satisfied, why don't you send someone else up? The announcement echoed. I declare the match between Fan Du Academy and Van Ba Academy goes to Fan Du Academy's Trin Kiem Mo. After the match, everyone looked at Lao Mo with complete awe and newfound respect. Trin Kiem Mo is incredible. I'm totally sold. That was absolutely epic. Beating a second awakening Silver Moon with a 10-level gap. He's terrifyingly strong. Who would have thought Van Ba Academy would face such an upset today? Fan Du Academy is truly rising to the top. Lang Tiu was overjoyed. We won. He actually did it. Phone Me at Sin also got exactly what he wanted. Looks like today's deal is a guaranteed profit with no risk of a loss. Chu Tu Dui rushed over to Kai Hong, angrily shouting, quick, get Kai Hong to the best hospital for emergency treatment. If he misses the golden hour for recovery, you're all fired. He worriedly thought to himself, today we didn't just offend the management association, but Van Ba also lost the match. It seems the days ahead won't be easy. We absolutely cannot let this kid live. Otherwise, he'll definitely become a massive threat to our Van Ba Academy. Lao Mo calmly stood before Chu Tu Dui, Director Chu. If you have any more challenges, bring them out now. I, Trin Kiem Mo, will take them all on. He walked away resentfully. Humph, the green mountains remain, the clear waters flow long. We'll meet again soon enough. The crowd in the stands marveled in admiration. It's been years since Van Ba Academy suffered such a defeat. Honestly, since when did Fan Du Academy become this strong? How did they even manage to recruit a prodigy like Trin Kiem Mo? I'm so jealous. With a student like that, clawing their way back to the top isn't impossible. The directors from other schools started swarming old Lang, sheepishly asking to join in. Principal Lang, about this tutoring program, do you think our academy could? And us too. And us too. Our academy, X. X has always been a loyal friend to Fan Du Academy. Principal Lang replied politely, we can discuss this matter privately later. Privately. But deep down, he couldn't stand them at all. To him, they were just a bunch of fence-sitters with no firm stance. Lang Tiu leaned over the railing and shouted down to Lao Mo, making him anxious. Come to my office later, and you better have a reasonable explanation ready. His face twitched as he tried to dodge the issue. What do you want me to explain? Suddenly, Lai Juet-san appeared behind him and struck up a conversation. Trin Kiem Mo, could I borrow a moment of your time? There are tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream who are dying for an interview with you. Feeling that this would be even more troublesome than talking to old Lang, he instantly declined. Principal Lang just told me he has an urgent matter to discuss, so I can't take any interviews right now. Apologies to everyone. Lao Mo walked away, leaving Lai Duet-san's crew utterly dumbfounded. She stared at him, trembling slightly. This is a rare chance for fame, and he just turned it down. At the principal's office, Lao Mu pushed the door open. Principal, I'm coming in. He was surprised to see so many people gathered in Lang Tiu's office. The old man turned and gestured to his granddaughter, Nak Hee. Go prepare some tea and pastries for the uncles. We still have some matters to discuss. Nak Hee nodded obediently. Yes, Grandpa. She walked past him without saying a single word. Lao Mu nervously watched Nak Hee's retreating figure. Moments later, everyone sat solemnly around the table. Mr. Lang, you've really picked up a treasure this time. Exactly. If I had a beautiful daughter, it'd definitely be fighting you for him. That's right. This is an incredible opportunity. Ha ha ha. Lang Tiu pulled everyone back to the main topic. All right, enough joking. Let's talk business. Now that you've reached your second awakening, what are your next plans? Lao Mo honestly disclosed. Next, I'll probably be staying on the Heaven's Apocalypse continent for a while. I plan to form my own small team and establish a guild. Of course, before I leave, I'll take care of the advanced classes for the 3 academies, so you don't need to worry. Von Kai Fuck asked him with concern. Even though you can form a party at level 30 and establish a guild at level 35,
Growing a guild is no easy task. Do you have a basic foundation laid out yet? He pondered. Right now we have 4 people, but we'll definitely expand quickly. Von Kai-Fuck disagreed and added, that's still too few. You need at least 5. If you don't have suitable candidates yet, you could hold a selection from our 3 academies.
Lao Mo calculated and shared with them. Currently, besides myself, we've locked in 2 others, Huang Thien from Lam Thien Academy and Principal Lang's granddaughter, Lang Nuoc Hai. As for the 4th person, it'll likely be someone from Van Ba Academy. Lang Tiu looked at him in shock. Someone from Van Ba Academy. I have no idea what this kid is thinking. Von Kai-Fuck laughed heartily. You're something else. Huang Thien is the future star of our academy, so you've already started poaching our people. Lao Mo reassuringly confided in Mr. Fuck. Director Vuong, rest assured. Although Huang Thien joined voluntarily, I won't let you guys suffer a loss. If the chance arises in the future, I can help train an outstanding group of Sword Soul Awakeners for you.
Fun Wiet Sin, unwilling to let Vuong Kai-Fuck steal all the thunder, quickly chimed in. Our Mulin Academy has plenty of magic-type talents too. Just say the word if you need any. We'll give you our absolute full cooperation. Lao Mo nodded vaguely. Well discussed that once I've got the guild set up. They'll definitely need magic-type classes and probably quite a few of them. He turned to ask Lang Tiu, principal, what's the current scale and strength of our Thandu Academy's guild? The old man sounded a bit despondent as he shared, to be honest, the situation isn't great. Our academy has been in decline for far too long, leading to a severe brain drain. Right now, the Thandu Academy Guild on the Heavens Apocalypse continent, within the borders of Sia, is considered average at best. It's not much stronger than the academy itself.
Lao Mo frowned and judged. It seems guild development really needs to be prioritized, or time will just keep slipping away. Who's currently in charge of the Thandu Guild? I might need to contact and communicate with them later. Lang Qiu explained to Lao Mo, the guild master of Thandu is our academy's vice principal, Fan Ham Vu. He's 48 years old, a level 64 expert, and has reached the 3rd awakening. He's only 1 step away from the 4th awakening. Lao Mo was surprised. Thandu Academy's vice principal is that strong. But seeing Lang Qiu's expression, a myriad of questions popped into his head. Then why does the principal look so troubled? Von Kai-Fuck gave him a heads up. Vice Principal Fan's talent is truly astonishing. He's the youngest vice principal in the history of Thandu Academy. But his temperament is rather eccentric, and he doesn't get along with Principal Lang. He hasn't returned in years. If you want to contact him, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Lao Mo thought to himself, it seems the relationship between Fan Ham Vu and the principal is quite complicated. Hard to explain in a few words. Still, for Lao Mo's sake, Lang Tiu offered, very well, I'll give you a token. If a chance arises later, you can go meet him once. This token represents the mandate of heaven. Just show this to Fan Ham Vu when you meet him, and it will naturally prove your identity. Lao Mo nodded and accepted it. All right, principal. Right at that moment, Lang Nuoc Hai returned. Grandpa, I'm back. She shyly set down a glass of water next to Lao Mo. Suddenly, Lang Qiu stood up to see off his guests. All right, we've pretty much covered everything we needed to today. We'll discuss the remaining details at a later meeting. Come on, I'll walk you out. Von Kai-Fuck looked confusedly at everyone standing up. But we haven't even had the tea yet. Loi Tuan Kiet hurried him along. If he says let's go, then let's go. It's not like I have any good tea anyway. I'll treat you to some next time. Everyone chatted as they filed out of the room, leaving Lang Nuoc Hai and Lao Mo alone in the room. Both instinctively turned to call out to each other at the exact same time. You. Then awkwardly turned away. Lao Mo gently broke the ice. Ladies first, you go ahead. Lang Nuoc Hai spoke timidly. I never expected you to be at the same academy as me. I came back once before, but I didn't realize it. Then Grandpa forced me to go on a blind date, and I never thought. Seeing her stammer, Lao Mo couldn't help but want to tease her a little more. Never thought what? Lang Nuoc Hai shyly turned to hit him, scolding, You jerk, you're bullying me again. Pouting, she questioned him. A pretty girl just gave you flowers, what was that about? And I even saw her smiling seductively at you. Tell me the truth, what's your relationship with her? Lao Mac could only reply, It has nothing to do with me. Everyone stood outside quietly eavesdropping. Principal, it seems the relationship between Trin Kiem Mac and your granddaughter is quite good. It instantly solved your worries. Truly a cause for celebration and praise. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room turned romantic and pink, so much so that even the people outside could feel it. Everyone coughed in amusement. Ahem, ahem.
Lang Tu gently ushered the group away. All right, you shameless old folks, leave quickly. Relieved, he thought, Trin Kia Mac, am entrusting my precious granddaughter to you. This old man should also take a rest. In front of Fandu Academy, Lang Tu, along with his beloved student Trin Kia Mac and his granddaughter Lang Yuok Hai, chatted as they walked out the school gate. You two should stay in the Heavens Apocalypse continent for a while longer this time. This girl being able to stay with me for half a month has already satisfied me. She's also about to undergo her second awakening, so please help her out more.
Lao Mac calmly turned to look at Lang Tu and replied, Rest assured, Principal, I will take good care of her. I've also arranged everything for the teacher guidance class. Let them practice for now, and I'll check their results when I return. Lang Tu was satisfied with Lao Mac's answer, but still carefully warned him, Good, I'm handing my precious treasure over to you. If you dare bully her, I won't let you off. Lang Yuok Hai felt warmed and nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Lao Mac widened his eyes in fear at the devilish grandfather-granddaughter duo beside him. How would I dare bully her? But right after, Lang Tu turned to his granddaughter with an even stricter warning. You too, control your temper a bit. If you dare bully Trin Kia Mac, I won't let you off either. Knowing his granddaughter's personality well, he feared she would make his grandson-in-law suffer, thinking to himself, It's so hard to find such a good grandson-in-law. Don't let your erratic temper drive him away. Lang Yuok Hai's face paled as she pouted. Grandpa, am I even your granddaughter anymore? With time running short, Lang Tu quickly bid the two farewell to save time. All right, I've said enough instructions. You two should hit the road. Then he turned and walked into the school, leaving a saddened Lang Yuok Hai calling out, Grandpa, behind him. Lao Mac thoughtfully watched Lang Tu's hunched back fade away. Perhaps it's time to schedule the treatment for Principal Lang's hidden illness. If Fandu Academy wants to return to the top, it still needs a healthy and strong Fourth Awakening expert to guard it. Lao Mac then looked straight ahead and declared, Right, we should officially set off too. Scene transition, outskirts of Thunder City. Lao Mac let out a long yawn and said sluggishly, It's been a while since I returned to the Heavens Apocalypse continent. Standing beside him, Lang Yuok Hai took deep, satisfying breaths of the fresh air. Yeah, the air here is much fresher than on the Blue Star continent. Suddenly, Lao Mac said he would take Lang Yuok Hai to meet someone, which surprised her. Meet someone? Who? In a certain room in the Heavens Apocalypse continent. Lang Noki was curious. Who exactly are we going to meet? Sitting next to her, Lao Mac heard a shout outside the door and replied, My good brother, and also our teammate in our future guild. He's here. Suddenly, Wang Thian's voice rang out as he drunkenly staggered in, holding a bottle of wine and slurring his words. Lao Mac, let me tell you, as a person, you still need to be a bit hardworking. Look at me, I am almost level 32 now. Shouldn't you put in some effort too? Huan Thian's face was flushed red. Drunk, he looked at Lao Mac smugly. Don't waste any more time, hurry up and train for your second awakening. Otherwise, I'll be embarrassed for you. Hick. Suddenly, Lao Mac's level 30 status caught Huang Thian's eye, making him spit out the wine in his mouth in shock. You've also reached the second awakening. So fast? Lao Mac arrogantly challenged him. What's wrong, you don't believe it? Or should we have a spar and see? Intimidated, Huang Thian quickly shook his head. No need, no need. Then he turned, pointed at Lang Yuok Hai, who was drinking tea nearby, and concluded, this girl must be my sister-in-law, right? Nice to meet you. Please take care of me from now on. Hearing the words sister-in-law, Lang Yuok Hai was so startled she spat all the tea in her mouth onto the two of them. Right at that moment, Lai Min Hao also walked in blankly, staring at the wet scene in front of him. Are you guys hosting a water festival or something? Wang Thian looked at him in confusion. Who is this? Lao Mac smoothly introduced him and then announced his plan. This is Lai Min Hao from Van Ba Academy. All right, with that, everyone is here. I invited you all here today to announce that I'm preparing to form a team. Lai Min Hao was surprised. Boss is preparing to establish a guild. Huang Thian reminded him, a guild can only be formed after level 35, and we need at least 5 people. We only have 4. Lao Mac quickly explained, Don't worry. The condition for establishing our team is to wait until I reach level 35. Right now, I formally invite you all to join my team and become the first-generation members of the guild. He turned to look at everyone and asked, Does anyone have any objections? Feel free to speak your mind. But immediately in the next breath, he acted indifferently and dismissed them.
Even if you do speak up, I won't listen. If anyone truly doesn't want to join, we can just skip it. This left Huang Thien standing nearby, utterly perplexed. However, because he cherished his best bro so much, Huang Thien ignored Lao Mac's eccentric temper and dove right in. Who doesn't want to join? If anyone doesn't want to, I'll be the first to have a problem with them. Alive, am a person of the guild. Dead, am a ghost of the guild. If you want to destroy our guild, you'll have to step over my dead body. Lao Mac took the opportunity to tease him further. But some people here happen to be geniuses from Lam Thien Academy. Aren't you afraid of a bad influence? Easily provoked, Huang Thien slammed his wine bottle onto the table and aggressively declared, "What genius? I'll join wherever I please. Regardless, I'm definitely joining." Lao Mac then turned to Li Minhao and preemptively warned him, "I won't hide it from you. Right now I have a conflict with your school. Vamba Academy now considers me an enemy. If you want to join my team, you'll have to cut all ties with them from now on. Despite that, are you still willing?" Astonished, Li Minhao pointed at himself and asked, "Boss, did I hear that right? Do I really have a chance too?" Then, without hesitation, he downed a glass of wine in one gulp. He flipped the cup upside down as proof and said, "Of course I'm ready to join." Lao Mac happily announced, "Then starting today, our team is officially established. In the future, our guild will be named Eternal Zenith." His heart surged with anticipation. This guild name. Just like in my previous life. Here, I will also bear this name to return to the absolute peak. The four of them put their hands together in strong determination. Let's reach the zenith of heaven's apocalypse. Thrilled, Huang Thien asked Lao Mac, "So, esteemed guildmaster, what is our next goal?" He made a quick calculation and replied, "Next, our target is the Blood Crow Castle." Lai Minhao was curious. Blood Crow Castle? What kind of place is that? Huang Thien explained with a serious face. Blood Crow Castle is an outdoor arena that allows awakened ones from level 20 to level 50 to engage in free combat. You can earn some rewards and resources while also honing your own combat skills. After explaining, Huang Thien asked Lao Mac in confusion, "But there are so many dungeons around Thunder City. Why choose that place?" Lao Mac clarified for everyone. There are 3 reasons. First, the team was just formed and everyone's strength is still quite weak. It needs to be rapidly improved. Second, I am currently short on money and need a platform to earn cash quickly. And third, to quickly get Lang Nuok Hai her second awakening and to help her exact revenge. Huang Thien looked at Lang Nuok Hai curiously. Revenge? What revenge? Lao Mac briefly explained, Nuok Hai was previously scammed by an unscrupulous merchant at the Blood Crow Castle. So this time, it's perfectly convenient. While training, we can also help her get revenge. Angrily, Lang Nuok Hai recounted, that ruthless old geezer went way too far. If it weren't for him, things would have been different. Huang Thien nodded in understanding, so that's how it is. He slung his arm around Lao Mac's shoulder and boldly declared, "Since becoming teammates, we are brothers, brothers in arms. Let alone the fact that the person bullied is my sister-in-law. This grudge must definitely be avenged." Scene transition. Blood Crow Castle. Remembering something, Lao Mac immediately halted. Wait a minute, I think I forgot to mention something important. Everyone instinctively looked at him. What is it? Do you have a new plan? Lao Mac asked sheepishly. How much money does everyone have in their pockets right now? It seems my money isn't enough to pay the registration fee. Li Minhao and Lang Nuok Hai respectively revealed their funds with worry. I currently have over 500 gold coins. I don't know if that's enough. I only have over 80 gold coins. It's a pity that all my money was scammed by that ruthless old geezer. Lao Mac didn't dare speak up, thinking sadly, my money was used to craft the Tier 2000 Blades umbrella before, so there's very little left now. Suddenly, Huang Thien boastfully pulled out a bag of money with a gleeful and confident expression. Not enough money? Come to me. I've got money flowing like water, making a fortune every single day. He even took the chance to tease Lao Mac a bit, so our captain turns out to be this poor. No way, absolutely no way. Lao Mac brazenly snatched the bag of money Huang Thien had worked so hard to earn, then shoved him aside. I'm so sorry, but I am both the captain and the guildmaster. Your assets have been forcibly confiscated by the guild. In my hands, what goes in never comes back out. Lao Mac thought carefully. All our money combined isn't even enough to participate in the intermediate arena. We can only barely register for the beginner bracket, and in the initial stage, we are not allowed to lose. Li Minhao was puzzled. The beginner bracket is for those who just entered the second awakening like us. I think that's pretty good. Belligerent as always, Huang Tian aggressively chimed in. If we want a challenge, we should definitely start from the strongest. Why not give all the money to me? I'll register straight for the advanced bracket and risk it all to change our lives.
Lao Max stuffed the money into his pocket and led the way. Let's go. Well, take a look inside before deciding. Scene transition, in the lobby of Blood Crow Castle. Huang Tian stared at the crowd in front of him in sheer amazement. There are so many people. Suddenly, a familiar peddling voice rang out, catching Lang Yuokhai's attention. Passers-by, don't miss out. I have premium life-saving items here. The prices are high but reasonable, absolutely no scams. She recognized it and angrily shouted to the others, It's him. That's the sinister man who scammed me out of all my money. The man smirked at Lao Mac's group and retorted, Whether you buy or not, you won't lose out, and you won't be scammed. Feel free to just take a look. Lao Mac looked at the man with interest, as if he had already known him. So it is him. This guy just has a bit of a thick beard. He doesn't look like an old geezer at all. Huan Tian was startled and asked, Lao Mac, you recognize him? Looking at the man, he confirmed it. Before, when I heard Nuoki's description, I had a hunch. I didn't expect it to actually be him. Wei Than, in my past life, this guy was famous as a sinister level 96 Soul Reaper, self-proclaimed as Heaven's Apocalypse's #1 schemer. He always loved pulling off cons and scams, not because of a character flaw, but simply because he enjoyed the thrill of tricking others. Lao Max secretly devised a plan. His goods really haven't changed, just standing here selling scams as always. It seems I have a new target. Of course, I'll make him suffer a bit first, preferably by shaving off that beard of his. Wei Than continued to beckon. Come on, feel free to take a look, everyone. Lao Max stepped forward, pretending to fall for the trap, and asked, Boss, how much is this invisibility potion? He picked up the potion bottle to examine it. Are you sure this isn't a fake? Wei Than put on a highly credible face and stated firmly, How could it be fake? I always prioritize trust in my business. These are all authentic goods. If it's fake, it'll compensate you tenfold. Lao Mac's face lit up as if he had struck gold. Compensate tenfold? Are you telling the truth? Wei Than was certain. Of course it's the truth. When I say compensate tenfold, I mean it. I absolutely don't deceive anyone. But he schemed inwardly. Hee. Absolutely no deceiving is true, but you're just a youngster. Don't blame me, you fat, juicy prey. Lao Mac asked for the price. How many gold coins does this invisibility potion sell for? Wei Than happily welcomed the customer and quoted the price. This one. It only costs 80 gold coins per vial. Hesitating, Lao Mac started to bargain. 80 gold coins is a bit expensive. Can you give me a slight discount? With deep calculating eyes, Lao Mu persuaded Lao Mac. My friend, this is a PK divine artifact. When you take this to the solo matches later, who knows? You might just advance another round. The money you'll earn then will be far more than this. Seeing your sincerity, I'll sell it to you for 75 gold coins. He thought to himself, this kid looks so inexperienced at first glance. It seems I'll make quite a hefty profit today. Standing behind him, Huang Tian and Nuokhai were confused and asked Lao Mac, Are you sure you want to buy it? Lao Mac, we only have over 1,000 gold coins right now. It's not enough to go around. You still want to spend 75 gold coins on an invisibility potion? Adding fuel to the fire, Lao Ngui slickly offered, My friend, if you need to buy a lot, I can give you a further discount. 70 gold coins per vial, how about that? Lao Mac pretended to be surprised and quickly agreed to buy them. Really? Then I'll take 4 vials, one for each of us. This caused Huang Tian and Nuokhai to freeze in panic. Muethan pulled out 4 vials and handed them to him. All right, deal. Lao Mac looked at the blue potions and smirked. 70 gold coins a bottle, transaction complete. 3 fakes and 1 real. Should I praise you for having a conscience or for being too cunning? He continued to act, looking up with an innocent face and asked, I'm still a bit worried about whether I bought fake goods. You're not planning to scam me, are you? Lao Nui assured him, rest easy. A person from Xia country doesn't scam their own people. If there are any quality issues, I will compensate 10 times the transaction value. But in his heart, he thought something entirely different. With this kind of invisibility potion, there is no way to tell the real from the fake before using it. There's no need to test it by drinking a bottle. Frowning, Lao Mac refused and made a request. No, I think we should still test it a bit. Why don't you drink 1 vial to test it out and we'll all see? Wei Than laughed wildly. Are you absolutely sure? This isn't cheap.
It could have helped you go further in the solo matches. Wouldn't it be a shame to waste a vial now? If you insist on testing it, it's not impossible. But let me make it clear first. If you waste this vial, that's on you. I won't give you another one. Lao Mac agreed to the deal. All right, as long as it's genuine, I'll take full responsibility.
Seeing the commotion, the crowd gradually gathered and began gossiping. What's going on here? Why are there so many people? Some idiot bought invisibility potions and keeps insisting the seller take a sip. Taking a sip won't do anything. If it's really fake, the seller already has a way to deal with it. And letting the seller choose which one to drink? What kind of logic is that? We might as well ignore this. Smug, Lao and Wee pulled out one bottle. All right then, if you insist on trying, I can't stop you. It really is such a waste. He mocked inwardly. This foolish kid definitely didn't expect that out of these 4 bottles, one is real, and I've already messed with the label beforehand so I can recognize it. Then he drank the potion. Then I'll drink it. Unaware that he had already fallen into Lao Mac's trap, Lao and Wee gleefully jumped around. In just 1 second, I can become invisible. Don't regret this. See, I told you it was genuine. You were too careful. Hasn't it just gone to waste now? I'm currently on your left. You can't see me, right? Everyone was stunned, then started cursing loudly. Hey, did I see that right? This guy definitely drank the invisibility potion. Plot twist. The invisibility potion he sells is fake. Profiteer. Selling fake potions. Weethan looked down in his 2 hands in disbelief. How is this possible? I clearly chose the real bottle to drink. Lao Mac shook a potion bottle and taunted Nui Than. Are you looking for this bottle? 3 fakes and 1 real. Trying to use this method to scam? You're still too green. He laughed inwardly. Oh, Lao Nui, your counterfeiting is so flawless that ordinary people can hardly tell the difference. Too bad you ran into me. Blame yourself for talking too much in your past life. You told me everything. Huan Thien, Nuoc Hai, and Min Hao spoke up, feeling both relieved and bewildered. This bad guy, turns out he had a plan all along making us worry for nothing. I was wondering why you bought 4 vials of a 70 gold coin potion. Turns out it was to demand 10 times the compensation. You really know how to make money, Lao Mac. Worthy of being the boss. But this guy looks scruffy and his clothes are quite ordinary. I wonder if he can even afford the 2,800 gold coins compensation. Suddenly, Min Hao shouted, Huh? Wait, he's trying to run. In a flash, Lao and Wee had sprinted far away, yelling, I can't pay back 2,800 gold coins. Just consider the stuff on the counter my gift to you. Goodbye. Dissatisfied, Huan Thien complained, a bunch of fakes. They're definitely not even worth 10 gold coins. This profiteer is truly detestable. Min Hao looked around and asked in confusion, Wait, where did the boss go? Boom. Lao Mac had already caught up to Nui Than. Frightened, he knelt down and surrendered. Wait, I yield. Don't do anything rash. At Bloodcrow Castle, you can only kill at will inside the arena. If you maliciously PK here, the guards will instantly throw you in jail. Let me tell you beforehand, I have no money, only my life. Take it if you want. Nui Than looked at Lao Mac and pondered. This guy struck first and took me down in a single move. So strong. It seems I've run into a tough opponent today. Lao Mac accepted with satisfaction. Deal. I want your life. Trembling, Weethan repeatedly asked, Are you really planning to kill someone outside Bloodcrow Castle? Have you thought this through? Scowling, Lao Mac handed him a piece of paper. When did I say I wanted to kill you? Sign this contract. Weethan slowly opened his eyes to look. Not killing me. A contract. What kind of contract? Weethan was shocked reading the contract. An indentured servitude contract? Hey, are your tastes that extreme? You even covet my body. Impatient, Lao Mac scolded, Cut the crap, are you going to sign or not? Resigned, Lao Nui signed the pact with Lao Mac. All right. I've been caught by you guys, there's no other choice but to sign this unequal contract. He thought, I can't pay the 2,800 gold, nor can I escape. This person's strength is terrifying. Following him might not be a bad thing. Who knows, I might even make a fortune. As soon as he belonged to Lao Mac, Lao Nui shamelessly lunged forward to beg, I've signed it. When are we going to eat? It's been days since I'd had a hot meal with good food. Lao Mac took the contract and smiled, Want to eat? No problem. He tossed it to Lao Nui and ordered, Here's 200 coins. Go register for the solo matches first. Win 10 consecutive matches and then come back to find me. Hearing this, the others all protested. 10 consecutive wins? A 10-win streak isn't easy to achieve, and those 200 gold coins might end up completely wasted. But Lao Mac said nothing and turned away.
then sat down on a chair. Lao Ngui seriously reassessed Lao Mak. Could it be that he has already seen through me? He issued instructions. Same for you guys. Next, everyone go register for the solo matches. I highly expect you to achieve the goal of a 10-win streak. Huan Thian, Min Hao, your goals are a 12-win streak in the intermediate zone and an 8-win streak, respectively. Whether you succeed or fail, remember to bring me the video recording of the match. If you two complete your goals, there will be extra dishes today. Otherwise, it's a vegetarian diet for today. Huang Thian tried to persuade Lao Mak again. Lao Mak, how about we reconsider this? We only have a little money left now. If we register for the competition and lose even one match, we'll lose all the registration money. All right, we should still save our energy for the arena. Everyone, hurry up and register now. Left speechless, they had no choice but to listen. All right, you're the captain after all. No matter the outcome, I'll support you. Me too, I'll listen to the master. No, I'll follow the captain's arrangements. Same here. Old Wei suddenly asked, I just wanted to say something real quick. How many consecutive wins have you set as your goal? Old Mo shrugged and replied, when did I ever say I was participating in the solo matches? You guys go participate in the solo matches. As the captain, I'll naturally be staying here to cheer you all on. Old Wei grumbled in dissatisfaction. Well, isn't that nice? We'll be fighting for our lives in the arena while you sit here sipping tea and watching the show. You. Wine Tian walked over, threw an arm around him, covered his mouth, and dragged him away. All right, we'll firmly carry out the captain's orders. Besides, you don't have a say in this anyway, so stop talking so much. Old Mo looked at them, feeling a mix of amusement and worry. Today's meal will definitely just be vegetables, I'm sure of it. I need to go make some money, otherwise everyone will actually end up starving. Scene cuts to the Blood Crow Keep's intermediate zone, at the arena. Solo Max Sector F382. Two opponents are currently locked in combat. The red-haired guy, who is still standing strong, mocked his opponent. Chu Kai Cheng, you're already exhausted, you better just surrender. Out of respect for your father, I can spare your life. The blonde guy clutched his chest, panting heavily. Cut the crap. Outside the arena, everyone scrambled to place bets and buy tickets for the match. 5574. He Yongsheng is about to win again. He's already won 15 matches in a row. 3958. Shu Kai Cheng might be a second awakening Tiger Emperor, but against the Poison King, he's totally outmatched. Hurry, place your bets on He Yongsheng while you still can. Let's make some easy money. Go He Yongsheng, beat him. A female staff member approached Old Mo and asked, Sir, I see this is your first time here, right? Would you like me to explain how the betting works? He refused immediately. No need. Just help me place a bet on contestant 3958 Chu Kai Cheng to win. She reminded him, Sir, currently contestant 3958 Chu Kai Cheng is at a disadvantage. The current odds are 1 to 2.1. How much would you like to bet? Old Mo handed her the money and instructed, bet 700 gold coins. Put it all on him. The girl double-checked. Are you sure you want to bet 700 gold coins on contestant 3958? His performance right now isn't looking too good. Old Mo remained firm in his decision. I'm sure. Just go ahead and place the bet for me. She took out a box of red tokens, handed it to him, and instructed, All right, here's your betting information. Please keep it safe. After the match ends, if you win, you can come here to exchange it for gold coins. Old Mo took it. Got it. Thanks. Everyone who overheard Old Mo's conversation laughed in disbelief. Am I hearing things? Shu Kai Cheng is about to lose. His opponent He Yongsheng has won 15 matches straight, yet someone is actually betting on him, and 700 gold coins at that. He must be a newbie. Doesn't know a thing and only cares about the high odds. He's definitely going to lose it all this time. Another person walked up to place a bet. Hello, miss. I'll bet on contestant 5547 He Yongsheng to win. 500 gold coins. Old Mo picked up a token, feeling a bit regretful. After deducting the registration fees, this is all the money our team has left. It's a shame we can only make this much in the first round. The voice from the TV announced, What drama? The second awakening Tiger Emperor, in critical condition, unleashes a final strike. A last-second counter kill to defeat King He Yongsheng and claim victory in this match. Congratulations to contestant 3958 Chu Kai Cheng for defeating contestant 5547 He Yongsheng and advancing to the next round. Everyone was enraged by the sudden reversal and yelled out, This! How is this possible?
He was practically exhausted, yet he still managed to counter-kill He Sheng. Unbelievable. Damn it, what rotten luck. I worked so hard to launder all that betting money earlier. He Sheng is totally useless. He couldn't even beat someone 2 levels below him. What a load of crap. Poison King with 15 consecutive wins. He's just trash. The girl walked over and handed the money to old Mo, congratulating him. Sir, it seems your luck is quite good. Your wager has doubled, reaching 1470 gold coins. The people who looked down on him earlier were now filled with envy. This guy's luck is insane. Just placing a random bet and winning this big. I'm so jealous. If only I had that kind of luck. Old Mo looked at the pile of tokens in his hands and smiled in delight. 700 gold instantly turned into 1470 gold. Truly, hitting the jackpot is the only way to make money this fast. Betting on Chu Kai Cheng to win wasn't about relying on dumb luck for a big payout like those people thought. Even though He Sheng had the upper hand in that match, with my experience, I could still tell that the Poison King had limits to his stamina. In the end, the winner was bound to be the Tiger Emperor Chu Kai Cheng. She asked him, Sir, would you like me to exchange the 1470 gold coins for you right now? Old Mo shook his head. That won't be necessary for now. He calculated in his head. It's still early. They probably haven't reached their 10-win goal yet. I'll take this chance to play a couple more rounds. Hopefully, I can earn a bit more before they finish. Old Mo then told her, Next, help me bet on contestant 8827, 1,470 gold coins. Put it all in. The staff girl was startled. Huh? You want to go all in? Old Mo confirmed firmly, go all in. Everyone loudly buzzed with gossip. Wow, kid, is this guy crazy? Placing such a huge bet without even blinking. Hasn't he ever heard of quitting while you're ahead? He just got lucky earlier and made a big sum. Now he wants to try again. He's way too greedy. He's definitely going to lose everything this time. This brat is still too green. The screen announced that Old Mo's chosen contestant had won yet again. At the final moment, number 8827 counterattacks once again from a desperate situation, recreating a spectacular counter-kill with minimal HP. Let's congratulate number 8827 for winning this match. Everyone was green with envy. Another counter-kill with 1 HP. How is that possible? He guessed right again. How can his luck be this good? Damn it. Suddenly, someone spoke up to defend him. Have you idiots still not realized? That guy is obviously an expert. Good thing I followed his bet in time and made a neat little profit. The staff girl said excitedly, Sir, you've won again. Your winnings have now exceeded 18,000 gold coins. Old Mo coldly replied, I know. She then asked, May I ask if you'd like to continue betting? Old Mo nodded and told the staff girl, Let's stop here for now. Please help me cash out my winnings, thank you. He thought to himself, it's getting late, their solo matches should be over by now. Time to head back. Scene cuts to the meeting room. Old Mo saw Ming Hao and asked, How many matches did you win? Ming Hao dejectedly reported, I only won 3 matches. In the 4th match, I ran into an opponent who was 6 levels higher than me, and I ended up losing. Old Mo asked, Did you bring the video recording? Ming Hao took out a USB drive and handed it to Old Mo. Brought it right here. He gestured, Take a seat. How are you feeling right now? Ming Hao said sadly, I only have one feeling, and that is that I am way too weak. Old Mo reassured and encouraged Li Ming Hao. Don't be too down on yourself. It's a good thing to be able to properly recognize your own shortcomings. But don't be too insecure either. You have to believe in yourself. Later, when everyone gets out, I'll help you all analyze and summarize things. Ming Hao exclaimed happily, That's great. Captain, please definitely guide me more. A while later, everyone else had arrived. Huan Tian chattered on non-stop, causing the other 2 to turn red. How did you guys do? Did you all fail? It's fine, this young master lost too. I only made it to the 4th match. But do you see me getting cocky? Well, just try again tomorrow. What's the big deal? It's just a vegetarian meal. It's not like it's inedible. Wei Shen skipped over, dancing and singing. This old man is reliving his wild youth, yellow hound on the left, green falcon on the right. Looks like your old man hasn't lost his touch. My blade is still sharp. I breezed through these 10 consecutive wins with no sweat. Huan Tian was shocked and asked everyone, What? My ears aren't playing tricks on me, right? You won 10 matches in a row. Old Wei nodded and replied, You heard right. 10 consecutive wins is my record. You can even check it. Rushi's eyes went wide with disbelief. This bad uncle actually managed to win 10 matches in a row. Wang Tian leaned in and whispered to Old Wei to see if he used any dirty tricks. Old Wei immediately went into his salesman routine.
But of course, look at this, it's called the Stinking Kick Great Power Pill. When an enemy is hit by it, their HP will constantly drain, dealing up to 2,000 points of damage.
Old Mo smiled as he observed Wei Shen. Although Wei Shen seems unreliable on the surface, in terms of actual strength, he's much stronger than them. He just likes to mess around a bit, but paired with Huang Tian, it definitely livens up the atmosphere. Everyone rushed to buy Old Wei's items. Give me one, put it on my tab. I want some too, 5 pills. Give this young master 10 pills. Old Wei reminded them, one at a time, don't rush, there's plenty for everyone. Old Mo exposed Old Wei's trick. All right, there's no such thing as a stinking kick great power pill. You guys are getting scammed by him again. The three of them suddenly realized it. Ah, you tricked us. Old Wei slyly added, all sales are final, no refunds. Old Mo threw a stack of cash onto the table and gestured. All right, considering today's mission completion rate is 1 to 3, as per the rules, you all only get a vegetarian dinner tonight. Here's 200 gold coins. After you've had your fill, bring your combat videos from today and come find me in room 301. Ming Hao surprisingly called out, Captain, aren't you eating with us? You must be preparing for the upcoming lecture, right? You work so hard. Wei Shen threw an arm over Ming Hao's shoulder and mocked, little assassin, don't think too highly of our captain. From what I know, he just came back from gorging himself at the food court. Ming Hao innocently half believed it. Really? The captain secretly went off to eat all by himself. Surprisingly, the old man hit the nail on the head this time. Hearing that, Old Mo flushed red and quickly ran off. Old man, you just love ruining things for me, don't you? Just wait till later. I'll show you the true meaning of suffering. Scene cuts to room 301. Old Mo quickly said, since everyone is here, let's officially begin our match analysis. Old Wei, bring your combat video here first. Wei Shen got full of himself and joked, oh, as the only one who passed today, it makes perfect sense for me to be held up as a shining example. I gotta say, our captain really has a great eye for talent. Old Wei suddenly paused and asked, wait a second, where did you get the money to rent such a luxurious room? You wouldn't happen to be embezzling from our public funds and stealing our money, would you? Subconsciously following Old Wei's lead, Huang Tian also scolded him. How could you? Captain, how could you betray my trust in you? Annoyed, Old Mo pulled out an even larger bag of money to show them and explained, stop making wild guesses. While you guys were fighting, I took a trip to the casino and brought home the bacon for everyone. Huang Qian excitedly yelled, Old Mo, you even know how to gamble. Old Wei dropped to one knee, trembling with joy. You definitely have to teach me this, Godfather. He waved his hand and pulled up the video for everyone to start watching. Old Wei's combat mechanics. He paused the video and asked, tell me what you guys think. Everyone had the same shocked reaction after watching Old Wei's video. Uncle, you're incredibly strong. At first, I thought you only knew how to scam people. Yeah, I thought you were just a con artist too. I never expected you to be this powerful. Damn it, and he even lied to us, saying it was the Stinking Kick Great Power Pill. Turns out the Sword Saint class uses this skill. I have to admit, Sword Saints really are that powerful. Old Y pretended to complain while basking in the praise. All right, I get it. If you keep praising me like this, I'm going to start blushing. Old Mo pointed out Wei Shen's weaknesses. Old Y's control is excellent, and he uses various debuffs with great proficiency. But his reaction time is a bit slow. Whenever he faces a high agility class, he's at a severe disadvantage. However, Wei Shen disagreed with that assessment and shot back. It's not that bad. I fought 10 matches here, and I haven't met a single worthy opponent. The two quickly got into a dispute. Oh, seems like you're not convinced. How about a quick sparring session? Let's spar then. It's not like you can go all out in the outside world anyway. But if you want to spar, there's got to be a little prize on the line. Old Mo took the opportunity to point at Old Y's beard and set a condition. Deal. If you beat me, that previous slave contract of yours is voided. But if you lose, you have to shave off that beard of yours. Old Wei muttered, fine, I'll shave it. Listening to you, you think you're guaranteed to win. Old Mo sprang up and walked out. Let's go. Open up a private duel room. Half an hour later. Old Wei was utterly defeated and had to shave off his mustache and beard. Humph. What's the big deal? It's just a shave. I'm still incredibly handsome without it. Everyone comforted Old Wei. All right, stop acting tough. Just cry if you want to. You've got to admit defeat this time, right? You bad uncle. He suddenly stopped and announced.
Since everyone is convinced, starting tomorrow, before you register for your matches, everyone will train with me for an extra 2 hours. Everyone complied. No problem, Captain. He didn't forget to point at Old Wei and set a price. As for you, the training fee is 300 coins per hour. Old Wei was startled and confused. Why are you charging me? Old Mo grinned from ear to ear, blatantly extorting him. Didn't you sell them your stinking kick ascension pills? You made quite a bit of money, didn't you? Hand it all over.
Wei Shen indignantly screamed, That's so unfair. With fees like that, when will I ever pay off my debts? Afterwards, Wan Tian also had private training sessions with Old Mo. He quickly achieved his goal. The Eternal Zenith team, led by Huang Tian, has defeated their opponents, completing a 10-match win streak in the solo tournament. Ming Hao also had extra tutoring sessions with Old Mo, but unfortunately, his strength still wasn't overwhelming enough. Contestant Li Ming Hao of the Eternal Zenith team has fallen in the 8th match of the solo tournament. This is the 3rd time he has failed his 10-win streak. However, his performance is steadily improving, and his future is highly anticipated. Ruoshi also had private tutoring sessions with Old Mo. She quickly caught up with her opponents. Currently on the field is contestant Ling Ruoshi of the Eternal Zenith team. Her opponent is Ghost Sword Li Wang Yu, who is on a 9-match win streak. Ling Ruoshi is going toe-to-toe with her opponent, showing immense potential. Both are aiming to secure their 10th consecutive win. Everyone watched the match intently. Everyone crowded around Old Mo asking for tips. Boss, who are you betting on today? Can you give me some insider info? Lately, we've been able to make some money, all thanks to your help. Thank you so much. I have a small gift, please accept it. Yeah, me too. Somewhere, someone was watching him through a camera. Is that him? The female staff member reported sternly, yes. He registered under the name Cheng Qian Mo. Over the past few days, he has placed a total of 56 bets at the casino, with a win rate of nearly 90%, winning close to 20,000 gold coins. What's more, his predictions are incredibly accurate, and many people have started copying his bets. If this continues, the casino might suffer heavy losses. But the man didn't believe it at all and offered his own hypothesis. Only betting on wins and losses. The casino has so many ways to play, yet this is the only one with no element of chance. In other words, he's relying purely on foresight and genuine skill. He asked, what kind of team data do they have? She quickly opened the information file and reported. His team members only ever participate in solo matches, and they always aim for win streaks. Initially, only one person could manage it, but now 2 of them have secured consecutive wins. He calculated 10 consecutive wins. It seems he's testing the waters of the arena's strength, using the matches to gauge and sharpen his own skills. The staff girl hastily reassured him. We dispatched an internal team long ago. But suddenly, one of their members got a lot stronger and managed to secure a victory. She bowed deeply. Boss, please rest assured. The next one stepping into the arena will be Shen Shuyun. We guarantee they won't have any chance of winning again. The man revealed an expectant smile. Good, I hope she doesn't disappoint me. Let's see just how strong they really are. Under the fierce barrage of attacks, Ghost Sword Li Wang Yu lost consciousness. The victor is Ling Ruoshi from the Eternal Zenith team, with 9 consecutive wins. She held her head high with pride, finally reached level 30. Just one more win and I'll reach the goal. That bad guy's teachings actually worked. Wei Shen observed the match and said excitedly, just one more win, and this little girl can start preparing for her second awakening. But Old Mo, standing next to him, remained on high alert. You should know it won't be that simple. Wei Shen turned to look at him in surprise. So you've noticed too. Although Old Mo didn't say it out loud, he already knew. Since 2 days ago, your opponents haven't been the same as before, but you and Wang Tian are just too strong so they couldn't beat you. As for Ruoshi and Li Ming Hao, they're facing a bit of pressure. He blamed himself. It's because I was too flashy. The arena organizers can't sit still anymore. Wei Shen shivered as he reevaluated Old Mo. I've been hustling here for ages, so it's only natural that I know the arena's secrets. But how does this guy know? Could it really just be based on his observation skills? That's terrifying. Ling Ruoshi's next match was about to begin. The organizer introduced, up next is the arena's king of 100 victories, the second awakening archer Shen Shuyun. She enthusiastically greeted Ruoshi. We meet again, little sister. It's been half a month, did you miss me? However, Ruoshi felt no goodwill toward her, frowning with attitude. You again. Who are you calling little sister? Are we really that close? The crowd below roared wildly. Since it was a battle between 2 powerhouses, the arena was hotter than ever.
It's Shen Shu-yun. She's a second awakening archer. She's already reached level 32. She's the contestant who holds the title of the arena's king of 100 victories. Can this little girl really beat her? Go Shen Shu-yun. Shen Shu-yun, moi.
Shen Shu-yun mocked Ruoshi. What's wrong, little sister? Do you still want to fight? If not, then just surrender. Ruoshi smirked. Surrender? You have no idea how much I've been looking forward to meeting you again, and completely fired up right now. The gamblers at the casino also started to ponder. It's Shen Shu-yun. This little girl is definitely going to lose. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and place your bets. Shen Shu-yun is guaranteed to win. The boss hasn't made his move yet. Wait a minute. What's there to doubt? She's a higher level and an archer. Ling Ruoshi is guaranteed to lose. Wei Shen glanced at old Mo and said cautiously, Boss, what do you think? How about we bet on Shen Shu-yun this time? I know it's a bit unfair to our little Shi, but we could still make a tidy profit. Old Mo angrily yelled at Wei Shen, Are you underestimating Ruoshi, or are you underestimating my teachings? Old Mo shouted, 20,000 gold coins. I'm betting it all on Ling Ruoshi to win. Wei Shen was startled and reminded old Mo, Hey, have you thought this through? If you go all in and lose, we'll all be drinking the Northwest wind tonight. Irritated, he threatened Wei Shen, Shut up. If you say another word, I'm doubling your training fee. Very quickly, the casino split into two opposing factions, arguing loudly. The boss is betting on Ling Ruoshi. Are we still following him? Is it possible the arena set a trap to make us lose big? Whatever, I still trust the boss and following his bet. I'm betting on Ling Ruoshi too. Humph. I don't believe his luck will hold out forever. I'm betting on Shen Shu-yun. Meanwhile, the staff was reporting Cheng Qian Mo's situation to the man in charge. He just placed his bet. This time he went all in with all his previous winnings. But this time the house didn't follow his bet, so the odds are astonishingly high. He asked again, he went all in. For this match? The female staff member confidently continued. That's right. Boss, don't worry, Shen Shu-yun is our team's king of 100 victories. And she has already defeated this opponent 3 times before. There definitely won't be any surprises. He suddenly yelled, They've fought 3 times already? Startled, the girl replied, Why yes, that's right. Hearing that, he flew into a rage and cursed, Idiots. In the arena, the match quickly got underway. The king of 100 victories, Shen Shu-yun versus Eternal Zenith's Ling Ruoshi. Begin. Ruoshi accelerated and charged forward with her distant spear dance. Shen Shu-yun got into position and charged as well. Why haven't you improved at all? It's the exact same opening move. Truly nothing new. Unexpectedly, Ruoshi pulled back her battle spear. Then she immediately switched to Sky Strike, slashing across Shen Shu-yun's waist. As she was sent flying, a thought flashed through her mind. How can this little girl change her moves so fast? Oh no, she can't dodge it, she's about to get comboed. Nyakai agilely slips behind Tham Thuc Van and launches a series of strikes into her back, making her HP drop rapidly. Struggling through the pain, Tham Thuc Van spins around and draws her gun to fire. Nyakai immediately jumps back to keep a safe distance. Tham Thuc Van stares in terror at Long. Nyaki's miraculous transformation. Looking at the glowing patterns behind her, she can't believe it. In the blink of an eye, Long Nyakai executed 5 consecutive strikes. Is she still a first awakening player? Her control is truly impressive. Panting heavily, she asks, That's definitely not a maneuver you could pull off yourself. Who taught you that? Nyakai laughs gleefully. How about it? Impressed yet? It's not too late to forfeit. Tham Thuc Van stands up, her eyes narrowing with determination. This brat is different now. I can't keep playing around with her. I need to utilize my range advantage to create distance. I absolutely cannot let her get close this time. She shouts, I was careless just now, but I'm getting serious from here on out, little brat. As soon as she finished speaking, Tham Thuc Van fires 3 consecutive shots. Fatal barrage. Nyoki stands frozen in shock. 2 consecutive skills. I can't dodge them. As bullets rain down on her, Nyoki recalls what Lao Mok taught her. Tham Thuc Van usually starts with a 2-skill combo. If you feel your reflexes aren't fast enough to dodge every bullet, then you must pour all your effort into dodging the final fatal shot. As long as you can dodge the final bullet, you'll have a chance to counterattack while your opponent is vulnerable. Nyoki listens to her heart and successfully evades the fatal shot. Tham Thuc Van's jaw drops in disbelief. What? She dodged it? Immediately after, Nyoki sprints behind Tuk Van. She instantly senses the danger and runs away. This is bad. I'm about to get comboed again. Then she uses forced golden body to immediately stand up. For 1.5 seconds, the user becomes invincible. Nucky shows no surprise. She continues to channel her power, and her spear quickly glows with gathered energy at the tip. As expected, it's just like that bad guy predicted. Nucky releases a massive burst of energy, causing an explosion. Damtuk Van is sent flying, her HP dropping to critical levels. Damtuk Van is horrified. Even her recovery time is so fast now. How did she get this strong in just half a month? Seeing Nucky approaching with murderous intent, Damtuk Van trembles and begs, "Don't kill me!" Nucky glares at her with contempt and threatens, "Kill you? What are you thinking? This is just a match. If you yield, then just forfeit."
But Nyokai has no idea that Tam Thuk Van is playing dirty, secretly preparing her gun behind her back. "All right, I'll forfeit. I never expected you to grow this much after not seeing each other for a while. It really makes me jealous." She starts to say, "I forfeit," but right before saying the last word, Tam Thuk Van suddenly draws her gun and pulls the trigger, drowning out her words as she shoots point blank at Nyokai. The crowd shouts in anger. Did I see that right? Did Tam Thuk Van just sneak attack her? To fake a surrender and sneak attack a First Awakening player, she has no shame at all. Another person defends Tam Thuk Van. The referee hasn't declared the match over, so it's not a foul. If there's anyone to blame, you can only blame that little girl for being too inexperienced. The man sitting in the observation room leisurely swirls his wine glass while watching the battle. Foolish girl. Her talent isn't bad, but she's too naive. It looks like I've won today's bet. Trin Kiamak. Our Blood Raven Arena won't hesitate to take all your gold. The crowd in the casino also starts murmuring anxiously. This Long Nuok Hai is too stupid. She actually got sneak attacked. I'm doomed, my money. I told you Pham Phuc Van would win. We're going to make a fortune this time. Pham Phuc Van is so despicable. Mi Fan anxiously says to Lao Mac, "This is too despicable. Should we head down to the arena and check?" Lao Mac calmly replies, "Don't worry. Everything is within my calculations." This is also a crucial lesson for Nuok Hai. Tam Tuk Van triumphantly explains, "Stop struggling. Even if you tank the damage from the venom bullet, the deadly toxin coating it will still incapacitate you. You've lost again, little brat." She points her gun at Nuok Hai and lectures her. "Little girl, you're too naive. I admit you have talent, and I'm quite jealous of your progress. But I think I need to teach you a lesson so you can see the cruelty of this world." Then she mercilessly fires at Nuok Hai. However, Nuok Hai is completely unharmed as a blue light envelops her. Nuok Hai glares hatefully at Tam Tuk Van. That bad guy was right after all. It turns out there are more bad people in this world. Tam Tuk Van screams in terror. "How is this possible? How are you still standing? What kind of gear is that?" The arena crowd erupts in uproar once again. It's a blue sapphire. It can generate a shield with 3000 HP. She's just a First Awakening girl. How could she possess such a magical accessory? I didn't expect a plot twist like this. Pham Phuc Van is in deep trouble now. Pham Phuc Van shrieks in frustration, firing continuously. "Where did you get that gear? This isn't fair. I'll kill you." Nuok Hai charges forward with all her might. Withen suspiciously asks Lao Mac, "Did you give her that accessory?" Lao Mac walks away discreetly. It's over. The outcome is set. There's nothing left to see. Get ready to congratulate Nuok Hai. The casino boss crushes his wine glass in anger. He orders, "The battle is decided. We've lost. Go invite Trin Ki Mac here." The subordinate bows and complies. "Yes, boss." The winner, Team Eternal Zenith, Lang Nu Kwai, completing a 10-win streak in solo matches, reward with 1,000 gold coins. A staff member brings out a box of colorful chips and explains, "Your winnings this time amount to 39,600 gold coins. Since it's quite a large sum, our arena can issue you a complimentary black card. Please wait a moment." Methan exclaims excitedly, "Making this much money in the blink of an eye is way more profitable than selling fake potions." The crowd gossips while looking at Lao Mac. "I'm so envious. Does this guy have insider information? How does he win every single bet?" Thank goodness I always followed this big shots bets. I made quite a lot, hee hee. It's all this fault for driving up the odds, making me lose so much. Suddenly, someone walks over and pushes through the crowd, ordering, "Clear the way." A man who gets grabbed glares without looking and threatens, "Who's that? So arrogant, do you own this place?" The crowd freezes in shock. That's the arena's guard team, one of the 4 chief guards, Tao Duck. He's already level 43, you better be careful. What is Chief Guard Tao doing here? Usually it's because someone cheated or did something shady. Looks like someone's about to get unlucky. Tao Duck approaches Lao Mac and announces, "Mr. Tring Kiam Mac, we'd like to invite you to meet the boss." The crowd immediately stares at Lao Mac, pointing fingers. I knew it, there's definitely something wrong with this guy. The arena is already after him. Clearly, the arena is just being petty. He only made a little profit and they're already making trouble for him. New then protests in dissatisfaction. Hey, come on. We only won a little bit of your money, and now we're getting called in for tea. Why is your arena so petty? Seeing the tension, Tao Duck explains it's a misunderstanding. The boss invited you two purely to discuss some business. The boss has rounded up Mr. Trin's winnings. Here are 50,000 gold coins. Please accept it. Lao Mac looks at the card with some interest. So it's not about causing trouble. You're actually giving us more. So it's the boss of Blood Raven Arena. Lead the way. He and Weethen follow them just like that. Even though they don't know what this boss is scheming, with the ghost spirit's help, they can safely escape any disadvantageous situation. At Lao Mac's team room, Huangqian, Min Hao, and Nuaki are all anxious. What? The captain was taken away by them? The captain is so strong, he definitely won't be in danger. How can the arena be so petty? Besides, that guy Weethen is there too. There definitely won't be any issues. Even so, I still can't ease my mind. Lao Huang is determined to save his bro. If we can't ease our minds, then let's just go check it out. Min Hao fully agrees, that's right. Even if we have to fight for real, we have to get the captain out first. Huang Qian lays out the plan. Later, as soon as we see the arena executives, I'll attack head-on. Min Hao, Nuaki, you two launch a surprise attack from behind. Capture someone ranked as high as possible. As long as we capture someone and use their position as leverage, it'll work in our favor. Nuaki and Min Hao ready themselves behind him, responding in unison, understood. Just then the staff and guards arrive shouting, "It's them! We finally found them!" Huang Tian quickly shields the two behind him and yells, "Here they come! Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle!" But the girl suddenly bows respectfully. "Honored guests from Eternal Zenith, I've been looking for you. Your captain has been invited by the boss as a guest." This leaves all 3 of them confused. What is going on? At the casino boss office. Finally, this man reveals his face. He welcomes them warmly. "Mr. Trin Kim Mac, please have a seat. No need to be formal. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ko Kan, the boss of Blood Raven Arena. Would you two like some wine?" Lao Mac takes the glass of wine and takes a sip. Then he compliments, "Good wine." Weethen anxiously turns to him and whispers, "Hey, aren't you afraid it's poisoned?" Lao Mac confidently looks at Ko Kan. "Relax, he's a third awakening expert. To deal with us, I'm afraid he wouldn't even need to use poison. But he knows full well in his heart. Even if it is poisoned, I don't care. I have antidotes." Hearing this, Ko Kan laughs heartily. "Truly, heroes come from the youth. You speak with such candor, little brother. I'll punish myself with a drink as an apology for what happened in the arena, when our fighter, Tam Tuk Van, sneak attacked you." He puts down his glass and replies, "In the arena, the strong win and the weak lose. Whatever tactics are used, it's all just to defeat the opponent. There's no need for us to apologize to each other." Koken looks at Lao Mac cautiously and thinks, this guy speaks so tactfully. With just a few words, he completely washed away all responsibility for killing Tham Thuk Van. He proposes, "All right, honest people don't beat around the bush. I came to find you this time because I have a favor to ask. I wonder if you dare accept it." Lao Mac lifts his chin, looking at Ko Kan. "Let me guess. I heard the major arenas are about to have an evaluation soon. I reckon the boss wants to hire us to stir up trouble at other arenas." He asks in surprise, "You guessed this?" He explains, "It's easy to guess, isn't it? Our team is strength, but for Blood Raven Arena, we aren't exactly top tier. If the boss came looking for us, not for our strength, then it can only be because of my betting abilities. Seeing Lao Mac grasp the situation so quickly, Kokan cuts straight to the point. Well, since you've already figured it out, I won't beat around the bush. I do indeed want to hire you to visit a few other arenas and then snatch away a channel of their products. That way, Blood Raven Arena's ranking will be elevated this year. But this will definitely offend a lot of people. Do you have the guts to do it? Lao Mac confidently replies, so what if we offend others? As long as the benefits are large enough, there's no one we can't afford to offend. Ko Tien snaps his fingers and lays out the terms. All right, if you can snatch 100,000 gold from the arenas here within 2 months, well, split it 7-3. I'll provide all your starting capital. Furthermore, if you make enemies with anyone later on, just come to Blood Raven Arena. I, Kokan, will shoulder it all for you. He chuckles inwardly. Ha! Young people, after all, bold enough to fight and gamble, but they never consider the risks. Anyway, if he wins, I profit. If he loses, he takes the fall. Lao Mac rejects and counter-offers. Bosco is so busy, and you're only giving us a 30% cut. That won't do. At the very least, we have to split it 50-50. Methan sweats profusely and panics. Hey. Didn't you look closely at who we're dealing with? Besides, he said the 30% is ours. Suddenly, a murderous aura surrounds him, and his tone grows heavy. Split 50-50. It's not impossible to split 50-50, but you have to put up enough capital first. I think highly of you guys, but taking money from my hands isn't that easy. Lao Mac speaks as he pulls out 2 badges. First of all, my betting accuracy can reach 100%. You need me. This is part of my capital. Secondly, take a look at these 2 items. Lao Ko's eyes widen in surprise. These are the Lifestyle Association Elder Badge and the Dark Brotherhood insignia. Lao Mac crosses his arms, smiling smugly as he asks, how about it? Are my trump cards strong enough yet? Kokan is in disbelief. You're so young, yet you're an elder of the Lifestyle Association. And you're also an assassin for the Dark Brotherhood. Methan is also so shocked, he almost spits blood. Just how many secrets does this guy still have? Ko Thien reconsiders and accepts the deal. It seems I truly underestimated you. To achieve such terrifying accomplishments at your age, you're indeed no ordinary person. It's a deal. A 50-50 split is no problem. Lao Mac stands up, preparing to leave. Well then, here's to a pleasant cooperation, Boss Ko. Tao Duk hands Lao Mac a black card with instructions. This is the 50,000 gold coin starting capital provided by our boss, plus the gold you won earlier makes it 100,000 in total. Please accept it. Nguitan is ecstatic. Damn, another 50,000 in the bag. Suddenly Kokan asks, actually, I have one more question. Weren't you afraid I'd attack you out of nowhere earlier? My temper truly isn't the best. Lao Mac turns back fearlessly, replies, and opens the door to leave. I'm still standing right here. You're more than welcome to try, boss. Lao Ko swirls his wine glass with a smile. What an interesting guy. Waiting for Lao Mac and Gui Than to leave, Tao Duck finally brings up his doubt to Ko Thien. Boss, it was just a verbal agreement, yet you gave him 50,000 gold coins. Isn't that too risky? Ko Thien calmly drinks his wine and replies, I never make flimsy deals. This guy is hard to read. 50,000 can not only get the job done, but also win his friendship. We've profited. Cut to the dining room of Blood Raven Arena. Wei Than grumbles when he sees the other 3 team members eating deliciously. We were in there risking our lives fighting, yet you guys dare to enjoy a feast out here. Min Hao struggles to swallow his meat, stands up, and cautiously says, Captain, let me explain. They said the boss is a friend of yours. Huang Thien and Nuok He also turn around to ask and explain. That's right, we originally came here to fight, but their hospitality was just too generous. Bad guy, are you okay? They didn't do anything to you, right? Lao Mac smiles and replies, Don't worry, I'm fine. Huang Qian asks curiously, Did you win too much money at the casino so they demanded it back? Let me go reason with them. Nyuki caringly stops Huang Tian for another reason. It's okay if they took the money back, as long as you're safe. Wei Than pulls out the card and waves it in front of them. You guys overthought it. Not only did they not take it back, they even gave us an extra 50,000 gold coins. Nyoki starts in shock. They even gave us 50,000 more? How did you manage that? Lao Mac suddenly walks by and casually takes back the black card.
Let's go. We'll talk once we leave this place. Cut to room 301. After Lao Mak explains what just happened, everyone discusses it among themselves. You mean we're going to help Blood Raven Arena stir up trouble at other arenas? That's right, so that 50,000 gold isn't that easy to earn. Lao Mak shrugs and asks, how about it? Is everyone scared? Everyone unanimously devotes themselves. With Lao Mak as the captain, I'll be the vanguard. I'll strike wherever you point. I don't fear anyone. Plus, there's money to be made. Exactly. We Eternal Zenith fear no one. I'm not scared either. He nods and begins assigning tasks to everyone before getting into the main business. All right. We still have half a month until the mission. During this time, we'll split up and act independently. Nyukai, you quickly head back and do your second awakening ritual tomorrow. Our upcoming missions are still very heavy. Nyukai obediently complies. Okay. He looks at Minhao and instructs, Minhao, take this opportunity to visit the Dark Brotherhood branch in Thunder City to complete the procedures for receiving your assassin identity. Minhao obeys, yes, Captain. Then he gives the remaining orders to the last two. Huang Thian and Gui Then, you two stay at Blood Raven Arena and continue training. The goal is 100 win king. The two nonchalantly agree. Win 100 matches? I don't feel any pressure at all. I don't feel any pressure either. He also tosses a money bag out for everyone. Additionally, here's 10,000 gold coins, divided amongst yourselves. Use it to replenish your gear and skill books later. Wei Than's eyes light up at the sight of money as he calculates. 10,000 gold divided by 4 people. Each gets 2,500 gold. Plus what I've earned recently. It seems like I can finally pay off all my debts, right? Lao Mak unsparingly lunges forward to mentally tear Lao Ni apart. You eat my food, use my resources, and now you're using the reward I just gave you to pay off your debts? Do you have no shame? Besides, did you forget about the training fees? Wei then wails in agony. Damn it! I forgot about the training fees. I'm still short 9,000 gold. You're truly inhuman. Cut to Thunder City, the Prairie Horse Ranch. Lao Mak stands in front of the stables, inspecting and choosing a horse. This horse isn't bad. He turns and asks the seller. Shopkeeper, how much is this horse? Could you introduce it to me a bit? The boss mocks him for not having enough money, pointing to the back to introduce other horses instead. This is a premium horse. You probably can't afford it. The low-grade ones are over there. Go take a look. Lao Mak smirks. Oh, you think I can't afford it? Suddenly, another girl comes out to greet him on behalf of the previous boss. Hello there, let me assist you. This is a special grade horse, currently priced at 1,000 gold. But if you're a member of the Lifestyle Association, we can offer you a discount. He dismissively tossed a bag of money to the girl. Discount? No need. I'll take this horse. Help me with the paperwork. I want to take it right now. The girl's eyes lit up as she caught the stack of cash, nodding vigorously, while the boss standing nearby stared with his jaw dropped. Yes, sir. I'll process the paperwork for you right away. The system promptly announced, congratulations on successfully purchasing the silver steed. Premium quality increases movement speed by 200%. Lao Mo mounted the horse and rode off, the murmurs of the crowd echoing in his ears. I can't believe they sold a special grade horse. Who would have thought a level 30 player could fork out 1,000 gold? Little Wang is so lucky. Her commission alone is 100 gold. It's all because someone was too shallow to recognize a big shot. Lao Mo rode his horse, preparing for his next endeavor. He had arranged for them to split up and act independently, and they only had half a month. With this horse, he would have enough time to gather the materials and complete his second awakening for the Thousand Blades umbrella. The scene shifts to Thunder City, at the Lifestyle Association. Upon seeing Lao Mo, the 2 guards at the door immediately stood at attention and saluted respectfully. Greetings, Elder Chang. Chao Jin personally came out to meet Lao Mo as soon as he heard of his arrival. Congratulations, you finally completed your second awakening. I've finished gathering the auxiliary materials you requested, just waiting for you to pick them up. Lao Mo asked Chao Jin. Collecting these materials must not have been easy. You've worked hard, President Chao. How much gold is it in total? Chao Jin happily led him to the materials and kindly replied, "It really took quite some effort this time, but consider the cost as support from the association. You don't need to pay." But Lao Mo immediately pulled out a VIP card and showed it to Cao Jin. "These are materials I prepared for myself. How can I let the association pay for them? Besides, this amount of money is just a small matter to me." Cao Jin looked at the card in astonishment. "This is a gold membership card from the Blood Raven Fort. Haven't seen you for a while and you've already struck it rich." Lao Mo politely forced Cao Jin to accept the money. "Just getting lucky, so please don't refuse." Seeing this, Chao Jin gladly accepted the money from the card in Lao Ma's hand. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." He asked further, "I see these materials are all used for crafting weapons. Are you planning to forge an awakening weapon? Who are you going to ask to forge it? Do you need me to recommend a blacksmith?" Lao Mo thanked Chao Jin for his kindness but declined. "You guessed right. Thanks for your kind offer, but I've already chosen a blacksmith." Chao Jin was a little surprised. "Oh? I'd really like to know which blacksmith managed to catch your eye." Lao Mo looked at Chao Jin and replied, "His name is Zhang Wenlang." Hearing this familiar name, Chao Jin's eyes widened in shock. "Old Jiang. I heard his temper is quite eccentric. How did you manage to build a connection with him?" Lao Mo was slightly startled, so President Chao already knows about him. Chao Jin spoke truthfully. "He almost became the president of the Heavenly Peak City's Blacksmith Association back in the day. Of course I know him. Moreover, the situation in Heavenly Peak City has been quite tense lately, and it might even end up affecting him." Seeing that the blacksmith he had his eyes on had an unusual background, Lao Mo grew curious. "Old Jiang actually has such a past. What kind of storm exactly happened? Could you tell me about it?" But Chao Jin didn't have any more information to give him. "Regarding the turmoil among the higher-ups of the Blacksmith Association, I can only tell you what little I know." He quickly took his leave from Lao Mo, giving him some advice before seeing him off. "This time you go, you'll definitely be swept into the storm of the Heavenly Peak City's Blacksmith Association. If old Jiang manages to make a comeback, please send him my regards." Lao Mo smiled and set off. "Don't worry." On the way, he immersed himself in his thoughts. All the materials needed to forge the second stage of the Flowing Light Thousand Blades umbrella have been gathered. Now I just need to return to the beginner village and collaborate with old Jiang. Other than him, no one else can complete this forging process. I still have some time on the road, so I might as well try opening those dozen or so treasure chests consecutively. Lao Mu brought out all the chests and clicked to open them. He looked at the equipment he had just obtained with satisfaction. "My luck is really good. All of these are item level 40 and above Second Awakening equipment. I can finally replace this level 25 gear I am wearing." In the very next second, he unboxed an excellent quality magic deflector aura. With infinite durability and a level requirement of 50, its equipment effect was an active skill called Magic Reflection. It activated a defensive shield capable of reflecting all magic, lasting for 6 seconds. It would be ineffective against targets whose level exceeded the user's by more than 20 levels. Lao Mu gleefully looked at his status panel. It's actually a level 50 accessory. As long as their level doesn't exceed mine by more than 20, I can be immune to their magic. If I increase my magic resistance even further in the future, maybe all the mage classes will have to steer clear of me. The first few pieces of equipment have already exceeded my expectations. Let's see if there are any more surprises waiting behind. You continued to open the chests and got a few more intermediate experience books and a spider-catching net. Relieved, Lao Mo clicked to open the remaining exquisite chests. Experience books and items are pretty good too. Next up are the last 2 exquisite chests. Come on, exquisite chests. Those 2 exquisite chests yielded an epic quality blazing chainmail belt. It was a piece of plate armor with 200 defense points, adding 20 strength, 14 agility, 12 spirit, and 10 vitality. Its durability was a full 60 out of 60, item level 60, with a level requirement of 30. The class restriction was set to Second Awakening War Soul. The second item was Rodrigo's Ring, an epic quality accessory adding 5 spirit and 5 vitality. It featured infinite durability with an item level of 70 and a level requirement of 30. The equipment effect of Rodrigo's Ring could reduce the target's magic resistance by 20%. The class restriction was for a Third Awakening Ancient Spirit. Lao Mo's eyes widened, trembling with excitement. Epic level equipment and a Third Awakening Magic Scholar's gear. To think I could unbox Third Awakening gear when I'm only at the Second Awakening. It looks like the whole situation has changed this time. I wonder just how powerful it'll become once I equip all of this. The scene shifts to Chuzia's fishing shop, where he was being harassed by a customer. The man grabbed him by the collar, pulling him close and preparing to punch him in the face. Misunderstanding my ass, you're asking for a beating. Lao Mo arrived just in time to block his hand. The man whipped around and roared in anger. Brat, who the hell are you? Do you have a death wish? Ignoring him, Lao Mo asked Chuzia, Boss Chu, what's going on? Chuzia rubbed his aching arm and replied, they intentionally broke the fishing rod and falsely accused me of selling defective goods. The other guy continued to yell and threaten. I'll count to 3. If you don't let go, you'll suffer the consequences. Lao Mo was entirely unfazed by his provocation. Suffer the consequences. I'd like to see what consequences there are. He forcefully twisted the man's arm. In agonizing pain, the man dropped to his knees and begged, Sir, please, spare me. This lowly one has offended you. It's true that I intentionally framed this boss. I was wrong. I'm a worthless piece of trash. Seeing his pathetic wailing giving him a headache, Lao Mo let go of his hand and warned, if I see you again next time, it probably won't just be one broken arm. Suddenly, a girl stepped forward and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Bai Lu from the Bai Corporation in the capital. Can we be friends? Seeing his acquaintance taking the initiative to befriend Lao Mo, the man couldn't believe his eyes. Lulu, you. With a face as cold as a viper, she ruthlessly discarded the man from just now. Who gave you the right to call me Lulu? A useless piece of trash like you better stay away from me. She then turned an innocent face to Lao Mo, attempting to explain. What just happened has nothing to do with me. It was all them trying to scheme against you, look. But not letting her finish, Lao Mo annoyedly waved his hand to shoo her away. There's nothing to look at. I don't know any Bai Corporation in the capital. If you don't want a broken arm or leg, you better get lost too. Bai Lu's face hardened in sheer disbelief. She then turned and walked away in resentment. How dare you humiliate our Bai family? I'll remember you. Waiting until the troublemakers had all left, Shusha approached and looked Lao Mo up and down. Your progress is quite astonishing. But this woman named Bai Lu, her background is definitely not simple. You have to be careful. Moreover, I don't know what's going on today, but a lot of experts have shown up in the beginner village. Lao Mo chuckled dismissively. No need to worry about me. He quickly deduced, a lot of experts. It seems they are all targeting old Jiang, so what Chao Jin said was true. He glanced around the shop, pondering for a moment. Since I'm already here, I should pick a good fishing set. I'll give it to Lao Qin as a gift next time we meet. Sometime later, Lao Mo left Chu Zia's fishing shop. Wherever he went, he drew everyone's gaze, and the chatter of the crowd grew louder and more out of control. Good heavens, is this a real big shot? This horse is so cool. Oh my gosh, you can tell at a glance this white steed is worth a fortune. It's so beautiful. Someone must have been lucky enough to get carried through a dungeon by this big shot. I'm so jealous. Boss, can we be friends? I can do laundry, cook, warm your bed. I know how to do it all. Riding his horse down the street, he felt a bit alarmed. Riding like this in the beginner village is way too flashy. Arriving at old Jiang's place, he couldn't help but be amazed. This is old Jiang's blacksmith shop. Why are there so many people here? It seems they are all people who got the news. Unexpectedly, the young lady and her butler from earlier were also present. The man signaled to the person at old Jiang's door, capital city's Bai Corporation's eldest young lady, Bai Lu, representing the family, requests an audience with old Jiang. Please announce us. But the young lad repeatedly refused. I've already told you, the boss is resting for the next few days. He is not receiving any guests. No exceptions for anyone. The man continued, did you mention our Bai family's name? Suddenly, Lao Mo squeezed in. Clerk, please announce that Cheng Chinmo requests a meeting. The young lad repeated, didn't you hear me? The boss is resting, no guests allowed. Lao Mo pulled out a scroll and handed it to him. Just take this and deliver it to old Jiang. Suspicious but accepting it anyway, the guy instructed, this. Wait right here. Bai Lu's face darkened as she glared at Lao Mo. It's this guy again. Her servant, cradling a broken arm, scowled and said, don't worry, miss. If we can't get in, this guy won't be able to get in either. The young lad from earlier went in to find old Jiang and reported, Boss, someone is looking for you. Old Jiang, engrossed in his forging, didn't even turn his head as he replied, didn't I already tell you? Don't bother me today. He immediately showed old Jiang the scroll Lao Mo had just given him. This person said, I should hand this scroll to you. Out of curiosity, old Jiang unconsciously stopped his work and walked over to take a look. A scroll. It's him. Lao Mo, waiting outside, had to endure endless contempt from the two members of the Bai family. The guy kept harping on him. You see, I wasn't wrong, was I? This brat is still acting all high and mighty, handing over some stupid scroll. Right at that moment, old Jiang, his face smeared with soot and his body drenched in sweat, came rushing out to find Lao Mo in a panic. My dear ancestor, if you're here, just come right in. Why bother having someone bring in a scroll? Lao Mo shrugged. Isn't your shop closed for a break? I was afraid of disturbing you. Old Jiang grabbed Lao Mo's arm and pulled him inside, while seizing the opportunity to scold the crowd outside. That rule is for these annoying flies and mosquitoes. As for you, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival day and night. Get out, get out, get out, all of you get out of here. Stop crowding around my place. The two from the Bai family were utterly humiliated, unable to utter another word. Lao Mo specifically reminded him, Old Jiang, why don't you put on some clothes before we talk? I'm afraid people might misunderstand. Old Jiang laughed heartily, not caring in the least. Misunderstand what? I was just in a hurry. He quickly brought out some tea to offer Lao Mo. The two sat warmly opposite each other. Old Jiang was filled with excitement. You never visit without a purpose. Coming to find me this time, is it because you want to forge the second stage of that divine weapon? But Lao Mo leisurely took a sip of his tea and unhurriedly praised, This tea isn't bad. This made old Jiang so anxious that he blurted out, Oh, for heaven's sake, stop beating around the bush. I'm dying of anticipation here. No longer intending to hide it, Lao Mo declared, You guessed right. I'm here today to forge the second stage of the flowing light thousand blades umbrella. Old Jiang was astonished. You've already gathered all the main materials. That's wonderful. Lao Mo nodded and gave a brief overview. Emenchim, all 12 main materials have been gathered, and I've also prepared quite a few auxiliary materials. I came here today to ask for your help. Old Jiang frowned and scolded him playfully. You really are. I have auxiliary materials ready right here. Why waste your money buying them? He dragged out a heavy bag. Then he opened it. Look here. Red light crystal, mountain and sea dragon silk, crimson refined stone. These things of mine aren't too bad, right? Lao Mo shook his head. While these aren't bad, they still aren't enough. That bruised old Jiang's pride a little. Sweating with anticipation, he said, These are all the ultimate treasures I've been hoarding at the bottom of my chest. Do you have anything better? Don't just boast. He confidently took out his materials. Take a look at what I've got. Upon seeing it, old Jiang's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. It's actually the blood sun heavenly flame. Do you seriously want to use a forging material of this grade as a mere auxiliary material? That's far too extravagant. But the greedy Lao Mo still shook his head. Still not enough. He continued pulling out piles of other materials and placed them on the table, giving old Jiang quite a scare. There's even Thunder Harmony rock and mysterious Yin Dragon sand. Kid, did you strike a gold mine? Trembling, he knelt by the table to take a closer look at the pile of materials. If I recall correctly, the yin-yang sacred silk only drops from the fire spider queen, right? That's a level 40 field boss. How did you get this? Don't tell me you took it down yourself. He looked at him with profound admiration and gave Lao Mo a thumbs up. You're an absolute monster. Not only do you have innate talent for forging, but your combat abilities are also frighteningly strong. For our Xia Kingdom to have a genius like you is truly a supreme stroke of luck. Then he proudly patted his chest and boldly declared, Rest assured, I have been practicing for half a year under your guidance, and my forging skills have improved significantly. For this forging session, I will definitely give it my all. Trusting him completely, Lao Mo handed things over to old Jiang. It's exactly because I know you have this level of skill that I came looking for you. Don't worry. Let's get started right away. Outside, the shop's closed for the day sign was immediately brought out and set up. Another man standing outside curiously asked the young lad guarding the door, Little brother, why aren't you guys open today? He replied, Sorry, old Jiang is occupied today, so we're closed. The man hastily introduced himself. My name is Du Ji. My father is a council member of the Heavenly Peak City's Blacksmith Association. I'm here today to ask for old Jiang's help. But, as expected, he was still turned down. I already said no, so it's useless even if you keep talking. Seeing this, Du Ji pulled out some cash and slipped it to the young lad as a bribe. This is a little token of my sincerity, please accept it. All you need to do is help me pass along this letter. The young guard pocketed the bag of money and agreed, but still reminded him, I can help you pass the letter, but whether old Jiang wants to see you or not isn't up to me. Du Ji happily accepted. All right, thank you so much. Inside the forging room, old Jiang excitedly looked at Chanmo. The furnace fire is burning bright, we can start working soon. Lao Mu chuckled and replied, there's no need to rush like this. Only slow and steady work produces a masterpiece. The young lad unexpectedly ran in, shouting his report. Old Jiang, there are a few people at the door. I told them at first that we were closed today, but the young man leading them shouted that he's from the Heavenly Peak City's Blacksmith Association. He also said his father has a letter for you. He didn't seem to be lying when he spoke, so I came in especially to let you know. Old Jiang rushed over and said softly, give me the letter. Observing the situation, Lao Mo speculated, this must be about the high-level personnel changes in the Heavenly Peak City's Blacksmith Association that President Cao mentioned. Then he instructed the young lad, tell that kid to wait in the guest room first. Well, deal with it after I'm done working. The lad nodded in compliance, understood. And then he walked out. Lao Mo asked with concern, Old Jiang, have you run into some trouble? Old Jiang immediately shook his head and dodged the question. No, it's just some old matters. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Let's continue. However, Lao Mo was dissatisfied and scowled, threatening him. Old Jiang, you are a top-tier blacksmith. You should know the basic requirements for forging. If you can't adjust your state of mind, I'm afraid I'll have to finish this myself. Terrified by his threat, Old Jiang panicked and blurted out a string of words. Please don't. I've been waiting for this opportunity for half a year. I've dreamed every single day of continuing to participate in forging the flowing light thousand blades umbrella. Seizing the moment, he asked bluntly, then tell me, why did you lose your composure just now? Old Jiang's face scrunched up, finding it hard to speak. Even though your strength isn't bad, at the end of the day, you're still just a solo player. So I don't want you getting involved in this mess. It's best if you don't force me. Right at that moment, Lao Mo pulled out the association's necklace and held it up in front of Old Jiang, rendering him speechless. Huh? How could you possibly have an elder badge from the Lifestyle Association? He casually replied, I got it by passing the trials, of course. So, is the status of an elder of the Lifestyle Association enough? He sank into deep thought. To obtain an elder badge at such a young age, your talent is truly astonishing. But with the current relationship between the Blacksmith Association and the Lifestyle Association, even if you have the status of an elder, I'm afraid it still won't be of any use. Lao Mo quickly brushed the issue aside, questioning Old Jiang directly. I'm well aware of the grudges between the two factions. That problem has existed for a long time. Let's put it aside for now. Let's talk about your situation. Under the flickering glow of the forge fire, a tragic piece of Old Jiang's memory was gradually reconstructed through his narration. It's a long story. Back then, on the Heavens Apocalypse continent, the Blacksmith Guild in Heavenly Peak City was renowned across the land. Because of this, countless young men pursuing the path of blacksmithing flocked to Heavenly Peak City. I was no exception, drawn here by its fame. My master's name was Dong Hu Fei, a prominent blacksmith on the Heavens Apocalypse continent. Becoming his apprentice was both my honor and my misfortune. My master valued my talent, but he didn't take me in to pass on his legacy. He just wanted a skilled assistant to help him reach the pinnacle. However, he never expected me to be even more exceptional than he imagined. Once I discovered a new forging method and excitedly shared it with everyone. At first, I thought my master would be happy for me, but to my surprise, this became the very source of his jealousy towards me. Later, during a crucial competition that determined the future of the blacksmiths, he swapped my materials, causing me to fail my forging process. The broadcast rang out an announcement that felt like a death sentence to my life in that moment. The top seed of this tournament, Jiang Wenliang, has unfortunately made an error during forging. His work is destroyed. What a profound pity. Following that, my master's son, who was also my good junior brother, presented an identical piece and accused me of plagiarism. From then on, I was expelled from the Blacksmith Association. Actually, if I had continued to fight back, I might have been able to prove that my forging skills far surpassed those of my master and junior brother. But I was truly exhausted, so I returned to the beginner village, intending to live out the rest of my days just like that. Old Jiang recounted as he finished a small jug of wine. Recently, many families and financial conglomerates have sought me out, and I've actually caught wind of the movements in Heavenly Peak City. But after all these years, my heart has grown cold, and I can't be bothered to care. If it weren't for meeting you, which made this old man rediscover a bit of passion for the craft, I wouldn't even want to keep running this shop. After hearing Old Jiang's story, Lao Mo asked him a single question. Old Jiang, if I could help you return to the Blacksmith Association and even take the position of president, what would you think? Out of kindness, Old Jiang repeatedly warned him,
Kid, I know you're capable, but it's best you stay out of this matter. Lao Mo wagged a finger to set him straight. Old Jiang, don't misunderstand, I have my own calculations. To put it bluntly, I am currently establishing my own guild, Eternal Zenith. Lao Mo slowly revealed his ambitions. Once my guild has a base, top-tier talents and the lifestyle professions will become a massive driving force. Currently, I am already an elder of the Lifestyle Association. If I can push for a merger between the Blacksmith Association and the Lifestyle Association, that would be something truly worth looking forward to. Population is always the core metric to determine whether a guild is strong or not. As long as we complete this crucial reform, the Eternal Zenith Guild will soar in no time. Old Jiang sighed sorrowfully and declined. I saw right away that you were no ordinary person, but a scheme this grand still exceeds my expectations. Unfortunately, I'm already old, and I have no desire to get involved in any more power struggles. Seeing this, Lao Mo angrily slammed the table and raised his voice. So you're willing to bear this unjust stigma for the rest of your life. You possess unparalleled forging talent, yet you haven't made any progress all these years. Do you know why? Old Jiang asked back in doubt. Why? He immediately delivered a long speech to Old Jiang. Because your mind is still clouded. This matter has been stuck in your heart, making it incredibly difficult for your state of mind to advance even the slightest bit. If you want to progress, you absolutely must sever this inner demon. Constantly running away will never solve the problem. Seeing how hard he was pressing him, Old Jiang finally understood and agreed. All right, I'll agree with you, okay? Satisfied, Lao Mo changed the subject. Good. I already have a preliminary plan. Let's discuss it in detail once we've finished today's forging task. Old Jiang also agreed with him. Sure, let's get the forging done first. Lao Mo pulled out the blueprint, freezing Old Jiang in his tracks as he carefully instructed. This is the blueprint for my new weapon. I will be responsible for forging the main materials. As for you, Old Jiang, please pay close attention to the furnace temperature and the catalyst ratios. Also, when adding the auxiliary materials, you must follow the sequence on the blueprint. Confident, Old Jiang replied, just leave it to me with absolute peace of mind. The scene shifts outside to the guest room. Duji spoke up impatiently. I've been waiting for nearly 3 hours. Why hasn't Old Jiang come out yet? Brother, you didn't trick me, did you? The young lad immediately retorted. Old Jiang is definitely forging a world-shaking masterpiece, so of course it takes time. Even if you have to wait a little longer, don't complain. If you end up disturbing Old Jiang, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Duji deliberately leaned in closer. What kind of world-shaking masterpiece? Could it be epic-level equipment? He startled the young lad, who warned, No, you can't go over there. Don't worry, I won't go in. Suddenly, a blinding light burst from the forging room, startling them both. What is this? Immediately after, a massive gust of wind whipped up. Dense smoke billowed everywhere. Dutayet was dumbfounded yet curious. Just what kind of weapon is this? Its attributes and stats are absolutely terrifying. Lao Tuong inside the room beamed and cheered. It's a success. Ha ha ha. It's a success. Stage 2 of the Streaming Light Heavenly Blade Umbrella. The system panel announced, Congratulations. You have successfully forged the SS rank silver weapon, Streaming Light Heavenly Blade Umbrella. Gained 120,000 forging XP. Current XP, 100,000. You may go to the Blacksmith Association to complete the Advanced Blacksmith Promotion Quest. The weapon is currently in an unbound state, and all attributes are temporarily reduced by 50%. To bind it, it must be soaked in the blood of a boss monster level 40 or higher, which will unleash its full power. Streaming Light Heavenly Blade Umbrella Stage 2 has been completed, with unique silver quality one-handed weapon type. Base damage 350, plus 15 strength, 15 spirit, 15 agility, 15 vitality, attack speed 1.5. Durability never degrades. Item level unknown. Equip effect 1. Can seamlessly switch between 7 forms including one-handed sword, Gatling machine gun, battle lance, staff, gauntlets, shield, and dagger. Equip effect 2. Can activate grappling hook and rotor wing forms. The grappling hook can latch onto any target within 30 meters for rapid movement. The rotor wings allow continuous flight for 1 minute with a 6-minute cooldown. Lao Tuong ecstatically looked at the masterpiece he and Lao Mak created. These attributes truly make all my days of hard work worth it. It's absolutely incredible. I have actually touched the Grandmaster threshold. I can attempt to break through now. It's all thanks to you.
Without you, I probably would have been stuck as an advanced blacksmith for the rest of my life. Lao Max smugly told him, I told you, Lao Tuong, as long as you overcome the barrier in your heart, you'll improve quickly. Lao Tuong excitedly patted his chest and declared, regardless, I still have to thank you. If you ever need anything in the future, as long as it's within my power, I absolutely won't refuse. Kiam Mak remembered something and asked him, oh right, Lao Tuong. If you want to promote to Grandmaster Blacksmith, don't you have to go back to the Blacksmith Association too? At the mention of this, Lao Tuong's face suddenly grew gloomy. You guessed it right. If I want to break through, I definitely have to go back. But with the current situation, what face do I have left to return? Lao Mak turned toward the door and said, well, let's just hear out the person outside first, then you can decide. Do Tiet stood outside, pulling back the curtain with a miserable expression. Uncle Tuong, I finally found you. Our Du family is in terrible danger. Lao Tuong asked in confusion, you're then Lois' son? In the letter you said your father was in danger. What exactly happened? Do Tiet knelt down and anxiously explained to Lao Tuong, Uncle Tuong, your whereabouts have been exposed. Dong Ho Fi said that even though you were expelled, you continued forging weapons, tarnishing the Blacksmith Association's reputation. Now they want to capture you and bring you back for trial. When the higher-ups of the Blacksmith Association voted, my father voted against it and argued with him, which offended him. Now my father has been restrained by him. I truly had no other way out, so I came to find you. Upon hearing this, Lao Tuong fumed with anger. He helped Do Tiet up while gritting his teeth, cursing that damn old geezer. Is he still refusing to let me off the hook? I've hidden all the way in the novice village. What more does he want from me? Lao Mak put away his weapon and said calmly, see, Lao Tuong, even if you want to hide, they might not necessarily let you go. If you want to resolve your grudges with Dong Ho Fi once and for all, I'm afraid you'll still have to make a trip back. Besides, you need to break through to Grandmaster Blacksmith anyway, so just do it along the way. Do Tiet, upon hearing this, was both joyful and anxious. Uncle Tuong, have you broken through to Grandmaster? That's wonderful. Then there's hope for my father to be saved. Lao Tuong nodded in agreement. Your father and I go way back. Of course, I won't just stand by and watch. Let me plan carefully, and then I'll return to Heavenly Wind City with you. At that moment, Lao Tuong remembered to introduce Lao Mak to Do Tiet. Little Tiet, this esteemed guest beside me is Trin Kiam Mak. I was able to reach the Grandmaster threshold entirely thanks to his help. Hello, Brother Trin. Thank you for lending a hand. Lao Mak nodded to acknowledge the greeting, then speculated, your father should still be safe for now. Dong Ho Fi's primary target is definitely still Uncle Tuong, so you don't need to worry too much. He mysteriously clenched his fists. When the time comes, I'll accompany you all to Heavenly Wind City. I also have a huge gift prepared for the Blacksmith Association. Do Tiet rejoiced. That's great then. With hope in his heart, he thought, this aura is definitely not something a level 32 awakened could possess. Seeing him so young, I thought he was Uncle Tuong's disciple. I didn't expect him to possess such strength. Lao Mak walked away, giving instructions as he went. Since it's decided, let's take action. I need to prepare a bit. Let's meet in Heavenly Wind City in half a month. His expression grew cold. The weapon upgrade is complete. It's time to initiate the next plan. Shifting scenes to the gates of Bloodraven Castle. Wang Tian and Wei Tian were chatting as they walked. Hey, Lao Wei, can you even keep up? I've won 13 matches in a row. Tch, what's there to be smug about? I'm exactly 2 consecutive wins ahead of you. Want to try me? Bring it on. Suddenly, a figure radiating murderous intent approached, instantly putting Huang Tian and Wei Tian on high alert. This guy's murderous aura is pretty heavy. Lao Wei, do you know him? Never seen him before, but he's definitely not your average Joe. He was covered up completely, wearing a hideous mask on his face. Suddenly, he took off his mask. It turned out to be Li Min Hao. He laughed and teased. Brother Huang, Brother Wei, did I scare you? This outfit is pretty badass, right? Wang Tian rushed over and knocked Li Min Hao on the head. You brat, you're learning bad habits. Daring to scare us, you sure have guts. Wei Tan stood by, relieved. Looks like you've passed the Dark Brotherhood's exam. Wang Tian curiously looked at the badge on Li Min Hao's belt and asked,
looking at that badge engraved with the word charm. This must be your rank in the assassin organization, right? What tier is this rank? Lee Min-hao slowly explained it simply. Assassins are divided into 8 ranks: Heaven, Fiend; Earth, Absolute, Infatuation, Charm, and Shadow. My charm rank is probably the 2nd tier below the 3rd awakening. Huang Tian nodded. Not bad, but you still gotta keep working hard. Lee Min-hao looked around and asked, where's the captain? Has he not returned yet? Nuithan seemed to have his mouth unlocked and immediately blurted out without thinking. Not just him, even little sister. No, Qi hasn't come back yet. Tell me, do you guys think the two of them eloped together? At that exact moment, Huang Tian noticed a familiar figure approaching in the distance. After confirming it was the captain, he immediately tried to shut Nuithan up. You can't just joke about this kind of stuff. If Lao Mak hears you, we'll probably be in deep trouble. Mithan, itching to run his mouth and oblivious to Lao Mak's arrival, continued boldly spouting nonsense. Bullshit. You think I'm scared of him? Even if you were right here, I'd still say the exact same thing. We brothers are here suffering and toiling, and what about him? He's run off somewhere by himself to enjoy life. Lee Min-hao, terrified, tried to stop Weithan, Brother Mui. But Mui then didn't get the hint and continued to berate Lao Mak. Min-hao, don't you try to stop me either. There are some things I just can't hold back anymore. That stinky brat Trin Kiem Mak is decent as a coach, but as a captain, he's really lacking. Other teams besides daily training have group activities, socializing, and sometimes even set up dates or go to spas to relax. What about us? We have absolutely nothing. The silence from Huang Tian and Lee Min-hao made Weithan uncomfortable, so he asked, say something, you guys. Right after that, he took a solid kick from behind. Weithan furiously turned around and yelled, who has the audacity to kick my ass? Do you have a death wish? Lao Mak's annoyed face was suddenly right there. It's me. I just came back from enjoying life. The previously aggressive Muidan suddenly turned into a timid little kitten, looking at Lao Mak and spouting affectionate words. Oh, so it's my most respected captain. Then it's perfectly fine. Huang Tian and Lee Min-hao happily greeted him. Captain, you're finally back. Why did you two come back together? Did you really elope? Long Yuoqi startled and scolded them. What nonsense are you spouting? I completed my 2nd awakening by myself, and I just happened to bump into him on the way back. Lao Mak, satisfied, prepared to proceed with his core members on the next plan, taking one step closer to his ambition. It seems everyone has accomplished the goals I set. The initial shape of Eternal Zenith has revealed itself. It's time to make a move and bring a little shock to the Heaven's Apocalypse content. Shifting the scene to the outskirts of Heavenly Wind City, the 4 of them rode horses together across a vast desert. Huang Tian asked curiously, Lao Mak, why are we doing this? Isn't Fenghua City the closest major city to Thunder City? Lao Mak informed the group, this time we're going to Heavenly Wind City for 2 commissions, our first comprehensive mission. Wei Ten asked in surprise, 2 things? I only know about Ko Tian's commission for us to go smash things up. What's the other one? He quickly answered their doubts. The second matter is to help an old friend of mine seize the president position at the Heavenly Wind City Blacksmith Association. Huang Tian was surprised. The Blacksmith Association? Even though it's not a combat-focused organization, it's still a force to be reckoned with. Lao Mak nodded dismissively and then provoked the gang. I'll handle that matter myself, but I'm leaving the arena mission to you guys. Are you scared? Huang Tian was the first to bite the bait and immediately retorted, whoever is scared is a coward. Lao Mak and his brothers sped up, very good, then let's head out. Shifting to the Phi Lam arena. All 5 entered. Lao Mak instructed, it seems Ko Tian's Moon Crescent Castle is indeed a bit weak. The popularity here is much thicker. You guys wait here, I'll go set up a temporary combat team. He approached the reception desk. Hello, I want to form a temporary combat team to participate in the team tournament. The receptionist greeted him back and quoted the price. Hello, forming a temporary combat team requires 500 gold coins. What do you want to name your combat team? Lao Mak handed him the money and answered without hesitation, Eternal Zenith. The team soar into the clouds standing nearby heard this and immediately started to mock them. Captain, Eternal Zenith. That name sounds pretty arrogant. These small teams have insignificant strength, but their names always sound so extravagant. Huang Tian, annoyed, immediately snapped back. Hey, what did you just say? Lao Mac chimed in to remind him, if we cause a conflict here, well, get kicked out. Just let it go. Methan also indignantly jumped in. Captain, how about I handle them? But Lao Mac still didn't allow it. Let's finish registering the team first.
The receptionist explained the tiers and rules. Team tiers are divided into 8 ranks: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, stellar, and king. This ranking system is commonly used across the Heaven's Apocalypse continent. Team Eternal Zenith is currently at the black iron tier. If you want to promote to bronze, you need to reach 100 victory points. Every win grants 10 points, while every loss deducts 6 points. Lao Mac rubbed his chin and said matter-of-factly, according to this scoring system, we just need to win 10 matches in a row to reach bronze. That's pretty fast. The receptionist verbally agreed. That's right. But inwardly, he harbored no goodwill at all. 10 consecutive wins? What a bragger. He remembered something and asked, oh right, I want to bet 3,000 gold coins on Eternal Zenith winning our next match. This doesn't violate the rules, does it? The man explained, betting on a victory is fine, but betting on your own team to lose is not allowed. Lao Mac pointed to teams soaring to the clouds and said quietly, then we want them as our opponents. How about that? The man froze in confusion. This is against the rules because they're a bronze tier team. Their captain is level 38 and their team's overall strength is much higher than yours. You're no match for them and you just placed a bet. Lao Mac immediately took out a pouch of money and bribed him. That's not something you need to worry about. Here's 500 gold coins. Help us set this up and this reward is yours. The man immediately declined. Sir, I am a veteran employee with over 10 years of experience. How could I possibly break the tournament rules? Then his face turned scheming as he haggled. You have to add more money. Immediately, the loudspeakers blared. Team Eternal Zenith and Team Soaring to the Clouds, please proceed to Arena 987. The team match will begin in 10 minutes. Nitan beamed at Lao Mac. I thought you were going to swallow your anger. I didn't expect you to spend money just to face off against them. Such pettiness. I like it. Huang Tian gently reminded him out of concern. Lao Mac, their levels and skills are both stronger than ours. We shouldn't take any more risks. Lao Mac's eyes glinted coldly with murderous intent. The word risk does not exist in my dictionary. Let's go to the arena. On the opposing team's side, they displayed complete contempt, whispering to each other full of mockery. Captain Trong, we really struck luck to be paired with that rookie team from just now. This match is a guaranteed win. 2 of them are even wearing black and sporting masks. They really love trying to look edgy. The announcements rang out continuously. The match is about to begin. If members are not present within 3 minutes, they will forfeit the match immediately. Please hurry. Captain Trong arrogantly declared, we'll finish this upcoming match in just over 10 minutes. Lao Mac flipped the kill switch, obliging him, fine, 10 minutes it is. In the stands, curious spectators gathered to watch. Which 2 teams are playing? It's Soaring to the Clouds against a newly registered team. I think they're called Eternal Zenith. Nothing worth watching here. The gap in strength is too huge. A team of members who just reached their second awakening, their only black iron rank. The other side is a bronze team with a higher average level than them. The outcome is predictable. The announcement blared. The match is about to begin. Both sides prepare. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the words fell, both sides immediately charged at each other. The vice captain of teams Soaring to the Clouds was puzzled. Why do they only have 3 people? Even with a Silver Moon assassin in stealth, there should be 4. There's a useless solo player on the other side. He's probably hiding right now, too. While they were busy talking, Lao Huang had already closed the distance. Captain Truong commanded his team, go all out, take them down, and swiftly moved to confront Huang Thien. The 2 sides clashed fiercely. Unlike Huang Qian's excited expression, Captain Truong's face turned pale with anxiety just seconds into the clash. He's clearly only level 33. How is he so strong? Lang Yuki also launched lightning-fast attacks, terrifying her enemies. This girl's attack speed is unbelievable.
And so, teams soaring to the clouds gradually lost their advantage. Not good. The apocalyptic healer has been ambushed by the silver moon. Muthan, standing in the back, began chanting, daring to leave such a huge opening. Prepare to face a nightmare. Corrosive rain. Descend. The corrosion caused continuous dark damage to the targets, stacking up to 5 layers and lasting for 12 seconds. Captain Trong panicked and shouted, "This rain will cause continuous damage. Suppress that curse caster. We can't let him cast freely."
Their sniper immediately aimed at Weedan and opened fire. "Frenzied machine gun! I'll shoot you dead!" But Lao Mak abruptly appeared right behind him, kicking him squarely into Lao Mui's rain. "Go calm down in the corrosive rain!" His teammates began to fall one by one. Captain Chuang dazedly fended off Huang Tian's heavy sword strikes that felt like hammer blows. "What is going on? Their levels are clearly much lower than ours, so why are we being overwhelmed? Damn it! They're controlling the pace!" He used all his might to land a blow, creating a safe distance between him and Huang Tian. Then he shouted, "Group up! Don't let them lead the rhythm anymore! Maintain formation! Crimson Echo, use the combo skill!" Wei Tan yelled in alarm, "Break their formation! We absolutely cannot let them use a combo skill!" Huang Tian immediately got into position.
All the enemy team members fired off their blasts in unison. "We won't let you mess this up." Huang Tian agilely jumped to the side to dodge. That was Team Soaring to the Clouds' signature combo skill. Captain Trong bellowed, "The combo skill is unleashed. Eternal Zenith stands no chance anymore. Combo skill, Evil of the Bloodbath." Aye. He then swung with all his might, unleashing a blood-red sword aura. Huang Tian couldn't dodge in time. He immediately tensed his muscles, gathering all his strength to brace for impact. "I'm done for." But just as the attack bore down on him, it disintegrated into tiny, scattered fragments. Huang Tian fell to the ground, shocked as he looked at Lao Mak standing in front of him. "This," Lao Mak chided, "you're down already from this? Go back and train more."
Captain Trong's face turned green with terror. How is this possible? Just one person blocked our combined attack. What on earth is that weapon? Huang Tian gleefully looked at the weapon in Lao Mak's hand. "Lao Mak, is this the new masterpiece you and Lao Tuang forged? It's so badass." Lao Mak didn't waste words and commanded, "All right, hurry up and finish this match." Long Yok-hee quickly finished off 2 more opponents from behind. "Where are you looking?" To Captain Trong's right, the remaining 2 were quickly assassinated by Li Min-hao. "Don't forget about me!" He angrily turns around to make a move. Damn it! But he's immediately slapped and knocked out by Old Mo. Just a little lesson, don't be so arrogant next time. 4 minutes and 58 seconds. 10 minutes is still too long. The loudspeaker announcement immediately rings out. Congratulations to the Eternal Zenith team on their victory. Currently on a 1-match winning streak. Gain 10 victory points and 400,000 EXP. Huang Tian is excited. The EXP from team battles is clearly much higher than solo matches. If we keep grinding at this pace, won't our levels just skyrocket? At this moment, the stands erupt in shock and gossip. What is going on? The Soaring Clouds team with a 9-match winning streak was taken down by a rookie team like this? Moreover, even their combo skills were broken. Looking at their masks that can hide information, these 2 must be assassins from the Dark Brotherhood. Only they possess this kind of equipment. Old Mo returns to the reward counter. "Hello, sir. Here is 3,000 gold from the recent victory, making the current total 6,000 gold. After seeing the pile of money, he waves it off and continues betting. No rush, keep betting on Eternal Zenith to win, still 3,000 gold. The receptionist is startled, looking at Old Mo's back. Don't you need to rest a bit? He turns around and answers briskly. No need, we are in a hurry. Just like that, they participate in matches continuously, and the team battle system keeps ringing. Congratulations to the Eternal Zenith team on their victory. Currently on a 2-match winning streak. Gain 20 victory points and 500,000 EXP. Congratulations to the Eternal Zenith team on their victory. Currently on a 6-match winning streak.
gains 60 victory points and 800,000 EXP.
Congratulations to the Eternal Zenith team on their victory, achieving a miraculous 10-match winning streak, gained 100 victory points and 1 million EXP. The team has promoted to the bronze tier. After completing today's quota, the 5 of them head back to the room to rest. On the way, Witan asks curiously, "Old Mo, how much did we earn today? Tell us so everyone can be happy." He walks ahead and replies coldly, "Not much really, just about 20,000 gold." Witan gets excited upon hearing that. Earning 20,000 gold at once, and it's still not enough? Old Mo, your appetite is getting bigger. Just then, he receives a message from Old Twang. Du Tiet and I have arrived at Heaven's Wind City. We are currently resting at the Moonlight Inn, waiting for you to discuss the Blacksmith Association matters. Sender, Twang Van Long. After reading the message, Old Mo turns around, reiterates the plan once more, and takes his leave. "Everyone, for the next few days, I have to go to the Blacksmith Association to handle some business. You all just continue challenging the solo matches according to my plan." Huang Tian asks with concern, "Is it about fighting for the position of the Blacksmith Association president? Captain, are you going alone?" Old Mo smiles. "That's right, this is an important matter regarding the future development of our guild. What's wrong? Do you not believe I can complete this mission, or are you afraid that you guys can't win if I leave?" Everyone is confident in completing the mission. "No way, it's not our first time participating in solo matches. Just rest assured." "That's right, no matter what, I'm still here to take care of things. If you get into a fight at the Blacksmith Association, don't forget to tell us. Well, come lend a hand." He walks away, waving goodbye to everyone. "Then we will split up and take action. Same goes for you all. If anything happens, text me immediately." That evening, Old Mo goes to the inn where Old Twang is staying. "Are Old Twang and everyone here?" He walks into the corridor, then stands in front of a room and knocks on the door. "Old Twang, are you there?" The old man peeks out through a crack in the door, looking around to check. After confirming it's Old Mo, he throws the door wide open to welcome him like a child seeing its mother. "Kid, you're finally here!" Inside Old Twang's inn room,
Du Tiet asks urgently, "Brother Trin, are we going straight to the association now or what?" Old Mo ponders for a moment, then makes a plan. Old Twang's identity still cannot be revealed yet. If we barge in recklessly, he might get detained by the association. It's best if I go pave the way first. After everything succeeds, then we will bring Old Twang out. That will be the safest. Old Twang gets scared upon hearing that. "No way. If you are discovered by the Blacksmith Association, you'll be implicated too." Holding a hot cup of tea, he boldly declares, "The Blacksmith Association is nothing but a bunch of unawakened people. Even if they can invite esteemed guests, I'm not afraid. Don't tell me you still don't believe in my strength." Old Twang helplessly agrees. "I know it's useless to persuade you. You can go, but you must promise me that if you realize the situation is bad, you must retreat immediately." He drinks the rest of the tea and puts the cup down. "Rest assured, Old Twang, as long as I want to leave, a measly Blacksmith Association can't stop me." Do Tiet sighs in admiration. "Brother Tring is truly righteous. If we can save my father this time, our Du family will definitely follow only you." He waves his hand politely. "It's just a small matter, no need to dwell on it." Then he stands up and heads out. "You two rest early. Wait for good news from me tomorrow." Waiting for Old Tring to leave, Do Tiet continues to ask Old Twang uneasily, "Is Brother Tring really going to be okay all alone?" Old Twang strokes his beard and laughs gleefully. "Rest assured, the Blacksmith Association definitely cannot expect what kind of monster awaits them tomorrow." The next morning at Heaven's Wind City, the Blacksmith Association, Old Mo enters alone and looks around. Although their overall strength is slightly inferior to the Profession Association, I must admit the Blacksmith Association is quite wealthy. Suddenly, someone walks over and starts a conversation. "Brother, are you also here to take the exam to join the Blacksmith Association?" He turns his head and replies mysteriously, "No, I'm here to take the Advanced Blacksmith Qualification exam." Upon hearing that, everyone starts whispering and gossiping. Did I hear that right? This kid says he wants to register for the Advanced Blacksmith exam. You didn't hear wrong. I heard it clearly too. How old is he? Can he really be that good? Beat me to death and I still wouldn't believe it. I even registered for the master exam. I know how to brag too, ha. Very quickly, it's old MO's turn. The examiner looks at his information in confusion and requests, "Sorry, please check again." He panics in his head. Impossible. The machine is new, there shouldn't be any issues. But even after checking again, the result remains the same. Current forging level, intermediate. Expandance, 100,100,000. Eligible to register for the advanced blacksmith exam. The examiner quickly makes way and guides him. "You are qualified to take the exam, please follow me to register." The guy who looked down on old MO earlier also realizes his mistake, full of regret. I didn't expect he had actually reached the intermediate level. Damn it, I was truly blind. Not only did I miss the chance to befriend an expert, but now I've also offended him. At the advanced blacksmith exam site. His information is read aloud once more. Trin Kim Mak, 19 years old, jobless, class level 32. Mentor, On Luong. So young, and he has the jobless class, yet he already possesses the intermediate blacksmith qualification. Old Mo says boredly, "That's right, can I go in now?" The examiner nods and lets him in. "Go on in, your seat is in the second row on the left, find it yourself." He looks at old Mo's back with hope. Waited so long and finally met a good seedling. A dual cultivating awakened who is only 19 years old. I hope you can bring me a surprise. Waiting until old Mo has walked a distance, the man immediately orders his subordinates. Go check the archives and see if there is a master blacksmith named On Luong. If we're lucky, perhaps we can help the association gain 2 more talents. As soon as old Mo steps inside, all eyes fall on him. Everyone treats him like a kid and teases him, so young and already participating in the advanced blacksmith exam. You went to the wrong exam room, didn't you? This is the advanced blacksmith exam. But as soon as old Mo walks to his desk, everyone freezes. It turns out he really is a candidate. This is the advanced blacksmith exam. The younger generation is truly formidable. The man from earlier steps up to the podium and greets them. First, let me introduce myself a bit. I am Tran the Ham, a member of the Heaven's Wind City Blacksmith Association, an advanced blacksmith. The person next to me is Ditch Long, also a member of the association. We will be the judges for this advanced blacksmith exam. Now I will announce the content and rules of the exam. The exam consists of 2 parts. For the first part, within the allotted time, candidates must choose appropriate materials based on the prompt and design a forging plan that meets the standards. Old Mo understands upon hearing the prompt. This exam topic seems simple, but it actually tests one's fundamental forging knowledge immensely. Judging from this exam, the Blacksmith Association is not ordinary either. Suddenly, Tran the Ham asks Ditch Long angrily, "Has Dong Hok Than arrived yet?" Ditch Long replies flusteredly, "Why don't I see him? He entered the city over 10 minutes ago. He should be arriving any minute now." Tran the Ham is so angry his face turns red, scolding. Even though he is old Dong's son, he cannot blatantly disregard the rules. At most, we'll give him another 5 minutes. Ditch Long quickly calms him down. Calm down, calm down. The candidates below also lose patience, murmuring among themselves. Why hasn't it started yet? Haven't you heard? Old Dong's son hasn't arrived yet. We have to wait for him. Old Mo quietly listens to the situation. Elder Dong, it's the very father and son duo who framed old Tuong. Indeed, what Du Tiet said was not wrong. The Blacksmith Association is truly rotten to the core now. Just then, a guy with bright orange hair arrogantly walks in. Sorry, Councilman Tran, I just had a banquet, so I'm a bit late. Tran the Ham doesn't even bother to look at his face and turns away. Your seat is right in the middle of the second row. Hurry over there. The exam is about to begin. Ditch Long is more welcoming and also urges him. All right, it's good that you're here. Let's get started quickly. As luck would have it, old Mo and this Dong Hok Than make eye contact. He looks at him with some astonishment. This guy doesn't even look 20 years old. I didn't expect the advanced blacksmith exam to have such a young person. Old Mo has similar thoughts when seeing him. Looking at him, he's not even 40 years old, yet can already participate in the advanced blacksmith exam. He's not exactly useless either. Tran the Ham continues shouting, "Why don't you hurry to your exam seat? How long do you plan on delaying?" Don Hokthan scoffs dissatisfiedly and goes to his seat. Tran the Ham looks toward Trin Kia Mac, his frowning face relaxing with hope. This kid is truly neither arrogant nor timid, he remains calm. Seems like he's a true talent. I hope you won't disappoint me.
Ditch Long announces the exam task. The first exam today is to design a forging plan. The requirement is that the finished weapon must be level 50 or higher, have a damage output exceeding 150 points, and its weight must not exceed 3 pounds. Within 1 hour, please draw a detailed blueprint and fully select the necessary materials. Now, the exam begins. Ditch Long asked the Ham gleefully, "Brother Tran, do you think today's pass rate can reach 15%? You came up with this topic yourself. Give me a prediction." The Ham looks down at the candidates apathetically. "The topic I set isn't that simple. The number of people who can advance to the second round today definitely won't exceed 10%. Ditch Long looks over at Dong Hok Than and speaks. Tran the Ham shows displeasure immediately. It's just because his father is good at teaching, that's all." He looks over at old Mo, puzzled. Why hasn't this kid started yet? Could he be incompetent, and the first round has already stumped him? Ditch Long looks at Tran the Ham curiously. "Brother Tran, I see you pay quite a lot of attention to this young man. Could it be that he has something special about him?" He replies with a hint of disappointment. "I haven't seen anything special yet. Perhaps I misjudged him." Dong Hok Than completes his blueprint and shouts, "Done," he thinks to himself. "Thanks to my father's expertise in predicting the exam topic for me, no one here can possibly surpass this once it's submitted." Then he looks toward old Mo with utter contempt. "Ha ha. I thought there was something special about him, but to think he's only starting now. Seems like he's just someone with an undeserved reputation after all." At this moment, he finally buries his head in drawing the blueprint. Ditch Long and Tran the Ham discuss in bewilderment. TSK, this kid waited until half the time had passed before even lifting his pen. But I must admit, the speed at which he's drawing the blueprint is quite astonishing. The important thing about drawing a blueprint is accuracy, not speed. Waiting until half the time has passed to start seems a bit rushed. It will be hard to avoid mistakes. Old Mo satisfiedly lifts his blueprint. "This is my first time drawing a blueprint so seriously. Not bad either." Next is selecting the materials. Dong Hok Than now laughs openly, mocking old Mo. "Humph, how could this person reach the intermediate blacksmith level? Does he not even know that Fire Gen Gold and Wind's Spirit Stone counter each other? He even took nearly 5 pounds of Fire Gen Gold as the main material. What a fool who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Old Mo can't be bothered to pay attention to him, casually retorting. "Summer, insects cannot speak of ice. Frogs at the bottom of a well cannot discuss the sea. There are those with stupid minds who, upon seeing things beyond their comprehension, boldly spout nonsense that sounds worse than a fart." Seeing himself cursed at to his face, Dong Hok Tan yells in fury. "You kid? You dare insult me? Do you know who my daddy is?" Tran the Ham angrily shouts, "Exam area, no noise allowed." "All right, the first exam round is over. Everyone stop what you're doing. If anyone continues to work on their exam, they will be immediately disqualified. Next, Councilman Tran will begin his evaluation." Tran the Ham walks down and begins checking. "The drawing is too sloppy. At most I can rate it a C+. Fails the requirement. There's an issue with the material ratio. It cannot be forged into a weapon. Fail. The design has a bit of creativity. I can barely rate it a B-. Passes the requirement." As soon as he reaches Dong Hok Tan, he's also a bit surprised. "This design idea is really not bad. I can rate it an A-. In addition, the material ratio is quite reasonable. Passes the requirement." Dong Hok Tan, dissatisfied with the result, begins to complain. "Only an A-? Councilman Tran, why don't you take another look?" Tran the Ham angrily turns away, leaving him sulking. "Since when is it your turn to teach me how to score?" He approaches old Mo and asks, 5 pounds of Fire Gen Gold? This is the material you chose?" He nods. "That's right. Is there a problem?" Tran the Ham thinks old Mo is not being serious at all and yells in anger. "With such a large ratio of Fire Gen Gold, how can it be catalyzed? Moreover, your materials even include Wind Spirit Stone, which clashes with it. Can you even call this alloying? Are you just taking this exam half-heartedly? He calmly explains. Raise the temperature to 6,000 degrees. Use the 4 techniques of light, slow, and heavy fast to continuously forge it 1,000 times. Remove impurities while adding quicksand to increase the heat, then continue to forge and shape it with double the force. Will this method work? Dong Hak-than says disbelievingly, Kid, do you even know how to forge? The 4-style forging method continuously 1,000 times, and even increasing the heat. Is this something a human can even do? Tran the Ham thinks to himself begrudgingly. Although this method is somewhat exaggerated, if executed this way, it is indeed feasible. The only prerequisite is that there must be a blacksmith who can actually pull it off. He agrees with Old Mo's idea. For the materials part, I'll let you pass for now. As for the rest, we have to see how the blueprint is first. This makes Dong Hak-than open his mouth wide. This is actually accepted too. Councilman Tran, aren't you going easy on him? After looking through Old Mo's blueprint, Tran the Ham excitedly praises it profusely. This blueprint is really, really good. No, I should say it's extremely outstanding. Even I couldn't draw such a perfect design. Just considering the design level of this blueprint, I could grade it an A+. In fact, if A+ wasn't the highest score, I could even give it a higher grade. Old Mo chuckles softly. You flatter me. Everyone in the exam room speaks up in disbelief. Councilman Tran, for you to blatantly favor this candidate like this seems a bit inappropriate. That's right. The Blacksmith Association has always adhered to the principle of fairness. Aren't you breaking the rules? Dong Hak-tam takes the opportunity to falsely accuse him. Well done, Tran the Ham. You dare to publicly open the back door for him? Gitch Long intends to remind Tran the Ham. Brother Tran, today is a public exam after all, and young Master Dong is still here. If by chance this reaches the ears of Elder Dong Nguyen, both of us will be in trouble. Tran the Ham crosses his arms and retorts. I grade according to the candidate's standards. Even if you guys go and report me, I'm not afraid. Old Mo understands the situation and speaks up. Giving an A grade just based on a blueprint, Councilman Tran, you're still a bit hasty. Why don't you wait until you've seen the next round before deciding? Dong Hak-than scoffs inwardly. What's wrong with this guy? Councilman Tran has already spoken up to help him, yet he's still ungrateful. Is there something wrong with his brain? I thought he had some skill, but I didn't expect him to not only be a useless bum, but also have brain issues. Tran the Ham understands his intention and plays along. In that case, I won't give you a score for this round for now. Later in the second round, prove to me that you can use these materials to create a weapon. Either you'll bear the consequences yourself. He thinks to himself rather pleased. Although this kid speaks arrogantly, he actually indirectly clarified that there's no private relationship between him and me. He truly is a good seedling. But next, we still have to see how his actual strength is. Old Mo urges. Since the results of the first round have been decided, then let's quickly start the second forging exam round. Ditch Long announces. Then I declare the first exam round concluded. 90 people are eliminated, 12 people have passed. Eliminated candidates may leave the field at any time. If you wish to observe the second exam round, please move to the spectator area on the right. As the announcement ends, a bunch of people gloomily walk out, leaving only 12 people behind. They all direct their anger toward Old Mo, moving together to the spectator stands to continue watching the exam. I want to see how you use this kind of material to complete that blueprint from earlier. Councilman Tran's arrangement is good. We can be considered as monitoring the situation. No matter what tricks he tries to pull, we'll see it clearly. I don't believe he can actually break the rules. Dishlong quickly announces the rules for the second exam round. Next, we will proceed with the second exam round. Candidates are requested to complete the recreation of their blueprint design within 3 hours. The candidate who ranks first in total score and achieves an A grade or higher will be directly awarded the title of councilman by the Blacksmith Association, as well as a reward of 10,000 gold coins. The second round officially begins. Dong Hak-than is smug. Ha! An A-grade rating. This reward of 10,000 is definitely mine. He curiously glances over at Old Mo and happens to see Old Mo looking at him too. He immediately flinches and yells, "What are you looking at? Want to learn in secret? Too bad my method is very complex. Someone like you wouldn't be able to understand it." Old Mo observes Dong Hak-than's blueprint. He smirks. So the weapon he wants to forge is actually a short sword. Seems like I don't need to make too many adjustments either. Everyone is surprised when they see old Mo scribbling and redrawing his sketch. He's revising his blueprint right on the spot. The second round only gives 3 hours, yet he still plans to change his approach. He's really looking down on the exam too much. Perhaps he also realized that the blueprint from earlier would be difficult to execute, so he just wants to salvage it a bit. Dick Long glared at Lao Mac in anger. What a mess. I was kind enough to give him a chance earlier, and now he wants to change his blueprint on the spot. I must disqualify him. Tran the Ham immediately raised a hand to stop him. It's fine. Since we already gave him a chance, let's keep watching. When he inevitably fails, he'll receive the punishment he deserves. Meanwhile, Lao Mac calmly did things his own way. He picked up the blueprint to examine it. The blade designed by Dong Hock Tan is a bit heavy, so my new plan also needs to adjust the material ratio accordingly. This chunk is just right. Saying that, Lao Mac grabbed a massive piece of blazing gold. Dong Hock Tan gave him a disdainful glare. Idiot. Such a huge chunk of blazing gold. Let's see how you're going to handle it. Lao Mac observed the color of the blazing gold to evaluate it. The temperature is almost there. I should be able to start forging now. Right after, he nonchalantly lifted a hammer bigger than his own head as if it weighed nothing. The crowd gasped in awe. My God, even with both hands, I can't lift that largest forging hammer, yet he can wield it with one hand. He must be an awakened, and one who specializes in strength. Aren't dual cultivators supposed to have very slow progress in secondary professions? How can his forging level be this high? Dick Long looked dumbfounded. So he's a rare dual cultivator. No wonder you showed him leniency. But even Tran the Ham himself didn't expect Lao Mac to be this incredible. His face was equally stunned. Dual cultivators are rare, but almost no one can progress equally in both fields, so we still have to wait for the final result before drawing a conclusion. He struck down with his hammer. A loud clank rang out and sparks flew everywhere, followed by an unrelenting barrage of 999 consecutive hammer strikes from him. Don Hock Tan turned pale with fear but tried to calm himself. Using a 50-pound iron hammer to execute the four-form forging technique, this guy is absolutely terrifying. No, I can't panic. He only has brute strength, and I haven't even revealed my trump card yet. It's no big deal. The spectators watching were astonished and thrilled. To execute the four-form forging technique with such a massive tool, I really admire this kid. He's about to add the Wind Spirit Stone. Can he actually pull it off? If so, wouldn't all our years of studying have been a complete waste? He let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat from his forehead. 1,000 hammer strikes completed. Next is the final step. Suddenly, someone cried out, catching Lao Mac's attention briefly. Wait, everyone look at young Master Dong. What is that? It's an embryo-grade ascension. The weapon hasn't even taken shape yet, but there are already signs of grade ascension. As expected of Elder Dong's son, with a family legacy like this, we truly can't compare. Dom Hock Tan felt smug inwardly. Humph. No matter how skilled you are, in the face of my family's forging legacy, you're just showing off before an expert. But contrary to what everyone thought, Lao Mac didn't care about Dong Hock Tan at all. What he noticed was Lao Tuong's technique. This is the embryo-grade ascension technique invented by Lao Tuong, right? It's truly enough to leave people in awe. Then he let out a euphoric smile and raised his hammer again. But this still isn't the best method. The glory those two father and son stole from you, let me help you win it back. The crowd stared at Lao Mac in panic. Is he crazy? The temperature is at 1,100 degrees. Adding the Wind Spirit Stone right now will cause the embryo to collapse. What on earth is he trying to do? He channeled all his strength and brought the hammer down with a devastating strike. The atmosphere in the room changed instantly, and the crowd clearly felt it. Wait, why is there a cold draft blowing over? What's going on? Why did the temperature drop? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, My God, quickly look inside the forge. It's emitting a blue light. Lao Mac pulled out an unformed blue stone. Don Hock Fan immediately burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha! I knew you couldn't do it, but I didn't expect you wouldn't even finish forging the embryo. Trash like you doesn't deserve to be a blacksmith. I'm going to report this to the association and revoke your intermediate blacksmith qualification. Ditch Long felt let down. What a pity. I thought I was about to witness a completely new forging method. Seems like I overthought it. Tran the Ham also felt deep disappointment and regret. What was I even expecting just now? Did I really think he could force the fusion of blazing gold and Wind Spirit Stone? But right after that, Lao Mak declared, "It's done." The stone in Lao Mak's hand instantly radiated a powerful surge of energy throughout the entire hall. Everyone stood frozen, sensing this majestic atmosphere. What on earth did he do? This violent tremor and this terrifying aura. Could it be the phenomenon that only triggers when crafting a supreme masterpiece? The stone in Lao Mak's hand cracked open. He raised a breathtakingly beautiful sword high into the air, making everyone gasp in awe. I can't believe it's a great ascension. Moreover, looking at the scale of this phenomenon, it's even superior to Dong Hak Fan's. My God, I actually got to witness a completely new forging method. Just who is this sacred genius? The blinding light from Lao Mak's sword spread even to the outside. Two men forging nearby also immediately took notice. This is a phenomenon that only appears when a supreme masterpiece is forged. Someone is crafting a supreme masterpiece. This is the testing site for intermediate blacksmiths. It seems a genius is about to be born. Unfortunately, the elder of the Blacksmith Association, Dong Ho Fi, was also present there. It's an epic-grade masterpiece. Could it be that Dong Hak Fan forged it? The president of the Blacksmith Association, Fatch Dong, stood next to him in anticipation. That's a forging phenomenon. Could it be that a peerless genius is about to emerge in our Blacksmith Association? Tran the Ham stiffened in shock and stumbled toward Lao Mak. This is epic. Epic. Dick Long followed closely, worried. Brother Tran, are you feeling unwell? Suddenly, Old Ham shouted, making a decision. An epic-grade masterpiece. Trin Kia Mak was actually able to forge an epic-grade masterpiece right here in the arena. I declare that today's first-place winner is none other than Trin Kia Mak. Dong Hak Fan angrily held up his blueprint in protest. No, absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. He looked at my blueprint during the competition, then suddenly revised his. He clearly plagiarized me. I do not acknowledge his result. But after what just happened, everyone had realized Lao Mak's true strength. Not a single person spoke up to defend Dong Hak Fan. Trin Kia Mak's forging skill is clearly vastly superior to Dong Hak Fan's, yet he's accused of plagiarizing. He's just relying on his usual arrogant habits. How does that saying go? Right, a cornered dog will jump the wall. Tran the Ham angrily scolded him. Dong Hak, a loss is a loss. Don't disgrace our Blacksmith Association. But Dong Hak Fan showed no respect and fired back. Tran the Ham. Time and time again you defend that brat. I think you've made a shady deal with him. Tran the Ham kept his cool and confronted Hak Fan's slander. You can report me or accuse me all you want, but that's for after the exam is over. Right now, I am the one in charge here. He was about to continue speaking when another man's voice cut in. Shut up, Hak Fan. Don Hak Tan flinched and turned around, calling out, Father. Lao Mak immediately focused on him. He's the mastermind who framed Lao Tuang's master, Dong Ho Fi. Tran the Ham and Ditch Long promptly bowed. Greetings, Elder Dong. Seeing his father arrive, Dong Hak Tan ran over to tattle. Father, you came at the right time. Counselor Tran, as an examiner, is publicly shielding a candidate. I was planning to go to the association and report him. Dong Ho Fi said coldly, You don't need to say any more, I already know everything. He turned to scrutinize Lao Mak and asked, Are you the candidate who used blazing gold to forge an epic-grade masterpiece? I didn't expect you to be this young. He showed no fear, looking straight into the old man's eyes and replying, That's me. Do you have any guidance for me, Elder Dong? Dong Ho Fi politely walked over to Lao Mak and asked, To have such craftsmanship at such a young age, who is your master? Tran the Ham stepped forward from below and reported, The records show his name is On Luong, but I've checked all the files in the association and there seems to be no information about this person. Dong Ho Fi muttered, On Luong. This name sounds strangely familiar. Lao Mak gave a weary, slight smile. My master doesn't care for fame or wealth, so he isn't well known. Dong Ho Fi warmly placed a hand on Lao Mak's shoulder and agreed to award him the title. All right, then we will tentatively confirm Trin Kia Mak as the top candidate in this advanced exam. However, the 10,000 reward will only be issued after the association discusses and decides. Dong Hak Fan cried out in frustration, Father. Dong Ho Fi continued. Furthermore, our association needs to meet your master. I hope you can pass on the message. Lao Mak looked slightly conflicted. Meet my master. I will convey the Blacksmith Association's request, but I can't guarantee whether he'll agree or not. Then he waved his hand and walked away, leaving everyone dumbfounded. But since the Blacksmith Association has acknowledged my achievement, I will return in a few days to collect my certification and the first-place reward.
I will take my leave for today. Dong Hokban angrily pointed and yelled after Lao Mak, "Father, are you just going to let him go like that? And what about Tran the Ham? He's clearly showing favoritism and shielding him for personal gain." Dong Hofi blocked Dong Hokfan and snapped, "Shut your mouth." He then turned to praise Tran the Ham. "The Ham, you did an excellent job in this exam, fair and upright. I will recommend a reward for you at the association." Tran the Ham bowed in polite gratitude and replied, "It is my duty. I wouldn't dare trouble you for a reward recommendation, elder." Then Dong Ho Fai angrily dragged his son away. "You beast, hurry up and follow me." Dong Hok Fan walked a distance away with his father, out of sight from others, and began to whisper his schemes. "Father, why did you give that brat the title of top candidate? With your status, if you just said the word, would Tran the Ham dare to say anything?" Only then did he reveal his cunning old fox nature. The Blacksmith Association is inherently something in the hands of our Dong family. Why would I need to look at the face of a mere counselor like him? Immediately after, without a word, he slapped his son across the face with all his might and scolded him. "Shut up, you idiot." Dong Hoktan fell to the ground in fear, clutching his cheek. "Father, father." He got close to his son's face and berated him. President Fatch is getting old, and the Blacksmith Association will soon face a change in leadership. If we make a huge fuss and let the entire association know about a young genius, how does that benefit us? Right now, the most crucial thing is to win over mid-level counselors like Tran the Ham, so they vote for me in the upcoming election. Yet you dared to offend them. Enduring it for a moment is fine. Wait until I become the president of the Blacksmith Association. What would one advanced exam matter? Even if you want to take the master test next year, I have ways to help you. Dong Hoktan lowered his head. I know I was wrong. He began to scheme and issued orders. As for that brat, we can't just sit idly by. This name On the Wong sounds very familiar. Find someone to investigate him for me. Dong Hoktan obediently complied. Yes, father. Scene transition to the Moon Tavern. Lao Tuong was astonished listening to Lao Mak recount his competition. I'm not surprised you could pass the advanced blacksmith exam, but I didn't expect you to use the arena's materials to forge an epic-grade equipment piece. Lao Mak humbly refused to take all the credit as he explained, I merely adopted your concept and successfully improved upon it. I proposed the method, but I never expected someone could actually execute such an unimaginably skilled forging technique. Do Tiet felt a chill down his spine as he listened to Lao Mak. Just over 20 years old and already possessing an advanced blacksmith certification, and he can even make Lao Tuong learn from him. He's an absolute monster. Lao Mak turned to ask, Du Tiet, can you contact the president of the Blacksmith Association? Du Tiet, standing to the side with crossed arms, replied, President Thatch. He is advanced in age and has been living in seclusion in recent years. Contacting him isn't hard, but unless it's a matter of great importance, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get the old man to make an appearance. Lao Mak, eager for a fight and a victory, wanted to expose everything. In this exam, my work has definitely alarmed the higher-ups of the Blacksmith Association. But Dong Ho Fai surely won't easily acknowledge my achievement and will definitely investigate my identity. But if he wants to investigate, we don't need to hide anymore. I'll use this opportunity to expose his true colors in front of President Thatch. Even though Lao Tuong heard Trin Kia Mak say this, he still harbored the deep-seated insecurities from all those years. He asked with a heavy heart, President Fack has always been fair and upright, but are you really sure you can clear my name for what happened back then? Lao Mak frowned, his eyes revealing a fierce determination. Rest assured, Lao Tuong. Do Tiet was moved, clasping his hands and bowing to vow, with Mr. Trin's help, even if I have to go through life and death, I, Do Tiet, will absolutely ensure this is done right. The three quickly initiated their plan. All right, let's set off then. Time waits for no one. 2 days later at the Blacksmith Association, Lao Mak strolled inside following the Ham. He was eager when mentioning the association's large sum of money. Coming here this time, I should be able to collect the 10,000 gold coins for getting first place in the last exam. Tran the Ham joked with a laugh. Ha ha, little brother Trin, it seems you value money even more than the advanced blacksmith certification. He scratched his head and chuckled. I'm a pragmatic person. Compared to vague titles, I care more about things that bring me practical benefits. Tran the Ham glanced at Lao Mak and chuckled inwardly. He probably doesn't know yet just how much money one can make with an advanced blacksmith certification. He then smoothly continued, Rest assured, in taking you to meet the higher-ups in the association this time,
As long as you join the association, not only will you get the advanced blacksmith certification, but the 10,000 gold coins promised last time won't be an issue either. A moment later, he entered the Blacksmith Association's meeting room. Tran the Ham eagerly introduced him to everyone. His here. This is Trin Kiam Mak, the one I mentioned to all of you. When everyone saw him, they immediately broke into surprised whispers. Is this young? Is he the one who forged the epic grade item? Has this kid really reached the rank of advanced blacksmith? Dong Ho Fi stood up and asked him, right then, have you and your master reached an agreement? What's the final result? Lao Mak shrugged and answered, yesterday my master and I fully discussed it, and he still doesn't want to show his face. Suddenly, Dong Ho Pi's tone and expression turned more cunning. He glared at Lao Mak with a loaded remark, oh, is it that your master doesn't want to come, or that he doesn't dare to come? Lao Mak said nothing, only cracking a smile. Tran the Ham stood behind, confused. Elder Dong, what do you mean? He fiercely dumped everything onto Lao Mak in an instant. Let our peerless genius, Trin Kiam Mak, answer that question. Isn't that right, Elder Trin of the Thunder City Lifestyle Association? The murmurs erupted even louder. What does this mean? He's from the Lifestyle Association? An elder. He's actually an elder of the Lifestyle Association. What is an elder of the Lifestyle Association doing in our Blacksmith Association? Are they trying to annex us? Tran the Ham turned to Lao Mak in disbelief and asked directly, are you really an elder of the Thunder City Lifestyle Association? He didn't hide it at all, pulling out the association's insignia to confess. That's right, I am indeed an elder of the Lifestyle Association. Everyone was completely floored in shock. He really has the elder badge. How is this possible? How absurd, such a forging genius was snatched up by the Lifestyle Association first. Heaven is truly not blessing our Blacksmith Association. Dong Ho Fi was surprisingly calm as he questioned Lao Mak. I am very curious. What exactly are you here for this time? A slap to our faces? Humiliation? Or are you a sleeper agent? He casually replied, you're overthinking it. I simply wanted to obtain the advanced blacksmith qualification, but that only made him harder to believe. Dong Ho Fi persistently pressed him. If that's the case, why deliberately hide your identity? Guilty conscience? Moreover, with your status, there's no way you don't know the relationship between our two sides. You definitely came with a mission. And as for your master, just what kind of person is he? I advise you to confess honestly, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, he called men out to threaten and control Lao Mak. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out calling his name. Dong Ho Fi, I heard you were looking for me. He jumped and immediately turned toward the source of the sound. This voice is, Du Tiet, why are you here too? Could it be that you and Trin Kiam Mak are on the same side? But then he looked down at the person standing next to Du Tiet and instantly exclaimed in twisted delight, on the Wong, so it's my good disciple. We were just planning to look for you, but I didn't expect you to show up on your own. He took off his hat, and after so many years finally had the courage to confront his master. Dong Ho Fi, after so many years, you are still as shameless as ever. Tran the Ham stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Grandmaster Tuong? Seeing Lao Tuong, everyone on the council immediately stood up in indignation. It's really him. I spit on you, this shameless lowlife actually dared to come back. Tuong Van Luong, you were expelled from the Blacksmith Association ages ago. What are you doing back here today? Seeing everyone berating him in ignorance, Lao Tuong, who had endured grievances for so long, unleashed everything in his heart. Cut the nonsense. Back then it was clearly Dong Ho Fi who stole my work and framed me. I spared him out of respect for him once being my master, but I never expected you people would still refuse to let me off. Tran the Ham stepped forward and asked doubtfully, are you telling the truth? Lao Tuong didn't hesitate, raising his hand to swear an oath. I, Tuong Van Luong, swear to the heavens, every word I just said is the absolute truth. Dong Ho Fi adamantly denied it, finding a way to pile more guilt onto Lao Tuong. Ridiculous. Back then you were nothing but an insignificant apprentice. What right do you have to say I stole your work? I spared you out of consideration for our master-disciple bond, yet you dared to use the title of blacksmith to swindle people across the Heavens Apocalypse continent, sullying the association's reputation. How could I just stand by and watch? Unexpectedly, Lao Mak stepped up to block Lao Tuong and protect him. I was taught by Lao Tuong, yet I defeated your son, Dong Hoc Than. If you think your talent surpasses Lao Tuong's, then surely over the years you must have fully grasped my supreme forging technique. How about you duel me in a match to see? Lao Tuong looked moved at Lao Mak protecting him. To defend me, young Trin actually dared to claim he's my disciple.
I truly don't know how to repay this immense kindness.
Dong Ho-fi was infuriated by Lao Mac's provocation. His face turned livid, drained of blood as murderous intent surged wildly toward Lao Mac. No matter what you say, it doesn't change the fact that one of you is trash expelled by the association and the other is a spy sent by the Lifestyle Association. Today, I will represent the Blacksmith Association. Suddenly, Fatch Dong appeared, causing the atmosphere to instantly freeze. Represent the Blacksmith Association? You're speaking a bit too soon. Everyone respectfully bowed. Greetings, President Fatch. Fatch Dong immediately told everyone to continue what they were doing. Everyone, take a seat. This old man hasn't bothered with the association's affairs in a long time. Today I happen to have some free time, so I came to take a look. You don't need to be so formal. Just continue discussing the topic from earlier. Dong Ho-fi went over to snitch. President Fatch Tuong Van Luong ordered his disciple to hide his identity as an elder of the Lifestyle Association to infiltrate our Blacksmith Association and take the exam today. His intentions are truly malicious. Fatch Dong immediately raised a hand to stop him and said, I already know all of this. Du Tiet has told me. He then turned to look at Lao Tuong and asked gently, Van Luong, it's been so many years. How have you been living? Lao Tuong didn't dare to meet his gaze, averting his eyes as he replied, same as always. Then Fatch Dong pointed at Lao Mac and questioned, then let's talk about him. Your disciple is already an elder of the Lifestyle Association. Why did you send him here? Do you really want revenge? Lao Tone calmly and honestly confessed, actually, Trin Kia Mac is not my disciple. I am the one who owes my progress to his help. Otherwise, I could never have touched the threshold of a Grand Master. Hearing his words, everyone's resolve began to waver as they reconsidered. Has Tum Van Loon really reached the Grand Master level? How could he upgrade without the resources of the Blacksmith Association? Dong Ho-fi is still an advanced blacksmith and hasn't stepped into the Grand Master rank yet, but Tum Van Loon has surpassed him. Looking back now, perhaps what happened back then wasn't so simple. Seeing that the situation was turning against him, Dong Ho-fi flew into a blinding rage and cursed. Tum Van Loon, don't you dare make wild accusations. Aren't you just saying all this to beg for pity? Do you have any proof that I framed you back then? Lao Mac looked helplessly at Dong Ho-fi, his eyes revealing clear pity. I truly have no proof of this. If anyone is to blame, I can only blame myself for trusting you too much. But I returned today not to argue, but simply to take the Grand Master exam and reclaim the glory that belongs to me. Old Dong instantly turned into a completely different person, his demonic face revealing a clear, murderous intent. He snarled, no proof, and yet you dare to bring outsiders here to cause trouble and spout nonsense, deliberately slandering an elder. Tong Van Loon, what kind of place do you think our Blacksmith Association is? Suddenly, Lao Mac stepped forward and boldly declared, who says we don't have proof? Old Dong angrily dismissed Lao Mac. This is our internal affair. What right do you have to interrupt? Guards, throw him out. Tek Dong, annoyed, slammed his cane hard on the ground and shouted, I am still the president. It's not your place to give orders here. Then he asked Lao Mac, you said you have proof. Let's see it. He took out a blueprint and handed it to Old Tak to inspect. This is the improved design for the embryo upgrading forging method, which is also the technique I use to create an epic treasure. It's the result of refining Elder Tuong's upgrading method. Everyone started to rethink things, turning to look at Dong Ho-fi and whispering. From what I know, the Dong father and son have relied on this method to climb to high positions in the Blacksmith Association in recent years, but their forging skills haven't improved at all. The Dong family really hasn't made any progress these past few years. They just occupy seats without doing anything. It seems this matter is more than likely true. Our Blacksmith Association is being ruined by parasites like them. Seeing his position beginning to crumble, Dong Ho-fi decisively ordered the hired mercenaries. What can a single blueprint prove? Even if your forging method is brilliant, how does that prove I copied Tuan Van Luan back then? I bet you're just lackeys of the Lifestyle Association coming here to cause trouble. Guards, seize them. In just a split second, the number of people in the meeting room multiplied as Dong Hock then led a crowd of guards to surround them. Do Tiet looked at him in shock. Dong Hock then. The president is still here. What are you trying to do? He stood there with his arms crossed, boasting. What am I doing? Eliminating a threat for the association, of course. Fact Dong, losing his patience, questioned him. Dong Ho-fi, are you planning to rebel? Old Dong, having gone too far to turn back, decided to see it through. President Fac, once I deal with these people, I will personally apologize to you. Seize him.
Lao Mac's face darkened as he said coldly, "Seize me. Are you even worthy?" He whipped around, his pupils narrowing like a wild beast's. With just a gentle wave, he sent those two flying away. Dong Hak then retreated instinctively in fear. Dong Ho Fist's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. I spent a fortune to hire these guards. All of them are level bomb money 5 or above, yet in his hands, they couldn't even withstand 2 moves. This brat isn't just good at forging, his combat power is also this terrifying. But since we've already torn off all pretenses, even if I have to force President Tak to abdicate, I must control the situation. I don't believe you can fight everyone at once, he recklessly ordered. Guards, subdue them all. Lao Mac turned back arrogantly, looking at old Tak with a hint of mockery. The elders of the Blacksmith Association sure have a lot of authority, huh? You can't even manage them as the president? Being called out by a mere kid, Phak Dong furiously unleashed his power, instantly releasing a fierce gale. Enough. Everyone, calm down at once. With just one shout from old Tak, everything around shattered into pieces. The guards following old Tak also swiftly slipped behind old Dong and restrained him, sending shivers down his spine. I didn't expect the president's subordinates to be this powerful. In just a few seconds, the entire meeting room had been forcibly taken over by Phak Dong. Lao Mac looked at him and assessed. This man's strength is unfathomable. I can't even see his information. Could he also be a fourth awakening expert? This Blacksmith Association really does have some capable people. Now knowing old Dong's true colors, everyone openly criticized and humiliated him. Well done, Dong Ho Fai. So you're the despicable villain after all. Daring to steal even your own disciples' achievements, you're less than human. Back then, Tung Van Loom trusted you so much, yet for your own selfish gain, you ruined the peerless genius of the Blacksmith Association. Trembling with fear, old Dong immediately dropped to his knees and begged his former student for forgiveness. Van Loom, I know I was wrong. We were master and disciple for so many years. Please help me beg the president for mercy. But before old Tuum could say another word, old Thak cut in and made an announcement that left old Tuum frozen in astonishment. Humph. Pass down the order. Starting today, Don Ho Fai and Don Hok Thang are officially expelled from the Thunder City Blacksmith Association and will never be rehired. Furthermore, Tuan Van Loon is appointed as the candidate for the next president. Drag them away. Old Dong's spirit completely collapsed as he screamed wildly while being dragged away. No, you can't treat me like this. The next president should be me. Tak Dung gently placed a hand on Old Term's shoulder to comfort him. Van Loon, you suffered so much injustice over the years. This time, as long as you pass the Grandmaster Blacksmith exam, the position of president of the Thunder City Blacksmith Association will be yours. Old Tern was stunned beyond belief. Kid Tring, you really helped me become the president. I'm not dreaming, am I? Everyone also rushed over to Old Tern, cheering. Van Leeuwen becoming the president is truly well-deserved. That's right, only with a Grandmaster-level president can our Blacksmith Association prosper. Old Tak warmly approached Lao Mac and revealed, "Little friend, actually, this improved method was written by you, wasn't it?" Lao Mac smiled foolishly and replied, "It is indeed my handwriting, but I was also influenced by Elder Tern." Tak Down turned away, leaving behind a bit of heartfelt sentiment from his twilight years. I am old now. At most, I have half a year left before I have to step down for someone else. If possible, I hope you will help the Thunder City Blacksmith Association more in the future. He looked at old Tak's back and confidently declared, "Rest assured, with me here, the Thunder City Blacksmith Association will never decline." The guard following old Tak asked in confusion, "Old Tak, I don't understand. Don Ho Fai is certainly despicable, but just handing the Blacksmith Association over to Tung Van Loom like this, doesn't it mean this association will fall into the hands of Trin Kia Mac?" The old man softly explained, "On the Heaven's Apocalypse continent, no matter how strong the blacksmith is, it's still a secondary profession. To develop, one cannot detach from major organizations. Don Ho Fai is an incompetent fool. Instead of letting him ruin my life's work, I'd rather let the association follow a true powerhouse." Old Tak gazed into the distance. This Trin Kia Mac is no ordinary person. I'm absolutely certain that in his hands the association will inevitably grow stronger by the day. A few days later, everyone gathered to congratulate old Toom Van Loom. Congratulations on becoming the second person to reach the Grandmaster level in the association after the president. President Phak is about to step down, so the association will have to rely on you from now on. Old Toom politely replied, "You flatter me. I was just lucky, that's all." The crowd soon dispersed. Just then, he noticed Lao Mak standing right behind him and excitedly bragged, "Kid Trin, I've officially passed the Grand Master Blacksmith exam." He laughed joyfully. "Then I should start calling you President Toom ahead of time." Old Toom eagerly pulled his arm. "You little rascal, you definitely have to share a drink with me today." But Lao Mak declined. "Actually, I came here today to say goodbye to everyone." This left Old Toom feeling disappointed. "Are you leaving so soon?" He explained with a hint of sadness. "Yes, now that the matters at the Blacksmith Association are settled, I should head back to the Phi Lam Arena to reunite with my team." Do Tiet immediately dropped to one knee to express his gratitude, flustering Lao Mak. "Mr. Tring saved my father's life. The Do family doesn't know how to repay this immense debt of gratitude. In the future, if you ever need any help, just say the word, and my family will definitely give our all." He excitedly grabbed Do Tiet's hands. "You're too polite. But I actually do have a matter I need you and your father's help with." Do Tiet agreed without a second thought. "Please, just say it. Even if we have to go through boiling water and raging fire, my father and I will not refuse." Lao Mak began to outline his plan. "Now that Elder Tuon has securely taken the president's seat, it's time for me to head back. I plan to establish my own guild next month. By then, I'll conquer a territory to use as a base and officially build up my own faction. Therefore, I hope the two of you can join my guild. I won't let you suffer any losses. Your compensation will be double what you currently earn." Do Tiet waved his hands and said with a smile, "If there's anything you need help with, Mr. Trin, just say the word. There's no need to discuss compensation." Old Tuong looked at him in disbelief. His father is an advanced blacksmith. If you hire their entire family, I reckon it will cost at least 200,000 gold coins. Can a brat like you afford that? Lao Mak panicked a little. "Although I'm still a bit short, I'll have enough in no time." Then Old Tuom offered his own price. "Why don't you hire the future president while you're at it? I'll charge you half price." Do Tiet, getting jealous, immediately jumped in. "Elder Tuon, you can't do that. Mr. Tring already invited our Do family first. I'm the future president and a Grandmaster level blacksmith. My father is also an advanced blacksmith, and my family has more than just one advanced blacksmith." Lao Mak smiled excitedly, having achieved his goal. With this, our guild instantly gains a powerful ally from the Blacksmith Association. Suddenly, Lao Mak received a message from Huang Thian. "Something happened, come back immediately." Lao Mak muttered to himself, "It's time to return to the team." Shifting to Blood Crow Fort, the reputation of Lao Mak's team was echoing everywhere. "Have you heard? That Eternal Zenith squad has swept through all 5 surrounding arenas, accumulating 85 consecutive wins. I heard the 5 arenas have handpicked their most elite members to form a team specifically to deal with them. Who would have thought the 5 great arenas would be pushed to this extent by a newly formed team?" Just as Lao Mak rode back, he heard everything and felt proud. 85 consecutive wins, that's a bit excessive. No wonder they had to call me back. He quickly headed back to the room to regroup with the gang. While walking, a guard blocked his path, refusing to let him pass. "Who's there? Don't come any closer." Instantly, he was knocked out cold by Lao Mak. "Next time, don't casually block my way." Inside the room, Huang Tian was showing off his battle achievements to Li Minhao. "Minhao, am I amazing or what? In all those past matches, wasn't I the one turning the tides every time? You speak as if you carried the team all by yourself." Suddenly, Lao Mak appeared, startling the whole group. "You guys are really something, fighting matches until you got yourselves placed under house arrest." Everyone cheered in unison. "Captain." Lang Yurkai rushed over to ask, "You're back. How did things go on your end?" Lao Mak hummed and replied, "Don't worry, everything went smoothly." Then he asked the group, "Can someone explain to me what's going on outside?" Hong Thian and Wei Then, entirely unbothered by their current situation, laughed and joked. "What else could it be? We were just too outstanding. It couldn't be helped. We kept winning without a single loss. 85 consecutive wins. Even if the arena was stupid, they'd know we came to stir up trouble." Li Minhao obediently came over to report. "Lately, we followed your plan, Captain. We swept through the 5 great arenas and even won a hefty sum from betting." He finished the thought. "So now we're being targeted by them." Li Minhao timidly lowered his head and said, "That's right. Now all 5 arenas have formed an alliance. They've assembled a specialized team to fight us, intending to decide victory or defeat in a single match. All in all, it's a bit troublesome." Contrary to what everyone thought, not only did Lao Mak not find it difficult, but he also felt it was a positive development. Troublesome. On the contrary, I see this as an opportunity. Just as he finished speaking, someone came looking for them. Holding a hairless cat in his arms, the man asked, "Are you the captain of Eternal Zenith?" "I've been waiting for you for a long time." He was Nyep Vin Sin, the owner of Phi Lam Arena. With both hands in his pockets, Lao Mak, fearing nothing in heaven or earth, coldly replied, "That's right, I am the captain of the Eternal Zenith squad, Trinkia Mak. You have some advice for me." Playing with his cat, the man introduced himself. "My name is Nyep Vin Sin, the owner of the Phi Lam Arena, and the one pulling the strings around here." Then his tone abruptly changed. "You're their captain, so did you orchestrate all this trouble in the arena?" Lao Mak feigned ignorance and shot back, "Trouble? Why would you say that? Our team registered properly at the Phi Lam Arena and participated in the matches. We simply placed heavy bets and won a little more than usual. How is that causing trouble?" Nyep Vin Sin patiently explained. "Betting on win streaks, continuously winning yourselves, orchestrating this entire spectacle to reach for the stars, and guiding public opinion to collapse our arena. If that's not causing trouble, then what is?" Unfazed, Lao Mak calmly retorted, "Did we violate any rules or show any signs of cheating?" "I'm afraid not. Otherwise, the arena would have taken action against us long ago." Unable to reason with him, Nyep Vin Sin changed his tune. "I don't care about all that. Regardless, you've caused losses to my arena, so you have to compensate me." Lao Mak didn't beat around the bush and cut straight to the chase, "Boss Nyep. If you have a proposal, just say it straight. No need to be evasive." The tension on old Nyep's face immediately eased. Spoken like a true captain, you catch on quickly. He began to explain. "Over the past few days, although you've caused no small amount of losses for the arena, you've also generated a huge amount of hype. Our 5 arenas don't want to miss this opportunity, so we hope you can cooperate and put on a show. When the time comes, simply lose to our 5 arena alliance team. That way, not only will our 5 arenas not hold you accountable, but you can also take away all the money you've won. What do you think?" Seeing that Nyep Vin Sin's words made some sense, Lao Mak's team members didn't have much to object to. "Captain, that doesn't sound too bad. It's safe and we still get to make money. Are they really letting us off that easily?" Lao Mak, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "Boss Nyep's terms are indeed very tempting, but there's one thing I cannot agree to." He paused and asked, "Which is?" He indirectly rejected the man's offer. "Before Eternal Zenith was established, I set a rule for myself, and that is, Eternal Zenith will never lose." Hearing this, everyone understood. Nyep Vin Sin was furious and snarled. "Never lose? You talk a big game." He yelled without restraint, "You've better think this through. If you stay quiet now, everything's fine between us. But if you make a move, we'll become irreconcilable enemies. Even if you win the match, do you really think you can leave Thunder City that easily?" Lao Mak sluggishly tried to hasten his departure. "Boss Nyep, there's no need to say more. In short, if you want us to lose, then there's nothing left to discuss." Old Nyep swore revenge with deep hatred. "Fine, fine, fine. You refuse the path to heaven and barge right into the gates of hell. No matter who is backing you, I've already given you a chance. From now on, it's a battle to the death." Unconcerned, Lao Mak just wanted him out of sight. He threatened, "Suit yourself, Boss Nyep. But I don't want to be guarded like a criminal tomorrow. If it stays like this, the matter won't end with me just knocking them out." Left with no other choice, Nyep Vin Sin reluctantly walked away. "Fine, you've got guts. You've got guts." Lai Min Hao looked at Lao Mak with admiration. "Captain, you were so cool just now." Wei Then and Huang Thian agreed, but still felt anxious. "Cool, sure, but we're in big trouble now." Lao Mak, "We're on their turf after all. Refusing them so bluntly, won't they try some dirty tricks?" Lao Mak understood their concerns completely and quickly reassured his team. "Don't worry. If they had proof that we broke the rules, they would have acted long ago. It's precisely because they have no excuse that they're only surrounding us without daring to strike. Furthermore, news of our 85-win streak has likely spread all across Thunder City. Now if anything happens to us outside the broadcast area of the Phi Lam Arena, their reputation will instantly collapse." He figured out the plan. For the people running the arena, rather than gambling their reputation, they might as well capitalize on this hype to arrange a highly profitable match. That's exactly why Nyep Vin Sin sought me out for a private chat. Wei Tun asked, puzzled, "Well, since you understand this logic so clearly, why not go with the flow, fight a fixed match, and make a fortune? It's risk-free and profitable. Why not do it?" Lang Yukai immediately jumped down Wei Ten's throat to remind him. "Didn't the captain already say so? Our team is absolutely forbidden from losing a single match." Then she looked at Lao Mak happily and full of trust. "No matter what, he Mak is our captain. If he says we won't lose, then we definitely won't lose. We just need to follow him into battle.
Nguyen grimaced, getting goosebumps all over. What the heck? If we have to fight, then we fight. I'm not objecting. But why start showing off your romance out of nowhere? Huang Thian, understanding his brother's heart, went over to comfort him. All right, don't mourn over those coins anymore. Once we win, the win streak rewards won't be any less than match fixing. In short, let's just do what Lao Mak says. Li Min Hao also agreed completely. That's right. Wherever the captain says to strike, they'll strike. Lao Mak coughed awkwardly and steered back to the main topic with everyone. Actually, the key point is that we've accepted Ko Thian's commission under the name of Eternal Zenith, so we must complete our deal with him first. Therefore, stop thinking about cooperating with Niep Vin Sin and prepare yourselves well for battle. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly. That's right. We should prepare for battle now.
Yeah, but before the match, we should go place our bets first. Meanwhile, not only did Niep Vin Sin fail to tempt Lao Mak, but he was also completely humiliated by him. He walked away resentfully. Cursing furiously, he doesn't know what's good for him. So ungrateful. The two guards following him fearfully reported as soon as they received a notice, "Boss, they've placed another bet. They went all in on themselves winning again. What should we do?" Breathing fire, Niep Vin Sin roared his order. What else? Obviously, we fight. A bunch of country bumpkins. Do they think they're invincible just because they won a few matches? Negotiating with them was merely to guarantee the win rate. Since they don't know what's good for them, then we crush them.
He turned to his guards and issued an order. Has Shattered Dream returned? Tell them there's no need to hold back. It's best to kill them all.
Shifting to the rest area of the Shattered Dream team, the vice captain, level 40 Soul Reaper, Ton Kak Van, opened the door and reported, "Captain, look, the news is here." Inside, his teammates were already waiting for him. In order from left to right were the level 40 Inquisitor, Vu Bak Van, the captain of Shattered Dream, level 42 Martial God, Luk Kok, and the level 40 Wind Rider, Diem Bin Bin. And finally, Vung Duet, a level 40 goddess. She asked Kak Van, "How did it go? How did Boss Niep negotiate with them?" Ton Kak Van shrugged and replied, "The talks are over. They didn't agree." Vu Bak Van was startled in disbelief. What? Boss Niep offered such generous terms and they still didn't agree.
Ton Kak Van turned to ask Vuumswet, "Well, have we figured out this team's true strength?" Vuumswet reviewed the information board in her hand and deduced. All their members are under level 35, but their 4 versus 14 record is 40 consecutive wins, and their individual win rates are all 100%. The conclusion is that they are incredibly strong. Diem Bin Bin spun the knife in his hand and said he wouldn't even agree to throw a fake match and split the money. What a freak. Luk Kok, however, let out a menacing smile. That just makes it more interesting. He covered his face to suppress his excitement. Calling us all the way here just to fight a fake match would be way too boring. Did Boss Niep say anything else? Ton Kak Van playfully ran a hand across his neck and stuck out his tongue. He told us to show no mercy and kill them all. The match took place quickly the very next day. The speakers echoed across the arena, inviting Team Eternal Zenith and Team Toai Meng to Arena 520. The team match will begin in 10 minutes. Once the match starts, any absent members will result in an automatic forfeit. Please get into position immediately. Ngui Then narrowed his eyes at Team Toai Meng with a hint of worry. Damn it, their levels are so high. The lowest is already 40. They're seriously strong, especially their captain. Lao Mak, do you have a strategy? Hurry up and give us the plan. Lao Mak turned around and calmly replied, "Strategy? My presence is the strategy." Ngui Then's face went blank. "I know you're strong, but could you be a little less arrogant? Say something practical. Oh, great captain." Lao Mak narcissistically shook his head. "I'm not being arrogant." Before stepping into the arena, they've probably watched the videos of our matches no less than 100 times. Discussing any tactics now is completely useless. The announcement rang out urgently, 10 seconds until the match begins. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. Lao Mak led the way and bluntly stated, "However, there's only one video of my matches out there. So if there's any strategy for this fight, it's me." The moment the two teams stepped out, deafening cheers poured down from the stands. Here they come. Here they come. It's the main force of the competitive arena, Toai Mon. A gathering of 5-second awakening elites from the competitive arenas. Eternal Zenith, do your best. I've bet a lot on you guys, don't lose. You fool, Toai Mong is invincible. A man in a black suit excitedly walked up to Nyep Vin Sin. The arena has never been this lively. Thanks to all the hype, the total betting pool for this match has reached several million. If we win, we stand to make a massive fortune. Nyep Vin Sin was determined. We must win, humph. The man beside Lao Nyep leaned in and whispered, "Don't worry. Toy Mom has never lost since they were formed. Plus, I've already set up a backup plan. In short, everything is fully prepared." Down in the arena, Lao Max signaled his team, "Let's go." Look Cock smirked complacently and gave his orders. Going with the same old tactic, huh? Vu Back Van, you go protect Viewing Duet. They have a stealth class approaching. Ton Kak Van, keep up with my pace. Jim Bin, you stay in the middle and provide ranged support. Lao Mak looked at Team Twy Mung's formation with some interest. Their strength really is a cut above. The previous teams were just a bunch of weaklings. I should stretch my muscles a bit. Look Cock was startled as he glanced at Lao Mak. He pulled out that strange weapon so quickly. Isn't he going to save it for a critical moment? Suddenly, Ton Kak Van was hooked by something. He cried out, "What the hell is this?" Immediately after, he was violently yanked back by Lao Mak. "Get over here." Vu Back Van shouted, "His target is the vice captain. Support him." But Lao Mak had already tossed a venomous capturing net toward Vuem Juet and Vu Back Van while their guards were down. The two were quickly ensnared, struggling helplessly in the net. What kind of weapon is this? It's poisoned. Lao Mak kicked Ton Kak Van while dragging Vuem Juet and Vu Bak Van together. They're charging in too. Wei Then immediately chanted his spell, Curse of Agony. At this moment, Look Cock finally realized the target they want to focus fire on isn't the healer. It's me? He looked at both his team and the enemy in panic. How is this possible? The match just started. Everything was supposed to be under my control. Why are the three of them being suppressed by him alone? And how is his team's synergy so impossibly high? Is Twy Mong really going to lose right here? Nyep Bin Sin slammed his hand on the table in a rage. What is that Look guy doing? I showed him their match videos beforehand, yet they're still getting steamrolled. The man beside him quickly tried to calm him down. Boss, rest assured, even if they fail, they still have a trump card. Don't worry, just wait. That's something I spent a massive amount of money to buy, guaranteeing this match won't have any mishaps. The crowd in the stands watched in confusion. Hey, what just happened? I only took a sip of water, and by the time I blinked, Look Cock was already down? Damn it. I bet about 1,000 gold on Twy Mong. Don't tell me I'm going to lose it all. If Eternal Zenith wins today, I'm afraid there's going to be trouble. Jim Bin Bin and Luke Cock quickly stood back to back in the arena to defend themselves. Jim Bin Bin said urgently, "Captain, if they don't break free, we're definitely going to lose with just the two of us." Luke Cock knew this well and was racking his brain for a solution. Damn it, I refuse to believe his crowd control skills can last forever. Lao Mak laughed in amusement, teasing them a bit. My crowd control isn't a skill. It's a supplementary attribute of my weapon combined with technique. If you're waiting for a cooldown, you might as well just surrender now. Jim Bin was terrified. A supplementary attribute of a weapon. How is that possible? Such a weapon actually exists. Look Cock deduced, it's an enchanted weapon, and his attacks have no cast time. It really must be a supplementary attribute of his weapon. He gritted his teeth and pulled out a red crystal. To think would be pushed this far by a rookie team. I really have to use this. It was the Cruel Corruption Crystal. When crushed, it would release a corrupting mist. Players who inhaled it would enter a temporary berserk state, boosting all stats by 30%. Look Cock crushed the Cruel Corruption Crystal in his hand, and a red light radiated from his body. I have no other choice. Jim Bin Bin panicked. Captain, do we really need to use this? Left with no other option, he reluctantly followed suit, crushing his own Cruel Corruption Crystal. Damn it. Huang Thian stared blankly and asked, are they using potions? Doesn't that count as cheating? Wei Then recognized the red crystal and anxiously explained, it's the Cruel Corruption Crystal. Technically speaking, it's categorized as an item, but rumor has it that once you use this, you won't be able to level up or progress for 5 years. They're going all out. Lao Mak was startled to see that Vuan Juet and Vu Back Van had also used the Cruel Corruption Crystal, slowly losing their sanity. They all brought this kind of item. Right after, Ton Kak Van lunged forward and grabbed tightly onto his leg. Lao Mak immediately created distance, jumping back to ensure his safety. This level of suppression isn't enough anymore. The 5 members of Toy Mong regrouped with a far more terrifying power. Mui Tun was on high alert. We're already halfway through the match. We finally managed to control the situation, and now they've fully recovered. But Lao Mac didn't seem to care in the slightest. It's just a desperate final struggle. Nothing to worry about. Look Cuck looked down at Lao Mac arrogantly, shameless boasting. We've already gathered all the information on your weapon. Don't even think it'll work on us anymore. He shouted, get in formation. Don't give them any more chances. Lao Mac sneered and drew his weapon, useless posturing. But you do have some skill. Since you've gone all out, I'll show you a bit of respect. Witness my new skill, Flowing Light Umbrella Second Awakening. His umbrella glowed and spun once. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a magic staff. Wei Tun's jaw dropped in shock. Holy shit, that's a high-tier magic staff. You even know mage skills. Lao Mac casually flicked his wrist, launching a spell with terrifying destructive power. There are a lot of things I know. Just take your time and learn. Look Cuck roared. Defend. Vu Back Van charged forward and raised his shield. Leave it to me. He used every ounce of his strength to block Lao Mac's attack. After a moment, Lao Mac's spell weakened. Look Cuck signaled again. We held our ground. Now it's time for our true counterattack. Suddenly, one of his members noticed something and screamed, Captain, look! What is that? Look Cuck was also startled as he looked up at the sky. How is this possible? He's just a newly second-awakened jobless. How can he cast a chain reaction array? In the sky, dozens of magic orbs were hovering and swirling around. Then, they relentlessly plummeted toward Team Toy Mong. The skill was Oblivion Black Hole, which created a black hole that continuously pulled in enemies and dealt AoE dark attribute damage, lasting for 5 seconds. When the black hole exploded, all enemies within its range would be immobilized, allowing for accumulated power. In just those few short seconds, the battlefield swiftly shifted completely in one side's favor. Lao Mac retracted his weapon and said in a harsh tone, the hardest part of a chain reaction is maintaining control during the casting phase, along with the medium, the casting tool itself. My Flowing Light Featherblade umbrella consumed countless resources just to reach its optimal state. Looking at it now, it seems my expectations weren't let down. Niep Ving Sin roared in a furious frenzy, Look Cuck, you bastard, wake up right now, my money. The man behind him was terrified and tried to calm Lao Niep down, boss, don't lose your temper. But Lao Niep turned around, beating and cursing him viciously, and you piece of trash, didn't you say it was a guaranteed win? Bastard. The man could only curl up and cover his head, enduring the beating. Having finished his part, Lao Mac stepped back and handed things over to his subordinates. All right, I'll leave the rest to you to finish this match. All 4 of them excitedly accepted the remaining task. Don't worry. The gamblers who lost heavily betting on Twy Mung screamed in agony. Damn it, my money. It's all gone. What Twy Mung? They're just complete garbage. In the arena, all 5 members of Twy Mung had collapsed unconscious. Everyone who bet on Eternal Zenith cheered and celebrated. We won. Eternal Zenith is amazing. Ha ha ha, enriched this time. Lao Mac looked at the scene, feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. And with that, our Eternal Zenith's very first battle has come to a successful end. After collecting their prize money, the 5 of them quickly departed from Heavenly Wind City. But a group of people trailed right behind them, shouting, catch them. Absolutely do not let them leave Heavenly Wind City. Damn it, how are their horses so fast? Wang Thian angrily turned around and asked, Lao Mac, should we teach these leeches a lesson? Lao Mac shook his head. There's no need. We're about to leave the perimeter of Heavenly Wind City anyway. Besides, our backup has arrived. Just as Lao Mac had said, after spotting the flag of the Blood Raven Keep, the pursuers instinctively backed off. The captain pulled his reins and signaled, stop. It's the Blood Raven Keep. We've reached the borders of Thunder City. His subordinate then asked, what do we do, Captain? Are we just going to let them go? The captain pondered for a moment before replying, it's not just Phi Lam Arena that lost. It was the money of all 6 arenas. Why should we risk our own lives? Let's head back and wait for Boss Niep's orders. Since we already know they were sent by the Blood Raven Keep, we can just settle the score directly with the Keep. Let's go. Lao Mac slowly rode his horse over. Captain Tao, your timing was impeccable. Tao Dup replied coldly, you flatter me, Mr. Trin. He then took the lead. After receiving your message, we've been waiting here for quite a while. Let's head back. The Keep Master is expecting you. The scene shifted back to the Blood Raven Keep. Before they even entered the room, they could hear Kokan shouting, I told you to go make some money. I didn't tell you to blow things up to this extent.
Damn it, 86 consecutive wins. You really are something. Why didn't you just kill Nyep Vin Sin while you were at it? Your Eternal Zenith team, you guys are just a bunch of absolute sweethearts. Brother, these 300,000 gold coins are burning a hole in my hands. How about you take them back and just say you have absolutely nothing to do with our Blood Raven keep? Lao Max smirked slyly and looked at the cowering Ko Kan. Didn't Boss Ko say earlier that you could handle a mess of any size? Why are you backing out so quickly now? Upon hearing this, Ko Kan lost all his composure and roared. I told you to quietly farm some numbers. I didn't tell you to stomp all over the faces of the 6 great arenas. Now you've left a size 48 boot print right on their faces, and you've even boldly declared you were wearing the boots of our Blood Raven keep. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and rushed in frantically to report, Boss, we've got a massive problem. Ko Kan glared angrily. Can't you see I'm busy? Spit it out. The man didn't dare hesitate and reported in a panic. According to our scouts, people from Phi Lam, Tu Ven, and the other arenas have already appeared on the outskirts of Thundercloud Ravine. Ko Kan despondently accepted his fate. I admit I said it'd shield you from the wind and rain, but your storm is just way too terrifying. I, Ko Thien, am incompetent and virtueless. How am I supposed to help you survive the wrath of the 6 great arenas? Sigh, but I, Ko Thien, am a man of my word. Worst case scenario, I can return the money and try to break into the top 10 next year. Lao Mac looked at him in surprise. I never expected Boss Ko to be so honorable. I've got a big business proposition for you here. Do you have the guts to take it? Hearing Trin Kiem Mac's words, Lao Ko's headache only worsened. What business? If you got something to say, spit it out. They're going to be here in a few hours at most. Paying no mind to the 6 great arenas, he directly made his offer to Lao Ko. After we leave here this time, I'm going to establish a guild, and I'll even secure a guild base. I want to invite you to join. Lao Ko was taken aback. What did you just say? Did I hear you right? He then let out a mocking laugh. Brother, are you out of your mind? You're asking me, an arena boss and a 3rd awakening expert, to go slum it with you? Lao Ko frowned and pointed at Huang Thien's group, scolding. What makes you think you have what it takes, relying on these useless lackeys of yours? Caught in the crossfire, Huang Thien pouted in grievance. Hey now, that's going too far. You should trust our captain. He can definitely take you straight to the top. Lao Mac began to employ some psychological manipulation, wrapping an arm around Lao Ko's shoulder and coaxing. Boss Ko, tell me, what is your dream? Lao Ko awkwardly stepped back. My dream. He rubbed his chin and thought. My dream is to sleep until I wake up naturally, and to count money until my hands cramp. My dream is to become a 4th awakening expert. Can you help me achieve that? Lao Mac confidently accepted and laid out his condition. Not a problem. As long as you follow my lead, it won't be long before you can fulfill those wishes. Lao Ko burst into roaring laughter. Ha ha ha. Kid, why on earth should I throw everything away just to trust you? Lao Mac smiled lightly and asked, Do you doubt my abilities? Lao Ko waved his hand and spoke bluntly. I don't doubt your abilities. You're a damn good fighter, kid. But when it comes to running things, you need power. You need backing. What the hell is the point of just knowing how to fight? At the end of the day, that's just low-class thug work. Lao Mac continued to entice him. So as long as I can prove I have the power and the backing, you'll join me, right? The two then went back and forth, one dodging and the other pushing. Then I'll have to see if your power is massive enough first. What if I can handle the 6 great arenas? Young people shouldn't always talk so big. Then let's make a deal. If I conquer the 6 great arenas, you will join my guild. Lao Ko didn't want to argue anymore. His heart was beginning to waver at Lao Mac's words, and he unknowingly compromised. If you can actually pull that off, you can even tell me to eat shit. Lao Mac's followers immediately chimed in with jokes. Boss Ko, don't talk too soon. I'm afraid when the time comes, you won't even be able to swallow it. Who knows, maybe he actually wants to eat it, so this is just his excuse. Lao Ko stormed out of the room in frustration. Humph. Then just give it a try. I'll be watching to see how you pull this off. Outside, Tao Duck asked anxiously, Boss, what should we do? Do we really have to hand over Trin Kiem Mac? Ko Ken refused. Hand over what? Do you actually believe that kid can pull it off? Forget it. I'll go negotiate. At worst, we just lose some money. Tao Duck was confused. Is that really necessary? Why don't we just hand that kid over? The righteous Lao Ko immediately scolded him. Shut up. This was my idea, so if something goes wrong, are we supposed to let them take the blame? That's not how Lao Ko does things.
After Lao Ko left, Mui then dropped his joking demeanor and turned to advise Lao Mak. Even though you always manage to pull off surprises, kid, I still find it hard to believe you can handle all 6 arenas this time. If you feel like things are getting out of hand, just apologize to Lao Ko. At worst, we can give him some money. After all, we made a lot in this last match. You want to control the 6 great arenas, but I'm afraid this is going to blow out of proportion. Lao Mak took Lao and Y's words to heart and replied, "Let's just wait and see." Scene transition, Thundercloud Canyon. Nyep Vin Sin was already standing by, waiting for Kokan to question him. "Ko Thien, tell me, how should we settle this?" Lao Ko had no intention of dodging the issue and told Lao Nyep the truth. "I was indeed in the wrong here. But arena battles have always been like this. You guys poisoned my turf first. Your methods were hardly honorable either. At first, I just wanted them to show some proof. Who knew they would be that strong? Causing you such heavy losses, I do feel guilty. I, Lao Ko, am not an unreasonable man. Here is 300,000 considerate compensation for your arena's losses." Nyep Vin Sin spat at the card. 300,000 to compensate us. Do you take us for beggars? Lao Ko asked in shock. Then what else do you want? Nyep Vin Sin's eyes widened, bloodshot with rage, revealing his deep-seated hatred for Lao Mak. Besides this money, I want Trin Kia Mak. He must die. Suddenly, someone launched a sneak attack from above. Nyep Vin Sin startled and shouted, "Who's there?" A group wearing masks and black cloaks suddenly revealed themselves. The Dark Brotherhood has accepted Trin Kia Mak's commission to act as mediators in this dispute. Everyone was shocked and started murmuring, "The Dark Brotherhood. That assassin organization is stepping in to mediate for Trin Kia Mak. Don't they only accept assassination commissions? Why are they acting as mediators? Could it be that Trin Kia Mak is also a member of their guild? They even brought shadow-rank assassins. If we don't agree, are we going to be put on their hit list?" Lao Nyep frowned, showing no fear as he retorted, "The Dark Brotherhood. Just looking at those masked guys, I knew it had to do with an assassination organization. You don't need to use this to threaten me. If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't have become the boss of the Phi Lam arena." Lao Ko looked at the Brotherhood and pondered. So this is that kid's trump card. But if he is handed over this time, I'm afraid this Dark Brotherhood will be displeased. Suddenly, another group approached and announced, Tan Vin Suong, Third Awakening Elder of the Lifestyle Association, representing a lifestyle association, here to act as a mediator for Trin Kia Mak. Lao Nyep was shocked and asked Lao Ko, "The Lifestyle Association? Did you bring them here?" Lao Ko looked up just as dumbfounded and replied, "Don't you know me? Do you think I have the power to do this?" It didn't stop there. Du Tiet's group also arrived, Master Blacksmith and Elder of the Heavens Peak City Blacksmith Association. Du Tiet, representing the Blacksmith Association, here to mediate for Trin Kia Mak. Now Nyep Vin Sin was truly in shock. Cold sweat broke out as he stammered in fear. Du Tiet from the Blacksmith Association. Are you also here for that Trin Kia Mak? Does President Faksh know about this? Du Tiet immediately informed Lao Nyep while gently threatening him. Boss Nyep, a few days ago, President Fatch of the Blacksmith Association stepped down. The new president is Tuong Van Long. President Tuong has given orders. If Boss Nyep refuses to calm down, then from now on, all business transactions with the 6 great arenas will be severed. And from now on, the 6 great arenas will be considered enemies, a fight to the bitter end. Nyep Vin Sin gritted his teeth, thinking, where did that brat get such immense power? Why are so many associations showing up just for him? Wait a minute. Suddenly, a slew of other organizations also quickly arrived to mediate for Lao Mak. The 3 Academies Alliance, the Heavens Apocalypse Continent Office, here to act as mediators for Trin Kia Mak. The Management Association Headquarters, here to act as a mediator for Trin Kia Mak. Lao Nyep stood completely frozen in terror. Just how much power has this brat mobilized? Ko Chan stood by and kindly reminded him, well then, Boss Nyep, do you still want to keep making a fuss with Trin Kia Mak? Nyep Vin Sin gritted his teeth in resentment. Well, let this matter drop. However, well remember this grudge with Blood Crow Fortress. Then, the 6 great arenas left. Lao Cho breathed a sigh of relief. So he actually handled the 6 great arenas. That kid really wasn't exaggerating. Suddenly, he remembered something disgusting, and his face instantly turned pale. Wait a minute. Damn it. Does this mean I really have to eat shit? In a hidden corner of Thundercloud Canyon, Old Tan sat calmly cross-legged, observing the situation. Well then, the matter is settled. That kid Trin sent an express letter gifting me this fishing rod, saying he needed my help, which made me rush over here like a madman. In the end, I didn't even get a turn. Doesn't that mean I owe that kid a favor now? Scene transition, back in Kothin's office. Lao Max stared out the window with some anxiety. I called in so many connections, but I don't know if it'll be enough. Old Tan must have received the fishing rod by now. Even if the other factions can't pull it off, with Old Tan's status, the 6 arenas wouldn't dare disrespect him. Wei Than looked at Lao Mac and chuckled. We're dead. We're so dead. With the captain looking like this, it's 80% likely he's not confident himself. We better get ready to run. But Huang Thian had complete faith in his bro, always standing by his side. I don't believe Lao Mac isn't completely sure of this. Wei Than smirked wickedly. Everyone loves to brag, but the captain is on a whole other level of absurd. Suddenly, Kokan kicked the door open and rushed in screaming Lao Mac's name, Trin Kiem Mac. Wei Than's face twisted as if he had predicted it all. Oh crap, see that? He's here to settle the score. Lao Mac, with his hands in his pockets, didn't even glance at Lao Ko as he asked, What's the matter, Boss Ko? Suddenly, the aura around Lao Ko became warm and bright. He gave a thumbs up with utmost satisfaction. Good. Very good. As expected of you. To think a kid like you actually pulled it off. I underestimated you. Wei Than pouted in disbelief. And there goes another chance for the captain to show off. He smiled and asked Ko Tien back, So, your promise to join us still counts, right? Ko Tien immediately patted his chest and shouted loudly, My words are as solid as gold. I said if you could pull this off, I'd join you, and of course, I won't go back on my word. Suddenly, he muttered sheepishly, But before joining, there's something I need to negotiate with you. Lao Mac asked curiously, What is it? Ko Tien laughed nervously and scratched his head in embarrassment. Joining is no problem, but about that bet where I have to eat shit, could you let that slide? In a section of the Blood Crow Fortress, Tao Duck pressed anxiously, Boss, do you really want to go with them? Lao Ko looked into the distance with peace in his eyes and answered, A true man's promise is worth its weight in gold. I said it before, if Trin Kiem Mac could handle the 6 great arenas, I would follow him. I won't change my mind. Tao Duck frowned sadly, but if you leave, what about the arena? He turned back, placed a hand on Tao Duke's shoulder, and entrusted him, in leaving the arena in your hands from now on. As long as I stay in Blood Crow Fortress, Nyep Vin Sin and his gang won't give up their schemes. If I leave, this business can still operate under your care. I got outsmarted by Trin Kiem Mac this time, but following him might not be a bad thing. As if understanding Ko Tien's wishes, Tao Duke said nothing more. Lao Ko looked up at the sky, feeling a profound sense of freedom in his heart. I have a premonition. That kid will help me step onto a higher realm. Meanwhile, Lao Mac's group was standing around exhausted, waiting for Ko Thien. Huang Thien grumbled impatiently. We've been waiting half the day. Is this Lao Ko even reliable? Lang Nuok He waited with half doubt and half hope. He said he would follow us. He probably wouldn't lie about it. Suddenly, Muthin speculated, Boss Ko eats well and drinks his fill every day, raking in buckets of gold. Why follow us to sleep in the wild under the open sky? We definitely got scammed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Ko appeared and explained, Sorry, I'm late. I had to properly hand over everything after all. You guys couldn't possibly understand how busy a rich man like me is. Everyone jumped up in surprise. He really came. He's actually joining us. Lao Mac quickly assigned a role to Lao Ko. From now on, Boss Ko will officially be the guild manager and a member of our team. Lao Ko happily greeted them as if there had never been any bad blood. I hope for your guidance from now on. Lao Ko was indeed a mature adult, quickly distributing gifts to everyone. We are all teammates from now on. Here is a little signing bonus. Everyone gets a share. Come here, come here. Everyone happily accepted. Wow, a tycoon. Do I get a share too? Sugar Daddy, please accept my bow. Although Lao Mac didn't want to ruin the warm atmosphere, he had to rein it in. Ahem. We should probably discuss our next move. Lao Ko also knew when to get down to business. Don't worry. I've already arranged everything. He handed a stack of envelopes to Lao Mac with instructions. These are the documents placed at the Spirit Moon City Hall to register the guild. I had someone sort this out yesterday. We don't even need to wait in line. We can just go straight there and register the guild. Huang Tian cheerfully praised him. You knew we wanted to register a guild. That's so thoughtful. Lao Ko quickly spouted off. Captain Trin mentioned the plan to register a guild before, so I started preparing. After all, as the future professional manager of the Eternal Zenith Guild, I have to be a little sharp. Weethan looked at Lao Ko with an impressed expression and praised him. Not bad. You're really efficient. Lao Mak stood beside them, quietly evaluating the situation. The Spirit Moon City Hall handles all guild-related affairs. If I had to make an appointment and line up myself, it would take half a month at best or half a year at worst. Only someone like Ko Tien with his special connections could get it done this fast. He is truly worthy of being the manager I specially selected. He hasn't disappointed me at all. Scene transition, Spirit Moon City Hall. The receptionist greeted the customer warmly. Hello, you'd like to register a guild, right? This requires a preliminary verification to prove your assets. Lao Mak took out a gold card and handed it to her. Here's my card. After checking it, she was a bit surprised and thought to herself, he has so much money. He's only level 36 and already registering a guild. Then she informed Lao Mak, Sir, I have finished checking. You meet the requirements to apply. Please let me know the official name of your guild. Lao Mak replied softly, The name of my guild is Eternal Zenith. She continued asking, Then may I ask, in which area would you like to place your initial headquarters? He stated confidently, I want to place the headquarters in the Dark Forest. She flinched, her face darkening in fear as she warned him, Sir, although the Dark Forest is unclaimed, many powerful demonic beasts live there, and transportation is quite inconvenient. Would you like to change to another location? Lao Mak secretly rejoiced, Looks like I am in luck. This area still hasn't been claimed by any other guild. He remained firm in his decision to choose the Dark Forest as his base. Then I'll just choose that place. Please help me register it. She could only comply. Very well. The City Hall will deduct 200,000 for the guild establishment fee, along with a monthly guild maintenance fee. The guild fee will increase according to the scale of your guild. Then she judged him silently, probably just some rich kid squandering his family's money. Anyway, the risks have been warned. The rest is none of my business. She then informed him, It's done. Your guild has been successfully created. The system immediately popped up. Congratulations, Trin Kiem Mak, on successfully establishing the Eternal Zenith Guild. The guild headquarters is currently located in the Dark Forest area. Please proceed to the headquarters within 3 days and complete the first quest. Once finished, Lao Mak stepped outside. Huan Thien asked curiously, How did it go? He took out a glowing red prime crystal for everyone to see. Registration is complete. This is the guild's prime crystal. Now we just need to go to the headquarters and set the prime crystal down, and our guild will be officially established. Lang Nuok Hai looked at it with delight. Wow, it's so beautiful. The brothers eagerly anticipated. Our guild is finally formed. Lao Mak looked around and asked, Where is Boss Ko? Huang Thien grumbled at the mention of him. He went to a banquet with the folks from City Hall, and he didn't even take us. How annoying. Wei Then spoke up to pacify him. We shouldn't join those kinds of banquets anyway. You hardly get to eat a few bites, and you probably have to drink until you throw up. Lao Mak smiled inwardly. When establishing a guild, socializing with other factions is inevitable, but those kinds of banquets don't suit me at all. Handing it over to Ko Thien was the perfect choice. Just then, Ko Thien returned and asked, How did it go? Is the guild registered? Lao Mak nodded. Yeah, it's done. Ko Thien walked over curiously and asked, Oh, so where is our guild headquarters going to be? But the moment he saw the prime crystal in Lao Mak's hand, Ko Thien jumped up in shock. The Dark Forest. Why would you choose a place like that? Huang Thien asked, confused. What's wrong? Ko Thien glanced at Lao Mak awkwardly. That place hasn't been developed yet, and it's swarming with high-level monsters. Who would choose a place like that? Lao Mak clenched his fist and said calmly, I don't see any problem with it. Lao Ko immediately adopted a threatening tone, his gambling addiction flaring up. I bet you'll definitely regret going there otherwise. Huan Thien quickly reminded him, Hey. You still haven't eaten shit from your last bet. Ko Thien remembered his shame and tightly clamped his hands over his mouth to stop himself from blurting out anything else. Scene transition in the Dark Forest. After everyone walked in and nothing happened, they started chatting. It doesn't look dangerous at all here, does it? Yeah, I actually think the scenery here is quite beautiful. So Maeve, that's just because we haven't made a commotion yet. The system suddenly announced, Congratulations on reaching the headquarters center. Please place the prime crystal down. To gain ownership of the headquarters, you must defend against 10 waves of monster attacks and ensure the prime crystal is not destroyed. Ko Thien tried to advise Lao Mak, Lord Guild Master, I think we should scout the number of monsters around here before setting down the prime crystal. But his swift action left Lao Ko no time to react as he yelled out, Wait,
Wait. Lao Mac nonchalantly dropped the prime crystal. No need. From the ground, the prime crystal blossomed into the eternal zenith pillar.
The rumbling noise began to spread throughout the entire forest. A display panel popped up. Would you like to start the quest now? Ko Tien, his face pale, reminded him, securing the location first is fine, but we really need to think this through before starting the quest. But his eyes watched as Lao Mac hit yes with a click, without listening in the slightest. Ko Tien let out a groan. The forest immediately transformed. With the roars of countless beasts echoing from all directions and the woods thrown into chaos, Lao Mac said arrogantly, "It's about to get lively." Huang Tian suddenly felt the overwhelming killing intent in the area. Oh boy, I take back what I just said. This place is seriously dangerous. Yu Weifan looked at the dozens of glowing red eyes in the forest, staring at them, and complained, "Lord Guildmaster, don't tell me we're just going to fight them head-on without a plan." He rubbed his chin awkwardly. "I do have a plan. Logically speaking, the reinforcements should have arrived by now. Don't tell me I got stood up." Nuithan cried out in panic. Hey, don't joke around. Even if we manage to defeat a monster horde of this scale, we'll be worn down to death. The beasts in the forest gradually revealed themselves, a starving pack of mutated wolves stalking their prey. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws ferociously. Barking wildly, they lunged forward. Suddenly, a hammer smashed down onto the head of one of the beasts. Du Tiet quickly arrived and announced himself. Du Tiet from the Heaven's Peak City Blacksmith Association, greeting the guild master. Apologies, we're late. We couldn't find the exact location, but thankfully we saw the light emitting from the prime crystal just now. Ko Tien greeted him with a beaming smile. You're from the Blacksmith Association, and you came to help too. Du Tiet returned the greeting and replied, Hello, Boss Ko. I didn't expect to meet you here. From now on, we are teammates in the same guild. Ko Tien's face lit up with disbelief. Teammates. Does that mean the Blacksmith Association wants to form an alliance with us? Du Tiet answered enthusiastically. Not just an alliance. From now on, we are official members of the Eternal Zenith Guild. Suddenly, Tan Vin Zhuang's team from the Lifestyle Association appeared. And us too. Elder Trin, no, I should call you Guild Master Trin now. It's been a while. Lao Mac greeted him amiably. Elder Tan, you've worked hard. I didn't expect President Chao to send you. It's truly my honor. Tan Vin Xuan looked at Lao Mac calmly, a hint of nostalgia in the air. President Chao received your letter and dispatched us immediately. This time, I've brought all our elite members. We certainly won't let you down. Ko Tien observed Trin Kia Mac and thought, I assume these people just owed Trin Kia Mac a favor and came to Thundercloud Canyon to lend a hand. But looking at this, they are actually joining the guild directly. Thank goodness I didn't bet with him just now, otherwise, it'd be eating shit again. Nook Hai reminded Lao Mac and everyone else. Hey, save the catching up for later. The monsters are about to attack. He coughed awkwardly and then turned serious. Everyone, from today onwards, you are the first batch of members of the Eternal Zenith Guild. I won't waste words with empty promises. Once our headquarters is fully developed, I promise none of you will lose out. So from now on, follow my orders. Prepare to undertake our guild's very first quest since its establishment. Commence battle. Everyone responded in unison. We await your command, Guild Master Trin. Right after, a fierce battle erupted among the whole team. Loud noises from the battle echoed throughout the forest. A ferocious three-headed wolf charged at them. Tan Vin Xuang stood behind giving orders. Don't panic, form a defensive formation. Suddenly, a flash of light swiped past. Lao Mac beheaded the monster with a single slash. He divided the orders. Lifestyle Association brothers. You guys handle the rear, just defend against the small monsters. Leave the rest to the combat squad. Tan, Min Hao, you two defend the east. Huang Tian, No Qi, you two take the south. The west and north are yours, Ko Tien. In just a short time, Lao Mac's team took full control. The system announced, congratulations on successfully defending the first wave. The next wave will arrive in 30 seconds. Lao Mac stood in the middle of the defense line and asked, How is it? Are you tired yet? Ko Tien and Tan jokingly replied, These puny monsters are a piece of cake. We're just warmed up. The system immediately warned, prepare for the second wave of monster attacks. A wild boar monster charged at them. Lao Mac pointed his sword and declared, Then let's bring on the second wave. Keep fighting. The system continuously announced, Congratulations on successfully clearing the second wave. Prepare for the 5th wave. Congratulations on successfully clearing the 7th wave. And finally, congratulations on completing the garrison quest, successfully acquiring ownership of the base. The Eternal Zenith Guild is officially established. Please name the guild base. Lao Mak, Lao Huang, Lao Niu, and Nuok He sat on a monster's back chatting. It's finally over, Guild Master. This good place you chose almost got us killed, but we made it through thick and thin, and my level even went up several times in a row. Lao Mak rubbed his chin and softly asked, "What should we name the base?" Everyone suddenly rushed to come up with novel names. Let's call it Newthon's Magical House. How about Bloodkill Demon Realm? So domineering. I think we can call it Bloodfang Ultimate Fortress. But ultimately, Lao Mak decided, forget it. Let's call it Eternal City. It perfectly matches the guild's name. He pressed the button on the display panel. Right after, all the remnants of the battle disappeared. The system began to reset. Guild base named Eternal City. Saved. Cannot be changed. Current guild level is level 1. Receive Basic Architecture Tens 1, Basic Resource Bag Tens 1. Congratulations on receiving Basic Blacksmith Shop Tens 1, Basic Herbalist Room Tens 1, Basic Leather Workshop Tens 1, Basic Guild Warehouse Tens 1, Basic Bedroom Tens 1, Collective Dormitory Tens 1, Guild Quest Board Tens 1. Congratulations on receiving 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 300 units of metal, 500 units of leather, 400 units of herbs. Guild, Eternal Zenith. Guild Level 1, Base Name, Eternal City. Guild Master Name, Trin Ki Mak. Number of Guild Members, 36 out of 60. Sphere of Influence within a 500-meter radius. Special Architecture, World Tree Sapling. Normal Architecture, Basic Blacksmith Shop, Basic Herbalist Room, Basic Leather Workshop, Basic Guild Warehouse, Basic Kitchen, Collective Dormitory, Guild Quest Board. Upgrade Requirements: 2,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 2,000 units of food, 500 units of metal, 800 units of leather, 600 units of herbs, 10,000 gold. Guild members 30. Lao Mak looked at the guild status panel with satisfaction. Success. Next up is expanding resources to upgrade the guild. Suddenly, Nyokai expressed her curiosity. I wonder why it feels like attributes upgrade faster here. Neithan teased, hey, just because you have a special relationship with the guild master doesn't mean you should flatter him so blatantly. However, Huang Tian felt the same as Nyokai. No, I feel it too. Eavesdropping on their conversation, Lao Mak secretly smiled. Their feelings aren't wrong. This place indeed holds a secret that can speed up cultivation. He led everyone to a massive tree and said, "The world tree, it's really here. It's still a sapling for now. The world tree has special ability. 1. Every 3 days, it can produce 5 units of life source. Special ability. 2. It protects the base territory, attacking all invading enemies. Life source can elevate the quality of basic materials by 1 tier. Upgrade time. 1 year of nutrition provision can accelerate growth. Current growth speed is 0 out of 365. Dutiet and Tan Vin Shuang nervously asked, "The world tree. What kind of special material is that? I've never heard of it either." Lao Mak used a knife to make a slit on the tree trunk, and a golden white liquid began to seep out from within. He explained, this liquid is called Life Spring Water. Using it in crafting can double the quality and stabilize the process. If used in potions, it increases their stability. With this forest, our guild won't have to worry about development anymore. Dutiet and Tan Vin Shuang both exclaimed in surprise and joy, "Really? If so, it's an absolute treasure for blacksmiths. In my experience, this liquid indeed has medicinal properties, though it still needs to be tested for specifics." Lao Mak smiled gently and reminded them, "This place is our territory now. You can come collect it any time, but make sure to take it in moderation." He watched the two of them rush over to bottle the sap and thought to himself, besides these 2 points, the most important function of the world tree is that it radiates light. Its aura can transform the environment. This is exactly why Enyuk Hai and the others feel their attributability are leveling up faster. In the game from my past life, this place was a mysterious existence that caused massive shockwaves and wars the moment it was discovered. But now this place belongs to me. Suddenly, 5 or 6 system panels popped up. Lao Mac was startled upon seeing them. The system has also upgraded. Perfect. I was just worrying about metal materials, and the system has delivered such a huge gift. A while later, the guild busily got to work. Everyone was processing, forging, carrying, building the guild city. Lao Mac demonstrated his skills in the weapon forge. He shouted, "It's a success. A divine light lance, purple epic rank, has been born. This is a one-handed weapon. Base damage 180, attack internal 1.7. Because the Black Star Iron was influenced by the life source, its quality went up a tier, and its current quality is epic rank." Lao Mac held up the battle lance and asked Du Tiet for his opinion. "What do you think of this lance?" Du Tiet nervously examined it and replied, looking at the quality and attributes, "It has already reached epic rank. It can be sold for at least 4,000 gold coins, and if put up for auction, the price would be even higher." Lao Mac handed the lance to Nwaki and said, "Take this to use for now. In a couple of days, once I've gathered enough materials, I'll make a high-level one for you." Nwaki happily accepted it. "For me, this is already very good. I love it." Everyone in the blacksmith squad looked at Lao Mac in astonishment. Was this really forged using just elite-tier Black Star Iron? Lao Mac calmly replied, "Of course, and with the most ordinary blueprint, too. Do you know what this means?" Du Tiet chimed in, "That means we can mass-produce epic rank weapons." He nodded in agreement and addressed everyone. "Exactly. But you stayed up all night with me. Get some rest first, and we'll discuss crafting later." However, Du Tiet's squad eagerly refused. "Rest? We don't need rest. Using Black Star Iron to create epic ranks. With such an amazing opportunity, we'll voluntarily work overtime." Only then did he smile slyly, turning his face away and thinking to himself, "That's great. I'm not forcing you guys to work. You're all volunteering." Suddenly, Tan Vin Shuang frantically looked at Lao Mac and exclaimed, "It's done. We saned." He winced in awkwardness. "What now? Another crazy guy?" Tan Vin Shuang eagerly showed off the results to Lao Mac, Guildmaster Trin. "These are the attritory pills created using the life source. Through experiments, their efficacy has indeed doubled. We seated." Lao Mac joyfully exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. President Cao sending you over really did me a huge favor." Wang Fin called out to him, "Come quickly, collect all this loot." "Lao Mac, this place really is incredible. After monsters of the same level are killed, both the experience and loot are higher than outside." Lao Mac explained, "Perhaps it's related to the world tree. More or less, the surrounding monsters must be influenced by it." He watched everyone bustling with work and thought, if this keeps up, I wonder what scale the guild will grow to in half a year. 1 month later. Thanks to everyone's hard work, the guild had organized itself quite well. Tan Vin Shuang reported, "Guildmaster, the guild has currently produced this entire pile of supplies." He stored the pile of items away and said, "You've all worked hard this past month. Leave the rest of the work to everyone else. I'll go sell these for a really good price." Just then, Do Tiet and Nyok Hee ran over holding a box. "Wait. Guildmaster, we have a gift we want to give you." Lao Mac turned around in surprise. "A gift?" Do Tiet opened the box and earnestly said, "These past few days, we've been using the base's resources to upgrade equipment. But for the second awakening 1,000 Blades umbrella in your hands, I really couldn't craft any weapon that surpasses it. So after thinking it over, I made a new cloak for you. A pure holy robe with masterpiece quality." Lao Mac accepted the gift along with everyone's devotion. He donned the cloak, emanating the aura of a true sovereign. Nokai shyly glanced at him. This guy looks even more handsome wearing this outfit. Do Tiet nodded repeatedly in praise. After all, he's the guild master of Eternal Zenith. He represents our guild's face. Huan Tian whined jealously. "He's that handsome? Craftsman do, make me a set too." Ngui then teased Nokai, "Yo, yo, yo." Nokai is looking so hard, she's embarrassed. Nokai blushed, turning around to kick and punch Lao Ngui. "How annoying. Want me to rip your mouth off?" Lao Mac awkwardly stopped them. All right, I should head out now." Then he looked straight into Moki's eyes and said, "I'll get going then. I'll be back in about half a month." The atmosphere instantly became romantic, yet tinged with melancholy. Nokai also shyly met Lao Mac's gaze and replied, "Okay." She stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on his cheek as a silent prayer. Lao Mac blushed and froze, unable to utter a word.
Gnocchi quickly walked away before things could get any more awkward. She hastily wished him, "Have a safe trip." The brothers who witnessed this display of affection jealously teased Lao Mac, so envious. Lao Mac, damn it, this guy. Scene change. At the auction house in Spirit Moon City. Lao Mac had arrived at the selling venue. He looked around in amazement. It truly lives up to being a mid-tier auction house. The crowd is enormous. If I have to line up, who knows how long it'll take. So Lao Mac blatantly cut to the front of the line, causing everyone to grumble. Hey, hey, hey. Why are you cutting in line? Yeah, do you have no manners? Is the auction house even managing this? Lao Mac didn't feel guilty at all and pulled out his card. Hello, I want to sell some items. The staff member was startled upon seeing the card in his hand and hurriedly said, A black card? Please follow me to the VIP reception area. Next time, you can head straight to the VIP room to wait. Everyone instantly choked on their words, unable to complain anymore. This guy is only level 36, yet he has a black card? He must be some young master from a wealthy family. Having some money is normal. Damn it, I'm level 39 already, and I've only managed to earn a silver card so far. I'm so jealous. In VIP room 003, a tall, beautiful woman walked in and greeted him. Hello, sir. My name is Lu Tian, the manager here. May I ask if you are our esteemed guest who holds a black card? Lao Mac looked at her and smiled back. Yes, I'm Trin Kiam Mac, Guildmaster of the Eternal Zenith Guild. Lu Thien was surprised and asked, How may I help you, sir? But inwardly, she was slightly disappointed. It's so rare to meet a black card holder. I thought he'd be a big fish. Who knew he was just some no-name level 36 solo player? Lao Mac didn't beat around the bush. He took out the equipment and presented it. I have a batch of goods I want to sell here. Take a look. These are the samples. Lu Thien screamed in shock. They're all epic rank. Wait a minute, you said these are just samples. Then how many do you have? Are they all of this quality? He nodded, yeah. Weapons, potions, and other supplies combined are around 100 items. The quality is only higher, not lower. Lu Thien continued to stare at him in astonishment. You said how many? 100 epic rank items. You're not joking, are you? Lao Mac chuckled somewhat smugly. I'm not joking. This is just 1 month's production from our guild. Lu Thien subconsciously fell for Lao Mac just like that, her demeanor becoming a bit more seductive. Oh, okay, I'll immediately arrange for all of this to be entered into the auction process. May I ask if you have any other requests? Lao Mac leaned close to her and said, Besides that, I do have a few other requests. Lu Thien let her imagination run wild and instinctively cover her chest. Ah, this. But he immediately turned his back and said, all the epic rank items I'm selling must have a price ceiling set. Lu Thien was a bit disappointed. Oh, so that's it. And she realized it and blurted out in shock. No, I mean, with the quality of your goods, if you set a price cap, you'll definitely lose quite a bit. Don't you want to earn more? Lao Mac nonchalantly looked at his display panel and replied, You don't need to worry about that. Just help me collect more materials from this list and we'll be good. She was startled upon seeing the name of Lao Mac's guild. Wait a second. Guildmaster Trin, normally for level 1 guilds, we don't recommend charging an entry exam fee. Lao Mac didn't explain further but assured Lu Thien, I fully understand the recruitment rules. Just do as I say. Lu Thien had no choice but to comply. All right then. Once Lao Mac left, she blushed to herself. What's wrong with me today, losing my composure like that? There really is a lot of transient population in Spirit Moon City. Scene change at the Adventurers Guild Hall. Lao Mac glanced around and fell into deep thought. People around here who want to join a guild have all gathered here. Just like in the game from my past life, low-level guilds would usually offer subsidies to newbies to expand their roster. Meanwhile, develop high-level guilds with abundant resources would charge an exam fee for recruits to join, thereby continuing to expand and develop the guild. Suddenly, mocking voices rang clearly in Lao Mac's ears, a newly established level 1 guild, yet they dare to set such an astronomical price. Their guildmaster must be crazy for money. This guy probably sold everything he owned just to scrape together 200,000, and now he wants to earn it back through entry fees. What an absolute idiot. His face turned pale with anxiety. I knew this would draw a lot of criticism. It seems it'll be hard to find the right people this time.
Suddenly, a voice spoke up in defense of Lao Mac's guild, startling him into turning around to look. This recruitment thing is interesting. If it's not just a publicity stunt, then there's definitely something really worth looking into. Lao Mac astonishingly recognized the person before him. This guy is Thu Long, level 42, Second Awakening Paladin. I never expected to run into him here. This is fantastic. Everyone looked at Thu Long and mocked. Are you interested? Someone's actually willing to play the fool. Haha. He's most likely an idiot. Thu Long angrily challenged them. If his guild really has capabilities, then 300 gold is nothing to me. But I, Fu Long, am confident enough. Whoever disagrees, step up and fight. As for trash like you who grudge 300 gold, it's just because you're not confident you can pass the guild exam. Everyone was instantly intimidated by Tu Lang's aura and scrambled away. We were just looking out for you. If you won't thank us, then fine. Yeah, exactly, Tu Lang contemptuously yelled back. Who needs you to worry about me? Next time you stick your noses in my business, I'll tear your mouths off. He saw Lao Mac still standing next to him, so he glanced over and asked, What? You want to fight me? Lao Mac cordially replied, No intention of that, but I believe we'll have the chance sooner or later. He gave Tu Lang a crafty smile. His mouth is faster than his brain, speaking whatever is on his mind. This Tu Lang hasn't changed a bit. He's still as arrogant as ever. In the game from my past life, Du Long was one of the 3 strongest people on the Heaven's Apocalypse continent, and also the one who pioneered the offensive tank playstyle. It's just a pity that back then, he was a member of a rival guild, so I couldn't recruit him as a teammate. This time, I finally have the chance to make up for that regret. Du Long sulked away, muttering under his breath. Originally, I was just a little interested, but since someone dared to look down on my judgment, I definitely have to go check out this Eternal Zenith Guild for myself. Lao Mac confidently watched Tu Long with satisfaction, then also left. This guy is already level 42. His gear is just a bit crappy. But that's fine, as long as I can recruit him into my guild. I can mold him into whatever shape I want. This way, recruiting new members should be no problem at all. Next, I just have to wait for tomorrow's auction to end, and the purpose of this trip will be pretty much fulfilled. In a certain area, a shout echoed out. What? Our guild sales slot has been delayed? That was the voice of Trong Tuong, level 40, Second Awakening Berserker. He furiously roared. On what grounds? A level 1 guild dares to cut in and push back our Flame Dragon Guild spot. How does your auction house do business? The terrified staff member cowered and explained, I'm sorry, we just checked again. In reality, we never confirmed a queue schedule for the Flame Dragon Guild. Growing increasingly irate, Trong Tuong shouted, Elder Mock of your auction house personally promised me that you would host an auction for our guild's items today. Yet now you let a level 1 guild take our spot. Whose idea was this? That girl had no choice but to confess. It was manager Lu Thien's idea. Meanwhile, Lu Thien and Old Mo were casually strolling back and forth with documents. Lu Thien instructed, Guildmaster Trin, this is the proposed auction plan for your batch of goods this time. Please take a look first. Right after that, Trong Tuong chased after them, calling out, Manager Lu. He quickly questioned her, Manager Lu, what is the meaning of this? I heard you let a level 1 guild take over the auction slot of our Flame Dragon Guild. You must give me an explanation for this. Lu Thien replied, puzzled, I did arrange today's auction, but from the very beginning, I decided on Eternal Zenith. Who told you it was the Flame Dragon Guild's slot? Trong Tuong glared at Old Mo with disdain. Oh, so this is the guild master of Eternal Zenith, a level 1 guild. A guild master who is only level 36 yet managed to cut into our slot. He looked at Lu Tien with a lecherous gaze and insinuated, Lu Tien, you didn't have some shady deal with this pretty boy, did you? Lu Tien blushed in shock and shouted, What nonsense are you spouting? Old Mo, enraged, released a murderous aura to threaten Trong Tuong. He'll give you one chance. Apologize to her right now. He immediately felt an invisible pressure crushing him and trembled. What is happening? He's clearly just a level 36 jobless. Why do I feel so much danger? The aura emitting from him is exactly like the extremely dangerous abyssal monsters I've encountered before. I'm going to be killed. My body is warning me. If my next words aren't an apology, he will definitely kill me. Trong Tuong bowed 90 degrees, speaking pitifully.
I apologize. I was too hot-headed and disrespectful. But all of this was personally guaranteed by Elder Mac of your auction house. That old man even took a sum of money from me.
Suddenly, another person appeared, Lu Thien. What the hell are you doing? Mr. Trong is the representative of the Flame Dragon Guild, our esteemed guest. I heard you let a level 1 guild take his auction slot. Is that true? Lu Thien frowned at the bald old man and asked, Elder Mok, you came right on time. Then clarify, when did you arrange an auction slot for the Flame Dragon Guild? Trong Tuong, furious, vented everything on the old man. Old Mok, what the fuck is the meaning of this? You took my money and didn't do the job. Old Mok, embarrassed, quickly tried to smooth things over. Cough. Please calm down, sir. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Old Mo turned to her confused. What exactly is going on? Lu Tian explained, according to protocol, all auction slots should be decided by me, the person in charge. But before esteemed guests like you appeared, the elders of the auction house would often take bribes to alter the schedule. She assured him, it's not the first time this old man Mac has pulled such rule-breaking tricks. I've always turned a blind eye to it before. But don't worry, this time I absolutely won't let it affect your business. Old Mac angrily bombarded Lu Tian with questions. Manager Lu, Flame Dragon is a level 3 guild. In terms of guild level, the resources they provide are definitely better than that small level 1 guild. So why are they placed behind? Don't tell me you took a bribe and deliberately bumped that level 1 guild up. Lu Tian retorted, annoyed, Old Mac, you sure are good at shifting the blame. You interfering with the auction order was wrong in the first place, and I haven't even settled that score with you yet. Furthermore, what makes you so sure that Eternal Zenith's goods aren't of higher quality than Flame Dragons? Trong Tuong was indignant. Manager Lu, I cannot accept what you just said. We are a level 3 guild. How could the quantity and quality of our items possibly lose to that level 1 guild? Old Mac also chimed in. That's right, Lu Tian. You're clearly blinded by greed to think you could utter such nonsense. I will report this to the director and demand your dismissal. Lu Tian smirked confidently and replied, report to the director. Elder Mac, I advise you not to shoot yourself in the foot. Old Mac struggled in desperation. Humph. Even if I committed a violation, I don't believe your arrangement for that level 1 guild was free of foul play. Suddenly, the auction house director, Nian Kai Hoa, appeared and scolded angrily. What's going on? Has today's auction not started yet? I could hear you lot arguing loudly from afar. How are we supposed to do business like this? Lu Tian was about to report Old Mac's corrupt actions. Director, you came right on time. But Old Mac interrupted with his smooth talking. Director, this Lucy is getting more and more insolent. For a petty profit and the auction house's supposed benefit, she actually forced a level 1 guild into a higher slot. The director coldly walked past Old Mac and revealed the truth. Old Mac. Actually, this was my idea. He walked over to Old Mo and greeted him politely. You must be Mr. Trin Kiem Mac, the guildmaster of Eternal Zenith. Truly a young talent. I am the boss of this auction house, Nian Kai Hoa. Suddenly, Old Mo's cold and sharp voice rang out. Director Nian, I don't have time to care about your internal corruption issues. I just want to know when my auction will start. He threatened impatiently. If you people can't handle this properly, I'll take my business to another auction house. Director bowed his head in fear. I am terribly sorry. This is our auction house's negligence. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. He instructed Lu Thien, Lucy, you help Mr. Trin get started first. You don't need to worry about anything else. Old Mac dropped his jaw, watching the director let them go so easily. Director, this is just a tiny level 1 guild. Is there really a need for you to do this? The director, veins popping in fury, glared at Old Mok and Trong Tuom, a tiny level 1 guild. This time they provided over 100 pieces of epic tier weapons and potions of all kinds, equivalent to our entire year's output. You dare offend a client of this magnitude? Both of them were absolutely mind-blown hearing this. Over 100 items? Impossible. Where would you find a level 1 guild capable of producing 100 epic items? Director walked over to Old Mok and announced, Old Mok, you're getting on in years. From now on, you no longer need to work at the auction house. Meanwhile, I will conduct a thorough investigation into your bribery, so you better brace yourself. Old Mok pleaded, his heart dropping. Director, you can't do this to me. I've worked for this auction house for 50 years. Director coldly ordered, take him away. Old Mok screamed in despair, Director, please don't. He also shot a sideways glance at Trong Tuong and spoke dismissively. As for the Flame Dragon Guild's auction items, just tell them to line up according to the rules. If they can't wait, they can take them to another auction house. At the auction hall, Luthien started her sales pitch. This epic one-handed sword is called the Dragon's Summoning Sword. Its basic attack power reaches up to 180 points, and it has an attack range of 1.6. Additionally, it comes with an extraordinary attribute. That is, this Dragon's Summoning Sword can actively summon a low-level dragon to assist in combat, lasting for a maximum of 1 minute. Everyone's eyes lit up with joy as they looked at the equipment on the screen. Such epic quality, and it's brought out first. Looks like there are quite a few treasures this time. This piece really isn't bad at all. It's only the first item, and I already see something I want, but its price is definitely going to be sky high. Old Mo watched from above. No wonder she's a master auctioneer. She's great at stirring up emotions. I wonder what these people's expressions will be like when they hear the price. Luthien began to announce the price. The starting price for this Dragon's Summoning Sword is 500 gold coins. Each bid must not be less than 100 gold coins, and the ceiling price is 3,500 gold coins. Please press the button on the left armrest of your seat before bidding. Let the auction begin. The crowd erupted in uproar. What? An epic item actually has a price cap, and it's only 3,500 coins. Are you kidding me? Did they announce the wrong price? Someone quick-handed pressed the button to bid. I bid 3,500 gold coins. Luthien slammed the gavel and announced number 879 bids 3,500 gold coins. Since it has reached the ceiling price, they win it instantly. Everyone was thrilled and expectant. You can get it just like that. Even if you resell it immediately, you can make a fortune. No, this auction is moving too fast. I need to pay closer attention. Luthien gently reminded them, please don't rush everyone. There are still many epic weapons and potions up next. As long as your hands are fast enough, I guarantee everyone will have a chance. The crowd was once again stunned. There's still more? Don't tell me today won't stop at just one epic item. She introduced the next item. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item, number 57, is still an epic weapon. However, this weapon is a magic staff, and the ceiling price this time is still 3,500 gold like before. People immediately fought over it. I bid 3,500 gold. I pressed it first. This weapon is mine. Luthien continued with the bidding. The next item, number 60, is a vial of healing potion. Before she could finish, someone bid right away. I bid 3,500 gold. She was startled but continued introducing. Item number 70. This time it is a broadsword. The system already announced. Congratulations to number 603 for winning it. Luthien awkwardly tried to calm everyone down. Ladies and gentlemen, I haven't even introduced item number 72 yet. Please don't rush. The crowd shouted in frustration. Damn it. If we can't get it, what the hell is the point of a price cap? That's right. I'm not short on money. If it were a free auction, I could definitely buy a few pieces. It's the first time I've seen an epic weapon auction that feels like a vegetable market. Old Mo thought deeply as he looked at the arguing crowd below. The purpose of setting a price cap is hunger marketing. Our guild doesn't lack money right now. We lack influence. Releasing this batch of epic weapons to the market will definitely have a great marketing effect. Suddenly, Lang Thu caught his attention. Oh, that's... Lang Thu down below looked on tensely. I originally wanted to go all out to buy an epic shield on the list. I never expected they would set a price limit. Looking at this level of madness, it seems it'll be hard for me to snatch it. Old Mo smiled slyly, forming a plan. He's also here to buy equipment. If that's the case, I might as well sell him a favor. Luthien introduced a shield. Next is item number 80. This epic shield is called the Undead Shield. Someone eagerly raised their hand to bid. Me. I bid 350. Luthien awkwardly reminded them, Sir, please don't rush. The selling method for the shield is a bit different. The seller has already designated a buyer. Everyone, please look at the button in front of you. Only those with a green light can buy it. Lang Thu looked at the button next to his hand in shock. How is this possible? Does the seller know me? How did he know I wanted this shield? But with no time to overthink, he immediately pressed the button. Whatever, I really need this shield, so this time I'll just consider it owing a favor to someone. The system announced, congratulations to number 372 for a successful bid. Some people looked at him with suspicious eyes. Isn't this some shady business? Looks like this guy has inside connections. Lang Thu didn't care much, only thinking about how to repay the favor. If I get the chance to meet this mysterious seller, I must show him my sincerity.
Lu Thien bowed to see off the guests. Thank you all so much for your support. Today's auction has officially ended. If you still have means, you can go to the consignment office to find your favorite items. At room 003, Lu Thien asked for Old Mo's opinion. After deducting the auction house's operating costs, your profit this time is 800,000 gold. Would you like me to transfer the money to you after completing the next 2 auctions, or right now? He sat in his chair and replied, no need to withdraw it for now.
He handed her a piece of paper and instructed, exchange all the money for supplies and spatial storage rings according to this list. I want to take them with me. She was surprised, so much. Old Mo asked back, what? Is it too difficult? She shook her head and explained, no, and just a little surprised. The demand for these supplies far exceeds the consumption of a level 1 guild. Suddenly, Lu Thien remembered something. Oh right, dozens of guild masters in Spirit Moon City want to meet you through the director. Do you want to see them? He refused. I don't want to meet them, nor do I want to expose my identity. Lu Thien complied and excused herself. Understood. Then I won't disturb your rest any longer, Mr. Trin. Left alone in the room, Old Mo looked out the window with some anticipation. The news should be spreading by now. I hope it can achieve the expected effect. Once I've gathered enough items, I can return to the guild. By then, the guild should be ready to level up. In Spirit, Moon City, at some tavern. Everyone was discussing today's auction. The Spirit Moon City auction house is pretty awesome. To actually auction dozens of epic items with a price cap. What's more, I heard the auction will last for 2 days, so people from neighboring towns are flocking here. Where did they get such an abundant supply? I haven't heard of any large-scale trading happening. Someone said while picking up the hilt of a sword to examine. It's not that hard to figure out the source. These weapons usually have their origin engraved on them, so just take a look. It says right here, the place of production is Eternal City. Everyone check their weapons. Mine says Eternal City too. Mine too. Lang Thu, sitting to the side, overheard this and was filled with questions. Eternal City. That's the headquarters of the Eternal Zenith Guild. Why would they intentionally sell me that shield? Suddenly, someone spoke up, making the whole crowd buzz. I know this guild. Isn't this that level 1 guild that requires an examination fee? Yes, that's right. I remember their address. I think it's located in the gloomy forest. I declare and going to join the Eternal Guild. You want to join? You might not even pass their entrance exam. Lang Thu eagerly left the tavern to continue his journey. Then I have to go and see for myself just what kind of guild it is. Scene shifts to an arena. A slash streaks past, denting a silver shield. The man holding the sword exclaimed, a single attack was able to pierce through the epic shield we forged. Truly formidable. The guy behind him reported, I spent a lot of money to buy it from a customer at an auction house. This is a product created by Eternal Zenith. The person who just tested the sword was the guild master of the Flame Dragon Guild, Chu VM, a level 46 Second Awakening Fire Mage. He looked worried. A level 1 guild can actually produce weapons like this. If we let them grow, who knows how terrifying they'll become. I heard their guild master is only level 36, but today at the auction house you got into a dispute with him and was so frightened by him that you had to apologize. Trong Tuong, kneeling in fear beside him, said, I don't know why, he's clearly only level 36, but I felt that he was extremely dangerous. Chu VM suppressed his burning anger and said, with such a low-level guild master, yet possessing such high forging skills, it's obvious they're focusing on blacksmithing. Our guild spent so many resources to train you up to level 40, yet you were so scared that you had to grovel and apologize. Letting a useless piece of trash like you represent our Flame Dragon Guild to the outside world is a total disgrace. Trong Tuong fearfully bowed his head and pleaded, Guildmaster, I know I was wrong, please give me one more chance. I've already investigated the location of their guild. Chu VM patiently gave him more time. I'll give you one more chance to wash away the humiliation you've brought upon our Flame Dragon Guild. Trong Tuong kept his face buried in the ground and guaranteed, rest assured, Guildmaster, this time I will definitely satisfy you. At the auction house's entrance, Lu Tian reported back to Old Mo, Guildmaster Trin, all the supplies you requested have been brought here, and we've already transferred the remaining funds to your card. He smiled politely. All right, it's been a pleasure cooperating with your auction house. Please send my regards to Director Nian. Lu Tian excitedly conveyed, we also highly value our cooperation with you, Guildmaster Trin. Director Nian has instructed that as long as it's your request, we can fulfill it. Old Mo clenched his fist and pledged, rest assured, I've never let my friends suffer a loss.
Cheerfully bid farewell. There will surely be many more opportunities to cooperate. Then he waved his hand and walked away. Lu Tian stood behind, bowing respectfully. Spirit Moon City Auction House will always be at your service. Scene shifts to the gloomy forest. The guards, seeing someone galloping towards them on horseback, immediately raised their guard and warned, "Who's there? This is the territory of the Eternal Zenith Guild. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden to enter." Old Mo smirked and teased, "You guys can't even recognize me?" The two of them immediately hurried down. "It's the guild master. The guild master is back. Quickly, open the gates." He looked pleased at the guild members' reactions. It seems they weren't slacking off while I was away. The guild is built up quite nicely. He pulled out a pile of supplies acquired from his trip. Then he told everyone, "Everything I gathered from this trip is right here. Whatever you need, you can just come and take it directly from now on." Tan Vin Shuang, despite having witnessed it many times, still found it hard to believe. I have never seen a level 1 guild possess so many supplies. Based on our current reserves, we're almost on par with a level 3 guild. Du Qiet looked on eagerly. That's right. If we get more people and build a perfect supply and consumption channel, our growth will definitely shock the entire continent. Old Mo reassured them. Don't worry. I've established a partnership with the Spirit Moon City Auction House, so the population issue will be resolved very soon. Now we can upgrade the guild to level 2. That way we can handle the impending surge in our guild's population. The guild's stone tablet glowed. Wei Than, who was hitting on girls nearby, was startled. Holy shit, the guild is leveling up. Huang Thian, who was in combat training in the forest, also stopped overjoyed. Old Mo is back. The system announced, "Congratulations, Guildmaster. The Eternal City Garrison has successfully upgraded to level 2 and unlocked the garrison construction function." He looked at the materials panel in satisfaction. Not bad. After the garrison upgraded to level 2, our sphere of influence has expanded significantly, and many new structures have been added. It's time to improve everyone's daily living environment. First, let's look at the lifestyle-related structures. After all, cramming too many people into a collective dormitory isn't a long-term solution. Tan Vin Suong and Du Tiet anxiously advise Old Mo. The guild leveling up is a good thing, but expanding blindly isn't a good idea. That's right, every time we expand our territory, the costs will also rise. And right now we don't have enough manpower to maintain such a large area. So we should first look into recruiting more people before considering expansion. Old Mo broke into a mischievous smile and said confidently, "Don't worry, manpower won't be an issue. Very soon a huge wave of people will come seeking to join us." Lao Mo trotted off, leaving a bunch of questions for Tan Vin Shuang and Du Tiet. "All right, I've set up the guild shop, so go get ready. Welcome the guests and arrange the guild entrance exams for the new members." The two looked at each other in confusion. Guests? New members? Suddenly, the guards at the gate were startled by a crowd approaching. Whoa, why are there so many people? The crowd rushed over and swarmed them with questions. This is the place. City of Eternity, a level 1 guild base. Damn, are these stone walls? Did the Eternal Zenith Guild already upgrade to level 2? Not bad, this upgrade speed is insanely fast. I wonder what kind of person their guild master actually is. The crowd asked, "This is the Eternal Zenith Guild, right?" One of the two guards replied, "That's right, this is the guild base. Is there something we can help you all with?" Trong Tuong pushed his way to the front and said, "We're buyers from the Linguet City Auction House. We heard your guild has a ton of epic tier weapons, so I brought a bunch of friends over to support you." At the same time, Du Tiet walked to the gate deep in thought. The gloomy forest is so far away and no one has ever risked coming near it. How are we going to get manpower? What is the guild master thinking? The guard ran over in a panic. "Master Du, come quick, the city gate." He asked anxiously, "What's wrong? What happened at the gate?" The guard gasped out, "There are so many people at the gate. Some are here to buy weapons and others are here to apply to join the guild." Du Tiet was instantly stunned, completely frozen in his tracks. He quickly put on a bright smile and went out to welcome them. "I know you're all here for our epic tier weapons, but don't rush, we have plenty in stock." Hearing this, everyone rejoiced. "That's great, we didn't make this trip for nothing after all." Hee, I brought enough gold this time, just wait a bit, I definitely have to buy some more. I'm here to take the exam to join the Eternal Zenith Guild. Du Tiet forced a smile and thought to himself, the guild master truly has extraordinary abilities. I don't know what he did to attract so many people. But never mind that for now, I need to first sort out the tasks the guild master assigned. He clapped his hands loudly to get their attention. Since everyone is here for our guild's products, then according to the rules, please select your goods at our guild's mobile shop.
The doors immediately swung open, and a blinding golden light burst forth. What met their eyes was a mid-tier shop with a uniform price, 4,500 gold. Everyone gaped in shock and complained. The quality of these items is truly flawless, but the price is way too steep. You guys sold them for so cheap at the auction house before. Why did the price go up so much now? Yeah, if we knew it'd be this expensive, who would have bothered coming all the way here? Dutiet explained amicably. The auction house had limited supply, so you had to bid against each other. But here we have plenty in stock, so the price is up to us. Hearing this, the crowd reconsidered. That makes sense. We also save on the auction entry fee.
Yeah, it's about the same, plus it guarantees everyone gets to buy. The ringleader, Trong Tuong, fiercely objected. Don't listen to their nonsense. They are clearly jacking up the prices maliciously, yet they try to make it sound so righteous. Your Eternal Zenith Guild is really crossing the line. He thought to himself schemingly, as long as I can blow this conflict out of proportion and incite these people to rush in, it'll turn into complete chaos. This guild is going to fall apart soon anyway, and then I'll settle the score with that guy Trin Kiamak.
He pointed right at Dotit's face and yelled, "You're just a level 2 guild, and you dare to be this arrogant? Aren't you afraid of making enemies? Get your guild master Trin Kiamak out here." Dutit calmly faced Trong Tuong's outburst. I don't see anyone else getting angry, so why are you throwing such a fit? Furthermore, it seems like you came here specifically looking for our guild master. Being mocked, his reaction grew even more intense. You're just a blacksmith and you dare talk to me like that? Do you believe it'll end you right now? Dutit arrogantly challenged him. You can certainly try. The crowd watched the impending brawl with worry. This Eternal Zenith Guild is way too arrogant. A mere blacksmith daring to confront a level 43 powerhouse. This blacksmith is done for. This is the Heaven's Apocalypse continent. Killing someone isn't against the law here. Fu Lang stood nervously in the crowd thinking, I owe the Eternal Zenith Guild a favor. I wonder if I should step in and save him later. Trong Tuong grabbed Du Tiet by the collar, pulling him up to threaten him. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? This is your last chance to keep your life. Du Tiet didn't flinch at all and retorted, I'm also giving you your last chance to live. I'll count to 3, and you'd better let go. Otherwise, the next second is when your head hits the ground. Trong Tuong cursed in boiling rage. Are you out of your mind? As Du Tiet counted to 2, a bullet pierced right through Trong Tuong's head. Du Tiet flinched and scolded, Hey. I said I'd count to 3. Why did you shoot at 2? Doesn't that ruin my credibility? Ko Tien stood above, picking his ear, and replied nonchalantly, What did you say? From this far away, who could even hear you counting? The crowd recoiled in shock. A level 43 powerhouse just died just like that. Is this the strength of a newly formed guild? The person on that wall must have at least 3rd awakening power. Maybe that's their guild master. Du Tiet scratched his head and said, Sorry about that. Now can we all talk reasonably? Everyone had complicated expressions and muttered among themselves, Everyone. There's truly no free lunch in this world. The City of Eternity really has no obligation to sell us such good items for cheap. Ask yourselves, were our suspicions just now even reasonable? Dotiet announced reassuringly, Don't worry, everyone. We aren't demons. We won't just kill innocent people for no reason. Now then, let the shopping begin. He enthusiastically directed them. Those who want to buy weapons, please go to the left. Those who want to join the guild, head to the right to register for the exam. Ko Tien judged disdainfully. These people only listen when someone ends up dead. Lao Mu smiled and said, A mix of the carrot and the stick is always the best approach. Ko Tien suddenly asked, Oh right, that guy kept targeting you like that. Do you know him? Lao Mu looked at the corpse on the ground and replied casually, I'm a proper guild master, busy every day. How could I possibly remember when I offended some random mob like this? But then his brow furrowed as he thought it over. But honestly, he did look a bit familiar. Too bad you blew his face off, so I can't recognize him anymore. Just then Thu Lang spotted him. He stared in astonishment. Wait a minute, that guy. He's from the Eternal Zenith Guild? At the Eternal Zenith Guild base, a small campsite had been set up right outside the city gates. Ko Tien sought out Lao Mo to report. So far, we've interviewed over 100 people, and there are still over 200 more waiting. They set up camp nearby, and we sent people over with some food. He looked over at old Ko and explained his intent. Now you understand why I have to charge a membership fee, right? If we didn't force them to pay to join the guild, I'm afraid even more people would have shown up today. Ko Tien smiled and gave him a thumbs up.
As expected of you, Guildmaster Trin. You really calculate everything perfectly. Suddenly, a commotion outside caught their attention. What? I didn't pass. Are you guys making a mistake somewhere? Lao Mo looked over in surprise. Oh? Is someone causing trouble? The fierce-looking man yelled, imposing, I'm a level 40 Stormwalker, can't you tell? How am I not qualified? Do Tiet didn't waste words and continued shooing him away. If I say you're not qualified, then you're not. Stop wasting our time here. He cursed indignantly. We paid the registration fee, so of course we came here with sincerity. Your guild said you wanted to test everyone, and even if it takes from morning to night, we all accepted it. But you send a bunch of people who haven't even reached level 40 to evaluate us and say we're unqualified. Isn't that going a bit too far? Huang Tian strolled over with his arms crossed and asked, You don't accept it? Then do you want to test your skills against us? He whipped around and scoffed, a level 36 daring to arrogantly ask for a test of skills. Fine, then I'll play with you for a bit, but don't expect me to hold back. Huang Tian wasn't afraid at all and provoked him in return. You better think like that, bro, because I won't be showing any mercy either. Ko Qian was worried. Should we step in? Lao Mo wasn't bothered in the slightest and said lightly, He's just a second awakening Stormwalker. Let Huang Tian handle it himself. The two quickly walked out to a large clearing to prepare for battle. Huang Tian spoke first. Come on. I'll let you make the first move. The man immediately charged forward like a hurricane. Arrogant fool. Take this comet tornado strike. Die. Huang Tian didn't dodge at all. Instead, he flashed a sinister smile. Right after that, quick as lightning, Huang Tian gave a light hop, stepping back to the exact attacking range and followed up with a rending wave slash. The man hastily pulled both arms back to defend, a flash of fear sparking in his mind. My Comet Tornado Strike is a guarantee hit skill. Not only did he dodge it, but he even counterattacked. While his soul was seemingly pulled out of the fight in distraction, Huang Tian had already closed the gap. He proudly told him, Stop thinking. The earth-shattering slash grants 0.5 seconds of invincibility, so by predicting and grasping your skill, I could dodge it. Next, it's my turn. Since he couldn't kill him, he launched a kick that sent the man flying high into the air. He then unleashed a barrage of attacks, leaving the man completely unable to react. He's so fast. I'm on the defensive now, I need to counterattack. Is it just a coincidence? Why do my movements keep getting interrupted? Huang Tian didn't let up at all, continuing to beat him down until the man began to lose consciousness. Taking a few more of Huang Tian's hits, he finally realized his movements were being interrupted again. Everyone held their breath watching the one-sided confrontation. The one who was supposed to be suppressed was the lower-leveled one, but now the bigger guy had become easy prey for the smaller one. Ko Tian asked Lao Mo curiously. Even though Huang Tian's level is lower than his opponent's, every time he attacks he can interrupt the opponent's movements. Is this the result of his training in the arena? He shrugged and replied, Exactly. This so-called 4-level gap is basically nothing. Ending the battle, Huang Tian took it as an opportunity to show off to the ignorant crowd. He landed gracefully and asked, Well, is there anyone else who doesn't accept our testing standards? The crowd looked at the defeated man and gossiped. Tun Dian's strength is actually pretty good, yet he was beaten so badly he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Damn it, is everyone in this guild a monster? It's over, probably more than half of us won't pass the evaluation. Looks like our evaluation fees are going straight down the drain. Suddenly, Thu Lang cut to the front of the line. My turn. I'm here because I want to experience the brilliant moves of your guild. Huang Tian grew wary. I don't think it's your turn to be tested yet. Thu Lang quickly explained. It's not that I disagree with the testing method. I just simply want to test my strength and choose my own opponent. Huang Tian frowned and emitted a murderous aura. Choose your opponent. Who do you want to fight? Thu Lang didn't think much of it and pointed straight at Lao Mo. Tell him to fight me. How about that? Huang Tian was bewildered. You want to fight him? Thu Lang tilted his head in confusion. What? Is that not allowed? Huang Tian stammered, unsure of what to say. No, it's not that. Lao Mo strolled over calmly. Old Huang, leave this one to me. Huang Tian protested in dissatisfaction. Hey, didn't you say you were leaving them all to me? Lao Mo stepped up to face Thu Lang, not angry at all but rather amused. I know this guy. Back at the auction house, he already wanted to test his strength against me. Let's just grant his wish. Thu Lang flinched. It really is you. So you're from the Eternal Zenith. He looked Lao Mo up and down. Even though you're just a level 36 solo player, I feel like you're very special. So fighting you shouldn't count as me bullying you, right? Lao Mo gave a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, he drew a line in the dirt, startled Fu Lang. Bullying me? Don't overthink things. I don't want to make things difficult for you either. How about we restrict ourselves to this circle? If you can force me out, you win. If not, then I lose. The crowd watched the impending battle with conflicting emotions. This circle isn't very big, so he just needs to force him out of it to win. That's way easier than actually defeating him. This guy is just a level 36 solo player after all. How could he compare to that sword saint? Is everyone in this guild really this arrogant? Fu Lang drew his weapon in a frenzy. You're being way too cocky. Then you better take responsibility for those words. A powerful tremor caused the ground to jut up roughly. Fu Lang stared in terror at the empty space in front of him. Where did he go? Could it be that he couldn't even block a single attack? Lao Mo's voice suddenly rang out from behind Fu Lang. I wasn't even done talking. Why are you in such a rush? His eyes widened in fear. Since when was he standing behind me? Doesn't this mean I've already lost? He then desperately swung his shield backwards. Get out of here. Lao Mo easily dodged the blow and landed softly. As he landed, he playfully teased. If you want to fight, then let's make a little bet. Fu Lang was already boiling with rage and demanded fiercely, stop dilly-dallying. What do you want to bet? Spit it out. Otherwise, I'll send you flying out of here right now. As he yelled, he unleashed his divine light shield strike. Break. A destructive beam of light shot out from his shield. Huang Qian and everyone outside had to squeeze their eyes shut. When the explosion ended, the entire arena lay in ruins. Lao Mu lowered his umbrella completely unscathed, looking somewhat pleased. To force me to bring out the Thousand Illusions umbrella, your strength is indeed extraordinary. Fu Lang panted heavily, in a critical state. Even this move didn't do a thing to him. Lao Mu shook out his umbrella a couple of times and stated his conditions. The bet is this. If you lose, you have to become a member of our guild, and furthermore, you won't receive a single penny of rewards for 3 years. Fu Lang curiously followed up, and what if you lose? He smirked and said casually, me, lose? I haven't really thought about that yet. Then you can deal with me however you want. Fu Lang calmed down and accepted. Fine. It's a promise. He felt a bit smug inwardly. Even though I have no way to force him out, if he wants to win, he also has to force me out of the circle. But I'm a tank. If I don't want to budge, there's no way he can make me. Lao Mo switched to combat mode, transforming the Thousand Illusions umbrella into a battle lance, and warned, then you better pay attention from now on, because my attacks are going to be very fierce. As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Lang had barely raised his shield when Lao Mo zipped right past him in a flash. He swept his battle lance in an arc, creating a ring of fire that surrounded Tu Lang. He stared in astonishment. This speed is way too fast. Suddenly, Lao Mo called out, over here. Tu Lang gritted his teeth and blocked the strike. Blocked it. Lao Mo kept toying with him, calling out, this time, it's over here. Over here. This time, it's from below. On the left. Pick up the pace a bit. Ko Tian was confused. What is the guild master doing? You call this a fight? Wan Tian stood nearby, grinning as he replied, that guy is from the teaching bureau. Lao Mo is trying to recruit a disciple. Everyone watched the battle anxiously. This solo player's attack speed is a bit unreasonable, but it looks like he won't be able to break the paladin's defense anytime soon. Are you blind? Can't you see this solo player is just toying with him? Lao Mo continued to mess with Fu Lang, left side, a little faster, this time from above. He wondered in frustration, damn it, what on earth is this guy doing? Right after that, Lao Mo yelled, from below. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait a minute, this defensive frequency. Could it be perfect parry? Right after realizing it, Fu Lang couldn't close his mouth and smiled brightly. That's right, this move is exactly perfect block. Suddenly, the attacks came to a halt. Fu Lang's face darkened in confusion. What's going on? Are we not fighting anymore? Lao Mo complained lazily, I'm tired, let's take a break. Fu Lang hastily refused. No way. Keep attacking. Hit me with the same frequency as before. He cracked his neck and teased him. Class dismissed. I won't really let you master the perfect block just like that. Fu Lang was startled, just now. Were you really teaching me? Huan Thian and Ko Thian pitied Fu Lang's fate. Is this guy just realizing it now? He thought he was about to achieve some enlightenment, Poor guy, he still has no idea how terrifying his opponent really is. Huang Tian shouted, "Guildmaster, stop playing around and end this already. Others are still waiting for their exams." Lao Mu nodded, "All right, finishing it up right now." Fu Lang jolted as realization finally hit him. "Wait, Guildmaster. You're the Guildmaster of Eternal Zenith?" Suddenly, something stuck to his shield. Lao Mu said softly, "Fly for me." Fu Lang was instantly lifted and tossed away like a stuffed bear. With a loud boom, he crashed to the ground. Lao Mu stood over him and asked, "Still alive?" Fu Lang replied tremblingly, "I am fine." He asked him, "So, are you admitting defeat or still acting stubborn?" Fu Lang crawled on the ground in utter submission. I yield. Am willing to join your guild, but I have one condition." Lao Mu turned away and reminded him, "Well, talk about conditions after you join. Go handle the recruitment procedures now, and remember to tell them you want me to salary for 3 years." He cried out weakly, "That. At least give me meal allowances." Wan Thian quickly walked over to help Fu Lang up and guided him. Relax. We're comrades now, we won't let you starve. Come on, follow me to complete the recruitment procedures." Everyone was suddenly inspired by that moving performance. Incredible, the Eternal Zenith Guild is truly something else. Winning against higher-level opponents twice in a row and possessing such forging techniques, I must join them. Exactly. A guild like this is where the future lies. Even if I have to queue until morning, I'm joining. The next morning in the Eternal City, Tu Lang followed Huang Tian to find Lao Mo. Guildmaster, I've finished the recruitment procedures." He replied coolly and walked away, "Good. From now on, we're a team, and there's no need for formalities, just call me Guildmaster." Tu Lang bowed deeply in apology. "I didn't know you were the Guildmaster of Eternal Zenith before. I am truly sorry for my offense. I was far too arrogant." Lao Mo waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. There's no need to feel inferior just because you lost to me. You still have plenty of room to grow." Suddenly, Tu Lang's face grew pale. He awkwardly twiddled his fingers, struggling as if he wanted to say something. "Didn't I mention before that I had one condition for joining the guild?" Lao Mo smiled and teased, "What, feeling shortchanged about the 3 years without pay and wanting to negotiate?" It was just a joke. Fu Lang frantically waved his hands to explain, No. A true man's word is a bond that even a team of horses can't pull back. I definitely won't regret what I've said. It's just, Lao Mo feigned impatience and asked, "What is it then?" Unable to stand this guy's twisted personality anymore, Huang Thian spoke up for Fu Lang. "Lao Mo, I can't bear watching you bully such an honest guy. He just wants you to teach him the perfect block." Fu Lang nodded furiously in agreement. Yes, that's exactly it. If the Guildmaster is willing to teach me, I'll even work for free for 10 years. He stopped teasing and agreed, "So it's about that. I've thought about it. I'll teach you when I have time." Like a little puppy, Fu Lang's face lit up as he gripped his shield tightly. "Thank you so much, Guildmaster. At the auction back then, you were the one who sold this shield to me, right?" An invisible, wicked aura suddenly surrounded Lao Mo. He glanced at Fu Lang and said, "That's right. During the auction, I saw that only you were the perfect fit for this shield, so I sold it to you. No need to be polite. If you want to learn the perfect block, just find me when you have time. I guarantee you'll master it once I teach you." Feeling like the female lead in a romance, Fu Lang eagerly sold himself to that beast disguised as a dark prince. What a truly sincere gentleman. I, Fu Lang, have not followed the wrong person. Brother Huang, I've decided to work for the guild for free for 10 years. Huan Thien's face twisted in disbelief. Holy crap. Lao Mo, you're an absolute monster. Meanwhile, Lao Mo walked away full of calculation. It's all set now. We have a main tank. It's time to head to that place. Scene cuts to the Flame Dragon Guild. Shu Viem's panic scream echoed. What? Trong Tuong is dead. A level 40 berserker was instantly annihilated upon entering a level 1 guild. Was he ganged up on? The informant revealed. They have a third awakening destroyer. Before anyone could react, Trong Tuong was shot dead in a single hit. Shu Wiem worried. A third awakening destroyer. Could it be the guild master who made the move? The informant quickly corrected them. No, their guild master is a level 36 solo player who is also very powerful. Everyone was shocked and immediately clamored. A guild master at only level 36 dares to kill our team member. So what if they have a third awakening destroyer? Our captain is also third awakening. We must make them pay in blood. That's right, kill them all. Unlike the short-sightedness of his subordinates,
Chu VM carefully plotted. The guild master is a solo player, while the member is third awakening. What a bizarre guild composition. No, something is wrong. We definitely need to investigate their true strength first. He ordered, listen to me. Go to the Guild Alliance in Spirit Moon's city and spread a rumor. Say this. Scene cuts to the Razor Highlands. Lao Mo and the others had all arrived. Huang Thian felt a bit nostalgic. Time flies so fast. We're back here again. He worriedly gave a reminder. Lao Mo, the intensity of the Razor Highlands is on a whole different level compared to the Razor Swamps. Are just the four of us going to be enough? Mui Thin flipped his hair complacently. With me here, it'll be a piece of cake, of course. Huang Tian and Wei Than bickered, neither willing to back down. You? Why don't you take a good look at yourself and see what you really are? I'm definitely stronger than you. Tu Lang quickly jumped in to prove his presence. Don't worry, everyone. I'll do my part too. Huang Tian gently advised, don't be too tense. Let's just relax a bit. He thought regretfully to himself, such a good main tank, and Lao Mo has manipulated him into an absolute tryhard. Lao Mo turned to look at everyone and declared, rest assured everyone. Not only are 4 people enough, but this time, I will also set the best record in the Razor Highlands. Wei Than and Huang Tian eagerly agreed. Captain has given the order. Once this is done, speaking from experience, I rarely object. Seeing Lao Mu's party, the onlookers immediately started gossiping. This team's average level isn't even 40 yet, and they dare to challenge the Razor Highlands. They must be crazy. Over the past few days, I've seen way too many squads with no fear of death, and here's another one today. A lot of people have been tortured half to death here before. They'll soon find out how terrifying the Razor Highlands truly is. Huang Fian angrily cursed. Ha! A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Lao Mu quickly diffused the situation. All right, stop wasting your breath on them. Let's get moving. After they entered, things outside returned to normal. People continued recruiting to clear the dungeon. Sigh. Another team throwing their lives away. Recruiting. Any level 40 experts here. Scene cuts to the secret realm. The 4, Qian Mo, Huang Thian, Mui Than, and Thu Lang, had entered the dungeon. Huang Thian asked, Captain, which way are we going this time? He stopped and pondered the 2 paths. Based on my strategy memories from my past life, the left leads to the detention area, which is fairly low difficulty. The right requires a long detour before reaching the final boss area. Either path can lead to the peak of the Razor Highlands. Then he pointed, well, go this way. Huang Thian readily agreed. Let's go, follow the guild master's lead. Lao Mo turned and instructed Thu Lang, this is your first time partying up with us. Just do your best. Don't push yourself too recklessly. After all, you're not getting paid. But Thu Lang refused to accept that and argued back. What are you talking about? Since we are a team, I will definitely give it my all. He then fiercely dashed forward to prove himself, leaving everyone stunned. Just you wait. I'll pull the monsters for you guys. Han Thian and Nu Wei Than immediately shot Lao Mo a look of pure exasperation. Damn, he's so fired up. He's definitely been brainwashed by the guild master. Lao Mo, I'm starting to feel bad for bullying such an honest guy. Lao Mo helplessly watched Thu Lang rush off. I was genuinely trying to look out for him this time. Huang Thian burst into laughter and pointed right at Lao Mo's face. Ha, so you admit you were manipulating him before. Lao Mo immediately clammed up, unable to say another word. He awkwardly ran off to change the subject. Stop spouting nonsense and hurry up. Don't let him get away. Huang Thian and Nu Wei Than, slightly bewildered, quickly chased after him. Deep in the forest, Thu Lang came running over with heavy footsteps. He shouted with all his might, Brothers, I've pulled the monsters over, but these things are ridiculously strong. Just as Lao Mo's group arrived, they exclaimed in shock, Holy crap, you pulled so many monsters, and they're all high-level elite monsters. Lao Mo warned in alarm, Careful, those are elite withered boarmen. A horde of level 40 withered boarmen rushed towards them like a hurricane. Lao Mo drew his sword and charged. Hold the aggro tight, I'll crowd control them. He brought his blade down, causing a massive explosion. Wei Than and Huang Tian also quickly joined the fray. Let's back them up. Old Mui cast corrosive rain. Fall! An acidic shower continuously chipped away at the monster's health. Huang Thian showcased his extraordinary agility, dodging and slaughtering the horde. Damn it, these elites might only be level 40, but their HP is ridiculously thick. A few hours later, the battle came to an end. Lao Mu stood in a corner and said, Now you all understand, right? The
The Razor Highlands is entirely different from our previous secret realms. Huang Thian panted heavily and complained, Lao Mo, you didn't even tell us such crucial information beforehand. Fu Lang timidly apologized, I'm truly sorry. I was too impulsive just now and rushed in too hastily. It'll adjust my mindset from now on and absolutely won't drag everyone down. Huang Thian and Muithan kindly brushed it off. We don't mean to blame you. Yeah, that handful of monsters was nothing to us anyway.
Lao Mo praised and manipulated Fu Lang's psychology, further plunging his mind into blind devotion. You did great. To assess enemy damage, calculate your own limits, and adapt so flexibly in such a short time. As expected, I wasn't wrong about you. You're a natural-born tank. Like a grateful puppy, Fu Lang beamed with excitement. Really? As long as I didn't cause trouble for everyone, and glad. Both of them looked at Fu Lang but inwardly blamed Lao Mo. I actually preferred his arrogant and untamed attitude when he first showed up. Now, he's completely been tamed by Lao Mo. This kid is not only working for free voluntarily, but he's even grateful for it. He's an absolute disgrace to the corporate slave community. Scene cuts to deeper into the cave. Huang Thian cried out, it's these skeleton sprite mobs again with their insanely thick 15,000 HP. Even though their attack power isn't high, grinding them down is torture. Lao Mo replied, the mobs here are tough to deal with, but the rewards upon completion will definitely satisfy you, so get used to it. Suddenly, Huang Thian spotted something and exclaimed, huh? What's that bronze gong behind them for? He drew his weapon and charged forward. Don't worry about what it's for. Just remember before we finish clearing these mobs, don't you dare strike that gong. Huang Thian grumbled, got it, got it. The second battle commenced once again. Lao Mo unleashed a tremendously powerful shattering strike, dealing damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Witnessing Lao Mo's true strength, Fu Lang was astonished. He's a solo player, yet he pulls aggro even better than me. Is he using hacks? Muithan smiled playfully and replied, get used to it. The guild master always loves to cause a scene. He shouted angrily, stop spacing out and start fighting. Everyone shook off their shock and joined the fray. Coming. In 2. Just like that, the four of them fought side by side with a single mind once more. It only took a short time for them to take control of the situation. He handed out recovery potions to everyone and instructed, take this time to restore your status. We're about to face the first boss. Unable to hold back any longer, Huang Thian asked, spit it out already. What exactly is that bronze gong for? Lao Mu downed his potion and began explaining. When engaging, after boss number 1 spawns, hitting the bronze gong will force all the mobs to focus their attacks on whoever struck it. At that moment, you guys focus on clearing the mobs and I'll handle fighting the boss. Everyone pieced it together. So, the most dangerous role is fighting the boss, followed by the gong striker who gets swarmed by all the mobs. No wonder you didn't let us hit it earlier. I bet plenty of teams couldn't resist the urge to try. Fu Lang eagerly volunteered in the tank. Leave the gong striking to me. Lao Mo immediately rejected him and reassigned the role. No, old Mui will strike the gong. You just focus on being a good tank. Muithan stubbornly protested. But I'm a squishy support. Why are you giving me such a dangerous job? Guildmaster, I haven't even badmouthed you today. Lao Mo looked at the gong and continued explaining. There's a special mechanic here. If the tank engages the mobs, they will enter a state of extreme aggro, making them much harder to deal with. But if a squishy class does it, the effect is minimized. Muithan was puzzled. Why would there be such a weird mechanic? And how do you know it so well? Not wanting to dig too deep, Huang Thian reminded old Mui, just trust Lao Mo. He's the one who's going to break the record with us. Suddenly, Lao Mo turned away and changed his tone. Or I can strike the gong and handle the mobs, while you guys fight the boss. I'm fine either way. Anxious, Muithan immediately dashed toward the gong. Wait. I'll do it. Brothers, I'm entrusting my life to you guys. Make sure you react fast. Then, gritting his teeth, he struck the gong. A fierce reverberation echoed. In no time, the previously quiet atmosphere vanished. Huang Thian was startled. How are there still so many elites and mobs? The first wave of beast shield skeletons with 25,000 HP appeared. Old Huang yelled, damn it! Elite monsters with 25,000 HP. This completely defies common sense. And finally, boss number 1 made its entrance. The evil Tomb King, Dodkamin, a level 43 elite slaughterer with 150,000 HP. Everyone's faces darkened in disbelief. 150,000 HP. That's way too exaggerated. Even if you add up all the mobs, it wouldn't be this high. Lao Mo leaped straight toward the evil Tomb King and ordered, "Keep hitting the gong to hold the mob's aggro. Once I finish killing the boss, I'll come back and help you." Paleface Huang Tian screamed, "Captain, just focus seriously on the boss. Don't even think about backing us up." Weithan also managed to run back from the gong to regroup with them. "I'm even starting to agree with the people outside the dungeon. Isn't fighting this thing a bit beyond our capabilities?" Thu Lang held his ground against the monster horde and rallied. "Stop overthinking it. Just endure this wave of monsters first." Lao Mo faced the evil Toon King alone, filled with nostalgia. "We meet again. In my past life, I returned countless times to figure out the gong mechanic and defeat this monster. I don't even know how many times I came back, but this time, I've returned with all my strategic experience." He smiled sinisterly and challenged it. "I hope you can still provide me with some entertainment." Then he lunged at the evil Toon King, engaging in a fierce battle. Scene cuts back to Eternal Zenith. No Kai didn't participate in the mission this time, but stayed behind to guard the base. She walked over and asked the guard, "You urgently summoned me back. What exactly is going on?" He said frantically, "Captain Lang, there's no time to explain. Long story short, someone is here causing trouble." Ko Tian angrily chased the people away. I'll say it one more time. Eternal Zenith is not joining any alliance. Get the hell out of here. Leader of the Blood Slaughter Alliance. Third Awakening Dark Warrior. Vung Tin Kak frowned from below and threatened. "Your name is Ko Tian, right? Don't think you can look down on everyone just because you're a Third Awakening. The leader of our Blood Slaughter Alliance is also a Third Awakening powerhouse, so you better show some respect." Chu Viam, standing beside him, shouted, "I came here with sincere intentions to cooperate with you all. Don't be ungrateful, or else don't blame me for being ruthless." Ko Tian fiercely retorted, "Cut the crap. If you got the guts, let's fight." Chu Viam tattled from behind. "See, they are incredibly arrogant. It hasn't even been half a month since they were founded, yet they're expanding in all directions. Last time I sent Trung Tum to negotiate, and they killed him without a second thought." Vun Ten Kak disdainfully ignored Ko Thian's words. "Just a level 2 guild, and you dare to be this cocky. If we let them grow like this, what will they become?" Chu Viam craftily suggested a plan to Ten Kak, Alliance leader. "Their guild master and main force are currently out. We just need to launch a joint attack, and we can definitely capture this place. Even if their guild master returns, it'll be too late." Instigated by Chu Viam's words, he immediately agreed. "All right, then summon the Alliance guilds to attack." Nirki came over and asked, "Manager Ko, what's happening?" Ko Thin replied vigilantly, "It's nothing much. Just the Blood Slaughter Alliance of Spirit Moon City trying to take us over. We might have to fight, so everyone get ready." As soon as he finished speaking, someone launched an attack. Ko Thin was furious and ordered, "These bastards actually have the guts to make a move. No Kai, Min Hao, you two lead the combat team and prepare our defenses. We must hold the line until the guild master returns." Both of them immediately complied. Understood. No Kai turned and quickly left, feeling a wave of anxiety in her heart. "I wonder if that scoundrel is done clearing the dungeon yet. Please hurry up and come back." Meanwhile, on Lao Mac's side, the battle was also coming to an end. The system promptly announced, "Killed. Congratulations on defeating boss number 1. Huang Fin panted heavily in disbelief. "Is this? We've already killed the boss." Wei Tun flopped down and breathed a sigh of relief. "We're saved." Without taking a break, Lao Mac announced, "Boss number 1 is dealt with. We just need a little more effort to eliminate the remaining 2 bosses, and then we can head back. Do you guys still have enough strength?" Not overwhelmed by Lao Mac's momentum, everyone stood up together to continue sweeping the dungeon. "Who are you looking down on? Fighting 10 bosses wouldn't be a problem. Rest assured, as long as you can fight, we will be your solid backup." "That's right, I can do it too." Lao Mac eagerly encouraged them. "All right, let's put in some more effort and clear this in one go." He felt a slight sense of unease, wondering, "I don't know how things are going at the guild." Wang Thian turned and asked, "Lao Mac, next is boss number 2. What mechanics are we using this time?" He replied calmly, "Don't worry about the mechanics. When we meet the boss, I'll charge straight in for a quick victory." Wang Tian was puzzled. "Are we just going to be reckless like that?" He turned his head and replied, "I originally thought this would be a bit tough, but it's actually quite easy, so there's no need to waste any more time. Let's speed up and finish this fast." Right on cue, the boss emerged. Wei Then grimaced and complained, "Speed up even more. We're already moving incredibly fast." Wang Tian excitedly comforted everyone. "Stop complaining.
It's not often Lao Mac leads us like this. We are about to set an unprecedented record. Charge. Scene transition to Eternal City. A significant number of the team's guards had already been taken down.
Tunkak and Chu VM stood below in astonishment. A mere level 2 guild, yet their defense is this strong? Their city walls are too sturdy. Our cannoneers can't break through them at all. Chu VM was anxious, but since we've already started the war, we must defeat them. If we retreat now, our Blood Slaughter Alliance will lose all credibility in Spirit Moon City. Tunkak gave an order. Go back to Spirit Moon City and continue mobilizing other allied guilds to help us. I will handle this place personally. As he spoke, he pulled out his weapon. Kothian, understanding the situation on his end, drew his gun to meet the challenge. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll really think we're just pushovers.
Noki reported the situation. Dotiat city walls have been fully reinforced and Min Hao is holding the rear forest defense line. It won't be easy for them to break in. Kothian turned and asked, still no news from the guild master. She shook her head, glancing at Kothian as she replied, still no response. They must still be in the dungeon. I think we can still handle the situation here. Kothian broke into a sweat, staying cautious. We can cope for now. But I'm still worried. A level 4 guild like theirs has 3 Third Awakening powerhouses guarding it. Von Tankak used a massive amount of power to breach the gates of Eternal City, but the gates remain unscathed, leaving him terrified. A full force strike, yet I couldn't break the city gate. Is this thing really that tough?
Tunket fiercely continued his assault. If one strike isn't enough, I'll hit it again. Let's see how many consecutive attacks you can withstand. Kothian panicked as he observed the situation below. If we let him keep hacking away like this, no matter how tough the gate is, it won't hold. We absolutely cannot let him break in. Kothian gritted his teeth in anger. I'll deal with that Bard Awakening guy. You guard this spot. Noki nodded and promised. Rest assured, I absolutely will not let them break through here. In a flash, Lao Ko used the roaming heavenly leap to disappear. Then, just as swiftly, he stood in front of Tun Kek and challenged him. Hey, your fellow Third Awakening opponent is right here. He then fired a barrage of bullets straight at him. Tun Kek tensed his muscles to block Kothian's attack, his entire body knocked back by the force. He regained his composure and said calmly, a Third Awakening Dawnbringer. As a long-range fighter, you have no advantage in a one-on-one fight against me. Kothian refused to yield and taunted back. Haha, stop bragging. Wait until you can actually catch me before you talk big. Lao Ko vanished into thin air once again. Lao Ko blended into the crowd to mask his presence. Then, from within the enemy ranks, he continuously unleashed a hail of gunfire. Tankak unleashed his extreme wave slash. Take this. With one strike, uncaring of friend or foe, he just smashed right through. The group of people sent flying covered in injuries screamed, Guildmaster, we're on the same side. A fight between Third Awakening users is too terrifying. Let's get out of here. Tankak took pleasure in it, flashing a demonic smile. I can't see you anywhere. Humph, you won't be able to escape. As the sky darkened, Kothian clutched his wound and fled deep into the gloomy forest to take cover. Damn it, that guy even attacks his own people. As a firearms master, I really have no advantage in a one-on-one duel with a warrior. I basically just wanted to make money and conveniently get stronger along the way. Who told that kid to trick me into joining this damn guild? Now I've ended up like this. If I had known earlier, I would have just stayed in the arena and lived like a king. Immediately after, a single slash from Tankak obliterated a row of trees. He irritably searched for Kothian. Stop hiding. Being hit by my skill means you're marked. You can't escape. Kothian, still immersed in his own scheme, smiled gleefully. But if I can survive this time, that kid will owe me a huge favor. Just thinking about it feels amazing. Tankak charged in, raising his axe right behind the tree, ready to chop it to pieces. He slashed down, but only managed to hit Lao Ko's coat. Lao Ko had agilely dodged to the side and dropped a bomb. A massive explosion erupted. Kothian silently hoped, that guy's surname Trin. If I survive this, you definitely have to help me achieve my dream of getting rich and reaching the Fourth Awakening. Scene transitioned back to the dungeon. The system announced, the frost giant scorpion of the Heavenly Marsh has been eliminated. Congratulations on defeating boss member 3 and successfully clearing the Razor Marsh. The monster quickly dissipated. Huang Thian praised him in surprise. Lao Mac, you're really something else. Charging straight from boss 2 to boss 3 without losing your breath at all. Thu Lang eagerly anticipated. I never expected we would clear the stage this fast. The rewards must be incredibly generous. He read the display panel in front of him. Congratulations to Trin Ki Mak for completing the hidden quest, Destroy the Marsh Calamity Base, receiving 4 million EXP and 10 free attribute points. Congratulations on clearing the extremely hard Razor dungeon in 4 hours, 36 minutes, and 20 seconds, setting the fastest record for this dungeon. Current personal rating, SS. Team rating, SSS. EXP reward, 3 million. You may choose one of the following rewards. Equipment box times 1, skill box times 1, material box times 1. Level plus 1, level plus 1. Trin Ki Mak, class, solo player. Current level, 39. Nui Tun was shocked. Holy crap, you leveled up twice in a row. You're about to surpass this old man. Lao Mak tilted his head and said, you guys should have received EXP rewards too, right? Following that, their levels also rapidly increased, and all three of them cheered joyfully. I leveled up to 39 too. Haha, this old man is already level 40, in one step ahead of you all. I actually reached level 44. I can start preparing for my third awakening now. He tapped on his panel with anticipation. This trip to the dungeon, although very difficult, was totally worth it. Next up is the passive skill reward for soul binders. Suddenly, the display panel flashed. Lao Mak realized, looking at this, it seems it really is random. Whatever, I'll just pick one at random then. The system then granted him, congratulations on acquiring the SSS rank skill, Frost Nova. This is Amon's signature attack. It has a casting time of 6 seconds. Centered on the caster, it unleashes an ice attack within a 50-meter radius, with damage amplified by the spirit attribute. All targets hit will be frozen for 3 seconds. Lao Mak was thrilled to his core. Holy smokes, it's actually the Frost Scorpion's ultimate skill. This is a super AoE skill, and it even comes with crowd control. I even got Constitution attribute points. This trip to the Razor Highlands was truly a perfect harvest. Huang Thian broke a sweat and teased Mui Then. Wow, this intermediate baptism buff is insane. With this, if Lao Mak fights you in the future, couldn't he just close his eyes, swing randomly, and still kill you? Mui Then pulled a long face and retorted, shit, this old man leveled up quite a bit this time too. If you're not convinced, bring it on. He eagerly prepared to leave. All right, this trip has already taken a few days. We should head back home now. Then he smiled mysteriously to himself. I wonder if anyone in Spirit Moon City can still hold on. The stone tablet outside began to change, causing the people outside to exclaim in terror. Holy crap, what's happening? 39 minutes. Has the best record in Razor Highlands been broken again? Damn it, isn't this that low-level team that went in earlier? Nui Tun stretched lazily. We're finally out. If I stayed in there any longer, my rheumatism would have acted up. Huan Qian glanced at Wei Tun and reminded him, oh, come on. With our strength, even if we stayed in this dungeon for another 3 hours, we might not have cleared it. You've benefited so much, yet you're still pretending to complain. Lao Huang suddenly rolled his eyes and changed his tone. Oh, there sure are a lot of people. The crowd pointed at Lao Mak's group and exclaimed, look, they're the ones who broke the record. That's incredible. They left the second-place team in the dust by over 3 hours, and even got an SSS rating. Gods, please let me join you. Huang Tian glared at the crowd in annoyance, openly showing his contempt. Humph, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. I vividly remember the disdainful looks they gave us earlier. I definitely need to mock them to vent my anger. Lao Mak didn't want to be childish and quickly stopped Huang Tian. All right, don't stoop to their level. An unexpected message popped up. It was from Lang Yurki, informing them that the guild was being attacked by the Blood Slaughter Alliance. Come back immediately once you receive this. Everyone was stunned in shock. What is this? These bastards actually dared to take advantage of our absence to launch a sneak attack. Lao Mak's face darkened with sheer fury. He sprinted forward and teleported alongside the others. Let's go. We need to return to the base as quickly as possible. Scene transitioned to the gates of Eternal City, which had now turned into a sea of fire. Nukai asked Manhwa, what's the casualty situation? He calmly reported, quite a few of our brothers are injured, but with Elder Tun and the World Tree there, it's not a major issue. He then showed concern for his sister. Sister Nukai, you haven't rested all day. Take this chance to get some rest. Not allowing herself to let her guard down, Nukai refused, no. Even though we've repelled 2 waves of attacks, who knows when they'll launch the 3rd one? At least until the guild master returns, we cannot afford to be negligent in any way. At the mention of the guild master, Manhwa lowered his head sadly. If the guild master were here, we wouldn't be this passive. Nukai speculated, calculating the time, they should have finished the dungeon by now. Minhao looked deep into the forest uneasily. Manager Ko lured that third awakening dark warrior away and still hasn't returned. I wonder how he's doing. It's truly worrying. Suddenly, a guard shouted a warning. Captain Lang, they're preparing to attack again. The crowd below cheered in unison, initiating their assault charge. Minhao and Miyuki, thrust into an urgent situation, quickly spread out to defend and counterattack. Damn it, they started the third wave so soon. Are these people not afraid of death? It seems someone is inciting the factions of Spirit Moon City to target us. They want to wipe us out completely. Whatever the reason, once they make a move, we have nothing to fear. Prepare the defenses. Got it, Sister Nayuki. I'll go call for people right now. Suddenly, a new message from Trin Kia Mac popped up. Nuki teared up in relief. Finally, there's news. They've cleared the Razor Highlands. This is great. The enemy forces continued to swell in numbers. Chu VM sat far away, observing with his trusted subordinate. His subordinate said in shock, Guildmaster, we've mobilized everyone available from the Alliance guilds this time. I didn't expect a puny level 2 guild to be so hard to deal with. Chu VM wasn't panicked at all. Instead, an all-or-nothing scheme had formed in his mind. The harder they are to deal with, the better. It's best if Von Tan Kak and them fight until both sides are completely ruined. When that happens, our Flame Dragon Guild will have the opportunity to become the leader of the Blood Slaughter Alliance. Then we will take over Eternal Zenith, seize their forging techniques, and upgrade ourselves to become the largest guild in Spirit Moon City. This way, that kid Trung Trung's death won't be in vain. Hearing this, his subordinate laughed gleefully. Guildmaster, this trick of using a tiger to devour a wolf is truly brilliant. Scene transition to another area of the gloomy forest. Tan Kak and Ko Thien were still playing their game of cat and mouse. He followed his tracking mark and shouted, what's the point of just running away? Without a powerful third awakening fighter, how long can your level 2 guild hold out? Tan Kak arrogantly rested his weapon on his shoulder and flaunted, why don't you just surrender now? I might just spare your life. Besides, with my tracking skills, there's absolutely no way for you to escape. After saying that, he sprinted after the red thread. But suddenly, tiny bombs shot out from both sides of the tree trunks, forcing Tan Kak to a halt. Boom! Another explosion went off. Kotian clutched his wounds, standing to the side as he spoke. Let's make a bet, shall we? Let's bet on whether you can actually kill me today. From within the smoke, Tom Catch swung his weapon to clear his line of sight and arrogantly replied, Aren't you going to keep running? Kotian fired his gun while teasing. The loser has to eat shit. Do you dare to bet? Tonkash leaned to dodge the bullets and grumbled, Ha! Are you trying to buy time with such lame tricks? Then he charged forward like a mad bull. However, I'll take that bet. Tonkash's sharp blade aimed straight for Ko Tian's head. Old Ko stood rooted to the spot, forcing himself to brace for it. Just as the blade was about to strike him, Tonkash was suddenly knocked back by a tremendously powerful force. He quickly stabilized himself with his weapon and asked, What's going on? Lao Mak had arrived just in time. Standing in front of Ko Thien, he asked, Are you okay? Ko Thien breathed a sigh of relief, his body gradually relaxing. Ha ha, I'm fine. I intentionally led him this way, betting that I'd run into you. I won the bet. Looks like someone's eating shit this time. Tunkach asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Who are you? Erupting with fierce, murderous intent, Lao Mak looked him dead in the eye and answered, The Guildmaster of Eternal Zenith, Trin Kia Mac. Hearing this, Tunkach scoffed. You're the master of that Tier 2 guild? Perfect. Since you're here, I'll capture you all at once. Not one to back down, Lao Mak shot back. Then make it quick. I'm very busy. Lao Mak's casual remark successfully provoked Tenkak. He charged in a fit of rage and slashed down. How arrogant. Kothian was startled and warned him, Careful, that's the polar wave slash of a dark martial artist. Normal defenses won't work. He casually opened his umbrella, effortlessly blocking Tankak's attack. He was astonished. Is this umbrella spinning? He used this to block my attack earlier too. Lao Mak said confidently, This isn't just normal defensive gear. Besides, I know quite a bit about a dark martial artist's skills. Tankak jumped far back to secure an escape route. It's not over yet. But Lao Mak moved with lightning speed, closing in right behind him as he coldly declared, It is over. He then unleashed 2 consecutive soul-reaping strikes, piercing the heart. Just like that, he casually ended Tankak's life.
If this were the past, I might have played with you a bit longer, but today am genuinely too busy.
Ko Tien's jaw dropped as he complimented and criticized at once. You're an absolute monster! He was a third awakening expert after all. How could you finish him so fast? Lao Mak briefly explained before asking, he was only a bard awakening dark martial artist. His movements were full of flaws. Is he the one who invaded our guild? Ko Tien clutched his arm and nodded yes. But there are others attacking the base as well. Suddenly remembering something, Ko Tien turned pale. That's right. Where are Huang Tian and the others? Understanding his worry, Lao Mak reassured him and instructed, hearing the guild was invaded, I rushed over immediately. They aren't as fast as me and fell behind. You're injured. Just stay here and wait for Huang Tian and the team as backup. I'll head back first to secure the guild. After saying that, Lao Mak leapt into the air and vanished, leaving a battered Ko Tien behind. He looked in Lao Mak's direction, grimacing. What a monster. This guy truly is an unbelievable freak. At the Eternal City side, yet another enemy fell to Nurk his war lance. He plummeted down from high above. Min Hao stood back to back with Nurk fending them off. Newman Nurk, there are too many of them. I'm afraid we can't hold the main gate anymore. Nurk struggled alongside Min Hao. Just hold on a little longer. The guildmaster will be back soon. Suddenly, a deafening explosion and crash rang out, and the stench of gunpowder grew heavy. Min Hao and Nurk were startled and turned to look what's happening. The city gate had already been blasted to pieces. The man holding the cannon laughed maniacally and shouted, "Ha ha! Their main gate is destroyed! Charge!" Nurk urgently commanded, You stay here and keep watch. I'll go down and stop them. Min Hao yelled, refusing, No, it's too dangerous. Nurk gritted her teeth in absolute fury. No matter what, I cannot just stand by and watch them invade and occupy our guild. Suddenly the crowd outside screamed, What's happening? Someone is attacking us from behind. One by one, they were brutally slaughtered. Lao Mak's agile movements weaved through the battlefield, effortlessly wiping out more than half of the enemy forces. Seeing Lao Mak's return, the guards rejoiced in ecstasy. It's the Guildmaster! The Guildmaster has returned! We're saved! Min Hao and Nurk were overjoyed. Nuna Nurk, the Guildmaster is back. This is great. Let's go down and lend a hand. Lao Mak issued a chilling warning. Whoever wants to live, get out of here this instant. However, they showed no fear. Looking down on Lao Mak, they charged at him. He's only one man, no need to fear him. Yeah, he's just a second awakening nobody anyway. He let out a disappointed sigh. I gave you a chance. Tightening his grip on his weapon, the air suddenly turned as cold as ice. Lao Mak unleashed a single slash. The once ferocious mob was instantly frozen solid. The battle ended in a mere few seconds. Min Hao and Nurk rushed over, but were too late. Nuna Nurk seems like he doesn't need our help after all. Lao Mak inquired with concern, Nurk, is everyone all right? Seeing Nurk stay silent, Lao Mak asked further, What's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere? She threw herself into his arms, acting coy. It's nothing. I'm just so glad you're back. Lao Mak gently patted her head to comfort her. It's okay now. Everything's all right. His voice grew heavy with anger. Rest assured, something like this will never happen a second time. Min Hao pointed at the frozen mobs and asked, Guildmaster, how do we deal with these guys? Lao Mak glanced at them like pests and ordered, Those who dare lay a finger on us must pay the price. Keep a few alive for questioning. As for the rest, kill them. Chu Wiem and his subordinates were hiding on the sidelines. A subordinate anxiously asked, Guildmaster, should we go help them? Chu Wiem coldly refused. Help them with what? Isn't this exactly as we planned? He laughed wickedly, calculating his scheme. It seems Vung Tuncatch has been killed by him and Ko Tien. The other guilds suffered heavy losses. Only we at Wiem Long have preserved our strength. The Blood Manslaughter Alliance is now in the palm of my hands. They might have won this battle, but I've seized the chance to control the Blood Manslaughter Alliance. Everyone gets what they want. Besides, he only defeated a measly Vung Tuncatch. My strength is not necessarily inferior to his, so what is there to fear? Back at the Eternal City.
The captured soldiers confessed in terror, "Spare our lives. We were merely instigated by someone else." "That's right, it's all Chu Viem's doing. He incited us to oppose your guild master."
Lao Mak walked over and asked, "Chu Wiem, who is he?" One of the captives answered, "He's the guild master of the VM Long Guild. You offended him, and your guild's blacksmithing technology made him jealous, so he sowed discord among us." Lao Mak searched his memory. "When did I offend him? I can't seem to recall." Wang Tian, standing nearby, said irritably, "It probably has something to do with those troublemakers during the tryouts. These petty bastards will find any excuse to cause trouble, even if you don't offend them." "Damn it, I wasn't even here when such a huge incident happened. We absolutely cannot let this slide." Lao Mak agreed with Wang Tian's fury. "Of course not. Once they lay a finger on us, they must bear the consequences." He turned to ask Old Tun for his opinion. "Elder Tun, you're familiar with the factions in Linwit City. Do you have any thoughts on this?" Tun Vinsung said panicky. "The Blood Manslaughter Alliance is the largest guild in Linwit City, directly affiliated with the city council. If we actually make a move, it might shake up the council. Even though we are in the right this time, their leader Vung Tun Kach is already dead." Lao Mak asked back, "Is Elder Tun advising me to let it go?" Tun Vinsung shook his head in thought. "Not exactly. It's just that the relationships are far too complex, and I haven't thought of the best way to handle this yet." Lao Mak was truly infuriated this time, his eyes completely hollow yet brimming with hatred. If Old Ko hadn't been here today, once the crystal boundary monument was removed, there would have been no chance of salvaging the situation. Moreover, Old Ko nearly lost his life over this. Ko Tian quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. Hey, Lord Guildmaster, don't make me sound so pathetic. It's not like I died." Seeing him, Wang Tian instinctively brightened up. "Old Ko, you recovered already?" Ko Tian smiled in relief and replied, "With the world tree around, even if I stepped into Hell's Gates, I could be pulled back, let alone a minor wound like this." Old Ko added Lao Mak, "See? I'm fit as a dragon now, totally fine. Besides, they've already paid the price. I think that's enough for today." But Lao Mak was hot-tempered and stubborn as a mule. He absolutely refused and demanded to fight. "You might be able to let it go, but I cannot. If others don't touch me, I won't touch them. But if they provoke me, I will absolutely repay them 100-fold. And then there was his ride-or-die bro. Wang Tian supported Lao Mak with both hands and feet, and probably his tongue too if he could, exactly. "I stand with Lao Mak on this. We should strike back and tear down their boundary monuments." Ko Tian tried to reason with their stubbornness. The Blood Manslaughter Alliance is connected to major factions. The council definitely won't just sit back. No matter how well you can fight, we are dealing with the real world here. Power factions and connections matter most. Lao Mak muttered as he glared at the captives nearby, terrifying them. "Power factions and connections, you say?" He remained unwavering, holding firm to his resolve. "No matter what, I must eliminate the mastermind to prevent future trouble. That is my only bottom line." Ko Tian helplessly complied. "Very well then, we will follow the guildmaster's orders." A few days later, Eternal Zenith had successfully crushed several other guilds. The incident spread so far that people in every tavern were gossiping about it. "Did you hear? A few days ago, the Blood Manslaughter Alliance attacked a Tier 2 guild and not only failed, but their leader Vyung Tun Kach was slain. Do you even need to mention such a huge event? These past few days, they've been attacking the Alliance's subordinate guilds everywhere and destroyed several bases. So arrogant." "I heard the Linguet City Council is stepping in as mediators today, demanding they negotiate with the Alliance. With the City Council getting involved, they'll definitely behave this time. If they don't stop, they'll be punished for sure." Wang Tian couldn't hide his fiery temper, itching for a fight. "These blabbermouths sure talk a lot. Want me to go teach them a lesson?" Ko Tian hastily held him back. "We are here for a mediation this time. Don't cause any more trouble." Wang Tian guessed, "Lately, we've been wreaking havoc everywhere just to find that bastard Chu Wiem, but he still refuses to show his face. The council stepping in now clearly shows they're shielding him." Ko Tian frowned and added, "His goal was to blow this out of proportion so he could use the council's mediation to his advantage. It seems he's gotten exactly what he wanted." Wang Tian asked impatiently, "Then how do we play this later? Do we just charge in and deal with that Chu Wiem guy?" Leading the group, Lao Max signaled him, "Don't be rash. We came for a mediation today, so naturally, we must follow the council's rules." Surprised by Lao Mac's uncharacteristically calm reaction, Wang Tian felt uneasy. "Hey, that doesn't sound like you at all, Lao Mac." Old Ko watched with trepidation. It would be great if he actually listened to the council and stopped, but behaving this abnormally, I fear he's gearing up for something massive. In front of the council building, a crowd was already waiting for the Eternal Zenith Guild. Chu VM walked over with a beaming smile to greet them. "Guildmaster Trin, I finally get to meet you. We can finally clear up the misunderstanding this time." He glanced at him and asked, "Who are you?" Chu VM cheerfully introduced himself. "I am Chu VM, master of the Long VM Guild, and currently the head of the Blood Manslaughter Alliance." Hearing that name, Lao Mac's face instantly darkened. His pupils turned blood red as he glared at the man. "So you are Chu VM." Shifting to the interior of the Lin Wet City Council, Dan Nguyen, the acting chairman of the Lin Wet City Council, sat at the center of the conference table and reprimanded that Von Tun Catch was such a fool. Why would he provoke a monster like Trin Kia Mac? He didn't even bother to investigate. To be an elder of several major associations at such a young age, is that the kind of person he can afford to mess with? Despite the concerns, some still voiced opposition to Lao Mac's methods. Still, he went too far, daring to outright kill Von Tun Kak and threatening to wipe out the entire Blood Manslaughter Alliance. He has absolutely no regard for the council. Lu Thien suddenly defended him. That's not true. It's clear the Blood Manslaughter Alliance got greedy for their technology, failed to seize it, and got killed as a result. You can't blame Eternal Zenith for this. The man immediately retorted with annoyance. Your auction house does business with Eternal Zenith, so of course you cover for him." Lu Thien refused to back down and counterattacked. "Aren't you lot also involved with the Blood Manslaughter Alliance?" Exhausted, Dang Nguyen intervened and asked, "Enough. Stop bickering. Where is Chu Wiem?" Suddenly, someone answered. He went outside to receive the people from Eternal Zenith. This made Dang Nguyen jolt in shock and yell, "What? He actually dared to go out there?" Huang Tian and Ko Tian hovered around Lao Mac like an angel and a devil on his shoulders, each whispering their opinions. "Lao Mac, this bastard delivered himself right to our doorstep. Should we strike now? Wouldn't that be disrespecting the council? If we strike now, the council won't even have time to stop it." Suppressing his rage, he brushed past Chu Wiem. "We're already here. Whatever it is, we'll settle it once we're inside." Deng Yuan rushed to the city gates in a panic. "Chu Yan wants to go out, and you guys didn't even stop him. If they fight here, our council will lose all its face." Seeing Lao Mo, Deng Yuan immediately acted a bit humble. "Guildmaster Chung, I've heard so much about you." Lao Mo asked tiredly, "And who are you?" Qin Yongchang introduced him. "This is Deng Yuan, Elder Deng. He's the branch president of the Lifestyle Association in Lingyu City, as well as the acting chairman of the Lingyu City Council." Lao Mo dismissively replied, "So it's Chairman Deng. No need to come out to greet us. Let's talk inside." Deng Yuan looked at Lao Mo's back with anxiety. "I didn't come to greet you. I came because I was afraid you guys would start a fight." Chu Yan glared angrily as Lao Mo left. "I thought they wouldn't be able to hold back and would attack, which would offend the council. Who would have thought this guy, who was so reckless before, would be this calm now?" Entering the council room, it was hard to tell who was the host. Lao Mo arrogantly took a seat first and invited, "Everyone, take a seat. Why are you all standing?" Deng Yuan started mediating between the two sides. "Guildmaster Cheng, I understand the situation. The Blood Slaughter Alliance was in the wrong, but Wang Xinjia has already been killed by you. Alliance leader Chu wishes to make peace, so I think this matter should end here." Chu Yan feigned pain, clutching his face. Indeed, Alliance leader Wang was truly foolish, but he has already paid the price for his actions. Chu Yan stood up boldly and declared, "Now, as the Alliance leader, I can assure Guildmaster Cheng that all past grudges will be wiped clean. Our Blood Slaughter Alliance can even cooperate with Eternal Zenith for a win-win." But in his heart, he harbored sinister plans. "Anyway, the Blood Slaughter Alliance is mine now. Avoiding further conflict with this guy benefits both of us." Lao Mo's enthusiastic response startled Chu Yan and everyone else. "Well said. I came here today to do business with the council members as well." Deng Yuan asked curiously, "Oh, business? What kind of business?" He laid out his conditions. First, I won't pursue the damages caused to our guild by this incident anymore. However, you must dispatch a group of people to me. Each person corresponds to a secondary profession, and their level must be at least intermediate or higher. As for the duration, no less than a year. Dang Yuan's sweat dropped and asked for clarification. Does Elder Cheng mean that these people will join your eternal zenith? Lao Mo shook his head and continued. They don't need to join. They just need to work for us. Suddenly, a man who was dissatisfied earlier stood up. So Guildmaster Chen wants a truce, but the council has to compensate you as well. Lao Mo's next words caused an uproar in the hall. We will pay a salary higher than the market rate, and I will also pass on my alchemy techniques to the blacksmiths in your guilds in return. Everyone was stunned and ecstatic, exclaiming, What? You'll not only pay but also teach us techniques? Your guild's alchemy and forging are famous far and wide, and you're actually willing to teach us. You're not joking, right? He continued, In addition to those conditions, every month I will distribute 20% of our high-end products at cost price for you to sell as agents. I guarantee that Eternal City will not sell these same products. This way, our business scope can expand to much larger areas. Let's make money together. Everyone immediately agreed with excitement. Our Lingyu City Potion Shop has previously made an appointment with Guildmaster Cheng. Count us in. We also want to cooperate with Guildmaster Cheng. Councilman Cheng, never mind 5 or 8 people. My side can send 20 people. Only then did Lao Mo reveal his scheming expression. Forging and alchemy aren't just about technique. They also depend on the world tree's sap. Even if I teach them the techniques, they still have to rely on our guild for the finished products. Sharing profits to grow, this is the development path I've set for Eternal Zenith. Shu Yan suppressed his inner anger and thought, Wait, if I let him do this, won't the entire Lingyu City become his subordinates? Then would my hard-earned control over the Blood Slaughter Alliance be completely in vain? Having successfully manipulated the crowd, he arrogantly declared, Then I announce the official establishment of the Eternal Alliance. From now on, your stance must be aligned with mine. If a war breaks out between me and other guilds in the future, you must cut ties with them and stop selling any products to them. Unable to hold back any longer, Shu Yan shot up to protest. Guildmaster Cheng, your actions are clearly targeting our Blood Slaughter Alliance, aren't they? Dang Yuan immediately defended Lao Mo. Shu Yan, this deal isn't only for your Blood Slaughter Alliance. If you're dissatisfied, offer better terms. The council members followed suit to defend him. Guildmaster Cheng already let go of your past transgressions, yet you still have the nerve to bark like a dog here. That's right, exactly. Shu Yan went mad with rage and released his energy. Shut up. You bunch of wind-riding opportunists. Everyone trembled. This is the third awakening. He reached the third awakening? Huang Tian and Lao Mo's side looked forward to the show. Wow. He broke his composure. Lao Mo is amazing. Now there's a good show to watch. Shu Yan pointed fiercely at Lao Mo and roared. Cheng Qianmo, I've tolerated you every step of the way. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I just wanted to live in peace, but you refused to let me be. He smirked and shot back. Tolerated? I didn't see that at all. But as everyone can clearly see, I didn't want to dwell on the past, yet he was the one who provoked me first. Shu Yan furiously smashed a table. On the Heavens Apocalypse continent, the strong rule. Here, the council and laws mean nothing. Whoever has the biggest fist has the right to speak. You merely defeated Wang Jinj. Today, I'll let you know that my Chu Yan's strength is absolutely not inferior to his. Lao Mo calmly stood up and accepted the fight. Very well. Heaven's Apocalypse continent were the strong rule. I really like your attitude. Although I am only at the second awakening, if you insist on fighting me, I can only welcome you with all my might. Both walked out to the empty courtyard to prepare for battle. Dan Yuan and the others fearfully advised, Chu Yan has already reached the third awakening. Why don't you talk Guildmaster Cheng out of this? If he gets hurt, this deal will fall apart. That's right, that's right. If he really wants to deal with Chu Yan, there's no need to rush it now. We can still help. Wang Tian reassured them, don't worry. Our guildmaster will be fine. Chu Yan looked arrogantly at Lao Mo. Kid, you're really hard to read. If I say you're stupid, you manage to get the council to back you up. If I say you're smart, you agreed to duel me. He chuckled, saying that, do you mean you're absolutely certain you'll win? He conjured a cluster of flames in his hand and mocked. The level boundary cannot be crossed. Didn't your teachers teach you that at school? Then he shot the flames at Lao Mo, who didn't even blink and replied, level boundary. At my school, they really didn't teach it like that.
I just tell them that there is only one standard for dividing strength, and that is skills. He then slashed, cutting Chu Yan's flames in half to counterattack. Chu Yan continuously hurled fireballs to provoke him. Just a solo player. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Lao Mo charged forward while constantly defending himself, but the flames spread wider and wider, acting rather bizarrely. Deng Yuan shouted a warning, a third awakening fire mage. Although their attack power isn't overwhelmingly strong, once the battle drags on, they can transform the terrain. If Guildmaster Cheng doesn't find a way to break through, he'll be in danger. His flames tightly surrounded Lao Mo, and Chu Yan cheered excitedly. This is my skill, Demonic Blaze. It deals true damage. If you have no way to counter it, then be buried in this sea of fire. Suddenly, a flash of light shot out from the center of the flames. Cheng Qianmo, holding a staff, flew straight out and thrust it right at Chu Yan's chest. He stared in shock as he emerged completely unscathed. How is this possible? Lao Mo laughed it off. Sorry about that. My epic gear makes me immune to water and fire. Besides, your speed is just too slow. Unwilling to give up, Chu Yan grabbed Lao Mo's staff, intent on using his power. Do you think you can kill me just like that? I still have my elementalization skill. But then he realized, wait, what's going on? Why isn't my elementalization skill working? He coldly pulled his weapon out of Chu Yan's body, and the old man's blood gushed everywhere. Sorry, my weapon is also an epic item, with a passive skill that guarantees 100% continuous damage. Even if you turn into a turtle, it's useless. Our guildmaster isn't just powerful, he's also incredibly meticulous. Following him, I, Old Gu, have definitely followed the right person. Chu Yan lamented bitterly. Damn it, how do you possess so many epic items? Didn't you say you relied on skills? He trembled and backed away, threatening, No, you can't kill me. I am the alliance leader of the Blood Slaughter Alliance. If you kill me, the council absolutely won't. But right as he looked over at the joyful faces of the council, the words he wanted to say choked in his throat. He raised his weapon, using benefits to bind me. Then I'll show you who can offer greater benefits. Using a faction to suppress me, then let's see whose force is stronger. With blood-red eyes, he looked down at Chu Yan like looking at weeds, comparing fists. What a pity, your fist isn't as big as mine either. Be a decent person in your next life. After ending Chu Yan's life, he turned to remind the council. Everyone, look closely. I came here this time to make peace for a win-win. He was the one who refused to stop, so I had no choice but to act. The sensible crowd immediately skewed the situation to a completely one-sided narrative. Guildmaster Cheng, this was due to Chu Yan's wicked heart. You did nothing wrong. That's right, Guildmaster Cheng stepping in to eliminate this scum is a blessing for the council. Gu Qian looked at Lao more proudly. Our guildmaster doesn't just have enough strength, he also leaves no loopholes in his actions. Following him, it seems I, Old Gu, have followed the right person. Everyone swarmed around him, crowding to suck up to him. Guildmaster Cheng, please consider our overall council. Our potion shop can definitely cooperate deeply with Eternal Zenith. At Eternal Zenith. Dang Yuan followed Lao Mo back in awe. Guildmaster Cheng, I never expected the guild to produce so many weapons and potions. He replied, this is only the initial stage. Wait until all the personnel from the council are gathered. Our production capacity can increase even further. Den Yuan quickly thought about the guild's issue. Currently, the high-end materials produced are saturated. If we want to increase output, we must find a way to export to surrounding major cities. That means we have to carefully consider the issues of traffic and transportation. Deng Yuan offered. Rest assured, Guildmaster Cheng, we will cooperate fully with Eternal Zenith to quickly find the optimal export channels. But Lao Mo rejected him in a heartbeat. I already have a plan for this, just leave it to us. The old man quickly took his leave. With Guildmaster Cheng's words, I am relieved. We truly didn't misjudge you. Cooperating with Guildmaster Cheng is indeed the best choice. Then I will take my leave for today. Waiting until Deng Yuan had left, Gu Tian finally showed his displeasure. What an old fox. He wants to scramble for benefits. He turned and asked, Are you serious about having a solution for transportation? If so, the entirety of Lingyue City will be under our command in the future. Lao Mo smiled mischievously and replied, It seems there are already some signs. First, let's complete the guild upgrade. The system prompted, Conditions for the upgrade have been met. Do you wish to proceed with the upgrade? He pressed straight onto the upgrade button. A blinding light radiated from the guild tablet. Everyone excitedly felt the tremors. Guild Master, the guild is upgraded again. In just 3 short months, our guild has already become a level 3 guild. The system announced. Congratulations on upgrading the guild to level 3. Territory information has been updated. Suddenly, the sky was filled with new monsters. Huang Tian cursed. Damn it, what is that sound? Lao Mo seemed to already know what it was and looked up. They've appeared. People screamed in panic. Dragons. There are dragons. A flock of dragons soared in the sky. Old Huang and Old Gu trembled as they watched. Lingyu City isn't a mid-level map zone. How can there be dragons? It looks like the type that natively lives in the gloomy forest. Maybe our guild's expansion encroached on their territory, sparking this riot. Lao Mo smirked and thought to himself, the second benefit of the gloomy forest has arrived. Ruoxi, Ming Hao, and Wei Shen also hurried over to fight. She hurriedly asked, what happened? Are people coming to cause trouble again? Huang Tian replied in a panic. It's not people this time, it's dragons. The dragon race might be about to attack our base. Wei Shen yelled, what? Dragons? Are you sure? Gu Tian's face darkened and he sighed. If it's a dragon in its whelp stage, I can still handle it. But if it's a large dragon or even an adult, I'm afraid we are in deep trouble today. Everyone in the back wailed in despair. Oh my God, hearing this noise, it's definitely not just one, but a whole flock. We're doomed. Our guild just entered a phase of rapid development and we run into such terrible luck. This is tragic. Lao Mo alone seemed intrigued and walked towards the dragons. Let's go take a look first, then we'll see. The flock of dragons continued to circle in the blue sky. Gu Qian and the others stood above for a closer observation. They are jade dragon whelps. This type of dragon isn't overly ferocious, but they don't have a favorable impression of humans either. Wang Qian reminded him, I counted. There are about 7 of them. They won't be easy to deal with. Lao Mo, don't act rashly. Those are dragons. But a second later, he had already jumped off the wall and dashed away, leaving Huang Tian behind. Hey, why are you so reckless? Lao Mo sprinted swiftly into the deep forest, thinking as he ran. In my past life battles over the gloomy forest between guilds, these jade dragon whelps had appeared, instantly causing massive casualties. Thinking about it now, they didn't eradicate them completely back then, so their purpose was probably. As soon as they noticed the movement, all 7 dragons dove down. Lao Mo extended his hand. A burst of light pushed the dragons back. To the dragon's bewilderment, Lao Mo took out a jar of source of life extract and asked, you guys want this, right? The dragons suddenly turned docile, nodding vigorously. He gently coaxed them. Come here, come down and have a taste. Lao Mo felt smug inwardly. I guess right, they came for the source of life extract. Meanwhile, Huang Tian's group rushed over urgently. Everyone was worried for his safety. This is bad, I saw all 7 dragons dive at him. Lao Mo is surely dead. Lord Guildmaster's speed is too fast. We couldn't even call him back in time. He leaped aggressively out of the bushes and shouted, Lao Mo, hang in there. We're here. However, the adorable scene before their eyes left everyone speechless. Lao Mo was affectionately chatting and hand-feeding the dragons. Don't rush, I have plenty more. You just ate, let your companion have a turn. Wei Shen and Huang Tian couldn't believe their eyes and cursed. Damn it, what is this situation? Lao Mu, in just a blink of an eye, you've trained them to act like dogs. Lao Mu explained, they mean no harm. They've always fed on the source of life extract here, which happens to be where we occupied. It seems the extract we produce suits their taste better. Who knows, these dragon whelps might just become our allies. Everyone paused in disbelief. Allies? You mean our guild will have dragons? Our guild master is truly reckless. Not only does he dare to feed the jade dragon whelps, but he even dares to pat their heads. Oh my, that jade dragon whelp's tongue was bigger than the guild master's head. I was really scared it would swallow him whole. Mighty guild master. Guild master is the best. Shortly after, the dragon whelps had eaten all the extract from the jar. Lao Mo looked at their pitiful, pouting faces and negotiated. It's gone. You've eaten it all. Do you guys still want to eat this in the future? The dragons nodded again without hesitation. He held up 3 fingers and said his terms. Then you guys stay here. Every 3 days, I'll share some with you. One of the pack then held out its paw like a little puppy. The 2 sides forged a pact and Lao Mo secretly rejoiced in his heart. All right. However, the dragon's consumption was greater than he expected. As soon as he read the notification, Lao Mo stumbled and his eyes widened. Congratulations, you have successfully reached an agreement with 7 jade dragon whelps, and they agree to stay in Eternal City. However, you need to provide them with at least 4 units of source of life extract every 3 days. If you fail to meet this requirement, they will leave automatically. Do you agree? He grimaced and gritted his teeth. These jade dragon whelps really eat a lot. It consumed 4 units of my source of life extract every 3 days. Does that mean I'll only have 1 unit left to craft items? Whatever, let's just lure them in first. We'll figure out the rest later. Finally, he pressed agree to establish the connection with them. The system immediately notified. Congratulations, Guild Master. Eternal City has temporarily reached an agreement with the Jade Dragons. A special structure, the Jade Dragon Cliff, will appear in the Guild headquarters. Assuming the agreement with the Jade Dragon Whelps is not broken, 1 Jade Dragon egg will hatch every week. If you breach the contract, the Jade Dragon Cliff will be destroyed, and you will no longer be able to sign any agreements with Jade Dragon Whelps. Within 3 days, an adult Jade Dragon will arrive to attack the city. If the defense fails, the Jade Dragon Whelps will rebel all at once. Please prepare for battle. Lao Mo tried his best to hide his euphoric smile. Oh my god, a dragon egg every week. Developing like this, won't everyone in the guild eventually have their own dragon? This is a massive profit. Everyone looked at old Mo with admiration. The guild master actually managed to tame 7 young jade dragons. How awesome. With dragons, which are flying creatures, trade routes with other major cities can finally be connected. Oh man, won't we all be able to transform into dragon warriors in the future? But right now, he grew increasingly worried after carefully reading the contract. As expected, risks always accompany rewards. Perhaps because I secretly lured the young jade dragons, it triggered their defense mechanism. That's what made their clan send an adolescent jade dragon to test my strength. But then old Mo chuckled and brushed it off. Whatever, soldiers will block an enemy charge and Earth will stop a flood. This can also be considered a massive opportunity. I absolutely can't miss it. At a certain cave deep within the gloomy forest, a girl with dragon horns and a tail anxiously wondered to herself, what's going on? Why aren't my younger brother and sister back yet? Could they have been lured and kidnapped by bad guys? Outside her dwelling was a towering cliff, with many other dragons flying around it. Gu Qian, Huan Tian, and Wei Shen complained loudly, anxiety welling up within the entire guild. You're such a troublemaker. Our guild has only been established for a few days, and you've already lured the adolescent dragons over. A super high-tier adolescent dragon is probably equivalent to a fourth awakening human. I'm afraid the entire guild will have to fight this time. Dragon Knights are incredibly powerful, but these adolescent dragons are genuinely deadly. Old Mo struck right at their hearts by offering a condition. To the core combatant in this battle, I plan to reward them with a young jade dragon. The comedic trio did a 180-degree turn and eagerly accepted the mission. As a core combatant and guild manager, I cannot shirk this responsibility. This old man is willing to dedicate his life for the guild master, with no regrets even in death. Old Mo, you know me. I've always supported your appraisals. Let alone an adolescent, I wouldn't even fear a fully grown dragon. All right, then hurry up and get ready for battle. That night in Eternal City, old Mo walked into the blacksmith workshop and asked, how is the crossbow bolt production coming along? Du Shu reported, we're currently crafting them at a rate of 100 bolts per person. We're almost at 5,000. He assessed the situation and urged them on. The progress is quite good. We have to go into battle by tomorrow at the latest. See how many more you can produce. Then he laid out his plan and instructed, I plan to arrange some tank classes to protect you guys. When the time comes, you won't have to worry about your safety. Just focus on dealing damage. Rest assured, with this many crossbow bolts, well, definitely shoot to our heart's content. Du Jue replied joyfully. He looked up at the sky and instructed, later have someone take all the explosives from the guild warehouse and stack them up in the city. Don't be stingy with resources then. We cannot afford any mistakes against an adolescent jade dragon. This battle is the key to deciding whether Eternal Zenith can make it through. Even if I have to bankrupt us, I will take down this jade dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, a ferocious roar echoed out. Old Mo leaped up to the watchtower to greet it. It's finally here. An adolescent jade dragon with 500,000 HP. Upon seeing Old Mo, it immediately judged. So it was you who lured away my little brother and sister. Gu Qian's group looked at the massive figure of the dragon in terror. Holy crap, you can even talk. Is this really what stats surpassing a level 65 human looks like? Even from a distance, I can feel the terrifying pressure. This is just ridiculously strong. Old Mo calmly negotiated. Using the word lure is a bit too harsh. They all voluntarily join our guild. The dragon snarled in disbelief. Ridiculous. We are high-tier dragons. Why would we willingly join a weak territory like yours? Those poor children must have been tricked by your sweet talk. Old Mo shrugged, completely unafraid, and suggested, if you don't believe me, you can come with me to their base and see for yourself.
Suddenly, someone threw a weapon right at the dragon's face. Old Mo was startled and asked, "What are you doing?" The guard replied, trembling, "I'm sorry, Captain, I was just too nervous." But it was too late. The dragon lost its cool and conjured a sphere of energy to attack. Damn humans. He ordered everyone, scatter. Looks like there's no way to resolve this peacefully. In that case, all members prepare for battle. Gu Qian stood in another corner, aiming his gun and charging his power. Let old Gu test the strength of this adolescent dragon first. Then he continuously fired high crit attacks at the dragon, making it roar in pain. Everyone below praised old Gu endlessly. A hit. Director Gu is incredible. He truly is a third awakening expert, the #1 combatant of eternal zenith. Old Gu politely replied, "Modesty. Stay modest." Suddenly, the dragon's attack shot forward, causing an explosion right where Gu Tian was standing. The guys below covered themselves with shields and yelled, "Director Gu." The unharmed dragon fiercely exhaled smoke. "Do you only know how to sneak attack?" Old Mo rushed over in a panic, worried. "Gu Tian, are you okay?" Gu Tian coughed but didn't forget to bargain. Cough, cough. "I'm fine, just remember to save a dragon for me." Old Mo looked down at the city gates and yelled, "Qiu Ling, gather all the tank classes and set up the defense." Qiu Ling received the order and led the tank group, signaling, "Everyone, set up your strongest defenses and protect your teammates." A solid defensive line was quickly formed. The dragon breathed fire towards Qiu Ling. Then it closed its mouth to wait for the cooldown. Old Mo shouted, "Seize the opportunity. Attack." Everyone continuously bombarded the dragon. Old Mo also unleashed Heavenly Lightning Flash. It's a massive skill of a third awakening elementalist that summons a bolt of lightning from the sky. Upon hitting the target, it deals massive damage boosted by the spirit's stat and immediately applies 2 stacks of the electrocute effect, lasting for 20 seconds. A powerful lightning bolt struck the dragon directly. It lost its momentum and crashed down right under the city gates. Gu Qian, lying flat nearby, witnessed Old Mo's terrifying strength and didn't dare make a peep. A mage skill actually has such high damage. This guy is truly a freak. I should probably treat him a bit more politely from now on. Once he levels up higher, I won't even dare to raise my voice in front of him. He looked at the dragon still struggling to stand up and grew tense. This amount of damage still isn't enough to hurt a monster with 4th awakening strength. Then he ordered everyone, all melee classes, charge. All ranged units, focus your full firepower. You can use your ultimate skills now. Huan Tian relentlessly slashed back and forth. The dragon struggled to endure the storm like barrage from the guild. Ru Shi and everyone attacked continuously without pause. It took a long time to finally bring the dragon down. Everyone panted exhaustedly. This monster with 4th awakening strength is truly terrifying. It can take a beating so well. But at least we've worn it down quite a bit. Luckily, we have the continuous replenishment from the World Tree. We finally defeated it. Old Mo used Frost Shock to freeze the dragon and said, "If you had just cooperated and talked from the beginning, we wouldn't have had to go this far." But the dragon fiercely resisted, spewing fire at him to burn him. "I don't need to talk to a human like you." Old Mo quickly pulled out his 1,000 Blades umbrella to block the attack, then glared at it angrily. "It seems you really want to die." He walked over and raised his sword high, terrifying the dragon. Suddenly, a flock of young dragons flew over, making him pause. They landed and shielded the dragon. He asked, "You want me to spare her?" That grown dragon still didn't know better and growled, "Don't beg him." But then it stopped and yelled, "Wait, did you guys just call them guild master? Weren't you imprisoned and banned from coming here by them?" Old Mo patted one of them and nodded. "So she's your older sister. Don't worry. I was just threatening her a bit. I won't make things hard for your sister." A while later, everyone started repairing the guild. It turned out the dragon from earlier was the girl who appeared before. She bashfully shifted the blame. "This wasn't my fault. It's because you didn't explain clearly. You humans are always so cunning." Old Mo lost his temper and shouted, "I didn't explain clearly? I said from the very beginning that we should negotiate first." She shamelessly looked away to avoid responsibility, making Old Mo even more annoyed. "I don't care. I don't care. Anyway, you guys were the ones who attacked first." Everyone stood aside, watching in bewilderment. Huang Tian suddenly blurted out, "Unbelievable. The giant dragon that just fought fiercely with us is actually a cute girl." Gu Qian looked at her with a lecherous gaze, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Dragons are highly intelligent creatures. They can take human form and they reach a certain level. But this dragon girl's body is truly… Roshi propped up her chin, annoyed. What's so great about it? She just attacked us a moment ago. In my opinion, we should banish them from the gloomy forest. Wei Shen immediately saw through her. Why do I smell a strong stench of jealousy? Old Mo looked at her impatiently. Regardless, we kindly took in your little brothers and sisters. But not only were you ungrateful, you also caused all this destruction and injury. How do you plan to resolve this? The girl blushed and asked cautiously, Then what do you want? Following his exact plan, Old Mo began to corner her. Since you admit you caused the damage, then you will work for me. She threw a tantrum. Make me work for a human. No way. Old Mo employed his tactics and started tempting her. Raising these little ones must have been very tough on you, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have risked entering human territory to search for food. If you join our guild, I guarantee that whether it's food or life essence, we will supply it endlessly. This caused the dragon girl to panic. Are you telling the truth? He gave her an infatuated look to tempt her. I'm basically your prisoner now. How could I dare to lie to you? Wei Shen frustratingly bit his handkerchief and complained, This guild master, why do others get to eat and drink comfortably while I have to work off my debts like this? Xu Ling shared his sentiment, who isn't in the same boat. She bashfully accepted, All right then. For the sake of food, I reluctantly agree. The system immediately displayed, Congratulations, you have successfully tamed an adolescent jade dragon. SS rank pet, supreme quality. When used as a flying mount, increases movement speed by 500%. When used as a combat unit, can assist the master in battle. Old Mo thought for a moment and said, You probably don't have a name yet, right? Seeing how you're green all over, we'll call you King Dai from now on. She found her new name pleasant to the ear and agreed instantly. This name isn't bad at all, I like it. King Dai excitedly cheered. All right, then hurry up and show me around this whole place. Old Gu walked up to Old Mo and spoke up. You're really something, kid, even daring to take in a female dragon. In this life, Old Gu has never admired anyone else besides you. Old Mo asked worriedly, Are you all right? That was really tough on you just now. Gu Tian patted his chest vigorously. It's nothing, just some flesh wounds. A few days of rest and I'll be good as new. Immediately after, he started coughing pitifully and said, Remember to keep your promise, just give me a dragon when the time comes. He clearly knew Gu Tian's dramatic act, but let it slide for now. Don't push yourself anymore, just get some good rest. I'll go back with Old Kin to brew some recovery potions to help heal your wounds. Old Mo watched everyone leave and calculated. Looks like I need to seize the time to brew some high-quality potions. Otherwise, once today's news gets out, some people probably won't be able to hold back anymore. He clenched his fist with excitement. It's time to delve into high-level herbalism. The next morning at Qin Yongchang's research area, Old Mo found him and handed over 2 manuscripts, asking, Old Qin, what do you think of the improved formulas I came up with? Qin Yongchang took the blueprints and marveled. Are these really what you improved all night? Truly a prodigy. This old man is in absolute awe. He hurriedly informed, if Elder Qin sees no issues, then let's prepare the ingredients. We need to seize the time to brew the potions. Qin Yongchang was startled. We. Old Mo stopped in his tracks and asked back, What do you mean by that? I improved the formula, but I can't participate in the brewing process. Qin Yongchang nervously explained, Guildmaster, it's not that I don't want you to participate, but this is a high-level herbalism formula. How could an intermediate herbalist like you possibly brew it? Old Mo smugly declared, It's just a high-level herbalist certification. 2 days at most, and I can get it. He called out, King Dai. A massive dragon immediately flew over. Old Mo instructed, Old Qin, you go ahead and prepare things first, wait for me to return. Then he zoomed off into the sky, leaving Old Qin utterly bewildered. 2 days, to go from intermediate to max-level herbalism. Is he just too much of a freak, or have I fallen too far behind? Transition to the Alchemist Guild. Old Mo arrogantly descended on his dragon. Everyone looked up in shock. Holy shit, where did this dragon-riding big shot come from? He's only level 39, yet he already has such a high-level mount. Is he a second-generation rich kid? Don't you recognize him? He's Guildmaster Chang of Eternal Zenith. Seeing Old Mo arrive, a man joyfully walked over to greet him. Elder Chang, your grand presence brings brilliant light to our humble abode. Is there anything I can help you with? Old Mo walked in and ordered, Prepare your best potion room for me. I want to train my skills. Oh, and grab me the Advanced Herbalism skill book while you're at it. The man asked further,
Right away, I'll help you prepare a special potion room. Do you need any other auxiliary materials? He even sweetly tried to curry favor. The cost for a special potion room is 1,000 gold coins per day, but since you are our VIP guest, I will cover this fee entirely as a token of my profound respect for you. Old Mo didn't care and tossed down a bag of money. Here is 2,500 gold coins. Well, do this fair and square, just make sure to prepare what I want. Everyone gossiped after hearing this. What's going on? Guildmaster Chang wants high-level potion books. What is he trying to do? Could he be preparing to become an alchemist? But a jobless like him would only be starting as a beginner alchemist. You still don't know? He's already an intermediate herbalism master.
In Spirit Moon City, the man who met Old Mo earlier went to find Deng Yuan and reported, Guildmaster Deng, Cheng Chinmo rented a special potion room for me yesterday. He said he wants to push for a high-level herbalism certification. He jumped up in shock. He's already a high-level blacksmith, yet now he wants to study high-level herbalism too. I heard before that Cheng Chinmo intended to merge the Blacksmith Association and the Lifestyle Association, but I didn't take it seriously. It seems now that his plan is more than likely true. If we let him become an herbalism master, then unifying the two great associations will only be a matter of time. Given his friendship with Jiang Wenliang, our Lifestyle Association will probably be completely overshadowed by then. The other man schemed. Then what should we do? How about I tamper with his auxiliary materials a bit? Deng Yuan yelled out in terror, "You idiot! You dare to tamper with him? Did you not see what happened to Zhao Yan? That instantly made the man turn pale with fright. Then, Guildmaster, you tell me, what should we do now?" Deng Yuan boldly planned, if he can truly become a high-level herbalist today, then well double the number of experts in various fields we sent over before. The salaries for these people will be covered by our Spirit Moon City Lifestyle Association, and we'll even throw in a batch of materials as a gift. The man asked anxiously, "Guildmaster Deng, isn't this investment a bit too large?" "Well, take a loss." Deng Yuan frowned and replied, "A loss. This kind of chosen one will soon change the face of our Xia kingdom. If we don't invest now, are we supposed to just hand him over to the Blacksmith Association?"
He received the order. Understood. I'll go tell my subordinates to arrange it immediately. Then he opened his tablet to check. His face suddenly turned pale and he trembled. Deng Yuan asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is there news from below?" He stammered to report in less than 2 days, he already raised his herbalism level to advanced. Deng Yuan loudly urged him, "Then what are you waiting for? We have to send our gifts early. Don't let the Blacksmith Association snatch him first." Scene shifts to Lao Mac. The system panel announces, "Congratulations, your herbalism has advanced to high level. You have obtained the title Master Herbalist." Lao Mac is exhausted. Although it took less than 2 days, he hadn't slept a wink, so he's understandably a bit drained. Suddenly, an argument breaks out outside. "This is the territory of our Lifestyle Association. Why are you Blacksmith Association people coming here and making such a ruckus? We heard Guildmaster Trin inside has advanced to high-level herbalism, so we came specifically to congratulate him. What's wrong with that?" He walks out in surprise. "Everyone, what's all this?" The man from earlier speaks up to congratulate Guild Master Trin on your promotion to Master Herbalist. President Dang specifically ordered us to deliver a grand gift. His rival immediately competes. Our Blacksmith Association also brought a grand gift, and we'd like to send more blacksmiths to Eternal Zenith. Please accept them, Guild Master Trin. Lao Mac politely but awkwardly declines. All right, please thank both presidents for me. Your people can stay, but I'll have to pass on the gifts." The two of them watch his retreating back and cry out pitifully, Guildmaster Trin. He begs them wearily, "I just advance, so please let me rest for a bit." At Eternal City. Seeing Lao Mac return with a large group, everyone cheers in astonishment. Holy crap, the guild master was gone for 2 days and brought back so many craftsmen. Others bring goods into the city, but our guild master brings whole crowds of people. With the help of so many artisans now, Eternal Zenith's productivity is bound to reach new heights. Do Tiet asks in confusion, "Guildmaster, didn't you say you were going to try breaking through to high-level Master Herbalist? How come you're back so soon and with so many people?" Lao Mac calmly replies, "I successfully advanced, so here I am. These are the people sent by the Lifestyle Association and the Blacksmith Association to assist us. Please make arrangements for them. I need to go discuss some matters with Lao Ten." Do Tiet instantly turns to stone, questioning his whole existence. "As success? But you were only gone for 2 days." Scene shifts to the research area. Lao Mak walks over to find him Lao Ten im back. How's the current progress? Ten Vin Zun consoles him, Guild Master, you really came back after just 2 days. It seems you failed, right? It's fine. Over the past few days, I've almost finished researching your formula. Lao Mak chuckles with a mysterious tone. Who said I failed? Take a good look.
Tun Vin soon examines Lao Mak all over in horror. My guild master, did you really successfully break through to high-level master herbalist in just 2 days? Are you a monster? Lao Mak feels awkward. All right, stop acting so surprised. Lao Mak picks up some herbs and evaluates them. Not bad at all. You definitely put a lot of effort into preparing these herbs. Now that I've advanced to high-level master herbalist, our potion brewing plan can begin. Tun Vin soon tears up in gratitude. Excellent. Excellent. Being able to brew potions alongside a genius like you, Guild Master, is truly a blessing for this old man. I will definitely support you to the best of my abilities. And so the two of them stay cooped up in the camp until dusk, then until late at night, until the sun rises. Tun Vin soon's voice echoes out in sheer ecstasy. It's a success. It's a success. A few people nearby gather around to see. That's Lao Tan's voice. What's wrong with him? Has he gone mad? I heard he and the guild master have been brewing potions together recently. Judging by his voice, it seems the potion is finished. The system in the room pops up. Congratulations on successfully brewing the Peak Recovery Potion. Current quality is Epic Tier. You have received 20,000 Herbalism Experience points. Current experience is 120,500,000. Upon consumption, physical injury recovery speed increases by 500% for 12 hours. Satisfied with what they just brewed, Tun Vin soon asks Lao Mak seriously, Guildmaster, the effect of this thing is truly too overpowered. We are going to supply it to the outside world without limits, right? He replies, of course we must limit it. First, we'll sell 10 bottles for the auction house. This won't just boost our guild's appeal, but it also won't cause too much trouble. Lao Tun stares blankly, clenching his fists and shouting, after refining this peak potion, I feel like I've reached the threshold of becoming a Grandmaster Herbalist. This is no simple feat at all. Lao Mak instructs Tun Vin soon. I'll give you a few days off so you can attain your Grandmaster qualification. We'll still need to rely on you a lot in the future. Once the guild reaches level 4, I'll temporarily leave the Heaven's Apocalypse continent. Startled and panicked, the old man tries to persuade him. Guild Master, what are you doing? We have an excellent opportunity for rapid growth right now. Eternal Zenith cannot do without you. Lao Mak smiles and explains, the Sha country's National College entrance exam is coming up. As a student of Fendu Academy, I naturally have to participate. Tun Vin soon suddenly remembers and calms down. Ah, right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten that you're only graduating from the academy this year. He holds the potion bottle and says confidently, I should have reported back to school a long time ago, but I was just waiting for this potion. With it, Principal Lang's hidden illness will no longer be an issue. Lao Mak, along with Ko Thien and Huang Cohen, approaches the guild's stone pillar. He says cheerfully, after going through so much, the guild is finally upgrading to level 4. Ko Thien chimes in, judging by your tone, you don't seem very satisfied. You should know that in the entire Heaven's Apocalypse continent, the only guild capable of upgrading to level 4 in such a short time, with a scale larger than an intermediate main city, is our Eternal Zenith. Lao Mak presses the guild upgrade button while conversing. The guild's achievements are quite satisfactory to me, but the speed is indeed a bit slower than I expected. Light converges at the top of the stone pillar, then scatters throughout the forest. Lao Mak looks at the display panel joyfully. After upgrading to a level 4 scale, not only has our guild's member cap reached over 200, but our territory's radius has also expanded by a full 500 meters in one go. Ko Thien advises seriously. A larger scale means a larger area to protect. Even though we have the Dragon Clan guarding this place now, most of our guild members are craftsmen, so our armed forces are still insufficient. This time, Huan Thien also agrees with Ko Thien and speaks up. Exactly. Recently, we frequently spotted spies from other guilds near the borders. They're all jealous of us, and no one knows if they might attack us again. Lao Mak smiles brightly and promises, don't worry, I've already thought about our defenses long ago. Lao Mak leads everyone to the World Tree and says, the World Tree has also been upgraded along with the guild. Moreover, its appearance seems to have changed. Wang Thien asks in confusion, what are these vines for? Do they have any effect? Lao Mak doesn't explain but requests Ko Thien, Boss Ko, stand there and use your berserk machine gun to shoot at me.
Wang Thian looks back and forth between the two of them in panic. Lao Mac, what are you saying? Asking Boss Ko to shoot at you. Ko Thian's face also turns pale. That's right. Do you have a death wish? He raises his voice impatiently. If I tell you to shoot, then just shoot. Ko Thian pulls out his gun and warns him first. All right, kid, you're the one who told me to shoot, so I won't hold back. Let me make this clear up front. If there are medical bills to pay later, I don't have a single cent. Huang Thian fearfully tries to stop them. Hey. Even if you're testing a new ability, you should use a different method. But Lao Mac remains adamant about his decision. Just relax, shoot with all your might. Ko Thian braces himself and opens fire. Then I won't hold back. Suddenly, the vines of the world tree light up and move. They instantly block the bullets flying toward Lao Mac. Lao Ko and Lao Huang widen their eyes. Is the world tree assisting with defense? That's terrifying. Lao Nui seems invigorated. He breaks into an excited smile. All right, kid, so you still have this trick up your sleeve. In that case, I'll go all out. You better be careful. Have a taste of my ultimate berserk machine gun. Then he opens fire a second time with even more terrifying power. Lao Mac stands amidst the hail of bullets without taking a single scratch thanks to the world tree. He even watches leisurely. This defensive effect is much stronger than I imagined. Ko Thian wearily drops his gun and surrenders. I yield. This old man Ko yields. If I only rely on the berserk machine gun, I truly can't break through the defense. I have to use the stronger firepower of the Barrett sniper rifle. Lao Mac strokes the vines and says, after this world tree upgraded, it might look like an ordinary tree, but it has actually developed intelligence and knows to protect our guild members. Furthermore, these branches and leaves are incredibly tough. Even a third awakening expert would have to use their ultimate skill to destroy them. With a here, if we encounter heavy firepower attacks in the future, everyone can just fall back and stand under the world tree to safely counterattack. Ko Thian agrees with Lao Mac's point but also questions him. It really is good stuff, but why are you preparing all this? Could it be that you want to leave the guild again? Lao Mac nods in reply, that's right. I'm preparing to head back to school for the exams. Wang Thian beside him also sighs. I have to go back to school too. Ko Thian freezes in confusion. Exams? Then he startles as he remembers. I almost forgot, you two are still students. In the sky above Eternal City, dragons are flying all around. Down below, everyone is busy with their work. From the forge to the item trading post, Tun Vin Soon, Do Teet, and Ko Thian come out to see Lao Mac's group off to school. He thanks everyone. In just the blink of an eye, the guild has developed to such a large scale. This is all thanks to everyone's help. Everyone responds to Lao Mac's words. That's not right to say. It's all thanks to you, guild master. Exactly. Although we did put in some effort, this old man Ko has to admit that it's mainly because we have such a formidable guild master like you. Lao Mac looks at the three of them and instructs. Mui Then and Thu Lang also have to return for the exams, so we'll be heading back together. I'll leave the guild's affairs to you guys for now. The three happily cheer him on. Rest assured, guild master, just leave the guild to us. Nothing will go wrong. Just focus on your exams, kid. If you don't get first place, don't even bother coming back. He bids everyone farewell. Don't worry. Once I finish the Great Sha exams, I'll be back. Then I'll lead you all to clear out the surrounding areas of Spirit Moon City. Ko Thian jokes around to think that the founder of a level 4 guild is actually a student and even has to go back to take exams. What kind of absurd situation is this? Somewhere else in Spirit Moon City, a servant secretly investigates and reports the whereabouts of Lao Mac's group to Miep Vin Sin. Report. Trim Kiem Mac has just left the Heaven's Apocalypse continent through the teleportation gate. Furthermore, all the core members of their eternal zenith have also left. Lao Niep strokes his cat and breathes a sigh of relief. He really left? Excellent. A heavily cloaked man opposite Lao Niep speaks up. I told you earlier, he would definitely return to Thundu Academy for the major exams around this time. Lao Niep ponders retrospectively. Who could have expected that someone could build a guild capable of dominating Spirit Moon City in just a few short months? And to top it off, he's a student who hasn't even graduated yet. It turns out that the man is none other than Chu Tu Dewey, the former director of student affairs at Venba Academy. He thinks of Lao Mac with sheer hatred. Because of that brat, I lost my position at Venba Academy and was then relegated to running a guild on the Heaven's Apocalypse continent. If I don't avenge this, I swear I'm not human. Chu Tu Dewey proposes a collaboration. Brother Niep, My people are on their way here and will arrive the day after tomorrow at the latest. As long as you agree, we can work together this time to obliterate his guild.
Nyep Vin-Sin says coldly, that kid's background is extraordinary. A while ago, he completely uprooted our rival, the Blood Sacrifice Alliance. I need to figure out a way to deal with him. Shu Tu-Jui tries hard to persuade him. I spent a fortune to hire 20 mercenaries. Their average level is above 45. As long as we can defeat their guild, we'll split the loot 70-30 with you getting the larger share. How about it? Seeing that he get a massive bargain, Lao Nyep immediately agrees and raises his glass. Since Director Chu is so sincere, then I, Lao Nyep, will take a risk with you this time. We will launch our attack together the day after tomorrow.
Chu Tu-Dui raises his glass in return. This time, with us working together, we'll definitely make him die without a burial place. He thinks to himself bitterly, this old fox. The moment I said I'd do the heavy lifting and he'd get the lion's share, he agreed instantly. The two establish their pact and clink glasses. But this time, we can finally make that Trin Kia Mac pay the price. Scene shifts to Thundu Academy. Nu Ki and Lao Mac return together. Seeing the two of them, the whole school is immediately abuzz. Wait, isn't that Academic Commissioner Trin? Commissioner Trin is back. And isn't that Principal Lang's granddaughter beside him? Are they together? With Commissioner Trin here, our Thundu is guaranteed to take first place in the major exams this time. Lao Mac asks Nu Ki awkwardly, am I that famous? To think so many people recognize me. She replies to him in a fluster. What do you think, Grand Guild Master Trin? You're a legendary figure who has broken several records and took on a teaching role here before even graduating. So of course you'll be swarmed wherever you go. Suddenly, the booming voice of an older man rings out. My good granddaughter. You brat. You two are finally back. If you were any later, you'd have missed it. That person is none other than Lang Tiu. He had taken the trouble to come out and welcome his two beloved students. The moment Yer Ki sees her family, she immediately jumps into his arms. Grandpa, it's all my fault for not coming back to visit you for so long. Lao Mak asks with concern, Principal, has your health been all right lately? Lao Long pats his granddaughter's head and replies, my body is still as old as ever, but lately there have been fewer annoying people bothering me, so my life has become much more peaceful. Lang Tiu looks at Yer Ki with satisfaction. Yer Ki, you're already level 39. Little Trin is also level 39, but I can tell he's on a different level than you. Good, very good. It looks like our Thunzu Academy will make a name for itself in the major exams this time. Lao Mak confidently declares, since I'm back this time, I will definitely help Thunzu Academy achieve the rank it deserves. He takes out the herbal potion and tells Lao Lang, aside from that, I also brought back a potion that can cure your hidden illness. Lang Tiu takes it, his jaw dropping. It can cure my hidden illness. Are you pulling my leg, kid? Nu Ki trusts him and persuades her grandfather, Grandpa, just believe him. He's a high-level master herbalist now. Hearing this, Lang Tiu is even more shocked. A high-level master herbalist. Your skill level has actually surpassed the exams. Truly an unparalleled prodigy. Lao Mak laughs sheepishly. All right, let's hurry inside to test the effects of this potion. Lang Tiu also hurries off with Nu Ki and Lao Mak. Good, we can't delay this. Let's quickly find a quiet place and test this potion to see if it can truly cure this old man's hidden illness. Scene shifts to the principal's office. Lang Tiu kindly consoles the two of them first. Before we begin, I have to tell you too that I've sought the help of many master herbalists to cure this hidden illness, but to no avail. So, regardless of whether it succeeds today or not, neither of you should feel discouraged. Lao Mak shows no signs of worry. He sits calmly on the chair. Rest assured, Principal, I have absolute confidence in myself. Nu Ki hastily urges him, Grandpa, just trust in his abilities. Hurry up and drink it. Lang Tiu nervously downs the entire bottle of potion Lao Mak handed him. All right, Grandpa is drinking it. Suddenly, he drops the potion bottle from his hand. His entire body trembles violently as he clutches his neck. Nu Ki rushes over in fear. Grandpa. Outside the campus of Thundu Academy, Fian Kwang steps out of the car with Tuorn Wheat Sin and asks, how strange. Principal Lang invited our Lam Thean Academy, Ma Lin Academy, and other schools to attend the grand conference, but why can't we contact anyone now? He replies, I just received news that Trin Kia Mak has returned. They are currently in the office. Hearing this, Fian Kwang smiles in relief. So that's how it is. In that case, Thunzu Academy will be fine this year. Suddenly, a massive gust of wind kicks up right in front of Thunzu Academy's gates. Fian Kwang and Tuorn Wheat Sin are startled. This is. Wheat Sin turns to ask old Fi in doubt, Old Fee, can you feel it? Fee An Kwang nods. Yeah, it's the aura of a Fourth Awakening expert. Why is a Fourth Awakening aura suddenly erupted at Funzu Academy?
Term Whitsin feels a wave of anxiety. Could it be from that little monster, Trin Kia Mak? Fian Quan quickly dismisses it and offers a logical assumption. Of course it can't be him. I'm guessing old Lang invited some of his old friends over. Come on, let's go check it out. Inside Lang Tiu, his strength is now immense and his spirit is completely revitalized. Not only is my hidden illness cured, but my realm has also improved. Little Trin, your potion is truly amazing. Nurk Hai is overjoyed beside him. That's wonderful, Grandpa. Lao Mak explains, this peat potion doesn't just cure your hidden illness, it also catalyzes the strength you've accumulated over the past 10 years, Principal. That's why your realm leveled up. Lang Tiu feels it with tears in his eyes. 10 years. This old man has finally returned to his peak. Right at that moment, the other two old men arrive and overhear the conversation, immediately rejoicing. I was wondering where the aura of a Fourth Awakening expert came from. So it turns out Principal Lang has recovered. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations on returning to the Fourth Awakening, Principal Lang. Ling Xiao approached with a warm expression to greet them. Principal Fei, Director Chang, please forgive my lack of manners today. Old Fei and Old Chang asked politely. It's nothing. Old Ling, what level are you at now? We feel like you've gotten even stronger. Ling Xiao answered honestly. A blessing in disguise, the accumulation from the past few years has helped me level up to 75. Fei Yingquang gasped in shock. Level 75. How did you completely cure your hidden illness? He thought to himself, this old man is unbelievable. I've been healthy and training hard all these years, but am only at level 74. What kind of godsend did you get, Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao proudly turned to look at Lao Mo. This is all thanks to little Chang. He is now a high-level herbalist master. Lao Mo waved his hand and then greeted them. Principal Fei, Director Chang, long time no see. Fei Yingquang widened his eyes in excitement and exclaimed, Great, I told you. That brat Huang Tian reaching level 40 is already abnormal enough. I didn't expect you to be even more formidable, to even master herbalism. Lao Mo replied politely, You flatter me, Principal Fei. It's also thanks to your cultivation of outstanding talents like Huang Tian. Fei Yingquan narrowed his eyes. Commissioner Chang, you're too polite. Then he grumbled inwardly, Damn it, why isn't this kind of genius at our Lantian Academy? A few years ago, Ling Xiao was a Fourth Awakening martial saint. Because he fought demonic beasts back then, he contracted a hidden illness, which caused Shenyu Academy's status to decline. Now, not only is his illness cured, but his strength has also recovered. It seems Shenyu Academy is truly going to take the lead. Looks like we need to have a deeper exchange with Shenyu Academy. Suddenly remembering something, old Ling instructed, Oh right, tomorrow is the tournament day. Perhaps you two still don't fully understand the competition mechanism. Let me explain it a bit. This time, the major scores are divided into two categories, Dungeon Challenge and Elimination Round. As for the Dungeon Challenge, just as the name suggests, each academy can form a team to participate in the Dungeon Challenge. The final results will be ranked based on the clearance evaluation. The Elimination Round is an arena battle. In principle, each university can select 3 candidates. But to help some weaker schools ranked lower, the Sha Country Organizing Committee allowed the bottom 4 academies to have 1 extra person, so the scale of the Elimination Round can reach 64 people. Since Shenyu Academy ranked 20th last year, the very last in the rankings, we can just nicely form a 4-person lineup. The overall ranking of the Sha Country Academy tournament is calculated by academy and accumulated from the Dungeon Challenge points and Elimination Round points. If you rank first in the Dungeon Challenge, you'll get 20 points, and second place gets 19 points, and so on, down to the last place which gets 1 point. The direct elimination round has 5 stages. Each contestant who successfully advances to the next round will receive 3 points. In the end, the champion will receive an additional bonus of 5 points. For Shenyu Academy, the total possible points in the direct elimination round is 41 points. The previous 3 champions were from Yunba Academy, which won the championship. Their results corresponded to entering the top 8 and top 4. In the last tournament among our 3 schools, only Maling Academy ranked 8th, while our Shenyu ranked last. How embarrassing. Chan Yusheng awkwardly scratched his head. Lucky, it was just luck. Fei Yingquang comforted Ling Xiao. Old Ling, don't worry. Huang Tian's strength has increased a lot this year. I believe our Lantian Academy will definitely have a breakthrough.
Old Ling smiled and let out a sigh. In the one rank last, so am not qualified to judge your Lan Tian Academy. Ling Xiao asked Lao Mo's opinion. Little Cheng, what do you think about this competition mechanism? Lao Mo scratched his head awkwardly. Me? To be honest, the rules of this tournament are too complicated. I don't really get it. But he confidently proclaimed, however, in short, whether it's the dungeon challenge or the individual battles, as long as I win them all, there won't be any problems, right? Hearing what he said, all three laughed heartily. Ahem, you're not wrong. That's right, your summary is spot on. As long as you win everything, that's it.
Lao Mo got down to business. Then there's no problem. Actually, returning this time, I have a small request. I hope you all will agree. Ling Xiao consented. Speak. If it can satisfy you, we three old men will definitely help. He started, I hope that this year I can select some graduating students from the three academies and recruit those good seedlings into my guild. I know this is very abrupt, so I wanted to discuss it with everyone first. Fei Yingquang smiled and said, if it's voluntary, then of course I have no reason to stop it. In his mind, he was scheming. However, his guild was just established, so what attractive conditions can he offer? How could the elite students that the academies spent so much effort training be easily poached? This kid's proposal is indeed quite abrupt. He lowered his head and expressed, then I'll thank you too in advance.
From this angle, no one could see his smug face. Lao Mu was actually much slyer than old Fei. He suppressed a laugh and thought, you guys said it yourselves. When the time comes, don't blame me for being ruthless. Scene transitions to the Xia Country tournament venue. Li Yuishan was present today as the MC. She started broadcasting. Today can be said to be the annual grand event in Xia Country. Currently, over 800 million people nationwide are watching this tournament on TV. As everyone can see, many academies have arrived. First is the elite student delegation led by Yunba Academy. They have always been the top-ranked academy in previous tournaments, and we hope they will achieve such great results this year as well. Next is the three-school alliance led by Shenyu Academy. Although their previous results were not good, this year, relying on the genius student Cheng Qianmo, they have generated a lot of buzz.
Old Wu was about to go over and greet Li Yushan, but her attention was caught by Lao Mo. She immediately ran off without giving Old Wu a single glance. Cheng Qianmo is over there, let's go interview him a bit. Old Wu asked his subordinate in anger. How are things with Chu Siwei over there? He reported. Director Chu has reached a cooperation agreement with the people at Feilan Arena and is preparing to set out. Upon hearing this, Wu Zuejing couldn't hide his delight. Cheng Qianmo, I prepared a grand gift for you on the Heavens Apocalypse continent. I hope it doesn't scare you to death. Gu Zizhen, executive member of the Management Association and head referee of the tournament, was also present. Standing with Management Association executive D. Yuanhao, he asked, Little D, that must be the kid old Qin thinks so highly of, right? Yuanhao nodded and replied, That's right, Executive Gu. He's Cheng Qianmo, representing Shenyu Academy this year. Old Gu looked forward to it. Excellent. I hope he can give me a little surprise today. Perhaps we can even include him in that plan. Hearing old Gus' words, D. Yuanhao was startled and turned to ask, Are you talking about the National Destiny Plan? Does that kid have such aptitude? Old Gu calmly explained, This academy tournament is originally aimed at selecting talents for the country. If he is a genius, as rumored, then he is naturally qualified. Then he turned away, Let's go. It's about to start. Go get ready. Scene transitions to the tournament arena. A man from the association stood up as the MC and announced, I now declare the joint tournament of the Xia Country Academies officially open. Next, please welcome the Director of Education of Xia Country, Executive of the Management Association, and the head referee of this tournament, Executive Gu Zizhen, to draw the lots for the first dungeon round. Hearing old Gus' name and title, everyone in the stands was shocked and eager. I can't believe the referee this year is the Director of Education. For such a high-ranking figure to come as a referee, I heard he's also an executive of the Management Association, just one step away from the top. No wonder even the mayor is sitting next to him. It's happening, the dungeon draw. I wonder which map will be drawn. Gu Zizhen stepped forward on behalf. I think everyone already knows me, so I won't say much more. Let's see how my luck is today. Right after the draw, the name and the dungeon map appeared. The dungeon drawn today was Yizalama. Gu Zizhen's face turned pale and he fell silent. It's actually this map. Should I say my luck is too good or too bad? Everyone in the arena shook their heads in dismay upon seeing the map. Looks like today's challengers have bad luck. That's right, Executive Gu actually drew the hardest Izalama. I bet half the teams today won't be able to clear it.
At this rate, it's almost certain that Yunba Academy will dominate again. The principals and academy representatives were also anxious and uneasy, too unlucky actually drawing Izalama. Ling Xiao calmly reassured them. Just trust in Cheng Qianmo, Huang Tian, and the kids. Gathered down on the field, Ruoxi stood anxiously with Lao Mo. Grandpa arranged teammates for us. Why aren't they here yet? Suddenly, she saw familiar figures. Wait, that's...
Ruoxi called out excitedly, Wei Shen, Xu Ling, you guys are here too. Lao Amu was startled and quickly shushed her with his hand. Okay, don't yell like that. Ruoxi asked in confusion, why? Aren't they Wei Shen and Xu Ling? He gave a long shush again and reminded her. It's them all right? But didn't you see? They are students from other schools. To think Xu Ling is actually the second-ranked student of Yunlin Academy, and that guy Wei Shen is from Ma Ling Academy. These two hit it really well. Wei Shen suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Damn it, this old monster turns out to be from Shen Yu. How could Shen Yu produce a monster like him? Xu Ling looked at him with admiration. The guild master is indeed the guild master. Truly extraordinary. Suddenly, Huan Tian's voice boomed. Wei Kun, look over here. Your daddy is right here. Wei Shen flew into a rage and snapped back. Who are you? I don't know you. Stop spouting such fucking nonsense. Huang Tian, not getting the hint, angrily retorted, Oh, pretending not to know me. Just wait until the elimination round later. I'll beat you until you call me daddy. Q Ling played along and pretended to ask, Brother Wei, that blonde guy. You don't know him. Wei Shen gritted his teeth and replied, I know that bastard. Damn it, that kid is from Lan Tian, another bottom-tier school. Meanwhile, Lao Mo was paying attention to Yunba Academy. He glanced over and assessed. That's Yunba Academy's team. All members are above level 45. Only the top-ranked school every year could form such a strong team. Then he sighed. As expected, Ming Hao isn't there. He isn't valued by Yunba. This can be considered a loss for them. Ruoxi felt a bit relieved. In that case, we won't have to fight against Ming Hao. Lao Mo turned away, no longer paying attention to them. Forget it. They'll regret it very soon. Suddenly, level 45 Zhu Hanhai, Heaven's Apocalypse player, and level 46 Liu Xiaoyu, a divine maiden, came over to greet Ruoxi. Junior sister Ruoxi, long time no see. It's been a while, you've been working hard. You leveled up quite fast. She was surprised. Senior Zhu, Senior Liu, you guys are here too. Ruoxi introduced them. This is Senior Zhu Hanhai and Senior Liu Xiaoyu. They are Grandpa's direct disciples. Lao Mo greeted them warmly. Hello, seniors. He thought to himself, both have third awakening strength. It seems the principal has pulled out all the stops. Let me introduce you. This is Cheng Qianmo, our team captain. Is also incredibly formidable. Xiaoyu looked at him with some interest. So he's Cheng Qianmo. I've heard a lot about him. Hanhai warily assessed Lao Mo. This guy is so young, yet he's already level 39. His strength is truly terrifying. Even so, for the principal to appoint him as captain is a bit ridiculous. Then he complained, the dungeon this time is Usalama. We're really unlucky. Ruoxi asked curiously, why? Is this map very hard? Hanhai turned to ask Lao Mo, it is quite difficult. Junior Cheng, you're the captain. Do you have any ideas? Lao Mo instantly went into analysis mode and poured out, our team's average level, among the 20 teams, is definitely near the bottom. Therefore, if we want to take first place today, we definitely need to race against time. At the same time, we can't follow the conventional procedures and need to come up with some unexpected moves. Both of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Take first place. An announcement rang out just in time. The examination begins. All candidates, please enter the dungeon one by one. Lao Mo led the way. As for the specific plan, let's talk after we enter the dungeon. Hanhai whispered to Xiaoyu, how dare he say he'll take first place. Then our historically strong schools like Yunba and Yunlin just thin air. If we can push into the top 10, that would already be spectacular. She didn't dare say much and answered vaguely, as a junior after all, and still young, just bear with him a bit. All four quickly walked into the dungeon portal. As they walked, Lao Mo briefly explained the monster quantities and characteristics. The Yizalama Temple is the temple of the goddess of the earth element. The map is divided into 3 areas based on earth power. The place we are currently passing through is the first area. The first area has 3 types of monsters. The first is the whip wielders. Their attack power isn't high, so they're classified as small mobs. The second is the polluted area, where there are a large number of sludge crawlers.
They not only have high attack power, but also emit radiation. In the final area, there are evil grubs. They have low attack power and low health, but their sheer numbers make up for it. Therefore, we can rely on their respective weaknesses to attack. Ruakshi listened enthusiastically. All right, no problem. Well, just do as you say. Han Hai and Xiao Yu walk behind, listening with half belief and half doubt. How does he know this map so well? Has he cleared it before? Or maybe it's just blind luck guessing the test questions, but actually fighting won't be that easy. Suddenly, Lao Mo asked Han Hai, Senior, in the first area, there are 8 groups of whip wielders with 4 in each group. Are you confident in pulling all of them at once? He screamed in terror. Are you kidding me? When a whip wielder's health drops to 20%, it splits into 2. You say 32, but it's actually 64. How am I supposed to tank that? Losing patience, he immediately changed the plan. Fine, then I'll pull them. After I crowd control the small mobs, you guys just attack them. Han Hai agreed. All right, you pull them then. As long as you can do what you say, later on, even if I have to risk my life, I'll blot the mobs for you. Xiao Yu, worried about him, said, Junior, wait a sec, let me cast a shield on you. He ignored it and immediately dashed off. Everyone stay safe and keep your distance. Ruoxi followed right behind without hesitation. Seniors, let's charge too, just trust him. Outside, everyone watched the battle intently and murmured, "You've not seen things, right? Shenyu Academy clearly has a tank, yet they let a solo player pull mobs. Although Cheng Qianmo's strength is indeed great, his level is still too low. Doing this is very risky. I'm afraid Shenyu Academy has lost hope. Having a solo player pull mobs like that, if their results are ugly later, they can just shift the blame." Old Wu sat on the side, watching smugly. Haha, times have changed. The 3-school alliance is no different from a dying patient. All this from Cheng Qianmo is just to end the battle quickly, but I'm afraid hell just become a laughingstock for everyone. Inside the dungeon, Lao Mo was facing a level 45 spiked whip wielder. He used his first AoE skill to bind them, Frost Barrier. A massive block of ice crashed down, making the monster roar. It lashed its whip wildly everywhere. Han Hai widened his eyes in shock. He actually pulled them. Xiao Yu reminded him, Han Hai, hurry up and get ready to clear the mobs. He looked on tremblingly. Damn it. How am I supposed to go in? Lao Mo yelled angrily, Senior Shu, what are you questioning? Hurry up and activate your defense skills. Then he followed up, Glacial Bloom, Shift. Xiao Yu stared in terror at Lao Ma's attack speed and mechanics. Are you actually a mage? Han Hai suddenly found himself in the middle of the mobs and screamed, Holy crap, how did you do that? Are you trying to get me killed? Just before the monsters struck, Lao Ma's ice managed to shield Han Hai. He shouted furiously, What are you staring at? Defend yourself. Han Hai regained his focus and immediately charged into battle. Lao Mo commanded, Let's go, attack. Ruoxi and Xiao Yu moved in close behind him. The 4 of them fought the monsters with all their might. Just a few minutes later, everything was cleared out. Han Hai panted heavily. This speed is way too fast. Lao Mo praised him. Good thing Senior Shu tanked the mobs, so we had a chance. He replied politely, No, it's all thanks to Junior Cheng's command. Then they looked at Old Mac in a completely different light. Now I know why the principal chose him as the captain. Outside, the crowd started whispering again. Wait, am I seeing things? Shenyu Academy is actually the first team to defeat the Thorn Whip wielder. Damn it, why didn't I think of combining those weird moves? Even if you thought of it, could you pull it off? That guy is a jobless. It seems today's dungeon challenge is really worth watching. Thung Wiet Sin burst into laughter. Congratulations, congratulate. Academic committee member Little Trin truly has the skills. Fi An Kwang also somewhat resigned himself. This year, we'll have to keep an eye on Shenyu Academy. Lang Qiu was too happy for words. Haha, let's keep watching, keep watching. Ko-Tu Tran stood on the podium, observing. Trin Kia Mac. Interesting. The commentator's voice rang out clearly. What a surprise. Shenyu Academy, usually ranked last every year, has become the first school to break through the Thorn Whip wielder. Following closely behind are Yunba Academy and another surprising team, Lanqian Academy. Old Lang grumbled in anger. Where did this host come from, daring to call our academy the last-ranked school? Lai Fi beside him calmed Lang Tiu down. Old Lang, don't get mad. Later on, we'll use our true strength to slap them in the face. Old No calmly observed without rushing. It's just a temporary lead. I'll let you guys be smug for a little while longer. Old Ko and Old Ditch sat above evaluating. Old Ko asked, "This kid, Trin Kim Mak, is truly interesting." Little Ditch, did Old Tan ever tell you any information about Trin Kim Mak? Ditch Win Hao, startled, replied, "Old Tan is extremely fond of him, but I don't know much about him." He felt anxious. It seems Ko-Tu Tran wants to play a game of snatching talents with Old Tan. It's best if I don't get involved in this power struggle between big shots. Inside the dungeon, the group finally reached the second monster, the level 45 mud crawler, an elite wet mud monster with 15,000 HP. Old Mac walked while staying alert. Although the mud crawler doesn't look very noticeable, it has high attack power and carries a debuff. If we rush in blindly, our stats will drop by 30%. This is quite an annoying mob. Han Hai, full of fighting spirit, demanded to charge in. "Captain, let me handle this." But Old Mac saw the issue clearly and immediately rejected it. "This monster is the nemesis of tanks. Being tough alone isn't enough. It's better if I go." Han Hai watched curiously. Being tough alone isn't enough. So how should we pull the aggro? Old Mac suddenly leaped up, beginning his lecture. Watch closely. Old Mac attacked at high speed while carefully calculating. The mud crawlers this time will indeed drain a tank's defense, but their speed is incredibly slow. As long as I am fast enough and accurately predict their attack intervals, I can avoid the debuff effect while drawing their aggro. After paralyzing the whole group, he signaled, "Everyone, you can attack now."
Han Hai shouted, "You can even do this? Clearing it without taking any damage." Nuke Hai proudly boasted, "Now you two must understand why I said he's incredibly strong, right?" Hugh Vu and Han Hai charged forward together. "I'm convinced. I'm starting to believe that we can actually take first place." In just a flash, the number of monsters dropped significantly. Because they were immobilized, Old Mac's team could wipe them out with just a flick of their wrists. Everyone watched with their jaws dropped and eyes wide. Holy crap, what's up with this Trin Kim Mak from Shenyu Academy? Is he using hacks? Those mud monsters don't affect him at all. But this is the national tournament. Who would dare to cheat? It's purely his mechanical skill. So formidable. It seems the record for the second stage will be broken as well. The commentator passionately narrated, Shenyu Academy has surpassed Yunba by a mere 0.6 seconds, maintaining their lead. Old Nago sprang up furiously, dissatisfied. "What do you mean 0.6 seconds? Is there an error?" His subordinate quickly tried to persuade him. "Principal, don't be angry, please don't be angry. They won't be able to act so arrogant for much longer anyway." Cutting back inside the dungeon, Shenyu Academy finally came face to face with a swarm of evil larvae. Yu Vu created a shield to protect Han Hai as he drew the monster's aggro. Meanwhile, Old Mac and Nuok Hai teleported in for a swift attack. The MC excitedly continued his commentary. Trin Kim Mac's team from Shenyu Academy is once again leading in eradicating the evil larva. Next, they will have to face the level 46 dungeon boss Noxus, an elite radiant water elemental with 150,000 HP. The monster Noxus stood opposite them. Old Mac kindly reminded them beforehand, after the spores parasitized and awakened, its first skill is called Poison Mushroom Cloud. This skill is somewhat similar to the radiation aura from earlier. It can cause spore parasitism on all targets within a 3-meter radius around Noxus. Right after that, Noxus released a cloud of smoke. Old Mac continued. The second skill is called Acid Arrow Rain. The acid debuff inflicts 600 continuous damage every 3 seconds on the current target. Noxus has 3 skills. The existence of these skills puts a lot of pressure on the team's healer, who has to pay attention to the tank's HP while ensuring the rest of the team doesn't die. True to its name, Noxus will fire 5 poison arrows at once. Furthermore, this skill is instantaneous, so be careful. Every second it absorbs 18 HP from the target and transfers it back to Noxus, healing the boss for 10 seconds. Hugh Vu and Han Hai coordinated their charge. "Leave it to me." Old Mac spoke while stealthily maneuvering behind it. However, these 2 skills can be dodged using the same method we used against the mud crawlers, so they're useless against me. Noxus suddenly spun around, shooting out venom. "Destroy the invaders. Embrace my terrifying natural power." Old Mac nimbly slipped behind and scorched Noxus. He said to himself, its final passive skill, inheriting Quen, is the ability that causes the most trouble. Then he unleashed a deadly strike, slashing fiercely at the monster. He immediately shouted, after its health bar is depleted, it will split into 6 small clones.
If any clone escapes, it will resurrect. Everyone's mission is to shoot down its clones. New Kai relentlessly used her circle dance battle spear to destroy a part of Noxus. The other two also quickly joined forces to wipe them out. All of its clones condensed into one spot. Old Mac drew his 1,000 Umbrellas blade and pressed it closely against it. Excellent. Now it has no way to retreat. Then he blasted out a massive surge of power, completely incinerating Noxus. The system simultaneously announced, Boss number 1 of the Ice Llama dungeon, Noxus, has been defeated.
The commentator couldn't hold back his excitement and screamed, 1 hour and 15 minutes. Trin Kiem Mac's team from Shenyu Academy has killed Boss number 1 and broken the record, currently leading by a massive margin. Everyone in Nu Than's team turned pale with shock. Holy crap, we haven't even finished fighting the evil larva. How could anyone defeat Boss number 1 so quickly? Nu Than blurted out, that guy is an absolute freak. His teammate, startled, asked, Boss, do you know him? Huan Thien, while fighting, also expressed his admiration. Damn it, this old Mac is way too fast. Outside, the stands were equally clamorous and astounded. This is absurd. How is Shenyu so strong this year? No wonder it's the genius Trin Kiem Mac. My precious baby boy has finally been discovered. They must be cheating. This Shenyu Academy is definitely cheating. Kotu Tran watched Kiem Mac's match with satisfaction. No wonder old Tan values him so highly. He really has some true skills. The commentator yelled out, following closely behind is Yunba Academy with a time of 1 hour and 30 minutes. Holuo Academy has also completed the extermination task, ranking 3rd. Their time is 1 hour and 35 minutes. Securing the 4th position is Lanshan Academy with 1 hour and 40 minutes. They have exceeded earlier expectations. In 5th place is Moling Academy at 1 hour and 47 minutes. Phi An Quang felt relieved. That brat Huang Thien is pretty good. To actually make it into the top 4, that's excellent. Thong That Sin felt a bit of regret. How embarrassing. Our Moling is ranked 5th this time. But getting into the top 5 is still worth celebrating. No Nak Kin suppressed his fury and cursed. Is this really just luck, or did he accidentally trigger some hidden mechanic? The bodyguard beside him tried hard to smooth things over. Principal, the dungeon is still very long. They can't possibly be this lucky every time. Suddenly, old No turned and asked, how is Chu Du's side doing? Go urge him a bit, tell him to hurry up. Let's see how much longer they can keep smiling. He happily reported, rest assured, Principal, they have arrived. At Eternal Zenith Guild. Chu Dewey and Nyep Vin Sin's group were stationed not far away. Old Nyep was on high alert. The city walls ahead must be Trin Kiem Mac's Eternal City. Even though I receive intel about them, seeing it with my own eyes, I really can't believe it. That kid actually managed to build a guild of this scale. Why do I have a slight bad premonition? Chu Dewey stood beside him and said disdainfully, don't worry. The reason we took so much time was just to prepare these siege weapons. With these things, breaching the city will be as easy as flipping our hands. Humph. Today we lack neither manpower nor fully equipped gear. I want to see how they plan to defend this eternal city. Up on the city wall, Ko Tien used binoculars to observe and reported back to everyone. Half of the more than 80 people in their troop are around level 45. He signaled. They've prepared 10 siege engines, each costing over 10,000. This Nyep Vin Sin is really throwing money away. Then he joked with Old Tan and Du Tiet. To think that kid guessed right again. What exactly is hidden in his head? He can always predict the enemy's moves. It's a good thing the guild master arranged everything before leaving. He truly is a man of foresight. A level 4 guild right in the middle of exam season, and its entire core combat force has vanished. Bizarre things like this can only happen in our Eternal Zenith Guild. After that, Ko Thien, filling in during Old Mac's absence, issued an order to the Legion. Everyone in the city, return to your defensive positions immediately and enter battle readiness for Eternal Zenith. Over at the exam grounds, Old Mac's group also successfully secured first place in several categories. The cheering grew increasingly rowdy. Shenyu took first place again. The opening results today are quite interesting. I wonder if the three-school alliance is trying to steal the spotlight from the start to expand their prestige, or if the other schools are holding back. Ice Llama is very long. They've only just taken the lead on one boss. We can't say for sure yet. Trin Kiem Mac is too amazing, 666. The commentator proceeded with the next step of the tournament, inviting Old No up. Just now, with the defeat of boss number 1, the dungeon stage is already 1/3 complete. Now let us invite the principal of Yunba, No Nak Kin,
to share some information regarding boss number 2. No Nok Kin proudly stood on the podium and began his lecture. Hello everyone, I am No Hak Kin, the principal of Yunba Academy. Ice Llama is a high-difficulty epic tier dungeon. The first boss, Noxus, is the simplest, allowing for a fairly high margin of error. Some teams might have been able to beat it relying purely on luck.
But the next boss, Velatak, isn't that simple anymore. It requires thorough preparation of resources. You can't clear it relying on petty tricks and luck. Fai and Quang glared at him furiously. This No Hak Kin is clearly insinuating that we got past boss number 1 out of sheer luck. Old Lang calmed Old Fai down. The more passive-aggressive he is, the more it proves he lacks confidence. Let's just wait and see. Inside the dungeon, Old Mac and everyone fought while he explained the monster's mechanics, laying out a clear plan. Boss number 2 has 3 types of minor mobs in total. The first type is the Shadow Fiend, which likes to hide in the dark and ambush people. As long as we maintain illumination, we can kill them quickly. The second type is the Trampler. These monsters are bulky, so we can use long-range attacks to kite and kill them. The third type is the Rotting Fire Demon. This monster is like boss number 1. It also has the ability to split, so we need to properly manage our attack intensity. He charged forward and gave the order. You guys focus mainly on defense and healing, or go all out on offense. Keep the formations solid. Han Hai, Hu Vu, and Nuok Hai suppress the rear. Suddenly, Han Hai was hit by a monster and cried out. Old Mac quickly rushed to the rescue. Are you okay? Han Hai, startled, replied. I'm fine. He turned and spoke to him guiltily. I'm sorry, my mistake. I delayed our exam progress. Old Mac reassured and encouraged him. It's fine, we are a team. Just do your best. The commentator watched the video feed and announced, boss number 2 is indeed more difficult. Although Shenyu Academy has been proceeding smoothly, due to the inferior equipment of their members, their time ranking has dropped from 1st place to 3rd. Long Tu Van's team, the perennial top scholars from Yunba Academy, have temporarily taken the lead with a rather slim margin. Following right behind them is Yunlin Academy. Their captain is a tank, Thu Lang, who has been highly talked about this year. Next are the highly spirited Lantian and Moling teams. Captains Huang Thian and Nui Then both displayed outstanding performances. The crowd felt a bit down. See that? Yunba and Yunlin Academies are back in 1st and 2nd place. After all, they maintain the top spots year-round. For this stage, aside from sheer combat, the timing for replenishing with potions is also crucial. No matter what, Shenyu is just a small school. Their allotted supplies couldn't keep up. What's the use of relying solely on skills? No Nok Kin pushed up his glasses, feeling smug inside. Humph, this is just the beginning of your disadvantage. The monster levels later on get higher and higher. Even if your mechanics are good enough, it's useless without financial backing. The commentator continued cheering, redirecting attention back to the battle on screen. Although there's a slight time gap, they are now engaging boss number 2, the level 47 Velatak, an elite Salic tribe chieftain with 180,000 HP. Let's look forward to their outstanding performance. Inside the dungeon, Old Mac's group finally confronted boss number 2. Old Mac fought while briefly explaining its power characteristics. Velatak is the chieftain of the Salic tribe. Not only is he proficient in assassin techniques, but he also knows hunter-style ranged attacks. He has 3 skills. The first is multi-shot. This skill allows Velatak to quickly fire 5 arrows with a 30-meter range directly in front of him, and the damage is not low. If you think that as long as a good tank can firmly hold Velatak's aggro while keeping their back to the group, meaning only the tank will eat the multi-shot, then you're making a huge mistake. Because the second skill is a combo with the first. The second skill is called Shadow Strike, which causes Velatak to instantly teleport next to a target, delivering a critical strike to that person. As for the final skill, Velatak will increase his evasion rate by 50% for 5 seconds. This means his attacks can neither be dodged nor interrupted during this time. So how do we deal with him? Old Mac explained. Velatak's attacks can't be fully defended against, so whether you tank them or try to dodge, it's meaningless. At the same time, he can't kill us instantly. To deal with him, we just have to fight while chugging potions, grinding him down bit by bit. Han Hai spat out blood, his mouth trembling as he followed up. Which means, to deal with this boss, apart from mechanics, we also need to replenish a large amount of high-level potions. Hu Vu was startled. A large amount of high-level potions. I only have 3 bottles, and the principal gave them to us right before we came. I didn't expect the exam to be pay to win competing with resources. This is so unfair to us. Han Hai spoke despairingly.
The main thing is we didn't expect to draw the Ice Llama dungeon, otherwise we would have definitely prepared a bit more no matter what. Old Mac took out 8 elixirs and instructed, I have 8 super potions here. Each of you take 2 bottles first. Han Hai's eyes widened in horror. Super HP potions. These potions are in short supply all year round and they are ridiculously expensive. These 2 bottles essentially give us an extra life. Hugh Vu was just as shocked, trembling as she looked at Old Mac. This is way too extravagant. Junior, you're not going to charge us money, are you? No Key smiled and answered on Old Mac's behalf, just use them with peace of mind. He's very rich, so rich. You can't even imagine. He just stood awkwardly behind, scratching his head. He politely looked at the 2 of them. As long as we can smoothly kill the boss, it's just 2 bottles of potions. It's nothing. All right then, let's move out. Then the 4 of them braced themselves and challenged Velatak once again. A fierce battle ensued. Velatak teleported behind Han Hai and slashed his back. Taste my sharpness. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Damn it, it really can't be dodged. Old Mac quickly rushed over to engage and reminded him, hurry and drink the potion. Han Hai complied, opening the potion and taking a sip. He hurriedly signaled to Hugh Vu, hurry up and heal him. She clearly acknowledged the order and used her healing skill to restore Han Hai's HP. Han Hai quickly stood up and returned to the fight. Thank goodness for this potion, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to heal in time and would have been eliminated. Lao Mo stabbed Velatras, pushing him back. It's fine, just keep this pace. Don't try to dodge his attacks. We have the health, so let's trade blows and see who dies first. Lao Mo, Ruoxi, Xiao Yu. Everyone continuously healed while relentlessly attacking. The crowd outside watched the fight with bated breath. Holy crap, did you guys see what Cheng Qianmo just took out? I saw it. It looked like 8 super health potions. He's so generous to just hand out such expensive potions. Shenyu Academy has really invested heavily this time. Old Chang and Old Fei exclaimed in shock. Judging by the amount of health restored, the super health potions Cheng Qianmo handed out must be at least rare grade. I'm afraid it's more than rare. The healing they received in an instant was almost 4,000 points. Those are epic grade super health potions. Ling Xiao stood aside with his arms crossed, looking smug. I told you earlier that this kid is now a high-level master herbalist, capable of mass-producing epic-grade potions. Did you think I was lying to you? Fei Yingguang finally realized it and said in astonishment, I thought you were just bragging, but it seems I was too shallow. Wu Zhuejing stood to the side, furious, veins popping on his forehead. Ling Xiao, you're ruthless. I just wonder how many epic super health potions you prepared for these kids. Gu Jijin sneered and speculated, so rich drinking epic health potions like spring water. I just wonder if this is your money or Shenyu Academy's. The final moment arrived as the system announced. Ysera's nightmare boss number 2, Valatraz, has been killed. The commentator excitedly announced, Shenyu Academy has created a miracle once again, defeating the second boss ahead of Yunba Academy and reaching new heights. Yunba, Yunlin, and Maling Academies followed closely behind in their kills. They are all currently resting at the safe zone, preparing for the next challenge. Wait, Shenyu Academy isn't stopping. They're still advancing. Don't they need to rest? The entire stadium erupted in cheers. They did it. Shenyu Academy actually won the championship in the dungeon challenge. Cheng Qianmo is ridiculously strong. It looks like Shenyu Academy is truly rising to the top. The commentator, equally thrilled, announced, before the competition started, no one expected Shenyu Academy to emerge as a dark horse this year. Not only did they win the championship, but they also left the runner-up, Yunba Academy, more than 30 minutes behind. Chan Yusheng smiled and said, I'm afraid they haven't just won the championship, but they've also shattered the dungeon record. Old Ling happily replied, they just took a shortcut. It was pure luck. Lanqian and Mailing's results aren't bad this year either. Old Chang nodded repeatedly. That's right. Lanqian Academy got 4th place, and our Mailing only got 6th. We might have to ask student Cheng to help our school train a bit more. The commentary grew even more passionate. What's even more unbelievable is that Shenyu Academy's average level ranked near the bottom among the 20 teams, yet they not only won the championship, but also broke the clear time record for Ysera. Suddenly, a bodyguard sitting next to old Wu jumped up and furiously shouted, I object. Cheng Qianmo didn't follow the competition route. This should be considered cheating, and their results must be annulled. The losers from other schools quickly chimed in. That's right. Cheng Qianmo and his team took a completely different route from the other contestants. If this isn't cheating, what is? Exactly. They bypass the third boss, which is why they clear it so fast. That's really unfair. Yet he didn't follow the competition route.
Old Chang and Old Fei spoke up indignantly. This Wu Shuijing can't win, so he resorts to these dirty tricks. He has no spine at all. He doesn't even dare to show his face, afraid people will call him petty. Ling Xiao remained calm, ignoring the commotion. Let these clowns jump around for a bit. Justice will naturally be in everyone's hearts. Gu Zhijian turned to ask Di Yuanhao for his opinion. Commissioner Di, what do you think? Di Yuanhao honestly stated his view. Not only did Cheng Qianmo finish 30 minutes ahead of the runner-up, but he also discovered a new route in the Ysera dungeon. Putting the tournament aside, this alone is a massive contribution. How could it be considered cheating? Old Gu then turned to ask Old Wu, does Yunba Academy have any objections to this explanation? Wu Shuijing immediately changed his tune, standing up to agree. Whatever the head referee asks of me, our Yunba Academy fully supports the head referee's ruling. Gu Zhijian nodded and slowly stood up. Principal Wu is truly someone who sees the big picture. He then loudly confirmed. Then I announced that in the dungeon challenge of this tournament, Cheng Qianmo's team from Shenyu Academy has won the championship. And based on his outstanding performance in breaking the Ysera dungeon record, I, on behalf of the Management Association, will award a special honorary prize. After the incident, Wu Zhujing silently confirmed his suspicions. As expected, the Management Association is already siding with Cheng Qianmo. If we let him continue to grow like this, Yunba Academy's status will definitely plummet. Inside the dungeon, numerous loot chests still lay on the ground. Lao Ma's level skyrocketed, and he cheered joyfully. I've finally broken through to level 42. The other three were equally thrilled. I've gained 2 levels too. Me too, this is all thanks to our junior. I can't believe we actually did it and won the dungeon championship. He walked over to a glowing chest. Next comes the most exciting part, opening the chests. Let's see what treasures are inside. Lao Mo picked up a scroll and opened it. A notification appeared. Congratulations, you have drawn the SS rank skill Rapid Cooldown. Upon use, it instantly refreshes the cooldown of all skills. This skill has a 72-hour cooldown. Lao Mo calculated in astonishment. Theoretically, this rapid cooldown skill will give me dozens of times more benefits. Though I wouldn't have enough mana to use so many skills, overall, the benefit is still at least 10 times greater. The other three also shouted in delight. I can't believe it's a random SS rank skill book. These rewards truly live up to the name of an epic dungeon. I got Iron Will, which doubles my armor for 30 seconds and grants immunity to all crowd control skills. This baptism reward. I'm really too lucky. Lao Mo turned to look at the dazzling gold chest and said, there's one last king's chest left to open. Let's see what treasure awaits inside. The system pinged immediately when he opened a ring. Congratulations on obtaining the Eternal Red Ring. Epic grade. +5 strength, +5 agility, +10 spirit, +8 vitality. Infinite durability. Item level 801 requires level 40. Equipment effect. Increases critical hit rate by 4%. Restores 3% mana every 5 seconds. Restricted to 3rd Awakening Battlefield Dominator class. Han Hai cried out, oh my god, I want this ring so badly. Xiao Yu was equally excited. This is practically custom-made for damage-dealing mages like us. Ruoxi quickly changed the subject. It's best to leave this for our captain. Han Hai and Xiao Yu gladly agreed. Of course, clearing the dungeon this time was all thanks to the captain. Besides, even if you gave us this ring, we wouldn't be able to unleash its full potential. Lao Mo happily took it and put it on. Then I won't be polite. He toyed with the ring, feeling satisfied. My critical hit rate is currently at 33.6%. Adding the 4% from this Eternal Red Ring, my current set of gear is practically perfect. Suddenly, Xiao Yu spoke up, Captain, the dungeon is cleared now. Can you agree to one more request for us? He asked curiously. What request? Both Xiao Yu and Han Hai looked at him joyfully. I heard you established a guild on the Heaven's Apocalypse continent, right? Are you still short on members? Can I join? Me too. I want to join too. Lao Mo asked in surprise, don't you guys have a guild yet? The two quickly explained we're members of the Academy's guild, but I think there is still a way, right? Let's ask Principal Ling later. If not, I'll just leave the Academy's guild. Outwardly, he agreed, if you can manage it, I certainly won't object. But inwardly, he was panicking. I just hope Principal Ling doesn't skin me alive when he finds out. Meanwhile, at Yunba Academy's office,
The bodyguard reported to old Wu, "We've lost contact with Chu Sue. I've sent people into the Heavens Apocalypse continent and will report back as soon as there's news." Old Wu asked uneasily, "Nothing unexpected will happen, right?"
He replied confidently, "Rest assured, Principal. We spent a fortune to buy siege weapons. How could a rookie guild like theirs possibly withstand such a powerful attack?" He waved his hand in satisfaction. "That's good then. Let me know immediately if there's any news. You may leave." At the same time, another person walked in. Old Wu called out, "Is that Xiao Yun? Come in." As soon as he entered, he bowed deeply in apology. "Principal, it was my negligence this time. I didn't expect Cheng Qianmo to be so reckless." Old Wu comforted him. "Don't blame yourself too much. Who would have thought Cheng Qianmo would be so cunning? If he had followed the normal route, he definitely wouldn't have been as fast as you." Then getting back to the main topic, let the past be the past. How's the recruitment for the new team for the qualifiers going? Xiao Yun took out a file and handed it to Wu Shuijing, reporting, "That's why I'm here. After careful screening, I found a new student, an assassin. If he joins, our performance in the qualifiers will definitely improve a lot." Old Wu took the file and read it. "Let me see. Li Minghao, level 40, Silver Moon, 21 years old. Reaching level 40 at 21. His talent isn't bad, but his level is still a bit low. He probably won't be of much use until next year." Xiao Yun paled and tried to reason with old Wu. "Principal, actually, level isn't the only criterion for judgment. Please reconsider this Li Minghao." Old Wu scolded him angrily. "That's your mistake. On the Heavens Apocalypse continent, level and resources are the ultimate criteria for everything. Otherwise, do you really think Shenyu Academy's team, with an average level below 40, could have defeated us? They just relied on tricks and luck. In the next qualifiers, we'll use our true strength to crush them." Meanwhile, Lao Mo was reviewing his status window and thinking. This time, the Ysera combat power has directly exploded to 165,684 points, an increase of nearly 35,000 points from before. My current strength can already match top-tier Third Awakening experts. He cheered on the others. "Do your best in the upcoming qualifiers, everyone." The three confidently looked at his back. "Don't worry, we absolutely won't let you down." "That's right, Captain. The whole team is relying on you this time." The commentator's loud announcement echoed everywhere. Now we are about to enter the second stage of the tournament, the individual qualifiers. There are a total of 64 participants in this qualifier. According to the tournament rules, they will be divided into the red and blue factions, with 32 competitors in each bracket. After the knockout matches in the red and blue brackets, only one person will remain from each side. Finally, these two will meet in the finals to fight for the championship of this qualifier. Now the system will randomly assign a number to everyone. Lao Mu looked up at the bracket board and said, "Blue bracket. That means before the finals, all my opponents will be from the blue bracket." Ruokshi breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. I'm in the red bracket, which means we won't have to fight each other in the early rounds." Zhao Yun looked at the bracket regretfully. "It seems I won't run into Cheng Qianmo anytime soon. What a pity." Old Wu reminded him from the side, "Let him wait a few more rounds. Who knows, he might not even make it to the finals." Wei Shen stood in a corner crying out in fear. "Oh God, I'm so unlucky to get an odd number. That means it's highly likely I'll run into that freak." Chang Yusheng looked at Old Wei in confusion and asked, "Wei Shen, do you know Cheng Qianmo?" Old Wei turned his head, trembling, and blurted out to Old Chang, "Director Chang, it's more than just knowing him. I've practically sold myself to him." The commentator continued to announce, "Now that everyone has been placed in their brackets, the system is about to match the opponents. I declare the second round of qualifiers officially begins." The audience eagerly anticipated the matches, chattering excitedly. It's starting. Let's see who's unlucky enough to get paired with Cheng Qianmo." Cheng Qianmo just got lucky. Running into Liang Xiaoyun is what you call truly unlucky. All right, the opponents for the first round have all been decided. Let me see who Cheng Qianmo is fighting. Lao Ma's opponent this time was a cute girl. Everyone was startled and guessed. It's Zhao Yusheng from Fengyu Academy. Zhao Yusheng from Fengyu Academy ranked 11th in the Dungeon Challenge. There's a big gap, but she's 4 levels higher than Cheng Qianmo. Is she really a female street fighter, yet so pretty? So it's Zhao Yusheng. This is definitely going to be an exciting match. She greeted him cautiously. "Student Cheng, nice to meet you. Let's agree beforehand we'll fight politely and use our wits. Friendship first, competition second." He replied warmly, "Don't worry, Student Zhao. I'm not a very rough person by nature.
But before he could finish his sentence, there was a sudden swoosh. A fierce attack launched toward him, and he frantically dodged to the side. Then he calmly turned back to look at Zhao Yusheng. But Zhao Yusheng had disappeared. In her place was a muscular She-Hulk, even more heavily built than him. "Student Cheng, let's fight with all our might." Witnessing this unimaginably crazy transformation, everyone stared with wide eyes. Holy crap, what's up with this Zhao Yusheng? A muscle lowly? This is the special combat mode of a street fighter. Zhao Yusheng is getting serious. Damn, and I thought she was just a cute lowly. Lao Mo was also startled for a moment, completely bewildered. What the hell is this? She charged at him fiercely, raising her fist. What are you dazing out for? You'll pay for being distracted in a fight. Lao Mo gracefully dodged her attack. He was immediately mocked. Is the number one in the dungeon only good at hiding? She gathered power in her left arm, preparing to strike again. But Lao Mo effortlessly grabbed her with just one hand. He said smugly, "Want to witness the true strength of the number one in the dungeon? Then I won't hold back anymore." Using just a little strength, he easily lifted her up and slammed her onto the ground so hard that the terrain was completely altered. Following up with another move, Lao Mo playfully reminded Zhao Yusheng, "Careful in throwing a punch." Another intensely overwhelming blow crashed down. The arena suffered severe damage. Zhao Yusheng lay there unconscious, but she managed to struggle out a few words. "Didn't you say you wouldn't be rough with a girl?" He rubbed his wrist and replied awkwardly, "Sorry, but that doesn't include your type." The referee immediately signaled, Shenyu Academy versus Fengyu Academy. Cheng Qianmo from Shenyu Academy wins. The crowd in the stands complained, "Hey, what the heck? Damn it, I just went to the bathroom for a second and the match is already over. Holy crap, me too. I just finished my business and my beer and snacks haven't even been served yet, but it's already done." Suddenly someone shouted, "Look over there. Maling's match looks interesting." In another arena, Wei Shen was already in control of the match. He pinned his opponent down with deathly arms. She trembled and struggled. "Damn it. If you have the guts, fight me head on. What kind of skill is it to just keep playing dirty with me?" Wei Shen teased her. "Little sister, it's not that you're not good enough. It's just that I'm too strong. Just admit defeat and step down." That drove her crazy. She struggled free from his grip and yelled, "You shameless bastard. I'll kill you." She then charged recklessly at Old Wei, but he wasn't surprised in the slightest, leisurely toying with her. "I told you to surrender, but you just wouldn't listen. You had to be so stubborn." In a flash, he disappeared. Then he appeared behind her with massive black spheres. "All right then, let me send you down." A fatal strike shot straight at her. Just like that, the girl completely lost her ability to fight and collapsed. Wei Shen reminded her indifferently, "Humph, I told you, you're no match for me." The referee announced Maling Academy versus Zhuanwu Academy. Wei Shen from Maling Academy wins. The crowd in the stands showed their love, sending hearts to Wei Shen. "Wow, this guy is so strong. A mage completely overpowering a swordsman. I love his combat style. This guy is really too cool and experienced. If only it were a bit more thrilling, it would be perfect." Old Chang and Old Fei discussed among themselves. "This Wei Shen is a student from your Maling, right? He looks pretty good." Old Chang sighed, "Don't mention it. This kid isn't serious at all. To be honest, I just found out he joined Cheng Qianmo's guild too." Old Fei was surprised. "Oh? Then doesn't he know Huang Tian as well? That's great, isn't it?" Old Huang smiled wryly. "That's exactly it. But this kid is doomed. He's in the same bracket as Trin Kiem Mak, so they might end up facing each other later." Old Ling chimed in, "No need to be so pessimistic. Victory or defeat is still uncertain." Feng Wit Sin replied awkwardly, "Principal Lang, please don't comfort me anymore. I just hope he doesn't lose too miserably." Lang Tu laughed it off. "Let's just watch the match. Let's continue watching." The matches continue back-to-back with the referee's announcements of the winners. Lam Thien Academy versus Kujiap Academy. Huang Tian from Lam Thien Academy wins. Lang Fom Academy versus Van Lam Academy. Thu Lang from Van Lam Academy wins. Thien Lam Academy versus Than Du Academy. Lang Nuoc He from Than Du Academy wins. Ladies and gentlemen, after several days of fierce competition, the top 8 of the tournament have officially been revealed. They are Luong Tu Van and Kiem Du from Van Ba Academy, Trin Kiem Mak and Lang Nuoc He from Than Du Academy, Fu Lang and Thiet Dien Thang from Van Lam Academy, Huang Thien from Lam Thien Academy, and Wei Than from Ma Lin Academy. After a short break, the matches for the top 4 spots will officially begin, followed by the championship finals. As the battles grew fiercer, the discussions escalated as well, debated by higher-level spectators. Van Ba and Van Lam have been in the top 3 in previous seasons, so having 2 people make it in is no surprise. But for Than Du to have 2 people advance is completely unexpected. Than Du Academy also topped the dungeon phase this year. Trin Kia Mak is truly formidable. It looks like Than Du Academy is really rising this year. With these results, they'll definitely secure a spot in the top 3. Scene transitions to the waiting room. The 5 of them, Hia Mak, Nui Than, Thu Lang, Huang Thian, and Nuok Hai were all gathered inside. Everyone was chatting lively. As expected, we all made it to the top 8. That's worth celebrating. With the Guildmaster here, though I don't dare dream of the championship, I must at least strive for the top 4. Luckily, Lao Mak and I aren't in the same bracket, otherwise someone would be in deep trouble. Weithan suddenly dropped to his knees, hugging Lao Mak's arms and legs, begging, "Sir Guildmaster, let's negotiate a bit. Please go easy on me later. Even if I lose, at least let this old man lose with some dignity." Lao Mak shot back, "Kid, worry about surviving until you face me before saying that." Weithan jumped up in a huff, and not happy hearing that. "I know I can't beat you, but I still have some confidence against the others." Lao Mak asked him, "Now that we're in the top 8, an internal civil war is inevitable. What's the situation now?" Huang Thian updated them. The current situation is that Thu Lang, Nuok Hai, Luong Tiu Van, and I are in one bracket. Lao Mak, Mui Than, Thiet Dien Thang from Van Lam, and Kiam Du from Van Ba are in the other. Among the 3 of us, 2 will have to face each other in an internal match, while the other will face Luong Tiu Van. Thu Lang said anxiously, "That means one of us will have to stop at the top 8. Nuok Hai wasn't tense at all and cheered. It's just a competition. When the time comes, everyone just needs to do their best. Thu Lang rubbed his chin and thought, "Guildmaster, in your bracket, besides Nui Than, there's Thiet Dien Fang from Van Lam and Chiam Du from Van Ba. Whether old Thiet faces you or Nui Than, he has no chance of winning. The same goes for Chiam Du from Van Ba. In short, no matter what, Nui Than will definitely end up clashing with you." Lao Mak reminded them, "Whether it's an internal match or against someone else, I hope everyone gives it their all and fights to the end so there are no regrets." Nui Than flinched. "Sir Guildmaster, that sounds like a warning directed at me." Thu Lang suddenly warned them seriously. Among these, everyone must pay special attention to Luong Tiu Van. This guy is Van Ba's assassin, and his target is probably the Guildmaster. I've watched a few of his matches. He fights very ruthlessly. Those who face him usually end up either dead or severely injured, so many subsequent opponents surrendered without even fighting. With a fighting style like that, his score in the qualifiers was even higher than the Guildmaster's. Huang Thian eagerly volunteered, "Then please let me face him in the next match. Let me extinguish his arrogant momentum. I'm really looking forward to competing with Lao Mak for the championship." Lao Mak warned, "Don't underestimate him. Be careful not to swallow a bitter pill." Huang Thian calmly replied, "Don't worry, we won't underestimate him." They all shared a unified resolve. That's great then. From now on, let's all give it our best and fight with everything we have. Soon they all walked out to the arena together. The commentator's voice rang out again. "Ladies and gentlemen, the highly anticipated top 8 matches have officially begun. Next, the system will randomly pair the matchups. Trin Kia Mak versus Mui Than. Huan Thian versus Luong Tiu Van. Lang Nuok Hai versus Thu Lang." Wei Than fell to the ground wailing, "Such bad luck. Heavens, are you not letting me into the top 4? Huan Thian next to him was thrilled. "Luong Tiu Van. Let me see just how strong Van Ba really is." Thu Lang looked at Nuok Hai and said, "Even though we're in the same guild, I won't go easy on you, Nuok Hai." Nuok Hai completely shared his mindset. "Rest assured, I will also give it my all." Luong Tiu Van stood nearby and glanced over. It seems I'll be meeting Trin Kia Mak in the championship match. Lao Mak jokingly looked over at Old Wei, who was wallowing in his own torment. "Mui Than, oh Mui Than. All I can say is that you're truly unlucky." The first match began. Old Wei set terms with Lao Mak beforehand. "Lao Mak, before we start fighting, we must agree on 3 things." Lao Mak nodded. "Go ahead." Wei Than carefully listed them one by one. "First, when you hit a person, don't hit the face. You can't bruise my handsome face, otherwise you'll have to support me for the rest of my life. Second, if I surrender, you must stop immediately. Absolutely no personal vendettas. As for the third," saying this, Wei Than suddenly hesitated, making Lao Mak impatiently curious. "What's the third?" "Don't dawdle, spit it out."
Suddenly, Old Wei fired a skill at Lao Mac, his tone turning more resolute. Third is, could you hold back a little and let me take the championship to satisfy my ego for a bit? Old Wei used the slow spell, reducing Lao Mac's movement speed by 40% for 12 seconds. He gritted his teeth, the veins on his neck bulging as he glared viciously at Old Wei. This kid. Playing dirty, huh? Down below, the audience also reacted to Old Wei's trick-filled fighting style. This Nguyen is so dirty, resorting to sneak attacks. It seems the two of them know each other. But Trin Kia Mac was too careless. Getting hit by the slow spell, it looks like he's in big trouble. Nguyen exuded a blazing killing intent as he determined to fight Lao Mac. All is fair in war. Guildmaster, you said we must give it our all and fight without regrets. So don't blame me for being ruthless. Be careful, Sir Guildmaster. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately fired his skill over. Lao Mac casually took out his Thousand Blades umbrella to defend and mocked. Your methods are vicious enough, and your schemes aren't bad. Too bad your strength is lacking, and your brain isn't quite enough to remember my passive, purifying power. Old Wei immediately slapped himself hard in self-reproach. Damn it, how could I forget about that? Lao Mac looked at Old Wei provocatively, guiding him more tricks. Broaden my horizons a bit more. Old Wei immediately waved his staff to cast a magic circle. I still have plenty of tricks. Come on, Sir Guildmaster. Let me show them to you just this once. Old Wu stood above, observing carefully and analyzing. That skill looks exactly like purifying power, but I didn't even see him raise his hand to cast it. This kid's secrets are indeed extremely plentiful. I have to watch closely. Scene transition to the other arena, where Huang Thien and Luong Tiu Van were facing off. Luong Tiu Van spoke first. After watching all the matches, among the 8 people who made it to the quarterfinals, only you and Trin Kia Mac piqued my interest a little. I'm truly lucky to face you right in the first match. Huang Thien looked at him and offered a piece of advice. You are indeed lucky. Against me, you still have a slight chance. But if you were placed in the same bracket as Lao Mac, you wouldn't have a chance at all. Luong Tiu Van was surprised, then remembered Lao Mac. So you know Trin Kia Mac. Makes sense, you guys are all from the 3 Academy Alliance after all. His face then immediately darkened, his tone contemptuous and cruel as the atmosphere shifted along with it. That's wonderful then. If I beat you miserably, it will surely enrage him, won't it? Huang Tian was startled and irritated. What the hell are you talking about? Think you can definitely beat me? Long Tu Van suddenly spread his wings with a snap, full of anticipation. In short, I just hope you can give me a truly satisfying fight. He used Bloodwing Assault to dash straight at Huang Tian, who quickly raised his sword in reflex to block. But he was still knocked back. Huang Tian smirked, wiping the blood from his lips. Is that all? Looks like you're not good enough. Then Huang Tian erupted with majestic power. Next, watch my move. Long Chu Van instinctively backed away, rage outburst. You're clearly a sword saint, so why do you have a berserker skill? No, that's not right. Could you have activated an ancient altar? Chatter immediately broke out. Hey, look over there, isn't that guy a sword saint? How can he cast a berserker's skill? That's right. Could we be mistaken, and he's actually a berserker. But he has sword saint skills too. Dishwin Hao was astounded as he watched the battle. It makes sense for Trin Kia Mac to learn all sorts of ultimate skills since he's a jobless. But how could this Huang Thien bypass class advancement limits? Kotu Tran deduced, this Huang Thien must definitely have a very close relationship with Trin Kia Mac. Dick Wen Hao immediately picked up the documents to check the information. That's right, not only are they in the 3 Academy Alliance, but they were also very close before. He's also Trin Kia Mac's right-hand man and the number 2 combatant in the Eternal Zenith Guild. Kotu Tran nodded. Then it's not surprising at all. Interesting, the people connected to Trin Kia Mac are truly quite remarkable. Wang Thien channeled power into his sword, maximizing his energy source. Lao Mac, sorry about this. Your brother here really can't hold back anymore. When it's time to strike, there's no point holding back. Damn it, I almost gave myself internal injuries from holding it in. He then controlled the sword to fly towards where Long Tu Van was mid-air. Go. The sword flashed as fast as lightning, slicing his arm and causing severe injuries. He followed up with Crescent Moon Sword Dance, splitting the sword into multiples to surround the enemy. Luong Tu Van immediately landed and wrapped his wings around his entire body. Defense. Blood Cocoon. His blood cocoon swiftly bore the brunt, withstanding Huang Thien's continuous barrage. Luong Tu Van hid in panic inside his blood cocoon. Damn it, I underestimated Huang Thien. But outside, Huang Thien had nearly exhausted both his stamina and mana.
his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Everyone excitedly watched a real show. It's so intense over here. Truly an absolute masterclass in swordsmanship. It's this fierce. Is Luong Tu Van about to lose? Lam Thien is truly a dark horse this year, and Huang Thien is just too formidable.
Tuong Yet Sin guessed. Looking at this, Huang Tian might be on the verge of defeating Luong Tu Van. But Fian Quang was more experienced and knew at a glance that things weren't right. Not necessarily. I don't think it looks very optimistic. This kid Huang Tian has already exhausted all his strength. But Luong Tu Van is indeed very formidable. He clearly understands his role as a blood mage. Right now, he's willing to throw away his pride and turtle up to hold out. Once Huang Tian's energy is completely drained, and he still hasn't broken the defense, it will be extremely dangerous for him. Huang Tian gathered all his strength once more, aiming to end the battle. Eat my final sword strike. He slashed down with full force onto Luong Tu Van's blood cocoon. A massive explosion and a shockwave erupted. Huang Tian panted heavily, looking into the smoke and wondering, did it work? Unfortunately, Luong Tu Van was still intact, though his wings had become tattered. But against someone whose strength was completely depleted like Huang Thien, he was now effectively standing at the top of the food chain. Luong Tu Van easily blocked Huang Thien's blade, looking down on him. It's finally over. Your energy must be completely drained by now, right? Then next, it's my turn to strike. Saying so, he darted toward Huang Thien like a bloodthirsty magical beast, preparing an absolute counterattack. Scene transition to Lao Mak and Old Weiss match. As Lao Mak advanced, Old Wei retreated. Old Wei fumbled and cried out, "Don't come over here. At least let me finish casting this skill first." Hearing that, he immediately retracted his weapon and waited for Old Wei. Fine. I'll give you a turn. Let's see what other moves you have. Mui Than was terrified, having to strain his every nerve just to track Lao Mak's speed. You bastard, your speed is way too fast. Mui Than immediately leaped back a far distance. No way. Even if I lose, I must at least stand my ground. Lao Mak urged, then hurry up. Right after, Old Wei raised his staff to the sky. A blinding light radiated outward, making everyone curious. What move is this? How could it cause such an extreme change in the weather? Will it affect us? Suddenly, someone screamed out, "Meteorite! This guy is summoning a meteorite." Everyone immediately craned their necks to look at the sky in terror. Holy crap. I thought this Mui Than was just a clown. Who knew he could actually summon a meteorite? Nu then boastfully unleashed his skill at Lao Mak. Taste the power of hellfire. Lao Mak charged toward Old Wei while dodging the attack gracefully. This move isn't half bad, but it's not quite enough. Nu then screams, scared out of his wits, "Holy shit, are you even human? Even this attack couldn't kill you." A non-tank class with 7,500 health. I surrender. I surrender. The referee immediately signaled. Malin Academy versus Thandu Academy. Trin Kia Mak of Thandu wins and officially enters the top 4. Old Moose smirked with a scheming grin. This kid's attribute values are definitely problematic. Not only is his attack power high, but he has so much health. Where did he get so many free points to allocate like that? Humph. Let's see how I handle you next round. Tuong Wiet Sin scratched his head and smiled wryly. As expected, Mui Than is no match for Trin Kia Mak, but making it to the top 8 means he didn't embarrass us. He asked, "How is Huang Thien doing?" He only saw Phi An Quang's face turn dark and gloomy, while Lang Tu replied with a very uneasy expression. The situation doesn't look good either. That attack just now failed to defeat Luong Tu Van, and now there's no chance to counterattack. In the arena, Luong Tu Van was hoisting Huang Thien into the air, making him struggle in agony. Weren't you acting so tough just a moment ago? Come on, let me see what other tricks you've got. Huang Thien gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Everyone looked at the match somewhat sadly. What a shame, I really thought Huang Thien could beat Luong Tu Van. He's completely denying Huang Thien the chance to surrender. It's practically like he wants to finish him off. Old Wu watched the scene with smug satisfaction. Well done. Those garbage academies dared to oppose me. This is exactly the punishment they deserve. Phi An Quang couldn't bear to watch his prize student being tortured any longer and shot up to surrender. Lam Thien Academy concedes. Tell Luong Tu Van to stop at once. The referee immediately announced Lam Thien Academy versus Van Ba Academy. Luong Tu Van from Van Ba wins and advances to the top 4. Luong Tu Van stopped the fight immediately. He forcefully threw Huang Thien to the ground and arrogantly walked away. All right, I'm letting him go. He then chuckled inwardly. Going this far must have definitely enraged Trin Kia Mac, hasn't it?